He was once a legendary class user admired by all, but was ruthlessly abandoned by his guild for being cursed and lacking in exclusive talent. Betrayed by his best friend, forced to strip off his armor, and hand over all his pets and equipment, he was reduced to a nobody with nothing. As he collapsed in the cold wind, the heaven-defying talent, infinite gilding, awakened. From then on, even the trashiest slime could be transformed by him into a god-slaying firearms master. While the world thought he had fallen, he was quietly returning with a divine beast army evolved from the most common creatures. Li Chen, hurry up and sign this resignation agreement, and hand over the 5 rare-grade pets the guild loaned you. In the office of the Dream Chaser Guild in Linen City, the vice president sat with his legs crossed, his face full of scorn. Li Chen stood calmly. 3 years ago, he had transmigrated here, becoming a legendary grade summoner and joining the strongest guild in the city with great fanfare. But to save his best friend, Chen Jia, he was cursed by the abyss, his level forever stuck at 11. As long as the guild takes me to the team tournament and we get into the top 10, I'll have a chance to ask the Grand Guild how to lift the curse, he pleaded with his last shred of hope. Once I recover, with my legendary qualifications, I can surely lead the guild to the pinnacle. Ha ha ha, the vice president laughed as if at a fool. Take you, a level 11 burden? Li Chen, we've already found someone better. A woman named Wang Shui stepped forward. The vice president said disdainfully, Wang Shui is also a legendary summoner, and she has an exclusive talent. And you? A defective product without one, what right do you have? Li Chen fell silent. Lacking an exclusive talent was his greatest weakness, but he still wouldn't give up. According to the agreement, the guild has no right to fire me. My pets are my personal property, and you have no right to take them. Is that so? The vice president smirked cunningly and waved his hand. A small figure emerged. It was Chen Jia. Li Chen's heart sank, but he saw Chen Jia looking fawningly at the vice president, then turning to glare at him viciously. I report him. Li Chen is studying forbidden abyss arts. He has repeatedly purchased abyss materials from the black market with ill intentions. I was researching the curse on me. Excuses. All those who collude with the abyss say the same thing. Chen Jia handed over a stack of documents. Several managers echoed him, demanding this time bomb be removed from the guild. Framed with an undeniable accusation, Li Chen was speechless. He knew staying was pointless, and could even lead to being executed as a heretic. With a thought, his 5 pets disconnected from him and appeared before the vice president, whose eyes glinted with greed. Li Chen signed the papers and turned to leave. Hold on, the vice president called out, his face a mask of undisguised avarice. Strip off your armor. Leave the 8-piece purple rare set you're wearing. It belongs to the Dream Chaser Guild. Li Chen was incredulous. The set was a gift from the guildmaster, yet it was also being coveted. The surrounding summoners summoned their pets, encircling him. Didn't you hear me? I said strip. Rage burned in his chest, but he was outnumbered. Li Chen opened his equipment panel and, one by one, took off the 8 purple pieces that had been with him for so long. Schwerer, take it. Consider it my welcome gift to you. The vice president looked with satisfaction at Li Chen, who was left in a thin shirt, and waved his hand. Now, get lost. The wind was biting. Li Chen walked the streets and finally collapsed in a bridge tunnel. As he lost consciousness, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding, host has been detected to have lost everything. Achievement having nothing unlocked. Reward, exclusive talent, infinite gilding. The next morning, Li Chen awoke on the grass. He opened his panel, and when he saw the last line, he was stunned, then overjoyed. Talent, infinite gilding, gain 5 pet promotion chances daily. He summoned the trashiest, white common grade slime and had a thought. Promote slime for 1 promotion chance? Yes. Slime, white, slime rifleman, blue. Stats doubled, skill became a 3-shot burst. Li Chen didn't hesitate and continued. Promote slime rifleman for 2 promotion chances? Yes. Slime rifleman, blue, slime machine gunner, purple. Skill, slime machine gun, continuously fires 10 slime attacks, each dealing moderate damage. Purple rare grade. This slime's combat power was now no less than any of his previous pets. A fire ignited in Li Chen's heart. He immediately formulated a plan and headed to the unlit forest to capture his first combat pet, the sword tiger. In front of the unlit forest dungeon, Li Chen paid the 200 coin fare, leaving him with only 800. Just as he entered, the sky turned blood red. Dungeon is undergoing abyssalization. Difficulty is locked to abyss grade. All instances will now merge into reality. After a moment of dizziness, Li Chen was transported to the depths of the forest, where he heard cries for help. 2 summoners from the Dream Chaser Guild were being chased by a 3-meter-tall, dual-headed troll, an abyssalized epic grade boss. Li Chen calmly commanded his peerless sword tiger to flank it. Seizing an opening when the boss attacked, peerless sword array, and blade sweep erupted instantly. The troll's health plummeted by half, leaving it stunned. Following up, the slime machine gunner unleashed a barrage. 10 slime bullets struck the troll's head, triggering 10 critical hits and 10 coordinated attacks from the sword tiger. With a single burst, the Abyss boss with 200 constitution was instantly killed. Dual-headed troll killed. Abyss treasure chest obtained. Opening the chest revealed a legendary great item, the Abyss pendant. The two rescued guild members, upon seeing it was Li Chen, grew greedy. Li Chen, how dare you hide the guild's rare pets? Hand over the pet and the loot now. Li Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, watching their performance. You're asking for it. One of them commanded his flying mantis to attack. However, a single slime bullet hit it precisely, and the mantis instantly turned into green light. Before the two could react in horror, the peerless sword tiger, which had already circled behind them, swept its tail, knocking them both down. Li Chen left without a backward glance. Shortly after he left, Chen Jie emerged from the bushes, finished off the two heavily injured teammates with a grim expression, and left the dungeon, where he was mistaken by the military as the hero who killed the boss, stealing all the glory and honor. The next day, Li Chen's promotion chances refreshed. He unhesitatingly spent them all on his slime. Spend 4 chances to promote Slime Machine Gunner? Yes. Slime Machine Gunner, Purple, Slime Firearms Master, Orange Legendary. Talent, Firearms Master. Every 2 slime attacks will fire a sniper slime. Every 3 attacks will launch a cannon slime. His strength soared again. Li Chen rushed to the boar forest, only to find it too was becoming abyssalized. He ignored the guard's warnings and entered to rescue those trapped inside. There, he unexpectedly captured a rare, treasure-seeking rat, and used it to quickly locate the boss. In the depths of the boar forest, a young woman named Lin Shiyu clung desperately to a tree. Below, the Abyss boss, Boar King, was ramming it furiously. Her 2 guards had already been killed instantly. Just as the tree was about to break and she closed her eyes in despair, the eastern wood suddenly lit up with dense points of light. Countless slime attacks rained down like a torrential storm. In the span of a single breath, all the boars below, except for the Boar King itself, fell to the ground. Lin Shiyu looked on in ecstatic disbelief, as if she had just... Li Chen walked out of the woods with his hands in his pockets, the slime gun master perched on his left shoulder, ready for the next attack. Is that Uncle Lin? I'm here, hurry up. Lin Yushir choked up upon seeing the newcomer. This person was very unfamiliar to her, and his level was even lower than that of her 2 guards, which made her heart sink. It seemed she was going to meet her end today. Li Chen approached the Wild Boar King, unafraid as he locked eyes with it. Wild Boar King class, rare level boss, non-contractable level, 10 strength, 200 agility, 100 constitution, 200 spirit, 50 skill. Charges forward, dealing massive damage and stunning the target for 10 seconds. Talent, hardened skin, damage taken reduced by 90%, loses if hit. Into a stagger. Status, abyssal, all attributes significantly enhanced. The Wild Boar King roared and charged at Li Chen with a powerful push from its hind legs. Li Chen seized the moment. As the Wild Boar King lunged, he focused his mind, and the unmatched sword tiger appeared before it, launching a sweeping attack at the Wild Boar King's front leg. 5 medium damage hits plus 5 coordinated attacks meant that even with the Wild Boar King's high damage reduction, its front leg was severely injured, causing it to topple over. Li Chen had been waiting for the Wild Boar King to enter a staggered state. He had already noticed its high damage reduction during the first round of fire coverage. If he attacked forcefully, he would only deal 10% damage. Now, with the Wild Boar King's front leg heavily injured, it would take a few seconds to get back on its feet, but that was more than enough time for Li Chen. The Slime Gun Master's skill had just cooled down, and with 20 slime shots, 10 sniper slimes, and 6 cannon slimes, he accurately struck the Wild Boar King's head, triggering the unmatched Sword Tiger's 36 coordinated attacks once again. In an instant, it exploded, and the Wild Boar King died on the spot. Ding! Killed Abyss Boss Wild Boar King, experience plus 0. Reward, Abyss Treasure Chest. Li Chen did not hesitate and directly checked the dropped equipment. Opened Abyss Treasure Chest, obtained equipment Abyss Bone Ring. Abyss Bone Ring class, legendary set position, ring no level. Requirement Spirit plus 50 equipped skill, ignore Abyss. When the wearer is infected by the Abyss Curse, it will not be additionally infected by the Abyss Curse. Abyss Walker set 2 pieces, double rewards when killing Abyss bosses. Upon seeing the equipment, Li Chen equipped it on the spot. Another piece of the Abyss Walker set not only increased his spirit but also prevented him from being infected by the Abyss Curse. Most importantly, it triggered the 2-piece effect of the Abyss Walker set, significantly enhancing his efficiency in farming equipment. After dealing with the Wild Boar King, Li Chen approached the pile of fallen sharp-toothed wild boars. He had just activated non-lethal attacks, so a few of the wild boars were still alive. Lin Yusher saw Li Chen preparing to contract the abyss-infected sharp-toothed wild boar and quickly intervened. Be careful, abyssal monsters cannot be directly contracted. Even if you manage to contract it by luck, you will also be infected by the abyss. You just need to wait for 8 hours, and the dungeon will normalize, then you can contract it. Li Chen remained unfazed, grabbing the sharp-toothed wild boar and instantly contracting it. Contracted. Sharp-toothed wild boar, automatically equipped to pet slot 4. Fanged wild boar class, elite level, 11 strength, 33 constitution, 66 agility, 22 spirit, 22 skill, charge, dash forward to strike an enemy, dealing moderate damage and stunning them for 5 seconds, cooldown 10 seconds. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. The fanged wild boar's constitution growth was indeed high, reaching a full 6 points, making it quite suitable as a meat shield. Moreover, the charge skill was perfect for initiating battles head-on. With the combination of the unmatched sword tiger and the slime gun master, 5 seconds was enough for him to deal tons of damage. With the objective achieved, Li Chen no longer lingered and quickly left the wild boar forest dungeon. Once outside, there was no change in the surroundings, as Li Chen had only spent 5 minutes killing the wild boar king, and the military personnel would still need some time to arrive. A few guards stared blankly at Li Chen, who couldn't be bothered to chat. He left under the puzzled gazes of the crowd. Did he just run away after fighting halfway? This guy has some brains. He didn't foolishly charge in to fight the boss. No, the dungeon's abyssal transformation has stopped. It seems the abyssal boss is dead? One guard stepped forward to check and found that the dungeon had gradually stabilized, exclaiming in disbelief, "What did you say? How is that possible?" A more experienced guard couldn't believe it. The abyssal boss was not so easy to kill, or else it wouldn't have caused the military so much trouble for so long. However, after he personally checked, his expression slowly turned dazed. He didn't know what had happened. The dungeon's abyssal transformation had truly ended. Could it be that person just now killed the abyssal boss? With the older guard's confirmation, others began to realize that the young man had not exaggerated. He really had killed the abyssal boss. Who is that person? Could he be a genius from a major guild? Not necessarily. He might also be from the military. His actions were decisive, unlike someone from a guild. At that moment, a commotion arose outside as a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the dungeon. A noblewoman stepped out of the car, accompanied by 2 level 30 elite warriors. The older guard was startled upon seeing her. This noblewoman was the lady of the Lin family, the strongest family in Linen City. The current head of the Lin family, Lin Tian, was a level 50 epic warrior, said to have retired from the military and commanded many elite professionals, with overall strength surpassing that of the dream-chasing guild. "Where is my daughter? Hurry and go save her." The guard quickly stepped forward to explain. "Madam Lin, it's like this. The dungeon just underwent abyssal transformation, with the abyssal concentration reaching a maximum of 90%. I'm afraid the chances for your daughter are grim." The guard felt very sorry. With such a high abyssal concentration, even though that hero had timely stopped the transformation, the probability of the Lin family's young lady surviving was still too low. Hearing the guard's words, Madam Lin's head buzzed, and she lost her balance, falling to the ground. "Madam!" The 2 warrior bodyguards rushed forward to support Madame Lin, and just as the scene turned awkward, a familiar voice rang out. "Mom! I'm alive!" Standing at the wild boar forest teleportation portal was a disheveled girl, Lin Yusher. The mother and daughter rushed towards each other simultaneously and embraced tightly. "Madame Lin, as long as you're alive, there's hope." Lin Yusher, 2 guard brothers, died fighting for me, sob sob sob. And a young man saved me. He was so strong, he took down the wild boar king in 1 hit, but unfortunately, I didn't ask for his name. Our Lin family always repays kindness. I'll have your father announce it throughout the city when we get back. We will definitely find that person and reward him handsomely. However, Lin Shiyu's words left the guards beside her stunned. She took out the wild boar king in an instant. What level was that? Before he could finish his shock, military personnel had already arrived. 30 level 30 professionals, dressed in uniform military attire, quickly and orderly took their positions at the entrance of the dungeon. The captain, Lang Fom, looked at the guards and said sternly, "What's the situation?" Someone killed the abyss boss, and the dungeon's abyssal transformation has been stopped." Killed the abyss boss? Is that true? Long Feng's voice was exceptionally loud. Just yesterday, he had discovered a talent capable of killing the abyss boss, Chen Jia, and now another one had appeared? He couldn't believe it. There were only a handful of people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who could kill the abyss boss. What were the odds of encountering 2 in a row? The probability was even lower than winning 10 consecutive 5-star items. Is that person named Chen Jie? Long Feng asked. Again, wondering if it was possible that this was also the work of Chinjie. At that time, the situation was urgent, and we didn't record that person's name. The guard felt a bit embarrassed. After all, it was indeed his negligence not to register the names of everyone entering the dungeon. Quickly! Tell me about that person's clothing, appearance, and profession. Lang Feng pressed on. That person was wearing a white shirt, looked a bit thin, and their profession seemed to be summoner. Lang Feng shivered. A summoner? Could it really be Chen Jie? But Chen Jie was quite chubby. How could he be a bit thin? Had he been too exhausted lately? Truly a genius, always striving to level up. I understand. You can leave now. After getting the answer, Lang Feng signaled his subordinates to move on to the next target. On the other side, in the Lin family mansion, the current head of the Lin family, Lin Tian, sat upright on a pine sofa, quietly listening to the experiences of Madame Lin and Lin Xiu. After the two finished speaking, Lin Tian felt a wave of fear. His daughter had almost died in the wild boar forest. If it weren't for that mysterious person's help, he would have lost his only daughter. After taking a sip of the poor tea on the table to calm himself, he slowly said, Our Lin family has always been grateful and seeks to repay kindness. Xiu, what was that person's profession, and what was their level and rank? Lin Tian's thoughts were clear. He would start with the profession. When professionals change jobs, their information is recorded in the system. This person could kill the Abyss boss so easily. They must be of legendary or epic rank, which would eliminate most candidates. That person is a summoner, level 11, but I'm not sure about their rank. Lin Tian nodded slightly. A level 11 legendary or epic summoner would be easy to find, but out of caution, he continued to ask, were there any other noticeable features? He was wearing a white shirt, and his pet was a slime. A slime, the ordinary white type? Lin Tian knew well that a summoner's initial pet was a slime, which had very low combat power. He never expected that the mysterious person's pet would actually be a slime. Yes, I saw it clearly. Understood. Since his daughter was so certain, it must be correct. Lin Tian didn't want to delve too deeply. He would know everything once he invited that person over. Come here. Issue a citywide notice. The next day, on the train from Linen City to Beihai City, Li Chen was awakened by the noise. Have you heard? The Lin family has issued a notice to find a summoner and is offering a reward. Really? The Lin family is the strongest family in Linen City. The reward must be substantial. The sensible summoner has capped their level at 11 and is already carrying a slime. That's not enough. I've already ordered 10 white shirts online, planning to wear them every day. As everyone exchanged words, Li Chen had never paid much attention to these family matters. His goal was to capture the illusory light butterfly at Misty Villa, and the dungeon for Misty Villa was located in North Sea City. It took a day to travel from Linen City to North Sea City by train, and he should be arriving soon. With some time to spare, Li Chen skillfully checked his attribute panel. Pet upgrade. Chances, 6. He had 6 chances to upgrade a pet. After careful consideration, Li Chen decided to upgrade the treasure mouse and the sharp-toothed wild boar to purple rare grade. Just like a barrel, the amount of water it can hold depends on the shortest plank. Upgrading average pets would maximize his combat power. Would you like to spend 2 pet upgrade chances to upgrade the sharp-toothed wild boar? Would you like to spend 2 pet upgrade chances to upgrade the treasure mouse? Yes. Sharp-toothed wild boar, blue, diamond wild boar, purple, diamond wild boar grade, purple rare level, 11. Strength, 88, Constitution, 176, Agility, 44, Spirit, 44 Skill, Charge, Rush Forward, dealing massive damage and stunning enemies for 5 seconds, Cooldown 10 seconds. Diamond, damage received reduced by 50%. Treasure mouse, blue, Gale treasure mouse, purple, Gale treasure mouse grade, purple rare. Level, 11 Strength, 44, Constitution, 44, Agility, 88, Spirit, 88 Skill, Treasure Hunt, the treasure mouse knows the locations of monsters and treasure chests in the dungeon. Gale mark, mark an enemy, doubling the damage the target receives for 5 seconds, cooldown 20 seconds. After reviewing everything, Li Chen nodded slightly. Just as before, both pets had reached their maximum growth values. Looking at this incredible panel, the diamond wild boars 176 Constitution combined with a 50% damage reduction made its tankiness comparable to that of an abyssal boss, and the charge skill had also become an area skill, providing decent crowd control. There was no need to elaborate on the Gale treasure mouse. Its panel wasn't the most critical aspect. Its treasure hunting talent allowed it to avoid danger while discovering extra treasure chests, and the Gale mark could enhance the team's burst damage. His current setup had already surpassed his former self, but his Achilles heel, being unable to level up, still remained unresolved. He needed to pick up the pace. Only 3 days were left until the team competition. After a while, the train arrived at the station, and passengers hurriedly disembarked. Li Chen didn't linger and weaved through the crowd. North Sea City was located in the northern part of Dragon Country, and the weather was cold. It had started to snow, and Li Chen shivered. He was only wearing a white shirt, and in this sub-zero weather, he quickly began to tremble. Upon arriving at a nearby store, he bought a military coat to wear, feeling much more comfortable. He had completely forgotten that North Sea City in January was extremely cold. It seemed he had been too hasty lately. After wasting a bit of time, Li Chen quickened his pace and soon arrived at the Misty Villa dungeon. As soon as he reached the dungeon, he saw many soldiers in military uniforms lying on the ground, with the dungeon's monsters appearing outside. A few soldiers who were still desperately trying to intercept the monsters saw Li Chen and shouted anxiously, "Danger! Get out of here quickly, Misty Villa has completely turned abyssal." Li Chen was taken aback. He had encountered another dungeon that had turned abyssal, and this time the situation was quite severe, as the monsters in the dungeon had defeated the military cleanup team. However, it was to be expected. A cleanup team typically consisted of 30 elite level players at level 30, with their attributes generally around the 60s. The monsters in Misty Villa were level 15, and after turning abyssal, even the small monsters had stats as high as 60, which was already on par with a cleanup team member, not to mention the presence of an abyssal boss. The surrounding monsters quickly noticed Li Chen, abandoning their targets to launch an attack on him. Over 50 monsters crowded the narrow path. If they touched him, even a legendary shield guard would be torn apart. However, Li Chen showed no fear. The reason was simple: in this confined terrain, a single charge from the Diamond Wild Boar would be exhilarating. With a thought, the Diamond Wild Boar appeared in front of Li Chen, its massive body perfectly blocking the entire road. Charge! The Diamond Wild Boar barreled down the path like a war chariot, sending monsters flying or crushing them underfoot. Although this attack didn't eliminate the monsters, it left many of them dazed on the ground. For Li Chen, that was already enough. With another thought, two generals appeared beside him. The Peerless Sword Tiger stood to Li Chen's left, wielding the Peerless Sword formation, while the Slime Gun Master perched on Li Chen's right shoulder, ready to fire at any moment. Fire! At Li Chen's command, the Slime Gun Master began to spray bullets at the dazed monsters. 20 shots of adhesive attack, 10 sniper adhesive shots, and 6 cannon adhesive shots accurately covered the fallen monsters. After a barrage, the monsters suffered over half casualties. However, they showed no fear. Transformed by the abyss, they no longer feared death and began to rise again, lunging at Li Chen once more. Li Chen remained calm. By the time the monsters stood up and approached him, 5 seconds had passed, and the Diamond Wild Boar's charge was ready again. Boar, come! With a command, the Diamond Wild Boar charged back in the direction it came from, colliding with the remaining 10 or so wounded monsters, killing them on the spot. The boar came to a halt in front of Li Chen, who patted its hide with a smile on his face. Well done! With 1 person and 3 pets advancing forward, they killed countless isolated monsters along the way and saved many soldiers. Quick, go save the captain! He led the Abyss boss to the eastern no man's land alone. He must be in grave danger now. The rescued soldiers thought the person in military coat before them was a master from the army and revealed the location of the Abyss boss. After hearing this, Li Chen reassured the soldiers and hurried towards the eastern no man's land. The no man's land was an area under development in Beihai City, rarely visited by anyone. The captain leading the Abyss boss here to prevent it from harming civilians was indeed a wise decision. Following the traces along the roadside, Li Chen soon arrived at an open space where most of the surrounding buildings had collapsed, clearly the site of a fierce battle. The Abyss boss, the bloodthirsty Wolf King, stood in the center of the clearing. Bloodthirsty Wolf King class, epic boss level, 15 strength, 240 constitution, 240 agility, 240 spirit, 240 skill, endless binding, inflicts 30 instances of minor damage to the target, preventing them from acting for 5 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Take this, mountain crushing, earth-shattering slash. Suddenly, a muscular man leaped out from the ruins, wielding a 1-meter-long greatsword with one hand, leaping high into the air. The Wolf King, like a ghost, took a step back and jumped to a safe distance, leaving a large pit where it had been. The muscular man saw his ultimate move miss and felt a chill in his heart. If the mountain-crushing earth-shattering slash had hit, it would have surely taken away a chunk of the Wolf King's health and slowed it down, allowing him to control the fight. However, all was in vain. The immediate priority was to block the Wolf King's full-force attack. The Wolf King's claws exuded a bloody aura as it launched a cross-slash at the man. The greatsword instantly split in two, and blood sprayed from the man's chest as he fell to the ground, barely alive. The man had lost all hope. He had thought that as a level 30 epic warrior, he could contend with the Wolf King. However, the reality was quite different. He had underestimated the abyssal boss too much. Even a level 15 abyssal boss had a terrifying 4-dimensional panel reaching 240, while his level 30 warrior could only manage a strength of 150, with other attributes just over 100, making it impossible to compete with the opponent. At that moment, a blob of slime shot through the air. The Wolf King, with an agility of 240, quickly reacted, performing a backflip to evade the slime attack mid-air. Li Chen smiled slightly. The previous slime attack was merely a feint. With the Wolf King's agility, it was very difficult to hit him head-on, but now that the Wolf King was airborne, he had nowhere to hide. The nearby diamond wild boar had already charged toward the spot where the Wolf King would land. Just as the Wolf King was about to touch down, the diamond wild boar arrived at the same moment, leaving the Wolf King with no escape and sending him flying right in front of Li Chen. At that moment, the Wolf King lay unconscious before Li Chen, perfectly positioned for the Slime Gun Master's optimal output range. All of this had long been calculated by Li Chen. The Gale Treasure Mouse jumped onto Li Chen's left shoulder and marked the Wolf King, increasing the damage taken by 100%. Immediately after, the Dual Sword Tiger activated the Dual Sword formation and unleashed a sweeping attack on the downed Wolf King, dealing 5 medium damage hits plus 5 coordinated attacks. After completing the combo, the Dual Sword Tiger created some distance, while the Slime Gun Master crouched on Li Chen's right shoulder, aiming at the Wolf King's head. With full firepower, 20 slime attacks, 10 sniper slimes, and 7 cannon slimes accurately struck the Wolf King's head, resulting in 37 critical hits plus 37 coordinated attacks from the Dual Sword Tiger. The flurry of actions caused an instant explosion, and the Wolf King collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Congratulations! You have killed the abyssal boss Bloodthirsty Wolf King, gaining experience. 0 obtained abyssal treasure chest * 2 Li Chen had no habit of saving treasure chests and opened them on the spot. Obtained abyssal battle boots. Obtained slime machine gun. Abyssal battle boots grade, legendary set position, shoes no level requirement agility plus 50 equipped skill, if the wearer is infected with the abyssal curse. Immune to control skills. Abyss Walker set 2 pieces, double rewards when killing abyssal bosses. Slime machine gun grade, legendary position. Weapon for slime, use only spirit plus 50 equipped skill, split bullet, when launching a slime attack, an additional slime will be fired. Li Chen was not surprised. He indeed obtained the Abyss Walker set, and it was the boots, providing a decent agility boost while also granting immunity to control, which was quite good. Wait, this is the exclusive weapon for slimes. Li Chen was a bit taken aback because exclusive weapons for pets were notoriously hard to drop, and he didn't expect to be so lucky. Moreover, the attributes were quite strong. Adding spirit was one thing, but the straightforward value was impressive, and most importantly, the split bullet skill effectively doubled the slime's output. With 40 slime attacks, Li Chen couldn't even imagine how exhilarating that would be. After equipping them, both he and the Slime Gun Master's panels saw a significant boost, reaching Li Chen's strength 55 Constitution 105 Agility 55 Spirit 260 Slime Gun Master Strength 88 Constitution 88 Agility 176 Spirit 226. After tidying up, Li Chen approached the man. If nothing unexpected happened, this man was the captain of the cleanup team. The captain was severely injured and had fallen into a coma. Li Chen took out bandages and medicine. Adventurers often got hurt during dungeon raids, so he naturally had some first aid supplies on hand. After a simple bandaging, Li Chen did not linger any longer. Before the military personnel seal off this area, I need to head into the Misty Villa dungeon to see if there are any illumination butterflies. With their gentle nature, even if they are infected by the abyss, they won't rush out of the dungeon to slaughter humans. Returning the way I came, the soldiers along the route were severely injured and had no energy to pay attention to Li Chen, which suited him just fine. Arriving at the entrance of the dungeon, it had already stopped being corrupted by the abyss, but since it was in recovery mode, the difficulty was locked at abyss level, requiring an 8-hour wait to select a different difficulty. Li Chen didn't mind this. He stepped forward and entered the dungeon. The abyss bosses had been taken down in an instant by him, so the other minor monsters posed no threat. Once inside the Misty Villa, Li Chen used the treasure-seeking mouse and caught an illumination butterfly in less than a minute. Illumination butterfly rank, blue elite level, 15 strength, 30 constitution, 30 agility, 30 spirit, 30 skills, healing, restores a moderate amount of health to the target, cooldown 10 seconds. Illumination blessing increases the target's damage by 50%, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 15 seconds. The stats were unremarkable, but since the illumination butterfly was a support type, the stats weren't the main concern. What mattered was its support abilities, and both of its skills were quite good. The healing skill could Be used for emergencies, while the Illumination Blessing was straightforward and brutal, boosting damage by 50%. Having such support capabilities at the initial elite level made Li Chen curious about what changes would occur after it was upgraded. Would you like to spend 2 upgrade attempts to upgrade the Illumination Butterfly? Yes. Illumination Butterfly, Blue, Rainbow Illumination Butterfly, Purple, Rank, Purple Rare Level, 11 Strength, 44 Constitution, 44 Agility, 44 Spirit, 44 Skills, Healing Aura, nearby teammates recover a moderate amount of health per second, passive skill with no cooldown. Illumination Aura, nearby teammates damage increases by 50%, passive skill with no cooldown. After checking, Li Chen nodded slightly. The skills of the Rainbow Illumination Butterfly had transformed into aura-type skills, eliminating concerns about buff overlap. During battles, he could simply leave the Illumination Butterfly aside. Li Chen quite liked this. If possible, he preferred to sit in a wheelchair. Controlling a character like the Iron Boar required precise manual operation, or else the skill hit rate was dismal. I've caught the Illumination Butterfly, now it's time to farm for equipment. He had finally completed his lineup of 5 pets, 4 rare level pets and 1 legendary level pet. This configuration was far more luxurious than before. Just having a single legendary pet was already a significant advantage, not to mention that all his pets had the highest growth potential. The next step was to farm for equipment. The Misty Villa dungeon should still have some hidden treasure chests, and with the treasure-seeking mouse by his side, finding them would be a breeze. Thinking of this, Li Chen summoned the swift treasure-seeking mouse. Mouse, see if there are any treasure chests nearby. The swift treasure-seeking mouse squeaked twice and darted into the mist, disappearing from sight. With nothing else to do, Li Chen found an open area where the surroundings were clear and prepared to rest while waiting for the treasure-seeking mouse to finish searching for treasure chests. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a sound of clapping echoed, and Li Chen stood up, looking towards the source of the sound. A man with 2 horns on his head slowly emerged from the mist, clapping his hands. Not bad, human. You have repeatedly disrupted my plans. Are you trying to get my attention? As the horned man approached Li Chen, his information became visible to Li Chen. 8th seat of the Abyss Cult, Ball Rank, Legendary Boss. Cannot be contracted. Level 50 Strength, 400 Constitution, 600 Agility, 400 Spirit, 800 Skills. Talent? Li Chen's pupils constricted. A level 50 Legendary Boss, the 8th seat of the Abyss Cult, and due to the significant level difference, he couldn't view the opponent's skills and talents. Want to get my attention? I see you're playing with fire, human. Today, I'll send you on your way. Curse of Death. A mass of black energy surged into Li Chen's body at an incredible speed, leaving him no time to react. However, what he didn't expect was that he was completely fine. Interesting. You actually managed to withstand one of my attacks. I acknowledge your strength. Ball's face was full of confidence. This human must have some special equipment that allowed him to be immune to one of his abyss curses. Curse of Death. 3 consecutive blasts of black energy entered Li Chen's body, yet it still had no effect. Impossible. In my life, I, Ball, have only studied the Abyss Curse. I've never encountered such a situation. The horned man looked incredulous. He had unleashed 3 Abyss Curses in a row, and if the opponent had any resistance-type equipment, it should have been exhausted by now. Why did his proud curse attack have no effect? He was a genius in the field of curses, having learned basic curses at 3, mastered elite curses by 8, reached half-legendary status at 20, and now at 50, he had mastered legendary curses. Li Chen, is that all you know, the Abyss Curse? Ball, of course, I won't learn other methods, nor do I disdain to learn them. You should have said so earlier. Let's fight. The unmatched Sword Tiger, hidden in the mist, was already prepared, and a sharp blade swept across Ball's leg. Ball didn't expect the opponent to fight back. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Damn human. Ball glared at Li Chen with malice. Although the attack from the opponent's pet only took a tiny bit of his health, it made him fall like a dog. He was a dignified 8th seat of the Abyss Cult. However, before he could finish cursing, the diamond wild boar appeared from his blind spot and knocked him heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the slime gun master on Li Chen's shoulder was ready, and with the support of the colorful illusion butterfly, he unleashed a full barrage on the down ball. With the slime machine gun's enhancement, the slime bullets doubled, firing 40 slime attacks, 20 sniper slimes, and 16 cannon slimes, all accurately hitting Ball's head and triggering 76 simultaneous attacks from the unmatched Sword Tiger. Instantly, flames erupted, and the clash of blades filled the air. However, Ball was a level 50 boss, and with the wind-seeking treasure mouse not by his side, this barrage only took away a third of his health. Ball clumsily got back up, staring fiercely at Li Chen, suddenly as if he had thought of something. You've already been infected by the Abyss curse. Interesting, no wonder you can resist my curse, you are a natural Abyss saint. Body. You are destined to join the Abyss. Li Chen, join the Abyss? What benefits do you have over there? Don't be so narrow-minded. Your foundation is good, but you need to endure some hardship first, to settle down. Work hard for 50 years, and maybe I can make an exception for you to be the ninth seat. By then, you will command the Abyss, wouldn't that be delightful? How do I know if what you're saying is true? You need to show some sincerity. Li Chen deliberately stalled for time, secretly ordering the wind-seeking treasure mouse to return while waiting for his skill cooldown. As for joining the Abyss, he wouldn't do it even if it killed him. Unless you let the wild boar hit me once, I can't believe you. Ball's eyes were fixed on Li Chen, flashing with anger. This human was so bold, daring to take advantage. However, if he could successfully trick the other party into joining the Abyss, he was willing to take the risk. After all, his health had gradually recovered to full, and just now, Li Chen's full output had only taken away a third of his health. What would happen if he hit him again? Fine, we in the Abyss will first respect talent. If this can make you believe me, then I agree. After saying that, he spread his arms and stood in front of the diamond wild boar. Li Chen felt a surge of joy. This eighth seat of the abyssal cult was too naive. This time, he was determined to take him down in one swift move. With a thought, the diamond wild boar charged heavily at Ball, sending him flying directly to Li Chen's feet. Li Chen was already prepared. The Gale treasure mouse appeared on his left shoulder and placed a Gale mark on the fallen Ball. At the same time, the colorful illusion butterfly appeared nearby, constantly providing buffs to his teammates. The unmatched sword tiger activated the unmatched sword formation and unleashed a sweeping strike at the down ball, dealing 5 instances of medium damage along with 5 coordinated attacks. Human! What are you doing? Don't you plan to join the Abyss? Although Ball had anticipated that Li Chen would take the opportunity to attack him, he was still furious as he realized that this time, the attack seemed to hurt a bit. Forget it, I don't like suffering, you should just die. Li Chen spoke while his hands were still moving. After the unmatched sword tiger created some distance, the slime gunslinger on his right shoulder was already ready, aiming at Ball's head and unleashing a barrage. With 40 slime attacks, 20 sniper slimes, and 16 cannon slimes, the precise shots hit Ball's head, causing sparks to fly and making Ball scream in pain. Following that, the unmatched sword formation released 76 flying swords, mercilessly shredding Ball. After this series of actions, Ball's health was reduced to a sliver, making him break out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for the blessing of the Abyssal King, which allowed him to avoid death once, he would have truly met his end here today. Ball hurriedly opened a portal and jumped in, leaving in a rather disheveled state, but not forgetting to say, "Human, once you understand everything, you will undoubtedly join us without hesitation. I will be waiting for you." Ding! First time repelling the 8th seat of the Abyssal Cult, reward, Awakening Stone. After seeing the opponent leave, Li Chen didn't dare to linger and quickly checked his gains. Treasure Mouse found Elite Treasure Chest *10, open. Obtained Elite Greatsword *3, obtained Elite Berserker Armor, obtained Elite Giant Shield. Seeing the items that dropped, Li Chen was speechless. They were all equipment for other professions, and all elite level, which he didn't want. He would sell them when he got back. After opening the treasure chests, Li Chen began to check the equipment dropped from Repelling Ball, Awakening Stone. Gain the talent of this profession. The higher the rank, the better the talent obtained. Li Chen's eyes lit up. It was actually an Awakening Stone, which could awaken a talent. As a legendary level summoner, the talent he would get generally wouldn't be bad. Perhaps he would even awaken a reverse talent similar to infinite gold plating. Would you like to use the Awakening Stone? Use. Obtain talent, my pet, my pet. Deepen the contract with a pet. The pet will gain attribute bonuses from the contractor, and the contractor will also gain attribute bonuses from the pet. Li Chen couldn't help but feel ecstatic. The legendary level talent was indeed powerful. The My Pet talent could mutually enhance the attributes of both the contractor and the pet, significantly boosting the pet's attributes while also enhancing the contractor's. However, which pet should he form a deep contract with? He ruled out the Gale Treasure Mouse and the colorful Illusion Butterfly, as these two were merely support and relied on skills. Their stats weren't essential, and the attributes they could provide to Li Chen were quite limited. Thus, the candidates were narrowed down to the Slime Gunslinger, the Unmatched Sword Tiger, and the Diamond Wild Boar. The Diamond Wild Boar had high vitality, and treating it as a pet could increase Li Chen's tankiness, but merely boosting tankiness didn't satisfy him. The Unmatched Sword Tiger could enhance Li Chen's strength and agility, which was a decent choice, but since Li Chen was a magic-based profession, strength had relatively little effect on him. It can only be the Slime Gunsmith Master, my own White Moonlight, both myself and the slime are primarily spiritual beings, which maximizes the benefits. At the same time, the slime gunsmith master has high agility, which can enhance my speed. After making the decision, Li Chen no longer hesitated and chose the slime gunsmith master. Do you choose the slime gunsmith master as your destined pet? Once chosen, it cannot be changed. Yes. Slime gunsmith master status, destined pet, gains 100% attributes of the contractor. Strength 88, Constitution 88, Agility 176, Spirit 226, Strength 143, Constitution 193, Agility 231, Spirit 486. Li Chen. Status, Destined Contract, gains 100% attributes of the Slime Gunsmith Master. Strength 55, Constitution 105, Agility 55, Spirit 260, Strength 143. Constitution 193, Agility 231, Spirit 486. Seeing his astonishing panel, Li Chen couldn't help but smile. These attributes were already several times higher than those of legendary level practitioners of the same rank. How satisfying. After collecting the spoils, Li Chen didn't dare to linger and immediately left the dungeon. Li Chen was like a gust of wind, arriving quickly and leaving just as fast. The rescued soldiers hadn't even had the chance to thank him before he vanished without a trace. That person just now must be a master sent by the army, right? Truly too strong. Yeah, I used to think warriors were the strongest profession, but I didn't expect summoners could be so impressive. That's not right, it's the masters among summoners who are stronger than warriors. For commoners, warriors are still the strongest. A few soldiers who had narrowly escaped death were now chatting and laughing. At that moment, a sturdy man limped over to them, and upon seeing him, the soldiers quickly ended their idle chatter. Captain Yen Wolf. Yen Wolf nodded and then said urgently, "Where is that person?" Yen Wolf was very clear that after being severely injured by the bloodthirsty Wolf King, a person in a military coat had appeared and killed the Wolf King, even giving him first aid, otherwise, he would have undoubtedly died. Unfortunately, that person was dressed too tightly, and with his blurred consciousness, he hadn't clearly seen the other's face. Report, Captain, that master has already left. Yen Wolf sighed. It was a pity that he couldn't repay the life-saving grace in person. Such a master would surely be well known in the army, and he must inquire about this person's information from the general when he returned. Captain, do you know that person? He should be a master sent by the army, right? I don't know him, but seeing him in a military coat, he must be from the army, likely a master secretly trained by the military. Alright, if it weren't for that master today, we would have been done for. When we get back, I want everyone to train hard. Yen Wolf's expression suddenly became serious. Yes. On the other side, Li Chen took a taxi to the largest trading center in Beihai City, the Grand Guild. Li Chen came here for two purposes: to sell the elite-level equipment he had on him, to earn some money because he was really broke, and to sign up for the team competition. Li Chen arrived at the trading hall of the Grand Guild and presented the elite-level equipment he had obtained to the front desk. The receptionist looked at the equipment and estimated the price, stating a number. 10 pieces of elite-level equipment, totaling 500,000. Li Chen was very satisfied. 500,000 was enough for his living expenses. After selling the equipment, Li Chen went to the team competition registration area, preparing to find a wild team to join. The Grand Guild's youth team competition had always been a significant event for practitioners. The teams that placed in the top 10 would gain supreme glory and receive generous rewards from the Grand Guild. At the registration area for the team competition, several wild teams were recruiting teammates. Wild teams are usually organized by individuals without a guild. Although these people generally have average strength, they can't resist the itch to participate in the team competition, and if luck is on their side, they might achieve a decent ranking. Recruiting one elite-level mage at level 30. Wolf Pack is missing one, recruiting one elite-level warrior at level 30. Recruiting 2 warriors at level 30, elite level required. All of them were looking for warriors and mages, and all were above level 30. These two professions are currently quite strong, with a vast employment space, no matter what kind of team they join, the improvement is significant. Li Chen casually approached a team to inquire. Are you recruiting summoners? Summoner? Do you have an elite level pet? If not, don't bother. Just as Li Chen was about to speak, the warrior in front shook his head and said, No, buddy, what are you doing here at level 11? Aren't you just dragging us down? A nearby mage scoffed, Kid, the team competition isn't for just anyone, you should go back and practice for a few years. This is hilarious, an 11 level summoner probably just has some white common pets, I can take them out with one hit. Li Chen watched their reactions and didn't argue, moving to another team. The captain at the front saw Li Chen, the level 11 summoner, approaching, and quickly tried to shoo him away like a fly. Get lost. We don't recruit summoners or dogs. Li Chen remained unfazed and went to the next team. Get lost. What are you doing here? As an 11-level summoner? A level 30 warrior suddenly jumped out, shouting loudly, "Come look, there's an 11-level summoner who wants to join the team competition, this is hilarious. Does anyone want him?" His voice was loud, and everyone in the registration hall heard it clearly. Once the crowd realized, they all burst into laughter. "Come on, buddy, if you're bad. That's one thing, but how do you think you can join the team competition?" A level 30 elite mage pointed at Li Chen's nose and said. "A summoner needs at least one elite level pet, do you have one? I bet you can't even gather 5 pets," a level 30 elite warrior chimed in. Instantly, the entire registration hall was filled with laughter. Li Chen was speechless. With this commotion, the whole world would know he was an 11-level useless summoner. However, Li Chen didn't argue. Debating with these people was a complete waste of time. He went to the registration desk, ready to sign up solo. "Hello, I want to register for the team competition." The receptionist looked at Li Chen, who was alone, with a puzzled expression. "Where are your teammates?" "I don't have any teammates." The receptionist fell into a dilemma and said earnestly, "This year, the team competition requires at least 2 people in the team, and I should remind you, it's best to have a full team of 8 players above level 30, otherwise, you'll just be sending yourself to your doom." After understanding this, Li Chen didn't linger and went to the center of the registration hall, clearing his throat. "Recruiting 1 player, no level or rank restrictions." "I'll carry you." The voice echoed in the hall, and everyone was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter again. "Come on, buddy, you're back again. Are you crazy? Hurry back and wash up and go to sleep. Your profession must be a clown." Li Chen remained undeterred and added, "Top 10 guaranteed." Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again amused, laughing heartily. "What are you thinking? There are 100 teams in the competition, just don't come in last, and you're talking about the top 10. Young man, don't talk big, be careful not to get beaten." Just as the crowd was laughing loudly, a ragged young man emerged from the crowd. The young man approached Li Chen, looking at him curiously, and asked, "I'll be 25 this year, and I won't be able to participate in team competitions anymore. Can you really carry me?" The crowd erupted in laughter upon seeing the newcomer. "Isn't that Wang Dasha? I heard he's participated in the team competition 8 times and has come in last every time. A white ordinary class profession, even a dog would shake its head at him. But doesn't he pair well with that summoner? One fool and one lunatic." Wang Dasha initially didn't want to come out, but after finishing in last place 8 times, it seemed like he was a disaster magnet. This year was his last chance to compete, and he decided to take a gamble. Li Chen looked at Wang Dasha, a level 27 white ordinary warrior, estimating his attributes to be around 27 as well, which was quite pathetic, but that didn't matter to him. "I'll carry you steadily." Although Wang Dasha had his doubts, he thought that perhaps Li Chen had some special skills, like invisibility, or other means to avoid combat. If he could just wait until the other teams were eliminated, they could secure a spot in the top 10. It's worth noting that the rules of the team competition involved placing 100 teams in one arena, with the teams that survived the longest ranking higher. In the past, there was an old assassin who made it into the top 20 by hiding. Without waiting for Wang Dasha to react, Li Chen pulled him to the registration desk. "We're signing up, the 2 of us." "Okay. Sure." The receptionist looked speechless but still registered them. Upon seeing Wang Dasha's name, she couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful. This person was notoriously bad, finishing last in all 8 competitions. "What's your team name?" Li Chen thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it the strongest team of Solaris." The receptionist felt awkward. An 11-level summoner paired with a 10-time loser, would they really not get beaten up for that name? After completing the registration, the receptionist reminded them, "You're all set. Remember to come back here in 3 days for the competition." After finishing the paperwork, Wang Dasha approached Li Chen and asked, "Captain, do you have any tactical plans?" "Tactics? What tactics?" Li Chen was puzzled. "I mean tactics, my previous teams would discuss strategies, very professionally. We'll talk about tactics when the time comes. Just remember to wait for me here in 3 days." Wang Dasha secretly admired him. The captain surely had tactics, and he was just keeping it a secret to prevent others from overhearing and countering their strategy. After completing the registration, it was getting late, and Li Chen decided to find a hotel to rest for a bit. Tomorrow, they would head to the level 30 dungeon, the Great Python Disaster. Meanwhile, in the office of the vice president of the Dream Chasing Guild, the vice president was lounging back, listening to Chen Jie's report. "Vice President, I wanted to mention something earlier. I encountered Li Chen in the lightless forest." The vice president frowned slightly, thinking Chen Jie was about to tell him something significant, but it turned out to be just a stray dog expelled from the guild. "I thought it was something important, turns out it's that stray dog." "Vice President, Li Chen somehow got his hands on a rare level pet, and he killed 2 of our summoners from the Dream Chasing Guild." That's truly vicious. After all, we were once brothers in the same guild. Fortunately, I was skilled enough to seriously injure Li Chan, but he's quite cunning and managed to escape. The vice president was slightly taken aback by Qin Jie's words. He hadn't expected Li Chan to acquire a purple rare pet so quickly. It seemed he had secretly hoarded a guild pet. This kid must have secretly hidden a guild pet. This is outrageous. Rare level pets are our core resources. How can we let him squander them like this? Chen Jia was secretly delighted. With the conversation reaching this point, the vice president would surely send him to deal with Li Chen, and he could quietly take one of the rare pets for himself. Vice president, you may not know, but my friend saw Li Chen in Beihai City yesterday. Oh, what was he doing? He went to the Grand Guild to sign up for the team competition. What? The vice president sat up straight, harboring a bad suspicion. His level is still 11, right? No need to worry, vice president, he is still level 11. According to my friend, he was at the registration desk acting like a lunatic, saying he wanted to make it into the top 10, and even teamed up with a useless guy named Wang Dashan. That's really funny. After being kicked out of our guild, he must be feeling resentful and has gone mad thinking about it. Vice president, but he does indeed have a rare level pet. How about you give me a few level 30 professionals, and I'll help you get Li Chen's pet back? That sounds good. I'll arrange it for you tomorrow. The next morning, Li Chen woke up early in the hotel and skillfully opened his character panel. Li Chen profession, summoner rank, legendary level, 11 strength, 143 constitution, 193 agility, 231 spirit, 486 status, fate contract, growth curse pets, slime gunmaster, unmatched sword tiger, diamond wild boar, gale treasure seeking mouse, colorful illusion butterfly. Talent, infinite gold plating, fate pet upgrade attempts, 5. He had 5 upgrade attempts left. Who should he give them to? Or should he wait a day and upgrade the slime gunmaster to creation level? Upgrading to creation level required 8 upgrade attempts, which was a bit costly, but it was creation level after all. Currently, there wasn't a single one in Solaris, and its strength was completely an unknown factor. Moreover, after awakening his fate pet and maxing out the slime gunmaster, his own attributes would also improve. With his current combat power, clearing a level 30 dungeon would be no problem, so it was better to stock up for now. After making up his mind, Li Chen simply had some fried dough sticks with soy milk to replenish his energy, then headed to the Serpent Disaster Dungeon. As a level 30 intermediate dungeon, Serpent Disaster was very popular among players. The reason was simple, there were many monsters in this dungeon, and the equipment drop rate was high. Many newly leveled 30 professionals would team up to farm a set of elite equipment, and even level 50 high-level professionals would occasionally come to farm, as they might just drop rare level equipment. Although it was morning, the area in front of the Serpent Disaster Dungeon was already filled with professionals looking for suitable teammates. 8 missing 1, need a level 40 warrior. Premium team, farming every 3 hours, bringing 2 newbies over level 20, 200,000 gold each. Like a bustling market, Li Chen ignored these people and approached the dungeon entrance. I want to clear the dungeon. The guard glanced at Li Chen and seriously reminded him, little brother, you're only level 11. Go find a team, there's one over there with a level 10 newbie. 300,000 gold isn't expensive. No need, I can solo it, Li Chen replied earnestly. Are you sure? A single monster in a level 30 dungeon can take you out in one hit. I'm sure. Seeing Li Chen's foolishness, the guard no longer tried to stop him. He had done his duty, if this kid wanted to throw his life away, he couldn't stop him. Routine registration, state your name and the difficulty you choose. Li Chen, hard level. The guard quickly registered the information, shaking his head. He really didn't know how high the sky was. He was still attempting a hard level, while those teams only dared to take on normal level dungeons. Go in, and I hope you come out alive. Li Chen stepped forward and entered the portal. The Python Disaster Dungeon is located in a cave with extremely narrow terrain, just wide enough to accommodate the size of a diamond wild boar. In this short kilometer-long cave, it is packed with countless small snakes, among which there are occasionally 1 or 2 python leaders. Generally, a typical team would first have the shield guard taunt about 10 small snakes, then quickly clear them out before attempting to lure more, which is the most efficient method derived from multiple experiences. Of course, there are always some who think too highly of themselves and charge directly into the snake pile, but the outcome is invariably disastrous, with their lives lost in the process. Li Chen, of course, did not adopt the method of luring them one by one, as it was too inefficient. However, out of caution, he still checked the panel of the pythons. Small python rank, white normal level, 30 strength, 60, constitution, 60, agility, 60. Spirit, 60 Python leader rank, blue elite strength, 120, constitution, 120, agility, 120, spirit, 120 skill, strangle, pounces on the target, dealing moderate damage. The small Snakes have a constitution of 60, so with the damage from the diamond wild boar, it should be able to take them out in one charge. The python leaders, however, would require the slime gun master to finish them off. The diamond wild boar can cover 100 meters in one charge, meaning it could clear the area in 10 charges, but there is a challenge. During the cooldown of the diamond wild boar skill, it might be overwhelmed by hundreds or thousands of small snakes. It is essential to quickly clear a safe distance while the diamond wild boar skill is on cooldown. But after using the skill, the boar will inevitably be a distance away from him, making it difficult for him to keep up. Wait, Li Chen suddenly had an idea. He could ride the unmatched sword tiger closely behind the diamond wild boar, allowing him to keep up. Thinking of it, he acted immediately. Li Chen summoned the diamond wild boar in front of him, then summoned the unmatched sword tiger to ride on top, with the slime gun master and the swift treasure mouse on his shoulders, while the colorful illumination butterfly attached itself to the back of the diamond wild boar, providing a buff. Once everything was ready, Li Chen gave the command. Charge! The diamond wild boar charged through the narrow cave like a tank, and before the hundreds of small snakes could react, they were crushed underfoot. Under the aura of the colorful illumination butterfly, the diamond wild boar received a 50% damage boost, making its damage extremely high. The small snakes were no match. They died upon contact, while the python leaders were trampled, leaving them with less than half their health. Li Chen rode the unmatched sword tiger closely behind. And with the slime gun master's impressive spirit of 486, a single shot of slime could take out the wounded python leaders, and with an agility of 231, he didn't miss a single fish that fell into the net. As they charged through, the system notifications kept popping up. Ding! Killed small python *10, gained experience 0. Ding! Killed python leader *2, gained experience 0. After sprinting 100 meters, the diamond wild boar finally came to a stop. The surrounding pythons saw their chance and pounced on the diamond wild boar, trying to devour the massive creature. Li Chen certainly wouldn't give these pythons a chance. He squeezed his legs, and the unmatched sword tiger activated the unmatched sword formation, jumping onto the head of the diamond wild boar. The slime gun master on his shoulder aimed at the snake swarm and opened fire. Bullets rained down on the snake group, sometimes transforming into sniper slime to instantly kill the python leaders, and at other times exploding into cannon slime among the small pythons. After a round of fire, the snake swarm in front of the diamond wild boar was cleared, while the incoming snake swarm took over 5 seconds to arrive, which was enough time for the diamond wild boar's skill to cool down. After 5 seconds, the diamond wild boar's skill was ready again, and it charged once more. Thus, Li Chen repeated his old tricks 10 times and arrived before the Python King, and this took only about 3 minutes. It's worth noting that a professional team would need at least 5 hours to clear the python swarm ahead. Li Chen jumped off the tiger's back and looked at the information about the Python King. Python King class, rare level. Boss, cannot be contracted level, 30 strength, 240, constitution, 240, agility, 240, spirit, 240 skill, swallow, deals massive damage if the target is swallowed. It takes minor damage every second. Before the Python King could launch an attack, Li Chen had already struck first. The Gale Treasure Mouse marked the Python King with a swift wind mark, while the unmatched sword tiger quietly activated the unmatched sword formation. Then, the slime gun master aimed at the snake's head and unleashed full firepower. 40 slime bullets, 20 sniper slimes, 13 cannon slimes, and 73 flying sword coordinated attacks landed on the Python King, resulting in its immediate death. Kill the Python King, gain 0 experience points, obtain an epic treasure chest. Li Chen opened his inventory to check his loot. 10 ordinary treasure chests, 5 elite treasure chests, 1 epic treasure chest. Open. Gained bow and arrow *10, gained elite leather armor *5, gained rare bow and arrow *1. Li Chen felt a wave of disappointment. He had received a bunch of junk, and the only rare equipment was for other classes. To be honest, he was a bit disdainful of rare level gear. It seemed he needed hell level difficulty to satisfy him. However, hell level monsters had attributes twice that of difficult level ones. And the charge skill of the diamond wild boar couldn't instantly kill the small pythons, which meant he couldn't clear the monsters, and there was also a risk of the diamond wild boar being killed. Let's get out first, Li Chen sighed. The air in the python cave made him feel uncomfortable, and he didn't want to stay even a second longer. Behind the dungeon door, 2 guards saw Li Chen come out in less than 5 minutes and already understood. Coupled with seeing Li Chen's dejected expression, it was clear that he had not only failed to kill a single monster after entering the cave but had also lost his pet. How pitiful. Young man, don't be disheartened. You can catch another pet if you lose one, but if your life is gone, it's really gone. Li Chen was still contemplating whether to attempt a hell-level dungeon, thinking about feasible tactics, and didn't pay any attention to the words of the 2 men in front of him, merely nodding subconsciously. Seeing this, the guard's suspicions were evidently confirmed, and out of goodwill, they reminded him, "Young man, if you want to quickly gather a full set of equipment, you can go to Jinfeng Street to the west. There are many people buying equipment there." After hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. These two guards must have misunderstood him. However, he didn't explain, as there was no need, though he was indeed a bit interested in Jinfeng Street. "Thank you, brothers, for the reminder." After greeting them, Li Chen left for Jinfeng Street to the west. Jinfeng Street was bustling with activity, and the reason was simple: it was close to the Python Disaster Dungeon, and there were many food stalls around. Professionals who had been grinding the Python Disaster all day were usually very hungry and would come to Jinfeng Street, find a promising stall, order a few tables of delicacies, and much of the day's fatigue would dissipate. After a hearty meal, the professionals would set up stalls to sell off their unwanted equipment. Li Chen strolled along Jinfeng Street, surrounded by the sounds of vendors and the aroma of food, or the wisps of steam rising from freshly cooked dishes, all of which made him feel at home. At that moment, a commotion ahead caught his attention. "Archer, are you out of your mind? You can't buy this equipment with gold coins?" A summoner pointed at a pair of helmets with two sharp horns on a stall, speaking with dissatisfaction. Following his finger, Li Chen saw a large helmet that was clearly not meant for humans. It was a piece of pet equipment. Horned helmet class, purple rare level requirement, level 10 for use by wild boar type pets only. Charge damage increased by 100% after seeing the attributes of the equipment. Li Chen was slightly taken aback, increasing wild boar charge damage by 100%. If he equipped it on the diamond wild boar, wouldn't it be able to take out a hell level little python in one charge? This was exactly what he needed right now, and he had to get this equipment. After making up his mind, Li Chen quickly approached the stall to assess the stall owner's situation, hoping he might be able to meet his demands. The stall owner was a middle-aged man, a level 40 elite archer, who at that moment wore a resolute expression and said firmly, "My requirements have been made very clear. This equipment can only be exchanged for a purple rare level bow." The middle-aged archer's tone was non-negotiable. He had no choice. Since reaching level 30, he had been grinding the ordinary level rampaging python with a caravan, but his luck was terrible. Even after reaching level 40, he still hadn't dropped a rare level bow. This left his output very low, and his teammates could no longer tolerate it, already threatening that if he didn't get a rare level bow next time they ran a dungeon, they wouldn't team up with him again. "Cut it out, it's just a piece of equipment exclusive to wild boars. If I didn't have a fong boar, I wouldn't even give your equipment a second glance." The level 40 epic summoner, who had spoken earlier, looked impatient. However, after thinking it over, he felt relieved. The fong boar was just a tank, and after equipping this helmet, its damage would be negligible. Forget it, you can keep your equipment, it's better off rotting in your hands." The summoner said his final words and left without looking back. The archer stall owner silently watched the summoner leave, a look of dejection in his eyes. He had been running this stall for a long time, and not a single person had shown interest in this rare level helmet. Seeing an opportunity, Li Chen walked up to the stall owner and asked, "How much for this helmet?" Upon hearing the voice, the stall owner's expression momentarily brightened, but when he looked up and saw who was speaking, his pupils lost their luster, and impatience crossed his face. "Go away, this is a place for intermediate professionals to trade. You, an 11-level newbie, shouldn't be here." Li Chen added, "I have a rare level bow." The stall owner's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Li Chen. "How could an 11-level professional have rare level equipment? Where did you get your rare equipment?" The stall owner asked after a moment of silence, voicing his inner doubts. Li Chen smiled slightly and replied, "I farmed it." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the stall owner felt a mix of emotions. Why was it that others had such good luck? He had farmed hundreds of ordinary level rampaging pythons without dropping a rare level bow. After feeling upset for a while, the stall owner adjusted his mindset and sent a trade request to Li Chen. After a professional changes jobs, they awaken a system that allows them to view attributes and items. When they want to trade, one party simply sends a trade request, and the other party can accept to proceed with the trade. After Li Chen agreed, he handed over the rare level bow he had to the stall owner, who in turn gave Li Chen the horned helmet. The stall owner examined the rare level bow in his hands, growing increasingly fond of it, and looked at Li Chen with more warmth. "Brother, thank you, this bow is exactly what I need." Li Chen smiled slightly, "No need to thank me, we all seek what we need." After obtaining the horned helmet, Li Chen wasted no time and equipped it on the diamond wild boar, heading back to challenge the hell-level rampaging python. Arriving at the dungeon entrance, Li Chen said to the two guards, "I want to enter the dungeon." The two guards looked at Li Chen in confusion and then reminded him, "It's you. Don't push yourself. This is a level 30 dungeon, and you won't be able to handle it. Yeah, raise your level to 30 first, then gather 8 people before coming back to challenge it." After the guard finished speaking, he saw that Li Chen still had no intention of leaving inside. There was no way to persuade him, since the other party did not respect their lives. They had nothing more to say. What difficulty do you want to challenge? Hell level. Hell level? Are you crazy? The guard was shocked again, his voice rising several times, instantly attracting the attention of those around. The surrounding professionals gathered to see what was happening. When they saw that the challenger was merely an 11-level professional, they were all taken aback, then began to point and whisper. Young man, don't do anything rash. Wait, I think I've seen this person before. A level 30 archer recognized Li Chen's familiar face and was shocked because that day at the registration point, the lunatic was just too funny, leaving a deep impression on him. Last time at the team competition registration point, he boasted that he would definitely be in the top 10. The archers' words were like a deep water bomb, instantly stirring up the crowd. Wow, it really is him. This is too funny, a clown. How can he still be addicted to performing? After hearing the crowd's comments, Li Chen covered his forehead. Here we go again, now the whole world knows. However, he didn't delve deeper. There was nothing to say to these people. When the facts were laid out, they would naturally fall silent. Li Chen approached the teleportation portal and chose the difficulty himself. Crisis of the Python level requirement. No higher than level 50 difficulty selection. Hell. After selecting the difficulty, Li Chen stepped forward and disappeared in front of the portal. The crowd fell silent for a moment before one person finally spoke. Did he really go into the hell level dungeon alone? Wow, he's serious. He must have been provoked by us and rushed in. He'll be out in no time. After entering the dungeon, Li Chen still employed his old tactics, with the Diamond Wild Boar leading the way while he rode the unmatched Sword Tiger to provide support. The Diamond Wild Boar, wearing a sharp-horned helmet, was incredibly fierce, with its charge damage increased by 100%. One charge could take out a small python, and the python leader was also severely injured with just one hit. In less than 3 minutes, Li Chen arrived in front of the boss, and a series of smooth combos took it down instantly. Then he checked his loot. Obtained rare level treasure chest *5. Obtained legendary level treasure chest. Li Chen didn't even look at the treasure chests below legendary level, so there was no need to open them. He only opened the legendary level chest. Obtained the skull of the Wild Boar King. Skull of the Wild Boar King rank, legendary exclusive to Wild Boars. No level requirement. Constitution plus 100. Equipped skill, charge damage increased by 200%. Seeing the dropped equipment, Li Chen couldn't help but clap his hands. He had just bought a sharp-horned helmet, and now he had a piece of legendary exclusive equipment, which was a perfect upgrade. However, it was better than dropping equipment for other professions. At least his Diamond Wild Boar could use the skull of the Wild Boar King. After equipping the skull of the Wild Boar King, the Diamond Wild Boar stats became Strength 88, Constitution 276, Agility 44, Spirit 44. Seeing such high stats, Li Chen was very happy. With the current damage of the Diamond Wild Boar, it could probably take out even the abyss-level small pythons with a single charge. After collecting his rewards, Li Chen left the dungeon. As soon as he stepped out of the portal, he heard the voices of the people around him. I told you, this clown must have been anxious. He's out in less than 3 minutes. He probably just stood there for 3 minutes after entering the dungeon, then couldn't hold it any longer and came out. Li Chen ignored the crowd and entered the portal again. Hey, this guy is really addicted to performing. I completely don't understand this person's logic. 1 hour later, Li Chen killed the Python King for the 20th time. Obtained legendary level treasure chest. Open. Obtained legendary equipment. Immortal Sword. Immortal Sword rank, legendary exclusive to Sword Tiger. No level requirement. Agility plus 50. Equipment skill. The coverage area of the unmatched sword formation is increased by 10 times, and the damage of cooperative attacks is increased by 100%. Finally, I got something useful. Li Chen sighed. After grinding 20 times, he finally got a usable piece of equipment. Looking at the attributes, Li Chen felt relieved. The coverage area of the unmatched sword formation increased tenfold. This skill is very important, as it allows the unmatched Sword Tiger to freely cut through the backline without needing to stay close to him every time. After equipping the Immortal Sword, the attributes of the unmatched Sword Tiger received a significant boost. Strength 132, Constitution 44, Agility 232, Spirit 44. After tidying up, Li Chen skillfully left the dungeon, but when he was about to enter again, he found he couldn't. Ding, your inventory is full. Li Chen was slightly startled, opened his inventory, and saw that all 500 slots were occupied. Normally, a person would only run the ordinary level Python Disaster Dungeon 2 or 3 times a day. Yet he had grinded 20 times in one go, and it was at hell level, where the drop rate was already high, plus the treasure mouse would find many hidden chests, which caused Li Chen's inventory to fill up instantly. Most of it consisted of elite and ordinary chests, along with 100 rare chests, and only about 10 pieces of legendary equipment. It seemed he had to find a place to sell these miscellaneous items. Seeing Li Chen standing still with a solemn expression, the people around began to speculate. Why isn't he going back? Could it be that all his pets are dead? A summoner without pets has no combat power. This is a classic example of a negative tutorial. One should act according to their capabilities when grinding dungeons. Li Chen ignored the gazes of the crowd and headed straight for Golden Phoenix Street. By this time, many professionals had set up stalls on Golden Phoenix Street, and Li Chen found a spot to imitate them. After a while, a level 30 elite warrior discovered Li Chen's stall. After looking at the content on the cardboard, he became suspicious. 500,004. A rare level blind box, 50,000 for an elite level blind box, 10,000 for an ordinary level blind box. Stall owner, are your blind boxes guaranteed genuine? A warrior couldn't help but ask, as the prices were indeed very reasonable. Usually, a trip with a caravan costs about 300,000, and after splitting the equipment, one would only get an elite level piece and about 10 ordinary pieces. As for rare level equipment, it's practically non-existent. Only a few lucky players can obtain it. Li Chen looked over, his face showing displeasure. These blind boxes are from dungeon runs, guaranteed genuine. The warrior hesitated for a moment and decided to buy one to try. Give me an elite level blind box. After establishing a trade connection, Li Chen handed over the elite level chest. When the warrior saw that it was indeed an elite level chest, his heart raced as he opened it. A flash of green light passed, and the warrior jumped up in joy. It's an elite level great sword. It's an elite level great sword. Seeing the warrior's reaction, Li Chen began to feel pity for him. Oh my, what kind of hard life had this kid been living before? Why should I even bother with a caravan? It's a pure waste of time. Boss, give me 10 more elite level blind boxes. The warrior decided to go all in, hoping to directly obtain a full set of elite level equipment. Sure thing. Li Chen replied, pocketing 500,000 while handing over 10 elite level chests to him. The warrior, extremely excited, opened all 10 chests at once. 10 consecutive draws. Wow, I got 5 pieces of elite level warrior equipment. I've completed my set. The warrior wanted to draw more, but he had already spent all his money. He had to tell his cousin about this. Li Chen watched as the warrior ran off in a frenzy, unable to help but smile at how anxious the kid was. The warrior's loud shout had drawn the attention of more people, who came over to check it out. After seeing what happened, they were all skeptical, but after trading with Li Chen once, they became incredibly excited, showing the same enthusiasm as the warrior moments before. These level 30-something professionals came here to grind dungeons, with a very simple request. They wanted to farm a set of elite level gear, then level up to 50 before returning to tackle the hard mode of the Serpent Disaster, hoping to score an epic level item. However, this simple request, just gathering elite level gear, had taken them years, not to mention the rare level gear that followed. Li Chen's appearance was nothing short of a miracle for them. As everyone opened their treasure chests, smiles spread across their faces, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. At that moment, a level 50 rare level warrior spoke up. Take out the rare treasure chests you have, I want them all. Li Chen shook his head. No. You can only buy one rare level blind box per person per day. You little brat, what status do you have, and what status do I have? How dare you refuse? Me? I am from the AO Sure Guild. The level 50 warrior's face was filled with displeasure. He was Wang Ping, a dignified level 50 high-level professional, and a core member of the AO Sure Guild. When had anyone dared to confront him? The others fell silent, only daring to whisper among themselves. So, it's the AO Sure Guild. That's one of the top 10 guilds in Beihai City. This vendor might be in trouble. But Li Chen was not afraid at all. He calmly said, I, Li, am here to do business. Money is just a secondary goal. The primary goal is to enhance the equipment of our lower-tier professionals. If you buy up all the rare treasure chests, what will happen to the others? Li Chen had long been displeased with these guilds monopolizing resources, and he decisively refused the other party. Well said. Brother, you are the hero of us lower-tier professionals. Hey, warrior, don't think we're afraid of you just because you're from a guild. After hearing Li Chen's words, the crowd began to unite. Seeing the situation was not in his favor, Wang Ping stopped making things difficult for Li Chen and said unhappily, then give me a rare treasure chest. Li Chen accepted 500,000 and handed over a rare treasure chest to him. After Wang Ping opened it, joy spread across his face. This vendor hadn't faked it, it was indeed rare level gear. He had to hurry back to report to the guild leader. After Wang Ping left, many civilian professionals also brought 500,000 gold coins to buy their first rare level gear. Wow, I hit the jackpot. It's a rare level staff, a rare level staff. The drop rate for this blind box is way too high. In just 1 hour, all 100 rare level blind boxes were snatched up, and there were very few elite level blind boxes left. Today was an important day for these civilian professionals because they had obtained their own rare level gear. Li Chen's inventory was cleared, and he didn't linger any longer, heading back to continue grinding the serpent disaster. This time, no one dared to question Li Chen's strength, they held him in great respect. Brother Li, hello. Brother Li, you're amazing. Amidst the shouts of Brother Li, you're amazing, Li Chen entered the hell level dungeon. Half an hour later, Wang Ping led around 50 people to Jin Feng Street, and upon seeing the empty stall, he shouted loudly, "Where is everyone? Where is everyone?" A level 60 mage approached Wang Ping and said, "Are you sure someone was selling rare treasure chests here?" "I'm sure, I just opened a rare level item, but that vendor only allows one purchase per person. Find out for me, I want 24-hour surveillance on Jin Feng Street. The moment that person appears, let me know immediately." In the hell level dungeon of the serpent disaster, finally got a drop. After grinding the dungeon for an hour, Li Chen once again obtained the equipment he needed. Illusory Light Crown Rank, Legendary exclusive to Illusory Light Butterfly No Level Requirement Equipment Skill. When there are teammates near the Illusory Light Disc, gain 100% damage reduction, and the aura effect is doubled. Interesting. Li Chen's lips curled slightly upon seeing the attributes of the Illusory Light Crown. As long as there were teammates, the Illusory Light Butterfly would gain 100% damage reduction. Previously, he had to summon the Illusory Light Butterfly with great caution, fearing it would be cut down by others. But with this crown, Li Chen could even throw the Illusory Light Butterfly in front as a meat shield. After decisively equipping the colorful Illusory Light Butterfly, Li Chen left the dungeon, and upon re-entering, another message popped up. Ding! Your inventory is full, unable to enter. Li Chen frowned slightly, his inventory was full again. He had also dropped 100 rare level treasure chests and several hundred elite level treasure chests. It seemed he would have to set up a stall again. Li Chen made his way to Jin Feng Street, preparing to sell all the treasure chests. As soon as Li Chen appeared, the spies from the Aoshi Guild hidden in Jin Feng Street immediately spotted him and quickly opened their phones. "President, the target has appeared. Great, we finally found him. Everyone in the guild, follow me to Jin Feng Street." Once Li Chen set up his stall, civilians began to approach one after another. "Li Ge, give me a rare level blind box. Li Ge, give me 10 elite level blind boxes." The crowd of players kept coming, and soon a long line formed. Li Chen was secretly astonished. In just half an hour, he had sold off more than half of his rare level treasure chests, and there were only a few elite level treasure chests left. "Li Ge, how many rare level blind boxes do you have left?" a warrior asked curiously. Li Chen replied, "Not many, just about 50 left." At that moment, a commotion arose from the crowd behind him, as a warrior in line was pushed to the ground. "What are you doing? Aoshi Guild is doing business, outsiders get lost." About 50 players wearing Aoshi Guild uniforms appeared from the back of the crowd, all of them level 50, with even 1 or 2 rare level players among them. The civilian players in line quickly retreated, even those who didn't want to leave were grabbed by the Aoshi Guild's warriors and thrown out. The 50 Aoshi Guild members quickly surrounded Li Chen. A level 60 legendary mage stepped out from the crowd. "I am Li Machin, the president of the Aoshi Guild. Now, hand over all the rare level treasure chests you have. We, the Aoshi Guild, will take them all." The surrounding Aoshi Guild members looked at Li Chen with unfriendly expressions. "Kid, I advise you to behave. If you resist the Aoshi Guild, you won't be able to stay in Beihai City." "That's right, our Aoshi Guild is one of the top 10 teams in Beihai City. Do you know about team competitions? We've ranked in the top 5. Faced with the threats from those around him, Li Chen showed no fear and calmly said, "Please line up." "Oh, you little brat, are you tired of living? Let me tell you. It's not too hard for our Aoshi Guild to kill someone in Beihai City. Step back. Don't be rude." Li Machin blocked a member who was drawing a weapon. Just now, while sizing up Li Chen, he discovered that although Li Chen was only level 11, he was a legendary class player. High-level classes have a hidden nature towards lower classes, meaning that in the eyes of these elite-level players around him, Li Chen appeared to be just an elite-level player. Could it be that a genius from a big guild came to experience life? Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why he had so many rare-level treasure chests. Even if they wanted to kill and loot, they couldn't do it in such a public place. If the big guild's people made a move, the Aoshi Guild would be in trouble. "Let's go line up." "Why? President, this is a great opportunity that has fallen from the sky." "Yeah, as long as we capture this person and torture him, he will definitely give us all the treasure chests." "Shut up. Get in line." Li Machin's words were not to be questioned. The members of the Aoshi Guild also closed their mouths and lined up at the back of The Q. The previous commoners were very afraid of the AO Sure Guild, but under the temptation of the rare level blind box, they still lined up one by one. Soon, in less than half an hour, the rare level blind boxes in Li Chen's hands were gone, and it was just the turn of a member of the AO Sure Guild. Sorry, the blind boxes are sold out. What do you mean? Are you looking for trouble on purpose? The member of the AO Sure Guild said as he drew a large sword. Li Machen stepped forward and blocked the member of the AO Sure Guild. Brotherly, can you tell me if we will be going to farm dungeons later? We probably will. I understand, I wish Brotherly good luck in getting gold every time. After Li Machen finished speaking, he led the members to a secluded place. A member, seeing that there was no one around, asked in confusion, President, why don't you take action? This isn't your style. That kid must still have rare level treasure chests in his hands. He must have seen that it was our turn and decided not to trade with us. That guy named Li is a legendary level professional. Li Machen interrupted him, his voice very low, but everyone heard it clearly, all stunned in place. Could he be a genius from a major guild? That's a possibility. Then let's forget it. It wouldn't be good to provoke a major guild. Li Machen smiled sinisterly and said quietly, that's not the style of our AO Sure Guild. We can secretly eliminate him. After saying that, Li Machen took out a stone that emitted a foul odor. President, are you going to use that trick again? The member shrank his neck. The president had already used this trick to kill many guild geniuses. The foul core, as long as it is brought into the dungeon, can cause the dungeon to become abyssal. Once the dungeon enters the abyssal state, it will have real characteristics, and professionals will appear in the same dungeon. As long as they are in the dungeon, even if the opponent dies, it can be said that they were killed by abyssal monsters. No matter how powerful the major guild is, they cannot make things difficult for them without evidence. You all keep a close eye on that kid. As soon as he enters the dungeon, act immediately. Li Machen looked at Wang Ping and continued, Wang Ping, the level limit for the Serpent Disaster Dungeon is 50. I can't take action, so you will be the vanguard. Understood. Wang Ping took the foul-smelling rotten heart from Li Machen's hand, a wicked smile already appearing on his face. Handing that guy named Li over to him was just perfect. He had long wanted to torture him and then kill him cruelly. Well, I'll be waiting for your good news. On the other side, Li Chen rubbed his stomach, feeling hungry, and went to a stall with more people. He ordered a dozen skewers of barbecue, several plates of oysters, and a bottle of beer, and started eating. After satisfying his hunger, Li Chen did not rush to the Serpent Disaster Dungeon but strolled around Jinfeng Street. The reason was simple, he had cleared dungeons too quickly and had no need to rush. Meanwhile, Wang Ping, waiting at the Serpent Disaster Dungeon, was already cursing. This little brat, still not done eating? What the hell? Wang Ping had his subordinates keep watch while he opened his phone. He's still not done? That guy is out shopping. Wang Ping saw the message from the assassin on Jinfeng Street, and smoke was already starting to rise from his head. However, thinking that the other party was a genius from a major guild, he gradually calmed down. Killing the genius in the cradle was Wang Ping's favorite thing to do. This guy will definitely make you wish you were dead later. After waiting for more than an hour, Li Chen finally appeared leisurely, casually greeting the two guards at the entrance of the dungeon. I want to run a dungeon. Wang Ping, seeing that Li Chen had finally arrived, showed a look of joy and said urgently, get ready to move. First squad, charge with me, the rest, go in waves every minute. The 8 of them stood up and headed towards the Serpent Disaster Dungeon. As the vanguard, they had to quickly take control of the dungeon to provide space for the main force to output. The guards, seeing Wang Ping, did not dare to be negligent. After all, he was a level 50 warrior and the second in command of the Proud World Guild. Brother Wang Ping, what brings you here to the Serpent Disaster Dungeon today? We're here to clear the dungeon on hard mode. Wang Ping's goal was not to farm equipment, but to play the part fully, so he chose a suitable difficulty, knowing they wouldn't actually clear the dungeon anyway. Alright, please enter. The 8 of them stepped forward and entered the dungeon one by one. At this moment, in the Hell-level Serpent Disaster, Li Chen had already killed his way to the Serpent King, executing a smooth combo that took down the Serpent King in an instant, then skillfully opening the legendary treasure chest that dropped. Obtained. Legendary equipment, Crescent Blade. Li Chen sighed and prepared to leave the dungeon, but he was unsuccessful. The dungeon has become abyssal and is about to transport to the real dungeon. No way, the dungeon actually became abyssal. Again, and he encountered it? Li Chen not only did not show fear but was instead eager to try. The reason was simple, although hell-level dungeons dropped legendary equipment, they did not drop the Abyss Walker set, which he was somewhat disdainful of. Soon, a flash of white light enveloped Li Chen, and he was transported away. Upon arriving at the Abyss-level dungeon, Li Chen looked at the familiar scene before him and had already assessed his position. There Are 3 grooves in the rock wall ahead. This is near the Serpent Disaster, about 500 meters away. The Abyss boss was located at 1,000 meters, and his current position was quite good, saving him half the distance. Just then, cries for help came from ahead. Help! Li Chen focused his gaze and saw about 20 civilian players discarding their helmets and armor, fleeing in panic, with a dense swarm of snakes behind them. Small Python rank, normal level 30. Strength, 120, Constitution, 120, Agility, 120, Spirit, 120 Python Chief rank, Elite level, 30 Strength, 240, Constitution, 240, Agility, 240, Spirit, 240 Skill, Strangle, pounces on the target, dealing moderate damage. Even the weakest small pythons had stats that could rival a rare level player of level 30, and the most desperate part was that there were hundreds or thousands of them. It was no surprise that these civilian players were discarding their gear. The fact that they could escape already proved their excellence. Everyone was desperately running towards the dungeon entrance, wishing they could grow 8 legs, but Li Chen smiled slightly, not retreating but advancing towards the swarm of snakes. A fleeing warrior recognized Li Chen and shouted, "Brotherly, run! These snakes have become abyssal, we can't handle them at all. The priority is to get to the entrance and leave the dungeon." Li Chen smiled faintly, "You all retreat first, I'll hold the rear." Although the warrior was puzzled, the situation was urgent, and he had no time to ask, quickly fleeing in a panic. Li Chen looked at the approaching swarm of snakes and summoned his pets one by one. The diamond wild boar moved to the front, the colorful illusion butterfly perched on the boar's back, the slime gunslinger and the swift treasure-seeking mouse settled on Li Chen's shoulders, while the unmatched sword tiger stood to his left. Diamond wild boar, clear the way. The diamond wild boar let out a roar and charged towards the snake swarm. After equipping the skull of the wild boar king, the diamond wild boar resembled a war god. Any python that came into contact with it would be instantly killed. Li Chen jumped onto the back of a tiger, closely following behind, while the slime gun master occasionally unleashed slime attacks to kill the wounded python leaders. It was still the familiar routine, but the effect remained the same. On the other side, the 20 fleeing civilian professionals ran desperately for a minute before finally reaching the entrance of the dungeon. They had never imagined that they could run this fast. However, in front of them stood a line of members from the Proud World Guild, each one at level 50, standing side by side like an iron wall. The more cautious civilian professionals had already stopped, while some thoughtless ones cheered. "Great! It's the Proud World Guild coming to rescue us. Thank you. Please step aside and let us leave the dungeon." However, the leader, Wang Ping, smiled ominously. "Attack! Leave no one alive." The warriors of the Proud World Guild drew their long swords, and with swift strikes, they decapitated several civilian professionals in front of them. The other civilian professionals turned pale, retreating a short distance. They found themselves in a dire situation. In front of them were the Proud World Guild members blocking their escape, and behind them was a swarm of abyssal snakes. They couldn't provoke either side and could only awkwardly stand still, unsure of what to do. What should we do? We can't retreat or advance. Damn the Proud World Guild. Why are they blocking the entrance and not letting us through? Ugh, I just finished grinding a full set of elite gear, and now I'm going to die. Here? How frustrating. Wang Ping paid no mind to these people. He just needed to wait a little longer. Once his reinforcements of archers arrived, he would deal with them. Their current task was to control the dungeon entrance and not let a single person escape. Deep in the cave, Li Chen had already arrived in front of the abyssal boss. Python King class, epic level boss, cannot be contracted level, 30 strength, 480, constitution, 480, agility, 480, spirit. 480 status, abyssal power, 90% damage reduction except for the head, 100% effect resistance skill, swallow, deals massive damage. If the target is swallowed, it takes minor damage every second. Seeing the Python King's incredible stats, Li Chen did not dare to be careless. He sent the colorful illumination butterfly to the front. With the illumination crown, the butterfly would gain 100% damage reduction, making it the best meat shield. The abyssal boss was exceptionally fierce after its transformation. Upon seeing the human in front of it, it lunged forward and swallowed the illumination butterfly, dealing massive damage while continuously inflicting minor damage. However, the colorful illumination butterfly remained lively, still providing auras for the team. Just as the Python King finished casting its skill, a massive snakehead was exposed in front of Li Chen. Timing his attack perfectly, he thought, if not now, when? The diamond wild boar charged in, heavily ramming into the Python King's head, causing a 5-second stun before retreating. The unmatched sword tiger had already activated the unmatched sword formation and rushed to the Python King's head, delivering a powerful horizontal slash. The slime gun master aimed at the snake head, unleashing full firepower, with a barrage of bullets continuously raining down on the snake head, creating a dazzling display of fire and blades. With the enhancements from the Immortal Sword and Illumination Crown, Li Chen's combo dealt even higher damage. As the smoke cleared, the Python King's head was a bloody mess, dead beyond recovery. Ding! Killed the Abyssal Python King, gained 0 experience points, obtained Abyssal Treasure Chest *2 open. Obtained Abyss Robe, obtained Skull of the Abyss Prince, Abyss Robe class, legendary set position, clothing no level requirement. Constitution plus 50 equipped skill, when the wearer is infected by the Abyss Curse, immune to mental attacks, Skull of the Abyss Prince class, legendary set position, main hand weapon no level requirement, spirit plus 50 equipped. Skill, Abyss Blessing, when the wearer is cursed by the Abyss, they can bless an allied unit, enhancing their next skill and refreshing its cooldown 15 seconds. Note, after defeating the Abyss Prince, the Abyss Walker carved his skull into a staff, using supreme power to transform the Abyss Curse into a positive energy blessing. Li Chen was very satisfied when he saw the dropped equipment. Indeed, it was the Abyss level dungeon, and the drop rate was truly high. After a moment of reflection, Li Chen began to evaluate the 2 pieces of equipment. The Abyss Robe needed no further explanation, providing a high amount of constitution while also granting immunity to mental attacks, simple and straightforward. The Skull of the Abyss Prince was more interesting. It provided a high amount of spirit and also had an active skill, Abyss Blessing, which could enhance a pet's next skill. However, he was unsure about the extent of the enhancement, and this piece of equipment had history enough to show its extraordinary nature. Without hesitation, Li Chen equipped both pieces of the Abyss Walker set on the spot. His and the Slime Gunslinger's stats received a rapid boost. Strength 143, Constitution 243, Agility 231, Spirit 536 triggered the effect of the Abyss Walker 4-piece set. 2-piece set, double rewards for killing Abyss bosses. 4-piece set, if spirit is higher than the opponent's, reflect enemy spells. Wow, this is a game changer. After seeing the effect of the 4-piece set, Li Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. If his spirit is higher than the opponent's, he can reflect their spells? That means mages wouldn't be able to harm him at all. An 80-level rare mage only has about 400 spirit, far from Li Chen's 536 spirit. This means that mages below legendary level pose no threat to him at all. After analyzing the effects of the 4-piece set, Li Chen turned back the way he came, preparing to leave the dungeon. Once the dungeon was transformed into the abyss, he could no longer leave directly but had to go to the entrance to exit. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Serpent's Plague dungeon, Wang Ping and his group were on high alert, but at that moment, a priest frowned slightly. Seeing the strategist frown, Wang Ping quickly asked, "What did you find, Strategist Lin?" "My connection with the corrupted core has been severed. I don't know what happened, the abyss transformation has been halted." "What? The abyss transformation has stopped? What on earth happened?" Wang Ping exclaimed angrily. This plan could not afford any mistakes. "I don't know, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation." Wang Ping's loud voice was heard clearly by the surrounding civilian adventurers, even from a distance of several meters, and they began to cheer and dance. "Great! The abyss transformation has stopped. Members of the Proud World Guild, why aren't you letting us through? The abyss transformation has stopped, and you still won't let us go?" Listening to the crowd, Wang Ping's mind felt like mush. The sudden change left him unsure of what to do. Once the abyss transformation stopped, the military would come in and check the dungeon, and his plan would inevitably fall apart. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ping made a decision. He had to find Li Chen quickly and stall him. "Strategist Lin, you wait here. I'll go deeper into the cave to investigate. When the reinforcements arrive, have them come immediately to support." "Okay. Everyone else, follow me into the cave." After laying out the plan, Wang Ping led 6 soldiers forward to fight. Several civilian professionals saw Wang Ping charging fiercely and quickly ran deeper into the cave. "Help! They're killing people!" A member of the AO Sure Guild, agile and swift like a cheetah, darted forward and quickly approached a civilian professional, grabbing him and stabbing him to death. The surviving civilian professionals, witnessing their teammate being killed, hurried their pace. However, the level difference was evident. Soon, several civilian professionals were caught and killed. As time passed, the stamina of the civilian professionals dwindled, one by one being chased down by the AO Sure Guild warriors. Only one archer, Shi Jianwei, remained, relying on the elite-level shoes he had obtained from a blind box, significantly boosting his speed. Yet, he was still slightly inferior to the 50-level warriors of the AO Sure Guild, and it was only a matter of time before he was caught. After running for a minute, Shi Jianwei saw a figure ahead and couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Help! Regardless of whether the person was friend or foe, as long as there was a chance of survival, he had to seize it. The warriors of the AO Sure Guild also stopped upon seeing the distant figure. Who knew if the person was friend or foe, whether it was a humanoid wild monster or a corrupted professional? Caution was necessary. "Who goes there? State your name." Wang Ping shouted, wanting to confirm the person's identity. Help! Big shot, they're trying to kill me. Shi Jianwei stopped near the figure and looked closely. It turned out to be Brother Li, who sold blind boxes outside. Although the other party had quite a few treasures, he was only level 11, while the pursuers from the AO Shi Guild were all level 50. It was over. Someone wants to kill you? Who's so bold as to slaughter their own kind? Li Chen stepped forward, facing Wang Ping and the others without fear. I thought it was some expert? Turns out it's just you, this level 11 newbie. You even came to us, saving us the trouble of looking for you. Wang Ping's face was filled with mockery. A mere level 11 newbie was easy to handle. Moreover, being isolated from the outside world, even if he had a big guild backing him, it wouldn't matter, he would still have to wait for death obediently. Do you know you've broken the law? In the Abyss Dungeon, professionals need to help each other, and you can't harm your own kind, Li Chen said word by word. No, are you an idiot? Talking about laws in a place like this? Wang Ping looked at Li Chen as if he were a fool, and the warriors around him also wore mocking smiles. Brother Wang, I see this is just a flower from a big guild, useless in actual combat. He can't even be compared to Brother Wang. The treasures on him should be used by Brother Wang to maximize their value. Hearing the praises from his subordinates, Wang Ping couldn't help but smile. That's right. You, such a fool, don't deserve top-tier equipment. Hurry up and hand over all your treasures. Then bow 3 times, and we'll give you a quick end. I've already warned you, you can't harm your companions in the dungeon, or else. Wang Ping interrupted Li Chen. Or else it will be against the law, right? Let me tell you, here I am the law. If I want you to kneel, you kneel, if I want you to lie down, you lie down. Since you're such a reckless kid, I'll teach you a lesson today. Attack! 6 warriors had been waiting for a long time, all pouncing on Li Chen, eager to subdue him first and humiliate him thoroughly. However, Li Chen sighed, and the slime gun master appeared on his shoulder, firing 40 bullets in an instant. The slime gun master's mental power was now as high as 536, while these level 50 warriors had a maximum constitution of just over 150. In an instant, they all fell to the ground, fast asleep. Wang Ping was shocked at the scene. Before him, not expecting Li Chen's pet to be so powerful, he couldn't fight him head-on. This wasn't fear, but a strategic retreat. If he had the same setup as the opponent, he could also wreak havoc. With that thought, Wang Ping turned and fled. Li Chen pulled up Shi Jianwei. Are you okay? Just a little hurt, but it's nothing. Fortunately, I bought a blind box from you earlier and got elite level shoes. Otherwise, I would have been done for today. Those damn members of the Aoshi Guild, when the dungeon turned into an abyss, not only did they not help everyone, but they also stabbed us in the back. I want to avenge my teammates, let me lend you a hand. With that, he resolutely followed behind Li Chen. Li Chen didn't mind, one more person meant more strength. The 2 of them walked towards the dungeon entrance, one in front and one behind. After a minute, Wang Ping and about 20 mages from the Aoshi Guild blocked their path. Kid, there's a road to heaven, yet you refuse to take it. You barged into hell without a door. This time, I have 20 mages on my side, you will undoubtedly lose. Shi Jianwei said, 20 level 50 elite mages? With this setup, even a legendary shield warrior wouldn't be able to withstand it. We should retreat. Li Chen, however, showed no fear. No door to hell? Then I'll create one. Mages? He was here to take them down, as long as their spirit was lower than his, they were just coming to deliver themselves. Arrogant, this time you won't have the chance to strike. Use control skills. The 20 mages began to gather their spells, various control spells raining down on Li Chen. Freezing spells, binding spells, silence spells. However, when they hit Li Chen, it was as if they struck a quagmire, with no reaction whatsoever. Spell rebound. In an instant, various spells shot back at the casters. I'm frozen. Damn, my feet are bound. Taking advantage of the chaos, Li Chen focused his thoughts and summoned the dual sword tiger. As soon as the dual sword tiger appeared, it activated the sword formation. The slime gun master unleashed full firepower, shooting 76 rounds of various slime projectiles into the mage group. With the enhancement of the sword formation, the already fragile mages would experience a quality sleep if even grazed by a bullet. After a round of output, the elite team of 20 level 50 elite mages instantly collapsed. Wang Ping, relying on his rare level warrior's high constitution, barely escaped with a sliver of health. You wait for me. Shi Jianwei was already numb. He never expected Li Chen to be so powerful, instantly annihilating the luxurious lineup of 20 mages. Could it be that those blind boxes weren't gifts from the guild, but truly earned by him? Li Chen ignored Shi Jianwei and continued forward. After a minute, the familiar scene reappeared, with Wang Ping leading 20 archers ahead. Ha ha ha, should I say you are brave or foolish? Last time, you must have had a special item to rebound spells. This time, I Want to see how you block the rain of arrows? Fire! The archers drew their bows, and countless arrows shot out. Li Chen, however, was unhurried. Since it was like this, he would try this move. Abyss Blessing. The slime gun master instantly turned completely black, looking quite eerie. Full firepower, fires 20 rounds of slime, causing moderate damage. True full firepower fires a massive laser that deals moderate damage 40 times to enemies hit, lasting 1 second. Interesting, returning to 1. The 20 rounds of slime attacks transformed into a laser, doubling the output frequency and turning into an AoE skill. Fire the cannon. With the command, a magic circle appeared in front of the slime gun master, followed by a flash that pierced through the entire cave. In just an instant, whether it was the rain of arrows shot by the archers or the members of the Proud World Guild, they all evaporated. A second later, as the smoke cleared, Wang Ping and the 20 archers had turned to ashes. Isn't this firepower a bit too fierce? Li Chen was secretly shocked. In fact, at the moment the laser was fired, Wang Ping and the others were instantly killed. The damage had completely overflowed. His own burst had increased significantly, and this time it was AoE damage. Before he could take down one, now he could take down a whole group. What is this? What skill is this? Shi Jianwei was completely stunned. He had never seen such a skill before. Could this be the legendary spell of an 80-level mage? It was surprisingly powerful. You want to learn, huh? I'll teach you. At this moment, outside the dungeon, the president of the Proud World Guild, Li Machin, was beaming with joy. He could hardly wait to see Wang Ping. This kid should be coming back loaded with rewards again. He truly deserves to be the second in command of our Proud World Guild. The portal flickered, and Li Chen and Shi Jianwei stepped out, but they did not see Wang Ping. Li Machin became anxious. Wang Ping wouldn't have messed things up, would he? Wasn't he repeatedly reminded to keep an eye on the entrance? How could he let them escape? Li Machin gathered his spell. There were hardly any people around the dungeon now, and as long as he struck with a thunderous method, no one would know. However, at that moment, military personnel appeared. A level 60 legendary berserker and 50 elite-level professionals. Positions. The 50 soldiers moved quickly, forming a formation in just a few seconds. Warriors in front, archers in the middle, and mages and priests at the back. Seeing this setup, Li Machin did not dare to act rashly and could only leave for the time being. Captain Guangdao relaxed slightly after confirming the situation. It seemed that a master had intervened, preventing the dungeon from descending into chaos. He just didn't know which legendary figure it was. However, Guangdao looked around but only saw 2 low-level professionals. One was level 30, and the other was only level 11. The level 11 summoner was clearly a young master from a prominent family, coming to experience life under the protection of his family, undoubtedly clueless about everything. Thinking of this, Guangdao turned to Shi Jianwei. What happened inside? What's the situation? Shi Jianwei did not dare to be negligent. After all, he was facing the legendary Guangdao. The dungeon suddenly descended into chaos. I'm just a civilian and have no idea what happened. Guangdao nodded. As he expected, these two were merely civilians here to clear the dungeon and were completely unaware. He just didn't know who was responsible for dealing with the Abyss boss. Such heroes must be acquainted. Did you see anyone else? No, that's it. Shi Jianwei wanted to mention that he saw members of the Proud World Guild trying to kill him, but after thinking it over, he decided to keep quiet. After all, the Proud World Guild was very powerful, and they might retaliate against him. Guangdao nodded. It seemed these two were just lucky survivors. Having just experienced life and death, they must be very tired, so he didn't want to press further. You two have worked hard, just register your personal information and you can leave. After hearing this, Li Chen and Shi Jianwei registered their information and then left. Li Ge, what are your plans next? After they stepped outside, Shi Jianwei asked. Let's continue clearing dungeons. Do you know of any dungeons with higher drop rates? Shi Jianwei fell into deep thought, and after a long while, he quietly said, there's one dungeon, the Tomb of the Sword Saint. However, this dungeon is for level 40. And there's only one boss inside, but the equipment that drops is quite good. I have a friend who got a rare level piece of equipment there. And the difficulty of the fight is only normal. Li Chen was slightly shocked, not expecting that a normal level dungeon could drop rare level equipment. If that's the case for the hell level, wouldn't it drop even better items? I'll keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, in the Serpent Disaster Dungeon, Guangdao entered the dungeon with a few elite members to investigate. As soon as they stepped inside, Guangdao was stunned by the scene before him. The entire cave's rock walls were surprisingly round. It was the first time he had seen such a phenomenon. This is a large-scale spell, right? The attack range is up to 200 meters, about 20 meters wide. It should be a skill similar to a laser. A seasoned soldier analyzed after inspecting the traces. It seems this is the work of that expert. Let's head deeper into the cave. Kwang Dao and the others continued forward, moving quickly, and within just a minute, they arrived at the corpse of the Serpent King. TSK, looking at these battle marks, the Serpent King only made one move before being taken down. This expert's strength is simply terrifying. After examining the Serpent King's body, Kwang Dao was extremely shocked. This matter is serious, I need to inform the general immediately. You all stay on guard here and don't let anyone else in. Yes. After giving the order, Kwang Dao hurriedly left the dungeon and rushed to the conference hall. At that moment, at the military headquarters. In the conference hall, Yan Lang was reporting his recent situation to the green-haired man in front of him. He was the Grand General of the Dragon Kingdom, Ji Long. After listening to Yan Lang's report, Ji Long's eyes lit up. A military expert in a military coat had single-handedly killed a level 15 abyss boss, the bloodthirsty Wolf King. The military actually had such a genius, far stronger than he was in his day. Do you have any leads on this person? No, I was severely injured at the time and my consciousness was hazy. I only saw him wearing a military coat. I suspect he might be a secretly trained expert from the military. But I didn't arrange for any experts to go to the Misty Mountain Villa dungeon. This person is definitely not a military expert. Yan Lang became confused upon hearing the general's words. Not from the military. Could it be from a guild? Just then, the door to the conference hall swung open, and Kwang Dao rushed in. General Ji, I found a civilian expert. He soloed the level 30 abyss boss of the Serpent Disaster. And he killed it in one hit. Ji Long and Yan Lang exchanged glances and smiled. This person must be the one who dealt with the abyss boss at the Misty Mountain Villa. Finally, there was some clue. Who is it? Still unclear, I just came to discuss it with you. We must find this person, he is the key to breaking the deadlock. The next day, Li Chen woke up early and the first thing he did was check his attribute panel. Remaining pet upgrade attempts, 10, this moment had finally arrived. A Genesis level pet. There hadn't been a single one on the Solaris continent until now, it only existed in the formula book. Li Chen rubbed his hands and summoned the slime gunsmith. Come on, let me see what this so-called Genesis level is like. Evolve. Spend 8 upgrade attempts to evolve Slime Gunsmith. Slime Gunsmith, orange, Slime Devourer, red. Slime Devourer, rank, red Genesis level 11, strength, 231, constitution, 331, agility, 457, spirit, 662, talent, gunsmith, devour, skill, full firepower, status, pet of destiny, these outrageous attributes. Just standing there, he was already invincible. With a spirit growth of 32, if it weren't for his level being capped at 11, it would probably have exceeded 1,000. Goodness, there was nothing flashy about it, just pure numbers. However, the skill hadn't changed. Wait, what is this? Devour. Devour, can swallow any item to enhance attributes. Can it really swallow anything? Li Chen took out a legendary weapon, the Crescent Greatsword. Can this be swallowed? The Crescent Greatsword entered the slime's body, making a chewing sound. Devour gained 10 strength. Wow, it actually added 10 points to the attribute, equivalent to a legendary warrior leveling up. Li Chen dumped all the equipment from his inventory onto the slime. The slime made chewing sounds and digested everything in just a few seconds. Devour gained 30 strength, 20 agility, 20 constitution, 50 spirit. After swallowing dozens of pieces of equipment, the slime's attributes increased again. Li Chen silently estimated that legendary equipment could yield 10 points, epic equipment 4 points, elite equipment 2 points, and normal equipment 1 point. It seems he needs to grind more dungeons. Today, he planned to try the Sword Saint's Tomb that Shi Jianwei mentioned, hoping the drop rate for this dungeon would be as good as the Serpent Disaster. After a simple breakfast, Li Chen headed to the level 40 dungeon, the Sword Saint's Tomb. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived near the dungeon, many players were already gathered around. Recruiting a level 50 warrior must bring an epic armor, otherwise can't withstand it. Recruiting a level 50 mage must bring an epic staff. The familiar atmosphere was there, but this time the requirements had risen significantly. Just one piece of rare equipment was already quite luxurious, and now they were specifying positions. It seems the difficulty of the Sword Saint's Tomb is quite high. Better not jump straight into hell mode, let's test the waters first. Li Chen approached the guard and said, I want to enter the dungeon. The guard looked at Li Chen, his face filled with doubt, confirming several times. Are you sure? Sure. Are you really sure? Sure. Do you know what level this dungeon is? You're level 11 trying to enter a level 40 dungeon. Are you crazy? The surrounding people were also drawn in by the guard's voice and came over to check. When they saw that Li Chen was only level 11, they all looked puzzled. Young man, don't do anything rash. This Sword Saint's Tomb is very difficult, even we experts don't dare to take newbies in. Li Chen, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Without waiting for the guard's approval, Li Chen directly approached the dungeon and selected the difficulty. As long as he met the entry requirements, no one else had the right to stop him. That was the first rule of dungeons. Sword Saint's Tomb level requirement, no more than level 60 difficulty selection, normal. Let's test the water temperature first. Although he had a creation level pet, he couldn't get cocky. After selecting the difficulty, Li Chen stepped into the portal. Did he really go in? Is he crazy? This is a level 40 dungeon, and he's just an 11 level newbie. Won't he get killed instantly? Whatever, if he dies, he dies. People often fail in dungeons anyway. At this moment, inside the normal level dungeon of the Sword Saint's Tomb. Unlike other dungeons, the terrain of the Sword Saint's Tomb was very simple. A 100 square meter hall, with candles on the walls emitting faint light. In the center of the hall was a coffin. Looks like this is the boss. Li Chen walked forward, cautiously watching the coffin. Suddenly, the lights around turned blue, creating a very eerie atmosphere. Boom! With a loud noise, the coffin lid flew off, and a zombie crawled out. Sword Saint class. Legendary boss level, 40 strength 240, constitution 240, agility 240, spirit 240 status, dead, attributes reduced by 50% and unable to use skills. Battle, start. Li Chen had a strange expression. Does the opening action take this long? Then I'll just take a shot first. While the Sword Saint hasn't gotten up yet, the Slime Devourer unleashed a series of slime bullets. Kill boss Sword Saint, experience +0, obtain epic treasure chest *5 level 40 boss, gone in a flash. Just like that. I haven't even exerted myself, and you're already down. But it makes sense, the slime has a staggering 712 mental power. Even if the opponent's physique quadruples, it would still be a one-shot. However, although this dungeon doesn't drop as much equipment as the Serpent Disaster, the efficiency is high. Overall, it actually drops more equipment. Li Chen checked his inventory. 5 rare level treasure chests, open. Li Chen didn't care what equipment he got, he just threw it directly at the slime. Devour, gain strength 4, agility 4, physique 4, spirit 8. The Devour talent is really perfect for me. No more worries about a full inventory. Anything I don't want can just go to the slime. As for whether I would run out of money because I didn't sell equipment, there's no need to worry at all. Li Chen's bank card only has a cold 300 million left. That was what he earned from selling blind boxes before. As long as he doesn't buy equipment for professionals, this money is enough for him to live several lifetimes. This is the difference between professionals and ordinary people. Wealth is merely a string of numbers in the eyes of professionals. Only personal strength is the pursuit of a professional. After Li Chen finished collecting the loot, he left the dungeon. As soon as he exited, laughter erupted around him. Ha ha ha, I said it, he would escape in less than a minute. There are really a lot of clowns lately. I heard a fool did the same thing in the Serpent Disaster yesterday. Could it be a special profession clown? A familiar scent hit him? Li Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to these people and chose the dungeon difficulty again. Hell level. Entering once more. The guards were bewildered, they had never seen such a strange person, his behavior completely unlike a normal person. This person can't be a bit mentally challenged, right? Otherwise, how could he act so strangely? Wait, the difficulty he chose is hell level. One guard checked the dungeon record, his voice uncontrollably rising. Holy crap, this is really insane. On the other side, inside the Sword Saint's Tomb hell level dungeon. Battle, start. The coffin lid was heavily struck away, revealing the corpse of the Sword Saint. Sword Saint class, legendary boss level, 40 strength. 720 physique, 720 agility, 720 spirit, 720 status, dead, attributes reduced by 50% and unable to cast skills. A bit high, but still can't withstand my full combo. The colorful illusion butterfly appeared, wildly providing auras. The unmatched sword tiger activated the unmatched sword formation and stood there. The Gale treasure mouse threw a marker at the Sword Saint. The Slime Devourer aimed for the Sword Saint's head, unleashing full firepower. Nuclear explosion. The hell-level Sword Saint was still gone in a flash. Kill boss Sword Saint, obtain legendary treasure chest *5. Just like that, he's down. I didn't even use Abyss Blessing yet, and I could still enhance it. However, the Sword Saint's stats are indeed very high. If he gets up, it would be troublesome. With 720 strength, he could probably one-shot even the Diamond Wild Boar. My victory is entirely thanks to the Sword Saint's overly long opening action. Li Chen opened the 5 legendary treasure chests and obtained 5 pieces of equipment he didn't need. Devour, gain strength 10, agility 20, physique 20. Just as Li Chen was about to leave the dungeon, the Gale treasure mouse on his shoulder started squeaking incessantly. What's wrong? Mouse, you seem anxious. The Gale treasure mouse jumped down and ran towards a wall. Li Chen followed closely behind, knocking on the wall, the sound unusually loud. It seems there are hidden rewards. Li Chen was overjoyed, and after creating some distance, he commanded the slime devourer to attack the wall. A few blobs of slime later, the stone wall collapsed instantly, revealing a bottomless pit. Wow, it's actually a hidden passage. I didn't expect the hell-level Sword Saint's tomb to be so mysterious. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, everyone was discussing. Why? Isn't that newbie coming out yet? Could he be dead? That's normal, even I, a big shot, wouldn't dare enter a hell-level dungeon. It's expected for an 11-level newbie to die. Just then, a group of people wearing Dream Pursuit Guild uniforms appeared. Make way, make way. General Chen has arrived, everyone step aside. The many level 40 players looked at the newcomers with disdain. What a fool, where did this idiot come from? 8 level 30 players trying to act tough? Have you never experienced the harshness of society? A lackey beside Chen Jie jumped out, pointing at the others and shouting loudly, our General Chen is a rare level summoner, with 2 rare level summon beasts at his command, why don't you give it a try? So what? I'm 10 levels higher than you, and my combat experience is richer, I might not be your opponent. Chen Jie smirked disdainfully, shaking the badge on his chest. Do you recognize this? However, everyone looked confused, not knowing what he was talking about. In the entire Dragon Country, only about 50 people had a bronze badge, so it was normal for them not to recognize it. At that moment, Chen Jie's lackey jumped out again. You blind fools, this is a bronze badge. This is a meeting gift issued by the military to future generals. Hurry up and call him General Chen. Only then did everyone react, realizing it was the legendary bronze badge. Anyone who obtained a bronze badge had the strength to compete for the title of general. So, it wasn't unreasonable for him to call himself General Chen. Chen. General. What are you all doing here, not entering the dungeon? A level 40 warrior quickly replied, General Chen, you may not know, but a clown just challenged the dungeon. Oh? How much of a clown? Chen Jie asked with great interest. That kid is overestimating himself, daring to challenge a level 40 dungeon at just over level 10. And it's a hell level 1. Everyone is here to enjoy the show. After all, dungeons can be refreshed at any time. If you don't watch this excitement, it'll be gone. Chen Jie couldn't help but scoff. There are actually such foolish people. How long has he been in there? It's been over 10 minutes. That kid is probably in serious trouble. The people around him nodded in agreement. At this moment, a smirk appeared on Chen Jie's face as he arrogantly said, just a clown, insignificant. Let's go, today. I'll give everyone a textbook-level demonstration. With that, he led the members of the Dream Pursuit Guild briskly toward the dungeon. What a joke, it's just a level 40 dungeon. He was now a summoner with 2 rare level pets. Clearing this dungeon would be as easy as drinking water. On the other side, in the hell level dungeon, Li Chen had walked for a long time and finally reached the end of the path. A treasure chest stood prominently before him. Li Chen didn't waste any time and directly opened it. Found hidden treasure chest. Obtained. Special item, broken sword. Broken sword rank, white ordinary description, a broken sword, it seems that only the power of the abyss can awaken it. A special item. Generally speaking, special items are the keys to unlocking hidden dungeons. The rewards for hidden dungeons are quite rich, but the dangers also increase significantly. There was once a master who entered a hidden dungeon unprepared and never came out again. However, it was unclear how this broken sword could unlock the hidden dungeon. Seeing the description of the broken sword, Li Chen's eyes lit up. The power of the abyss? Could it be that it can only be used in the abyssal dungeon? But the abyssal dungeon isn't something I can control. Even with the broken sword, I can't unlock the hidden dungeon. Forget it. I'll deal with it later. Li Chen shook his head, setting aside the matter of the hidden dungeon for now. As soon as he stepped out of the dungeon, everyone erupted in astonished exclamations. He's out again? I thought he died in the dungeon. The members of the Dream Pursuit Guild, however, were all wide-eyed with shock, followed by ecstatic joy. They had finally encountered him. Li Chen. Li Chen. We finally found you. Li Chen looked down, a flicker of anger appearing in his eyes. Chen Jie, whom he had once considered a brother, had betrayed him. Years ago, when Chen Jie was trapped in the abyssal dungeon and unable to escape, the situation was dire. Li Chen disregarded the overwhelming abyssal concentration and entered the dungeon alone. He used a strategy to lure the abyssal boss away, allowing Chen Jie to escape. However, he himself became infected with the abyssal curse while entangled with the boss. Although he ultimately managed to escape, he was left with a lingering affliction that prevented him from leveling up. Li Chen. You actually secretly hoarded the rare level pet of the Dream Pursuit Guild. Hand it over quickly. That belongs to the Dream Pursuit Guild. You, a waste who was kicked out of the guild, think you deserve a rare level pet? Chen Jia pointed at Li Chen's face and began to curse. The people around them started to murmur. I didn't expect they were all from the Dream Pursuit Guild before. The Dream Pursuit Guild is the top summoner guild in Linen City. No wonder they could cultivate a genius like General Chen. But that Li Chen is a bit ridiculous. He was weak and got kicked out, and now he secretly hoards pets from the guild. His quality is just too low. Hearing the discussions around him, Chen Jie grew more confident. Today, he would show Li Chen what a summoner truly was. I obtained the pet from the dungeon through my own strength. What does it have to do with your Dream Pursuit Guild? Strength? Do you even have that strength? You're just a lowly level 11 summoner, dreaming of clearing dungeons. Do you think you're worthy? It's truly laughable. Oh, so you're saying your strength is impressive? Upon hearing the challenge to his strength, Chen Jia straightened his back. It seems you really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Today, let me show you what a summoner is. With that, 2 rare level pets appeared beside Chen Jia. The moment the rare pets were revealed, the crowd was utterly shocked. Rare level pets are not the same as rare level equipment. The difficulty of obtaining them increases dozens of times. Only hell level dungeons above level 30 have a chance to spawn rare level wild monsters. Even if they do spawn, it's far from enough. A contract is needed, and epic level wild monsters are generally very aggressive. Only one can be contracted at a time, which is already a stroke of luck. It's a rare level pet. And there are 2. One is a playful monkey, and the other is a dark wolf. With these 2 fierce generals, isn't it directly invincible at the same level? Hearing the crowd's comments, Chen Jia couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. However, Li Chen showed disdain on his face. Just a mere rare level pet, and they treat it like a treasure? He had a creation level pet. Since you're so confident, do you dare to make a bet? Let's see who can solo the hell level dungeon. With that, a slime appeared on Li Chen's shoulder, curiously looking around. The creation level pet has a hidden nature. To others, the slime devourer appeared to be just an ordinary slime. The crowd burst into laughter upon hearing Li Chen's words and seeing the slime on his shoulder. Li Chen, you think you can solo the hell level dungeon with just a slime? Hurry up and apologize to General Chen, then return the Dream Pursuit Guild's pet. Chen Jia, however, turned pale. A level 40 hell level dungeon. Even he couldn't handle it. Wait a minute. He suddenly understood that the other party had chosen a difficulty that everyone would struggle with, so there would be no shame in losing. With this thought, Chen Jia showed a hint of disdain on his face. Do you think that by choosing a dungeon that everyone struggles with, I will lose? How naive. After saying this, he sent his subordinates to find a dungeon detection machine. This was a device invented by the guild's mechanics, capable of detecting the conditions of players entering the dungeon. It facilitated targeted learning for guild members, earning great praise within the guild. 3 years ago, the guild had placed dungeon detection machines near dungeons to give back to society, allowing everyone to understand their shortcomings. The dungeon testing machine isn't cheap to use. I remember it costs 100,000 for one use. That's too extravagant. It's completely unnecessary. Wouldn't it be better to spend 100,000 on elite level equipment? Chen Jia looked at Li Chen with a sinister smile, speaking each word deliberately. Li Chen, with the dungeon detection machine here, you can't cheat. You can't go AFK in the dungeon, you have to fight the boss. Whoever lasts longer wins. Do you dare? Chen Jia had already planned, as long as the 2 rare level pets kept pulling and fighting, they would definitely last for a minute. And with Li Chen's level not being high enough and his pet stats lagging behind, even if he had previously claimed to be a tactical prince, it wouldn't matter. Damn, why didn't I think of that? General Chen is really too smart. With the dungeon detection machine monitoring, Li Chen won't dare to take shortcuts anymore. In my opinion, Li Chen will definitely concede directly. There's no way to win. If he's not careful, dying in the dungeon would be too foolish. Under everyone's gaze, Li Chen calmly said, "What is there to be afraid of?" Chen Jia smiled sinisterly. This time, he wanted Li Chen to lose everything. Since we're betting, let's bet big. The losing side must hand over all their equipment and pets. You have no objections, right? Li Chen, no objections. Very good. After Chen Jia finished speaking, the dungeon detection robot emitted a mechanical voice devoid of emotion. Bet established, hell level or above dungeon single challenge. Wager. Betting parties, Li Chen, Chen Jia, even if the boss is not killed, the side that lasts longer wins. Wager, all equipment and pets on the body. The dungeon detector not only recorded the player's conditions in the dungeon but also had a betting function. This feature was designed to enhance the fun of players clearing dungeons. The moment the bet was established, Chen Jie burst into laughter. Ha ha, Li Chen, this time I will make you lose everything. He, Chen Jie, was a level 30 rare level summoner with 2 rare level pets, while Li Chen was merely an 11 level summoner. How could he lose? How could he possibly lose? The people around also became excited. It's human nature to watch the drama unfold. Are they really betting? No need to say more, General Chen will definitely win. Li Chen is just a mere level 11 rookie, letting him survive even a second is a luxury. I really can't understand where Li Chen got the courage to bet against General Chen. 2 small fist-sized detectors appeared on the dungeon detection machine floating above the 2 of them. These small detectors could follow the players into the dungeon and help analyze the situation. Moreover, these little things had very low aggro. Unless the player died, they wouldn't be attacked. Since the bet had been established, Li Chen stopped wasting words. After selecting the difficulty, he directly entered the dungeon. Chen Jie also approached the dungeon portal but hesitated. The reason was simple: a level 40 hell level dungeon was still quite dangerous. If it were a group of 8, it would be one thing, but going solo, one misstep could lead to disaster. He is a bronze badge holder, with a bright future ahead. The people around began to whisper. Li Chen went straight in. Why is General Chen hesitating? Is he scared? The voices were low, but Chen Jie heard them clearly and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, this is a hell-level dungeon, isn't it normal to be afraid? However, compared to Li Chen, Chen Jie's actions were indeed a bit lacking. After all, Li Chen had entered without hesitation, while he was still hesitating here. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jie gritted his teeth and stepped into the hell-level dungeon. The people around him also became excited. They knew they were about to witness an exciting showdown. 2 summoners from the Dream Chaser Guild were competing, which was quite dramatic. Meanwhile, in the hell-level Sword Saint's tomb, ding, the tester Li Chen has entered the hell-level dungeon. The detector emitted a prompt sound. Li Chen ignored it and went straight to the coffin. The coffin lid was smashed open, and the surrounding lights turned blue. Battle, begin. Ding, the tester Li Chen has encountered the boss Sword Saint. Li Chen showed no hesitation, summoning the Gale Treasure Mouse, the unmatched Sword Tiger, the colorful Illusion Butterfly, and the Slime Devourer. Gale Mark. Unmatched sword formation. Full firepower. The hell-level Sword Saint was instantly killed. Boss Sword Saint killed, gained experience 0, obtained legendary treasure chest *3 ding, the tester Li Chen killed the boss Sword Saint in 5 seconds. It was still a one-hit kill as always. Li Chen even felt a hint of boredom. If only I could face an abyssal boss, I really want to kill one. If the people outside heard Li Chen's musings, they would surely call him crazy. Surviving an abyssal dungeon was already something to brag about for years. To face the abyss without fear was to be a dragon among men, and to kill an abyssal boss was to be a hero among humans. At this moment, outside the dungeon, everyone was gathered around the dungeon detector, watching closely. Every time the information changed, they would become excited. Hey, Li Chen is in battle. Wow, he really went in directly. Is he crazy? Looks like Chen Jie has won. I thought Li Chen was some tactical master who could win against the odds. However, the next words from the dungeon detector silenced everyone. Li Chen summoned a slime and killed the boss Sword Saint. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Their first reaction was to wonder if the dungeon detector was broken. Is this a bug? A slime killed the boss Sword Saint? What kind of international joke is this? Wait, but the information from Chen Jie's side is normal. Everyone's gaze fell on Chen Jie's information. Chen Jie entered the hell-level dungeon Sword Saint's tomb. Chen Jie is hesitating. Chen Jie is hesitating. What the hell is going on? This side is fine. At this moment, the dungeon detector emitted another sound. Bet result refreshed. Li Chen wins. No way, is this for real? Li Chen? An 11 level summoner killed a hell-level boss. I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. The crowd was buzzing with discussion when an old mage appeared in front of the dungeon. The people around quickly noticed him. It's Li Machen, the president of the AO Sure Guild. What is he doing here? That's normal, he's just here to run the dungeon, nothing wrong with that. Li Machen had a sinister smile on his face, holding a piece of stone that emitted a foul odor. He had originally come to run the dungeon out of boredom, hoping to get a legendary offhand weapon. He didn't expect to encounter Li Chen. The last time, during the Great Python disaster, the level cap was 50, and he couldn't enter. This time, the Sword Saint's tomb has a maximum level restriction of 60, which is just right for him to enter. This time, you can't escape. Li Machen acted swiftly, stepping into the dungeon without a hint of hesitation. The Aoshi Guild had lost more than half of its top combat power because of Li Chen, and as the president, he had to avenge this grudge. He needed to turn the dungeon into an abyss before Li Chen came out. Li Chen opened 3 legendary treasure chests, and as expected, he got 3 pieces of equipment that were of no use to him. He casually tossed the 3 items onto the slime. The slime immediately began to chew, devour, gained 30 strength time to slip away. Just as Li Chen was about to leave, he found that the dungeon had been locked. Ding, dungeon abyssal transformation starting, about to be transported to the real dungeon. Oh crap, the abyss is coming. Li Chen was overjoyed. It seemed that what the abyss cultist had said earlier was indeed true. The abyssal sacred body is destined to be connected with the abyss. At this moment, outside the dungeon, everyone was in a state of chaos. Ding, dungeon abyssal transformation due to unknown reasons. What? Abyssal transformation? Why now? Abyssal transformation was not something they could handle. After the dungeon transformed into an abyss, the best course of action was to escape immediately and wait for the military to come and handle it. However, they were also very curious about the situation of Li Chen and the others in the dungeon. Thus, the scene fell into an awkward situation. These professionals knew very well that staying here was dangerous. Yet, they all remained in place. Forget it, it's only just transformed into an abyss, let's wait a little longer before leaving. Indeed, watching for a few minutes should be fine. Ding, detected that the subject has entered the abyssal dungeon Sword Saint's tomb. Ding, the subject has encountered the abyss boss Sword Saint. After a moment of dizziness, Li Chen found himself in the abyssal dungeon. Since he had just killed a hell-level boss, he was now positioned in front of a coffin. Upon entering, the boss battle was triggered. Battle, start. The familiar scene unfolded, the surrounding lights turned deep blue, and the coffin lid was heavily struck. A mummified corpse emerged. Sword Saint rank, legendary boss level, 40 strength, 960 constitution, 960 agility, 960 spirit, 960. Status, dead, abyssal transformation. Talent, sovereign aura, stuns all enemies for 3 seconds at the start, if the opponent's level is 10 levels lower, stuns for 30 minutes. This panel is a bit high. 960 constitution is indeed high. But, let's give it a try. Feels like I can take it down in one hit. If another profession were to see this, they would undoubtedly curse out loud. 960. In all 4 attributes is enough to suffocate any professional. A level 60 rare class warrior has around 240 in total attributes. Unable to withstand even a single blow from the opponent. You, a mere level 11 summoner, would probably be crushed by the pressure alone. Interesting, the abyssal transformation has resolved its own poison points. The sovereign aura stuns enemies for 3 seconds at the start. This means that the professional's plan to sneak in damage during the opening move would fall flat. However, this had no effect on Li Chen. Abyssal battle boots, equipment skill, if the wearer is infected with the abyssal curse, immune to control. Skills. Let's see if I can take you down in one combo. With a thought, 5 pets appeared beside Li Chen. The colorful illumination butterfly provided a damage-boosting aura. The Gale Treasure Mouse marked the abyss boss, doubling the damage taken. The unmatched Sword Tiger activated the unmatched sword formation, unleashing a flurry of attacks on the abyss boss. Finally, the Slime Devourer unleashed its full firepower. Instantly, flames erupted, and the hall was illuminated by various effects of blades and swords. However, after a round of attacks, the abyss boss still had 1/10 of its health left. Truly tough meat, but it wasn't over yet. The Diamond Wild Boar was already prepared, and at Li Chen's command, it charged and knocked the abyss boss, the Sword Saint, unconscious. In just 5 seconds, 1/10 of its health. The Slime Devourer was enough to finish it off. However, at that moment, a loud laugh echoed through the air. A great mage slowly emerged from the shadows, with a magic circle already formed behind him, ready to unleash a legendary spell at any moment. Li Chen focused and realized it was Li Machin. Li Chen, oh Li Chen, I really didn't expect you to have such strength. You almost took down the abyss boss, the Sword Saint, in one go. But unfortunately, today you and this nearly dead boss are both going to be taken down by me. Li Machin felt like the chosen one when he saw Li Chen trigger the abyss boss's opening move. He secretly thought it was bad news. A level 40 abyss boss, even if he was a level 60 legendary mage, he wasn't confident he could win. There was even a chance he wouldn't be able to escape in time and could be taken out instantly. However, just like a pie falling from the sky, Li Chen actually managed to bring the boss down to low health with a single combo of skills. With this amount of health, using the ultimate skill, Flamestorm, would definitely finish it off. It could even take out Li Chen nearby as well. Ha! I am the chosen one. Storm descends. Countless flames shot out from the magic circle behind Li Machin, illuminating the entire room in an instant. Li Chen, I will probably remember you for the rest of my life. The dense fireballs drew closer to Li Chen, yet he remained completely unfazed, still standing with his hands in his pockets. It seemed he had no choice but to use that move. Abyss Blessing. The slime devourer was instantly enveloped in black light, like a bomb about to explode. Full firepower. Launch 20 shots of slime, causing moderate damage. True full firepower. Launch a massive laser that deals moderate damage 40 times to the enemy hit, lasting 1 second. While enhancing the skill, the cooldown was also refreshed. Fire. A magic circle appeared instantly in front of the slime, and a flash erupted, making the entire hall so bright that one couldn't open their eyes. The flames collapsed the moment the laser appeared. Li Machin behind was vaporized instantly. After eliminating Li Machin, the slime rotated 60 degrees, and the laser swept across the hall, finally landing on the low-health Abyss boss, the Sword Saint. Just a brief contact, and the Abyss boss dissipated completely. Kill the Abyss boss, the Sword Saint, and receive Abyss treasure chest *2. The detector above emitted an electronic sound. Beep, calculating damage dealt by detected individual Li Chen. Beep, calculating damage dealt by detected individual Li Chen. Data anomaly, system crash. The detector sent its last message to the terminal before falling to the ground. It actually crashed due to exceeding the maximum measurement of damage. I guess that counts as my win, right? Although the detector was broken, the data from when Li Chen killed the Hell-level Sword Saint had been uploaded to the terminal. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, everyone focused their attention on Chen Jie's information, as they believed the information from Li Chen's side was inaccurate. Chen Jie has entered the Abyss dungeon. Chen Jie remains motionless. Chen Jie remains motionless. Is Chen Jie still hesitating? That's way too cautious. He must be contemplating tactics. After all, he is the man with the bronze badge, so he will definitely try to challenge the boss. Everyone praised Chen Jie, but at that moment, an archer suddenly said, "Could it be that he's so scared he's frozen in place? You idiot, Chen Jie is a master with a bronze badge. Even if he can't win, he won't be afraid." However, before the two could argue further, a gasp came from the side. Damn. Another bug has appeared. A shield guard pointed at Li Chen's information, retreating several steps before finally collapsing to the ground. Only then did everyone turn to look at Li Chen's detection information. Li Chen has entered the Abyssal Transformation Dungeon. Li Chen has encountered the Abyssal Transformation boss, Sword Saint. Li Chen begins to deal damage, calculating Li Chen's damage. Data anomaly. The dungeon detection machine has crashed. After the last line of information displayed, the entire dungeon detection machine's screen shattered and then emitted black smoke. Damn, it exploded? Data anomaly? What happened? Everyone's eyes were dazed. They had never heard of a dungeon detection machine experiencing a data anomaly. That machine was developed by a major guild, created by several top mechanics over the course of a year. After years of optimization, it had become very stable. Yet now, it had exploded. At that moment, a professional suddenly realized. I understand, it's because of the abyssal transformation. The detector might have been contaminated by the abyss, which is why there's a data anomaly. Only then did everyone react. Yes, it must be due to the abyss. Ding, would you like to open the abyssal treasure chest? Yes. After dealing with the Sword Saint, Li Chen looked at the loot in his inventory and opened it without hesitation. Obtained Abyssal Hood. Obtained Legendary Sword, Moonlight Abyssal Hood. Rank, Legendary Set Position, Head Spirit plus 50 Equipped Skill, Gaze into the Abyss, stuns the enemy scene for 5 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Legendary Sword, Moonlight Rank, Legendary Set exclusive for humanoid sword users. Strength plus 50 Equipped Skill, Defense of the attacked enemy 100% Sword Saint set. Not bad. Another piece of the Abyss Walker set dropped, but the other piece is a bit awkward. Humanoid sword users? It sounds like it's meant for warriors, which he can't use. What a pity. A fine legendary set piece, but feeding it to a slime seems a bit wasteful, and keeping it won't do him any good either. Li Chen shook his head, deciding to ignore it for now and equip the Abyssal Hood first. If he remembered correctly, he had already gathered 6 pieces of the Abyss Walker set. He wondered what effect it would have. Triggered the effect of the 6-piece Abyss Walker set. 2-piece set, double rewards for killing abyssal bosses. 4-piece set, if spirit is higher than the opponent's, reflect enemy spells. 6-piece set, damage dealt by pets is converted into shields. Damage converted to shields, that's interesting. Li Chen roughly calculated his current damage and was increasingly shocked. Without using Abyssal Blessing, a full set of skills could take down monsters with around 800 vitality. Adding the shield provided by the Abyss Walker necklace, that would equate to a shield of 1500 vitality. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? These level 40 Abyssal bosses only have around 1000 vitality. Yet he was even higher than them by half. If this were in an online game, Li Chen would be cursing about value inflation affecting balance. However, this was in reality. And it was genuinely happening, even if it was unreasonable, so what? It wasn't someone else's problem, just accept it. After collecting the loot, Li Chen planned to leave the dungeon. However, at that moment, the broken sword in his inventory showed an anomaly. Ding! Detected that the conditions to unlock the hidden dungeon of the Sword Saint's tomb have been met. Would you like to open it? Damn, a hidden dungeon. He didn't expect the trigger condition for the broken sword to actually be in the abyssal transformation dungeon. Hidden dungeons are fraught with both opportunity and danger, others might hesitate for a long time. However, Li Chen was different. He not only hesitated but was extremely excited. I have a legendary level set, a creation level pet, and 4 rare level pets. Who can take me down in an instant? Who dares to? Li Chen's heart raced as he decisively opened the hidden dungeon. Opening hidden dungeon, the Sword Saint from memory. A black portal appeared before Li Chen. Upon seeing it, his brows furrowed slightly. A black legendary door? According to the records in the formula book, the difficulty of the dungeon could be judged by the color of the portal. White corresponds to normal level, blue to hard level, orange to hell level, and red to abyss level. But what level corresponds to black? The formula book did not specify, only warning multiple times, if you encounter a black legendary door, do not hesitate, run quickly. That is not meant for professionals. However, before Li Chen could think it through, the black legendary door emitted an irresistible pull. Li Chen lost his balance and was directly sucked into the portal, disappearing along with it as if he had never existed. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, as Li Chen defeated the Abyss boss, the Sword Saint, the abyssal transformation of the Sword Saint's tomb dungeon came to a halt. After a moment of shock, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. The dungeon's abyssal transformation has stopped. That means the Abyss boss has been defeated. It's truly unbelievable. So exciting, we'll soon see the hero who slayed the Abyss. The onlooking professionals cheered joyfully, with several female professionals already thinking about how to get close to the hero. Who do you think that person is? Is it Li Chen? No way. Chen Jia, that's a bit difficult. So who is it then? Everyone chimed in, but no one could come up with a satisfactory answer. At that moment, a clever-looking archer shouted, "Wait, it might be that level 60 mage who just went in. The president of the Aoshi Guild, Li Machin. If it's him, there might still be some hope." Everyone suddenly realized that the hero had already made a move when they least expected it. As expected of a hero, he took down the Abyss boss without a sound. Clearly very strong, yet overly low-key. Then Chen Jia is a bit. However, at that moment, a mage interrupted everyone. I doubt it. The original archer wore a look of disdain. If the hero can't do it, then can you? The mage calmly added, I'm not baseless. I'm a level 50 rare mage, I know exactly how much damage a mage can deal. Even a level 60 legendary mage theoretically cannot take down a boss in one hit. Moreover, mages are like glass cannons. If a full set of skills can't take down the opponent, they can only wait to die. After hearing the mage's words, everyone began to ponder. Indeed, even a level 60 legendary mage could not possibly one-shot an Abyss boss. Furthermore, they had already confirmed that there were only 3 people in the recent abyssal dungeon. They were Li Chen, Chen Jia, and Li Machin. Li Chen was a level 11 newbie who would surely be scared to death upon encountering a boss. Only Chen Jia and Li Machin could deal damage. However, relying on the damage from the two of them, it would still be quite difficult to kill the Abyss boss. Everyone fell into deep thought, but after a long time, they still couldn't come up with a reason. Oh, why think so much? Once they come out, we'll naturally know. That's true, after all, we can't even imagine the hero's operations. So everyone found a comfortable spot to sit and waited for the hero inside the dungeon to emerge. However, after nearly half an hour of waiting, the people around began to grow increasingly impatient. Why is there still no movement? It shouldn't take this long to collect the loot, right? Yeah, even if a legendary piece of equipment is revealed, there's no need to be excited for so long, right? Could something unexpected have happened? The professionals around the dungeon gradually grew anxious, all worrying for the heroes. In this world where the Abyss loomed ominously, while professionals were always on guard against each other, they held great respect for the heroes capable of defeating Abyss bosses. However, before the somber atmosphere could dissipate, the cleanup team had already arrived, and this time, the leader left everyone in shock. General G? Damn, it really is General G. Everyone was astonished. He was an 80-level legendary warrior who had commanded teams to defeat abyss bosses multiple times, a true god of war. Yet, everyone shared a question: what was such a god of war doing here? General, this is the dungeon where the abyss transformation occurred. After seeing the Sword Saint's tomb dungeon before him, Kwang Dao turned to Ji Long and Yan Lang behind him. He hadn't expected the frequency of abyss transformations in recent dungeons to escalate so quickly. Moreover, this time it was the 40-level Sword Saint's tomb dungeon. The soldiers sent to suppress it would need to be at least level 50, and a stable team would require over 30 people. It would take the military 3 hours to assemble a suitable team, but 3 hours would be enough for the dungeon to completely transform into the abyss. By then, the monsters would emerge, and the destruction caused would be incalculable. Fortunately, the general happened to be stationed in Beihai City, so he brought Yan Lang along to help. With the general's intervention, there was naturally no need for concern. He alone could suppress this 40-level abyss dungeon. The Sword Saint's tomb, how nostalgic. Back when I was level 50, I used to clear it about 30 times a day. If I had worked a bit harder and cleared it 50 times a day, maybe I could have protected them better. A hint of reminiscence appeared in Ji Long's eyes. He was now level 80 and hadn't visited this 40-level dungeon in a long time. Kwang Dao noticed Ji Long lost in memories and shook his head slightly. It seemed that matters still weighed heavily on the general after all these years. General, you just need to cover for us, we'll handle the rest. After reassuring the general, Kwang Dao turned to the crowd of professionals around. I'm Kwang Dao, have you found anything? The professionals, not daring to slack off, quickly spoke up one after another. Captain Kwang, the dungeon suddenly transformed into the abyss. We were about to leave, but there are 3 people fighting inside. We thought something was going to happen, but unexpectedly, it turned around. We don't know which hero killed the dungeon boss and stopped the abyss transformation. So we've been waiting for the hero to return. But we didn't expect to wait for almost half an hour, and the hero still hasn't come out. Kwang Dao nodded slightly. His rich experience allowed him to quickly understand the situation. 3 professionals? Kwang Dao exchanged an excited glance with the general. There was no doubt that the genius they had been searching for was one of these 3. Who are those 3? Kwang Dao asked the professionals. Again. The surrounding professionals quickly replied, they are Chen Jia, Li Machin, and Li Chen. Chen Jia, a 30-level summoner, has 2 rare-level pets, and his strength is quite good. He also has a bronze badge. The 3 soldiers showed surprise. As soldiers, they naturally understood the value of the bronze badge. Only about 50 people in the entire Dragon Kingdom had ever possessed one, and only those who had made significant contributions in the war against the abyss could have it. They had encountered such a rare talent. Yan Wolf noticed the curiosity in the general's eyes and quietly added, Chen Jie? If I remember correctly, Lang Feng mentioned this person to me before, saying he has soloed the abyss boss twice and is extremely powerful. After hearing Yan Wolf's words, the general was slightly shocked. To be able to kill the abyss boss twice? This is quite a talent. We must pay close attention to him and have him join the military when the time comes. Kwang Dao saw that everyone had finished adding their comments and continued, what about the other 2? The professionals responded in unison. Li Machin is a level 60 Grand Mage. The president of the Aosher Guild, this person is the strongest and the most likely to kill the abyss boss. And the other one is Li Chan. But there's nothing much to say about him, just an 11-level newbie, he's just here to be a sacrifice. Kwang Dao nodded, he naturally knew Li Machin, the president of the Aosher Guild, a level 60 legendary mage, indeed very formidable. As for Li Chen, he had not heard of him. He seemed to have a vague impression. Perhaps he had encountered him in some dungeon before. These newbies just loved to run around. I understand, thank you all for the information. Not at all, fighting the abyss is everyone's responsibility. After collecting the information, Ji Long, Yan Wolf, and Kwang Dao began to discuss. General, since the abyss transformation of the dungeon has ended, Yan Wolf and I will go in to take a look. I want to see who this mysterious expert is. He must be rewarded handsomely. The general nodded, let's do as you say, my level is too high to enter the dungeon, and I can't be of much help. You're being modest, General. Your presence here is our greatest support. With you backing us up, we can be fully confident. After the 2 finished speaking, they walked to the teleportation portal at the entrance of the Sword Saint's tomb dungeon. At this moment, the dungeon had just finished its abyss transformation, and the legendary gate was still red, needing another 7.5 hours to return to normal. However, just as the two were about to enter, the portal shimmered, clearly indicating that someone was coming out. The surrounding professionals all focused their attention on the portal, and this change was naturally clear to everyone. Someone's coming out, a hero is coming out. Who could it be? So exciting! Under everyone's gaze, a figure appeared at the portal. Chen Jie, dressed in the Dream Chaser Guild uniform, looked bewildered at the crowd. What was going on? Chen Jie only remembered that as soon as he arrived at the Hell-level dungeon, his legs went weak. He had thought that his two rare-level pets were invincible, but unexpectedly, he still got scared. Before he could muster the courage to stand up, he was teleported into the Abyss dungeon. However, it was quite embarrassing. He hadn't even taken a good look at his surroundings before he suddenly fainted. This fainting lasted for half an hour. When he woke up, there wasn't a single person around, and the Abyss transformation had ended. He walked out of the dungeon in a daze. It's Chen Jie. Wow, it's actually Chen Jie. I thought it was Li Machen. Quang Dao and Yan Wolf were also very excited and quickly asked, did the Abyss boss die? It should have died. Chen Jie wasn't very sure. After all, he didn't dare to walk over to the coffin to check, but since the dungeon's Abyss transformation had ended, the boss should be dead, right? Is there anyone else inside? Probably not. Quang Dao was very shocked. Could it be that the other two had already been killed by the Abyss boss? That would mean that the hero who killed the Abyss boss was the seemingly ordinary 30-level rare summoner in front of him? After a moment of silence, Quang Dao still wanted to enter the dungeon to confirm. Although the facts were already laid out before him, it was still prudent to check the situation in the dungeon. Yan Wolf, take care of Chen Jie. I'll go into the dungeon to take a look. After Quang Dao finished speaking, he turned and walked into the dungeon's teleportation portal. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Quang Dao was stunned. He was all too familiar with the extent of the destruction. He saw that part of the hall's walls had neat penetration marks, which extended all the way to the coffin where the boss was located. Just like what he had seen with the Serpent Calamity, it was that same move again. A laser that penetrates everything, such a powerful skill. It seemed that the one who killed the Serpent Calamity's Abyss boss was the same person. Could it really be Chen Jie? Quang Dao still found it hard to believe that a level 30 summoner could possess such means. Is anyone there? I am Quang Dao from the military. No one responded. Quang Dao remained skeptical and circled the entire hall, checking thoroughly several times, but still found nothing. Could it really be Chen Jie? Ding, you have entered a high-risk area, please leave immediately. Ding, you have entered a high-risk area, please leave immediately. The system's electronic alarm rang incessantly, and Li Chen groggily woke up. His head felt like a mess, and the whole world seemed to be spinning. What's going on here? Why is it so suffocating? Li Chen struggled to stand up, trying to assess his surroundings. However, the intense dizziness caused him to fall back to the ground. Ridiculous, I can't even stand up straight, how am I supposed to fight? Li Chen couldn't understand why, with the Abyss Walker boots he had, he should theoretically be immune to dizziness. Yet, it had failed upon entering this dungeon. Gritting his teeth against the dizziness, Li Chen checked his status bar. Status, Growth Curse. Life Contract, Despair descends, the Sword Saint in your heart is about to descend. During this time you will be in a state of dizziness, and health will decrease every second. Countdown to descent, 24 hours. Just as he thought. Li Chen had been afflicted with a debuff, dizziness for 24 hours. If it weren't for the control resistance provided by the Abyss Walker boots, he probably wouldn't even be able to move. And what was this Sword Saint descending in his heart? Would this boss appear after 24 hours? However, none of this was the most important thing. The crucial point was that Li Chen was continuously losing health, having already lost nearly 2/3 of it. If he didn't take measures soon, he would undoubtedly die. With a thought, the colorful illusion butterfly appeared beside him. However, the butterfly's wings merely fluttered once before it fell heavily to the ground. It was actually stunned. Fortunately, after the illusion butterfly leveled up to rare, its recovery skill changed to a healing aura, and dizziness couldn't interrupt its skill. Bathed in the healing aura of the colorful illusion butterfly, Li Chen's complexion gradually improved, and his health was slowly recovering. This place is indeed dangerous. If it weren't for my various means, I might have capsized in the gutter. If it were another class, even an 80-level legendary class, without control resistance, they would likely be controlled to death, watching their health drop to 0 and dying in frustration. Even if they managed to break free from the control, they would face another dilemma: continuous damage for 24 hours. Even filling the inventory with health potions wouldn't be enough to sustain it. With both control resistance and a steady stream of healing, Li Chen was able to withstand the first wave of attacks. However, let's not forget that an unknown powerful Sword Saint was about to arrive on the battlefield. It was likely to be another fierce battle. Meanwhile, outside the Sword Saint's tomb dungeon, Kwangdo had already come out and informed the general of the situation. After confirming several times, the general could no longer doubt it. The facts were laid out before him. Only Chinjia had come out of the dungeon, so he must have been the one to kill the Abyss boss. Comrade Chinjia, you have repeatedly assisted the military in killing Abyss bosses. Your contributions are immense, and now I reward you with a silver badge. Can you accept it? The general's words instantly shocked the surrounding professionals. The silver badge, that was an honor countless times rarer than the bronze badge. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there were no more than 30 holders of the silver badge. What an honor that was! Although everyone was stunned for a moment, they quickly realized how reasonable it was. Yes, no one was more deserving of the silver badge than Chenjia. Achieving a solo kill of a level 40 Abyss boss at level 30, such a record was truly well deserved. As expected of Chenjia, destined to become a general in the future. Having his silver badge at just level 30, what will he achieve later? The human race finally has hope of defeating the Abyss. When Chenjia first heard the general's words, he was momentarily dumbfounded. How did a pie fall from the sky again? But then he thought, isn't this his opportunity? With this identity, he could seize more resources and grow rapidly. Even if it was a fake, so what? As long as he could grow, what would it matter if he was discovered later? After coming to this realization, Chenjia felt confident, and upon hearing the praises from those around him, he couldn't help but smile. I accept. The general patted Chenjia's shoulder, very satisfied. The Dragon Kingdom finally had a genius who was not inferior to himself. Very good. I hope you will shine for the people in the future, and the military will fully support you. Chenjia felt a surge of joy in his heart. Without saying anything, he decided to take advantage of this opportunity first. General, to be honest, after battling that Abyss boss, I feel my pet is still too weak. If I had a high-level pet, I, Chenjia, would definitely be able to instantly kill that Abyss boss. Then I wouldn't have missed saving Li Chen and Li Machin. What a pity. After saying this, Chenjia sighed, his eyes filled with disappointment. Upon hearing Chenjia's sentiments, the general instantly resonated with him. It was too similar to his own experience. Despite giving his all, he couldn't protect his teammates. If only his equipment had been a bit better, perhaps he could have saved them. Comrade Chenjia, don't worry, we will arrange pets and equipment for you. I just happen to have a legendary level pet, the mountain treading ape, and 2 pieces of legendary level equipment. I'll give them all to you. These rewards were also very precious for the Dragon Kingdom, but in order for the other party to grow quickly and better protect the people, these were nothing. At that moment, Kwang Dao had a look of disbelief and quickly intervened. General, that mountain treading ape was entrusted to us by the captain. Are you really going to give it away like this? The general gently stroked the mountain treading ape's head, a hint of tenderness appearing on his face. This mountain treading ape was the captain's most prized pet. Even at the end of his life, the captain couldn't bear to let it die alongside him. Instead, he entrusted it to him, to be given to the future strongest summoner of the Dragon Kingdom. But now, Chenjia had continuously killed Abyss bosses, already revealing a kingly demeanor. This divine pet was perfectly suited to be given to Chenjia. No need for more words, I am not a summoner and cannot bring it back to the battlefield. But Chenjia can. I believe Chenjia will treat it well. The captain will definitely understand. After saying this, he handed the mountain treading ape and the 2 pieces of legendary level equipment to Chenjia. Upon receiving them, Chenjia was overjoyed. What does it mean to be the child of destiny? This is it. Previously, he had envied Li Chun for having 5 rare-level pets and a full set of rare-level equipment. But now, he had already left them far behind. A legendary level pet? That country bumpkin Li Chen probably hadn't even encountered one. Even the newly arrived genius Wang Shui from the Dream Chasing Guild didn't have a legendary level pet. Perhaps he could take their place and then conquer them. After contracting the mountain treading ape, Chenjia's gaze greedily fell on the 2 pieces of legendary level equipment. One was a robe, and the other was a staff. Every item provides high attributes, it's just too exhilarating. Ji Long looked at Chenjia's exaggerated expression and felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that he had sent the wrong person? The general turned his head and thought, perhaps he was overthinking it. Any professional would lose their composure upon seeing these treasures, and Chenjia might just be acting on impulse. Chun. Jia, why not join the military storm team right now? When Kwang Dao heard this, shock appeared on his face again. The storm team was a genius squad recently formed by the Dragon Kingdom, even better equipped than the flame team that the general and he had been part of back in the day. It was said that every member inside possessed a bronze badge and were all legendary level professionals. Their strength was formidable, and only the best of the best, 1 in 100,000, could enter. Chenjia, as a rare level summoner, had managed to break through the norm. However, Kwang Dao did not stop him again. He had already seen through it. The general had high hopes for Qin Jie, even entrusting him with the mountain ape that he had sent out. Kwang Dao had nothing more to say and chose to silently support him. Yet, Qin Jie found himself in a dilemma and apologetically said, "General, you may not know, but I have to represent the Dream Chaser Guild in the team competition the day after tomorrow, so I can't agree to you right now." Kwang Dao casually replied from the side, "It's fine, we also want to see this year's team competition. Let's see if any good talents emerge." The general nodded slightly. The military was currently in dire need of talent. The team competition, being a gathering place for geniuses under 25, might indeed yield some promising candidates. Plus, they could get a preview of Chen Jie's level. Just as the general was contemplating, Yan Lang approached. "General, I found a dungeon detection machine. I heard it was used by Li Chen and Chen Jie for a bet." The general's eyes lit up as he looked at the dungeon detection machine that Yan Lang had brought out. He had been worried about not being able to gauge Chen Jie's strength, and this detection machine had come at just the right time. When Chen Jie heard about the dungeon detection machine, his face suddenly turned pale. If the general found out that he hadn't done anything. "Comrade Chen Jie, why is your face so pale?" Kwang Dao was right in front of Chen Jie, so he could see it clearly, and his loud voice immediately drew the attention of those around them. Chen Jie cursed inwardly, "Why are you shouting so loudly? Damn it, I need to get out of here." Although he was panicking inside, Chen Jie still put on an act. He placed his right hand on his forehead and weakly said, "I fought with that abyss boss and exhausted too much energy, so I'll head back to rest now. Go. Rest up." After Chen Jie left, the general approached the dungeon detection machine inside when he saw the smoking device. "Sai, this dungeon detection machine is malfunctioning. It seems we won't be able to see the detection information." "Who broke this machine?" Yan Lang quickly stepped forward to explain, "General, it wasn't anyone else who broke it. It's said that there was a data anomaly, and then the system crashed." "Data anomaly?" The general was puzzled. He wasn't a mechanic, so he naturally didn't know what had happened inside the dungeon detection machine. Perhaps the mechanics from the major guild could figure it out. "Yan Lang, take this dungeon detection machine to the major guild's mechanics. Let's see if they can fix it." "Okay." Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. The hall of the major guild was already packed with people. The reason was simple: the team competition was to be held tomorrow, and today was the candidates' meet and greet. To the average person, the meet and greet was a great opportunity to boost one's momentum and confidence. However, to the experts, it was a chance to understand their opponents in advance and have a sense of what to expect. Although it was only 8 a.m., the hall was already filled, and the candidates had mostly arrived. This was enough to show the significance of the team competition in the eyes of these young men and women. The contestants were divided into 4 main sections: the Genius Zone, the Expert Zone, the Civilian Zone, and the Poor Zone. Although everyone was a contestant and should have equal status, the gap in strength was quite exaggerated. If there were no divisions, it would not be friendly. For the lower-tier professionals, the Genius Zone was mostly filled with top talents from large guilds, with nearly everyone being level 40 legendary professionals. The Expert Zone consisted of talented individuals from medium and small guilds, all of whom were also quite strong, with most being level 30 rare professionals or above. The Civilian Zone was made up of ordinary professionals, generally level 30 elite professionals. The Poor Zone contained those who had not yet reached level 30 or were of ordinary rank. This group was often seen as purely there for comic relief. At this moment in the Civilian Zone, people couldn't help but chuckle as they looked at the Poor Zone, which was less than a meter away. In the center of the Poor Zone stood a lone team. This small team had only one member, a level 28 ordinary warrior, who was currently holding a flag that read, "Solaris' strongest team." This warrior was Wang Dashan. And he wore a face full of resentment. He had originally thought that with a skilled player to guide him, things would go well, but upon arriving at the venue, he found not a single person in sight, and his calls went unanswered. Logically, Li Chen, as a tactical expert, should have understood the importance of knowing one's opponents. The previous team leader had been very professional, arriving early to participate in the meetup and learn about other teams. Although they ended up at the bottom, it couldn't negate the previous leader's professionalism. However, Li Chen had not shown up, which made Wang Dashan a bit worried. Was he being deceived? Perhaps the other party never intended to participate in the team competition and was just joking around. Maybe he had signed up on a whim, then thought it over for a few days and chickened out, deciding not to come at all. Damn it! The more Wang Dashan thought about it, the angrier he became, standing there like a fool holding a flag. He might as well just go home. But after a moment's thought, he changed his mind. This was his last chance. Even if he ended up losing terribly, he had to grit his teeth and participate. The professionals in the Civilian Zone saw Wang Dashan's appearance and burst into laughter. A warrior holding a wild wolf team flag laughed and said, Wang Dashan, I think you should just leave quickly, this is too embarrassing. The surrounding teammates from the wild wolf team chimed in, Wang Dashan, I don't know how you can be so thick-skinned. Solaris' strongest team? Do you even deserve that? This is hilarious. That Li Chen was just messing with you, you took it seriously? If I were you, I'd find a hole to crawl into, this is just too embarrassing, ha. Other teams also gathered around. The civilian professionals who understood the situation rushed over to mock him. Those who were unaware of the truth learned the whole story from others. What? An 11-level summoner teamed up with Wang Dashan to challenge the team competition. What? That summoner even guaranteed a top 10 finish. Damn. Where did this idiot come from? Isn't there a hospital to take care of him? After learning the details, every professional, without exception, began to laugh. Wang Dashan, I'm not trying to be mean, but you should really change that team name. Just change it to Solaris Most Useless Duo, that would be fitting. Yeah, hurry up. If I keep watching, I might not be able to hold back from hitting you. A member of the Iron Bull team even approached Wang Dashan, starting to snatch the flag away. Although Wang Dashan was usually honest and simple-minded, being humiliated like this made him a bit angry. Taking advantage of the opening when the civilian professional was trying to grab the flag, he shoved his shoulder hard into the other's abdomen. The civilian professional lost his balance and fell to the ground. After realizing what had happened, he blushed, his face filled with shame and anger, pointing at Wang Dashan and scolding, Hey, you idiot, how dare you fight back? The other members of the Iron Bull team quickly gathered around him to support him. Wang Dashan, hurry up and kneel to apologize, then change the team name for me. However, Wang Dashan remained resolute, I can apologize, but the team name cannot be changed, this is my last competition. I want to take this seriously. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. At that moment, the captain of the Iron Bull team, Zhang Tai, stepped forward, pointing at Wang Dashan's face, and said word by word, Wang Dashan, you need to recognize your position, you have neither strength nor status. A waste like you doesn't deserve to talk back to us. Hurry up and change it. No. Before Wang Dashan could finish, he was kicked in the face by Zhang Tai and fell heavily to the ground. It seems you still don't understand, today, I'll let you know what strength is. After saying this, Zhang Tai began to punch and kick Wang Dashan, and in no time, Wang Dashan was lying on the ground. The security guards turned a blind eye, knowing that occasional friction at such events was normal. As long as it didn't go too far and result in serious injury, it was fine. After venting his anger, Zhang Tai stopped. After all, he couldn't openly kill Wang Dashan. If he caused the team to lose their qualification to compete, it would be a loss for him as well. Wang Dashan, I'll give you a lesson today. Change his team name to the most useless team, Solaris. The other members of the Iron Bull team quickly grabbed the flag and changed the character strong to useless. Zhang Tai walked over to inspect the finished product and was very satisfied. Wang Dashan, tomorrow you will enter the team competition with this team name, or you'll be in for it. After saying this, the Iron Bull team left triumphantly. Wang Dashan got up and picked up the flag again, he couldn't afford to lose this flag. This flag was not an ordinary one, it was a masterpiece of the Grand Guild's mechanical master. Contestants needed to carry this flag to enter the team competition. Moreover, the team name on it would be recognized by the system, and once in the competition, it could not be changed. Wang Dashan initially wanted to change it back directly, but thinking about the potential revenge from the Iron Bull team, he hesitated. He indeed wanted to stand up for himself, but the opponent's strength was evident, he had to yield. However, he stayed behind, taking out a notebook to diligently remember the roster of each team. In the Sword Saint dungeon in his mind, Li Chen woke up from his slumber. I actually fell asleep by accident, that was too close. Cold sweat broke out on Li Chen's forehead, and the debuff on him made him extremely fatigued, causing him to doze off. If the Sword Saint in his mind had descended while he was still asleep, he would undoubtedly be dead. Li Chen endured the dizziness and opened the panel again to check the debuff time. Despair descends. Remaining time 60 seconds. Damn, Li Chen couldn't help but be shocked, he had slept for a whole day. That was close. Fortunately, he woke up just in time. With only a minute left, he had to prepare quickly. Li Chen looked at a section on the panel. Remaining pet upgrade attempts, 7 upgrade attempts could only allow one pet to advance to the legendary level. Time was of the essence, so Li Chen didn't think too much. He prioritized damage output and decided to upgrade the unmatched Sword Tiger to legendary level first. Do you want to spend 4 upgrade attempts to upgrade the unmatched Sword Tiger? Yes. Unmatched Sword Tiger, Purple Rare, Tiger Sword King, Orange Legendary, Tiger Sword King rank, legendary level 11. Strength, 264 Constitution, 88 Agility, 314 Spirit, 88 Equipment, Immortal Sword Skill, Unmatched Aura. When nearby allies deal damage, they perform a coordinated attack, causing moderate damage. Dual-wielding mastery, when equipped with two weapons, can unleash a powerful attack that deals massive damage 4 times to enemies in front, interrupting them. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Intuition, gain 5 opportunities for counterattacks every minute. Talent, Swordsmanship Master Unmatched Aura. The active skill transforms into an aura-type skill, becoming more versatile like the colorful illusion butterfly. Combined with the equipment skill of the Immortal Sword, the aura range will increase tenfold, essentially achieving full coverage. However, the other skill is rather ordinary, adding just one more interruption and slightly increasing damage. This damage is almost negligible in front of the Slime Devourer. It feels a bit weak. When Li Chen saw the passive skill Intuition, his eyes lit up. Counterattack? This is interesting. Against physical damage enemies, counterattacks are undoubtedly the best means. Not only avoiding damage but also interrupting the opponent. Li Chen continued to look down and was slightly shocked when he saw the Tiger Sword King's talent, Swordsmanship Master. Swordsmanship Master, the Sword Tiger learns human master's combat methods, transforming into a humanoid form and can equip 2 weapons. Transforming into a humanoid? Dual wielding? Li Chen quickly summoned the Sword Tiger King. A flash of white light appeared, and a 2.5 meter tall upright tiger appeared before Li Chen, looking quite majestic. However, in less than a second, it lay down on the ground, covering its head. Li Chen couldn't help but feel distressed. This cursed place is truly outrageous. Pets get stunned as soon as they come out. But it doesn't matter, as long as he can equip the Tiger Sword King with weapons, it's fine. Li Chen clearly remembered he had a legendary weapon, Moonlight Blade. He had felt quite regretful before, as this was a legendary set, and once he gathered the full set in the future, the enhancement would be significant. Moreover, this sword had a very important equipment skill. Whenever attacked, the opponent's defense is reduced by 100%. Good thing I didn't give it to the slime. Li Chen secretly rejoiced and opened the equipment panel for the Tiger Sword King. Main hand, Immortal Sword Offhand, not equipped. There was actually an extra equipment slot. Pets are different from professionals, they usually have only one equipment slot. Although pets have fewer equipment slots than professionals, don't forget, a summoner can have 5 or more pets, and even if these pets can only equip one piece of equipment each, they can easily outmatch other professionals of the same level when combined. The Tiger Sword King has 2 equipment slots, and with its legendary stats, its power will be terrifying. Do you want to equip the Moonlight Blade to the Sword Tiger King? Yes. The Moonlight Blade appeared in the Sword Tiger King's left hand, its blade shining brightly like moonlight, truly living up to its name. After preparing, Li Chen quietly awaited the countdown. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 0 seconds. Ding, the Sword Saint in your heart is about to descend. Debuffs have been cleared, please prepare. Just as the system's electronic voice finished, Li Chen's dizziness instantly disappeared, and he gradually saw the situation around him. He found himself standing in a vast reed field, with reeds stretching endlessly. The sky was already overcast, with constant lightning strikes. This scene felt like the apocalypse, suffocating and despairing. At that moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky, and as it landed, the surrounding reeds were instantly uprooted. Finally, a clearing with a radius of 10 meters appeared around the figure. Li Chen did not dare to be careless. His pets were summoned one after another, and he fixed his gaze on the boss. Sword Saint in the heart rank, legendary level, 40 strength, 2000 constitution, 2000 agility, 2000 spirit, 2000 skills, overlords 5 slashes, jump slash, dragon flash. Description: the Sword Saint at the peak of his power, handle with care. Holy crap, a pure stat monster. With 2000 in all 4 attributes, if it hits Li Chen, even if he stacked all his shields, it would be a one-hit kill. Damn. Hurry up and output some damage. However, just as Li Chen was about to take action, the Sword Saint in his heart had already moved. Unlike the previous dungeon, the Sword Saint did not make any opening moves. He went straight into the attack. The Sword Saint's speed was too fast, and Li Chen did not dare to be careless, commanding the colorful illusion butterfly to rush in and hold the line. Seeing the seemingly fragile illusion butterfly before him, the Sword Saint did not hold back, swiftly slicing through with his longsword. However, due to the illusion butterfly's 100% damage reduction, this strike caused no harm. Interesting. A professional. After saying this, the Sword Saint sheathed his longsword. Li Chen's pupils constricted at this action. Dragon Flash, charge 4. 1 second to deal massive damage to a wide area of enemies. This move could not be allowed to be unleashed. Tiger Sword King. Li Chen shouted, and the Tiger Sword King instantly appeared to the left of the Sword Saint. With both swords poised, he was ready to unleash a dual-wielding attack to interrupt the Sword Saint. This entire series of actions, calculated from the moment the Sword Saint began to charge, took only about 0.5 seconds. This was thanks to Li Chen's clever arrangement. The 5 pets appeared scattered, maintaining a safe distance from the Sword Saint. However, they were intricately linked, and if viewed from above, one would see that the pets were actually quite close together. As long as one was attacked, the others could provide support within a second. The Sword Saint never expected that the seemingly distant Tiger Sword King would appear before him in an instant. He was in the midst of charging and unable to move, even with his 2000 agility. Dual wielding, water break. The Tiger Sword King moved, passing through the Sword Saint's body, and 4 bloody gashes instantly appeared on the Sword Saint's chest, followed by 4 sword lights that struck in a coordinated attack. The Sword Saint's hand paused, and the charge for Dragon Flash was interrupted. The Diamond Wild Boar was already prepared. Under Li Chen's clever arrangement, it charged and collided with the Sword Saint in less than 0.5 seconds. The Sword Saint was sent flying towards Li Chen, landing at the optimal output distance for the slime. My turn has begun. Li Chen grinned, and the 2 pets on his shoulders were already ready. The Gale Treasure Mouse accurately marked the Sword Saint with a gale mark. Then, the slime aimed for the Sword Saint's head and unleashed full firepower. Bullets densely struck the Sword Saint's head, instantly igniting explosions and flashes of blades. However, the Sword Saint was at his peak, with a terrifying physique of 2000. Li Chen's full combo only took away nearly half of his health. Ha, you can't take me down in one go, you're dead for sure. The Sword Saint laughed heartily while lying in the reeds. However, Li Chen merely smiled slightly and raised his staff. Abyss Blessing. The Slime Devourer was enveloped in a dark glow, its skill enhanced and cooldown ready. With a thought from Li Chen, a magic circle appeared in front of the slime, and a laser pierced through the entire reed field. As the smoke cleared, the Sword Saint was sprawled on the ground, blood bar completely empty. However, the system did not provide any prompts, which meant it wasn't over yet. Li Chen instantly prepared for vigilance, and the 5 pets under his precise control formed a formation. Professional, you are strong. But, it's not enough. The Sword Saint slowly stood up, his right hand grasping at the air, and a 3-meter-long Fong Tianhua halberd appeared in his hand. At this moment, the Sword Saint held a long sword in one hand, and the halberd in the other, his momentum reaching a peak. Here I come. Professional. After saying this, he ignored the pets around Li Chen and charged directly at him. Li Chen had already anticipated this. The opponent clearly had good combat experience and surely knew the summoner's weakness. All he needed to do was take down Li Chen, and the pets would die due to the contract. The Sword Saint's agility, reaching 2000, allowed him to close the distance to Li Chen in the blink of an eye, swinging his Fong Tianhua halberd down towards him. Just then, the Tiger Sword King appeared in front of Li Chen, raising his famous blade, Moonlight, to block the attack. Duong. The Tiger Sword King's passive triggered, deflecting the Sword Saint's heavy strike. However, a slight grin appeared at the corner of the Sword Saint's mouth. This move of his had 5 stages. It was his highest damage output move. Could the opponent block 1 hit, let alone 5? In the blink of an eye, the Sword Saint swung his Fong Tianhua halberd 4 more times, each strike carrying the power to annihilate the world. Yet, the next scene left him dumbfounded. Clang, 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 clang. The Tiger Sword King trembled as he deflected all 4 heavy strikes. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Sword Saint was shocked. He knew all too well how difficult it was to deflect the tyrant's 5 consecutive slashes. If even one hit wasn't perfectly parried, he would be left in a state of great vulnerability, easily taken down by a single blow. Li Chen, however, seized the moment during the Sword Saint's brief daze and activated Stare into the Abyss. This was an equipment skill of the Abyss. Walker's Hood, capable of stunning the enemy in front for 5 seconds. A flash of purple light passed, and the Sword Saint suddenly froze, entering a 5-second stun state. Your skill is still on cooldown, right? After 5 seconds, you're definitely going to lose. Although the Sword Saint was immobilized, he understood that the practitioner in front of him was merely stalling for time. At this distance, it would only take 0.01 seconds for him to kill Li Chen. However, just around the 4.8-second mark, Li Chen commanded the Tiger Sword King to use dual wielding to inflict 1 second of stun. Then he ordered the Diamond Wild Boar to charge. The Sword Saint's pupils constricted. He had been too careless, not expecting Li Chen to have such a high understanding of the connection between control skills. Once stunned, he had to prepare for continuous control. There was no room for error, it was too stable. Soon, the Diamond Wild Boar crashed into the Sword Saint, who once again elegantly fell to the ground. Li Chen looked at the fallen Sword Saint and smiled slightly. It's over. In the midst of their banter, another smooth combo was executed, and the Sword Saint's health was completely drained. Your strength is impressive. I lost. After uttering his final words, the sword saint turned the blade and slashed fiercely across his neck, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Ding! Killed the hidden boss, the sword saint in his heart. Reward, Sword Saint's gift pack. It wasn't until the system's voice rang out that Li Chen let out a sigh of relief. Who knows if the opponent would jump out and enter the third phase. Now that the system said he had been killed, it should be fine. Relaxing, Li Chen looked at the Sword Saint's gift pack in his inventory, curious about what it might contain. Would you like to open the Sword Saint's gift pack? Yes. Obtain Sword Saint's battle helm, obtain Sword Saint's armor, obtain Sword Saint's battle boots. Seeing the golden light scattered everywhere, Li Chen was overjoyed. 3 pieces of equipment dropped. It truly was a gift pack. Next, Li Chen began to examine the 3 pieces of equipment one by one. Sword Saint's battle helm grade, legendary set. Position, helmet agility plus 50 equipment skill, see-through, extra 10% life damage to the opponent when parrying. This damage is not affected by any bonuses. Sword Saint's armor grade, legendary set. Position, body agility plus 50 equipment skill, endless fury. The lower the health, the higher the damage. Sword Saint's battle boots grade, legendary set. Position, feet agility plus 50 equipment skill, blink, quickly approach the opponent, cooldown 5 seconds. The equipment attributes were excellent, but, for Li Chen, they were utterly useless. This set of equipment would be a graduation set for a warrior. Its usefulness to him was less than that of the Abyss Walker set. Feeding the slime felt a bit regrettable. After all, it was a legendary set. Better keep it, it might come in handy later. With the death of the Sword Saint, a distortion appeared in the space ahead, and a white portal emerged. Finally, I can go back. Li Chen sighed and stepped into the portal. He didn't have much time left. He had delayed here for a whole day, and the team competition was surely about to start. At this moment, outside the Sword Saint's tomb dungeon. Although the dungeon had just undergone abyssal transformation, the professionals were still in high spirits. Some were looking for teams, some for teammates, discussing tactics. It was quite lively, just like usual. Fortunately, General Chen acted in time, or we wouldn't have been able to farm it. Yeah, the difficulty of the Sword Saint's tomb is quite suitable for commoners, and the drop rate isn't low either. Without it, I really wouldn't know where to farm next. The professionals were immersed in the excitement of having regained something they thought was lost. After all, if the dungeon completely transformed into an abyss, the military would seal it off for half a year for safety reasons. At this moment, the portal distorted, and Li Chen walked out. 2 guards were startled upon seeing Li Chen. They were all too familiar with that face. It's you! The guard's voice was loud, and the surrounding professionals turned to look at Li Chen. It's you! It's you! Li Chen had a face full of question marks. He didn't understand why everyone was so shocked to see him. After thinking for a while, he decided it was better to respond, or else he would seem aloof and uncommunicative. It's me. Only then did the people around come to their senses, their faces filled with confusion. Didn't Chen Jie say Li Chen was dead? Could it be that Chen Jie was mistaken? You're actually still alive. The Abyss boss didn't kill you? Li Chen replied in confusion. Isn't that a bit much? Abyss boss? Something that goes down in one combo, not much of a threat, right? Though the strength of the Sword Saint in the hidden dungeon is a bit high. The people around looked at Li Chen as if he were insane. Is this how a person talks? Abyss boss, one combo? If that were true, then what were they common professionals even playing for? 8 people barely managed to defeat the elite level Sword Saint. Wait, dude, why are you acting all tough as soon as you come out? Are you crazy? Kid, you barely saved your life, so stop showing off. Yeah, if it weren't for General Chun killing the Abyss boss, would you still be alive? Chen Jie? It was only when the crowd reminded him that Li Chen remembered this person, and then he thought of the bet. Where's the dungeon detection machine? The dungeon detection machine broke. The mechanics from the big guild are repairing it. You really have good luck. The bet is void now. Li Chen had no choice. With the dungeon detection machine, the referee was out of commission, and he didn't know the result of the bet. However, even if he won, he was too lazy to find Chen Jie. The battle with the Sword Saint in his heart had left him a bit mentally exhausted. Plus, it was getting late, so Li Chen decided to find a hotel to rest. Tomorrow he needed to be well rested for the team competition. I wonder how Wang Dashan is doing. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw 100 missed calls, all from Wang Dashan. What happened? Li Chen felt something was off. While looking for a hotel, he called Wang Dashan. After a while, the call connected. Wang Dashan's angry voice came through the phone. Li Chen, what are you doing? Why didn't you come to today's meeting? As a tactical master, you should have understood the opponent in advance. Li Chen was puzzled. Meeting? What meeting? You don't even know about the meeting? That's too amateurish. Can you really take me to the next level with that skill? Just Relax, I just finished farming the dungeon. I'll take you to the next level tomorrow. After a few more pleasantries, Li Chen ended the call. He had also found a suitable hotel. On the other end of the line, Wang Dashan was filled with confidence. He had misunderstood Li Chen. He never expected that Li Chen had been so engrossed in grinding dungeons that he forgot to check his phone. Tactics were certainly important, but one's own strength was equally crucial, otherwise, having a wealth of strategies would be powerless to implement. It's all set. Meanwhile, in Linen City, at the Lin family mansion. I am the mysterious person you are looking for. A man was brought before Lin Yushir by the butler, and upon entering, he immediately declared his identity. The butler approached Lin Yushir and whispered, "Miss, this person meets all the requirements. I brought him to you." Lin Yushir's eyes lit up as she scrutinized the man before her. He wore a white shirt, had short hair, was an 11th level elite summoner, and a slime was perched on his shoulder. This configuration was identical to that of the mysterious person, but Lin Yushir directly denied it. There was no feeling, no aura. You are not. The man was furious and argued loudly, "Why not? Why not? I see that the Lin family never intended to find anyone." Just as the man was about to cause a scene, the butler intervened in time and pulled him away. Lin Shiyu sighed. Ever since she was saved by the mysterious person 5 days ago, her father had mobilized all his resources to issue a missing person notice. During this time, over 100 people came to claim the reward, all dressed in white shirts and accompanied by slimes, resembling the mysterious person. However, Lin Yushir could tell at a glance that these people were merely after the reward and were not the benefactor from that day. Lin Tian watched his daughter grow increasingly haggard and couldn't bear to continue. "Yushir, why not just let it go? You've lost weight these past few days. But that person saved my life. Our Lin family has always believed in repaying kindness." Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. He was very pleased with Lin Yushir's character. The reason the Lin family had developed so well was also due to Lin Tian repaying a genius in his youth. This genius then regarded Lin Tian as a friend and helped the Lin family through crises multiple times. Thus, Lin Tian learned early on that one must repay kindness, and he had raised Lin Yushir with this principle. However, their current direction was clearly wrong. This mysterious person was not so simple. This mysterious person must be a noble individual. Ordinary wealth is clearly beneath their notice. Lin Yushir stood up and curiously asked, "Then how do we find him?" Seeing his daughter so anxious, Lin Tian shook his head. "Such a noble person cannot be forced. They will come to see you when they wish to. How about this? Tomorrow is the annual team competition. Our family can go watch it together. Consider it a way to relax. Perhaps you will just happen to encounter your benefactor." Lin Yushir's eyes brightened, and she stood up, saying eagerly, "Father makes a good point. Let's hurry to Beihai City to watch the team competition." Seeing his daughter so excited, Lin Tian didn't want to dampen her spirits. The family then boarded a Rolls-Royce and headed to Beihai City. The next day, early in the morning, Li Chen opened his eyes. The first thing he did was open the attribute panel. Remaining pet upgrade. Chances, 8 chances. Li Chen had 2 choices before him. One was to upgrade the Tiger Sword King to the Genesis level. The other was to upgrade 2 pets to the Legendary level. Both were good options, and Li Chen found himself momentarily confused. As always, let's max out the main position first. After making up his mind, Li Chen decisively allocated the remaining 8 pet upgrade chances to the Tiger Sword King. Tiger Sword King, Orange Legend, Tiger Sword God, Red Genesis, Tiger Sword God rank, Red Genesis level, 11 strength, 528 constitution, 176 agility, 578 spirit, 176 skills, unmatched aura, dual wielding talent, sword master, equipment, famous sword moonlight, immortal sword. Wow, this panel is incredibly high. Each time a pet levels up, its attributes double, and combined with the maximum growth value, that's what makes the Tiger Sword God's attributes so exaggerated. Other aspects have basically not changed much. It just gained an additional talent, Equipment Master. Equipment Master increases equipment slots. Equipment slots? Li Chen quickly opened the equipment bar for the Tiger Sword God. Head, not equipped. Body, not equipped. Feet, not equipped. Main hand, immortal sword. Offhand, famous sword moonlight. Surprisingly, there were 3 extra equipment slots. Li Chen felt a surge of joy. He had been eyeing those 3 legendary sets for a long time. Hadn't he been saving them for this moment? Without hesitation, he equipped the Tiger Sword God with the 3 pieces. The Tiger Sword God instantly donned a handsome battle armor, and with its height of 2.5 meters, it stood there like a solid wall. Li Chen couldn't help but feel fond of it. Not bad, very spirited. Ding! Triggered the Sword Saint 4-piece set effect. Sword Saint 4-piece set, when receiving a fatal blow, immune to damage and control for 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Wow, 10 seconds of being a real man. Li Chen could already envision the Tiger Sword God charging into the enemy ranks, unleashing its unmatched skills. With the Tiger Sword God's agility of 628, there was so much it could do in those 10 seconds. Plus, with the Sword Saint armor's skill Endless Fury, the lower the health, the higher the damage. Basically, one hit would take out a little kid. The enemies had no way to deal with it, they couldn't kill it, couldn't control it, and could only obediently be slaughtered. Handling one Genesis-level Tiger Sword God was already difficult enough, not to mention Li Chen also had a Genesis-level Slime Devourer. 1 melee, 1 ranged. With the dual C synergy, Li Chen couldn't even imagine how exhilarating it was. Feeling ridiculously strong right now, let's hurry to the team competition and give it a try. Beihai City, entrance to the large guild team competition. As in previous years, the team competition was bustling with activity. Whether participants or spectators, everyone was extremely excited. The reason was simple. The upcoming team competition was a place for countless young men and women to prove their strength. It was a stage to test their teamwork and individual skills. As long as they could lead their team into the top 30, the entire team would be directly promoted to a medium-sized guild, launching their lives into the stratosphere. Teams that made it into the top 10 would receive generous rewards and high honors from the large guild. At this moment, Wang Dashan was holding a flag waiting for Li Chen. Passers-by couldn't help but chuckle at the team name on the flag. Wang Dashan, your team name is quite fitting. The most useless team of Solaris. I can't, I'm going to die laughing. However, Wang Dashan ignored the crowd's mockery, he was already numb to it. Just then, a group of people appeared in the crowd, and those around them quickly made way. It's the people from the small guild, Radiant Guild. A man stepped out from the crowd and approached Wang Dashan, slapping him on the face. Yo, isn't this Wang Dashan? Haven't seen you in a year, and you're still as trashy as ever. Wang Dashan glared angrily at the man before him, his former captain, Xia Ming. A year ago, Xia Ming had kicked him out of the team, then secured a spot in the top 50 and joined the Radiant Guild. Good thing you kicked me out, otherwise, I, an elite-level mage, would have to drag you along at the bottom. Look at you, such a pathetic sight, even your team name is so pitiful. Wang Dashan's face turned red with shame as he buried his head. Forget it, I won't waste my time with you, I still need to rank up. Xia Ming saw that the other members of the Yaoi Guild had walked far away and hurried to catch up. After another 10 minutes, the number of people around gradually decreased. After all, the audience had gone early to grab seats, while the players needed to enter early to adapt to the environment. Only some civilian professionals who didn't understand these nuances arrived late. At this moment, Li Chen happened to arrive, and as soon as he entered, he saw Wang Daswa holding a flag. Sorry to keep you waiting, let's go in for the competition. Wang Daswa turned around and saw Li Chen's smiling face. Brother Yen, you finally made it. Then he noticed that Li Chen was still at level 11, and his face couldn't help but show disappointment. It seemed he had misjudged, Li Chen hadn't gone to grind dungeons to level up, and what he said yesterday was all a lie. However, he didn't want to point it out, it was enough that the other party could come to participate in the competition. It was better than him fighting alone. The two arrived at the entrance of the team competition and handed the flag to the inspector for inspection. After examining it for a while, the inspector looked puzzled. Is your team name really this? Li Chen, curious, took the flag to look at it, and the team name was clearly visible, Solaris Most Useless Team. Who made this? Li Chen looked at Wang Daswa, but Wang Daswa stammered. I. Wang Daswa wanted to speak up, but he knew that would get Li Chen in trouble. The people from the Iron Bull team were not to be trifled with. Speak. Maybe we should just let it go, I think this team name suits us quite well. At that moment, a loud noise erupted. A group of people suddenly appeared, and the man at the front clapped his hands as he approached Li Chen. Are you Li Chen? Is Wang Daswa wrong? This team name really suits you. Li Chen assessed the other team's name and silently noted it down, Iron Bull Team. Zhang Tai saw that Li Chen ignored them and couldn't help but feel angry. Li Chen, what kind of attitude is this? Do you know who I am? Also, your teammate Wang Daswa injured my teammate. So hurry up and kneel to apologize. However, Li Chen remained with his hands in his pockets, looking disdainfully at the other party. Wang Daswa, seeing the scene, quickly grabbed Li Chen. Brother Yen, quickly admit your mistake, we can't afford to offend them. Hearing Wang Daswa's words, the members of the Iron Bull team became even more arrogant. It's fine if you don't apologize, just don't let me see you on the battlefield, or you'll be the first to be eliminated. After saying this, the members of the Iron Bull team bypassed Li Chen and Wang Daswa and entered the arena. Wang Daswa's face turned pale, this was his last chance to compete, and they hadn't even started fighting yet and were already at odds with the other side, making it difficult. After Li Chen modified the team name, he handed it to the inspector. After confirming it several times, the inspector took Out a card. You have been assigned to the poor district, please take this card to enter. Li Chen took the card, on which the words poor were written. Along the way, staff occasionally pointed the way, and Li Chen quickly arrived at the player hall. The hall had 4 teleportation portals, corresponding to the Genius District, Expert District, Civilian District, and Poor District. The Genius District was generally prepared for several teams. From large guilds, such as the Great Guild and the War God Guild. The Expert District was for some medium and small guilds, like the Dream Chasing Guild. The Civilian District consisted of some random teams, usually made up of level 30 elite professionals. The Poor District was made up of teams that were just there to fill numbers, usually eliminated right from the start. At this moment, the place was already packed with 100 teams, very noisy. All discussing the upcoming team competition. Li Chen quickly recalled his understanding of team competitions. The venue for the team competition could be seen as a dungeon, with a large square divided into 4 areas. Players entered their respective areas through the teleportation portals, and if they survived in that area until the end, they could claim first place in that area. However, the first place in the region cannot compare to the last place in a higher level area in the overall ranking, so professionals who are confident in their abilities tend to choose to go to higher level areas. Of course, teams from higher level areas are not allowed to attack teams from lower level areas, as this would disrupt the balance and could easily cause the mindset of lower level professionals to collapse. Moreover, it is said that the dungeons use a virtual core, meaning that death does not result in real death but rather in being kicked out of the dungeon. This is very friendly, allowing professionals to fight without holding back. After the staff counted the team names and numbers, they approached an old man and whispered, "Vice President, all participating teams have arrived." The old man nodded and slowly walked up to the podium, clearing his throat a couple of times. The noisy professionals around fell silent, looking at the old man on the stage with reverence. Li Chen also scrutinized the old man. If he guessed correctly, this was the vice president of the Grand Guild, Merlin Foam. It was said that he was an 80-level legendary mage who had led teams to kill abyss bosses multiple times and was a holder of the golden badge, possessing immense strength. After coughing a few more times, Merlin Foam slowly began to speak. "Welcome everyone to participate in the 21st team competition held by our guild. I am Merlin Foam, the vice president of the Grand Guild. Before the team competition begins, I would like to discuss the new rules this year." The professionals in the audience began to murmur curiously. The rules are changing? Does that mean the tactics I was thinking of are all useless? The previous rule was that the longer you survive, the higher your ranking. What is the new rule this time? Merlin Foam waited for the crowd to quiet down before continuing. Due to the previous competitions, many people employed sneaky tactics, resulting in unfair rankings for those teams that achieved more kills. Therefore, this year's ranking rule has changed to be based on KDA, which stands for kills, deaths, and assists. Additionally, when entering a higher level area, the KDA will reset. Of course, there are some minor changes that everyone will learn about when they participate. Li Chen stroked his chin, pondering the Grand Guild's intentions. It was evident that the Grand Guild encouraged participating teams to achieve more kills to rank higher within the area. And with the KDA resetting upon entering a higher level area, this meant that teams aiming for high rankings would not need to waste time in lower level areas. This truly tested the contestants' understanding of their own abilities while encouraging them to take the initiative in attacking, which would indeed filter out stronger teams. The surrounding professionals also began to understand. So that's how it is. Interesting. What do you mean? It means this, and then that. Beside them, Wang Dashan thought for a long time and finally understood, his face turning bitter. Brother Yen, what should we do? Now we need a high KDA to rank high. Wang Dashan naturally thought of Li Chen's tactic of avoiding battles and sneaking into the top 10. But now, that tactic was no longer viable. Li Chen calmly said, "Then we should take the initiative." Wang Dashan felt a wave of despair. It seemed he had overestimated Li Chen. Their team's individual strength was already inferior to others, which was a defeat in itself. Moreover, other teams had 8 members while theirs only had 2, which was a second defeat. Most critically, Li Chen's previous performance had been too showy, making many people dislike them, which was a third defeat. With these 3 defeats, Li Chen still chose to take the initiative, indicating that his tactical level was even lower than Wang Dashan's. Merlin Foam glanced at the time. The competition was about to start. Everyone, the teams that have been called should enter in order. The slum area comes first. First up, the strongest team of Solaris. Merlin Foam struggled to suppress his laughter, but he couldn't hold it in. After hosting so many team competitions, it was the first time he had seen such a pretentious team name. It was still a team from the slums, and as expected, the most entertaining part of each team competition was the slum teams. People around began to mock, even a few geniuses, from the major guild burst into laughter.
Here comes the slum team again. Can't win against others, so they're going for the comedy route, huh?
I really want to go to the slums and give these guys a beating.
Li Chen and Wang Dashan squeezed out from the crowd, exposed to everyone's gaze.
Mei Linfeng had a strange expression. He had seen odd teams before, but none were as bizarre as the one before him. The whole team consisted of just two people, one a level 28 ordinary warrior and the other an 11 level legendary
summoner.
They were purely here for a vacation, unable to even form a proper team. When Mei Linfeng saw Li Chen's legendary qualifications,
he sighed slightly. With legendary qualifications, getting into a mid to high level guild should be a piece of cake, right? As for messing around in the slums? What a waste of talent. The surrounding professionals also burst into laughter, instantly remembering this comedic team. Wow, a two-person team, and they're both so weak. And this is the strongest team of Solaris? I hope I don't run into them.
Wang Dashan was already panicking upon hearing the surrounding comments, his limbs suddenly out of control,
cramping up.
Li Chen, however, paid no mind and walked into the slum teleportation portal, with Wang Dashan limping closely behind. Mei Linfeng had already controlled his urge to laugh and said sternly, "Quiet." The people around, under Mei Linfeng's authority, closed their mouths, but still couldn't help but chuckle.
Next up is the civilian area. The first team, the Wild Wolf team.
Entering Special Dungeon, Team Competition Arena.
Please wait for all teams to enter.
Current teams, 3. As soon as Li Chen entered the Team Competition Dungeon, his vision became unclear. It seemed he had to wait until all teams were gathered before it could start. After about 10 minutes, the teams finally assembled.
Current teams, 100. Team competition, starting. With the end of the system's electronic voice, Li Chen's vision brightened. He was standing on a
vast arena, surrounded by emptiness, with a teleportation portal in the distance. This should be the slum area. It seemed they were quite special, as there was only one slum team in the entire competition. Just as Li Chen was about to walk towards the teleportation portal, he was suddenly pulled back by Wang Dashan. After looking around, Wang Dashan whispered, "Brother Yin, I have a plan." Wang Dashan continued mysteriously, "Let's just idle for half a day, then wait until they've fought it out, and then go to the civilian area. This way, even if we can't get first in the civilian area, we won't be at the bottom." Li Chen wanted to laugh but held it back. "There's no need for that. Besides, I said I'd take you into the top 10. Wang Dashan looked at Li Chen in shock, then anxiously said, "Brother Yen, don't mess around. To get into the top 10, we need to break into the expert area, and we don't have that strength. Let's just play it safe." Li Chen continued, "Trust me, I have a plan." Upon hearing the word plan, Wang Dashan's eyes lit up. Could it be that Li Chen discovered a bug in the dungeon? He just didn't know what kind of bug could help them secure a spot in the top 10. Li Chen ignored Wang Dashan and picked up a tablet to check the situation in each area. This was a tool prepared by the major guild for participants when entering the team competition dungeon, aimed at facilitating tactical analysis for the competitors. Slum area, 1 team civilian area, 80 teams expert area, 10 teams genius area, 3 teams. It seemed that most teams were concentrated in the civilian area, with 80 teams, assuming 8 people per team. That's a whopping 640 people. That's quite a lot. Moreover, the competition was extremely fierce. Just at the start, several teams had already been eliminated. Wang Dashan's expression turned grim upon seeing this, and he advised again, "Look. There are too many people now, the competition is too fierce, we can't avoid them. Listen to me, let's hide for now," Li Chen said. "If we can't avoid it, then we'll carve out a path." After saying that, he ignored Wang Dashan and began to operate the teleportation portal. Meanwhile, the viewing area was already filled with spectators, and in the center of it all was a huge platform displaying the contestants' projections. Above the platform was a massive electronic screen, recording the contestants' information and KDA in real time. At that moment, a father and daughter were taking their seats in the middle, having just arrived in Beihai City after a night of travel. The Lin family duo. Lin Tian was very low-key. He didn't buy the front row seats but opted for the middle ones instead. The people around them paid no attention to them and began to discuss loudly, "Look at this lineup, this year. The big guild is going to take first place again. Indeed, this lineup is more luxurious than before. Yi Zhe has actually reached level 50. God, how did Yi Zhe level up so fast? He's 18 and already level 50, while I'm just out of the novice village at my age." Listening to the discussions around her, Lin Yusher couldn't help but feel curious. "Father, which team do you think will win the championship?" Lin Tian stroked his chin and slowly replied, "Most likely it will be the big guild's team. Their raw strength is the highest. However, a team competition isn't just a battle between two teams, but a battle among multiple teams. If
Other teams unite, it's not impossible to defeat the big guild's team. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the people around them suddenly realized. Damn, how did I not think of that? Bro, your understanding of team competitions is quite high, not like a commoner. Lin Tian suddenly became confident and humbly said, I ranked in the top 10 before. The people around him were immediately shocked and then expressed disbelief. Bro, I don't believe you. Which year did you rank in the top 10? A professional pulled out his phone to check if Lin Tian was lying. The 11th session. The 11th session? The people around were shocked again. For it was said that a war god emerged from the 11th session, leading a team from the Commoner District to the Genius District. He single-handedly defeated many experts at that time, although ultimately he was outnumbered and stopped at 5th place. He became famous from that battle and was regarded as the strongest professional. This record has stood until now, but unfortunately, it was said that this war god eventually died in the abyss. Despite this exception, the people around still found it hard to believe Lin Tian's words and asked again, which team? Lin Tian looked ahead, his eyes filled with longing. The Brave Team. What? The Brave Team? Were you in that war god's team back then? I recognize you, you are Lin Tian. Lin Tian gave a bitter smile. He was just a slacker in the team back then, relying entirely on Zhang Yuan to carry the whole match. Damn, you really are. Lin Tian from the Brave Team. Tell us about Zhang the war god's achievements back then, let us broaden our horizons. There should still be some time before the climax of the team competition, so Lin Tian, with nothing to do, slowly began to recount the events of that year. That year, I met Zhang Yuan at the big guild's registration desk. He just casually pulled a few passers-by to sign up. Meanwhile, in the front row of the team, 3 soldiers were sitting side by side with the vice president of the Dream Chaser Guild. The vice president, Su Mu, was very nervous at this moment. He hadn't expected Chen Jie to be so accomplished. It was surprising that he could attract the military's interest. This put a lot of pressure on him, a level 50 rare mage. Yen Lang noticed the awkward atmosphere and quickly said, why hasn't the president of the Dream Chaser Guild come? The president is currently tackling a dungeon and doesn't have time to come. So I'll take his place as the vice president. The general nodded. He wasn't concerned about the president and vice president, he only wanted to see Chen Jie's performance. What's the goal for the Dream Chasing Guild this year? Sumu, not daring to be careless, humbly replied, the top 5 is not a problem. Oh, the top 5 isn't easy, at least 2 teams need to be eliminated. Quang Dao curiously interjected. He certainly knew that Chen Jie was very strong, but 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. Unless the Dream Chasing Guild had another expert. Sumu mysteriously said, we have a legendary level summoner in our guild this year, and her exclusive talent is very strong, not inferior to Chen Jie. The general was immediately intrigued and said, tell me more. Sumu continued, her name is Wang Shui, and under the guild's training, she is already level 30. Moreover, she has 5 epic level pets. But that's not the strongest part, the strongest is her exclusive talent. It enhances the attributes of surrounding pets by 100%, a pure numerical monster. The 3 soldiers were instantly astonished. This talent was quite powerful, equivalent to Wang Shui's 5 rare level pets pushing directly towards legendary level pets. It was a full tier upgrade. Who would have thought that a medium-sized guild could produce a genius like Chen Jie who could kill abyss bosses, and also another talent monster like Wang Shui? The upcoming matches were becoming more and more interesting. I didn't expect that the Dream Chasing Guild could cultivate 2 hidden talents like Chen Jie and Wang Shui this year. Advancing to a large guild in the future is not a problem. Quang Dao stood up and cupped his hands towards Sumu. Not at all, it's all thanks to the students' hard work. The Dream Chasing Guild just provides them with an environment. Just as the few of them had nothing more to say, an excited voice from the commentator rang out. It seems the genius area has already started. Fighting? Let's see what's going on. The big guild's Yi Zhe has made a move, launching a fierce attack on the God of War Guild. How will the God of War Guild handle this? Chu Tian activated the shield and held on. With the support of his teammates, he pushed Yi Zhe back. It seems Yi Zhe doesn't plan to continue the attack and chooses to play it safe. The audience's attention was focused on the genius area, all very excited. However, after Yi Zhe from the big guild made one move, he hid beside his teammates. Other teams also remained still. It seemed they were afraid of being ambushed by other teams while they attacked. The audience began to feel disappointed, although playing it safe was the way to win. What they wanted to see was always intense team battles. The strength in the genius area is all top tier, one mistake could lead to total defeat. They're all too cautious, there's not much to watch. At this moment, the commentator's voice rang out again. It seems the genius area has fallen into a stalemate. Let's take a look at the expert area. Oh, it seems there's a little conflict happening here. Meanwhile, in the unnoticed slum area, Li Chen was operating the teleportation portal. Do you want to go to the civilian area? Note, once you go, you cannot return. After entering the civilian area, KDA will be refreshed, and you must defeat 3 teams to be considered part of the civilian area team, otherwise, you will be eliminated. The rules had indeed changed a bit. Previously, only the first place in the area had the qualification to enter the advanced area. Now, one could enter directly, but the cost was to defeat a team from the advanced area. If not defeated, one would become the bottom of the low-level area due to the KDA refresh. However, Li Chen currently had no KDA, so refreshing it didn't matter. Plus, Li Chen was confident he could defeat 3 teams in the civilian area. Too easy. Without hesitation, Li Chen walked into the teleportation portal. Wang Disha was anxious, stamping his feet, and after thinking for a moment, he followed him into the portal. Currently, the two of them are tied to the same boat, and only by advancing together can they achieve a higher ranking. As soon as Li Chen entered the civilian area, the battle was already intense. At a glance, it was all flashing blades and glimmering swords. Li Chen's appearance was also noticed by a team that had just achieved victory. Look, it's a team from the civilian area. That's a walking KDA, let's take them down. The leader of the team said, and the members pounced towards Li Chen and his group. This team employed an 8-warrior formation, which had a significant advantage in such a meat grinder environment. That's why they easily defeated another team. Wang Dashan, seeing the aggressive group approaching, had already crouched down with his head in his hands, muttering, I said long ago, don't enter too early, there are too many people now, the competition is too fierce. However, before he could finish complaining, Li Chen raised his hand, and the slime appeared on his shoulder. 8 sticky bullets shot out, seemingly homing in on the heads of the 8 opponents. 8 headshots. 8 kill streak. Your KDA is now 8/0/0. You have defeated the what the hell range team. You need to defeat 2 more teams to advance to the civilian area. Wang Dashan naturally heard the system prompt and realized they had defeated the what the hell range team. He stood up, looking at Li Chen in confusion. What happened? Then he suddenly understood. It turned out the opponents must have been careless, and as a result, they were taken down by Li Chen. Now the battlefield was chaotic, and they could take advantage of the situation to ambush and collect heads. If they waited for the opponents to regroup and face them head-on, they would definitely be outmatched. Brilliant! It was all part of Li Chen's plan. With this realization, Wang Dashan felt confident and hurried to keep up with Li Chen's pace. After just a few steps, another team jumped out, all familiar faces. The Iron Bull team of 8 blocked Li Chen's path, each of them in good health. This was thanks to their reasonable team composition. For frontliners, 2 mages, and 2 priests. The leader, Zhang Tai, stepped forward and mocked, I didn't expect it, Li Chen, as the captain, you were so foolish. How dare you come to the civilian area, is this a place for you? But it's perfect, we'll eliminate you right here. Zhang Tai's teammates also began to laugh, not in a hurry to attack. In their eyes, Li Chen and Wang Dashan's strength was like that of ants. Eliminating them directly would be too boring, it would be much more satisfying to humiliate them first before taking them out. Mages. Use a binding spell to humiliate them first. Upon hearing this, the 2 level 30 elite mages immediately sprang into action. Binding spell. As the words fell, they were already entangled by vines. Zhang Tai, seeing his 2 incompetent teammates, couldn't help but turn red with anger. What are you 2 doing? How can you mess up a spell like that? The 2 mages stammered, I was clearly aiming at Li Chen. Zhang Tai shook his head, it was clear that warriors were the answer to the current version. Warriors, charge. As the command was given, 3 warriors lined up and charged towards Li Chen. Wang Dashan, seeing this formation, felt his legs go weak and sat down on the ground. It's over, this is really the end. 3 full health warriors charging, they could kill me several times over. Yet Li Chen merely raised his hand slightly, and the slime discreetly launched 3 sticky attacks. 3 bullets accurately hit the 3 warriors. The 3 warriors fell to the ground, as if they had staged a fall. Li Chen continued forward as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Zhang Tai was indeed sweating profusely, although he hadn't seen clearly. He could feel the air distort when Li Chen raised his hand. Damn it! Zhang Tai didn't dare to confront him head-on and hurriedly rolled and crawled away, leaving the 2 mages looking completely bewildered. Don't come any closer. The 2 mages, without waiting for Li Chen to approach, had already gathered fireballs. However, Li Chen continued to move forward. With a determined look in their eyes, the fireballs in their hands were hurled at Li Chen. The 2 fireballs exploded upon impact, leaving the 2 of them lying stiffly on the ground.
Since their captain, Zheng Tai, was still alive, they wouldn't be directly killed but would enter a down state. In this state, they couldn't fight or move, and could only wait for their teammates to rescue them. However, Zheng Tai had already vanished, making their situation no different from being dead.
Zheng Tai ran frantically and finally found his friend.
The captain of the Wild Wolf team, Wang Ren, although they were not in the same team, had a good relationship.
This was also the
reason he had helped the Wild Wolf team deal with Wang Dashan back then.
Brother Wang Ren, something bad has happened. At that moment, Wang Ren was finishing off a team with a single strike and turned to look at Zheng Tai with curiosity.
What's wrong, TZ? Zheng Tai gasped for breath and said, my team was wiped out. Wang Ren was shocked. He knew the strength of the Iron Bull team. It was impossible for them to be wiped out unless they were besieged by 3 or more teams.
What happened? Did a team maliciously team up to attack you? How dare they? Don't they know you're with me?
Zheng Tai continued, no, brother, it's Li Chen.
Li Chen?
Wang Ren frowned. He certainly knew Li Chen, the captain of the only team from the slums.
Zheng Tai, are you joking? Li Chen? That useless one at only level 11?
Zheng Tai nodded repeatedly, yes.
I don't
know what strange method he used, but he took down 3 warriors in an instant. Wang Ren still didn't believe Zheng Tai's words. After all, he had seen that Li Chen was
only level 11.
Even with a rare level pet assisting him, he wouldn't be able to exert much strength. However, before Wang Ren could continue to doubt, Li Chen had already arrived
in front of him. After checking Li Chen's level, Wang Ren dismissed his doubts. Li Chen was just an 11-level useless player, not worth fearing.
A mere level 11 newbie.
Wang Lei, you go and engage.
A 35-level elite warrior jumped out from the crowd, his longsword dancing in a beautiful flourish.
Brother Rin, it will only take a moment. Wang
Ran nodded in satisfaction. This Wang Lei was the second in command of their team, second only to him in strength.
Wang Lei had once single-handedly defeated 530-level
elite professionals, a feat that Zheng Tai could not compare to. Wang Lei stepped forward, glanced at Li Chen's level, and showed disdain.
A mere level 11 summoner, there's no need for Brother Ren to intervene. I alone am enough.
After saying that, he bent his body and quickly approached Li Chen.
Wang Dashan trembled upon seeing the newcomer.
Stuttering, Brother Yan, this person is Wang Lei, one man with a sword, like entering a no man's land. We should surrender quickly, we can't fight at all.
After saying
that, he prepared to kneel on the ground. Li Chen grabbed Wang Dashan and helped him up.
Don't surrender at the drop of a hat. It's not time to lose yet. Wang Dashan was stunned, standing quietly in place.
At this moment, Wang Lei had already arrived in front of Li Chen, his longsword moving in a flurry.
Fall down for me, Wang Lei
shouted, swinging his longsword from an awkward angle.
For an ordinary professional, this strike would be lethal.
However, Li Chen maintained his posture with his hands in his
pockets. Clang!
A crisp sound rang out as Wang Lei's longsword fell to the ground. The tiger sword god suddenly appeared in front of Li Chen, using a flick of his blade to
deflect the attack.
Due to the vast difference in attributes, Wang Lei's longsword dropped directly. The tiger sword god didn't wait for Wang Lei to react. His famous blade,
Moonlight, glided gently across. In a flash of blade light, Wang Lei was already lying on the ground.
All of this happened in an instant, and Wang Ren's expression still held
pride.
Once he realized what had happened, he was already drenched in cold sweat. Wang Lei understood his own strength too well. The strength of the person before him was
terrifyingly strong. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Wang Ren, and he thought of a plan.
He would unite everyone to besiege Li Chen, no matter how strong he was. Ultimately, 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. Moreover, he had a very high reputation among the civilian professionals, and as long as he gave the order, the civilian professionals would rise up against him.
Brothers, the Wild Wolf team is in trouble. We need to unite. Upon hearing Wang Ren's words, the surrounding professionals put down their actions. Although team competitions were important, Wang Ren's words were even more crucial.
Instantly, about 10 teams gathered near Wang Ren, and the leaders began to ask with
concern, Rengo, what happened? Who dares to offend you? Which little brat doesn't know that in the civilian area, our Rengu is the boss? Wang Ren became confident and pointed at Li Chen, saying, it's that level 11 kid.
His methods are quite strange. He injured my subordinate.
Today, we will all besiege him. Let him know who the boss is in this civilian area.
It must be said that Wang Ren's ability to rally people was indeed strong. Just a few words gathered many professionals around him.
Li Chen
roughly counted and found that over 60 teams stood behind Wang Ren. The remaining teams also surrounded them, clearly the civilian professionals who had not formed a team. Seeing so many people on his side, Wang Ren's confidence swelled, and he pointed at Li Chen, cursing loudly, Li Chen, what if your personal strength is strong?
With no power, no background, aren't you just a dog waiting to be killed by me? And from now on, you should prepare for a life of fleeing. Wang Dasha had never seen such a scene and trembled as he pulled Li Chen. Yen Gu, let's surrender quickly, they have 60 teams. However, Li Chen calmly replied, it's not time to surrender yet. At that moment, a gasp came from the crowd of unaligned professionals. It's the benefactor. It's the benefactor who sold us rare-level equipment during the Python disaster. At this point, everyone realized that the Li Chen before them overlapped with the Li Gu who had set up a stall back then. Most of these civilian professionals had bought rare-level blind boxes from Li Chen and were very grateful to him. After confirming Li Chen's identity, these unaligned professionals quickly came to his side. At this moment, a strange situation emerged in the civilian area. The civilian professionals no longer fought among themselves but instead divided into two teams, facing off against each other. The commentators naturally noticed the situation in the civilian area and spoke urgently. What's happening in the civilian area? The professionals have actually divided into two teams. The scene is extremely tense. The audience also began to pay attention to the civilian area. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't care about the battles in the civilian area at all. It was usually just a bunch of weaklings pecking at each other, with nothing to see. But today's scene was something they had never seen before. The civilian area was actually divided into two teams, preparing for a massive team battle. Lin Tian also noticed the situation in the civilian area and stopped narrating about the war god. What's going on this year? I've never seen such a situation before. He had thought that the previous year was thrilling enough, but he didn't expect this year to be even more exciting. The people around him also began to express their feelings. This is how it should be to be interesting. This is much more exciting than the battles in the genius zone and the expert zone. This ticket is worth it today. In an instant, the audience became excited, screaming and shouting, as the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The general and a few others also noticed the situation in the civilian area, but unlike others, they quickly locked onto the initiators of this large team battle. One of the leaders is a level 35 elite warrior, and the other is, an 11-level legendary summoner. Yen Lang usually dealt with civilian professionals, so he immediately recognized one of the leaders. That level 35 elite warrior I know is Wangren. He's a local tyrant among the commoners, with many subordinates, often squeezing other unaligned professionals. The general nodded. Even without knowing the identity, he could guess a rough idea, but he had no clue about the other level 11 summoner. What? About that level 11 summoner? Is he also a local tyrant? Yen Lang looked for a long time, feeling quite unfamiliar, only sensing that the figure seemed a bit familiar. I don't know this person. He's probably a newcomer who just became active in the commoner district this year. Saying this, he took out a tablet and began to swipe on it. Found it. He's called Li Chen. Level 11 summoner, the only team in the slums. Yen Lang's fingers flew across the screen, quickly reading Li Chen's information. After hearing this, the general nodded, a hint of interest appearing on his face. I have to say, this Li Chen is indeed a bit interesting. With such a low level, he should be lurking in the slums. Instead, he came to the commoner district to confront Wangren. There's some spectacle, but not much. The real focus is still on Chen Jie. It's a bit interesting. It can serve as a sweet treat for the climax. Sumu, why aren't you speaking? At this moment, Sumu, the vice president of the Dream Chasing Guild, was slightly shocked and momentarily did not respond to the general's words. He certainly knew that the level 11 summoner in the commoner district was Li Chen. However, he also did not intend to reveal that Li Chen had once been a member of the Dream Chasing Guild, because that would make the Dream Chasing Guild seem incompetent, allowing such opportunistic individuals to emerge. Vice President Sumu, is something wrong? Kwang Dao noticed Sumu's abnormality and quickly inquired. Sumu then reacted, hurriedly forcing a smile. I just suddenly remembered something about the guild and didn't pay attention to everyone for a moment. Just in time, our Dream Chasing Guild brought some excellent pastries. Come, let's eat together. At this moment, the focus of the audience, the situation in the commoner district was extremely tense. The professionals in the commoner district had already lined up, but the strength was vastly different. Wang Ren's side was a sea of black, with a full 60 teams. On Li Chen's side, there were only a mere 10 teams. Wang Ren immediately burst into laughter. He had never fought a battle with such confidence. 60 against 10, they could simply overwhelm the opponent. Although Li Chen had strange methods and high combat power, it was of no use in the face of absolute numbers. Li Chen, we have 60 teams, while you only have a mere 10. How are you going to fight? Even if your damage is high, being able to take out 1 or 2 people is useless. We have over 400 people. Can you handle that? Can your skills cool down in time? What makes you think you can defeat us?
After hearing Wang Ren's words, the professionals on Wang Ren's side became increasingly confident, looking at the other side with growing
disdain. Exactly. You guys, while it hasn't started yet, hurry up and realign. Do you want to lose the match alongside this rookie? The professionals on Li Chen's side, however, were very resolute, loudly shouting without a hint of doubt, as if standing on your side would guarantee a high ranking. At best, you'd only rank in the 60s. Why not just follow Brother Yen and have a good fight? After the professionals on Li Chen's side finished speaking, they looked at Li Chen. At this moment, as the two armies were gearing up for battle, it was crucial for both leaders to say something uplifting. Under everyone's gaze, Li Chen smiled slightly and calmly said, "You ask what I rely on? Just this." After saying that, a 2.5-meter tall tiger man appeared behind Li Chen, with a slime resting on his shoulder. When Wang Run and the others looked closely, they all burst into laughter. Due to the hidden nature of Genesis-level pets, in their eyes, Li Chen was merely summoning an elite-level pet and a normal-level pet. In such a serious occasion, he was nothing but a clown. And yet, he still wanted to defeat them. However, the moment Li Chen released the slime, Lin Yusher in the audience could no longer sit still. It's him. Lin Tian looked at his suddenly standing daughter with confusion. Who? Sit down and talk. Lin Yusher continued, the mysterious person who saved me. Lin Tian finally realized that the summoner with the slime matched the description. But in his eyes, that mysterious person was undoubtedly a talent from a medium-sized guild. It would be more appropriate for him to appear in the expert zone, yet he unexpectedly showed up in the civilian area. Are you sure? Is it another impersonator? No. That aura is definitely him. Lin Tian nodded. Since his daughter was so certain, even if it wasn't this person, he needed to investigate thoroughly. Butler, find out this person's information for me. A nimble man in a suit emerged from the crowd and respectfully approached Lin Tian. I guarantee the task will be completed. The surrounding people finally reacted. No wonder he was a member of the Brave team, having such a strong subordinate. In the civilian area, the professionals on Li Chen's side showed slight signs of defeat. They knew that Li Chen was quite strong. However, they didn't expect him to be so careless, only releasing the two weakest pets. Li Chen naturally sensed the despondency of the professionals behind him and continued, everyone, go for it. You have been strengthened. The professionals were all curious, unsure whether to take action. At that moment, a level 30 elite warrior shouted and charged into Wang Ren's group. The professionals on Wang Ren's side looked at the reckless warrior as if he were a dead man. Such a brainless charge was just asking to be killed, right? The professionals on Li Chen's side also sighed in dismay. Whose team member is this? Why did he go to die? It's our Thunder Team's Su Ming. This guy has always been like this. Once he gets excited, he charges in without restraint. What kind of teammate is this? Charging in like that, is he trying to ruin our momentum? The captain of the Thunder Team had nothing to say, it was indeed his fault. However, what was unexpected was that the warrior jumped right into the enemy crowd. The professionals on Li Chen's side all covered their foreheads and fell silent. Oh my god, what kind of talent is this, jumping into the crowd as if he wanted to die faster? They had never seen someone so eager to throw their life away. Yet Li Chen smiled slightly and said slowly, steady. Everyone looked at him in confusion. This was called steady? Brother Yen, where is it steady? Before Li Chen could explain, warrior Su Ming had already activated War Tread. War Tread deals minor area damage, slows enemies for 1 second, cooldown 15 seconds. Instantly, a portion of the professionals on Wang Ren's side fell into a brief slowdown, and their health dropped slightly. They all looked disdainful, raising their weapons to strike at Su Ming. Just then, countless flying swords suddenly appeared, attacking the professionals. Hit by Su Ming. In an instant, blades flashed, and the professionals within a 5-meter radius of Su Ming fell one after another. What the hell? Who did that? Could it be that Su Ming is a genius? He actually took out at least 20 professionals with one skill? Even the captain of the Thunder Team was shocked. He knew Su Ming's level all too well. It was absolutely impossible for him to take out 20 professionals of the same level with one skill. Therefore, there was only one truth: they had been strengthened. The other professionals weren't fools. What the Thunder Team's captain thought, they also realized. At this moment, everyone was filled with fighting spirit, brandishing their weapons and charging towards Wang Ren's side. Heavens! Who is this person? He actually charged in alone and took out 20 professionals with a single set of war stomps. This damage seems a bit off, right? Turns out it's Su Ming from the Thunder Team. I didn't expect such a master to be hidden in the small civilian district. The excited commentary echoed throughout the square. The audience was exceptionally thrilled, shouting loudly to cheer for the team they supported. The generals nodded in satisfaction. Kwang Dao, I didn't expect to encounter such talent. We could recruit him into the military for training. The general, yes, he can indeed be considered a small talent. Meanwhile, in the civilian district, morale on Li Chen's side surged, and they began to attack Wang Ren's side. With the blessing of the Tiger Sword God's unmatched aura, as long as they touched the opponent once, they would trigger a coordinated attack. With the Tiger Sword God's agility reaching 700, no one on the opposing side could withstand the coordinated attacks. The situation began to tilt overwhelmingly, as Wang Ren's army of over 400 professionals was actually breached. In an instant, many professionals dropped their helmets and armor, fleeing in panic. Li Chen no longer waited, as the slime on his shoulder seemed to have a tracker, continuously targeting a few members of the Wild Wolf team. Zhang Tai was suddenly hit by a sniper bullet and fell to the ground. With Zhang Tai's fall, the entire Iron Bull team was eliminated. 16 consecutive kills. Your KDA has reached 16/0/200. You have defeated the Iron Bull team. You only need to defeat one more team to advance to the civilian district. Wang Run and the others looked at Zhang Tai, who had been perfectly fine just a second ago, now down in an instant, all in a state of panic. They tried to dodge the sniper by moving left and right. However, due to the overwhelming number of fleeing professionals around them, their movements were blocked. For a moment, the 7 of them clustered together. Just at that moment, a cannonball exploded among them, sending several flying. 4 kills. Your KDA has reached 24/0/300. You have defeated the Wild Wolf team and successfully advanced to the civilian district. Advancement successful. Now they could head to the Master Zone. Next, Li Chen didn't plan to take action anymore. He would let his teammates rack up the remaining enemy's scores. At this moment, the commentary had gone silent, forgetting to continue, while the audience was in an uproar. Even the military personnel stood up one after another. Yan Lang, I didn't expect Su Ming to be so fierce. I can't believe there are still 79 more like him. Kwang Dao was very satisfied and excitedly said, these 80 must be recruited into the military. Both soldiers believed that these 80 were powerful, and in fact, all the spectators in the square thought the same. However, the general furrowed his brow, quickly seeing the key with his rich combat experience. No. Yan Lang, caught up in excitement, couldn't help but questioned the general's words. What's wrong? The general continued, it's not those 80 who are strong, but Li Chen. Or rather, Li Chen is able to enhance his teammates' combat power. After being reminded by the general, Kwang Dao suddenly realized that's indeed the case. In a one-on-one fight, Li Chen would definitely lose to the opponent. But in team battles, he can win against the strong with the weak. This is a tactical genius. The general nodded slightly, agreeing with this view. Although the military currently lacked combat-type geniuses, they would also cultivate tactical geniuses. Li Chen could indeed be recruited into the military for a chance. Focus on this person. Raise the importance level to B. Yes. Yan Lang quickly entered Li Chen's information on the tablet. Li Chen importance level, B description, level 11 summoner, tactical genius. After recording the Flame Wolf, he couldn't help but sigh, in this team competition, I've really discovered a lot of talent. The military has an important rating system for talent. The ratings are C, B, A, and S levels. C level consists of some minor geniuses who can generally take on 10 opponents alone. B level includes special talents who can bring significant improvements to the team. A level refers to those who can command a team to defeat abyss bosses. S level is for those who can single-handedly kill abyss bosses. In the civilian area, Li Chen leisurely approached the teleportation portal leading to the expert zone and began to operate it. Do you want to go to the expert zone? Note, once you go, you cannot return. After entering the expert zone, KDA will be reset, and you must defeat a team to be considered part of the advanced zone team, otherwise, you will be eliminated. Unlike the civilian area, in the expert zone, you only need to defeat one team to advance. Although the requirements have been lowered, the difficulty has greatly increased. The strength of teams in the expert zone is far superior to that in the civilian area. The civilian area is made up of casual teams composed of civilian professionals, usually with odd team compositions and little cooperation, often fighting independently. In contrast, the teams in the expert zone are from small to medium-sized guilds, typically well coordinated with perfect teamwork and high individual combat power. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that a team from the expert zone can match 10 teams from the civilian area, and that is a very conservative estimate. Of course, for Li Chen, there is no difference. To him, they are all easy kills. However, Li Chen did not rush in. Instead, he turned to look at the friendly forces pursuing the enemy behind him. Brothers, let's charge into the expert zone together. There were only 10 teams on Li Chen's side, and they had already decimated Wang Ren's 60 teams. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, they were all incredibly invigorated. Charging into the expert zone? In the past, they wouldn't have dared to even think about it. But now, why not give it a shot? Although if they were defeated in the expert zone, all their previous efforts would be in vain. But it would be really cool. Charge into the expert zone. Follow Brother Yan's lead. The 10 teams followed Li Chen in a grand procession, and Li Chen smiled slightly as he stepped into the teleportation portal. At this moment, the commentators in the audience were excitedly explaining, "What? Li Chen actually wants to challenge the expert zone. Isn't this a bit too reckless? The strength of the expert zone is not something the civilian area can compare to. It seems Li Chen is still too impulsive. In this situation, it would be wiser to be cautious." When they saw other teams following Li Chen into the expert zone, the commentators were shocked again. What is happening? The civilian area is collectively advancing into the expert zone? Am I seeing this right? This is the first time this has happened in a team competition. The audience's enthusiasm was ignited at this moment, and they all stood up excitedly, shouting passionately. Even Lin Tian stood up, his face filled with disbelief. Advancing into the expert zone, and doing so collectively. Even he, a former member of the Brave team, felt a surge of excitement. Lin Tian shook his head. Although it was indeed thrilling, the reality was harsh. Sigh, Li Chen is still too reckless. The expert zone is too deep for him to handle. After Lin Tian finished speaking, those around him nodded in agreement. Li Chen leading everyone into the expert zone was indeed very exhilarating. However, relying solely on passion is far from enough in the expert zone. One must also possess strong capabilities. On the side, Lin Yusher, however, did not realize this and asked in confusion, "Wasn't Li Chen's performance just fine? Defeating Wang Ren's 60 teams with 10 small teams. Can't that get him into the expert zone?" Lin Tian sighed and shook his head. It seemed he had neglected his daughter's education. It's just 1 against 6, and they can't even enter the threshold of the expert zone. Moreover, the discipline of the teams in the civilian zone is extremely poor. As long as you can defeat half of their teams, the others will flee without a fight. Calculating this way, it becomes even less, roughly 1 against 3. As for the teams in the expert zone, 1 against 10 is already the minimum requirement. Lin Tian patiently explained to Lin Yusher, and the people around them applauded. As expected of a member of the Brave team, the analysis is spot on. It seems Li Chen is still too young. Isn't it better to stay obediently in the civilian zone? Charging recklessly into the expert zone is basically a death wish, and he has also lost the KDA he built up in the civilian zone. Lin Yusher, feeling confused, nodded. Throughout her life, her father's words had mostly been correct, so this time should be right too. Then she became anxious again. So what should we do? Lin Tian continued to shake his head. There's no way. The gap in strength is too vast. No matter how excellent the tactics are, they won't work. At this moment, the audience in the square had gradually come to their senses. Even those who were slow to react understood with others' reminders. Li Chen charging into the expert zone was just a way to deliver himself. The audience gradually calmed down and sat down to watch the match rationally. Li Chen is really too reckless. Their performance in the civilian zone was indeed excellent, but the expert zone is just too deep. Li Chen's move was clearly a mistake, but unfortunately, there's no turning back now. What awaits them is ruthless elimination. The commentator's voice rang out again. Based on his years of experience, what he said was mostly accurate. Now even the audience holding on to a glimmer of hope recognized the reality. Li Chen is too reckless. Meanwhile, in the expert zone, Li Chen and Wang Dashan appeared in a corner of the expert zone, quickly attracting the attention of the geniuses there. Am I seeing things? The team from the civilian zone has come up? Great. Aren't they just here to hand out points? The captain of the AO Shur team, Lu Xing, felt a surge of joy upon seeing Li Chen's sudden appearance. Their AO Shur guild had strong combat power this year, but their luck had been terrible. A few days ago, the guild leader and several elite members died in the abyss, leaving their morale very low. They had originally wanted to perform well in the team competition to revive the glory of the AO Shur guild. But unexpectedly, the dream-chasing guild was even stronger this year, with Shenjie and Wang Shui, the two dual Cs working together, making them unbeatable. While severely injuring the AO Shur team, they also defeated another team. They were basically guaranteed a spot in the top 10, while they, due to their injuries, couldn't even take down other teams. Li Chen's appearance was like a savior. As long as they took down Li Chen, their KDA would soar, preventing them from falling to the bottom of the expert zone. With this thought, the captain of the AO Shur team immediately sprang into action, determined not to let anyone else steal the kill. Go! Take them down! With that, he lunged at Li Chen and Wang Dashan. This scene was, of course, captured by the commentator, who quickly shouted, as Expected, the waters in the expert zone are too deep.
As soon as the strongest team from Solaris enters, they are targeted by the AO Sure team.
Although the AO Sure team isn't in great shape right now, taking down the opponent is more than enough. The surrounding audience nodded in agreement, fully supporting the commentator's view. The AO Sure team could be considered an old-school team. They had made it into the top 10 2 years ago, and this year, they reportedly added several rare-level pieces of equipment, significantly boosting their strength. Li Chen's team basically can't win, the strength difference is too great. Isn't that Li Chen still so laid back? The AO Sure team is almost on top of him, and he's just standing there with his hands in his pockets? He really doesn't know how high the sky is, he's just a clown after all. I even praised him before, I didn't expect him to be so arrogant. In the gaze of the crowd, Li Chen still walked leisurely with his hands in his pockets. Lu Xing's face hardened, they were actually being ignored. Although their health was not in great shape, taking down a team from the civilian district was still a piece of cake. Where did the courage of the civilian district team come from to ignore them? Seeking death. Lu Xing's figure twisted as he quickly approached Li Chen, raising his long knife high. Other members of the AO Sure battle team also rushed over, brandishing their weapons to attack Li Chen. However, Li Chen merely smiled slightly. At this distance, the knife was fast, but the gun was faster and more accurate. Just as the AO Sure guild members were about to reach Li Chen, the slime on his shoulder shot out 40 goo bullets. At this moment, they had nowhere to dodge and took full damage. Even though they were wearing epic level armor. Under such concentrated fire, they fell one by one. 8 kills. Your KDA is now 8/0/0. You have successfully advanced to the expert zone. Wang Dashan, witnessing this scene, was finally stunned. This, 8 level 30 rare class players, instantly taken out? Meanwhile, in the audience, everyone was even more shocked than Wang Dashan. Lin Tian suddenly stood up, disbelief etched on his face. How is this possible? Even Zhang Yuan back in the day couldn't take out an expert zone team in one hit. How did Li Chen do it? The surrounding audience, recovering from their shock, wore expressions of incredulity. Did you see clearly? I didn't see clearly. The AO Sure team members were clearly about to strike Li Chen. How did they suddenly all fall? Could it be that someone else intervened? Are you stupid? Who can instantly take out an expert zone team? Even the geniuses from the genius zone can't do that. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. Could it be that the dungeon has a bug, causing the projection to malfunction? This remark awakened the crowd, and everyone quickly reacted, agreeing with the statement. Yes, yes, yes. Hurry and report this to the logistics of the big guild. This is outrageous. Such a major event as a team match can be delayed. After it's over, we need to ask for some compensation. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's expression finally softened a bit. Indeed, it's possible that the dungeon has malfunctioned, leading to projection issues. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain how the AO Sure team members were suddenly taken out in an instant. Lin Yusher leaned over, curiously, asking, everyone is saying there's a bug, is it really like that? Lin Tian nodded seriously, basically, that's the case, the big guild should be here to fix it soon. What? The team match dungeon has a bug? I just checked this morning, how could there be a bug? In the logistics break room of the big guild, Chief Mechanic Liamo waved his hand impatiently. The underling who came to notify him looked bitter, stammering an explanation. It seems there was a projection anomaly. A civilian district team actually defeated a team from the expert zone. Liamo was slightly taken aback, and after a long pause, he slowly said, why can't a civilian district team defeat an expert zone team? Didn't Zhang Yuan do it before? The underling continued, it was an instant kill. And that team only had 2 members. One was an 11-level summoner, and the other was a 28-level warrior. At this point, Liamo also realized. If this isn't a bug, what is? Surviving in the civilian district with that configuration was already a miracle. And now, they had actually taken out a team from the expert zone? Let's go, there's work to be done. I just finished repairing the dungeon inspection machine entrusted by the general, so I'll give it to him later. After saying that, Liamo went to the materials room to prepare the repair materials. Meanwhile, in the audience, the general asked Yen Lang, have you notified the chief mechanic? Are we sure it's a bug in the dungeon? The general was very anxious at this moment. If the projection had no bugs, it would mean that Li Chen's strength was terrifyingly strong. Conservatively estimated to be rated as A-level. Instantly defeating 8 level 30 rare class professionals would certainly yield high output, and perhaps with the cooperation of teammates, they could even kill the Abyss boss. However, there was still a possibility of anomalies in the projection, so no conclusions could be drawn yet. General, I've already notified the chief mechanic, we should know the results soon. If it's confirmed that the projection is normal, raise Li Chen's attention level to A level. Understood. Meanwhile, Li Chen in the dungeon was much calmer, continuing to move forward. Beside him, Wang Dashan was incredibly excited. Defeating the AO Sure Guild meant they were guaranteed a spot in the top 10. Brother Yen, this is great. I've calculated it. We're definitely securing a top 10 spot now. Awesome, my wish has finally come true. Li Chen smiled slightly and continued walking. After glancing in Li Chen's direction, Wang Dashan had a bad thought. Could it be that Li Chen was heading to the genius zone? Had he gone mad? If the threshold for the expert zone was 1 against 10, then the threshold for the genius zone was also 1 against 10, but it meant fighting against 10 teams from the expert zone. The disparity in strength was like a chasm. Brother Yen, I'm begging you, please stop. Being able to take down the AO Sure team is already a huge win. What we need to do now is stay in the expert zone and secure a top 10 finish. Li Chen said as he walked, don't panic, we can fight. Wang Dashan was extremely anxious and quickly grabbed Li Chen's sleeve, but before he could speak, a group of people appeared ahead. Commoners from the civilian zone, you think you can come to the expert zone? Don't think that just because you took down the remnants of the AO Sure team, you can be arrogant. Today, our Overlord team will show you what the gap really is. Li Chen focused his gaze and saw 8 level 30 rare class professionals ahead, all brimming with battle intent and healthy health bars. 3 shield guards, 3 warriors, and 2 priests. They had a tanky lineup, making their durability very high. It seemed he would need to add a Wuxuan aura to take them down in one go. Li Chen summoned the Tiger Sword God and was about to command the slime to attack when a voice rang out, "Hey, mere Overlord team, it's not yet time for Brother Yen to take action." As soon as the words fell, 3 teams from the civilian zone jumped out. The 3 leaders approached Li Chen, kneeling on one knee and respectfully saying, I am the captain of the Yi team, willing to fight for my benefactor. I am the captain of the Storm team, the same goes for me. I am the captain of the civilian team, likewise. Li Chen nodded. Having already defeated the AO Sure team and advanced to the expert zone, he no longer needed to take action. Since these civilian professionals wanted to show off, he would leave it to them. It's up to you. The civilian professionals were overjoyed. Since Li Chen had given the go-ahead, it was basically a sure thing. Brothers, hold them off. The civilian professionals quickly picked up their weapons and unleashed their most proud skills, trying to hold off the opponents. The members of the Overlord team looked disdainful. A mere civilian zone team could be wiped out in a laugh. They indeed had the capital to be arrogant, with rare class qualifications and attributes that were already twice as high as those of civilian professionals. Plus, they had at least 3 or 4 pieces of rare class equipment, making the gap even larger. It was basically 1 hit per civilian professional. Although the Overlord team captain, Wang Ba, looked down on the opponents, he wouldn't refuse more KDA. They wanted the heads of Li Chen and these civilian professionals. Moreover, they had to strike swiftly, not allowing other expert zone teams to steal the kills. Split into 2 groups. Others go to kill those 3 civilian zone teams. I'll take care of Li Chen. As the words fell, the 3 shield guards raised their shields and charged forward, while 2 warriors maneuvered around, looking for an opportunity to engage. The coordination was perfect, far beyond what a civilian team could compare to. Watching the shield guards charge like tanks, coupled with the pressure from the 2 nearby warriors, the leaders of the civilian team were in a panic. Damn, their coordination is too good. I never expected such a counter strategy. We might as well just charge in. Brothers, let's just fight them head on. The civilian professionals were filled with fighting spirit. Despite the vast difference in strength, they showed no fear. Just then, the priest from the Overlord team seized the moment and, as the shield guards were about to engage, cast a spell of panic. Panic spell causes widespread panic among enemies, reducing attributes. The greater the difference in spirit between the caster and the enemies, the more attributes are reduced. In the blink of an eye, the civilian professionals felt a wave of weakness wash over them, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of panic. Some poorly equipped civilian professionals even fell to their knees, while others were not much better off, their legs feeling as if they were filled with mud. Come on. Charge. My legs are numb. The few leaders also half knelt on the ground, checking their attribute panels. Strength 10, Constitution 5, Agility 1, Spirit 0, Status, Panic, attributes significantly reduced, lasts for 10 seconds. What the hell, how did my strength of over 60 drop to just 10? My agility is down to 1, no wonder I can't move. What the hell are we supposed to do? At this moment, a captain said urgently, where are the mages and archers? Quickly unleash some attacks, we just need to hold on for 10 seconds. Upon hearing this, several mages and archers in the team stood up. However, under the influence of the panic spell, the archers couldn't even draw their bows, and the mages' fingers trembled uncontrollably, making it impossible to gather their spells. Everyone wore a face of despair, waiting quietly to be harvested by the Overlord team. It's over, we really are useless. Sorry, Yengu, I've dragged you down. We're done for. Just as everyone was feeling down, Li Chen's voice came through. It's not time to surrender yet. The civilian professionals turned towards the voice and saw Li Chen standing behind them, looking at them with determination. However, the reality was that they simply couldn't defeat the opponents. But our attributes are too low, we can't even lift our weapons. Yeah, we can't output any damage. Li Chen said seriously, then don't use weapons, fight barehanded. The civilian professionals were all shocked, barehanded? Although fighting barehanded was indeed unaffected by attributes, as long as they had hands, they could attack. However, the damage was minimal, requiring 300 punches to take away just a bit of health from the opponent. Li Chen continued, just listen to me, you have already been empowered. Hearing those familiar words, the civilian professionals suddenly felt steadied. Whatever, it's better than waiting to die. One mage took off their spellbook and approached the opponent empty-handed. The shield guard looked at the limping mage as if they were a fool, even though he usually didn't smile, he couldn't help but chuckle. What are you doing? A mage not casting spells, doing all this nonsense. Did he really take Li Chen's words seriously? That's hilarious, he's in deep trouble himself. However, the mage ignored them and threw a punch at the shield guard's shield. Failed to penetrate armor. Triggered rebound. Damn. The mage's punch caused no damage at all and instead triggered a rebound, leaving them with just a sliver of health. The shield guard smirked disdainfully, raising their morning star to deliver a finishing blow. Suddenly, a flash of sword light passed by, and the shield guard's health bar dropped to a sliver. Damn, this time, the shield guard was shocked. Where did his thick health bar go? He had 150 constitution, how could he suddenly have no health left? If it weren't for the shield guard's passive ability, Unyielding, which allowed him to be immune to a fatal blow once, he would have fallen without knowing why. The commoner players were overjoyed to see the shield guard's health reduced to a sliver. Brother Yan was right, they had indeed been strengthened. They were now very strong unarmed. Quick, drop your weapons and fight with your fists. Charge! The commoner players all threw down their weapons and rushed in barehanded. As a top-tier team, the members of the Overlord squad constantly monitored their teammates' health. When the shield guard's health suddenly dropped to a sliver, the other teammates noticed immediately. Quick! The enemy's damage is abnormal, tactical retreat. 3 shield guards hurriedly pulled back, but 2 warriors were surrounded by the rushing commoner players because they had taken too long to maneuver. In the chaos, they were knocked down by an unknown assailant and fell to the ground. Damn! What kind of drugs are these commoner players on? How can they deal such high damage unarmed? Wang Ba, as the captain, was extremely anxious. If the guild leader found out they were being chased and beaten by a group of commoner players unarmed, the consequences would be unimaginable. He would have to take full responsibility as the captain. After that, he wouldn't be able to get rare or even legendary equipment for the guild. No. Absolutely not. Wang Ba shook his head, he was destined to become the strongest warrior and could not give up here. Right. It must be Li Chen who strengthened these commoner players. As long as he could take Li Chen down, the situation could be turned around. With this thought, Wang Ba no longer hesitated. Shield guards, go attract the attention of those commoner players. I'm going to take down Li Chen. The 3 shield guards nodded and ran in front of the players, continuously using taunt skills to draw attention. Wang Ba stood still, his long knife already drawn, waiting for the right moment. After a while, Wang Ba felt a surge of joy. He saw that Li Chen was all alone, the commoner players had been drawn away a distance. At this distance, my speed is enough. Wang Ba's figure began to shift, his long knife carving cracks in the ground, moving as fast as lightning. Overlord slash! A victorious smile appeared on Wang Ba's face, indeed, his skills were superior. This move had high damage and lightning-fast speed. Li Chen would definitely not be able to react in time. The distant shield guards saw Wang Ba make his move and all breathed a sigh of relief. With Wang Ba's speed, taking down Li Chen would be as easy as drinking water. They were sure to win. Thinking of this, several shield guards showed mocking expressions, since they were about to win, they had to humiliate the opponent thoroughly. Ha, you commoners from the lower districts have such poor awareness. A few commoner players retorted, if your awareness is so high, how come you're being chased by us? It's simply laughable. Did you not realize you've already been surrounded by us? One punch and you'll go down. The shield guards of the Overlord squad stopped, all wearing mocking expressions. Do you want to see Li Chen's current situation? Our captain is already in front of him, he can't escape. Once Li Chen goes down, it'll be our turn to chase you. The commoner players were all taken aback and looked towards Li Chen's direction. Their awareness was still too low, they had gotten ahead of themselves and forgotten to protect Li Chen. With Li Chen's level 11 fragile stats, he would definitely be taken down by Wang Ba in an instant. Sure enough, when they turned around, they saw Wang Ba charging fiercely towards Li Chen, his knife raised high. It's over. We were too reckless. Without Brother Yen, how can we contend with the Overlord squad? However, Wang Ba, like a clumsy person, slipped and fell in front of Li Chen, then lay there motionless. Everyone was puzzled, wondering what kind of sword technique this was. It was so strange. Even the 3 shield guards of the Overlord team looked curious. Is this a new sword technique from Brother Ba? It should be. Lower your body and then attack the opponent's feet, that way they can't run away. This move is indeed very tricky, ordinary people really can't defend against it. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, all waiting for Wang Ba to make a move. However, at that moment, Li Chen moved, stepping over Wang Ba and walking forward. This time, the members of the Overlord team were once again startled. Could it be a delayed sword technique? It should be. Li Chen should have fallen down by now, but his body's inertia is still moving forward. As expected of Brother Ba. After waiting for a while, Li Chen had already walked quite far, and everyone finally sensed something was off. The members of the Overlord team still held their ground. Brother Ba's follow-up is really big, the damage must be maxed out. Li Chen should be internally injured and will fall down soon. However, before the shield guard could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a punch from a civilian warrior. Still talking tough. Your Brother Ba was soloed by our Yengu. The Overlord team's shield guard, impossible. Surrounding civilian professionals surged forward, overwhelming the 3 shield guards with a flurry of punches. They then charged aggressively towards the 2 priests. The 2 priests were terrified, they were in the back and hadn't seen Wang Ba get knocked down, now they were both full of question marks. Wasn't it supposed to be a sure win? How did it turn around? However, the civilian professionals were already closing in, and the 2 could only release skills in an attempt to block them. Fear spell. Entanglement spell. Damn, I'm out of mana. The 2 priests were in a panic, they had just exhausted too much mana while coordinating with the shield guards to lure the opponent. With no mana left, they could only turn and run. But priests primarily focused on spirit, and their agility wasn't very high, so it was only a matter of time before they were caught. In the audience, everyone was chatting and laughing. This bug is really outrageous. Did I just see the Overlord team being chased and beaten by a group of civilian professionals with bare hands? This is too surreal. Li Chen's side is the real joke, he didn't even move, and Wang Ba just fell? What's going on? Isn't the logistics team coming to fix this? This is too much of a delay. Even the usually calm Lin Tian was a bit dissatisfied at this moment. What's going on with the big guild this year? They haven't fixed such an outrageous bug. On the side, Lin Yusher was watching with great interest. I feel like this is pretty exciting? People around looked over, all with a face full of confusion. What kind of fool couldn't even tell the difference? Even Lin Tian shook his head, patting Lin Yusher on the head to quiet her down. At this moment, the first row of the audience fell silent. These people were mostly elites among professionals, with vision and strength that others couldn't compare to. Because of this, they were very clear about the strength of the big guild. Such an outrageous bug should be fixable in at most a minute. Now that it had dragged on for over 10 minutes, it was clear that something had gone wrong. General, should we record the battle just now? Yen Lang hesitated a bit, asking the general beside him. It couldn't be blamed on him for being indecisive, the battle just now was simply explosive. A civilian district mage knocked a high-level shield guard down to a sliver of health with a single punch. Who would believe that? The general thought for a long time and finally said, just make a simple record, noting that we suspect it's a bug. Yen Lang nodded, the general was indeed thoughtful. At this moment, Chief Mechanic Li Mo was squatting in front of the dungeon portal, sweating profusely as he checked for problems. This shouldn't be a problem? Could it be that a problem has occurred that I haven't encountered? Ah, this is really driving me crazy, it's dragged on for so long, and this year's bonus is gone again. As Li Mo was busy and overwhelmed, Vice President Mei Linfeng came over once again. Li Mo, are you not done yet? You've already delayed for more than 10 minutes, this isn't like you. Pressured by Mei Linfeng, Li Mo became flustered and said, there's no bug at all, are you mistaken? Mei Linfeng didn't immediately refute him but continued, I just watched the match projection. A mage from the civilian area knocked out a shield guard from the expert area with a single punch. At this point, Li Mo hesitated a bit. He even began to doubt his own abilities. Could it be that my level is that low? And I'm still the chief mechanic, I just want to bang my head against a wall. Li Mo shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. Vice President, if you don't believe me, you can check the operational information from the virtual reality core.
After saying that, he took out a tablet which contained the information he had just retrieved from the dungeon core.
Mei Linfeng waved his hand. I can't understand it, why show it to me? The urgent matter is to think of a remedy. After pondering for a moment, Li Mo's eyes lit up. How about we take the dungeon inspection machine into the dungeon for real-time detection? Then, we can broadcast it live in text format. With this double assurance, we can know if there's a bug. After thinking for a while, Mei Linfeng nodded. Then let's do it your way. I'll go out and calm the audience first.
Soon, Mei Linfeng appeared in the center of the square.
The crowd quickly noticed him and began to discuss. Isn't that the vice president of the Grand Guild, Mei Linfeng? What is he doing here? He must be here to announce the bug fix. Finally, I can watch properly. Don't show me those mind-shattering scenes again.
Mei Linfeng cleared his throat a few times and said slowly, currently, no bugs have been found in the team match dungeon. The surrounding audience, upon hearing this, were all skeptical.
Impossible. Are you telling me this isn't a bug? The president of the Overlord Guild also looked furious. Didn't he know the strength of his own soldiers? Each one was carefully selected. The cream of the crop. How could they be beaten into retreat by 3 mere civilian teams? The Grand Guild must not have any technical talent, right? They can't even identify such an obvious bug.
The words of the Overlord Guild president were sharp. Although they made sense, they were a bit disrespectful to the Grand Guild.
Mei Linfeng
wasn't angry. Instead, he continued, I understand that everyone feels a sense of disparity. But it's okay, our Grand Guild has already thought of a response.
Our technical
staff will take the dungeon inspection machine to the dungeon for real-time detection.
Then we will broadcast it live in text format. By comparing it with the projection, we can determine if there's a bug in the projection.
After hearing this, a small portion of the audience's eyes lit up.
Brilliant! The dungeon inspection machine uses
multiple encryption transmission methods, and the information transmitted is relatively small, so it's basically unaffected when entering and exiting the dungeon.
This means
that 99.99% of the information transmitted by the dungeon inspection machine is correct. Immediately, a mechanic who understood the dungeon inspection machine stood up to
explain to the other audience members.
With this, everyone basically understood the current situation and nodded in agreement. So, it can indeed be used to determine if the
projection is abnormal. But text broadcasting feels a bit dull. Are you stupid? Text broadcasting is just to verify whether the projection has anomalies. At that moment,
a line of text appeared on the screen above the central projection area.
Ding, the Inspector Li Mo has entered the team match dungeon. Li Mo headed into the expert
zone. Everyone was excitedly watching the upcoming text, even though they didn't believe the content of the projection.
But what if it was true? After a while, the screen refreshed again. Ding, Li Mo entered the expert zone and began to analyze the situation.
Detected that the Dream Chasing Guild defeated 2 teams. Detected that the Proud World Guild was eliminated by Solaris's strongest team. Detected that the Overlord team was severely injured by 3 teams from the civilian zone.
Detected that the Overlord team captain, Wang Ba, was knocked down by Li Chen. Oh my god.
The projection really didn't have any bugs. The information from the dungeon detection machine was clearly
consistent with the projection. Now, 99% of the people believed it. I can't be dreaming, right? So everything is real.
Damn, I don't even care who comes in first anymore. I want to know how those teams from the civilian zone did it.
This is outrageous. A genius from the civilian zone taking down the expert zone barehanded? Merlin Fong was also
a bit shocked. Although he didn't believe it, the facts were right in front of him. I declare that the dungeon projection has no bugs.
At that moment, the vice president of
the Proud World Guild and the captain of the Overlord team stood up together.
I don't believe it. Merlin Feng's face showed displeasure. Why don't you believe it? The vice
president of the Proud World Guild, Li Qing, hesitated a bit, but when he thought of the current talent shortage in the Proud World Guild, he realized that if today's events
got out, the guild would be disgraced, and no one would want to join them.
Gritting his teeth, he continued, who knows if your technical staff faked it?
Maybe your big
guild, unable to find any bugs, is deliberately fabricating it to save face. After Li Qing finished speaking, the surrounding audience nodded in agreement.
Although it's a bit disrespectful to the big guild, there is indeed such a possibility.
Yeah, after all, their technical staff is very familiar with the dungeon detection machine. They might
have secretly modified it. Although Merlin Fong was displeased, he remained calm and continued, so what do you want? Li Qing replied, unless you let us in to check. I must see it with my own eyes.
Merlin Fong was helpless. Given the current situation, he could only meet the other party's demands to avoid suspicion.
Alright. Once our
technical staff comes out, we will arrange for you immediately.
Is there anyone else who has doubts? You can go together. Seeing Merlin Feng so determined, others felt embarrassed to get involved. In the end, only Li Qing, the vice president of the Proud World Guild, and Wang Zhangtian, the captain of the Overlord Guild, expressed their desire to go in. Merlin Feng nodded and said, "Please wait a moment, we have already notified the technical staff to come out, and we will take you in soon." While the two waited, the commentary voice came again, "What? Another 7 teams from the civilian zone have joined Li Chen. These civilian professionals want to engage in a large-scale battle." Meanwhile, in the expert zone, 10 teams from the civilian zone followed behind Li Chen. A warrior respectfully walked up to Li Chen and said earnestly, "Brother Yen, the brothers are ready, just give the order, and we can charge at any time." Li Chen nodded. His goal was to enter the genius zone, and defeating more people in the expert zone was useless. It was better to give these civilian professionals a chance to shine. Charge! Everyone! With Li Chen's command, 80 civilian professionals surged forward, clearing the way for him. Clear the way for Brother Yen. Under the effect of the invincible aura, they were all incredibly brave. Along the way, 1 or 2 teams from the expert zone tried to block them, but after sacrificing a few frontliners, they all fled. For a moment, the geniuses of the expert zone were actually being pushed back by these civilian professionals they usually looked down upon. After witnessing the scene, many spectators looked on with disdain. Isn't this too much of a violation? Doesn't anyone from the major guild care? This is simply malicious teaming. How can others compete? At first, I thought Li Chen was a character, but I didn't expect him to use such shameless tactics. Even Merlin Feng, who was watching from the side, felt it was a bit excessive. The major guild had relaxed the entry requirements for high-level areas to give more opportunities to lower-tier players. It wasn't meant to allow them to team up maliciously. Li Chen is truly a petty person, exploiting the loophole in this year's team competition. For a moment, everyone began to disapprove of Li Chen. In their view, team competition should be fought fairly, not by overwhelming the few with the many. However, the 3 soldiers sitting in the front row of the audience were quite entertained. The general said, "Kuang Dao, didn't you say Chen Jia has a super wide-range laser?" Kuang Dao nodded and replied seriously, "Yes, Chen Jia has used this move in both the Serpent Disaster and the Sword Saint's Tomb." The general became increasingly interested and continued, "Then let me ask you, can that move of Chen Jia instantly wipe out the 80 people led by Li Chen?" Without a moment's hesitation, Kuang Dao replied, "Absolutely no problem." "Oh, now that's quite interesting." Inside the dungeon, the geniuses in the expert area were being forced to retreat step by step and were now gathered together discussing tactics. They had initially refused to team up with their opponents. However, being pressured by the commoner players they usually looked down upon was indeed infuriating. "We have 40 people now, why don't we just charge them head-on? They only have 80 people, can't we handle 2 with our level?" All the geniuses nodded in agreement. Normally, each of them could easily overpower 10 commoner players. If it weren't for the overwhelming numbers on the other side, coupled with their extraordinary damage, they wouldn't be retreating like this. Now that everyone was united, they could easily crush those troublesome players while joking around. I agree. The captains of each team raised their hands in agreement, but one team had not yet agreed. "Dream Chaser team, don't you disagree?" Everyone turned to the 2 leaders of the Dream Chaser team, Wang Shui and Chen Jia. Chen Jia anxiously urged Wang Shui, just agree. With our level, 40 against their 80 is a piece of cake. However, Wang Shui smiled and said, "Don't underestimate them." The other geniuses looked at Wang Shui with disdain for her cautiousness. If it weren't for her legendary qualifications, they would have already started cursing. Wang Shui continued, "The shadow mice I summon see everything clearly. Do you know how the Overlord team lost?" Everyone was speechless, and soon one person stood up to respond, "Isn't it because Li Chen relied on numbers to win?" No, there were only 3 teams when they fought the Overlord team. And the Overlord team almost wiped them out. But at a critical moment, Li Chen used some method, and those commoner players had absurdly high damage. One mage even took down a shield guard from the Overlord team with bare hands. The first reaction from everyone was disbelief. Who would believe that someone could take down a shield guard with a single punch? But seeing Wang Shui so serious, they had to be cautious. "So what do you propose we do?" "It's simple, capture the leader first. As long as we defeat Li Chen, the other commoner players will show their true colors. You'll split into 2 teams to create distractions around them. Most of these commoner players are warriors with shorter reach, so they will definitely chase after you. You pretend to retreat, leading them away, and once they scatter, we'll take them down one by one. Meanwhile, we'll charge in from the middle and capture Li Chen. Once Li Chen falls, these civilian professionals will be waiting to be harvested." After thinking for a while, the talented individuals nodded in agreement. "Let's do it your way." Soon, the geniuses from the guild split into two teams and headed to the sides of the civilian army. The dream-chasing squad positioned themselves on the main road, waiting for an opportunity. The audience outside quickly noticed the actions of the geniuses in the expert zone and began to praise them. As expected of the elites in the guild, they quickly came up with a countermeasure. It should have been like this long ago. Li Chen is truly shameless and needs to be dealt with. No wonder they are geniuses, it seems they even have tactics and are not just blindly fighting. The civilian professionals soon saw the geniuses from the expert zone surrounding them, all wearing disdainful expressions. Why are these geniuses from the expert zone grouping up? Are they afraid of us? Just a bunch of insignificant chickens. If they dare to come, I will dare to fight. After a series of victories, the civilian professionals were full of confidence. At this moment, they saw the expert zone's team as nothing but insignificant chickens. However, just as the civilian professionals were feeling proud, a fireball exploded among them. Instantly, several people were left with low health. Damn! The opposing mage wants to wear us down from a distance. Can we tolerate this? Where are our mages? A few mages quickly stepped forward, but as soon as they reached the front of the team, the opposing side retreated. What are these geniuses from the expert zone doing? Are they going to fight or not? We can't let the opposing mage be so comfortable, we need to rush over and stop them. After saying this, a warrior raised his great sword and charged at the enemy, while the opposing shield guard hurriedly stepped forward to try to block him. With the support of the invincible aura, the warrior struck the shield guard, severely injuring him. The shield guard rolled and crawled away, looking quite pathetic. The surrounding civilian professionals, seeing the opposing side perform so poorly, began to envy that warrior. That feels great, treating these usually high and mighty geniuses like dogs. Damn, we can't let this guy take all the glory. If we go after them now, we might be able to get 1 or 2 kills, and who knows, we might even advance to the expert zone. The civilian professionals quickly couldn't hold back, although they claimed they would help Li Chen, who could refuse a higher KDA. Plus, they had been empowered by Li Chen and were feeling quite inflated, no longer viewing the expert zone geniuses as a threat. Soon, the civilian professionals scattered and began to chase the fleeing enemies. The geniuses in the expert zone were not just running away, they would occasionally send a few shield guards forward to lure the civilians. At first, the civilian professionals were a bit cautious, maintaining their formation as they pursued. However, after defeating 5 of the opposing warriors, they had no more reservations. These geniuses we usually see are just paper tigers. I didn't expect I was this strong. Before long, the civilian professionals were getting carried away, disregarding any formation, each fighting their own battles, creating a chaotic scene. In the distance, Wang Shui watched this scene with great delight. These civilian professionals truly lacked brains, a slight lure had thrown them into disarray. This way, Li Chen was now surrounded by emptiness, the perfect opportunity to strike. Now's the time, hurry over and surround Li Chen. Don't let him escape. The audience outside burst into laughter. From their god's eye view, they quickly realized that the civilian professionals were being toyed with by the geniuses in the expert zone. Ha ha ha, these civilian professionals are so shallow. They got thrown into disarray just like that? As if you're not a civilian professional, if you were there, you'd probably go crazier than them. Exactly, it's not that civilian professionals are weak. It's that the geniuses in the expert zone are just too strong. In no time, everyone was praising the geniuses in the expert zone. Some guild leaders of small to medium-sized guilds nodded in agreement, very satisfied with their team's performance. Not bad, every participant in this year's team competition will return with a piece of rare-level equipment. Even the general sitting at the front nodded slightly. With his rich experience, he could tell at a glance that the commander of this perfect tactic was from the Dream Chaser team. He then looked towards the side at the vice president of the Dream Chaser Guild. Vice President Su, it seems this tactic was proposed by your Dream Chaser team. Vice President Su Mu of the Dream Chaser Guild appeared very calm on the surface, but inside, he was overjoyed. Ever since they kicked Li Chen out of the guild, the Dream Chaser Guild had been thriving. He initially thought that acquiring a legendary level summoner like Wang Shui was already the limit. Unexpectedly, Chen Jie also had an epiphany, repeatedly defeating abyss bosses and earning a silver badge. Now, they had produced a top-notch tactician, though it was unclear whether it was Wang Shui or Chen Jie. However, no matter who it was good news for the guild. The most important thing was that both of them were under his command. With their assistance, replacing the president would not be a problem. With this thought, Su Mu felt pleased and no longer nervous when looking at the general beside him. Not at all, it was just luck, the general continued. Do you have any idea who came up with the plan? Wang Shui has a higher probability. After all, she scored full marks in the tactical assessment within the guild. Of course, Chen Jie is also a possibility. I understand. The general nodded slightly and quietly said to Yan Lang beside him, "Raise Wang Shue's rating to A level." Yan Lang nodded, he thought the same. If Wang Shue led the team, they would definitely be able to defeat the Abyss boss, and classifying her as A level was very reasonable. Meanwhile, in the expert zone, Li Chen, I really didn't expect you to be this stupid. You were easily played around by our little trick. You had a huge advantage, and now it's turned into a deadlock. If I were you, I would rather just crash to death. Chen Jie said mockingly, and the few members of the Dream Chaser team behind him also looked disdainful. Wang Disha, who was beside Li Chen, had already trembled and knelt on the ground. What should we do, Brother Yen? We're surrounded, there's no way out. Li Chen looked around and found that they were all pets of the Dream Chaser team. The surrounding civilian professionals, due to the chaotic formation, had already suffered heavy damage, and a few had even been knocked down. Li Chen, you're finished. If you hand over the pets you secretly kept from the guild and bow 3 times, we will give you a quick end. Otherwise, when we knock you down, just wait to be humiliated. However, Li Chen showed no fear and slowly said, on the contrary, it's you who are surrounded. This statement instantly provoked Wang Shui, who shouted angrily, Li Chen, do you want to see your current position? As long as I give the order, you will be taken down on the spot. Once you fall, the civilian professionals will reveal their true forms. They will be slaughtered by us. Li Chen, however, smiled calmly and continued, then hurry up and make your move. Wang Shui, furious, shouted loudly, kill. In an instant, the surrounding pets abandoned their current targets and rushed towards Li Chen. Li Chen slightly raised his palm, and a shimmering butterfly appeared nearby. The surrounding civilian professionals instantly felt a surge of warmth, and soon their health began to recover, with several fallen civilian professionals getting back on their feet. Damn, I'm alive again. Damn, beast, let's battle for another 300 rounds. The civilian professionals raised their weapons and attacked the summoned beasts in front of them. However, due to the overwhelming number of summoned beasts, although the civilian professionals managed to take down a few with their strikes, they were soon overwhelmed and knocked down again. Yet, under the healing aura of the colorful shimmering butterfly, they quickly stood up again. Do you think you can defeat me? The civilian players, after getting up, raised their hands to attack, and a few summoned beasts were taken down in an instant. However, they were soon counterattacked and knocked down again. Yet, like cockroaches, they continued to get back up. The summoner from the dream chasing team was in shock. Damn, Li Chen has found another loophole. In the team competition. In the audience, the commentator's voice was unusually excited. What the hell, how can the civilian players not be defeated? Is Li Chen exploiting another loophole? The surrounding audience was confused, not understanding how Li Chen managed to do it. Lin Yusher looked at Lin Tian with a puzzled expression. Father, why are these civilian players all locked in health? Lin Tian let out a bitter smile, not to mention Lin Yusher, he also took a long time to figure out the principle. Li Chen has found another loophole in the team competition. In team competitions, when a player's health is depleted, they are not directly eliminated. Instead, they enter a down state. Apart from Lin Yusher, the surrounding audience was also listening intently. They naturally sensed that Li Chen was cheating again, but the specific details were unclear. Lin Tian adjusted his sitting posture and continued, here comes the key. When in a downed state, if healed or assisted by teammates, they can continue to fight. The crowd was still puzzled and quickly asked, of course we know that. So how is Li Chen operating this? After taking a sip from the ancient well he carried, Lin Tian continued, the illusionary light butterfly that Li Chen released can continuously heal the entire team. This way, the surrounding civilian players can quickly be revived after being hit and entering a down state. In this way, it's equivalent to them locking their health. Everyone thought for a long time and gradually understood. So these civilian players are practically invincible? And does the illusionary light butterfly have such a skill? Lin Tian continued to analyze. This illusionary light butterfly should have exclusive equipment, as for breaking the spell, just killing the butterfly will do. The surrounding people suddenly realized and began to applaud. As expected of Lin Tian, he spotted Li Chen's flaw at a glance. Hey, those geniuses in the expert area seem to have noticed too. In the expert area, Wang Shui quickly saw the clue. Quick, kill that illusionary light butterfly. Although the surrounding summoners were confused, they all took action. Soon, under everyone's cover, Chen Jie controlled the drama monkey to jump in front of the illusionary light butterfly, executing a move that sent smoke billowing. The members of the dream chasing team breathed a sigh of relief. The illusionary light butterfly is very fragile, Brother Jie's drama monkey will definitely take it down. It should be secure. Just as the words fell, a downed civilian player suddenly stood up again. With a single strike, he smashed down on a summoner's head, and soon a gust of wind from a sword swept by. The summoner was instantly knocked to the ground. Quick, retreat. The dream-chasing team was terrified and could only sacrifice a few pets to create some distance. As the smoke cleared, they saw the illusionary light butterfly still leisurely flapping its wings, completely unharmed. Chen Jie. What are you doing? How could you let the skill go to waste? Wang Shui looked at Chen Jie with disdain. She had heard that Chen Jie had obtained a silver badge. She thought he would be a strong teammate, but unexpectedly, he was so useless. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly summoned the invincible mountain-treading monkey. Chen Jie's head was buzzing. If Wang Shui weren't the captain, he would have slapped him. Come out. Mountain-treading monkey. A 5-meter-tall mountain-treading monkey appeared before everyone, stomping down as soon as it entered the scene. Instantly, a group of civilian players fell down, but just as quickly, they got back up. Don't underestimate our belief. Hey! More and more civilian players gathered, surrounding the mountain-treading monkey to attack. Under the enhancement of the dual aura and healing aura, these civilian professionals dealt immense damage while being nearly impossible to take down. The mountain monkey had high output and a wide range. With just a small skill, it could take down a group of civilian professionals. However, as more civilian professionals gathered, they surrounded the mountain monkey. Coupled with Chen Jie's poor performance, the 300 health mountain monkey quickly fell to low health. Wang Shui, seeing Chen Jie's foolishness, quickly summoned her pet to assist, while continuously scolding, Chen Jie. What are you doing? How could you make such a basic mistake? You should have sent the mountain monkey to attack Li Chen. Why are you entangled with these civilian professionals? Chen Jie felt overwhelmed and, unable to hold back, shouted, Why are you yelling so loudly? Wang Shui looked at Chen Jie in disbelief. You dare to yell at me? It's clearly your poor operation, and you don't want to hear it? If the mountain monkey were with me, I could take down Li Chen in an instant. Soon, the two began to argue. The civilian professionals pressed forward, having already taken down the other members of the dream-chasing team, and now surrounded the two of them completely. At this moment, in the audience, the spectators were starting to feel a bit hungry. Who is Chen Jie? He's so stupid. A legendary pet can be played like this by him. It's simply a gift. I heard Chen Jie even obtained a silver badge and has killed abyss bosses multiple times. What? Everyone was shocked to learn that Chen Jie was a silver badge holder. With this performance, how could he have obtained a silver badge? How could he kill abyss bosses? You must have been deceived. Chen Jie's performance definitely can't kill an abyss boss. It must be fake. The general frowned slightly at Chen Jie's poor performance. The mountain monkey operated by the captain was incredibly powerful, having turned the tide multiple times. Often, it was one person and one monkey carrying the entire team. But in Chen Jie's hands, how could it be so poor? However, beside him, Kwang Dao excitedly said, in this situation, Chen Jie will definitely unleash that move. General, that move will definitely open your eyes. The general had already lost hope in Chen Jie, but hearing Kwang Dao's certainty, he began to take an interest. Is that move really that exaggerated? So the two focused their attention, staring intently at Chen Jie's projection. However, until several civilian professionals approached them, Chen Jie remained unmoved. Chen Jie, can you really hide your big move like this? Is he still not going to unleash it? Kwang Dao was very surprised. What was Chen Jie hesitating about? The two waited anxiously, but until the dream-chasing team was completely wiped out, Chen Jie still hadn't unleashed that move. Are you sure that move was really unleashed by Chen Jie? Kwang Dao began to doubt himself. Could he have checked the wrong person? But in the Sword Saint's tomb, he had carefully examined everything, and there were no other people. That terrifying mark could only have been left by Chen Jie. But at that time in the dungeon, besides Chen Jie, no one else survived. The general shook his head slightly. I remember there were 3 people who entered the Sword Saint's tomb together. One was the president of the AO Sure Guild. Who was the other? Kwang Dao quickly checked the records and soon found out. It was Li Chen. Wait. It's actually Li Chen. Could it be that everything was done by Li Chen? The general gently pinched his chin, thinking for a long time, and slowly said, currently, Li Chen's strength has not yet been revealed. It's just that he seems to provide a significant boost to the team. And he seems to enjoy exploiting loopholes. The general leaned back in his chair, sighed, and continued, let's keep observing. Don't let any blunders happen. The vice president of the Dream-Chasing Guild was in shock, shouting loudly, impossible. Absolutely impossible. I think there's a bug, I need to go in and check it out. After saying that, he got up to find Merlin Wind. Damn, these guild leaders are really troublesome. I already said there's no bug. Can the dungeon detection machine really be wrong? Liemo grumbled while recording the dungeon information. Xiao Chen, you take those guild leaders into the dungeon to check it out. I'll go find the general. Although the younger brother was reluctant, he nodded repeatedly, leave it to me.
After Li Mo adjusted the dungeon controls, he turned back and said, "You can enter directly later. I've created visitor identities for you. The dungeon will first teleport you to the core position. At that time, you can choose to go to the expert area. Keep an eye on those people and don't let them mess around." The younger brother nodded, "Okay. Thanks, Brother Mo." After saying that, he found Merlin Wind. "Vice President, Li Mo has arranged everything. We can now take people into the dungeon to check it out." Merlin Wind nodded and looked at the three nearby: Li Qing, the vice president of the Proud World Guild, Wang Jingtian, the president of the Overlord Guild, and Su Mu, the vice president of the Dream Chaser Guild, who had just arrived. "You all go in with our technical staff, make sure to follow their instructions." After the three nodded, they followed the technical staff into the dungeon. After a moment of dizziness, the four appeared in a white space, with a control console over 10 meters tall in the center and numerous lines extending into the distance behind it. The technical staff led the way while reminding them, "This is the core of the team competition dungeon. You must follow my commands." Everyone nodded and obediently followed the technical staff. The technical staff quickly typed on the console and soon brought up a panel. "This is the elimination room. Eliminated participants will be teleported here." The three squeezed over to take a look and quickly saw their guild team's members. "Wait, our Proud World team really got wiped out by Li Chen? Wang Ba, what are you doing? The Overlord team has such a luxurious configuration this year, and you actually lost to those commoner players." Wang Shui, Shen Jie. The three guild leaders were all shocked, but soon they recognized the reality. After thinking for a moment, the vice president of the Proud World Guild smiled wickedly. "I need to see Li Chen's strength in person to be convinced." The technical staff had a black line on their forehead, but after considering their identities, they agreed. "All right then. Also, your identities are visitors, and you cannot interfere with the competition. Please pay attention to this, don't have any bad thoughts." The technical staff reminded while typing on the keyboard. Soon, a teleportation portal appeared before everyone. "This is..." However, before he could finish, a large hand fiercely grabbed his throat. The vice president of the Proud World Guild lifted the technical staff with one hand, while his fingers tightened, and they could already hear the sound of bones cracking. The technical staff, being only a level 20 mechanic and not skilled in combat, quickly lost his breath. The other two guild leaders looked at the actions of the vice president of the Proud World Guild, completely dumbfounded. "Li Qing, what are you doing? You actually killed a member of a major guild? This is the territory of a major guild. Do you want to die?" Li Qing smiled coldly and slowly said, "Let me ask you. Are you willing to let your guild's elites lose to those commoner players? Especially to that Li Chen. He only knows how to exploit loopholes in team competitions, and the major guilds don't do anything about it. Is this fair? Since Li Chen can cheat, then I will cheat too." After hearing this, the two guild leaders fell into deep thought. Soon, the president of the Overlord Guild, Wang Jingtian, broke the silence. "First, tell me how to cheat? If the major guilds find out about this, we'll be targeted as soon as we step outside." Li Qing smiled ominously and continued, "We just need to corrupt the dungeon." "Corrupt it?" Both of them looked shocked. "Are you crazy? Corrupting it is too dangerous." "Absolutely not." Without a second thought, they directly refused. However, Li Qing continued, "Fortune favors the bold. As long as the dungeon is corrupted, the death of this technician can be pinned on the abyss. Moreover, we can enter the expert zone and eliminate Li Chen and the others. Or even more drastically, wipe out all the geniuses in the genius zone. You have to understand, the dead have no ranking." After Li Qing finished speaking, the two fell silent. To be honest, they weren't good people either and didn't care about the lives of others. As long as it benefited them, that was all that mattered. What the other party said was indeed crazy, but it was also very reasonable. Seeing the two hesitating, Li Qing felt quite displeased. If it weren't for his need for them to seal the entrance, he wouldn't waste his breath like this. Soon, Wang Jingtian raised his hand. "I am willing to participate." Sumu gritted his teeth and also raised his hand. "I am willing too. Can you tell us the specific details now?" Li Qing produced a foul-smelling stone and a formation plate with both hands. "This is the corruption core. As long as it is fused with the dungeon core, the dungeon can be corrupted. I will find the core location. As for you, you just need to input your mana into this formation plate. Once this formation is activated, the dungeon will be locked. Others won't be able to enter." Both of them were top-tier experts and quickly understood. Wang Jingtian took the formation plate, examined it for a moment, and exclaimed, "This is the sealing formation plate. I didn't expect you to have such a rare item." Su Ming, who was nearby, asked curiously, "What is the sealing formation plate?" Wang Jingtian explained, "Have you heard of ancient dungeons?
These dungeons usually come with a formation plate that requires a specific method to enter. This one, for instance, requires a 24-hour wait before you can enter the dungeon. Of course, outsiders can forcibly break in, but it will be very difficult. Sumu nodded, taking note. He indeed had no experience with ancient dungeons, and since he didn't read much, he naturally didn't know this. 24 hours is enough for us to finish our operations. Let's get to work. The two quickly began to input mana into the formation plate, and just as their mana was about to run out, they activated the plate. Li Qing smiled and began to scan the surroundings. Following the lines of the control panel, he quickly found the dungeon core. It was a fist-sized sphere floating in the air, exuding a chilling aura. Li Cheng was overjoyed, found it, the core of the team competition dungeon. Soon, he threw the corruption core into the dungeon core. The two intertwined for a moment, and the surrounding air gradually became oppressive. The dungeon core began to crack open, and a scaly hand reached out. Li Qing's face turned increasingly terrified as he fell to the ground. Help! Upon hearing the cry for help, Sumu and Wang Jingtian became alert. Sumu summoned 5 epic-level pets, while Wang Jingtian readied his great sword. Soon, they saw Li Qing fleeing in a panic, followed by a 1-meter-tall lizard man. What? There's actually a boss in the team competition dungeon. Don't panic. This boss's attributes aren't high, we can kite it. After saying this, Wang Jingtian raised his giant sword and executed a crushing strike, shattering the ground and blocking the monster's movement. Sumu took the opportunity to let a few ranged attack pets output damage. Turning back, Li Qing appeared with a spear in hand, and with a swift move, he struck the monster in the head. In an instant, the 3 guild leaders launched a combined attack, forcing the monster to retreat step by step. We can hit it. Keep going. The 3 of them showed great joy, but soon felt something was off. Something's wrong. Its health isn't decreasing. How is that possible? My proud mountain breaker / can't even break its defense. Suddenly, the monster's form twisted, and spikes emerged from its skin, shooting out at lightning speed. In an instant, they pierced through the bodies of the 3, who lay on the ground unwillingly, muttering, "What a load of crap." Meanwhile, Liamo was outside checking the situation of the dungeon, and soon frowned. What's going on? Why can't we connect to the dungeon core? Could it be those guild leaders messing around? Just as Liamo was about to enter the dungeon to investigate, he saw the dungeon gate gradually turning red. Damn, abyssal transformation? Can a team competition dungeon even undergo abyssal transformation? Logically, only dungeons with bosses could have the possibility of abyssal transformation. And as a dungeon simulated by the virtual core, the team competition dungeon had no bosses set up at all. Yet now, the team competition dungeon was actually undergoing abyssal transformation? Li Mo dared not act rashly and quickly contacted Vice President Mei Linfeng. Before long, the degree of abyssal transformation continued to rise, and the surrounding spectators began to notice something was off. What's happening? Why has the projection turned red? Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Damn! It's abyssal transformation." In an instant, the crowd was thrown into chaos, filled with anxiety. Seeing this, Mei Linfeng frowned slightly, flew into the air to calm everyone down. "Everyone, don't panic. It's just a minor abyssal transformation, our large guild can easily suppress it. Just sit tight and wait." After saying this, he turned and called a few capable subordinates to head towards the dungeon gate. Soon, they arrived at the dungeon gate, which was emitting a blinding red light. Unlike the 4 portals the contestants entered, the dungeon gate before them was the original entrance to the team competition dungeon, leading to the location of the dungeon core. To stop the dungeon from undergoing abyssal transformation, they could only enter through this gate. Vice President Mei, you finally made it. Seeing Mei Linfeng and the others arrive, Liamo quickly smiled and stepped forward to greet them. Fortunately, you all arrived in time. The abyssal transformation is still in its early stages, and with your strength, it can be suppressed quickly. Mei Linfeng nodded, stepping forward with a few elite members to the dungeon gate. However, a light barrier blocked their way. Notice, the dungeon has been locked by a formation and will require a wait of 23 hours and 57 minutes to enter. What's going on? Formation locked? And it requires a 24-hour wait? By then, everything would be too late. Damn it! Why is there a formation here that only ancient dungeons have? The people around were also confused, not knowing what to do. Liamo quickly explained, "This is strange, we never set up a formation. Could it be set by the people inside?" Mei Linfeng gritted his teeth and said seriously, "We can't delay any longer. There are elite humans inside, and we absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. Everyone, follow me to break the formation." The group quickly prepared, drawing their weapons, and at Mei Linfeng's command, fire. In an instant, flames erupted, and everyone, including Mei Linfeng, unleashed their attacks on the formation.
However, after a few minutes, the formation showed no signs of budging. Everyone understood this, but they didn't think much of it and continued their assault. Wait! Liemo suddenly called out to everyone. He had a deep understanding of formations and quickly noticed something amiss. Several elite members looked at him with dissatisfaction. Liemo, you're a technician, if you haven't contributed, just stop complaining. Exactly, you're wasting our time breaking the formation. Liemo forced a bitter smile and continued to explain, due to the dungeon's abyssal transformation, the formation has mutated. The more people trying to break the formation, the harder it gets. If you keep fighting like this, you'll never break it. Mei Linfeng paused his actions and turned to Liemo, asking, so how do we break the formation? Liemo continued, it can only be done solo, and others cannot interfere. Also, no items can be used. Mei Linfeng nodded, he recognized Liemo's skills. Since he spoke up, he must have some confidence. You all retreat quickly. The crowd had no choice but to step back. Mei Linfeng took a deep breath, his mind racing with the strongest combo sequences. Soon, his fingers flew, and incantations flowed from his mouth, casting spell after spell. Weakness spell. Freeze spell. Fire explosion spell. The last spell triggered a melting effect, causing terrifying damage and raising the surrounding temperature by several degrees Celsius. However, after swaying precariously for a moment, the formation returned to its original state. Mei Linfeng was unconvinced and unleashed several more combos, but they had no effect. Liemo shook his head and sighed, no, the burst isn't enough. If this formation isn't broken, in a short time, it will instantly recover to full health. Mei Linfeng sighed, if even he couldn't break this formation, then no one else could. He was an 80-level legendary mage, and in terms of damage, even that general couldn't surpass him. It seemed that only one person in the world could break this formation. That would be the guild leader, Su Feng. Thinking of this, Mei Linfeng said seriously, quickly notify the guild leader. Meanwhile, in the audience, the spectators had great trust in the strength of the guild, and they all returned to their seats, chatting and laughing. Actually, there's no need to panic, with the guild's strength, they can easily suppress the abyssal transformation. Yes, and we can also enjoy the guild's techniques, a real visual treat. This ticket is really worth it. Just as everyone was chatting happily, someone in the crowd shouted, everyone, look! Is there a strange creature appearing in the genius area? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look, their faces filled with confusion. In one corner of the genius area, a 1-meter-tall lizard man appeared. Judging by its low-key appearance, it seemed quite weak. What is that thing? The team competition dungeon actually spawns wild monsters? Wait, that creature is moving. In the genius area, 3 teams occupy 3 corners, the front row on high alert while the back row of mages were recovering their states. The 3 teams were the guild's battle team, the God of War team, and the Deep Space team. Although the guild's battle team was the strongest, they weren't powerful enough to crush the other 2 teams. Thus, a 3-way stalemate emerged, with all sides hesitant to attack. They occasionally sent out mages to wear each other down. But there were no significant conflicts. At this moment, within the guild's battle team, Yi Zhe was cursing. Captain, your strategy is too timid. With my strength, taking out a few back row players is no problem, you just need to hold their front row. However, the guild's battle team leader, Su Yuan, remained unmoved and said, seriously, in the current situation, whoever strikes first will suffer. Your strength is high, but you have to consider us too. Not everyone is like you, with exceptional talent and great equipment. If the other team flanks us, we won't be able to withstand it. Yi Zhe stomped his foot in anger. The opponent was the captain, and he had no choice but to retreat to the back. Although his strength was formidable, he couldn't just kill the enemy's backline in front of their front line. He needed to work with his teammates to successfully maneuver behind the enemy. Just then, the Deep Space team began to stir. The reason was simple, they had discovered a wild monster spawning not far away. A 1-meter-tall lizard man appeared, looking quite weak, but its presence here was very strange. What is that thing? Lizard man? It looks so weak. Be careful. That lizard man is charging at us. As the members of the Deep Space team focused, they finally saw the lizardman's stats. Rank, normal level boss, cannot be contracted level, 1 strength, 170, constitution, 170, agility, 170, spirit, 170 skill, spike attack talent, enemy strong, I strong, evolution status, abyssalized what? The heck? Only level 1, and just a normal level. I can take it down with 1 hit. A warrior, seeing the monster's attributes, showed a look of disdain, raised his sword, and charged at the monster, swinging down. However, the blow did not inflict any damage on the creature. Instead, taking advantage of the warrior's follow-through, the lizard man swiftly reached in and pulled out the warrior's heart, crushing it instantly. Without
The warrior's greatsword fell, and he collapsed unwillingly. His lips twitched. What the hell? Only then did everyone realize, to their shock, that the warrior had been killed in an instant. It was known that he was a level 40 legendary warrior with a constitution of 320. How could he be killed so quickly? Moreover, they discovered a terrifying issue. After the warrior was killed, he did not enter a down state but died outright. Danger! The dungeon's down mechanism has failed. Do not act recklessly. Prepare for battle. Warriors, hold the front. Mages can take the opportunity to deal damage. The captain of the Deep Space team quickly made a decision, directing everyone to form their positions. Several mages moved to the front, continuously unleashing powerful spells against the enemy, but as the smoke cleared, the lizard man remained unscathed, continuing to approach them. Is it really that bizarre? It didn't die? Just as everyone was about to continue their assault, the captain called out to them. Pay attention to its talent. Only then did everyone notice that this normal level monster actually had a talent, and they gasped in surprise. Enemy strong, I strong. The higher the enemy's level, the more instant attribute points provided. Currently provided, 920 evolution. When killing the opponent, permanently gain attributes. Each level provides 1 attribute point. If the opponent is completely cursed by the abyss, it increases by 2 attribute points. Currently increased attribute points, 210 what? No wonder the previous attacks had no effect. There were 23 people present, all level 40 professionals, which meant they had provided the monster with nearly 1,000 attributes. Moreover, the instant attributes provided were completely unfamiliar to everyone, and they had no idea about the mechanism. Just as they were astonished, the monster had already approached them at an eerie speed. Its skin sprouted spikes, and in an instant, it pierced through everyone. Several fragile members died on the spot, while the remaining 3 warriors dragged their heavily injured bodies to escape. 4 level 40 legendary professionals were instantly killed, and at the same time, the lizardman's attributes increased by 160. After finishing off the Deep Space team, the lizardman turned and glanced at the 2 other teams behind, its lizard head oddly forming a humanoid smile. The other teams were shocked by the scene and quickly assumed defensive postures. At that moment, black gas appeared in the dungeon, and several professionals were caught off guard, getting sprayed by the gas. Among them, the War God team suffered the most, with nearly all members affected. What the hell? What is that smell? Something's not right. Why am I feeling weaker? Everyone looked at their attribute panels, all with shocked expressions. Abyss Curse Weakness Curse, mild attribute reduction of 80%, lasts for 1 minute. What? Abyss Curse? How could there be an Abyss Curse here? The captain of the War God team, Chu Tian, recognized the gas with just a glance. After the dungeon undergoes abyssal transformation, this kind of gas appears, and its concentration increases as the abyssal transformation deepens. Currently, the concentration is only a mild curse. If time drags on, it won't be so simple. The urgent task is to avoid this gas, recover their state, and quickly kill the abyss boss. With a clear plan, the captain of the War God team quickly calmed down. Be careful. The dungeon has already transformed into an abyss. Everyone, avoid the gas first, and once we recover, we'll focus fire on the abyss boss. The members of the War God team were all highly skilled and quickly understood, retreating to areas without gas. Just as everyone was retreating quickly, a priest, due to low agility, got separated from her teammates. The lizard man was quick and soon grabbed a female priest from behind. Help! Rangu! Come save me! The priest shouted desperately, but Chu Tian gritted his teeth and made a hard decision. Don't worry about it, she's beyond saving. Although the members of the War God team were reluctant, they knew clearly their current state was too poor. Going to rescue her would only add another corpse. The priest looked at her teammates leaving in despair, her heart turned cold, and her eyes lost their shine. The lizard man, seeing that the prey was not biting, showed a displeased expression and opened its claws, ready to finish off its catch. At that moment, a flying sword flashed by, and the lizard man, caught off guard, was hit into a state of heavy stagger, allowing the priest to break free. A young man in white stood before the monster, holding a sword in one hand, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Yi Zai, what are you doing? At a time like this, you should be cooperating with your teammates, not fighting alone. Yi Zai looked at the lizard man before him, his face full of confidence. This was the opportunity given to him by heaven. Everyone else was unable to defeat the monster and was fleeing. Someone had to stand up. Without a doubt, that person was him. Plus, with his talent, braver with each battle, each attack grants a layer of shield that can block one attack. He could fight the lizard man. Yi Zai shouted, dual sword mode, and charged forward, wielding 2 long swords to engage the lizard man in combat. Although the lizard man had over
1,000 attributes during the fight and dealt high damage, capable of severely injuring Yizei with a single hit. Yizei's dual sword form allowed him to maximize his attack speed, and with his talent, he continuously refreshed his shields. The two sides actually fell into a stalemate. Those around them were overjoyed, cheering for Yizei. As expected of the strongest individual combat power in this year's team competition, he's actually holding his own against the Abyss boss. Yizei previously defeated the North Wind Abyss boss with team cooperation. His strength is terrifying. Maybe Yizei can kill this Abyss boss this time. Just as everyone was marveling, the rescued priest anxiously shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and support Yizei." Everyone snapped back to reality and joined the battle, gradually showing a tendency to suppress the opponent. In the expert zone, due to the abyssal transformation starting from the genius zone, the master zone is still in a normal phase. At this moment, a bizarre scene is unfolding here. The once lofty geniuses of the master zone are being chased by civilian professionals. Ever since the dream-chasing team was eliminated by the opposing side, these geniuses have lost their backbone, struggling to turn the tide through their skills. However, these civilian professionals seem to be using some kind of sorcery, continuously healing themselves, making them nearly impossible to defeat. Thus, the geniuses of the Master Zone can only keep fleeing to buy time, but the space in the Master Zone is ultimately limited, and their escape routes are dwindling. The civilian professionals, meanwhile, are chatting and laughing, easily taking down a lone priest. I see these geniuses from the Master Zone as nothing more than a bunch of clumsy fools. Isn't this normal? With Brother Yen backing us, victory is inevitable. This is exhilarating. It seems we've already made it into the top 10 this year. Li Chen listened to the crowd's chatter, feeling both amused and helpless. He had originally intended to enter the genius zone directly. However, seeing these civilian professionals sparked a hint of interest in him. If this year's team competition were dominated by some teams from the civilian zone, it might just dampen the arrogance of those guilds, making them less dismissive of these civilian professionals. With this thought, Li Chen sat down on the ground, deciding to wait a while before entering the genius zone. The colorful illusion butterfly and the tiger sword god were positioned on either side, continuously providing auras. Meanwhile, the audience was in a state of anxiety. The Master Zone had failed to pique their interest, and they were all looking towards the Genius Zone. That lizard man is simply outrageous. He instantly crippled the Deep Space team. How can they even fight now? The president of the Deep Space Guild wore a sorrowful expression. Those who had fallen were all geniuses from their guild. In just a few minutes, they had lost 4 legendary-level geniuses, a loss that no guild could bear. Where are the big guild members? Where are the big guild members? Weren't they supposed to suppress the abyssal transformation? Where are they? The president of the Deep Space Guild cried out in anguish, and those around him were infected by his despair, beginning to question. Could it be that the big guild members are afraid? And they call themselves the strongest guild. In an instant, the audience erupted in curses. The vice president of the big guild, Merlin Feng, arrived at the audience area, only to see such a scene, his brow slightly furrowing. Everyone, please don't misunderstand us. We are just as anxious. Our geniuses are also trapped in the dungeon. It's just that we don't know who set up the formation inside the dungeon, preventing us from entering. Upon hearing Merlin Feng's words, the crowd calmed down somewhat. The geniuses from the big guild are also trapped in the dungeon. They must be even more anxious. Exactly, and with top genius Yizei there, the big guild definitely wouldn't want to lose him. However, Merlin Feng's last statement made them even more anxious. At this moment, the president of the War God Guild asked, "What did you say? Someone set up a formation inside the dungeon? Then you should hurry and break it." Merlin Feng sighed, "It's not that. We don't want to, but that formation has undergone a mutation, and we are powerless. However, our president will be arriving soon. With his level, he will definitely be able to break the formation. All you masters, if you believe in your strength, you can go and try." The audience displayed expressions of disbelief. What kind of formation was this that even Merlin Feng couldn't handle? At this time, the president of the Deep Space Guild impatiently said, "We're racing against time. Who knows how long it will take for your president to arrive? I don't believe it. How hard can a formation be to break? It only takes a minute. This formation will definitely fall." After saying this, the president of the Deep Space Guild stepped into the void and left the scene. The president of the War God Guild also nodded, leading a few capable subordinates to leave. Lin Tian was just about to step forward to break the formation, but seeing that several guild leaders from major guilds had already taken action, he hesitated. What a joke, he was just a level 50 player. Each of those guild leaders was at least level 80, if they couldn't break it, then no one else could. Lin Yusher noticed Lin Tian standing up and then sitting back down, feeling quite curious. "Father, what's wrong?"
Lin Tian replied, "It's nothing, my leg just went a bit numb." After the two large guild leaders left, the audience once again focused their attention on the projection. However, it was better not to look, as everyone sighed upon seeing it. It's over, it's over. The war god team has been hit by the abyssal aura. And a few from the major guilds have also been affected. How can we fight now? The lizardmen have captured another priest, another genius is about to die, sigh. The battle situation was extremely dire, and the commentator in the stands had initially planned to remain silent, as speaking would only dampen everyone's spirits. But the next scene made him stand up, excitedly shouting, "It's not time to lose yet. Yi Zhe has made his move." What? Yi Zhe's strength is actually so terrifying, he can actually fight the lizardmen head-on. No wonder he's the strongest individual combat power in this year's team competition. Merlin Fong, who had been feeling quite down, suddenly brightened up upon seeing Yi Zhe's performance. This kid Yi Zhe really didn't let me down. He has 8 pieces of legendary equipment and possesses the reverse talent of becoming braver in battle. He will definitely be able to hold on until the president arrives, and who knows, he might even kill the abyssal boss. With this thought, Merlin Fong no longer felt anxious and leisurely sat down to drink tea. The surrounding audience also became excited, cheering for Yi Zhe. Awesome! Yi Zhe! Go for it! Yi Zhe! You must win! Yi Zhe! As Yi Zhe continued to take action, joy filled the audience. Yi Zhe is so steady, he's fighting the lizard man without losing any health. It should be fine. Just as everyone was excited, the two guild leaders who had gone to break the formation walked back dejectedly. The crowd was puzzled. Aren't those the leaders of the War God Guild and the Deep Space Guild? Looking at their expressions, did they fail to break the formation? How is that possible? Those are major guilds. How could they not break the formation? Merlin Fong was not surprised at all to see the two looking downcast. He was an 80-level legendary mage, and his damage output was already higher than that of ordinary players. If he couldn't break the formation, it would indeed be strange for a warrior and a shield guard to do so. Why are you two guild leaders back? Did you manage to break the formation? The two leaders' faces turned red as they stammered, "That formation is very strange." The surrounding audience looked at the two leaders in disbelief. No way! The leaders of two major guilds actually couldn't break that formation? Is that formation really that hard to break? Could it be? Merlin Fong didn't want to put the two in a difficult position, so he explained, "It's not the fault of the two guild leaders. The formation has mutated due to the dungeon becoming abyssal. It can only be broken by a single person, otherwise, the difficulty skyrockets. Even my output as a mage isn't enough, let alone the two guild leaders." Merlin Feng's words resonated with the two leaders, who both complained, "Yeah. This formation has a very strong recovery ability, it can only be broken within 5 seconds. As a shield guard, my output is already low, isn't this just making it hard for me? Don't even mention the shield guards, I can't even break through as a warrior." The surrounding audience showed expressions of realization, dispelling their doubts. However, everyone fell into a low mood, sighing, "What are we going to do? Even if Yi Zhe can hold off the lizardmen, he can't keep it up forever, we must rush over to support him. This formation is so sinister that even an 80-level legendary class can't break it." Just as everyone was feeling down, a voice rang out, "I wonder if I can break it." The crowd was astonished, there was actually a master among them, and they all turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw 3 soldiers in military uniforms standing up at the front of the audience. Soon, someone recognized them. "It's the general." I didn't expect the general to come watch the team competition. With the general's intervention, that formation will be broken in no time. Mei Linfeng saw the general approaching and quickly said respectfully, "General, the dungeon entrance is over there. If you go over, there will only be staff to guide you." The 3 generals nodded and quickly disappeared from view. Soon, the 3 returned, looking very dejected. Mei Linfeng was not surprised, although the general had strong overall strength, that formation was a test of output, and the general was at a disadvantage. "General, how is the battle situation?" The general took a deep breath and bowed deeply to everyone. "I'm sorry, everyone, the output of the Forbidden Dragon is too low to break that formation." The Forbidden Dragon sighed. It had already done its best in output, and the spear in its hand was smoking from the effort. But not enough damage was still not enough, it was ultimately just a hair's breadth away. The surrounding audience saw the general being so humble and comforted him. "It's okay. Now Yi Zhe and the others have already suppressed the lizardmen, there's plenty of time." Yes. Once the guild leader arrives with his output, he should be able to break it. Maybe the guild leader won't even need to come, Yi Zhe might be able to solo the lizardman. In the genius area, unlike the outside world, this place was filled with a tense atmosphere. Yizhe held a sword in each hand, frantically outputting against the lizard man. With a high attack speed, combined with the talent of becoming braver with each battle, Yizhe's shields kept refreshing and breaking. Coupled with the support of the geniuses around him, the two sides surprisingly reached a balance. The lizard man showed an unhappy expression, its eyes darting around. It had developed a certain level of intelligence. The human in front of it was inexplicably tough. Although these humans' output was not enough to kill it, being dragged along like this was very frustrating. Therefore, it decided to change targets and kill the others first. As the debuffs on the lizard man faded significantly, it twisted its body, trying to create distance. A priest from a major guild in the distance predicted the lizardman's actions and cast a binding spell. The spell accurately hit the lizard man, forcing it to stand still for a moment. Next came a continuous stream of control and output. Yizhe once again moved forward to stick to the lizard man, and the two sides clashed blades again. Seeing this scene, the audience felt much more at ease. As expected of the geniuses in the genius area. This awareness, this operation, it's simply seamless. That lizard man is doomed. It's stable now. Just then, an audience member shouted, "Wait! What is that lizard man doing?" They saw the lizard man suddenly abandon its attack, directly hugging Yizhe, while its spikes slowly emerged. Yizhe was startled, continuously stabbing the lizardman's back with his sword, but the lizard man ignored him and continued to hold on to Yizhe. Soon, the spikes on the lizardman's body spread out, injuring several nearby professionals. On the face of it, Yizhe was in dire straits, taking full damage as his shield shattered instantly. Countless sharp spikes pierced through his body. Yizhe lay sprawled on the ground, having lost his combat ability. If it weren't for a few life-saving pieces of equipment he had, he might have died on the spot. The lizard man, seeing Yizhe's loss of resistance, wore a humanoid smile. Instead of killing Yizhe directly, it shot out spikes to cripple his hands and feet. Then, with a strange speed, it approached the remaining geniuses. Without Yizhe's entanglement, and with the few remaining already slightly tainted by the abyss, their attributes had significantly decreased. The lizard man captured them one by one as if they were chicks, crippling their hands and feet before tossing them beside Yizhe. The surrounding geniuses quickly realized the lizardman's intent. Its talent evolution would grant it additional attribute boosts when killing those completely cursed by the abyss. This lizard man actually planned to cripple them first, waiting for their level of abyss infection to reach a moderate degree. It aimed to let them fully succumb to the abyss curse before killing them. This lizard man surprisingly possessed a decent level of intelligence, understanding how to maximize resource utilization. The surrounding geniuses were thrown into disarray, scattering in all directions, having completely lost the courage to resist. The lizard man, however, showed no signs of slowing down. It was only a matter of time before all the geniuses were captured. It's over. It's over. Weren't we doing well just now? How did it suddenly turn like this? The audience was filled with wails, a sense of despair permeating the air. A female member of a major guild was crying uncontrollably, "Brother Yi! My brother Yi, how can I live without you? Why is the abyss so cruel? Why must it destroy someone as perfect as you?" Not only were Yizhe's fans grieving, but the other geniuses in the genius area also had their own fans, who began to weep as well. In an instant, the audience was filled with cries. Merlin Phone, seeing Yizhe being knocked down and crippled, turned away, silently wiping away tears. Although the top priests of the major guild could heal Yizhe's injuries, in the current situation he had lost his ability to resist. He could only wait for death obediently. "Yizhe, you must hold on. The president will be here soon." Even the proud leaders of the War God Guild and the Deep Space Guild were crying. Why is heaven so unfair? These children all have legendary potential, they would have legendary lives in the future. Why must they fall here? The general stared intently at the projection, remaining as calm as ever, but when no one was watching, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. "Damn abyss, Ji Long, will surely uproot you." In the expert area, civilian professionals had gathered in front of Li Chen. However, unlike the previous light-hearted banter, about 10 civilian professionals were now limping, needing their teammates to support them to move. "Brother Yen, what should we do? The venue has been tainted by the abyss, and the brothers have been cursed without noticing. It's only mild for now, who can I continue to fight with? Brother Yen, stop pretending to be strong, your attributes are even worse than when I was a newbie. Hurry up and rest." Li Chen looked at the crowd ahead, his brows slightly furrowed. Just moments ago, the expert area began to be tainted by the abyss, and a small number of civilian professionals, not paying attention, were sprayed by the abyss aura. They had now been infected by the abyss curse. Although it was still mild for now, if it dragged on, the consequences would be severe. They had to find the location of the abyss boss and quickly kill it to prevent the situation from worsening. "We must find the abyss boss and defeat it." The expert area has been ruled out, we can only head to the genius area. This time, everyone should probably not follow along, it's just too dangerous. After hearing Li Chen's words, the crowd looked resolute. No, we will advance. And retreat with Brother Yin. Even if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, we will accompany Brother Yin through it. Li Chen let out a bitter smile. Since these civilian professionals had said so, he couldn't stop them. So, he approached the teleportation portal to the Genius Zone and began to operate it. Do you wish to enter the Genius Zone? Warning! Once entered, you cannot return. You must defeat a contestant to advance to the Genius Zone. The familiar prompt sounded, and Li Chen skillfully made his selection. Yes. Warning! Ahead is the Abyssal Core, with extremely high abyss concentration, it is advised to avoid it. Upon hearing the prompt, most of the surrounding civilian professionals had already lost their nerve. The abyss concentration is extremely high, maybe I shouldn't go after all? We've already been infected by the abyssal curse, so we won't. Go, everyone, do your best. In the end, only 3 teams remained steadfast, deciding to enter with Li Chen. Li Chen nodded and stepped into the teleportation portal, with the 3 teams' teammates following closely behind. At this moment, in the audience stands, the commentator had already knelt on the ground, no longer wanting to commentate. Just a moment ago, Yi Zhe had a significant advantage, and he couldn't help but comment on it. Unexpectedly, soon after, Yi Zhe and the others were defeated, plunging him into deep self-reproach. Sigh, I guess I won't be a commentator anymore. This mouth of mine is truly a jinx, I am a sinner of humanity. The commentator stood up, just about to turn off the loudspeaker when he saw a shocking scene. In a corner of the Genius Zone, a group of people appeared. If he hadn't been standing on the high platform, he really wouldn't have noticed. Soon, he realized. These people were the civilian teams led by Li Chen. However, if the geniuses in the Genius Zone couldn't win, how could these civilian teams possibly succeed? I should probably slip away. It would be strange if these people could win. The commentator mocked himself. Just as he was about to leave, he turned around and saw the audience below all in tears, and at that moment, he was stunned. It's over. Why hasn't the guild leader arrived yet? It's already been almost 5 minutes. The degree of abyssal transformation has reached over 50%, the geniuses in the Genius Zone have completely been infected by the abyssal curse. It's bad, it seems the lizardmen are about to make a move. Merlin Feng kept calling the guild leader, but there was no answer on the other end, clearly busy rushing over and unable to take the call. Guild leader, why aren't you here yet? If you don't come soon, this year's geniuses will all fall. Just as everyone was in despair, the commentator's voice rang out. Again, it's not over yet. Next to arrive on the battlefield is the strongest team of Solaris and their followers. Everyone was shocked, frantically searching within the Genius Zone. Soon, one person stood up, pointing to an inconspicuous corner, shouting, "Over there!" Everyone looked over and saw 25 people standing in the corner. The young man at the forefront, with his hands in his pockets, was Li Chen. Li Chen? How did he end up here? Sigh, even the geniuses in the Genius Zone are powerless, Li Chen going over will only add more bodies. That's right, but I admire his courage. He dares to go. But what good is courage? What can Li Chen rely on to fight? His ability to exploit loopholes. Most people were quite realistic and quickly concluded that Li Chen was just there to deliver himself. However, there were also some who still held on to a glimmer of hope. It might not be certain, right? Although Li Chen's personal strength isn't strong, his tactical ability is quite good, maybe he can stall for a while. Exactly. As long as we wait for the guild leader to arrive, there will still be a chance. In an instant, the audience stands erupted into noise once again. In the corner of the audience, Lin Tian tapped the armrest of the wooden chair, his expression very solemn. Beside him, Lin Yusher curiously asked, "Father, what do you think?" Lin Tian took a deep breath and slowly said, "Although Li Chen's individual combat power is not high, he is an extremely strong support. If we can arrange the tactics well, draw the lizard man away, and then rescue those geniuses, there might still be a chance to fight." After hearing Lin Tian's analysis, the people around felt a surge of hope, and Lin Yusher nodded thoughtfully. As expected of a member of the brave team, he managed to arrange tactics in an instant. In this way, there is still hope. The tactics are good, but I wonder if Li Chen wants to do it. Just as everyone felt a glimmer of hope, a deep voice rang out, "This is simply nonsense." Everyone was startled and turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw a weathered long-haired man standing in mid-air. Mei Linfeng's face lit up upon seeing the newcomer, and he hurried forward. "President Su Feng, you finally arrived." Only then did everyone realize that the newcomer was none other than the famous guild leader, Su Feng.
An 80-level legendary swordsman who had soloed abyss bosses multiple times, hailed as the strongest professional in Solaris. Su Feng, however, wore an angry expression, pointing at Li Chen and the others in the projection.
This is simply nonsense. Mei Linfeng, confused, said, "What's wrong, President? Isn't Li Chen's appearance able to hold off that lizard man for a while, which is good?"
Su Feng sighed and explained, "That lizard is not simple.
Its two talents are too exaggerated.
The more enemies there are, the stronger it becomes, and as long as it gets a kill, it can permanently increase its attributes. The person Li Chen brought is too weak, only level 11, going over there is just asking for death. It will only make the lizard man stronger." After hearing Su Feng's words, everyone looked incredulous. What kind of creature is this lizard man, to be so overpowered? If it continues to grow, it might become invincible.
Mei Linfeng
was also very surprised to hear Su Feng's words. He knew that the president had a passive skill, Eye of Projection, can gain more information by watching various images of the opponent. Seeing the president's performance at this moment, it was clear that he had obtained information about the lizard man through the Eye of Projection. Since even the president was so anxious, it seemed that this lizard man was indeed not simple. Su Feng ignored the crowd and rushed towards
the dungeon entrance. He had to speed up.
He needed to stop things before they got worse. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the dungeon, frowning at the light screen before him.
This formation is a bit hard to break. Mei Linfeng, following closely behind, asked, "President, you should be able to break this formation, right?"
Su Feng nodded, then shook his head.
"If it were the early stage of abyssal transformation, I could break it instantly. But now, I need to stack my sword intent for 5 minutes to break the formation." After hearing this, Mei Linfeng's expression fell. 5 minutes of time.
The geniuses inside might have died several times already. Su Feng naturally understood this, but he did
not give up. "Get out of the way. I'm going to dance my sword."
Upon hearing this, Mei Linfeng quickly retreated to the back, while Su Feng's figure became erratic as he began to wield his sword.
This was Su Feng's exclusive talent, sword
intent. For every minute of wielding the weapon, output increases by 100%, up to a maximum of 1000%, and the bonus stops when the sword dance stops. Mei Linfeng had no choice but to quietly wait for Su Feng to break the formation. Inside the genius area, as soon as Li Chen and his group entered, they were choked by the thick abyssal aura. Several poorly positioned civilian professionals even collapsed to the ground, unable to fight any longer.
"Damn, this is simply hell. I can't lift my sword anymore, it's up to you now." The remaining people looked up and saw a few bodies
dressed in the Deep Space Guild uniforms nearby. The crowd of civilian professionals gasped at the sight. Those are the geniuses of the Deep Space Guild.
Are they dead? Isn't it true that team competition dungeons can't result in death? What on earth happened?
At that moment, an archer spotted a target and shouted, "Look!
It's the geniuses from the major guild."
The surrounding civilian professionals turned to look, and they saw a group of people in the center of the arena, tied up and thrown together, looking
extremely disheveled. "Oh my god, isn't that Yi Zhe from the major guild?
Even he has been subdued." Yi Zhe is known as the strongest solo combatant in this year's team
competition. If he's been subdued, what hope do we have?
Not just him, the other geniuses have also been captured. The crowd grew increasingly panicked, with many already
kneeling on the ground, crying. Just then, a 1-meter-tall lizard man appeared in front of everyone. The crowd became alert and began to check the newcomer's information.
Class, normal level boss, cannot be contracted. Level 1 strength 370, constitution 370, agility 370, spirit 370, skill, spike. Attack talent, stronger when facing strong enemies, evolution status, abyssal transformation. These attributes are indeed quite high,
but surely they can't defeat the geniuses from the genius zone, right?
Just as everyone was puzzled, a magnetic voice came from
the front, belonging to Li Chen. "Pay attention to its talent." The surrounding people became alert and began to check. Stronger. When facing strong enemies, the higher the enemy's level in the genius zone, the higher the instant attribute value provided. Instant attributes refresh periodically. Each level provides 1 point of attribute value, currently provided 1451 evolution. When killing the opponent, permanently gain attributes. Each level provides 1 point of attribute value. If the opponent is completely cursed by the abyss, it increases by 2 points of attribute value. Currently increased attribute value 370. What the hell? What a reverse talent. The more people there are, the stronger it becomes.
It actually increases instant attributes by nearly 1500. The surrounding civilian professionals had fallen into despair. With attributes over 1000, to put it bluntly, they couldn't even break through its defenses,
let alone defeat it.
Moreover, they had never even heard of instant attributes and had no idea how to respond.
In despair, a warrior raised his sword, wanting to end his own life. Brother Yen, my strength is too weak to help, I would only enhance the opponent's power. Why not end it myself and not hold everyone back? Although the warrior's actions were quite pitiful, no one opposed him at that moment, and many began to follow suit. It's up to you now, Brother Yen. We know you're strong, without us, you can definitely defeat that lizard man. In order to conquer the abyss, please allow me to go to my death. The crowd raised their weapons close to their necks. Just then, Li Chen spoke up. There's no need for that. It's just a mere abyss boss, you can just watch from the side. After saying that, he walked step by step toward the lizard man. The surrounding civilian professionals brightened at his words and put down their weapons. Li Chen's performance along the way made the civilian professionals trust him unconditionally. Even at this moment, facing such a terrifying abyss boss, a glimmer of hope arose in their hearts. Meanwhile, the geniuses lying in the center grew anxious. They shouted, "Are you crazy? Hurry and run. You coming over here will only give this monster more attributes. Hurry and stall. For time, the rescue team should be arriving soon. Don't come over and throw away your lives." However, Li Chen disregarded everything and continued walking towards the lizard man. At the same time, the slime on his shoulder suddenly launched a slime attack. The lizard man showed a disdainful expression and also walked towards Li Chen, effortlessly dispersing the incoming slime attack with one hand. Its health dropped slightly in an instant, but quickly recovered. The geniuses in the genius area were almost fuming. Do you even know what level of boss this is? This is an abyss boss, and not just any abyss boss. In this situation, Li Chen actually used a slime to attack. Isn't that just pure comedy? The audience in the stands grew increasingly anxious, all pointing fingers at Li Chen. Hey! Li Chen, what are you doing? It's one thing to enhance the enemy's attributes, but to be so foolish at such a critical moment and use that broken slime, the thing that got me eliminated at the start. So stupid. If I were Li Chen, I would definitely make the commoners scatter, at least that would buy some time. However, Li Chen was silently calculating in his mind and calmly said, 3 seconds, interesting. Li Chen's mind was racing with strategies. If he hadn't happened to look up abyss information earlier and learned about instant attributes, he would have had no clue at all. Instant attributes, simply put, are the attributes gained at the moment of taking damage or being attacked. This part of the attribute dissipates after a period of time, and the next time an attack or damage occurs, the attributes refresh again. This means Li Chen had to resolve the opponent within 3 seconds. The target's attributes were around 2000, he had to execute a complete set of moves to ensure a kill. However, a full output cycle takes about 4 seconds, which was a bit tight on time. Thus, he had to compress the output time. He could only try that one move. The two sides quickly closed the distance, and the lizard man suddenly blurred, appearing right in front of Li Chen. Li Chen remained calm, waiting for the lizard man to get close before his eyes flashed with purple light. Abyss gaze activated, and the lizard man fell into a daze, but since this move wasn't a damage skill, the lizardman's instant attributes didn't trigger. This was the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Yet Li Chen directed the slime devourer to launch a slime attack at an empty space. The geniuses in the genius area were left dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? The opponent is controlled and still at close range, and he can waste skills in this position? With this level, he might as well just headbutt a wall. Just as a few were about to scold him, Li Chen's left hand made a slight gesture. The wind-chasing treasure mouse on his shoulder suddenly burrowed out, and a wind mark struck the lizard man. Immediately after, the tiger sword god swiftly passed through the lizard man, triggering dual wielding, while the famous sword Moonlight broke through the lizardman's armor. At the same time, the diamond wild boar attacked from an odd angle, sending the lizard man flying in the blink of an eye. A series of actions were completed in an instant. The audience outside watched this scene, all feeling bewildered. They had never seen such operations. It was too chaotic. It was completely random. There was no sense of operational awareness at all. However, in their shocked gazes, the lizard man quickly collided with the bullets fired by the slime. 72 various bullets accurately hit the lizard man, instantly igniting a flurry of fire and flashing blades. The geniuses in the genius area were all stunned, staring blankly at Li Chen. The audience outside was also filled with exclamations. A tactical mentor from a major guild was utterly shocked, his heart pounding rapidly. Outsiders thought Li Chen's operation was impressive, but as an insider, he was already in a storm of emotions. This is actually an operation that only exists in theory, the Ma's triangle kill. Such an operation really exists. This person must be invited to the academy to teach. As the geniuses in the genius area at the scene reacted, their expressions varied. The damage is so high. The most outrageous part is Li Chen's operation.
If he makes one wrong step, he'll miss the skill. How dare he?
The operation is indeed flashy, but it's useless. If he can't take down the lizard man in one go, what's the point? Just then,
Li Chen raised his staff, and a black light fell upon the slime.
Instantly, the entire slime transformed into a black sphere, resembling a bomb about to explode.
Li Chen raised his hand, pointing at the distant lizard man.
Fire! A massive magic circle appeared in
front of the slime, and a flash erupted from within it. The entire genius area was suddenly illuminated by a blinding light, making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. The surrounding geniuses quickly shut their eyes tight, and when they opened them again, they saw a huge chasm cutting through the entire genius area, with the terrifying lizardman's body imprinted on the distant wall.
What the hell? What just happened? What kind of skill is this? Why has the instructor never explained it? After the initial shock, the geniuses quickly became ecstatic. The lizard man should have been defeated. That meant they were safe. Although the level 11 summoner in
front of them made them feel inferior, they were the geniuses of the three major guilds. With some effort in the future, they would surely surpass Li Chen. With this thought, everyone felt enlightened and began to smile.
Great! That lizard man has finally been defeated. I must reward myself when I get back. You're going to reward yourself? You should hurry up and grind dungeons instead. In contrast to the excitement inside the dungeon, the spectators outside were in shock. From their perspective, they couldn't see how Li Chen operated at all. How did a laser suddenly appear? What skill is this? Can summoners have such skills? It must be a pet skill, right? Are you stupid? I'm a summoner, and I can guarantee no pet has such a skill.
In no time, everyone began to discuss, while three soldiers at the front
of the audience were visibly excited. Kwang Dao trembled with both hands, speaking incoherently with excitement. It's him. It's definitely him. That laser that penetrates everything, it must be that skill. Even
the usually composed general stood up, his eyes fixed on Li Chen's projection. Previously, they had assumed Li Chen was not good at combat, only skilled in support, since he hadn't fully revealed his abilities. They never expected that with just a slight effort, Li Chen could easily take down the lizard man, which they couldn't defeat even when working together.
Most importantly, Li Chen was only level 11. Yen Lang. Classify Li Chen's attention level as S rank. No. SSS rank.
Also, quickly prepare the golden badge.
Yen Lang nodded quickly, recording Li Chen's information before proceeding with the application for the golden badge. At this moment, he had no doubts left. Li Chen's strength deserved SSS rank.
The hero who had previously slain the abyss boss of the Great Python Disaster and the Sword Saint's tomb was undoubtedly Li Chen. Despite such a grand achievement, Li Chen said nothing about it, remaining indifferent to fame and quietly contributing to humanity. Yen Lang even felt that the mere golden badge was somewhat unworthy of Li Chen. Inside the dungeon, everyone was filled with laughter and joy, and the civilian professionals rushed to Li Chen, brimming with excitement. As expected of Brother Yen, so steady. That last move was so cool. However, the spotlighted Li Chen slightly furrowed his brows. Step back. Everyone was startled and quickly retreated, feeling quite puzzled. What was wrong with Brother Yen? Wasn't the abyss boss defeated? Was such caution really necessary? Soon, the crowd's confusion was dispelled as they saw the lizard man slowly rise from the ruins. Its body began to swell, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a mass with a radius of 3 meters. Everyone understood. Now, breaking out in a cold sweat, the geniuses in the genius area stared blankly, murmuring, "It's actually the second stage. Only a few bosses have this. It's over, this is really over, what's the point of fighting now?" The spectators outside were also shocked by this scene. What's going on? Why is the lizard man still alive? Damn, what the hell is this? I thought the crisis was over, but it's just begun. Where's the guild leader Su Feng? Hurry up and save us. Inside the genius area, the battle situation was extremely tense. After the lizard man transformed into a meatball and swelled to its limit, it suddenly exploded. A thick aura of the abyss surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire genius area. Those present who came into contact with the aura turned pale, collapsing to the ground. Damn! Deep abyss curse. I have no strength at all, and it hurts so much. I just want to smash my head against a wall and die. The crowd wailed in agony, looking at their status panels, only to see on their status bars, Withering Curse, Deep Abyss Curse, all attributes reduced by 90%, and lose 1% of health per second, can be lifted by directly defeating the Abyss boss in the dungeon. What? Withering Curse. All attributes reduced by 90%, how can we fight like this? And losing 1% of health per second, we'll be done in 100 seconds. In an instant, before the battle even began, everyone had already fallen into despair.
No wonder so few people could face abyss bosses directly in dungeons. The various debuffs were just too disgusting. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed. Everyone instantly became alert, looking forward to see a red lizard man slowly approaching them. Class? Level boss, cannot be contracted. Level 1 strength 2960, constitution 2960, agility 2960, spirit 2960, skills, true spike attack, meatball explosion, one-time skill, talent, stronger when facing strong enemies, evolution status. Abyssalized. Seeing this suffocating panel, everyone gasped, what class is this? God! We can't even check it. Its four-dimensional attributes have been enhanced by the abyss. Close to 3,000 in all four dimensions, plus the passive instant attributes. It exceeds 4,000, how can we fight this? The most desperate part is that as long as it kills 130 level civilian class here, it can gain 480 in four-dimensional attributes. With so many of us here, this lizard man must be having a blast. Just as everyone fell into despair, a disdainful voice suddenly rang out, not at all. The crowd was shocked, their hearts lifting. Could it be that the guild's support had arrived? But looking towards the source of the voice, they saw Li Chen. Standing there with his hands in his pockets, unaffected by the surrounding abyssal aura in the slightest. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes lit up, joy appearing on their faces. Li Chen, you're actually unafraid of the abyss curse. I can't believe. You have a treasure that resists the abyss curse, that's so lucky. Just as everyone was excited, Yi Zhe from the genius area said with a face full of worry, even though you're unaffected by the abyss curse, can you still fight against the lizardman's current attributes? Yi Zhe's words instantly silenced everyone present. Although they longed for a miracle to happen, the gap in strength was laid bare before them. The strength of the lizard man in the second stage has far surpassed that of the first stage, boasting a full 4,000 additional attributes. Who can defeat him? It seems that without the abyss curse, no one could break through his defenses even at their peak. Let alone defeat him. Sigh, it looks like today is a day of calamity. What a pity, I won't get to see my family again. I am a legendary level mage, destined to become a master of magic, how can I fall here? In the audience. Everyone was silent, their faces filled with despair. Soon, someone sighed, I never expected that the opening skill of this lizard man in the second stage would be so domineering. It was already difficult to defeat this lizard man, and now he's under the abyss curse. I'm afraid this time it's truly hopeless. In an instant, the audience was filled with lamentations. Even the three soldiers looked quite grim. Kwon Dao sighed, such a thick aura of the abyss, just coming into contact with it will likely result in an instant infection of the deep abyss curse. Li Chen is only level 11, he definitely doesn't have any equipment to resist the abyss. It seems he's in grave danger. After a series of remarks, even the usually composed general sighed. Equipment to resist the abyss can only drop from dungeons above level 60. Li Chen had only cleared the level 40 dungeon, the Sword Saint's Tomb, and could not possibly obtain equipment to resist the abyss curse. The outcome was already clear. Even with the general's rich combat experience, after deducing for a long time, the conclusion for Li Chen was simply death. Just as the atmosphere was filled with despair, the commentator on the stands broke the tension again. It's not over. Yet, the real show is just beginning. Li Chen hasn't fallen, he's still standing. Everyone turned to look, and as the smoke cleared, Li Chen stood unscathed. He still had his hands in his pockets, and instead of fear, there was a hint of disdain on his face. The commentator's voice rang out again, as terrifying as the abyss curse is, Li Chen actually ignored it. It seems Li Chen has equipment to resist the abyss after all. The crowd rejoiced, praising him. As expected of Li Chen, he actually has a trick up his sleeve. A mere abyss curse, Li Chen can easily dispel it with just a slight effort. I declare, Li Chen is my idol. The atmosphere instantly became lively, with the audience cheering and encouraging Li Chen. In this world where the abyss lurks, anyone who can face it head-on earns everyone's respect. Before the excitement could settle, the commentator's voice rang out again, what? The lizard man is making a move. Look. At that action, it's about to unleash a large-scale area damage skill. Everyone turned to the projection of the lizard man, where countless spikes began to emerge from its body. Clearly, it was the same move that had defeated Yi Zhe, but compared to before, the density of the spikes had increased several times. With this number launched, no contestant in the genius area would be able to escape. Soon, a mage in the crowd exclaimed, oh no! The contestants are already weakened by the abyss curse. Anyone hit by the spikes will be killed. Didn't the guild leader Sufong just say that as long as the lizard man completes a kill, it will infinitely evolve? Once the lizardman's passive ability activates, it's over. With the mage's reminder, everyone finally realized how deadly this move was, if not dealt with, it would lead to a direct deadlock. What are we going to do? We must interrupt it quickly. If this move is unleashed, no one present will be able to escape. Yes. We must control the lizard man. Wait, the captain of the guild team, Su Yuan, is standing up. In the genius area.
Under the astonished gazes of his teammates, Su Yuan slowly stood up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled.
I am the captain of the great guild's team, destined to become a master of magic. How can I fall here? Monster, accept this. My final binding spell.
After Su Yuan finished speaking, he began to form seals with his hands. Despite being afflicted by the Abyss Curse, with attributes reduced by over 90%, even casting a simple binding spell was somewhat strenuous in this situation. However, Su Yuan was one of the top geniuses in the Great Guild. In such an extreme environment, he still completed the seals perfectly.
Once the seals were completed, Su Yuan wasted no time and directly aimed at the charging lizard man. Binding spell.
At that moment, the lizard man was unable to move, and the binding spell quickly struck it. Everyone felt a surge of
joy upon seeing this.
As expected of the captain, he interrupted the lizardman's ultimate move with just a wave of his hand.
This strike could very well determine the outcome.
Yes, Li Chen only needs to deal with the lizardman's basic attacks, while our captain has to consider much more.
But, to everyone's surprise, the lizardman showed no reaction. Everyone was stunned, unsure of what to do.
At this moment, the captain of the war god team, Shu Tian, wore a face of despair. As a shield warrior, his understanding of control skills was very high. The move the lizardman was using was clearly a
body enhancement skill that could not be interrupted. Everyone could only brace themselves for the attack. Realizing this, Shu Tian sighed and said,
"This move is a body enhancement skill, it cannot be interrupted.
We can only endure it." Upon hearing this, everyone fell into despair. They were currently afflicted by the Abyss Curse, with attributes reduced to just 10%. How could they withstand that?
10 lives wouldn't be enough to endure it. Before anyone could speak, Shu Tian slowly stood up and walked in front of everyone. As the captain of the war god team, as long as I am here, no one will die. With that, he raised his shield, protecting everyone behind him. The professionals in the back were in tears, unable to speak.
Captain Shu Tian, you really understand the shield warrior. As expected of the captain of the war god team. In the audience stands outside, the spectators fell silent.
Some of the more emotional ones had their heads down, tears streaming down their faces.
Why didn't the binding spell work? This lizard man is too slippery, how are we supposed to fight it? Captain Shu Tian, sob.
Lin Yushir also had tear stains on her face as she
asked Yi Tian beside her, why? Why can't we control that lizard man?
Lin Tian's expression was also grim, but he patiently replied, Su Yuan's seal formation was perfect, that binding spell should have hit the lizard man.
The lizard man not being controlled clearly means it's in a body enhancement state and cannot be restrained.
Lin Yushir continued, then what should we do?
Lin Tian let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. He wanted to ask someone else.
In any case, he couldn't come up with a solution. No matter how he reasoned, it was a deadlock, with no way out. Seeing Lin Tian remain silent for a long time, Lin Yushir's heart sank. But when she turned to look at Li Chen's projection, hope rose in her heart again.
Li Chen, you must have a way. Right? You can definitely save everyone, just like you saved me before.
As if the heavens had heard her inner cries, the commentator on
the high platform shouted again, Li Chen. He's making a move. Lin Yushir was startled and quickly looked at Li Chen's projection. She saw Li Chen step
by step approaching the lizard man, and after 3 steps, his speed began to increase as he ran towards the lizard man.
The commentator in the stands was once again shocked and shouted, what? Li Chen is actually advancing instead of retreating. Has he gone mad? At a time like this, the best strategy should be to create distance and avoid taking multiple hits.
Why is Li Chen taking the initiative to attack? Lin Tian saw the silhouette of Li
Chen and couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion.
That figure resembled Zhang Yuan so much. Thinking of that man, Lin Tian's tears streamed down his face.
As he murmured, Li Chen, he wants to protect everyone here. In the genius zone.
Li Chen ran towards the lizard man under the astonished gazes
of the crowd. In the distance, Shu Tian shouted sternly, Li Chen, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly, everyone still needs you to deal damage. If you go down, we're all finished. The priority is to fall back behind me, I will do my best to protect everyone. The people around echoed.
Yeah, Li Chen, this way at least if you can survive, it might improve our chances. And who knows, maybe the rescue outside will arrive just in time.
And that would save our lives?
But Li Chen paid no heed and continued forward.
As a legendary shield warrior, Wang Ren had no problem protecting a few geniuses from the genius zone.
However, the civilian professionals he brought in had no protection at all, and the outcome could only be death.
Thinking Of this, Li Chen said calmly, I want everyone to survive. The geniuses of the Genius Zone were incredulous upon hearing this. They were the elites. Of the three major guilds, which one of them wasn't a tactical genius? In this situation, listening to them was the optimal solution, yet this kid Li Chen was so stubborn. What does Li Chen mean? He actually refuses our good intentions. He still wants to protect everyone? Even those civilian professionals behind? How foolish, he can't protect anyone and will only lead us to defeat. Soon, the lizard man completed its charge, revealing a humanoid smile as it looked at the professionals before it. The spikes on the lizardman's body were slowly extending, with just a thought, everyone present would become its nourishment. At this critical moment, Li Chen shouted in his heart, Tiger Sword God. In an instant, a 3-meter-tall tiger sword god clad in battle armor appeared before the lizard man. Like a small mountain, it shielded the lizard man while protecting everyone present. The lizardman's face showed disdain as its spikes shot out. Clang! 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 5 crisp sounds rang out in succession as the passive skill of the tiger sword god triggered. It deflected 5 spike attacks while dealing 50% rebound damage to the lizard man. This was the Sword Saint helmet's equipment skill, which caused 10% health damage when deflecting. 5 deflections meant 50% of its health. In just a moment, the lizard man was left with only half of its health. After the tiger sword god deflected 5 times, the remaining spikes densely shot towards it. The tiger sword god's health was instantly depleted. The geniuses of the Genius Zone, seeing this, had already anticipated it and nodded in agreement. I have to say, Li Chen does have some brains. He chose to sacrifice a pet to protect everyone. It's just a pity for that pet to be sold out by its trusted master. However, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the tiger sword god remained standing, its eyes glowing red, with its health firmly locked at one point. It showed no fear, instead, it became even more frenzied. Raising its dual blades, it began to slash wildly at the lizard man. With the enhancement of the Sword Saint set, the bloodied tiger sword god was like a war god, attacking at an absurd speed, with each strike carrying immense weight. The lizardman's health was visibly dropping at a rapid pace. Seeing this scene, the geniuses of the Genius Zone could no longer contain themselves and exclaimed in shock. What the hell? What kind of pet is this? Where did it come from? Is it really that powerful? In the Genius Zone, amidst the flashes of blades and swords, the tiger sword god desperately output damage to the lizard man during its 10 seconds of invincibility. At first, the lizard man wore a look of disdain, but soon it began to sense something was off. It felt a bit of pain. The damage from the tiger man in front of it was quite high. It couldn't let him keep attacking. The lizardman's gaze sharpened as it raised its claws to counterattack. However, before the lizard man could retaliate, Li Chen had already made his move, a flash of purple light cutting through the air. Abyssal gaze activated. The lizard man fell into a daze, collapsing to the ground. Li Chen didn't give it a chance, manipulating with both hands. Colorful illusion butterfly, Gale treasure mouse, and tiger sword god all struck simultaneously. Various buffs were maxed out, and soon the lizardman's health dropped to 1/3. Then, just as 3 seconds approached, the slime turned completely black and another laser pierced through the entire genius area. As the smoke cleared, the lizard man lay sprawled on the ground, utterly dead. Ding! Special Abyss boss killed, 2 Abyss treasure chests obtained. With the lizardman's demise, everyone felt a lightness wash over them. The Abyss curse has been lifted. Li Chen killed the Abyss boss? Looking at the lizard man, now a charred husk, everyone finally believed the truth. Li Chen had soloed the lizard man, soloed the Abyss boss. Brother Yen, that's incredible. He actually soloed the Abyss boss. Damn. Just 2 lasers took down the Abyss boss, that's so strong. Li Chen's performance was indeed impressive, he deserves to join our War God Guild. Meanwhile, in the audience, the surroundings were silent, everyone's faces filled with shock. Everything had happened too quickly. At that moment, everyone had a question in their hearts, how did Li Chen manage to take down the lizard man so swiftly? Soon, someone spoke up, did anyone see Li Chen's moves? Which expert can explain? No one around answered. And in a corner, Lin Yushir had a face full of question marks as she looked at Lin Tian. Puzzled, father, what was Li Chen's combo just now? His moves were too fast, I didn't catch it at all. I only saw Li Chen suddenly unleash a laser that took down the lizard man. Lin Tian's face turned slightly red, not only Lin Yushir, but even he couldn't clearly see Li Chen's actions. Yet, he still stammered out an explanation. Li Chen first summoned a meat tank to block the lizardman's ultimate move. Then he approached the lizard man. And a laser took down the lizard man? Logically, with the lizardman's speed, it should have been able to dodge. Lin Tian stammered for a
Long time, ultimately shaking his head with a wry smile.
I need to go back and review the footage. Li Chen's moves had too many details.
With Lin Tian starting the discussion, the surrounding audience began to chatter.
Many tactical experts from the crowd also stood up. In that last wave, Li Chen's damage was clearly off.
It must have been Su Yuan who cast a buff skill, that's why Li Chen's damage was so high.
Are you an idiot? Su Yuan was lying on the ground like a dead pig.
How could he have cast anything? I saw him only cast a binding spell, and it
missed.
I think the meat tank Li Chen summoned was ridiculous. It took the full brunt of the lizardman's ultimate attack and didn't die. At the main entrance of the team competition dungeon, a staff member rushed in, panting heavily. Mei Linfeng, guarding the entrance, naturally saw the newcomer and couldn't help but frown slightly, raising a hand to stop the staff member.
What's going on? Didn't we inform you not to disturb the president during critical moments unless it's important? This is a crucial time, how can you be so reckless?
The staff member took a moment to catch his breath and stammered, "The Abyss Boss."
Upon hearing this, Mei Linfeng's eyes lost their luster, and he said urgently, "The Abyss Boss has gone on a rampage?"
Ah, still a step too late. The staff member shook his head and continued, "It's not that.
It's Li Chen who."
Mei Linfeng let out a sigh of relief. As long as the geniuses from the 3 major guilds were safe, that was all that mattered. As for Li Chen, he was just a minor character. Li Chen took people over to deliver their heads, right?
Sigh, I knew it.
These civilian professionals haven't studied systematic tactical courses. Inevitably, they will act strangely and easily deliver their heads. As long as the geniuses in the genius area are fine, that's all that matters. The staff member continued to shake his head, and this time he shouted, "Li Chen soloed the Abyss Boss." The voice echoed in Mei Linfeng's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned.
After a long while, he finally asked in confusion, "What did you say? Li Chen soloed the Abyss Boss? How did he solo it?"
The staff member continued, "It seems like a laser just took out the Abyss Boss in an instant." The more Mei Linfeng listened, the more confused he became, and he was too lazy to talk to the staff member in front of him. Turning to walk towards the main door of the dungeon,
he had to report this matter to the president.
At this moment, in front of the main door of the dungeon, Su Feng was still dancing with his sword, stacking passives. He only needed to dance for another 4 minutes to break the formation. Mei Linfeng approached, glanced at the dungeon's teleportation portal, and nodded slightly. Although the portal was still red, the red light was indeed not glaring, which was a sign that the dungeon's abyssal transformation had been halted. It seemed that the abyssal transformation of the dungeon had indeed been stopped.
"President Su,
you can draw your sword now, the dungeon's abyssal transformation has been halted." Su Feng was taken aback for a moment, his peripheral vision sweeping over the dungeon's main door, and then his expression brightened as the sword energy swept towards the light screen. With the end of the abyssal transformation, the magic array returned to normal, and the sword energy easily shattered the light screen.
After Su Feng finished his sword strike, he came to Mei Linfeng and excitedly asked, "What happened? The dungeon's abyssal transformation was halted? Who did it?"
Mei Linfeng cleared his throat, just about to speak. But Su Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, interrupting, "Hey, no need to say, I can guess it was that brat Yize who did it. He must have killed that lizard man with Su Yuan's assistance."
"Am I right?" Mei Linfeng felt a bit awkward. To be honest, he thought so too.
However, he remained very rational and relayed the staff member's words.
"I just received intel that Li Chen soloed the Abyss Boss." Su Feng looked puzzled. "Li Chen? I don't remember anyone by that name in the major guilds, right? Is he from the War God Guild? Or the Deep Space Guild? Goodness, to think there was such a genius hidden away." Su Feng was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly froze. Li Chen? If he remembered correctly, the young lad he saw when he arrived on the scene was Li Chen, right? With this thought, Su Feng asked in confusion, "Is he the one who brought a bunch of civilian professionals over to deliver their heads?" Mei Linfeng let out a bitter laugh and nodded slightly. At this point, Su Feng was completely stunned. He absolutely couldn't believe that an 11-level summoner like Li Chen could solo the Abyss Boss. There must be some mistake. "Let's go. Hurry and check the dungeon." Inside the genius area, everyone had just escaped death and was now discussing things with laughter. Meanwhile, Li Chen was alone in a corner, and the reason was simple. He was examining the 2 items that had dropped. Abyss Gloves rank, legendary set. Position, Glove Spirit plus 50 equipment skill, Magic Energy Fist, attack enemies at close range, dealing massive damage. The higher the spirit, the greater the damage, while consuming all of the opponents. Mana, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Abyss Key Fragment, collect 3 to obtain the Abyss Key, which can open the Abyss Descend Dungeon. Li Chen's gaze quickly scanned the equipment attributes, and soon his eyes lit up. Magic Fist? With Li Chen's current mental power, wouldn't a punch cause an explosion? Moreover, it could drain the opponent's mana, which was quite disgusting. If he had this glove earlier, he could have punched the lizard man directly, and the opponent would have been out of mana, avoiding the need to think so much like today. Although Li Chen did not reject high-end operations, he still preferred a bit of a wheelchair if possible. The other item was a fragment of a dungeon key, which Li Chen had no clue about, so he didn't dwell on it. After equipping the abyss gloves, Li Chen felt a sensation in his hands, as if he could smash a deep-sea boss with a single punch. However, that was certainly just an illusion. He couldn't one-shot today's lizard man. With that thought, Li Chen sighed. The damage is ultimately too low. I need to farm more equipment for the slime to devour, otherwise, I'm falling behind everyone else's pace. Fortunately, there was no one around Li Chen at the moment, otherwise, if someone heard his musings, he would surely be teased. Just as Li Chen finished sorting through the spoils, a shout came from a corner of the genius area. Where are the members of the Grand Guild team? Where's Yi Zhe? Several geniuses from the Grand Guild became excited and responded, President, Vice President. Upon hearing this, Su Feng and Mei Linfeng's faces lit up as they approached the crowd. They immediately pulled out many potions. Here. This is the all-purpose healing potion. After taking it, everyone's injuries will basically be healed. The surrounding civilian professionals naturally saw the potion Su Feng pulled out and showed expressions of envy. Wow. It's actually the all-purpose healing potion, a divine-level supplement that can only be brewed by a level 60 or above alchemist in a year. It is said that as long as there's still a breath left, one sip can fully revive you. It's outrageous. Soon, everyone's confusion was resolved as the members of the Grand Guild drank the potions and became lively again. Yi Zhe even performed a backflip and then danced a set of sword techniques. Before long, the presidents of the War God Guild and the Deep Space Guild entered with a group of people, distributing supplements to their respective geniuses. Although they weren't as wealthy as the Grand Guild, the recovery effects were still quite good. The civilian professionals looked on with envy at this scene. Seeing that the geniuses of the Grand Guild had all recovered, Mei Linfeng showed a kind smile and looked at everyone. The abyssal transformation has been stopped. Who killed the abyss boss? The members of the Grand Guild scratched their heads, and for a moment, no one spoke. After all, as the favored children of the Grand Guild, they enjoyed the best resources. Yet, during the fight against the abyss boss, their output was basically zero, which was indeed too embarrassing. Noticing the silence, Mei Linfeng frowned slightly and raised his voice. Speak. Yi Zhe reluctantly stepped forward and stammered. It was the civilian professional Li Chen. Su Feng and Mei Linfeng both showed shock upon hearing this. It was indeed Li Chen who soloed the abyss boss. How could someone with such talent be just a civilian professional? What was Li Chen's true identity? Su Feng immediately raised a question. Which district is he from? What's the name of the team? After saying this, he began to swipe on his tablet. These geniuses were naturally very unfamiliar with Li Chen, only knowing the name of his team because it was simply too ostentatious. Soon, Su Yuan quickly answered, it should be from the civilian district. The team is called the strongest team of Solaris. Su Feng's mouth twitched. That team name was indeed too outrageous. However, after searching for a long time, he still looked confused. Where is there a strongest team of Solaris? In the civilian district. Is there a mistake? Su Yuan was taken aback and quickly said, could it be from the expert zone? Su Feng shot Su Yuan a glare and replied unhappily, there are only 10 teams in the expert zone, and I can see right through it, there's none. Su Yuan and Su Feng locked eyes for a moment before quickly lowering their heads. The pressure from the president in front of them was overwhelming. Just a single question from the other party made Su Yuan feel flustered. Mei Linfeng, seeing this scene, stepped in to mediate, saying, President Su, this is a genius from the guild, not some abyss you usually deal with. There's no need to be so aggressive. I remember Li Chen is from the slum area, you can check. Su Feng looked at Su Yuan apologetically and then checked the slum area section. Sure enough, Solaris's strongest team was ranked first. At this moment, Su Feng was completely stunned. It really was from the slum area? Haven't the slum areas always been a joke over the years? How could a master like Li Chen be classified as from the slum area? How did the staff categorize them? Curiously clicking on the team details, Su Feng was once again taken aback. Li Chen, level 11 legendary summoner. Wang Dashan, level 29 ordinary warrior. Goodness, what a pairing. No wonder they were classified as from the slum area. Su Feng became even more curious about Li Chen's situation. He looked around and soon spotted a group of civilian professionals in a corner. Lin Feng, let's go see what kind of person this Li Chen really is. The two then walked towards the civilian professionals in the corner. At that moment, the civilian professionals were boasting about their achievements. In this year's team competition, I defeated 3 geniuses from the expert zone. Impressive, right? What's that? With Brother Yan's support, Even a level 1 professional can become a god.
I'm the impressive one. Just now when I was cursed by the abyss, I didn't fall to the ground.
Just as everyone was chatting excitedly, a deep voice rang out. Who called for Li Chen?
Everyone turned to the source of the voice and saw Su Feng and Mei Linfeng walking over slowly.
Upon seeing the newcomers, the crowd didn't dare to be negligent and quickly
pointed to a corner, answering, Brother Yen was just over there thinking. Su Feng looked over, only to find the corner empty. There was no sign of Li Chen. The civilian professionals also looked puzzled.
Could it be that Brother Yin went out? That's indeed possible.
After all, with the abyss transformation happening, there's no need for the competition to continue. Su Feng sighed softly and muttered
to himself, looks like I won't be seeing Li Chen today.
Meanwhile, outside the instance, participants were streaming out one after another.
Most of them were civilian professionals who had been eliminated early. There was no point in staying here, so they might as well go home.
Li Chen was among them, but his reason for leaving early was different.
The instance had already undergone abyss transformation, making the competition unnecessary.
After all, the down mechanism had already failed. If Li Chen took action, the geniuses from the genius zone wouldn't just be eliminated easily, they would die on the spot.
Moreover, the guild wouldn't be unreasonable, they would definitely rank participants based on their performance.
So, rather than waiting around, it was better to leave early, especially since there would be
a lot of people later, and Li Chen was a bit hungry.
Just as Li Chen was contemplating what to eat later, he overheard a few civilian professionals discussing ahead. This year's team competition is boring.
We didn't even last 20 minutes, and there's no sense of participation at all. If I had known, I wouldn't have stood by Wangrun.
I thought with so many people, we could pressure Li Chen's side, but
unexpectedly, we lost.
It's really ridiculous, even with 6 times the number, we couldn't beat them.
Wangrun is just absurdly weak, he can't even give clear commands.
Agreed, I'm in the back row, and before I even started to output, the front row has already run away. Even Wang Ren, the commander, has fled.
I don't even know how we can win.
Just as everyone was getting more and more agitated, a civilian warrior
stepped forward and said kindly, stop talking, Wang Ren has many spies. If they hear us, we're done for.
Let's go to the celebration hall and shake off those worries.
Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they all chimed in, let's go, let's go.
I heard the celebration hall has a lot of delicious food. I've been wanting to try the linen pig trotter rice.
Damn, now that you mention it, I'm hungry. Let's hurry.
Soon, these civilian professionals gathered in groups of 3 or 5, excitedly heading towards the celebration hall. Li Chen smiled and followed the crowd to the celebration hall. Just as a few people were leaving, the entrance to the team competition instance was already bustling with activity.
Many guild leaders were shouting loudly, gathering their participants.
Wolves of the Gale Guild, hurry over to assemble. Soldiers of the War Guild, no matter how you performed, you are all heroes of the guild, and you will be rewarded handsomely when you return. Members of the Invincible Guild, come over to assemble. Let's analyze the match together and fight again next year.
The participants from these guilds were different from the civilian professionals.
Civilian professionals could basically go home to sleep after the team competition, at most going to the celebration hall to eat and chat. But for guild members, after the team competition, they usually had a guild vehicle to pick them up, and once they arrived at the guild, they would hold a grand feast to celebrate. After the celebration, it wasn't over, the guild's tacticians would analyze the match details and give participants some advice. This was a treatment that civilian professionals could only dream of. A top-notch tactician's advice was incredibly valuable and could significantly enhance a professional's combat power. Just as the various guilds were happily receiving their members, 3 soldiers walked over.
The one on the left, Crazy
Blade, said angrily, that Xinjie is really damned.
He actually lied about killing the Abyss boss. That large area laser attack was clearly Li Chen's move. General, hurry and get the Mountain Ape back. That's the captain's relic, it absolutely cannot be used by someone like Xinjie. The general sighed and said slowly, how can we get back something that has already been sent out? However, I still want to confirm Xinjie's character. If he admits the truth, then I would willingly give him the Mountain Ape.
After saying this, the general walked towards a few
members of the Dream Chaser Guild, with Crazy Blade and Flame Wolf following closely behind.
At this moment, the members of the Dream Chaser Guild had not yet moved on from their defeat and were still blaming each other. It's all your fault, I said to retreat.
You still acted like a fool, wanting to cut Li Chen. What are you talking about? If we don't cut Li Chen, are we just going to wait for those civilian professionals to surround us? If you had listened to my command and attacked Li Chen together, we might have succeeded. But you insisted on being sneaky. How can I lead you to victory like this? Wang Shui, who was listening nearby, grew increasingly irritated and interrupted sharply. What are you all arguing about? I think the biggest problem is Chen Jie.
A legendary level pet can be played like this, I'm really impressed. The members of the Dream Chaser Guild had long been dissatisfied with Chen Jie's performance, and now with Wang Shui leading the charge, they all began to blame Chen Jie. Chen Jie, the mountain ape, has such high attributes, it could definitely take down Li Chen. Why did you go after those civilian professionals? Yeah, Li Chen has been healing those civilian professionals, can't you see that? If we take down Li Chen, we win. I don't even know how you got that silver badge. It can't be fake, right? Or is it that the so-called silver badge holders are just trash? Just as the crowd began to get excited, 3 soldiers walked up to them. In an instant, everyone fell silent, their faces starting to pale. Just moments ago, they had questioned the holder of the silver badge, and with the military's attitude towards badge holders, questioning them was tantamount to questioning the military itself. If the general in front of them decided to take action, the Dream Pursuit Guild would be powerless to stop it. As the members of the Dream Pursuit Guild were filled with terror, the general's left-hand man, Kwang Dao, spoke loudly. Chen Jie, I want to ask you, did you really solo kill an abyss boss? At that moment, Chen Jie felt a bit flustered, being blamed by his guildmates had already made him flush, and Kwang Dao's words drained the color from his face, leaving his lips dry. After a brief silence, Chen Jie finally stammered, I have killed one. Upon hearing this, the general's expression turned to disappointment, while Kwang Dao and Yan Lang beside him showed faces full of anger. Kwang Dao stared fiercely at Chen Jie and said sternly, Chen Jie, even at this point, you still refuse to admit it. Then tell me, which abyss bosses did you kill? And what were the specific tactics you used? Chen Jie's face turned even paler, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. But even so, he had no intention of admitting it. He knew very well that if these soldiers had evidence, they wouldn't be here debating with him. Instead, they would take away the silver badge, along with the Tashin ape and all his equipment, right on the spot. Since that was the case, as long as he didn't admit it, they would have no way to act against him. With this thought, a hint of color returned to Chen Jie's face as he confidently said, I've killed too many abyss bosses to remember. As for the tactics, Chen Jie's mind went blank, his tactical skills were quite poor, and he couldn't think of anything at the moment. Just as everyone was about to start cursing, he suddenly had a bright idea and shouted, right, guerrilla warfare. I defeated those abyss bosses using guerrilla tactics. The members of the Dream Pursuit Guild around him looked at Chen Jie in confusion. Chen Jie? No way, you really know guerrilla warfare? No way, I remember Chen Jie barely passed his tactics class. Even if he passed, it wouldn't matter, that's guerrilla warfare. Even the instructor couldn't explain it clearly. While the members of the Dream Pursuit Guild were filled with doubt, the general frowned slightly. Guerrilla warfare is not easy to operate. One must consider the timing of entry and exit. If any link goes wrong, it will be impossible to execute guerrilla tactics. If it can't be executed, guerrilla warfare will turn into a head-on confrontation, which is very unfavorable for them. Even he, an experienced general, would avoid guerrilla warfare if possible. Given Chen Jie's poor performance in the recent team competition, the general did not believe Chen Jie's words. Kwang Dao, wanting to refute, thought for a moment and realized he was quite unfamiliar with guerrilla warfare and couldn't gauge Chen Jie's level in it. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward, and everyone fell silent. Chen Jie smiled, this was the effect he wanted. As long as no one understood, he could say whatever he wanted. Just as Chen Jie was feeling pleased with himself, a bright voice came from behind, General, so you're here. Everyone turned around to see Li Mo dragging a dungeon testing machine over, smiling as he said, it was just a simple circuit burnout, it was already fixed. It was delayed a bit due to the dungeon becoming an abyss, otherwise, I would have delivered it to the general much earlier. Kwang Dao's eyes lit up upon seeing the dungeon testing machine was repaired. He had been worried about lacking evidence. However, Chen Jie's face turned pale again. He had previously made a bet with Li Chen using the dungeon testing machine. The machine must have recorded his performance in the dungeon, which would serve as evidence proving he was useless. No, he absolutely couldn't let anyone find out. However, despite the good idea, Chen Jie dared not move. In front of him stood General Ji, one of the 6 great generals of the Dragon Kingdom, an 80-level legendary warrior. Just standing there made him too afraid to act. Soon, under the signal from Kwang Dao, Li Mo quickly operated the dungeon detection machine. As the chief mechanic of the major guild, Li Mo had the machine emit an electronic sound in just a few breaths. Ding! System responding, continuing with the bet content, hell level or above dungeon single challenge wager. Betting parties, Li Chen Jie even without defeating the boss, the party that lasts longer wins. Wager, all equipment and pets on hand. Ding! Li Chen wins the bet. According to the agreement, Chen Jie must hand over all his equipment and pets to Li Chen. For specific details, please click to view.
The emotionless electronic voice of the dungeon detection machine echoed around, drawing a crowd to watch. Hey, someone's betting again? Interesting, who is it? If I heard correctly, it seems to be Li Chen and Chen Jie. Li Chen? Is that the one who soloed? The lizard men? With Li Chen's strength, isn't that a guaranteed win? Who's the fool betting against him? The members of the Dream Pursuit Guild looked shocked, staring at Chen Jie and loudly saying, "You lost the bet to Li Chen. What on earth happened? How could you bet your pet without permission? That's a pet from the Dream Pursuit Guild. Heavens, I treat my rare level pet like a treasure, and you actually bet yours?" Faced with the crowd's doubts, Chen Jie could no longer control himself, his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground, muttering, I didn't. I'm the hero who soloed the Abyss boss, I'm a hero." Kwang Dao stepped forward and said sternly, "At this point, you're still lying. It seems you still refuse to accept it. Fine. Liamo, pull up the detailed information." Liamo nodded, his fingers flying over the keyboard, and soon a large projection appeared before everyone. Detailed information, Chen Jie. Chen Jie remains motionless, Li Chen soloed the hell-level boss. The dungeon detection machine could not detect the skills used by Li Chen's pet, the dungeon has been abyssalized. Li Chen approached the Abyss boss, and Li Chen instantaneously killed the Abyss boss. Data anomaly. At this moment, everyone was shocked, and once they realized what was happening, they all shouted, "What the hell, is Li Chen's damage really that outrageous? Instantaneously killing the Abyss boss. Unbelievable. This is the first time I've seen the dungeon detection machine get wrecked. Compared to that, Chen Jie looks a bit ridiculous." However, Liamo, who was operating the dungeon detection machine, was even more shocked. Outsiders only knew that Li Chen was impressive, but as a top mechanic, Liamo understood how exaggerated this information was. The dungeon detection machine had recorded all pet information, it was absolutely impossible for it to miss anything. Unless Li Chen's pet was modified. But how could that be? He had never heard of a summoner doing such a thing. Just as Liamo was lost in thought, Kwang Dao beside him burst into laughter. "Chen Jie, do you have anything else to say? Hurry up and fulfill the bet, hand over all your equipment and pets to Li Chen. Especially the mountain treading. Hey, you can't even handle it, so just give it to Li Chen." At this point, Chen Jie had nothing more to say and could only admit, "All right. I will abide by the bet and hand over all my equipment and pets to Li Chen. But now Li Chen seems to have gone somewhere, so I'll keep these things for now." Seeing that the other party had said so, Kwang Dao no longer pressed aggressively and said seriously, "If you haven't fulfilled your bet at the ranking ceremony, then we will take matters into our own hands." Chen Jie did not dare to be negligent and repeatedly agreed. At least there was still a day left, and he could seize the time to gain some experience points. Just as Chen Jie was thinking of leaving, the general called out to him. "Wait a moment." Chen Jie looked at the general in confusion, wondering if the other party was going to back out. The general continued, "Hand over your silver badge. You are not worthy of having it." Meanwhile, in the celebration hall, after the commoner professionals had their fill of food and drink, a man in a suit appeared before everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the host of the debate competition. Now that everyone is well fed, how about we have a debate?" Before the crowd could express their confusion, the host smiled and said, "This is an event proposed by the Grand Guild this year, aimed at enhancing the tactical skills of commoner professionals. In the debate, everyone can speak freely and express their thoughts. Our tactical experts from various guilds will provide evaluations. Of course, considering that some may feel awkward, you can grab a disposable mask from the corridor and speak while wearing it." After hearing this, everyone began to discuss excitedly, "Wow! To have tactical experts evaluate our strategies, isn't that equivalent to the treatment of those guilds? And they are tactical experts from the Grand Guild. Their level is not something small guilds can compare to. This team competition ticket is so worth it." Once the commoner professionals finished their excitement, the host spoke again. "Please write down your questions on paper, and we will collect them and select some to serve as topics for the debate." At 2 p.m., in the celebration hall, under the host's instructions, the staff had already collected the tactical questions from the commoner professionals present, and they were now preparing to start the debate. The commoner professionals had taken their seats, most wearing masks, while a small number did not. In the front row were the tactical experts from the Grand Guild, each with a sharp look in their eyes, clearly very intelligent. Li Chen, like most others, wore a disposable mask and watched from the back row. Soon, the host announced the first question. "Everyone, please listen to the question. Which teams are in the top 3 of this year's team competition?" Upon hearing this question, the commoner professionals showed interest and began to discuss among themselves. "This question is great. I can't wait to answer. This ranking isn't just based on the team competition rules, especially since there was an unexpected event like the abyssal transformation. I have a bold ranking, but I wonder if I'll be Laughed at for saying it. Hearing the discussions of the commoner professionals, the tactical experts in the front row showed disdain. I just don't understand why the Grand Guild would engage in such meaningless activities. What is there to discuss about tactics with these commoner professionals? Exactly, our time as tactical experts is very precious, this is purely a waste of time. Soon, the host smiled and said, "Everyone, don't be too reserved, just speak casually." After the host's words, the commoner professionals no longer hesitated, and soon one of them stood up and said loudly, "I think the number 1 team, Solaris, is the strongest, and the second and third can be anyone." After this person finished speaking, the expressions of the tactical experts turned displeased, and soon one of them stood up, looking disdainful as he said, "My name is Chen Bao, a level 3 tactical expert from the Grand Guild. I have been deeply involved in level 3 for 10 years, and my experience is very rich." Upon hearing the newcomer's information, the commoner professionals became excited. He's actually a level 3 tactical expert. That's the threshold for becoming a tactical expert. 10 years of experience, listening to his analysis must be enlightening. However, Li Chen in the corner smiled faintly. If he remembered correctly, tacticians were divided into special grade, first grade, second grade, and third grade. A third grade tactician was merely at the threshold of becoming a tactician, and this person had been stuck for 10 years without advancing to second grade, which showed their average strength. Chen Bao saw the cheers of the crowd and nodded in satisfaction, continuing, "Without a doubt, this year's team competition first place goes to the Grand Guild." Whether it was Yi Zei's solo effort to hold off the Lizardman or Su Yuan's crucial binding technique at a critical moment, both played decisive roles, making the first place well-deserved. The second place goes to the War God Guild, with Chu Tian's calm command in a crisis and the determination to protect everyone at all costs. Second place is unquestionable. The third place goes to the Deep Space Guild. As soon as Chen Bao finished speaking, the commoner professionals fell into confusion. "Master Chen, why isn't Solaris's strongest team included? Li Chen single-handedly killed a Lizardman." Yeah, the geniuses in the Genius Zone couldn't even kill the Lizardman, but Li Chen took it down with 2 skills, how can that not be first? After everyone finished speaking, Chen Bao slowly replied, "There are 3 reasons why Li Chen's team is not included in the rankings. First, Li Chen is in the commoner zone, and the expert zone maliciously formed teams, which deducts major points. Second, after Li Chen entered the genius zone, he did not achieve any kills, so his KDA is 0, the highest ranking would be at the bottom of the expert zone. Third, Li Chen repeatedly exploited the team competition dungeons down mechanism, which was very detrimental, causing other teams to be unable to compete normally, resulting in major point deductions. These 3 points are enough to exclude Li Chen's team from the rankings." Hearing Chen Bao's explanation, the commoner professionals looked bewildered, beginning to doubt themselves. Is this the analysis of a tactician? Such a peculiar feeling. I want to think about it more, it makes a lot of sense. Although Li Chen contributed to killing the Abyss boss, it doesn't mean his team's ranking should be high. Interesting, I feel like I've already touched the threshold of being a tactician. In the corner, Li Chen couldn't help but smile at Chen Bao's evaluation of him. The tacticians in the front row also felt helpless, although Chen Bao's tactical level was not high, his brother was a special grade tactician with considerable strength. Therefore, any tactician with more experience would give Chen Bao face. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a tactician in the front suddenly burst out laughing. "Interesting, truly interesting. Since I became a tactician, this is the first time I've seen a tactician with such low skill." Everyone was startled and turned to the source of the voice, where a man in the Grand Guild's uniform stood up. "My name is Li Fan, and I am a second-grade tactician from the Grand Guild. Moreover, I only took a year to advance from a novice who didn't understand tactics to a second-grade tactician." The commoner professionals took a deep breath upon hearing Li Fan's self-introduction. Wow, this is a genius, completing the journey from beginner to expert in just a year. I've only seen second-grade tacticians on my phone. Today is really worth it, I get to hear the tactical analysis from a second-grade tactician. Li Fan cleared his throat, adjusted his state, and said seriously, "I believe the first place goes to Solaris's strongest team. Li Chen almost single-handedly killed the Lizardman, making this achievement undoubtedly first. The second place goes to the Grand Guild. Yi Zei and Su Yuan performed well under pressure, making the best choices at the time. As for the third place, I feel that both the Deep Space Guild and the War God Guild are about the same, with no standout performances." After this statement, it was logical and well-founded, and the commoner professionals admired him. Even the veteran tacticians in the front row showed appreciative looks. This kid must be Su Jiu's disciple. He truly is accomplished at a young age. What he said is basically objective and well-reasoned. Look at this level, that kid Li Fan is already touching the threshold of a first level tactician.
But this young man is a bit too young, daring to offend Chen Bao. At this moment, Chen Bao in the front row sat with his arms crossed, staring at Li Fan without saying a word, his face growing increasingly red, sitting there like a bright red balloon. The host, seeing this scene, quickly tried to smooth things over. This is just an analysis before the rankings. Come out, it's normal for everyone to have different opinions, no need to take it to heart. Next, if anyone has any thoughts, feel free to share. However, after Li Fan's textbook style analysis, no one had any other thoughts, and they all agreed with Li Fan's viewpoint. The host, seeing that no one had spoken for a long time, could only move on to the next question. Since no one has anything to say, let's go to the next question. Question 2. How do you evaluate the teams in the expert zone? In the evening, at the entrance of the team competition instance. At this time, there were very few people left, and the Lin father and daughter were still anxiously waiting for Li Chen's appearance. Seeing that the teleportation portal had not shown any signs of activity for a long time, Lin Yushir stomped her foot in frustration. Could it be that Li Chen left early? Why hasn't he come out yet? Lin Tian, on the other hand, was more composed and whispered, given the situation, Li Chen must have left early. But it doesn't matter, when the ranking ceremony happens in a day, Li Chen will naturally come to receive his award, and we can find him then. Since we're in Beihai City, how about I take you to grind the level 40 instance, Beast Tide Descends? Upon hearing the level of the instance, Lin Yushir was taken aback. She had almost died in the level 10 instance, Wild Boar Forest, so wasn't a level 40 instance just asking for trouble? Thinking of this, Lin Yushir shook her head vigorously. No thanks. Last time you said Wild Boar Forest was suitable for newbies, and I almost died when I went there. Lin Tian patted Lin Yushir on the head, smiling as he said, this time, I'll take you. Besides, I know a special strategy for this instance that allows for a no-damage run, it's very safe. You can also take the opportunity to level up a bit, your father can't always be by your side, and you need to level up. In the future, when your level is high, you can fight alongside Li Chen, otherwise, if your output is too low, Li Chen will find it bothersome. After hearing Lin Tian's words, Lin Yushir understood the reasoning, especially the last sentence, and nodded in agreement. Alright then. Just as the two were about to set off, 3 soldiers walked up to them. The leading general smiled and said, long time no see, Lin Tian. Back when you were a tactician under Zhang Yuan, you were quite the sight, why haven't you continued in the military? As a tactician? Lin Tian, seeing the visitor, forced a smile. When Zhang Yuan was still alive, this General Ji Long was merely a deputy in the Flame Squad. Now he had actually become a general. Thinking of this, Lin Tian sighed, General Ji really has exceptional talent, in the blink of an eye, you become a general. General Ji shook his head and said, not even 1/10,000th of Zhang Yuan, just think about how glorious it was back then with Zhang Yuan's Yulong squad. Your tactical skills are so high, why not take the field, the general asked again, his eyes sincere, you could join my storm squad as a tactician. Beside him, Quang Dao saw that Lin Tian was still hesitant and quickly added, everyone in this team is talented, all badge holders. The quality is definitely high. However, Lin Tian shook his head, I promised Zhang Yuan that in this life, I would only join the Yulong squad. Quang Dao's face fell in disappointment. Ever since Zhang Yuan's death, the Yulong squad had been like a curse, mysteriously wiped out every time they went to battle. From this point on, the Yulong battle team had transformed from the ace team of the year into a marginal squad responsible only for logistics, now nearly on the verge of disbandment. The general, however, showed no signs of disappointment and smiled as he said, since that's the case, I won't force it. By the way, Lin Tian, where do you plan to go next? Lin Tian smiled gently at Lin Yushir beside him and said, I'm taking my daughter to experience the Beast Tide. The general's eyes sparkled as he slowly replied, the Beast Tide, is it a familiar taste again? Then I can rest easy. With that, he left with a few others. Meanwhile, the celebration hall was reaching its climax. The host, with a trembling voice, posed the final question, analyze the battle between Li Chan and the Lizard Man. Upon hearing this question, the crowd of civilian professionals erupted in joy, all standing up. Oh my god, it's actually a tactical analysis of a real battle, can I really see this? If I'm not mistaken, only those mid-sized guilds get to hear such tactical analyses. This ticket is so worth it. Even the tacticians in the front row sat up straight, each one experienced. There was no doubt that this was the most valuable question of the debate. Although the audience was eager to participate, they didn't know how to start, leading to an awkward silence. Seeing this scene, the host smiled wryly, it wasn't that these civilian professionals weren't proactive, but this question was indeed a bit beyond their level. After a brief silence, a tactician stood up. I am Lu Su, a level 3 tactician from a major guild, and a novice tactician who just entered this year. Let me throw out some ideas. I can only analyze Li Chen's tactics in the first phase against the Lizard Man, the second phase is too complex for my level.
In the first phase, Li Chen used the legendary Ma's triangle kill. This refers to the operation of forcing the enemy to collide with the skill projectile through forced displacement skills. This operation is extremely difficult and prone to errors. Even a slight deviation in direction can lead to tactical failure. Li Chen must have had no choice but to use this tactic to catch them off guard, otherwise, with the lizardman's speed, engaging head-on would likely result in a wasted ultimate. After this explanation, which was logical and well-founded, the civilian professionals erupted into loud applause. Truly a tactician, I was dumbfounded. As soon as he spoke, I think I somewhat understand Master Lu's point. It's like this, and then like that. You're really clever. That was too abstract, though. He didn't mention some details at all. I should go back and study and memorize Master Lu's analysis. Just as everyone was applauding, Shinbao suddenly stood up, looking disdainfully at Lu Su, and sharply said, "A novice tactician, your level is really lacking. You just copied the content from the tactical manual without any of your own analysis." Hearing Shinbao's comment, Lu Su's face turned red, and he retorted, "Aren't you also a level 3 tactician? Why look down on me? What ability do you have? Just tell me where I went wrong." The surrounding tacticians sighed. Several of the tacticians present were newcomers and didn't understand Shinbao's reputation in the tactical community. Lu Su's confrontation with Chen Bo had basically ruined his prospects in the major guild. After a moment of contemplation, Shinbao suddenly pointed at Lu Su and said sternly, "Then let me ask you. If it was to catch them off guard, why did Li Chen use such a high-difficulty triangle kill instead of other more stable tactics?" With that, Lu Su's face turned pale, and he stammered, unable to say a word. The audience around them began to voice their thoughts loudly. It seems Master Lu's analysis indeed has flaws. This point is completely unexplainable. Experience speaks volumes. Master Chen's 10 years in the field have indeed sharpened his insight. I've always thought Master Chen made a lot of sense, and it turns out my judgment was correct. Listening to the discussions around him, Lu Su's face gradually turned red, and he retorted, "Shinbao, since you're so impressive, why did Li Chen use the triangle kill?" Shinbao, unfazed, revealed a disdainful expression and proudly said, "In that case, let me show you a thing or two. Newcomer tacticians, you better pay attention, or I fear you won't understand." Shinbao paused and declared loudly, "The reason Li Chen used the Ma's triangle kill is quite simple. Just consider the context of a team match. And the reason becomes obvious. Li Chen knows his KDA isn't high, so he wanted to use the flashy Ma's triangle kill to draw everyone's attention and thereby boost his score. This shows that Li Chen's mindset is extremely immature. He doesn't consider the consequences of a misplay. If he fails, he will be killed by the Lizardman, and then the Lizardman will significantly enhance its attributes. By then, even if the geniuses from the Genius Zone rally, it will be very difficult to win. Fortunately, the heavens showed mercy to the geniuses present, allowing Li Chen to have a stroke of luck and successfully execute the triangle kill. After this speech, everyone present was shocked, and they quickly began to discuss among themselves. Wow, what a clever angle. He actually observed Li Chen's character through the phenomenon. In that light, Li Chen's play indeed has a large element of luck. It's too much of a gamble and not worthy of praise. Even so, something still feels off. In the corner, Li Chen, hearing Chen Bao's evaluation, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. At that moment, he hadn't thought so much, he just wanted to secure a quick kill and impulsively used the Ma's triangle kill. Sure enough, laughter soon erupted from ahead. Upon hearing it, everyone looked over in confusion. They saw Li Fan laughing heartily in front of everyone, showing no restraint. As a tactician. After laughing, Li Fan slowly stood up, looking at Chen Bao with mockery and said, Chen Bao. I have to say, your imagination is truly vast. But please, you're a tactician, think before you speak." At that moment, the geniuses from various guilds had already lost their combat effectiveness. If Li Chen hadn't stepped up, there would have been only one outcome: they would all die. Now that Li Chen has stepped up and single-handedly killed the Lizardman, this heroic act has somehow turned into childishness in your words. Hearing this, the other tacticians broke into a cold sweat, all silently shouting in their hearts, Li Fan's future is completely ruined, insulting. Chen Bao like this, once Chen Bao's brother finds out, it's over. So young, so naive. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Bao's face had turned bright red, standing there like a shiny red apple, making it hard not to laugh. However, before Chen Bao could speak, Li Fan had already shifted his tone, saying seriously, Li Chen's purpose in using the Ma's triangle kill was solely to compress the output time and quickly kill the Lizardman. Li Fan's words were concise and clear, yet everyone present felt a strange tingling sensation in their hearts. Once they processed it, they all realized the depth of his insight. So that's how it is, it's truly ingenious. No wonder he's a level 2 tactician. I feel Master Li is completely correct. In comparison, what Chen Bao said is utter nonsense. The gap is too vast. The tacticians in the front row took turns expressing their agreement with this viewpoint. However, Li Fan wore a worried expression, for there was one question he couldn't understand: why did Li Chen want to kill the lizard man so quickly? Couldn't he play it safe? Li Fan did not have the habit of keeping problems to himself. After thinking for a long time without any clues, he decided to voice his thoughts, hoping to find inspiration. So, after everyone had finished speaking, Li Fan raised the question: everyone, there's one point I've been unable to figure out, and I'd like to invite you all to discuss it together. That is, why did Li Chen choose to quickly kill the lizard men? Wouldn't it be better to stabilize the fight? After his words, the crowd was briefly stunned, then excitement spread among them. To be able to discuss issues with Master Li, what a rare fortune. Master Li truly deserves the title, always maintaining the heart of an apprentice. I can't wait any longer. Soon, a few masked commoners stepped forward and spoke loudly, because Li Chen thought it would look cool, so he killed them quickly. It must be that Li Chen saw the lizard men and felt uncomfortable, so he killed them quickly, just like how we jump up when we see a spider crawling on us. It should be that Li Chen was low on mana, so he chose to kill quickly, otherwise, it would have been a disaster if it dragged on. After they finished speaking, Li Fan's eyes lit up. His master was indeed right: in a group of 3, there must be a teacher among them. These tacticians, having learned tactics through the system, had developed a kind of mental inertia, causing them to overlook certain ideas. Meanwhile, these commoners, who had not undergone systematic tactical training, had very jumpy thoughts and could easily come up with unexpected ideas. Of course, some ideas were indeed not very high level, which required the tacticians to filter them out. Now, Li Fan discovered a good team idea: Li Chen might have run out of mana, which is why he pursued a quick kill. With this thought, he directly praised the commoner who proposed this viewpoint. Not bad, that's a great idea. The people around looked over at this scene and praised. I didn't expect that we have a future tactician hidden among us. Brother, how did you come up with that? It's brilliant. Quick, let's add each other as friends, it might come in handy in the future. However, after Li Fan thought about it again, he felt something was off. That is, Li Chen had waited in the expert area for a long time before advancing to the genius area. Theoretically, both he and his pet should have full mana, and it was impossible for him to run out. With this in mind, Li Fan didn't hesitate and said on the spot, that's still not right. Li Chen had been idling in the expert area for quite a while, his mana should be full, and it's impossible for him to run out. Upon hearing this, the commoners felt disappointed and fell silent. Seeing this, Li Fan encouraged them: it's just a small matter, everyone keep thinking and keep talking. After hearing this, the commoners felt a surge of inexplicable motivation and began to ponder again. Soon, a few more stood up and spoke loudly. It should be that Li Chen felt he couldn't handle the lizardman's ultimate move, so he adopted a quick kill strategy, not giving the lizardmen a chance. It should be that Li Chen is highly skilled in the Ma family triangle kill, which is why he used this tactic. I think Li Chen was cursed by the abyss, resulting in low mana, so he decided to kill quickly. This time, the responses from the crowd were of a higher level, and Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. After thinking for a moment, he felt that these explanations all had flaws. No, when the lizardmen defeated Yi Zhe, they had already used their ultimate move. When Li Chen entered, his skills were still on cooldown. The second one doesn't hold up either. Someone who can master the Ma family triangle kill should be more proficient in other tactics. The third one is also incorrect. Go watch the footage. Li Chen's positioning was very clever, and he didn't come into contact with the abyss aura at all. After hearing Li Fan's analysis, everyone looked dejected. This was the best idea they could come up with, yet it still didn't work. Just as the mood was low, a voice came from a corner of the audience: it's not that complicated. The voice was not loud, but it stood out clearly at that moment when everyone was deep in thought. The commoners were shocked. Even the tacticians in the front row were taken aback. Even the host momentarily lost his composure. Everyone quickly turned to the source of the voice and saw a young man wearing a mask, standing in the corner, with his hands in his pockets. Upon seeing the figure before them, disdain began to creep into their hearts. Wearing a mask, looks like he's just a commoner like us. This kid only speaks up now, he must not be very skilled. Now that everyone else is stumped, he just wants to show off. That must be it. If he really had skills, why would he need to wear a mask to answer questions? Soon, Chen Bao stood up. He was already furious with Li Fan, and now that a clown had appeared, he couldn't resist taking a jab at him to vent his anger. Who do you think you are? How dare you say our discussion isn't complicated? If you really have that level of skill, why were you so timid when answering questions earlier? Now that everyone is out of ideas, you come up here to show off. Facing Chen Bao's aggressive stance, Li Chen smiled calmly and said, since everyone has no ideas, isn't it my turn to step in? His nonchalant remark instantly made the commoners exclaim in disbelief. Wow! This guy is too arrogant, even the level 2 tacticians are clueless, and he dares to say that. I told you, he's just here to talk big. Since no one has any ideas, no matter how
ridiculous his suggestion is, no one can laugh at him. Not necessarily, I see quite a few grassroots masters among the commoners, and they do have some real skills. Chen Bao in the front row showed a look of disdain, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He had seen too many of these grassroots masters, who had only skimmed through a few tactical manuals and thought they could become tacticians. However, they were only half-baked when it came to real tactical analysis. They were full of holes and lacked any logic. This grassroots master before him was clearly here to be a joke. Thinking of this, a mocking smile appeared on Chen Bao's face as he pointed at Li Chen and said sternly, "Alright. If you can't present any logical viewpoints today, then you have to take off your mask, kneel on the ground, and shout that you're an idiot. Deal." Li Chen, hidden behind the mask, was already smiling broadly and replied, "But what if my viewpoints are logical? Do you have to do the same?" The corners of Chen Bao's mouth curled up. It seemed this grassroots master had taken the bait, blindly confident just because he understood a bit of tactics. Chen Bao was a level 3 tactician with 10 years of experience. Finding flaws in a grassroots master who only understood the surface would be easy. With that thought, Chen Bao didn't hesitate and said directly, "Fine, if I can't point out the flaws in what you say, I will kneel and shout that I'm an idiot. Hurry up, grassroots master, I can't wait to see the clown perform." Li Chen smiled and continued, "In that case, let everyone here bear witness." The reason Li Chen swiftly killed the lizardmen is that the lizardmen have an important attribute, instantaneous attribute. However, before Li Chen could finish, Chen Bao shouted, "Hey, what you said has flaws. There's no such thing as an instantaneous attribute." The commoners, who had been confused, now showed expressions of as expected after hearing Chen Bao's words. "I knew it, instantaneous attribute? I've never even heard of it, he must be making it up." Right. He probably thought that by mentioning a term no one understands, no one could point out where he went wrong. Fortunately, Master Chen is experienced and spotted the loophole at a glance, otherwise, he would have been deceived by this folk deity. However, many people remained curious and opened their phones to search on Baidu, but after checking, they all expressed doubts. What instant attributes are there? Baidu says attributes are divided into strength, constitution, agility, and spirit, and it doesn't mention any instant attributes. It seems Master Chen was right, there really are no instant attributes. This kid is definitely making things up. In an instant, everyone stood on Chen Bao's side. Chen Bao seized the opportunity and pressed on aggressively, saying, "Kid, you're wrong, hurry up and fulfill your promise." However, Li Chen remained unhurried and replied calmly, "Your level is too low to know about the existence of instant attributes." Upon hearing this, the commoner professionals were taken aback. The tactical specialists in the front row were also shocked, and some of the younger tactical specialists could no longer contain themselves, exclaiming, "To publicly say a tactical specialist's level is low is equivalent to making an enemy of them. Now it seems it's not just a matter of kneeling, Chen Bao will definitely not let this go. So young, I've never even heard of instant attributes, Chen Bao will definitely win." Chen Bao's face flushed red as he stared fiercely at the folk deity before him, his voice escaping through clenched teeth, "Good. You've got guts." After saying that, he pulled out a manual and said sternly, "This is the 12th edition of the tactical manual released this year, written by Master Tan. Kid, have you heard of the tactical manual? The contents within are everything in the tactical world. I've read it at least 10 times, there's absolutely no instant attribute mentioned." Many knowledgeable commoner professionals were shocked when they saw the book Chen Bao pulled out. It's actually the tactical manual, that's the backbone of the entire tactical world. Damn, I've wanted to buy one for a long time, but it's not for sale. Only a few dozen copies are released each year, and only some guild tactical specialists can see it, otherwise, I would have self-studied to become a tactical specialist long ago. You're overthinking it, I bought a 3rd edition on the black market before, but I couldn't understand anything in it. The tactical specialists at the front all shook their heads. As tactical specialists, they naturally knew the value of the tactical manual. It was a masterpiece condensed by Master Tan based on the formula book. In 99% of cases, the tactical manual is the truth, and this commoner deity before them was bound to lose. However, just when everyone thought Li Chen was about to kneel and beg for mercy, he smiled indifferently and said dismissively, "Tactical manual? I don't look at those. What I look at is the formula book." Upon hearing those last few words, everyone's minds exploded, falling into a state of shock. After a long while, a few commoner professionals trembled and said, "Formula book? The manual that comes with the system when awakening a profession? No way. Is there really someone who reads those things? The content is very comprehensive, but it's too much and too mixed. There are over 10,000 pages, it's not something a person can read. The most ridiculous part is that opening the system consumes mental energy, making it impossible to read for long periods. If your spirit is below 100, you can only read for a few minutes. As a mage, I can look at it for a long time, but the content is too abstract. I often have to think for a long time after reading a section, it's too painful. The tactical specialists present all showed disbelief. As tactical specialists, they naturally knew that to advance to a special tactical specialist, one must be well versed in the formula book. In fact, the content of the tactical manual is simply a selection from the tactical section of the formula book, then condensed and simplified. Most tactical specialists spend their entire lives only reading the tactical manual. Only a very few geniuses would read the formula book. If this folk deity before them were truly such a genius, why was he still just a commoner professional? Chen Bao certainly thought the same, and a victorious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Formula book? Who do you think you are to look at the formula book? Then tell me, the content about instant attributes, which page is it on in the formula book? If you can't say it, then hurry up and kneel to beg for mercy, shouting that I'm an idiot. Li Chen smiled and continued, who remembers the specific page number when reading a book? I remember it's in the section about the abyss. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone still looked skeptical, and soon some civilian professionals began to check the tactical manual. However, due to their insufficient mental strength, even if they knew the general direction, it was difficult to find instant attributes in such a short time. I can't do it anymore. I've reached my limit just finding the abyss section. To read further, I need to rest for a few hours. I can't read a bit. It's too torturous. Oh dear, I'm giving up. The tactical specialists in the front row also began to take action. They were now focused, quickly consulting the tactical manual, while their mental energy was being consumed dozens of times over. With highly concentrated reading, soon some tactical specialists dropped out of reading, collapsing on the spot, completely drained of energy. Chen Bao also stopped reading, and after eating some supplements, he slowly recovered. Once he was back, he disdainfully looked at Li Chen and said sternly, I've read half of the content, and I haven't even seen the words instant attributes. There's no such thing as instant attributes. You lost. At this point, most of the tactical specialists had returned, echoing, I've seen 2/3 of the content, and there's no mention of instant attributes at all. As a level 2 tactical specialist, I've basically finished reading, just one page left, but I haven't found any so-called instant attributes. So we can basically conclude that there's no such thing as instant attributes. Hearing that even the level 2 tactical specialists had spoken, everyone stopped doubting and looked at Li Chen. Bro, if your level isn't high, don't act tough. Looks like you've hit a wall this time. Yeah, you can brag in front of us civilians, but it's better to be honest. In front of these tactical specialists. I think you should hurry up and apologize. Maybe Chen Bao won't hold a grudge. However, Chen Bao let out a loud shout, his eyes fixed on Li Chen. You publicly insult my tactical level. You don't think kneeling and begging for mercy will let you off the hook, do you? I invite this esteemed civilian master to my home for tea. After saying that, several level 50 elite warriors suddenly jumped out from somewhere, glaring fiercely at Li Chen. Those who understood the situation silently felt a sweat for Li Chen. Chen Bao was not an ordinary tactical specialist, his brother was a top-level tactical specialist with immense power. Given the situation, Chen Bao intended to use the insult as a reason to take Li Chen back and torture him severely. However, just as Chen Bao's subordinates were about to act, Li Fan suddenly exclaimed, I see it. In the middle section of the last page, there are instant attributes. Everyone was taken aback and turned to look at Li Fan, who appeared pale but was visibly excited. Just when I was about to collapse, I saw the instant attributes. Li Fan said again. At this moment, the civilian professionals present were all shocked, and once they realized, they were extremely excited. My god! There really are instant attributes. Does that mean this master really has skills? Damn, even those tactical specialists didn't know, and this master actually does. Doesn't that mean his tactical level is even higher? Chen Bao's head rang with a loud noise, and he fell into a daze. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, before he could finish his doubts, Li Fan had already stepped forward, respectfully bowing, and sincerely said, May I ask the identity of the senior? Li Chen smiled faintly and said, I'm just a passing civilian practitioner. Upon hearing this, Li Fan felt reassured, thinking that he must be a reclusive expert who does not pursue fame or fortune. With this in mind, he decided not to probe further and respectfully said, Senior, what exactly is the effect of the instant attribute? My level is insufficient, and I could barely hold on after seeing the words instant attribute. Li Chen, seeing that even a level 2 tactical master like Li Fan was so respectful, couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. If it weren't for the abyss curse he had contracted at that time, he would have been solely focused on finding a solution, leading him to extensively research a wealth of information about the abyss, with the formula book being his main target. After 6 months of study, he finally gained some understanding of the abyss.
In terms of overall tactical strength, he might not be as good as the tactical masters present, but when it comes to understanding the abyss in practical combat, he had far more experience. Seeing Li Fan's eagerness, Li Chen did not hold back and patiently explained, the instant attribute is a special attribute that generally appears when an abyss boss shows up. It is a temporary attribute that can be gained during an attack or when taking damage. These attributes will dissipate after a period. The next time an attack occurs or damage is taken, it will refresh, and the health provided by the instant attribute will be fully restored. It's like a constantly refreshing shield. To deal with such enemies, you must take them down instantly when the instant attribute refreshes. After this explanation, everyone present felt enlightened and began to applaud. So that's how it is, this instant attribute is quite tricky. Indeed, no wonder the genius from the genius area seemed unfazed after a round of attacks. It turns out the strategy was flawed and should have been an explosive attack. However, this also shows how exaggerated Li Chen's explosive power is. Just as everyone was praising, a civilian practitioner shouted, "In that case, can we fulfill the promise now?" Upon hearing this, everyone showed interest and looked towards Chen Bao in front. "Master Chen, as a tactical master, you wouldn't be going back on your word, would you? That won't do. A tactical master must keep their word. What you say must be taken seriously." However, Chen Bao remained motionless, his face already as red as a ripe apple, making it hard for others to suppress their laughter. After a brief silence, Chen Bao suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Li Chen, saying, "How dare you? Do you know who my brother is? My brother is a special grade tactical master. I won't accept your punishment. This is my territory now, surrender at once." After saying this, the guards around him sprang into action, but before Li Chen could retaliate, the civilian practitioners moved. In an instant, the scene became chaotic, and after a long while, Chen Bao and the others were subdued by the combined efforts of the crowd. Li Fan looked at Chen Bao, who was pinned down by everyone, and disdainfully said, "Chen Bao, I advise you to fulfill your promise. If the president finds out that you didn't adhere to the principles of a tactical master, you can forget about walking the path of a tactical master in the future. It might even implicate your brother. You wouldn't want that, would you?" Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Chen Bao fell to his knees with a thud and shouted, "I, Chen Bao, am an idiot." In an instant, everyone couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. After Chen Bao finished speaking, his face was already flushed. He desperately wanted to crawl into a hole. It was truly humiliating. However, thinking about the consequences of not doing this made Chen Bao feel a bit better. As long as his brother was fine, he could make a comeback and find an opportunity to secretly deal with that civilian master. After coming to this conclusion, Chen Bao waved his hand and coldly said, "Let's go." After saying this, he left with the support of the guards. Sigh, finally dealt with. Causing such a ruckus, that debate ended on a sour note. Li Fan sighed, then looked around, but after searching for a long time, he still did not see that figure. After a long while, Li Fan sighed again, as expected, a hidden master, completely uninterested in fame and fortune. "I need to talk to my teacher about this, maybe he has some insights." Li Fan's eyes suddenly brightened, and he turned around and hurried away. At night, at the Sword Saint's tomb, there were few people around. Most of the adventurers who had come to grind dungeons had gone back to sleep, with only a handful of solitary adventurers still grinding at night. At this moment, in the Hell-level dungeon, Li Chen was frantically grinding. He had originally planned to find a hotel to rest, but he felt no sleepiness at all. After all, he was about to resolve the abyss curse on him, and even someone as calm as Li Chen felt a bit excited. Moreover, after the previous battle, Li Chen felt that his output was insufficient and urgently needed to boost it, needing to have the slime devour more equipment. Just then, the Tiger Sword God struck down, single-handedly killing the Sword Saint. Ding! Killed the Sword Saint, obtained elite level equipment *1 again? Am I not grinding in hell mode? This drop rate is off. Li Chen frowned as he looked at the elite level equipment that dropped. The Hell level Sword Saint's tomb had previously dropped gold every 3 runs, but now every drop was garbage. However, he didn't think much of it and tossed the equipment onto the slime. The slime made a chewing sound. Devoured elite level equipment, gained attribute 0 ding. Slime has devoured too much elite level equipment, benefits reduced by 100% ding. It is recommended to level up to increase the devouring limit or have the slime devour rare level or above equipment. What the hell, the benefits have actually decreased? Li Chen fell silent for a moment, swiped his finger, and checked the slimes. Attributes: Strength 312, Constitution 413, Agility 529, Spirit 800. The attributes are still not high enough. It seems I need to find other ways. With 800 Spirit, Li Chen roughly estimated that under full buffs, the slime could deal about 3,000 damage to Constitution in one hit. Although that was quite high, it was still not enough. After all, the lizardmen, combined with their instant attributes, had nearly 4,000 Constitution, so they couldn't be taken down. mindlessly. At least 1,000 spirit was needed for a guaranteed kill. Thinking of this, Li Chen did not hesitate and directly left the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, it was already late at night, and Li Chen's appearance did not attract anyone's attention. Only 2 guards on duty noticed him. "Brother Yan, you're still grinding at this late hour." "Yeah, so diligent, no wonder Brother Yan's strength is so strong." Li Chen smiled and said, "Just came out to grind a bit. Clear my mind." Upon hearing this, the 2 guards looked shocked. Is this something a person would say? Other adventurers were sore all over after finishing their runs, yet Li Chen actually treated grinding as relaxation? However, before the guards could react, Li Chen took the initiative to say, "Why do I feel like the drop rate in the dungeon has decreased?" One guard replied quietly, "Does Brother Yin not know the underlying principles? After the dungeon is abyssalized, the drop rate decreases. It is said that abyssalization drains the foundation of the dungeon team, leading to a lower drop rate." The other guard nodded and added, "Brother Yen, let me tell you about a high drop rate. Dungeon. The 40-level dungeon Beast Tide descends. Although this dungeon has a lot of monsters, its difficulty is even higher than that of a 50-level dungeon. But with Brother Yan's strength, it should be no problem. This dungeon is in the undeveloped area north of Beihai City, quite far from here, but if you set off now, you should be able to catch the last bus and arrive around 10 a.m. tomorrow." Li Chen's eyes lit up. Beast Tide Descends was clearly a defense-type dungeon. As long as he summoned 5 pets, he could go idle directly, which was simply delightful. With this in mind, Li Chen didn't hesitate and immediately thanked the 2 guards before heading to the nearest train station. At this moment, in a remote basement in Beihai City, the core members of the AO Shi Guild and the Ba Wang Guild were gathered together, discussing matters. The newly appointed president of the AO Shi Guild, Lu Hai, was the first to speak. "Hello everyone, I am Lu Hai, the new president of the AO Shi Guild. The Ba Wang Guild is no stranger to us, so let me share our difficulties. Our guild's president and vice president have already died, and now our high-level combat power is extremely lacking. But don't panic, we still have a chance to make a comeback." The vice president of the Ba Wang Guild, Wang Zhengdi, said impatiently, "What does it matter to us how you AO Shi Guild is doing? Didn't you say you had treasures for us? Hurry up and take it out. It should be legendary equipment, right?" Lu Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry. There is indeed legendary equipment, and it's very suitable for Vice President Wang." After saying that, he took out a dragon bone greatsword and placed it on the table. When everyone saw the attributes of the greatsword, they all gasped, and Wang Zhengdi even revealed a greedy look in his eyes. Dragon bone greatsword rank, legendary level requirement, 50 strength plus 30 equipment skill, whirlwind/damage. Increased 200%. Seeing Wang Zhengdi's reaction, Lu Hai revealed a disdainful smile and slowly said, "How about it? This dragon bone greatsword is not bad, right? If I remember correctly, Vice President Wang should be specializing in whirlwind/right?" Wang Zhengdi swallowed hard and forced himself to remain calm as he said, "Speak, what's the price?" Lu Hai shook his finger and said with a wicked smile, No. This greatsword is a gift for you, but we have a small request." A glint appeared in Wang Zhengdi's eyes as he stared intently at Lu Hai. With his years of experience, he knew that often what was free was the most expensive. Lu Hai must have some ulterior motive. After waiting for a moment, Lu Hai gathered his thoughts and spoke in a magnetic voice, "My request is very simple, let's merge our 2 families into one. I'll be the president, and you'll be the vice president." "What?" Upon hearing Lu Hai's request, the members of the Ba Wang Guild all frowned and said disdainfully, "Lu Hai, you know your AO Shi Guild has no one, and you think you're worthy of us joining forces?" "Yeah, and why should you be the main one? What qualifications do you have?" "Lu Hai, better come up with another request." Wang Zhengdi tapped the table, showing impatience on his face. However, Lu Hai in front of them smiled wickedly, then straightened his body, and his magnetic voice rang out again, "Don't be too quick to refuse, I guarantee that you will join us without hesitation later." After saying that, Lu Hai took out a box and placed it on the table. The members of the AO Shi Guild turned pale upon seeing it and urged, "President, this abyss box cannot be opened any further." That's right, the former president repeatedly instructed that it should not be used unless the AO Shi Guild is facing extinction. However, Lu Hai waved his hand and said impatiently, "Not yet. Do you want to wait until you're dead before using it?" After saying that, he adjusted his stance and continued, "Vice President Wang, let me introduce this, our AO Shi Guild's ultimate weapon, the Abyss Box. A few years ago, we opened a small gap and obtained the technology to create the corrupted core, thus mastering the ability to create abyssal dungeons." The members of the Ba Wang Guild were shocked upon hearing this. "You actually hoarded such an evil object. Why not hand it over to the military?" "Lu Hai, are you not afraid that we will turn around and kill you, then take the box to the military to claim credit?"
As he spoke, everyone had already drawn their weapons, and the leader, Wang Zhengti, had raised his giant sword, ready to strike at any moment. However, Lu Hai flashed a wicked smile and slowly said, "You're already too late." After finishing his words, he turned the box, which emitted a crisp ding sound before fully opening. Instantly, a massive aura of the abyss spread out, causing everyone present to feel their movements slow down significantly. From the depths of the abyss, a phantom slowly emerged, and as the smoke cleared, a man with long horns appeared before everyone. Oh I, how dare a human summon the 8th seat of the abyssal cult ball? Things are getting more and more interesting. Seeing this, Lu Hai quickly knelt down and respectfully said, "Honorable Executor Ball, I am your fervent fan. And today I bring you more humans." Ball looked at Lu Hai kneeling before him, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seemed his newly learned technique was quite effective. "Lu Hai, you performed well. If you keep this momentum up for another 30 years, I might make an exception and let you become my personal guard." Upon hearing this, Lu Hai's face lit up with joy, and he repeatedly bowed his head, saying, "Thank you, Ball, thank you, Abyss." The others, witnessing this scene, quickly reacted. It turned out that everyone had been deceived by Lu Hai, whether it was the Overlord Guild or the Proud World, they were all his targets. Realizing this, everyone wore expressions of anger and shouted, "Lu Hai, you treacherous scoundrel, how could you betray us to the abyss? Lu Hai, hasn't the Proud World Guild taken care of you enough over the years? Why do you turn to the abyss? Lu Hai, you traitor, the Proud World Guild will perish because of you." Lu Hai looked at the crowd with a smile, a look of disdain on his face. In his eyes, these people were merely struggling in their final moments. Once Ball showed them that, they would undoubtedly join the abyss without hesitation, just as he once did. Just as the crowd was losing their rationality, Wang Zhengdi unexpectedly remained calm and shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. The opponent is just a projection, he's not to be feared." Once the crowd realized this, their confidence surged, and they all drew their weapons, looking relaxed. Wang Zhengdi is right. It's just a projection, let's all attack and eliminate him. Afterward, we can take the box to the military and claim our credit. How delightful. Ball, however, wore a look of disdain and said with a smile, "To deal with you, one projection is enough." After saying this, he snapped his fingers, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. What did he do? Why is there no reaction at all? I've checked the status bar, and there are no negative buffs. I think he's just putting on a show. A projection can't possibly unleash any damaging skills. However, before the crowd could react, Ball whispered, "Reveal." In an instant, images appeared in everyone's minds, showing them wielding the power of the abyss, dominating the world, and saving it. Soon, someone couldn't help but murmur, "Is this the power of the abyss? It's so exhilarating. So comfortable. Why should I struggle to level up? Embracing the abyss is the true destiny of humanity. I swear to follow the abyss." One by one, the crowd knelt and prostrated themselves, until finally, even Wang Jingdi fell to the ground. "I swear to follow the abyss. Lord Ball, please guide me. Just thinking about those who haven't embraced the abyss fills me with hatred." Ball looked at the crowd before him, the curve of his mouth growing wider. "The abyssal reveal, this technique is truly useful. Unlike other abyssal curses, the abyssal reveal does not belong to the category of curses and does not leave debuffs on the target. Instead, it simulates the power of the abyss in their minds. Once these professionals understand this power, they will join the abyss without hesitation. With this skill, his tasks would become much easier. If only I had encountered that person at Misty Mountain Manor, how great would that have been?" Ball muttered to himself, glancing at the kneeling crowd ahead, plotting his schemes in his mind. Soon, his eyes lit up, and he smiled as he said, "Since everyone is now a citizen of the abyss, it's time to contribute. I heard there's an event called the Team Competition, where many human geniuses participate. Is that true?" Lu Hai respectfully replied, "Lord Ball, the team competition has already ended, and the rankings will be announced the day after tomorrow. At that time, all the geniuses will go to the Grand Guild to receive their awards." Ball nodded and continued to inquire, "What level are those geniuses?" At this moment, before Lu Hai could speak, others began to answer eagerly. "The geniuses from the 3 major guilds are the strongest, all possessing legendary level qualifications, and their average level is above 40. Among them, Yi Zhe is particularly powerful, wielding dual swords with his talent, making him unbeatable in one-on-one combat. Li Chen is strong too, he's only level 11, yet his damage output is maxed out." Upon hearing the last person's words, Ball's eyes brightened, and he said urgently, "Isn't Li Chen a summoner, and doesn't he have a pet like a slime, a sword tiger, or a sharp-toothed wild boar? Such a pathetic configuration." A professional pondered for a moment before replying seriously, "He does indeed have a slime." Upon hearing this, Ball's heart was already certain, fighting alongside a slime, it must be
That person. This is excellent. Citizens of the Abyss, I have a task for you. Everyone, I have a task for you. You need to arrange for your subordinates to infiltrate all the dungeons in North Sea City before the awards ceremony the day after tomorrow.
Then, at the start of the ceremony, simultaneously corrupt the dungeons with abyssal
energy. This matter will be under Lu Hai's full command.
After Ball finished assigning the tasks, he felt a sense of pride.
As a member of the Abyss cult, his abyssal aura was too strong, making it difficult for him to act.
However, these native humans were different, they could easily approach those dungeons and corrupt them.
This action would surely be beyond the military's handling, and the experts from those guilds would definitely intervene.
Thus, the awards ceremony would become chaotic, and that would
be his moment to enter.
He only needed to invoke the abyssal revelation without anyone noticing. In this way, all these human geniuses would surrender to the abyss, and without these geniuses, the Dragon Kingdom would soon fall. Thinking of this, Ball was filled with excitement and continued, "If this is done well, I will reward you handsomely.
Now go and get to work."
After hearing this, everyone was as if they had been injected with adrenaline, their faces filled with fervor.
Abyss. Long live. The next day,
at the northernmost undeveloped area of North Sea City, a beast tide descended at the entrance of the dungeon.
Although it was only 8 in the morning, many professionals
had gathered outside, including members of top guilds. This dungeon, while challenging, had a good drop rate, attracting some capable professionals to form teams to farm.
At this moment, in the ordinary level Beast Tide dungeon, Lin Tian was leading Lin Yushir in farming the dungeon. Lin Yushir looked at Lin Tian's actions, puzzled, and asked, "Father, why don't we place these mechanical soldiers on the city walls? Isn't it a huge advantage to attack from a height?"
This dungeon was somewhat different from others. It was a defensive type and provided challengers with 100 mechanical soldiers to assist in defense. Generally, people would place the mechanical soldiers on the
city walls to take advantage of the height. However, Lin Tian did the opposite and arranged the mechanical soldiers inside the inner city.
Before Lin Yushir could speak again, Lin Tian smiled and said, "This is the flaw of this dungeon. Stationing soldiers on the city walls may allow for high-to-low attacks, but it disperses the firepower. The monsters are attacking from 3 directions, the central city gate and the 2 ladders on either side.
30 soldiers in one direction, and the firepower can't form a suppression. Sooner or later, the monsters will breach. In that case, why not station the entire army in the inner city, maximizing firepower? Besides, the inner city only has one main entrance.
This way, we can just hang back and easily clear the dungeon." After hearing this, Lin Yushir suddenly realized and clapped her hands in
approval. "This is brilliant. How did you come up with this, father?"
Lin Tian smiled and continued, "Don't be fooled by my appearance, I was once a top-level tactician." Soon, an hour and a half later, the Lin father and daughter walked out of the dungeon entrance. Lin Yushir's face was filled with excitement as she exclaimed, "I leveled up by 4 levels. This leveling speed is incredible.
I feel like I can reach level 20 after just a few more runs. And I even got a bunch of white common grade equipment.
Father, let's start the next run quickly, I can't wait." Lin Tian smiled but replied leisurely, "No rush. We not only need to level up but also improve our tactical skills. After finishing the dungeon, our minds will be particularly sharp for a while. We need to make the most of this time and analyze the battle we just had." So, the two found a shady spot under a tree and began discussing tactics. Just then, there was a stir in the crowd as a group of people wearing the Overlord Guild uniforms appeared. The leader, visibly impatient, said, "Ugh. This is really annoying. What are they thinking up there? Why assign us such a low-skill job? It's wasting my time for dungeon runs. Let's get this done quickly and then head to the Sword Saint's tomb."
A fellow practitioner advised, "Isn't that inappropriate? They asked us to stand by here and wait until tomorrow to act. Isn't it too early to get started now?" The leading practitioner looked annoyed and said irritably, "Come on, we're just the bottom-tier members of the guild, why think so much? Do you really think the guild will give you rare-grade equipment? Trust me, let's just get this done. As long as you don't say anything, they won't know." After hearing
this, the others stopped talking and nodded silently.
Yes, they were indeed the lowest tier in the guild and didn't need to think too much about it.
Once they reached a consensus, the group quickly entered the dungeon. Meanwhile, under the nearby tree shade, the Lin father and daughter were discussing at a critical moment.
Under Lin Tian's guidance, Lin Yushir's brain was working overtime, and her thoughts were very active.
"I feel that the most challenging aspect of the recent battle was the lack of firepower. That's why we needed to concentrate the entire army. Only then would the firepower be sufficient. If we place our troops on the city walls, although we gain a terrain advantage, it would lead to insufficient firepower and fail to form a suppression. After listening to Lin Yusher's tactical analysis, Lin Tian nodded slightly. It's passable, but you haven't considered the enemy's attack routes, which is very important. Just as the two were intensely discussing tactics, gasps erupted from the dungeon entrance. What the hell? Why did the dungeon entrance turn red? Has it become corrupted? No way. I'm done for, I just got here and haven't even run a single dungeon. Stop whining and quickly contact the military to resolve this. Soon, someone called the military, but after hanging up, they all looked disappointed. The beast tide has descended too far into the dungeon. It will take at least 3 hours for the military to arrive. 3 hours? That's a bit tight. But it should still be manageable. Just as everyone relaxed, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute. The speed of the dungeon's descent into the abyss is a bit alarming. In just 1 minute, it has already reached 2%. At this rate, the dungeon will be completely engulfed in less than an hour." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly turned to the dungeon's entrance, where a clear 2% appeared on the red door. What are we waiting for? Hurry and escape. This voice exploded like a depth charge, and the crowd instantly turned into chaos, with some priests being knocked to the ground and trampled over. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, "Don't panic, don't panic. We are core members of the guild, we can suppress the abyss." Hearing this, the crowd began to calm down, looking towards the 3 professionals in the center wearing the guild's uniform. Seeing that all 3 were level 60 legendary professionals, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The leader among them stepped forward and said urgently, "Everyone, don't be afraid, the abyss is not terrifying. If we unite, we can break it." Soon, some professionals recognized the identities of the 3 and became excited. "It's Lin Yu, Cheng Xiao, and Yen Yu, we're safe now. I remember these 3 were part of the guild team in the team competition 2 years ago, we're definitely safe now. Moreover, their coordination is perfect, with their combined efforts, they can barely clear the hell-level beast tide." Hearing the crowd's praise, the 3 remained indifferent, as they had heard such words too many times and had become completely numb to them. Quickly, Lin Yu spoke again, "Everyone, don't harbor any illusions. If the beast tide descends and the dungeon completely descends into the abyss, with tens of thousands of monsters emerging and adapting to the real world, it will be catastrophic. The urgent task is to complete the suppression before the dungeon is fully engulfed. We have over 100 people here, as long as we work together, our firepower will be sufficient to suppress it." After his speech, everyone's eyes lit up, and they excitedly followed behind the 3. "Right. We have so many people, what are we afraid of? Can those monsters withstand 1 spell from each of us? I never expected that the hero to suppress the abyss would be me. Maybe after this, I'll even get a reward from the military. Let's go. My big sword is already itching for action." However, the mage Cheng Xiao beside Lin Yu frowned and said softly, "Not good." The crowd was startled and turned to Cheng Xiao, who was staring intently at the dungeon's teleportation portal, his eyes flashing with golden light. "My diamond, I can analyze the basic situation of the dungeon, and this dungeon is a bit different after descending into the abyss. The entry limit is 8 people, once inside, you cannot exit, and the second team has to wait half an hour to enter. The most disgusting part is that this dungeon has a punishment mechanism. If the dungeon completely descends into the abyss, the monsters that emerge will receive another enhancement." After hearing Cheng Xiao's analysis, several quick-witted professionals quickly realized the seriousness of the situation and exclaimed, "If it will completely descend into the abyss in less than an hour, does that mean we can only strike twice? The last punishment mechanism is too extreme, the monster's attributes are already high after descending into the abyss, and if they are enhanced on top of that, I don't even know how to fight them. So we must take the initiative. 2 chances to attack are extremely precious." Yes, and after the second team enters, there will be less than 10 minutes left, which won't play a crucial role, so the first team is especially important. We must send out the most elite 8-person team to suppress it. In an instant, everyone reacted, their faces filled with urgency. Lin Yu's brow furrowed tightly, this sudden change caught even him off guard. Without a doubt, it was extremely dangerous for the 8 of them to go suppress the abyss. They had to consider their survival while also putting forth their full strength. Even as core members of a major guild, they would struggle greatly, and there was a high probability of failure. It would be better to. Yen Yu, who was accompanying them, saw the leader Lin Yu lost in confusion and anxiously stamped his foot. "Lin Yu, are you really going to stop here? Have you forgotten the promise we made?" Lin Yu was suddenly startled and came to his senses. Yes, the 3 of them had sworn brotherhood and promised to eradicate the abyss from the world. How could they stop here? With this thought, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with determination as he stepped forward and shouted, "Is anyone willing to join us in suppressing the abyss? Be warned, this journey is extremely dangerous." The crowd fell silent. No
One wanted to take action, as it was too perilous. Just when everyone was at a loss, two professionals wearing the War God Guild's uniform stepped out from the crowd. The leading professional approached Lin Yu and respectfully said, War God Guild's Moze and Meng Xian are willing to join you in suppressing the abyss. Immediately after, before anyone could respond, applause came from an inconspicuous corner. Everyone was startled and quickly looked over, only to see two individuals in Deep Space Guild uniforms clapping and smiling. As they approached, since even the War God Guild is stepping in, we in the Deep Space Guild can't be left behind. Deep Space Guild, Wang Yi and Chen Si reporting for duty. The older professionals present showed excitement upon seeing the three groups appear. How nostalgic. They are all geniuses from the 19th team competition. Oh my. It's really them. I remember the 19th team competition had a high level of competition. The three genius teams were all powerful and evenly matched. This is a sure win. Now we have 7 people. We just need one more to form an 8-person team for the suppression. Lin Yu looked at the 4 in front of him and smiled. Long time no see, everyone. Soon, they exchanged pleasantries, and Shang Xiao reminded them, now we have 7 combatants, we just need one more to start. This battle will be very challenging, and we need a tactician to analyze the situation on site. None of us are good at tactics. Who among you will take on the role of tactician? As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 fell into a state of helplessness. They usually relied on their strength to crush opponents and had never considered tactics. Well, I'm not very good at tactics. I've just been focused on leveling up and haven't paid attention to tactics at all. I guess we can find a tactician on site. The 7 quickly turned their gaze to the surrounding professionals, and Lin Yu spoke up again, this battle is very challenging, we need real-time analysis from a tactician. Who among you is proficient in tactics? Ideally, a level 2 or higher tactician. Upon hearing this, the people around looked troubled, and even some who met the requirements hesitated to move. Brother, didn't you become a tactician 2 years ago? You should have advanced to level 2 by now, this is your chance to shine. Stop joking. Do you really think it's easy to advance as a tactician? I'm still a level 3 tactician. Plus, I don't have the confidence to take action. Level 2 tactician? I remember you just advanced to level 2 this year. Well, this is difficult. I don't have the confidence to command well. If I make a mistake, won't I be the one to blame? For a moment, no one moved, and just as the atmosphere was about to become awkward, someone stepped out from the crowd. My name is Lin Tian, I used to be a special level tactician. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this, exclaiming, a special level tactician. Is that for real? Wait, Lin Tian? Why does that name sound familiar? I remember now, it's Lin Tian from the 10th Brave team in the team competition. What did you say? He's the strategist Lin Tian of the war god Zhang Yuan? Faced with the crowd's confusion, Lin Tian smiled and took out a worn badge that read, Special Grade Tactician Lin Tian, Military Certification. Seeing this scene, everyone began to believe, their faces filled with excitement. It really is Lin Tian. This is a sure win. I've seen a few tactics he commanded, they were simply astonishing. It's unbelievable. Just as everyone was excited, Lin Yushir ran over from behind, crying, Father, will you win? Lin Tian gently patted Lin Yushir's head and whispered, we will win. Wait here for a moment, we'll be done soon. After Lin Tian spoke softly, he stepped forward, coming to the 7 people. The 7 didn't say much, just exchanged simple pleasantries, and after drafting a basic strategy, they walked towards the teleportation portal. Meanwhile, on the train heading to the northernmost undeveloped area of Beihai City. What? You want me to explore the front area later? Do you know how much preparation I did to farm the beast tide? Yeah. Even if the King of Hell stops me today, I still want to farm. The noise from the crowd woke Li Chun from his sleep, and he curiously looked around. He saw the train staff discussing with the passengers. At this moment, the train staff looked helplessly at everyone and explained, the front is blocked by the military, and our train can't get in. If you want to go farm, then you'll have to walk there yourself. We can't do anything about it. If anyone wants to return to the city, you can stay seated, otherwise, please get off. The passengers present were mostly professionals, otherwise, they wouldn't be heading to such a remote place. Hearing the staff's words, they all grumbled as they got off the train, deciding to walk to the beast tide dungeon. Li Chen also got off with the crowd, while skillfully checking his attribute panel in his mind. Li Chen rank, Legendary Summoner level, 11. Remaining pet promotion chances, 5. A new day has come, and I have 5 promotion chances. There's only one opportunity to promote a legendary pet, who should I give it to? Li Chen pondered, looking at the 3 epic pets Diamond Wild Boar, Colorful Illusion Butterfly, and Gale Treasure Mouse. The Diamond Wild Boar is a bit outdated, even if it is promoted to legendary, it still falls short compared to the slime and Tiger Sword God. So it's better to give the opportunity to the Illusion Butterfly and Gale Treasure Mouse. Both are good choices, and Li Chen fell into a dilemma. After thinking for a long time, he decided to follow the principle of first come, first served. He chose the Gale Treasure Mouse. Ding! Do you want to spend 4 promotion chances to promote Gale Treasure Mouse? Yes. Gale Treasure Mouse, purple, Gale Greedy. King, orange, Gale Greedy Mouse rank, legendary level, 11 strength 88 constitution 88 agility 176 spirit 176 skills, Gale Aura, treasure hunt talent. Greedly Chen was delighted when he saw the aura skill. Gale Aura, when nearby teammates hit enemies, they are marked by Gale, increasing the damage taken by 100%. With this, Li Chen no longer needed to manually control the treasure mouse to release the Gale mark. The operation became much easier. Looking further down, Li Chen's eyes lit up. Greed significantly increases the probability of obtaining legendary and epic equipment, with a very low chance of obtaining creation level equipment. Li Chen's main means of improvement currently relies on the Slime's Devouring, which requires a large amount of equipment for support. The Treasure Mouse talent can significantly enhance his efficiency in dungeon runs, making it incredibly enjoyable, especially the last effect, which made Li Chen a bit restless. Creation level equipment? Does such equipment really exist in this world? So far, humanity's understanding of creation-level equipment has only been limited to a few scribbles in formula books. As for its strength, no one knows. Thinking of this, even the calm Li Chen showed a hint of anticipation. Just as Li Chen was pondering, the group had already arrived in front of the soldiers blocking their way. Upon seeing that the 2 soldiers were only level 30 elite warriors, the various professionals displayed looks of disdain. Soon, one of the professionals shouted loudly, "Why won't you let us explore the area ahead?" One of the soldiers stepped forward from the center of the road and respectfully said, "Hello, professionals. The beast-tied dungeon ahead has undergone abyssal transformation. We are here to intercept those ordinary people. If any of you professionals are confident in your strength, you can go ahead and suppress the abyss." Hearing the word abyss, the professionals immediately became wary and retreated a few steps. What? The dungeon has turned abyssal, aren't we just walking to our deaths? I'm out of here, abyssal. Transformation is not something a commoner like me should consider. Just as everyone was retreating, a few clever professionals asked, "What's the current situation of the dungeon?" The military big shots should have taken action, right? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the professionals lit up, and they all perked up their ears. None of the professionals present were foolish. If the military big shots had already taken action, then it would be great to tag along. They could earn praise from the military, and if luck was on their side, they might even loot some decent equipment. After all, while abyssal dungeons are dangerous, the drop rates are indeed high. Soon, the soldier who had spoken earlier replied, "Oh, it's like this. Our military big shots still need about 3 hours to arrive on site." Hearing this, everyone looked disappointed. "Oh, come on, why even go then? Are we just going to die? Whoever wants to go can go. I worked hard to level up to 50, I don't want to just throw it away. This is pointless, I'm out of here." Just as everyone was preparing to leave, Li Chen stepped forward and asked, "Abyssal transformation? Is that really true?" The 2 soldiers showed a brief impatience on their faces and replied, "Yes, the beast-tied dungeon has indeed undergone abyssal transformation. If you are confident in your strength, you can go assist." The soldier was halfway through his sentence when a look of disdain appeared on his face. "You might as well forget it, as an 11-level newbie, it's too dangerous for you to go." The professionals were initially about to leave, but upon hearing the soldier's words, curiosity appeared on their faces, and they gathered around. Again. What? Newbie, where's the newbie? Did I hear that right? An 11 level hasn't even left the novice village, and he's already so eager to come and die. Is it that young guy? So young, why is he being so reckless? In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on Li Chen, and soon someone noticed the issue and exclaimed, "It's Li Chen, the hero who single-handedly defeated the Lizardmen in this year's team competition. Is it the Li Chen who was said to have the highest output in this year's team competition? The captain of Solaris's strongest team, Li Chen? Yes. Look at his back, there's no mistaking it, plus that iconic level 11, it must be him." Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Chen slowly spoke, "That's right, it's me." At this moment, everyone was shocked. It really is Li Chen. If it's him, I feel like I can team up with him. Wow. To actually meet Li Chen here, I think I can team up with him too. However, soon a few more experienced professionals interrupted the crowd. "Don't be foolish, there are a lot of monsters coming with the beast. Tide, at least tens of thousands. Although Li Chen has a high burst, can he sustain it? Does he have enough mana? Yeah, it's still a bit precarious. I think I'll play it safe and slip away first." However, Li Chen ignored the reactions of the crowd and simply asked the soldier in front of him, "Which direction is the beast-tied dungeon?" The soldier was taken aback for a moment but quickly pointed in a direction. It's right at the foot of that mountain. Got it. Li Chen replied and summoned the diamond wild boar, then jumped onto its back. With a single charge, the diamond wild boar disappeared from sight. Seeing this scene, the surrounding professionals were all stunned. Oh my god, is Li Chen really that brave? He just went for it? He's really too young. The beast tide is not like other dungeons. It tests the endurance of the professionals, and Li Chen is going to suffer a big loss. Exactly, I saw in the video that Li Chen's techniques are swift and fierce, clearly not suited for prolonged battles. He'll run out of mana. Meanwhile, inside the beast tide dungeon, a bizarre scene unfolded as 100 mechanical soldiers gathered in the inner city, positioned in a remarkably clever formation, easily guarding the main gate. The 8 professionals who came to suppress the abyss looked relaxed, mingling among the mechanical soldiers, occasionally striking a blow, feeling incredibly comfortable, and had even started chatting. Truly worthy of being a top-tier tactician. Even this method can be thought of. It's indeed outrageous. I didn't expect these mechanical soldiers to be unexpectedly powerful in a group. Did you notice? The most brilliant part is the positioning of these mechanical soldiers. It's so clever, interlocking perfectly, allowing each mechanical soldier to output continuously. I can't understand it at all, but I think it should be stable. They've already held out for almost 20 minutes. Chang Zhao's eyes sparkled as he looked around and nodded. It should be stable, we just need to hold out against the upcoming major assault. However, just as everyone was feeling relaxed, a wail suddenly echoed from afar, and in an instant, all the mechanical soldiers erupted in black smoke, malfunctioning one after another. Witnessing this scene, everyone's expressions varied greatly. What happened? What was that wail just now? I don't know, this situation has never occurred in previous beast tide events. Shang Xiao also tried to use the diamond eye to investigate, but saw nothing. He then breathed a sigh of relief and said, perhaps it's a new mechanism after the abyss transformation. Just as a few people were left bewildered, Lin Tian shouted, don't let your guard down. A large number of monsters are appearing ahead, prepare to respond. Mose, you're the shield guard, hold the center. Lin. You, Wang Yi, one of you on the left and the other on the right, assist Mose in defense. Yan Yu, Chang Xiao, Meng Xian, you are the mages, provide support from the backline. Xin Si, you go to the backline as well, and remember to keep an eye on the front line's health. Lin Tian, being a top-tier tactician, had already devised a response strategy while everyone else was still confused. With just a few words, he arranged a textbook-level formation. After hearing this, everyone dared not be negligent and quickly took their positions, ready for the impending major assault of the beast tide. At the same time, at the teleportation portal of the beast tide dungeon, everyone stood anxiously in place, silently waiting for the 8 heroes who went to suppress the abyss. Time flew by, and soon the agreed half-hour arrived. However, the scene remained very quiet, with no one stepping forward to take the lead. After a long silence, finally, one professional couldn't hold back any longer and asked, should we form a second team to go in for reinforcement? This question broke the silence, and everyone began to discuss, do you want to go in or not? I'm a bit cowardly, and since I'm just an elite-level professional, maybe I shouldn't go. Forget it. If you're not going, then I won't go either. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? What if the first team really needs support right now? You guys are dawdling, and it's going to mess things up. You say that so nicely, why don't you go in yourself? Just when everyone was reluctant to enter, a bowman reminded them, look at the information board, the number of survivors is still 8, which means the first team is doing well and hasn't lost anyone yet. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at the information board next to the dungeon's teleportation portal, where the electronic screen clearly displayed, survivors, 8 people. This caused the crowd to erupt into chaos, arguing over the slots. No need to fight, I'm the first. I'm the second. I'm the 8th. Why? We're all level 50 elite warriors, why are you the 8th? That's hilarious, your output is nothing compared to mine is way higher. Stop arguing, no need for more talk, I'm the priest, no one is more suitable than me. While outside they were fighting tooth and nail for the second team's slots. The 8 inside the dungeon were in dire straits. The beast tide's grand offensive had increased the density of monsters several times, and they had inexplicably gained a buff. Frenzy, attack speed increased by 100%, movement speed increased by 100%. This made the strength of the beast tide increase several-fold, and everyone had no choice but to frequently cast skills to clear the area, but their mana was running low. Cheng Xiao cursed while casting spells, half an hour has passed, why hasn't the second team arrived yet? I don't even have time to replenish my mana. The genius of the War God Guild, Mose, killed 2 ghost wolves with a single slash and then gasped,
Fortunately, the battle formation proposed by Lin Tian is effective, otherwise, if we were scattered, we would have been wiped out by now. Mose, focus on defense, I'm out of mana and can't provide fire support, shouted Meng Xian, another genius from the War God Guild. Upon hearing this, Mose jolted and quickly focused on defense. However, at this moment, the beast tide had reached its peak, with monsters densely crowding the inner city gate, charging desperately at Mose. Mose quickly raised his giant shield to block the monsters. And seeing that with the priest's support they could barely hold on, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It should be stable. However, unexpectedly, 3 elite monsters, the trickster monkeys, were hiding in the beast horde. They were agile, leaping behind Mose in a single bound, and simultaneously threw punches, causing Mose's back to be instantly mangled, heavily injuring him and knocking him to the ground. Seeing this scene, Meng Xian's face filled with despair, and he screamed heart-wrenchingly, "No! Mose! Lin Yu!" Witnessing this, suddenly felt his momentum surge, unleashing a powerful skill, sword explosion of 1,000 mountains, striking the monsters around Mose, clearing a space around him. The mages in the back quickly cast various spells to pull Mose to safety, and the priest, Chen Si, rushed forward to heal him. Mose's injuries are too severe, I need 3 minutes to get him back to health. Normally, she would only need 30 seconds to fully restore Mose's health, but now she had to pay attention to the health of the front line, and her mana was running a bit low. Meanwhile, Lin Yu in the front line was already sweating profusely, the sword hilt covered in blood. Due to continuously unleashing powerful skills, the skin on his hands had split, and his grip on the sword was trembling uncontrollably. Lin Tian, what should we do now? Do we have any tactics left? Lin Tian in the back remained silent, only furrowing his brows. At this moment, he wished he could smash his head to come up with a brilliant tactic. However, despite being a top-tier tactician, he couldn't come up with a better strategy at this moment. After thinking for a long time, Lin Tian sighed and said softly, "This is already the best strategy we have. We can only hold our ground and wait for the second team's support." As his words fell, the others fell silent, focusing intently on defending against the monster's assault. However, with Chang Xiao missing as the shield, Lin Yu and Wang Yi had to split their attention to defend against the monsters in the center, which was mentally exhausting. Soon, on the left side, Wang Yi made a mistake. After prolonged combat, he was physically and mentally drained, and the swift-moving ghost wolf caught him off guard, resulting in him failing to land a headshot and letting a monster slip through. Before long, the ghost wolf charged towards the mages in the back, who were low on mana and momentarily unable to respond. Shensi, the priest, due to her low agility, made a misstep and was directly pounced on by the ghost wolf, facing imminent death. At a critical moment, Cheng Zhao's mana finally recovered a bit, and he executed a textbook-level maneuver, briefly channeling before landing an iceblade spell that accurately struck the swaying wolf's head, achieving a headshot kill. The remaining 2 mages, seeing this, hurried over to check on Chen Xi's condition, and upon seeing her state, their faces turned pale. Oh no! Chen Xi is seriously injured, she's the only priest in the team. This is bad, really bad. Without Chen Xi's healing, we'll be worn down here. Just as they were at a loss, a disturbance came from the front. Wang Yi, responsible for the left defense, was overwhelmed by monsters due to his low health, and the monsters were now charging towards the backline, creating a dire situation. Lin Tian, who was commanding from the front, looked extremely grim. As expected, the worst-case scenario had occurred. The front line had let a monster through, leading to the backline's priest being ambushed. The urgent task was to protect the backline. Although this would mean losing an excellent output position, if the backline fell, the situation would become even more unfavorable. Realizing this, Lin Tian shouted without hesitation, "Lin Yu, fall back." After saying that, he quickly rushed towards the backline. Seeing this, Lin Yu also stopped lingering in battle and turned to run towards the backline. With the addition of 2 warriors, the monsters that had breached the backline were soon cleared, but before anyone could catch their breath, the next wave of monsters had already arrived at their doorstep. Everyone looked despondent, and just then, Lin Yu stepped forward, surrounded by a blood-red glow. Chang Xiao and Yin Yu, both from the same major guild, were taken aback. There must be another way. Stop. There's no need to use that move. Yeah, in this situation, using that move will definitely lead to your death. Both of them understood very well that Lin Yu intended to use his final trump card, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Bloodthirsty Frenzy increases strength and agility by 100%, while skills no longer consume mana, lasting for 30 seconds. After it ends, the user cannot fight, cannot use potions, and will continuously bleed for 3,600 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 day. To use this move, it was essential to have a priest present, otherwise, the user would bleed to death.
However, in the current situation, the only priest in the team, Shen-si, was already seriously injured and unconscious, unable to provide healing. Yet Lin Yu in front remained silent, continuously swinging his sword. He knew that using this move in such a situation would undoubtedly lead to death, but there were too many monsters now, and he couldn't clear them out without it. What he needed to do was to swing his sword as much as possible during the bloodthirsty frenzy, taking down as many monsters as he could. With that thought, Lin Yi's longsword began to tremble violently, and he unleashed a powerful move, Sword Explosion of 1,000 Mountains. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, after intense competition, the group finally formed a team. However, before the 8 could celebrate, the archer, who was always monitoring the information board, exclaimed in shock, "Oh no! We've lost a member." Everyone was taken aback and quickly looked at the information board, which clearly stated, "Survivors, 7, what's going on? Weren't we doing fine just a moment ago? Why has there suddenly been a reduction in numbers? Could it be that someone made a positioning error, or didn't pay attention to their health and then got killed by a monster? Are you stupid? Those 8 are the elite of the elite, and with Lin Tian, the special tactical master, commanding them, how could they make such a rookie mistake? Then what do you think happened? Why has there suddenly been a reduction in numbers?" Just as the crowd began to argue, a mage in the crowd suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "Could it be that the priest was seriously injured? Otherwise, with the awareness of those 8, how could they not pay attention to their health and get killed by a monster? If I'm not mistaken, their health is not safe right now, and a large-scale casualty is about to occur." After this statement, everyone snapped back to reality and cried out, "Then it's over. If we go in now, aren't we just sending ourselves to death? Let's not go in, it's too dangerous, and we're not on the same level as those 8. If they fall, we'll just be going to our doom as well. Sai, is it a bit late to run now? There are only 10 minutes left, how far can we get?" In an instant, everyone fell into a dilemma, unsure of what to do. They were already scared to enter the dungeon, but leaving the scene would mean they didn't have enough time. At that moment, Lin Yusher stepped forward, crying, "Isn't there any other way?" Seeing the girl in front of them, everyone felt a bit awkward, not knowing what to say, as they indeed had made a mistake. Yes, if they had formed a team and entered the dungeon from the start, coordinating with the first team, they might have had a chance to fight. But now that one team was severely weakened, their entry wouldn't play a crucial role and would instead lead to their demise. As everyone fell silent, the red light of the dungeon portal suddenly became blinding. Everyone was startled and quickly looked at the portal, where a large 90% was now displayed, continuously emanating an abyssal aura. Seeing this, everyone quickly retreated to a safe distance, fearfully saying, 90%, the dungeon has already become deeply abyssal, everyone inside is done for. I told you. Hurry and leave. You insisted on listening to those big guilds to stay and suppress the abyss, and now look, we can't escape. Exactly, I see those few as troublemakers, dragging us down with them. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we just let the abyssal transformation complete and let the monsters come into the real world? This is Beihai City, once the monsters come out, the consequences are unimaginable. What else can we do? We can't fight them, so what's the point? We might as well enjoy ourselves, naturally, there will be experts to handle it. As the crowd began to argue, Lin Yusher stared blankly at the red portal, her heart already filled with despair. Thinking of the little moments with Lin Tian, she felt even more miserable. Why? Why is there such despair in this world? Is there really no way to face the abyss? Just when she was at her most desperate, she suddenly thought of that man, Li Chen. That time in the wild boar forest, she had felt just as hopeless, but unexpectedly, Li Chen had barged in, and with just a slight effort, he had saved her. But now, would Li Chen still appear? Thinking of this, Lin Yusher forced a bitter smile. She was still too naive. In such a remote dungeon, how could Li Chen possibly come to clear it? If he were here, he would have rushed in to suppress the abyss. At the first opportunity, how could he still be hesitating? There were no heroes here, only despair awaited them. Just as Lin Yusher sank into despair, a wild boar fell from the sky, crashing heavily in front of the portal. Everyone was taken aback, turning their gazes forward. As the smoke cleared, they saw a man standing with his hands in his pockets, leaving only his back visible to the crowd. Upon seeing the figure before them, everyone was astonished. That silhouette looks a bit familiar. Could it be a big shot from the military has arrived? No way, didn't the military say they wouldn't reach the battlefield for another 3 hours? It's barely been an hour. That's strange, this person isn't even wearing a guild uniform, so he shouldn't be a big shot from the guild. Could he be a civilian practitioner? Is this guy an idiot? What good would it do to go up at a time like this? Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "It's Li Chen, the Li Chun from this year's team competition." The crowd was shocked, their brains momentarily short-circuiting before they hurriedly spoke. Is it the captain of Solaris's strongest team, Li Chen? What did you say? The one who soloed the lizard men? If it's him, maybe he can create a miracle. I still feel it's not possible. The first team has 7 level 60 legendary practitioners, with a top-tier strategist in the mix. If they can't hold on, Li Chen probably can't either. Understanding the identity of the newcomer, everyone had no hope for Li Chen and urged him, Li Chen, don't go in, it's too dangerous in there. Yeah. Even those level 60 geniuses from the 3 major guilds are powerless, you going in is just a death wish. The degree of abyssal transformation has already exceeded 90%. If you go in, you'll have less than 10 minutes, it won't make any difference. Li Chen. Don't be foolish, you're a hero who can defeat abyss bosses, your future is bright, you can't sacrifice yourself here for nothing. In the face of everyone's warnings, Li Chen ignored them and walked towards the red teleportation portal, leaving behind a single phrase, I understand. I won't need 10 minutes, I'll finish the fight immediately. In the instance of the beast tide, everyone looked forward with despair, their eyes met a sea of monsters, stretching endlessly. They had overestimated their own strength, to suppress the abyss. Legendary qualifications were far from enough, talent was the key to determining a practitioner's height. Their talents were mediocre, merely enhancing their combat abilities by 2 or 3 times, which was simply insufficient. At this moment, only Chang Xiao and Yan Yu were still struggling to hold on, while the others either lost their combat effectiveness and could only watch helplessly from the sidelines or simply fainted. Suddenly, Yan Yu felt a sharp pain in his chest on the left side, and his whole body flew backward, crashing heavily against a distant wall, knocking him out cold. Teammates who were still conscious shouted, Chang Xiao. There's an elite monster, a trickster ape on the left. Hurry up and deal with it, or once it gets close, you as a mage won't be able to handle it. Hearing this, Chang Xiao was startled and looked to the left, only to see a trickster ape making a face at him, looking quite smug. Damn beast. Just as Chang Xiao was about to strike, he despairingly realized he was out of mana, and the trickster ape wasted no time, quickly closing in on him and throwing a punch at his face. Watching the fist approach, Chang Xiao closed his eyes, feeling hopeless. Just then, a voice from below shouted, Duck your head. Chang Xiao was startled and instinctively crouched down, lowering his head. Soon, he heard a sonic boom above him, followed by the sound of flesh exploding. After a while, when Chang Xiao heard silence around him, he curiously looked up and was shocked. The area before him was empty, the previously dense horde of beasts had turned into a pile of blood and flesh. What on earth happened? How did all these monsters disappear? Could it be that? Does Lin Yu still have any hidden moves? Thinking of this, Chang Xiao quickly looked in Lin Yu's direction, only to see him lying on the ground like a dead pig, his eyes already closed, clearly having fallen into a coma from excessive blood loss. Looking at the other teammates who were not unconscious, they all had shocked expressions as they stared at an inconspicuous corner. Upon seeing this scene, Chang Xiao hurriedly turned to look at that inconspicuous corner as well. Through the smoke, several figures of varying shapes slowly approached. Seeing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. It seemed that the second team had come to support them. But then, they began to doubt. Were the professionals outside this strong? Had they cleared a space with just a slight effort? Could it be that the military big shots had entered the scene early? Just as everyone was puzzled, Shenxi and Moze, the two who had fainted, suddenly sat up, looking around in confusion. Following that, even the severely injured Lin Yu crawled up, looking around in shock. At this moment, everyone reacted and exclaimed in surprise. Heavens! Am I not dreaming? My health is slowly recovering. What's going on? Could it be that a top-tier healer has made a move? My goodness, this healing power is incredible. Although the single healing amount isn't high, it's continuous. Feeling the burst of life energy surging through them, everyone fixed their eyes on the figures in the distance. Soon, as the smoke cleared, a man slowly walked out, with a slime resting on his left shoulder and a large butterfly following behind him. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions were colorful. This configuration is a bit strange, I think I've only seen it in those beginner dungeons. Forget the illusion light butterfly, what does this slime mean? Is there really someone still using this? Shouldn't it be discarded at the start? Wait, this person's level is only level 11. Li Chen walked up to everyone with a smile and said, so you're all here. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone had a face full of question marks, and someone immediately asked, you're from the second team, right? Why are you the only one here? Shouldn't there be an 8-person team? And why are you only level 11? This is a level 40 dungeon. It's too dangerous. Just as everyone was puzzled, the recovering Lin Tian excitedly stepped forward and spoke, finally, I've met you. The captain of this year's Solaris strongest team. Li Chen. After hearing Lin Tian's words, everyone suddenly looked shocked, exclaiming, "Li Chen! It's really you! Just like in the video. Li Chen! I've watched your team competition video. That solo kill against the Lizardmen was absolutely amazing. Especially your damage, I couldn't understand it at all. You actually managed to take down the Lizardman in one hit." They had watched this year's team competition video a long time ago, and the most impressive was this Li Chen. First, there was the large-scale battle in the civilian area at the start, then leading everyone to break through the expert area, and finally turning the tide by solo killing the Lizardman. This series of performances showed that Li Chen not only had high output but also decent support abilities. And now, what they needed most was healing and output. Li Chen's appearance was crucial. Just as a few of them were excited, a sudden wail echoed from afar, startling everyone, who quickly looked towards the sky. They saw a towering figure, 30 meters tall, slowly approaching them. Soon, they saw a giant ape appear before them, holding a massive round stone in its right hand, stepping closer to them. Seeing this scene, everyone was taken aback, quickly checking the giant ape's attributes. Beast King class, legendary boss, non-contractable level. 40 strength, 2000, constitution, 3000, agility, 250, spirit, 250 skill, boulder toss, throws a boulder, causing massive area damage, cooldown 5 seconds. Whale, paralyzes all mechanical creations in the dungeon. Talent, frenzied aura. Is this an abyss boss? I didn't expect an abyss boss to appear in the beast tide dungeon. Oh my god. It's so huge, how are we supposed to win? 3000 constitution, we can hit it, but there are so many small monsters around it, we can't get close. And with 2000 strength, its damage must be incredibly high, we might not be able to withstand a single hit. At this moment, everyone looked confused, not knowing what to do next. They had faced the beast tide many times, but this was the first time they encountered such a giant ape in the dungeon. For a moment, they didn't know how to deal with the giant ape before them. Just as everyone was still in confusion, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Not good. It's going to throw a boulder, quickly dodge." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed in shock, and just as they were about to evade, it was already too late. A boulder came flying towards them at high speed. Given its size and speed, the damage radius reached up to 10 meters. In that brief moment, they couldn't even run 5 meters, it was a dead end. Just as despair set in, Li Chen in front shouted, "Everyone hide behind me. I'll take it." Hearing this, everyone, after a moment of confusion, ran behind Li Chen. In this situation, they were all facing certain death anyway, so they might as well trust Li Chen. Just as the boulder was about to land, a 3-meter-tall armored tiger man appeared in front of Li Chen, raising dual blades to block. Clang! After a loud crash, the tiger sword god suddenly slashed, and the boulder was instantly sent flying into the distance, smashing a pile of buildings into ruins. Seeing this scene, everyone was utterly shocked. Did Li Chen just block that boulder? Oh my god. This is too exaggerated. What level is that pet Li Chen summoned? It's just too incredible. However, after a brief shock, everyone quickly realized that with such a powerful defensive skill, Li Chen couldn't possibly keep using it. The giant ape, on the other hand, was different. It threw a boulder every 5 seconds. How would Li Chen block the next one? Thinking of this, Lin Yu spoke up. "Li Chen, can you use that skill again? The giant ape is about to throw another boulder. If you can't use it, then we should spread out, that way, we won't be wiped out." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, everyone turned pale. Yes, while it wouldn't lead to a total wipe, if the giant ape targeted anyone, that person would undoubtedly die. No one wanted to be that person. But they had already made the decision to risk entering the dungeon to suppress the abyss, so they were prepared for the possibility of dying. If Li Chen couldn't do anything, they would immediately decide to scatter. Li Chen calculated the opponent's health. At this distance, only a fully powered abyss blessing could hit it. The enhanced full power had a kill line of about 1800 constitution, while the giant ape before them had a staggering 3000 constitution, clearly not something that could be killed in one hit. Now, the tiger sword god had already struck once, consuming 10% of the opponent's health, and needed to strike 3 more times to reach the kill line. However, to be conservative, it would be safer to strike 4 more times, as the distance was too far, and Li Chen was worried about missing damage. Fortunately, the tiger sword god had 5 chances to strike, so he decided to use all 5 chances. After formulating a strategy, Li Chen shouted, "Everyone hide behind me, I can still strike." After hearing Li Chen's words, everyone's eyes sparkled, but soon shock replaced that gleam. My god! That powerful defensive technique, Li Chen could actually continue to use it. What level is Li Chen's pet, that its defensive capability is so formidable? But twice should be the limit, right? Soon, 5 seconds passed, and the giant ape pulled out a round stone, flinging it with great speed towards the crowd.
Like it had a locator installed, the round stone traced an incredible arc in the sky before accurately landing in front of everyone. Clang! At that moment, the tiger sword god raised his blade to block, flicking it aside and once again neutralizing the giant ape's attack. This time, everyone widened their eyes, clearly witnessing the tiger sword god's maneuver, and the knowledgeable Lin Yu exclaimed, "This is a perfect vibration strike." Upon hearing Lin Yu's exclamation, the surrounding people reacted, saying one after another, "So that's it. If it's a perfect vibration strike, it can indeed deflect all physical attacks." But the difficulty of a perfect vibration strike is extremely high. It's said that currently only our guild leader Su Feng has a record of 5 consecutive perfect vibration strikes. Su Feng has been studying vibration strikes for 10 years, and since he is a sword master, he is naturally skilled at it, so he has a chance to pull off such a maneuver. But Li Chen. As everyone reached this point, they all fell silent, realizing an even more outrageous point. Li Chen is a summoner. Operating a pet to perform a vibration strike is at least twice as difficult as doing it oneself. Moreover, Li Chen was performing it against this kind of high-speed ranged attack, which raises the difficulty even further. Calculating this, isn't Li Chen's understanding of vibration strikes even stronger than Su Feng's? The more they thought about it, the more astonished they became, and everyone was determined that once they returned to the guild, they must immediately report this matter to the guild leader. Such talent must be recruited into the guild at the first opportunity. However, the crowd soon despaired, realizing that they might not survive to leave. Could Li Chen block twice, or even 3 or 4 times? The probability was too low. Even Su Feng couldn't continuously deflect such high-speed ranged attacks, let alone Li Chen. Yet the next scene left everyone stunned, as they saw Li Chen execute 2 more perfect vibration strikes in succession. Including the previous 2, Li Chen had now achieved 4 consecutive perfect vibration strikes. And he was deflecting this kind of high-speed ranged attack. This achievement had already surpassed Su Feng. Looking at Li Chen, who had his hands in his pockets, everyone suddenly felt a pang in their hearts. For consecutive perfect vibration strikes meant Li Chen had to be fully concentrated the entire time. He was probably exhausted by now. At this moment, having his hands in his pockets was surely to hide his trembling hands, allowing everyone to feel at ease. For a moment, guilt washed over everyone's faces, and the priest Chen Si in the back had even begun to cry softly. Upon hearing the sobs from behind, Li Chen couldn't help but feel helpless. What was wrong with these guild geniuses? They had been startled since the beginning. Now, was someone even crying? This was really affecting his mood. Thinking this, Li Chen turned around and said unhappily, "Who is crying? Stop crying. It's really affecting my operation." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Chen Si was startled, quickly stopping his tears and looking at Li Chen with an innocent expression. Just then, the people around him narrowed their eyes and shouted, "Li Chen! Another round stone is coming." At this moment, everyone wore a face of despair. Li Chen was too careless. He had actually turned his back to the giant ape. In this situation, even a master of vibration strikes couldn't perform one. There was no way Li Chen could deflect this round stone. However, the next scene once again shocked everyone, as they saw the tiger sword god skillfully raise his blade to block, flicking the round stone away. At this moment, everyone felt a storm of emotions. Had Li Chen just completed a vibration strike from behind? In a situation with absolutely no visibility, achieving a perfect blade vibration is no longer a matter of skill, it's simply a stroke of luck. After a brief silence, Lin Yu finally spoke with his dry lips. "Li Chen, can you vibrate the blade a few more times?" Li Chen turned around, facing the giant ape ahead, and calmly replied, "I can't vibrate the blade anymore." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. Has Li Chen finally reached his limit? It makes sense. 5 consecutive perfect blade vibrations is already an impressive feat. However, at that moment, Li Chen sneered, "I've reached my kill line, I'm going to take it down in 1 second." Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards the giant ape, and after seeing its health, they were all shocked. What? How does the giant ape only have 50% health left? Has Li Chen already made his move? Impossible, absolutely impossible. At this distance, how could Li Chen silently take away 50% of its health? What did Li Chen just say? He's going to take down the giant ape? On what basis? Although the giant ape only has 50% health left, it's still very tough. Plus, at this distance, Li Chen's damage won't be enough. Before everyone could finish their shock, Li Chen raised his staff high, and a black light surged into the slime, which instantly turned black, resembling a bomb ready to explode. Fire! With Li Chen's fierce shout, a magic circle appeared in front of the slime, and a flash of light pierced through the distant giant ape. A large hole appeared in the heart of the giant ape, and Li Chen seized the opportunity, sweeping the laser across, directly cutting the giant ape in half. Kill the Abyss Boss Giant Ape, obtain Abyss Treasure Chest *2. You have successfully prevented abyssification.
Witnessing Li Chan's thunderous strike, everyone was petrified, their minds short-circuiting. That blow from Li Chan was an overwhelming visual shock for them. Watching it live was simply astonishing compared to seeing it in the video. Such a massive giant ape, and it was cut in half just like that. It was nearly 30 meters tall. To think it could be taken down in an instant. Just as everyone was in shock, Li Chen was already on the move. There were still thousands of monsters ahead, and he couldn't waste any time. Once Li Chen was out of sight, everyone suddenly snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Oh my god! Li Chen is too exaggerated. That laser output was way too high." Yeah. It didn't feel like much in the video, but seeing it live was so shocking. Wait, it looks like Li Chen has charged into the beast tide. No way. That's too reckless. Hurry up and support him. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon. With the Abyss boss's demise, the abyssification of the dungeon had stopped, but since no one dared to approach and check, they were unaware of everything. Time passed quickly, the agreed 10 minutes had already gone by, and despair was etched on everyone's faces. I told you. Li Chen going in was definitely a death wish. Does he really think he's invincible? Sai so young and reckless, he didn't consider any tactics and just dove right in. If he doesn't die, who will? We're not in a better position. The dungeon must have completely undergone abyssification, and the monsters are about to come out. The monsters after another wave of strengthening will likely have terrifying stats. Just as everyone was in despair, 10 soldiers rushed over quickly. The leading General Ji knelt on the ground as soon as he arrived, gasping for breath. Seeing this, the Mad Blade rushed forward and asked, "General, are you alright?" The general, having learned about the accelerated abyssification of the dungeon, disregarded his own safety and executed the secret technique, Gale Charge. Gale Charge increases the entire team's speed by 500%, lasting 60 seconds. After the time ends, it can be maintained, but the consumption of mental power will significantly increase. Otherwise, at their speed, it would be impossible for them to arrive at the scene within an hour. The general wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, in a low voice, "I need to rest for a moment. Kwangdao, go ask those professionals and gather information. The rest of the Storm Squad members, be ready for battle at any time. As soon." As he finished speaking, this team, known as the Abyss Reapers, sprang into action. A level 70 warrior at the forefront shouted, "Form a 4-2-2 formation. Shield guards and warriors set up in the front, ready for monster attacks. Priests in the back, keep an eye on the front line's health. Mages, take the high ground on the left and provide fire support. Archers, move to the right, be sure to finish off any low health monsters, don't let any slip by." The Storm Squad demonstrated exceptional execution, under the command of Captain Xue Bao. They quickly completed their formation. All 8 members were legendary-level professionals around level 60, each possessing top-tier talents, with records of defeating Abyss bosses, making them incredibly powerful. Coupled with their perfect tactics, they could kill as many monsters as came out. After witnessing the Storm Squad's efficiency, Kwangdao momentarily froze. Although he was confident in his individual combat power against any of them, the gap widened in team battles. Most importantly, these 8 were merely members of the 2nd Division of the Storm Squad, the weakest in the team, and they were already this strong. How powerful could the strongest 1st Division of the Storm Squad be? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, so Kwangdao decided to stop pondering and walked over to the others. Everyone was in high spirits, with many already dancing with joy. Great! The military bigwigs have finally arrived. We're saved. Oh my god, look at this lineup, 8 level 70 legendary professionals, they'll just cut through. And even the general is here. This is really secure now. Just then, Kwangdao shouted, "Quickly report the battle situation." The people around were startled, and several emotionally intelligent professionals stepped forward immediately. Report. The dungeon has been fully abyssal for an hour now, it's probably completely transformed. It seems those heroes failed to suppress the abyss. What a pity. They were all geniuses from the 3 major guilds, and the oldest among them is not even 30. And there's the special level tactician Lin Tian, he's a legendary figure too. The more Kwangdao listened, the more his brow furrowed, and by the time he heard the last name, his face had turned pale. It seemed they were one step too late. If the general knew Lin Tian had also entered, he wouldn't know how heartbroken he would be. Thinking of this, he lost the desire to continue listening and interrupted everyone, saying, "No need to say more." After saying that, he turned to report to the general. After hearing the report, the general seemed to age 10 years. Although he and Lin Tian were not in the same squad, the members of both squads were as close as brothers. After a series of battles, only the 2 of them remained alive from these 2 squads. Now to be told that even Lin Tian had fallen, the general could not accept it. Just yesterday, Lin Tian had told them he was going to farm the beast tide, and today, such a thing happened.
Memories flashed through the general's mind, and his eyes began to moisten, his heart constantly shouting, "Not again, so close again. I'm too weak. If I had been a bit faster, maybe I could have made it." Seeing the general in pain, Kwang Dao didn't know what to say and could only stand silently. After a brief silence, the general stood up, regaining his usual calm. He was a general, one of the 6th-grade generals, the Azure Dragon General. He could not let personal emotions affect everyone. Now, what he needed to do was deal with the monsters about to burst out of the dungeon. The general stepped forward, coming to the left of Xue Bao, raised his spear, and while on guard, asked, "What's the situation?" Xue Bao, looking somewhat confused, replied, "General, it seems the dungeon hasn't fully descended into the abyss." The general looked toward the portal in puzzlement, only to see a large 93% displayed in the center. At that moment, the general's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly glanced at the information board beside him. The board recorded the number of survivors. If there were still people alive, perhaps Lin Tian and those geniuses were still safe. However, the outcome disappointed him. Due to the dungeon's descent into the abyss, it continuously spewed forth abyssal energy, and the information board had already gone black. For a moment, the general was at a loss for what to do and could only murmur, "It seems the concentration of the abyss near the portal is extremely high. We cannot approach carelessly. Let's hold our position for now." However, after waiting for a minute, the 93% on the portal remained unchanged, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The surrounding professionals also gathered nearby to watch, and with the general present, they felt no fear at all. Soon, a few of them remarked, "Hey, why is the abyss level stuck at 93%? Could it be that the dungeon has a bug? This is the first time I've seen this. Are you stupid? Dungeons aren't man-made, they are creations of the gods. How could there be a bug?" "Yeah, exactly. If you said the information board made by that mechanic had a bug, there might be some possibility." While everyone was discussing unrelated matters, a few soldiers grew increasingly impatient, and soon Xue Bao stepped forward, saying, "General, I have equipment that can withstand an abyssal curse once. I'll go see what's happening." The general nodded and said, "Proceed with caution." So, Xue Bao stealthily approached the portal to check the situation in the dungeon. The surrounding professionals watching him were filled with envy. "Wow. He actually has equipment that can resist an abyssal curse once. That's rare, isn't it?" It's said that only dungeons above level 60 can drop such equipment, and it has to be hell level or higher. Oh, that's all too far away. If I could just break through level 60, I'd be satisfied. You wish. Breaking through level 60 isn't easy. You're only level 50 now, so you should think about farming a few more rare level items. Just as everyone was chattering, Xue Bao, who had been scouting ahead, ran back with a bewildered expression, saying, "It seems the descent into the abyss has stopped." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, exclaiming, "What? No way. Did you see it wrong? It really seems possible. I've been watching, and that 93% hasn't changed at all. No way. Could it be a bug?" The general also looked shocked and asked in confusion, "Have you tried entering the dungeon?" Xue Bao shook his head and said, "No, this dungeon is strange, I can't enter. It says I need to wait 17 minutes. Just as everyone was left in a daze, Lin Yushir suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "He did it. He really suppressed the abyss once again." Seeing this girl going crazy again, everyone couldn't help but show sympathy, with many sighing, "How pitiful. It seems she really can't handle Lin Tian's death and has gone mad. But it's understandable. If I were her, I'd be mentally unstable too. She must have gone crazy when Li Chen appeared just now, claiming Li Chen would win. Please, what could Li Chen win with?" Just as this person finished speaking, the general stepped forward excitedly and said, "What did you say? Which Li Chen are you talking about?" The expression of fear appeared on the face of the professional, who quickly spoke up, "It's that Li Chen, the one who soloed the Lizardmen in this year's team competition." Upon hearing this, the general showed a brief moment of daze before continuing excitedly, "Tell me more details." The professional's face turned pale, feeling a tremor all over as he was being focused on by an 80-level professional, unable to utter a word. Seeing this, the people around quickly chimed in, "Actually, it's nothing much. About 10 minutes ago, that Li Chen suddenly appeared and actually went into the dungeon alone. Do you think he's crazy? With his performance in this year's team competition, he could definitely join one of the 3 major guilds. His future would be smooth sailing." Yeah. We've been advising him for so long, but that kid just wouldn't listen and went straight in. I don't even know how he plans to win." There were only 10 minutes left before the dungeon was completely abyssal. After hearing the words of those around him, the general had a rough idea of what was happening. He never expected Li Chen to show up here and suppress the dungeon alone. The opinions of these professionals were quite reasonable. Li Chen going in was just a death sentence, after all. Even a top team of 760-level legendary professionals and 1 elite tactician was powerless.
Li Chen blindly entering the dungeon would only add another corpse to the pile. However, the general still held a glimmer of hope. Could it be that Li Chen had thought of some strategy? Judging by his performance in the team competition, his tactical skills were decent, and perhaps he could come up with some unexpected tactics. With this thought, the general took a deep breath and asked the final question. Did he say anything else? Upon hearing this, everyone began to recall, and soon someone disdainfully said, I get angry just thinking about it. We advised him for so long, but that Li Chen only said I know before walking into the dungeon. Yeah. What does he know? Knowing that and still going in to die. Just then, a bowman, even more displeased, said, You guys must have poor hearing. You didn't catch Li Chen's last words. He was simply too arrogant. He said he wouldn't need 10 minutes and would finish the battle immediately. And now, he still hasn't come out. It's obvious he's met a violent end. After hearing everyone's words, the general's eyes dimmed once more. It seemed he had overthought it. From what everyone said, Li Chen had gone into the Abyss dungeon without any preparation. Most importantly, Li Chen's attitude seemed a bit overconfident, actually thinking he could resolve the battle in 10 minutes, which was simply impossible. The likelihood of Li Chen facing a grim fate was high. The beast tide descended within the dungeon. The crowd had already reached the city wall, where the view was excellent, allowing them to observe the entire battlefield. Looking at the densely packed monsters ahead, everyone felt their hands and feet tremble. The half hour they had spent clearing earlier turned out to account for only about 50% of the total beast tide. Moreover, most of the monsters they had cleared were of ordinary level, merely cannon fodder among the beast tide. Now, the monsters below the city were mostly elite level or higher, with about 1 in 5 being an epic level monster. The intensity was completely beyond what they had faced before. Just then, Yen Yu pointed in a direction and exclaimed, Wait, there's something moving over there. Upon hearing this, everyone squinted their eyes to take a look, and soon, Chang Xiao, who had the eyes of a diamond, exclaimed, It's Li Chen and his pets. Li Chen is charging through the beast horde on a sharp-toothed wild boar. And any monster that comes within 10 steps of Li Chen inexplicably falls to the ground. With Chang Xiao's hint, everyone finally saw the figure in the distance, all silently sighing. Those present were well aware that Li Chen's lone wolf behavior was far too dangerous. Deeply entrenched in the enemy ranks, no matter how high his output or how long he could sustain it, he would eventually run out of mana. At that point, the beast horde would swarm him, and Li Chen would undoubtedly be defeated. Even Lin Tian, who is usually quite calm, sighed repeatedly and said, Li Chen is committing a grave mistake. No matter how strong a single warrior is, one cannot charge into battle like this. At this moment, Lin Tian had already sentenced Li Chen to death. Since he became a professional, he had interacted with many renowned experts, whether they were local big shots, guild prodigies, military leaders, or Zhang Yuan, none would employ such reckless tactics. To charge directly into a group of monsters was behavior he had only seen in novice dungeons, where some newly transitioned professionals, overly inflated with confidence, would rush into a monster horde, resulting in their immediate demise. Logically speaking, Li Chen should have been experienced after all he had been through. Yet he was surprisingly reckless. While everyone on the city wall looked worried, Li Chen was charging forward on his diamond wild boar beneath the wall. The slimes above him spun around as if they had hacks. Any monster that came within 10 steps of Li Chen would be instantly headshot. The system's notification sound rang out incessantly. Ding! Killed 10 drama monkeys, received 10 epic chests, 3 legendary chests, ding! Killed 6 dark-eared wolves, received 6 legendary chests. The drop rate in this abyss is really high. Plus, with the greedy mouse's passive, it's simply exhilarating. Li Chen was extremely excited at this moment. The speed of farming equipment was explosively satisfying. Each monster's drop rate was as high as that of the Hell-level Sword Saint before, basically yielding gold after killing 10 monsters. Soon, Li Chen noticed that his inventory was nearly full, and he hurriedly began to collect his spoils. He couldn't let this affect his equipment farming. Thus, Li Chen checked his inventory, and his eyes immediately fell on 2 abyss chests. He opened them. Obtained Abyss Belt, Greedy. Ring, Abyss Belt, Grade, Legendary Set, Position, Belt, Constitution plus 50, Equip Skill, Blink, Teleport to a designated location, cooldown 30 seconds, another piece of the Abyss Walker set. Li Chen was very excited. With this belt, he had gathered all 8 pieces of the Abyss Walker set. What kind of effect would it have? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and Li Chen immediately equipped the belt. Ding! Equipped. Abyss Belt. Triggered Abyss Walker 8-piece set effect. 2-piece set, rewards for killing abyss bosses are doubled. 4-piece set, if your spirit is higher than the opponent's, rebound their spells. 6-piece set, damage dealt by pets is converted into shields. 8-piece set, the Abyss Walker has awakened. After seeing the effects of the 8-piece set, Li Chen couldn't help but be stunned. The Abyss Walker awakened? If it Awakened, it should provide some special effects. After repeatedly checking the status bar, Li Chen was quite certain. The effect of this 8-piece set was utterly useless. This Abyss Walker set doesn't feel very powerful. Li Chen sighed and then looked at the greedy ring, his eyes lighting up. Greedy ring, grade, legendary, exclusive equipment for rodents, agility plus 50, equip skill, scavenge, defeating or killing an enemy has a chance to obtain items from them. It was actually exclusive equipment for rodents. This meant he could directly strip others of their equipment. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Li Chen immediately equipped the ring on the greedy mouse, and a ring appeared on its paw, looking quite strange. The greedy mouse squeaked excitedly, playing with the ring in its hand. Li Chen paid it no mind and continued to check the items in his backpack. 30 legendary chests, 340 rare chests. Li Chen did not hesitate and immediately opened the treasure chest, then skillfully fed the equipment to the slime. The slime devours the equipment. Strength plus 100, agility plus 100, spirit plus 100. Constitution plus 100 ding. The slime has devoured too many rare level equipment, benefits reduced by 100% ding. The slime has devoured too many legendary level equipment, benefits reduced by 50% ding. It is recommended to level up to increase the limit, or devour creation level equipment. After seeing the prompts that appeared, Li Chen fell into speechlessness. To think that even rare level equipment yielded no benefits at all, this was too much of a scam. Moreover, the benefits from legendary level equipment were also halved, and that was legendary level equipment. It was something that would be fought over outside. It seemed he had to deal with the poison point that prevented him from leveling up quickly, otherwise, with such a powerful skill to devour, he wouldn't be able to unleash his full potential. As for devouring creation level equipment, that was even more absurd. Not to mention that Li Chen had never seen it, even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, no one had ever seen it. Sigh, although the benefits have decreased, I'll just keep grinding. After a sigh, Li Chen continued to charge and kill amidst the beast tide. Meanwhile, on the city wall, everyone was now staring blankly, woodenly watching Li Chen fighting against the beasts. After a long while, someone finally spoke with a trembling voice. Isn't Li Chen's duration a bit long? It seems like it's been over 10 minutes. With such high-intensity monster grinding, he should be frequently casting skills, he should be out of mana by now. And I've seen Li Chen get hit in the head by rocks thrown by the trickster monkey more than once. Why is he acting like nothing happened? Damn! You saw that too. I thought I was seeing things. Everyone was puzzled. As a summoner, Li Chen should be fragile, with his only means of survival being his skilled knife-wielding. But now, after being hit in the head multiple times by monsters, he still seemed unfazed. This was too bizarre. How did Li Chen manage to do that? Even the well-informed Lin Tian expressed, I don't understand, I really don't understand. Just then, Chang Xiao, who had been using the diamond eyes for a long time, suddenly gasped, jumped up, and said incoherently, I see it clearly. Li Chen has a shield on his health bar. He's continuously stacking shields. As Chang Xiao's words fell, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Damn! Li Chen is stacking shields, no wonder he's been invincible until now. Could this be Li Chen's talent, the same type as Yi Zhe's talent? I see, if it's the same type of talent as Yi Zhe's, it can indeed make him invincible against small monsters. However, overall, Yi Zhe's talent is still superior. After all, his shield is a count shield, allowing him to solo bosses. As the leader, Lin Yu also relaxed his brows and smiled, saying, since it's a shield stacking talent, there's nothing to worry about. Why don't we head out of the dungeon now? Those people outside must be worried sick. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Since even Lin Yu said so, they had nothing more to say. Thus, the group turned back and left the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the surrounding people were already growing impatient. Just then, the portal suddenly shimmered, clearly indicating that something was about to come out. The general frowned slightly upon seeing this and ordered, all positions, be alert. Begin vigilance. With the command, the members of the Storm Brigade suddenly straightened their bodies. The frontline shield guards raised their shields, transforming into a mountain, while the warriors drew their great swords, coordinating with the shield guards. The mages on the left side had already fully condensed various colorful spells. The archer on the right suddenly lost all breath, as if no one was there at all. The onlookers around, who were just enjoying the scene, were all taken aback. Damn! The atmosphere changed so suddenly to such seriousness. No wonder they are soldiers brought out by the general. TSK tisk TSK, the coordination between the shield guard and the warrior is simply perfect. The mage on the left is outrageous. No need to channel spells at all. You're not a mage, do you not know how high the value of this operation is? What about the archer on the right? He was just there, now he's gone. However, what was unexpected was that the person who walked out of the portal was actually Lin Yu. Following him were Chang Xiao, Yin Yu, Chen Si, Meng Xian, Emoze, and Lin Tian. This team was familiar to everyone around. And soon someone shouted, "It's the first team to enter the dungeon for suppression. They came out alive." Could it be that they really did it? They really suppressed the abyss. Lin Yusher saw her father among them, and a joyful expression appeared on her face, but after scanning a few times, her face turned pale again. Could it be that Li Chan didn't survive? Did he die in battle to save everyone? Impossible, absolutely impossible, he was so strong, how could he fall? However, the reality was in front of her, and she had no strength to refute it. Her eyes gradually lost their luster, just staring blankly ahead. Xue Bao, upon seeing the newcomers, quickly made tactical gestures, and the members of the storm team put down their weapons. Quang Dao didn't wait for the general to act and quickly approached a few people, loudly asking, "What's the situation?" The leader, Lin Yu, organized his thoughts slightly and said clearly, "Report. Just now, the dungeon turned into the abyss, and the 8 of us formed a temporary team to suppress the abyss. But unfortunately, Wang Yi didn't make it." As he said this, a look of disappointment appeared on Lin Yu's face, and the others behind him were also in tears. The surrounding professionals sighed upon hearing this news. Alas, what a pity, Wang Yi's overall strength was very strong, I didn't expect he would die in battle. I think the Deep Space Guild is having a rough year. Several geniuses died in the team competition, and now another core member has fallen. Indeed, the young combat power of the Deep Space Guild is no longer as strong as the other 2 large guilds. Seeing the disappointment on the faces of the young men in front of him, Quang Dao also showed a hint of reluctance and had to keep it brief. Let's talk about the specifics later. In the end, you did suppress the abyss, right? Lin Yu quickly adjusted his emotions and said, "Sort of." Fortunately, at the last moment, Li Chen made a move and killed the abyss boss. I didn't expect that. The beast tide would bring the abyss boss into the dungeon, it's really hard to guard against. After Lin Yu finished speaking, everyone present was suddenly startled and then fell into silence. Everyone understood in their hearts. Among the few who came out, Li Chen was not seen, which meant that the man had died in the abyss dungeon. Combined with Lin Yu's words, it was clear that Li Chen disregarded his own safety and fought fiercely with the abyss boss, which allowed the others to survive. Just a moment ago, they had questioned Li Chen, thinking he was just a burden. Unexpectedly, he sacrificed himself to save others. Quang Dao and the general in front also fell silent. They could naturally think of what everyone else was thinking. They didn't expect that the man who shone brightly in the team competition would fall to save everyone. They hadn't even given the golden badge to Li Chen yet. After a brief silence, Quang Dao, being cautious, still asked, "What's Li Chen's situation now?" Lin Yu smiled and replied, "He's doing just fine, he's currently farming monsters in the dungeon. I'm telling you, his operations are simply outrageous." Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Li Chen was frantically farming for equipment. Every time a legendary item dropped, Li Chen would feed it directly to the slime. Ding, the slime devours the black iron armor, gaining 0 points in constitution. Ding, the slime has devoured too many legendary level items, benefits reduced by 100%. It is recommended to feed the slime creation level equipment or to level it up. That moment had finally arrived, legendary level equipment could no longer provide any attributes. Li Chen opened the slime's panel and was taken aback by the attributes he saw. Strength 512, Constitution 613, Agility 729, Spirit 1000, these 4-dimensional attributes are way too high. Li Chen roughly calculated that with over 1,000 in spirit, a single output should be able to take down enemies around 4,000 in health. Now, if he encountered a lizard man, he wouldn't need to do much, he could just control it and take it down in one go. After a moment of reflection, Li Chen looked back at the beast horde, his mind starting to churn. Although the slime could no longer devour equipment to enhance its attributes, legendary level equipment was hard currency in this world. Its value retention was even more outrageous than gold on Earth. Perhaps in the future, he could exchange it for some special items, like the broken sword that had previously opened the hidden dungeon of the Sword Saint's tomb. With that thought, Li Chen spent another 10 minutes clearing all the monsters on the field. Finally done with the cleanup, that was exhausting. I'm going straight to bed. Li Chen opened his inventory to check his spoils, totaling 400 legendary level treasure chests. 400 legendary level treasure chests, if he told anyone, they probably wouldn't believe him. Legendary level equipment was something that, once taken out, would be snatched up by everyone. Even the top-tier combatants of medium-sized guilds only had 3 or 4 pieces of legendary level equipment on them. Only the 3 major guilds, with their deep pockets, could equip their core members with a full set of legendary level gear, but even then, it was mostly mismatched equipment, with many bonuses going to waste.
And now, Li Chen had 400 pieces of legendary level equipment. It was no exaggeration to say that his financial power could rival that of the three major guilds. He was practically rolling in wealth. After counting his spoils, Li Chen didn't linger and left the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, as the beast tide descended, the moment Li Chen stepped out, he was spotted by the surrounding adventurers, who immediately began to praise him. It's Li Chen, the hero who suppressed the abyss. He's out, everyone, quick, praise him. Oh my god, he really is like a war god, just standing there. I can already feel how ridiculously strong he is. Damn, the second owner of the 5 consecutive blade achievement has appeared. In an instant, a flood of various praises filled Li Chen's ears, making him feel a bit awkward. Beside him, Lin Yushi, under the encouraging gaze of Lin Tian, was just about to step forward to speak. Just then, Kwang Dao suddenly appeared in front of everyone and said loudly, "Next, the military will be sealing off this area. Please, all unrelated personnel, leave quickly." The surrounding crowd showed displeasure on their faces but said nothing, quickly dispersing. Lin Tian also pulled the reluctant Lin Yushi away from the scene. For a moment, only the general, Kwang Dao, and the captain of the storm team, Shui Bao, remained. After a brief silence, Kwang Dao was the first to speak. "Li Chen, I suspect you have made significant contributions by repeatedly fighting against the abyss. But you are too indifferent to fame and fortune. Every time you finish a task, you just leave, making it impossible for us in the military to commend you." Hearing Kwang Dao's words, Shui Bao couldn't help but chuckle. "Kwang Dao, did I hear you right? Is there really someone in this world who refuses military rewards?" Kwang Dao said seriously, "Isn't there one right here?" He then looked at Li Chen and said earnestly, "We need to tally your contributions now, so please answer truthfully." After saying that, he took out a tablet and a pen, lowered his head, and continued, "First, did you kill the level 30 dungeon boss, the Abyssal Serpent?" Li Chen answered honestly, "Yes." Beside him, Shui Bao's eyes lit up, looking at Li Chen excitedly. "Wow, you're impressive. You have the style of my younger days." Kwang Dao ignored Shui Bao and continued, "The level 40 dungeon boss, the Sword Saint's Tomb, you killed that one too, right?" Li Chen maintained his tone and replied, "Yes, that boss was a bit fragile." Upon hearing this, Shui Bao was taken aback, incredulously saying, "No way. Brother, you're a bit too strong. Wait, you said the boss of the Sword Saint's Tomb was fragile?" After saying this, Shui Bao scrutinized Li Chen again, and when he discovered that Li Chen was only level 11, he jumped up in shock. "You're only level 11. How on earth did you manage that?" It was understandable for him to lose his composure. After all, killing a level 40 abyssal boss at level 11 was indeed outrageous. It's worth noting that with his top-tier talent, he had only managed to lead a team through the level 10 dungeon, the Lightless Forest, at hell difficulty when he was level 11. Yet Li Chen had already started soloing the level 40 abyssal dungeon. The gap was indeed a bit exaggerated. The general looked at the flustered Shui Bao, his brows slightly furrowed, and firmly pressed down on Shui Bao's shoulder, saying sternly, "You are the captain of the second squad of the storm team. How can you be so reckless? When you get back, I'll have you solo the hell level training dungeon 100 times. After the general's words, Shui Bao finally quieted down, standing up straight. He had made up his mind that no matter what happened next, he would remain steadfast. Kwang Dao quickly recorded Li Chen's words and continued, "Good. Very spirited. What other abyssal bosses have you killed? We need to record them one by one." Upon hearing this question, Li Chen fell into a dilemma. It seemed he had killed quite a few abyssal bosses, and he needed to sort them out. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Chen spoke, "The abyssal boss of the Lightless Forest, the two-headed troll. The abyssal boss of the Wild Boar Forest, the Wild Boar King. The abyssal boss of the Misty Manor, the Bloodthirsty Wolf King." After Li Chen listed several abyssal bosses as if ordering food, a glimmer of light flashed in Kwang Dao's eyes. After recording them one by one, Kwang Dao's mind was as clear as a mirror. The information previously uploaded by Lang Feng was indeed incorrect. The abyssal bosses of the Lightless Forest and the Wild Boar Forest were not killed by Qin Jie at all. That kid had already started lying. Moreover, the benefactor that Yen Lang had been thinking about was basically confirmed. However, out of caution, Kwang Dao still asked, "When you killed the abyssal boss of the Misty Manor, were you wearing a military coat?" Li Chen found this question a bit puzzling but still answered honestly, "Yes, at that time my physique was quite weak and I was a bit afraid of the cold, so I bought a military coat to wear." Remembering that military coat, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. Ever since he signed a deep contract with the slime, his attributes had greatly improved, and he was no longer afraid of the cold, so he had naturally stored that military coat away. It must be said that to normal people, professionals truly seemed like superheroes. After hearing Li Chen's reply, Kwang Dao nodded and quickly recorded it on the tablet, feeling very pleased inside.
When Yen Lang found out about the benefactor from that day, he would surely be overjoyed. Soon, Quang Dao stopped writing, handed the tablet to the general for review. The general quickly glanced over the information on the tablet, nodded, and said, very spirited. Then he looked at Li Chen seriously and said loudly, Li Chen, you have repeatedly fought against the abyss and achieved great merit. The military will now award you the golden badge. Will you accept it? Upon hearing this, Shuebao was once again taken aback and quickly replied, What? A golden badge? Isn't that inappropriate? I'm just a silver. Li Chen is actually a gold. However, seeing the general slightly furrow brow, Shuebao shrank back. Again, it seemed he would have to run the training dungeon 200 times. After hearing the general's words, Li Chen was somewhat flattered and hesitated to respond. He was well aware of the significance of the golden badge. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there were fewer than 20 people who possessed one, and most importantly, nearly half of those were awarded posthumously for their valor in battle. The value of a living holder of a golden badge like Li Chen was unimaginable. Quang Dao was very pleased to see that Li Chen still hadn't accepted it. As expected, Li Chen was completely different from that Chen Jie, so indifferent to fame and fortune, even at this moment. In contrast, Chen Jie had immediately agreed and shamelessly made demands, tricking the general's mountain ape. Fortunately, Chen Jie had already lost the bet, and tomorrow at the ranking ceremony, the mountain ape would naturally be taken over by Li Chen. After a brief silence, Quang Dao earnestly said, Li Chen, you should accept this golden badge. With your achievements, it would be a disgrace for us in the military if you didn't have one. Seeing that Li Chen was still hesitant to accept the golden badge, Shuebao also reacted quickly and urged, That's right. Li Chen, the golden badge is a symbol of strength. Hurry up and accept it. Moreover, having the badge will make things easier for you. Shuebao had already figured it out, the fact that Li Chen received such favor from the general meant he might join the Storm Squad in the future. So, now was the time to build a good relationship. Seeing that everyone was saying the same, Li Chen could no longer delay and quickly said, I accept. The general nodded in satisfaction, placing the golden badge into Li Chen's hand, and said slowly, Very good. I hope you can shine and contribute more for the people in the future. Li Chen nodded repeatedly while examining the golden badge in his hand. The badge was about the size of a fist, made entirely of gold, and looked very precious. It was engraved with several lines of text, Golden Badge Holder Li Chen. Military Certified. There was also a QR code on the left front for anti-counterfeiting purposes. Using a specific military scanner would reveal the authenticity of the badge. After seeing Li Chen accept the badge, the general felt much more at ease. After a moment of contemplation, the general spoke again, Li Chen, are you interested in joining the Storm Squad? It would be a great fit for someone like you. Hearing the general's words, Li Chen fell into confusion, unsure of how to decide. After all, joining the military was not part of his current goals. The urgent matter at hand was to purify the abyss curse on him first. After that, he could decide whether to join a guild or the military. Moreover, he was very unfamiliar with the Storm Squad and had no idea what kind of team it was. Although he believed the general would not lead him astray, given the precedent of the dream-chasing guild, he had to think carefully. Quang Dao immediately noticed Li Chen's hesitation and quickly said, Li Chen, just rest assured, the Storm Squad is directly under the general and holds a very high status in the military. Joining will definitely not disadvantage you. The members inside, like you, are all badge holders, all talented individuals. And they are all very pleasant to talk to. After Quang Dao finished speaking, Shuebao immediately added, That's right. Talents like you, who love to fight against the abyss, should definitely join the Storm Squad. And with your performance, you might even join Team Storm as a damage dealer, or at the very least, become a deputy in Team Storm too. The most important thing is that the benefits are quite generous. After 3 months, you can receive legendary level equipment for a designated position, and killing abyss bosses will reward you with 2 additional pieces of legendary level equipment. Of course, as a summoner, your pets are likely a pressing need, so you don't have to worry about that at all. You can exchange the legendary level equipment for 2 rare level pets. After Crazy Blade finished speaking, a hint of interest appeared in Li Chen's heart. The ability to exchange for pets was surprising. After all, the scarcity of pets was much higher than that of equipment. Exchanging 1 piece of legendary level equipment for 2 rare level pets was actually quite a good deal for a summoner. Of course, Li Chen didn't care much for rare level pets. After all, his goal was to obtain a creation level pet. He was just curious about the military's resources and whether he could acquire a creation level pet. After a brief moment of thought, Li Chen asked, I wonder if there are any legendary level or above pets? Upon hearing this, Shuebao fell into a dilemma. As this was beyond his understanding, legendary level pets were incredibly precious and could not be obtained without special methods. Seeing this, the general smiled and explained, the military indeed has legendary level pets. However, only holders of the golden badge can exchange for them 10 pieces of legendary level equipment can be exchanged for one legendary level pet. Li Chen, you just happened to meet the qualifications. After hearing the general's words, Xue Bao suddenly realized. No wonder he hadn't seen any legendary level pets in the military's exchange system. It turned out it was because he was just a silver. Although it did somewhat dent his confidence, Xue Bao quickly felt relieved. Come on, he was just a warrior, he only needed to exchange for legendary level equipment. As for legendary level pets, whether they existed or not, what did it matter? However, after the general's words, Li Chen showed no change in expression, but there seemed to be a hint of disappointment in the corner of his eye. Upon noticing this, the general couldn't help but feel a storm of emotions. Could it be that Li Chen before him didn't even care for legendary level pets? Although he wasn't a summoner, he was well aware of the high scarcity of legendary level pets. They could only be found in hell-level dungeons above level 60 with an extremely low probability, and the most critical part was, one had to manage their health carefully to allow the summoner to approach for a contract. This was not only very dangerous, but legendary level wild monsters were also incredibly unruly. If one wasn't careful, they could easily throw a tantrum, making them very difficult to handle. The summoner going for the contract had to be well versed in the habits of various wild monsters, knowing their likes and dislikes inside out to better cater to them. However, even with all this, the probability of successfully contracting was still very low. Yet now, Li Chen before him showed a hint of disappointment. What was going on? After a brief silence, Li Chen's eyes resembled an abyss. Inscrutable, as he chuckled lightly, I wonder if there are any pets above legendary level? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. What did Li Chen mean? Pets above legendary level? Could there be pets even more impressive than legendary level? What was Li Chen thinking? After a moment of shock, Crazy Blade was the first to speak. Li Chen, I don't understand what you mean. Right now, the highest tier of pets on the Solaris continent is legendary level. Could there be pets stronger than legendary level? Xue Bao quickly followed up, yeah. I've never seen a pet stronger than legendary level. You'll understand once you join the Storm Team. There are a few top-tier summoners in the team, and even they fight with legendary level pets. And it's not just them, the other summoner big shots in the military have pets of the highest tier that are just like this. After seeing the reactions of the two, Li Chen thought for a moment and understood. It seemed that the legendary pets indeed did not exist, as the rumors suggested. Even the military, a top-tier force, did not have them, which basically confirmed that the three major guilds were in the same situation. With that, the temptation for Li Chen to join a top-tier force was not very high. After all, he was not lacking in legendary equipment and pets. Just as the two soldiers were caught in a dilemma, the general in the middle spoke in a low tone. You mean legendary pets? Right. The general's voice echoed in the ears of the two soldiers, constantly stimulating their nerves. After a long silence, Xue Bao was the first to speak. General, what are legendary pets? What level of pets are they? I've never heard of them. After looking at Xue Bao, the general turned to look at Kuang Dao, who was bowing his head in silence, clearly also unaware. After a sigh, the general said, once, when I was the deputy in the Flame Squad, the captain mentioned it to me several times. She said that legendary pets are not the strongest. The formula book records a type called legendary pets. This was the captain's lifelong pursuit, but unfortunately, she never got to see a legendary pet. After the general finished speaking, Kuang Dao looked puzzled and raised his head, saying, no wonder we didn't know about the contents of the formula book. Only those top-tier tactical masters could understand it. However, we have never seen any so-called legendary pets on Solaris continent. The legendary pets mentioned in the formula book should only exist theoretically. They can't possibly exist in reality. After hearing Kuang Dao, the general nodded. Yes, the contents of the formula book lean towards the theoretical, and many things were simply non-existent in the real world. The captain's desire to find a legendary pet was impossible to fulfill from the start. After a sigh, the general slowly said, perhaps legendary pets cannot be obtained through conventional means. Looking at the three in front of him, a thought flashed through Li Chen's mind. Should I tell them that I have 2 legendary pets? And, given more time, I could have even more legendary pets. This is thanks to my extraordinary talent, infinite gold plating. However, after thinking it over, Li Chen still refused. The reason was simple, this was his last and most important secret, and revealing too much would be detrimental to him. It was best if no one knew about his talent except for him. With that in mind, Li Chen no longer hesitated and smiled, saying, I just happened to look at the formula book out of boredom and found out. I was just asking casually. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded slightly, fully understanding Li Chen's thoughts. Even though they were not summoners, they became very interested when they learned that the formula book recorded legendary pets. Not to mention, as a summoner, Li Chen must be very eager to obtain a legendary pet. Wasn't the previous captain of the Flame Squad just like that? After a brief silence, everyone returned to the topic, and the general asked again, Li Chen, would you like to join the Storm Squad? Upon learning that the military had nothing of interest to him, Li Chen did not immediately agree but politely said, I don't plan to join the military right now. After all, I'm used to being alone, I tend to act a bit like a lone wolf and might not be accustomed to following orders. Hearing this, Xuebao's mouth twitched. So, not used to following orders? Did he want to be the captain? The captain of the first team goes without saying, it's simply impossible. That guy is ridiculously strong and cannot be replaced, and the members of the first team would never agree to it. Do they really want to compete with him for the position of captain of the second team? Although it's not entirely out of the question, it still feels a bit strange, especially since he's performing well in the second team. If Li Chen were to come in as captain, he might not lead as effectively. Guang Dao, standing nearby, quickly noticed this and whispered to the general, it seems Li Chen doesn't like being commanded. How about this year, the military has launched a foundational strengthening plan. Why not let Li Chen lead one of those third-tier teams? Upon hearing this, the general's face lit up with joy. Yes, since Li Chen is unwilling to be commanded, why not give him a team? With his strength, he should be able to elevate a third-rate team to a decent level quickly. With this thought, the general no longer hesitated, took out a tablet, and handed it to Li Chen, saying, this is the military's foundational strengthening plan for this year, aimed at enhancing the capabilities of lower-tier teams. I think you should take a look. Li Chen took the tablet and examined the information on it. At first glance, he saw, want to join an elite battle team? Then join the military's foundational strengthening plan. Li Chen's mouth twitched as he continued to read. Below were detailed specifics about the foundational strengthening plan, and at the end, there was a registration link. When Li Chen clicked on it, he found it was a recruitment page for third-tier teams. Seeing this, Li Chen asked in confusion, is this asking me to join as a member of a third-tier team? The general smiled and shook his head, slowly saying, with your level, of course, you can't be wasted on such a small role. You will go as an instructor, and you will lead a third-tier team. I believe with your strength, you will definitely be competent. Moreover, if you lead the team to victory, the instructor will earn a chance to enter the Sky Tower this year. Upon hearing the general's words, Xuebao suddenly expressed interest, exclaiming, oh, the reward for first place is actually a spot in the Sky Tower, that's not bad. You should know, the military has 2 spots a year, and the 3 major guilds only have 1 spot each. Li Chen, you should accept this, the opportunity to challenge the Sky Tower is not to be missed. Hearing this, Li Chen felt very curious. The Sky Tower? What is it? A 100-level climbing tower? Even the 3 major guilds only have 1 chance a year, so it seems like something beyond the reach of a commoner like him. It sounds pretty good. But I wonder what the drop rates are like in the Sky Tower? Seeing that Li Chen was slow to respond, Guang Dao quickly explained, Li Chen, you might not have encountered the Sky Tower before, so it's normal not to know. It's an ancient dungeon located on a deserted island in the southernmost part of Manhwa, in Nanhai Bay. It has 100 levels, and the drop rates increase with each level. This dungeon appears regularly every year, and this year it will be about a week from now. However, it can only be entered 7 times at a time, and only 1 person can enter at once, and each person can only enter once in their lifetime. So, our top forces in Longwa have control over it. The military has 2 spots a year, while the 3 major guilds each have 1, and the other 2 are allocated to lower guilds. After listening to Guang Dao's detailed explanation, Li Chen quickly understood. It seems this dungeon is based on individual strength. The higher you climb, the richer the rewards. However, since each person can only challenge the tower once in their lifetime, one must be cautious when challenging it. It's best to challenge it when one's combat power can no longer be improved. Li Chen felt he still had opportunities for improvement. He just needed to wait until he removed the Abyss Curse, and then he could start leveling up. By then, it wouldn't be too late to challenge the Sky Tower once his level was raised. After coming to this conclusion, Li Chen spoke up, the Sky Tower does sound good, but I can still improve for now. I want to challenge it only when I can't level up anymore. After listening to Li Chen's words, the general's eyes showed appreciation. Li Chen was indeed very rational, understanding how to maximize benefits. His tactical talent was exceptionally high.
However, the general continued to remind him, but in the future, opportunities to climb the sky tower will be very few. This strong foundation plan is a good opportunity. But it's normal for you to hesitate. After all, a professional only gets one chance in a lifetime at the sky tower. The strong foundation plan will start the grand final 6 days after the ranking ceremony. If you want to join, you must give us a response within 3 days. Otherwise, once the instructors have assigned positions, there won't be any left. Next, Kwang Dao asked Li Chen for the detailed specifics of killing the Abyss boss. Time flew by, and soon 3 hours had passed. The general saw that Li Chen was already physically and mentally exhausted, while Kwang Dao still looked full of enthusiasm. He couldn't help but smile wryly and interrupted Kwang Dao, saying, "Kwang Dao, I know you're very excited to see Li Chen. But you can't be this excited." Xue Bao, standing by, echoed, "Yeah." Always interrupting with questions, making it impossible for others to ask anything. The general shot a glare at Xue Bao and continued, "Li Chen has just killed the Abyss boss and is now exhausted. He urgently needs to rest. You two should stop asking and let him take a break." Only then did the two realize that Li Chen was indeed a bit tired but was still holding on. They couldn't help but admire him. After all, he was a holder of the golden badge. Even at this point, he was still pushing through. That willpower was terrifying. Once they realized this, the two stopped wasting words and said, "Mine. Mine." Noticing that Li Chen is already exhausted, Kwang Dao, "Why don't you drive Li Chen back? There are a few off-road vehicles coming to provide support." Upon hearing this, Kwang Dao quickly said, "Let's do that." Seeing this, Li Chen hurriedly stopped him, smiling. As he said, "There's no need for that, I can just ride my pig back." Li Chen just wanted a bit of peace and quiet, not wanting to be disturbed. If he took Kwang Dao's car back, he would inevitably face a barrage of questions along the way. It was a bit annoying. Kwang Dao, wanting to say something else, was stopped by the general, who said, "Since Li Chen has spoken, we won't see him off. You can keep this complete restoration pill for the journey." Saying this, he took out a complete restoration pill. Kwang Dao and Xue Bao were both shocked, exclaiming, "What? It's actually a complete restoration pill. General, this thing isn't cheap, right?" Both of them were well aware of the rarity of the complete restoration pill. It was a divine-level supplement that only top-tier alchemists could refine once a year. Currently, only a few alchemists in major guilds met the requirements to refine it. Other factions lacked this capability. Even the military was the same. After all, alchemists were already scarce, and with their attribute growth being extremely low, they had to reach legendary level to have enough attributes to support the refinement of the complete restoration pill. This meant that the number of alchemists who could meet the requirements was very few. However, the complete restoration pill was essential for tackling high-difficulty dungeons, so all major factions would painfully spend huge sums to buy a few. The general's pill was clearly one of those. Li Chen, seeing this, was about to refuse when the general loudly said, "Li Chen, you charge to the front every time to fight the Abyss. You always put yourself in extreme danger. The Abyss dungeons are fraught with peril. You need to pay a little attention to yourself. Just accept this complete restoration pill." After the general's words, Kwang Dao and Xue Bao also reacted. Yes. Throughout this journey, when others felt powerless against the Abyss dungeons, Li Chen had faced the Abyss alone multiple times, repeatedly turning the tide. For example, in this year's team competition, if it weren't for Li Chen's heroic efforts, all the geniuses present would have fallen. Li Chen's appearance saved the young talents of the nation, saved the hope of the country. Now, what's wrong with taking a complete recovery pill? After coming to this realization, both of them felt a bit teary-eyed and hurriedly said, "Li Chen, just accept it. You deserve this complete recovery pill. Yeah. Just take it." Since the conversation had reached this point, it would be a bit pointless for Li Chen to refuse any further. "Alright then, I'll accept this complete recovery pill." After accepting the medicine and exchanging some simple pleasantries, Li Chen summoned the diamond wild boar and jumped onto its back. With a dash, he left the scene. At this moment, in a luxurious restaurant in Beihai City, Lin's father and daughter were having dinner. Lin Yusher suddenly said, "When can I see Li Chen again? I really want him to take me to clear dungeons." Lin Tian took a bite of the high-quality Jingyang rice and smiled, saying, "Your strength is too low right now. Li Chen won't take you." Lin Yusher, hearing this, replied unhappily, "It's not that low. I just awakened as a professional for less than 2.5 months and I'm already level 14. Lin Tian continued, "That's indeed not low, but it's still not enough. Strength isn't just about level and equipment, it also requires rich experience. Only then can you calmly analyze and derive the best tactics in high-pressure situations." Upon hearing this, Lin Yusher felt their
Was some truth to it and nodded thoughtfully, so how do I improve my experience?
Hearing this, Lin Tian fell into a brief contemplation.
After witnessing Li Chen's extraordinary combat power, he realized that ordinary rewards could no longer satisfy Li Chen.
It would be better to let Lin Yushi take Li Chen as her goal to motivate her growth, and then let her personally repay Li Chen. This way, it would be killing two birds with one stone, wouldn't it be wonderful? With this in mind, Lin Tian took out a tablet and handed it to Lin Yushi, saying, I just learned that the military has a
foundational training program, which is perfect for a newbie like you to gain experience.
And there's no need to go to tomorrow's ranking ceremony, I'll take you to clear a dungeon to level up.
Time flew by quickly, and soon it was night.
At this moment, in the living room of a top-tier villa, the members of the Dream Pursuit Guild were gathered around a table discussing.
Wow! I didn't expect that tonight the president would video call us. I'm a bit nervous. And a bit excited.
I've heard so much about the president's great achievements.
Hey! Don't be so stiff, relax and just act like you usually do.
The temporary leader, Gon Hong, glanced at the time and cleared his throat, saying,
Everyone, quiet down, quiet down. The president is about to video call. Pay attention to your appearance and behavior, don't anger him, he's currently tackling an ancient dungeon, which isn't easy.
After everyone responded, Gon Hong connected the video call and projected the phone onto the wall, revealing a middle-aged man with white hair.
Gon Hong was the first to speak. Good evening, President.
After a cough, the president
said sternly, Where's Sumu? How come he isn't here for this occasion?
After a moment of hesitation, Gon Hong replied, Yesterday during the team competition dungeon, it became corrupted, and Vice President Sumu seems to have perished
in battle.
After this statement, the room fell silent, and no one dared to speak. After a while, the president sighed and said, Sumu died in the abyss, that can be considered his final glory.
Let's award him the title of Best Summoner this year. However, since you all survived, it's clear that the dungeon's corruption has been suppressed. You should have performed well, right? Speak up.
Hearing this, Gon Hong was unsure how to respond.
Did they really? Just say that their dream-chasing team was eliminated by the commoners led by Li Chen, and that they didn't even participate in suppressing the abyss? The atmosphere became awkward in an instant, and the president's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, after reaching a certain point, the president shouted, Speak. One by one. Tell us what you did in the team competition.
The president's voice echoed in everyone's minds, constantly stimulating their nerves.
Those present all lowered their heads, remaining silent, clearly not wanting to be the one to stick their neck out. The president on the screen grew impatient and said loudly, Where's Li Chen? As a legendary level summoner, he should be the one leading the team. Get him to start. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent again, feeling speechless. Li Chen? What the hell is Li Chen in the Dream Chasing Guild? It's all because of that Vice President Sumu, who has no vision, that he kicked out such a strong summoner like Li Chen from the guild. It's really disgusting to everyone even after death. After a brief silence, Gon Hong smiled and tried to smooth things over, saying, President, you may not. No.
This year, our Dream Chasing Guild has a Wang Shui, who is also of legendary level talent, and she has great potential.
So we let her lead the team.
Upon hearing this, Wang Shui felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through her
mind. She really didn't want to be the one to stick her neck out. Can't Shinjia, that useless guy, go first?
However, the president was unaware of Wang Shui's thoughts. At this moment, his eyes were shining with excitement as he said,
That's wonderful.
I didn't expect our Dream Chasing Guild to have 2 legendary level summoners this year. Their performance must be outstanding.
Both of you are holding back. Are you trying to surprise us? After saying this, he
couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth.
Gu Beishan, the president of the Dream Chasing Guild, was very clear about how much strength 2 legendary level summoners could bring.
With the synergy of the two, they must have gone crazy in the team competition. Looking further ahead, once these 2 grow, along with him, that would be 3 legendary level summoners, making it much easier to tackle ancient dungeons. Then they could obtain a lot of good equipment and pets, and then go for even higher level ancient dungeons.
With this continuous cycle, wouldn't their Dream Chasing Guild take off?
Gon Hong kept signaling Wang Shui with his eyes, urging her to speak.
Wang Shui had no choice but to stand up very reluctantly. When the president saw Wang Shui, his eyes lit up. She truly was like a dragon among people.
After a moment of brewing, Wang Shui tried to keep her voice calm as she said, Our Dream Chasing Guild was assigned to
the Expert Zone. We eliminated a team from the Expert Zone and severely injured the AO Sure team.
Then Wang Shui suddenly seemed to hit a wall and stopped speaking.
The president didn't notice this and, looking very excited, said, What? You even severely injured the AO Sure team. Oh come on.
Why is it that both of you were just silent, hiding such a good achievement?
Keep going.
Then you must have contributed to suppressing the abyss and were recognized by the big guild. Wang Shui looked unwilling, and suddenly she thought of something, her eyes brightening as she said, I can't take all the credit, I can't let the other team members miss their chance to shine.
Let the other team members talk about the next achievements.
Upon hearing this, everyone began to curse Wang Shui in their hearts.
Damn it, you've already said all the good things, what else can we say? Aren't we just going out to get scolded? However, the president didn't notice the crowd's reaction and was already very optimistic about Wang Shui.
Someone who understands team interests like this must be very good at uniting others, perhaps in the future, she could become his right-hand person. Thinking of this, the joy on the president's face grew stronger as he looked at Chen Jia, who was next to Wang Shui, and said, let's start with the member to Wang Shui's left. Since the president has called you out, Chen Jia could only stand up helplessly and say, my name is Chen Jia, After waiting for a long time, he still couldn't find the words, especially since Wang Shui had already said all the good things.
He really didn't know what else to say. The president, seeing this, looked puzzled and asked, what's wrong? Chen Jia, why aren't you speaking? He then turned to Gon Hong and said, what's going on? Didn't the guild provide training for members participating in the team competition?
I don't expect all of you to score full marks in tactical classes like Li Chen, but there are basic requirements for reporting battle situations. Gon Hong was startled by this and thought he couldn't let Chen Jia tarnish their reputation. He had to quickly clarify the situation. The president may not know, but Chen Jia was arranged to join by the vice president. I wasn't aware of his situation.
Upon hearing this, the president's face turned angry as he said, Sumu. Sumu, you good-for-nothing Sumu. You actually took advantage of my absence to abuse your power, huh? Humph.
I was still saddened by his death in battle before, but this year's best summoner has nothing to do with him.
Now. He then turned to Chen Jia and said sternly, and you? Chen Jia, if you can't provide a valid explanation, then prepare for the guild's level 1 punishment. Everyone present was taken aback. Level 1 punishment meant writing
the guild rules 300 times, then capturing 30 elite-level pets, and during this time, they couldn't participate in any major guild activities. This whole process would basically slow down a summoner's progress by over a year.
Upon hearing this, Chen Jia was shocked. He had already lost to Li Chen, and if he was punished by the guild now, what was the point of playing? Was he supposed to use slimes to clear dungeons?
Thinking of this, he couldn't care less and shouted, the vice president let me join the team because of my strong abilities. I was once a holder of the silver badge. After saying this, he summoned the mountain monkey and declared, this is the legendary pet mountain monkey that the general gifted me for my contributions in fighting against the abyss. In the team competition, my performance is definitely not inferior to Wang Shui's. After this outburst, everyone present was stunned. They never expected Chen Jia to be so shameless. His silver badge was obtained through deceit and had no real value. Moreover, since the badge had already been taken back by the general, the president could easily discern the truth with just a few words.
How dare Chen Jia do this? However, the reality was not as everyone thought.
Upon seeing the mountain monkey, the president's eyes narrowed sharply. He was very familiar with this mountain monkey. Any summoner from his generation knew of a
genius summoner.
One person and one monkey could suppress them to the point of breathlessness. Fortunately, that person had eventually joined the military and disappeared, or they would still be unable to hold their heads high. After checking repeatedly, the president had begun to believe Chen Jia's words to some extent. It seemed that the genius had lost interest in this mountain monkey and had given it to the general to encourage those summoners who had contributed
to fighting against the abyss.
Thinking of this, the president nodded and said, in that case, I misunderstood you. Since you have the silver badge, you must have performed well in suppressing the abyss. With the conversation reaching this point, Chen Jia decided to go all out. Since the outcome was already a mess, he would make everyone present taste it too. I was already very strong, but the team was still eliminated, and I had no chance to suppress the abyss. Chen Jia's words instantly ignited the atmosphere, and everyone felt a bit dissatisfied.
What do you mean you, Chen Jia, were already very strong? Does that imply it's not your problem, but the others instead? However, despite their dissatisfaction, none of the participants spoke up. The reason was simple, no one wanted to be the one to stick their neck out. The president on the screen said with a puzzled expression, since Chen Jia has a silver badge, it's clear that his tactics and personal combat power are extremely strong. How could he be eliminated? After a brief silence, he realized something, and his expression gradually turned grim as he said sternly, could it be that there are teammates not cooperating with Chen Jia? I remember the captain is Wang Shui, right?
After saying this, the president impatiently looked at Wang Shui, and his cold voice came again, Wang Shui, explain what happened.
Is it that the other teammates are not cooperating? Or is there a problem with you as the captain? In an instant, everyone's minds went boom. What's going on? How could he get hit while lying down? Damn Chen Jia, he's just talking nonsense.
Then the president
Added, is it that you, Wang Shui, as the captain, provided ineffective tactics? And you didn't listen to Qin Jie's suggestions. Upon hearing this, the fire in Wang Shui's heart was ignited. She hated it most when someone questioned her tactics. She was a genius who scored full marks in tactics class every time. As long as she took the tactician exam, she would definitely pass and then become a tactician. Moreover, with her keen sense of tactics, she could quickly reach level 2, level 1, or even special level tactician. Now she was actually being questioned, and it didn't matter if the person questioning her was the president. Damn Chen Jie, since you want to blow up together, then bring it on. Thinking of this, Wang Shui angrily looked at Chen Jie beside her, only to see that Chen Jie couldn't suppress the smirk at the corner of his mouth, clearly looking like a petty person who had succeeded. At this moment, Wang Shui was so furious that her whole body trembled as she shouted, "Isn't it because Chen Jie's performance is terrible? With a top-tier pet like the mountain monkey, he still plays so poorly. He actually got worn down by a civilian profession." This statement instantly silenced the scene, and all that could be heard was the howling wind outside. After a brief silence, the president said in shock, "Civilian profession? From the civilian district? No way, you can't even beat a team from the civilian district?" Seeing this, Gon Hong quickly said, "These civilian district teams are maliciously teaming up. 10 teams came to fight us." However, before he could finish, the president interrupted, "Even so, with your equipment and coordination, beating more than 10 teams from the civilian district shouldn't be a problem, right? What exactly happened? Gon Hong, you tell us. Be factual." At this point, Gon Hong didn't want to hide anything from the president. After a brief pause, he began to explain, "Actually, these civilian professionals are backed by Li Chen. He has been providing buffs to the civilian professionals, making them all like war gods, impossible to defeat. And they're not just fighting our dream-chasing team, but they're dominating the entire expert district teams." Then, Wang Shui united with the expert district teams to counterattack Li Chen. The tactics implemented earlier were perfect, but just when the dream-chasing team was about to take down Li Chen, Chen Jie made a mistake, leading to the entire team's annihilation. After listening to Gon Hong's words, the president's expression grew increasingly grim, and he said coldly, "Li Chen? Why isn't he on our dream-chasing team's side? I even entrusted him with 5 epic-level pets treasured by the guild, and gifted him a complete set of rare-level equipment. Is this how he repays us?" Everyone was about to say something, but then thought about it and realized that this was actually quite good. Neither Wang Shui nor Chen Jie had offended anyone. Just dump the blame on Li Chen, it's all his fault, and that's it. So, Chen Jie quickly said, "Yes. This Li Chen is simply ungrateful. Just because I'm better than him and Wang Shui, preventing him from becoming captain, he directly left the guild. And they even took away the guild's treasured pets. How despicable." After hearing Chen Jie's words, the president gritted his teeth and said, "You, Li Chen, are truly insidious." Chen Jie, seeing this, felt a surge of joy and continued, "I couldn't stand it, so I went to confront him. I didn't expect that Li Chen was too cunning and challenged me to a bet. I was determined to make him change his mind, so I agreed, but I didn't expect to fall into his trap. Sai, I have to fulfill the bet tomorrow and hand over all my equipment and pets. I'm so unwilling." Since he had previously directed all the blame at Li Chen, when Chen Jie spoke of the bet, no one blamed him. Instead, their anger towards Li Chen deepened. The president gritted his teeth and said, "You have 1 week to retrieve the pets belonging to the Dream Chaser Guild from Li Chen. And make him apologize publicly. I'll return in a week, and if you still can't handle Li Chen, then I'll take matters into my own hands." The next day, at the cheapest hotel in Beihai City, the Good Luck Hotel, Li Chen woke up from his sleep and immediately checked his attribute panel. Remaining pet upgrade chances, 6, with 6 chances. Should he upgrade the iron boar and the illusory butterfly, or continue to save them? After thinking for a long time, Li Chen decided to continue saving them. The reason was simple: the Genesis level pets were too enticing. Whether it was the Slime Devourer or the Tiger Sword God, each one significantly boosted his strength. Moreover, Li Chen's current setup was absolutely sufficient. A slime with 1,000 mental power had a kill line of around 4,000 constitution with a full set of skills. Adding the Tiger Sword God would bring that to a kill line of 5,000 constitution, which was more than enough damage. He wondered what effect the Gale Greedy Mouse would have after upgrading to Genesis level. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Li Chen could hardly wait, wishing he could just sleep and wake up to tomorrow. Of course, that was just his imagination. Today there was still an important event, the ranking ceremony. Given his performance in the team competition, he should be able to achieve a good result. He only needed to place in the top 10 to get a chance to inquire with the major guilds. With that in mind, Li Chen checked his debuff status: Growth Curse, Abyss. Curse experience -100%. I'll soon find a way to deal with you. After muttering to himself, Li Chen quickly washed up, had a simple breakfast of soup dumplings downstairs, and then set off.
At this moment, in the plaza of the major guild, people had already arrived early to take their seats. Everyone was excited. The rankings for the team competition were about to be announced. While the outside was bustling, in an unnoticed equipment room, a magnetic voice said, "Lord Ball, everything has been arranged. Our people are waiting in the surrounding dungeons, ready to act at any moment." After Lu Hai reported the task, he and Wang Zhengdi bowed their heads respectfully, waiting for Ball's next instructions. Ball smiled and said, "You two have done well. Just work hard for another 50 years, and you can become my personal guards. Now, act according to the situation." When the geniuses of the three major guilds gather, triggered the abyss transformation. The two bowed their heads to the ground and respectfully said, "We guarantee to complete the task." Seeing them so obedient, Ball couldn't help but secretly praise himself. He truly was a genius. He created the abyss revelation skill at level 60. Basically, as long as he was not outmatched in level, he could catch the opponent off guard and control them. He was sure he could take down the geniuses of the three major guilds and Li Chen later. Meanwhile, in the special building of the major guild, the observation hall. The view here was excellent, allowing a clear view of the entire major guild plaza. The most important thing is that excellent soundproofing materials have been used here, so basically, people inside can't be heard from outside. At this moment, Su Feng, Merlin Feng, and the 8 supervisors were sitting together. The high-ranking supervisor, leading the 8 stewards, asked in confusion, "President Su, it's just a ranking ceremony. Is it really necessary to call all 8 of us over? Are we really just here to watch the ranking ceremony? That seems unnecessary. We can just check the notice after the ceremony ends." After the high supervisor finished speaking, the other 7 supervisors also looked at Su Feng, wanting to get an answer from him. Under everyone's gaze, Su Feng didn't respond immediately. Instead, he said something unrelated. "Just last night, Liamo reported something to me. I don't understand the specific technical terms, but he said the team competition instance has been artificially turned into an abyss. And he is very confident about it." Upon hearing this, the 8 supervisors were all shocked. As supervisors, they naturally knew Liamo's skills and character. If he said so, it must be quite serious. After a brief moment of shock, the high supervisor was the first to speak. "Could it be that there's an insider? Damn it, these traitors colluding with the abyss will definitely be severely punished once caught." After the high supervisor finished speaking, he adjusted his emotions and continued, "So why did we have to be called over?" Su Feng sighed and said slowly, "Recently, there have been frequent instances of abyssal transformations in Beihai City. I feel like someone is stirring up trouble. Today's ranking ceremony has gathered the geniuses from all major guilds. We cannot afford to be careless like last time. Last time, Li Chen was lucky enough to suppress the abyss. What about this time?" At this point, the 8 supervisors understood the seriousness of the situation and nodded in agreement. "That's fine. Yes. It's definitely better to be cautious. As expected of the president, you've thought this through." Seeing that everyone understood, Su Feng nodded and said, "Good, as long as you all understand. The time is almost up, the ranking ceremony is about to begin, everyone take your positions." Meanwhile, at the Grand Guild Square. At this moment, the enthusiasm of the audience at the Grand Guild Square had reached its peak. "I'm so excited. I wonder which teams will be in the top 10 this year? I don't know about the others, but the first should be Li Chen's team. The single kill on the lizard man is too impressive." "Not necessarily. The team competition has rules, it's ranked by KDA. Li Chen didn't eliminate anyone after entering the genius zone, so he obviously couldn't advance to the genius zone, and might even be at the bottom of the expert zone. Are you stupid? It's already abyssal, are we still comparing KDA? Yeah, after being abyssal, there's no death protection. Is Li Chen going to kill the geniuses of the 3 major guilds on the spot? Stop arguing, look, Merlin Feng is coming out, he should be here to announce the rankings." After clearing his throat, Merlin Feng said loudly, "Welcome everyone to the 21st team competition ranking ceremony. I won't waste time on unnecessary words. Let's start announcing the rankings now. Please look at the big screen." Upon hearing this, the audience excitedly turned their attention to the large screen in the center of the square, and those who couldn't see clearly picked up their tablets to check the live broadcast. 1-1th place, Iron Chicken Team. 1-2th place, Rooster Team. 1-5th place, Dream Chasing Team. 1-6th place, Overlord Team. 1-7th place, Proud World Team. 1-8th place, Swift Wind Team. 1-9th place, War Team. After seeing the rankings, everyone had different expressions, and soon someone in the crowd began to discuss loudly, "What happened? Why can't we see the top 10 anymore? Yeah. What's going on? I want to see the top 10. Is this your first time attending the ranking ceremony? The top 10 teams won't be announced right away, Merlin Wind will reveal them one by one later.
Yeah. It's much more exciting to announce the top 10 one by one. While everyone was engaged in lively discussions, some members of the guild looked puzzled. What? Why is our Gale Guild ranked 18th? This ranking can't be right. And what are the Iron Chicken team and the Rooster team? I've never heard of them. The most outrageous are the Overlord Guild and the Proud World Guild. They were actually kicked to 16th and 17th place. They're supposed to be the gatekeepers of large guilds. I remember last time, the Overlord Guild took the top 4 spots, and the Proud World Guild took the top 5. I can't believe they've been pushed out of the top 15 this year. I feel like the Overlord Guild and the Proud World Guild absolutely can't accept this ranking. They'll definitely cause a scene. As soon as this was said, everyone became excited and started looking around. With the way the Overlord Guild and the Proud World Guild operate, they would surely make a fuss today. Soon, someone pointed to a corner and said, "Over there." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look, eager to see the two guilds cause a ruckus. However, to their surprise, the vice president of the Overlord Guild, Wang Zhengdi, and the newly appointed president of the Proud World Guild, Lu Hai, were sitting next to each other. Moreover, their expressions were very calm, occasionally munching on sunflower seeds, as if their ranking didn't matter at all. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more shocked than if they had seen the two of them kicked out of the top 10. God! Am I seeing things? The vice president of the Overlord Guild, Wang Zhengdi, is so calm. This isn't his style. Lu Hai too, is this still the Lu Hai I know? Shouldn't he be throwing a fit right now? Yeah. Lu Hai used to be ruthless under Li Maching. He would never be this calm. What's even more ridiculous is why are they sitting together? When did their relationship get so good? At this moment, Wang Zhengdi and Lu Hai were feeling very anxious. They wished they could rush up and snatch the microphone from Merlin Wind, announcing the top 10 all at once. As for their guild's ranking, it no longer mattered. Following Lord Ball was far more enjoyable than any ranking. The more they thought about it, the more anxious they became, their fingers tapping frantically on the armrests of their chairs, impatiently muttering, "So slow." In the Grand Guild Candidate Hall, the teams participating in the team competition would go through multiple verification stages, and after confirming their identities, they were arranged here. At this moment, everyone was seated, holding the tablets distributed by the Grand Guild, their fingers constantly scrolling. Just then, someone discovered that the ranking data had come out and shouted, "The rankings are out." This statement was like a bomb, instantly igniting the entire venue, as everyone began to swipe their fingers to check on the tablets. After a while, everyone had different expressions, and they all said, "Oh no. Really? We actually came in last. This position used to belong to Wang Dashan. LOL, the ranking is still as low as ever, 90th. I'm never participating in any team competitions again, it's a total waste of time. I'm outta here. I don't think I saw our ranking, could it be? What are you thinking? We're in last place. Hurry back and wash up and sleep. I absolutely won't team up with you next year, it's too much of a hassle." Soon, the civilian teams present began to leave, and the surroundings quieted down. The ones left were either the top 10 teams or those guild teams that couldn't distinguish reality. What? Our Overlord Guild is only ranked 16th. What's going on? Is our Gale Guild's performance not good enough? We almost broke through the civilian army. I can't believe it, the Grand Guild must have ranked us wrong. I need to hurry and find the president. Another group of people has left the scene, and now those remaining are basically the top 10 teams. At this moment, Li Chen and Wang Dashan are sitting in a corner, with Wang Dashan flipping through the results repeatedly. Although he already knows the outcome, he is extremely excited as the rankings are announced. Brother Yen. I didn't see our team, we made it into the top 10. Oh my god. This day has finally come, I finally made it into the top 10. After Wang Dashan excitedly finished speaking, he looked at Li Chen, only to see Li Chen playing Spider Solitaire on the tablet issued by the guild. Seeing this, Wang Dashan quickly said, "Brother Yen, how can you still be playing a minigame at a time like this? We made it into the top 10. Li Chen replied while playing, "They haven't called us up to receive our award yet, have they? Since we're just sitting here, we might as well play a game to relax a bit." Upon hearing this, Wang Dashan's body jolted. Could this be the key to Li Chen's strong mindset? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and also opened Spider Solitaire to play. Just then, several teams from the civilian area approached Li Chen, smiling as they said, "Brother Yen. I really didn't expect that we actually made it into the top 10. Wow. This is simply surreal. Brother Yen, I'm sticking with you. I said it long ago, following Brother Yen, victory is inevitable." At this moment, everyone quickly noticed that Li Chen and Wang Dashan were playing Spider Solitaire, all with shocked expressions. What? Brother Yen is actually playing such a mini-game? I get it, Spider Solitaire can improve tactical skills, otherwise, why would Brother Yen waste time on this? So what are we waiting for? Hurry up and bring the next Spider Solitaire to play. In an instant, a group of people gathered around to play Spider Solitaire. The geniuses from the 3 major guilds looked at this scene with disdain, whispering to each other, playing Spider Solitaire can improve tactical skills? That's too funny. I think Li Chan doesn't understand anything. Defeating the lizardmen was just luck. Those civilian players are the real joke. They must have glitched their way into the top 10 and are now feeling proud. Laughing to death, do they really think the 3 major guilds will recruit them because of their ranking? Even Yizhe put down the tactical manual in his hands, dissatisfied as he said, the teacher said my tactical skills are not as good as Li Chen's, what exactly am I lacking compared to him? The members of the major guilds around him echoed, yeah. We've all thoroughly studied the tactical manual, how could we possibly lose to Li Chen? He just plays Spider Solitaire, and he can outperform us? However, under everyone's gaze, Li Chen continued to play Spider Solitaire, but those who were observant would notice that his eyes were never on the tablet. Instead, he was looking at a formula book that only he could see. Meanwhile, at the major guild square, Mei Linfeng looked at the time and saw it was about right, then coughed and said, now, I will announce. Just then, an angry voice interrupted Mei Linfeng, I have objections to this ranking. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, and they saw the representative of the Dream Chaser Guild, Gan Hong, standing up with a defiant expression. Without waiting for others to speak, Gan Hong continued loudly, I refuse to accept this. Our Dream Chaser Guild eliminated a team. How can we not make it into the top 10? And what are those Rooster Battle Team and Iron Chicken Battle Team? I've never even heard of them. You major guilds must have ranked this randomly. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people began to discuss, and the scene quickly became lively. I was just about to say, what exactly are the Iron Chicken Battle Team and Rooster Battle Team that they can rank above the medium guilds? That name seems like it's from a civilian area team, right? I get it, it's Li Chen leading those teams. This makes sense, after all, they were the ones who drove the teams from the expert zone into a frenzy. Just as everyone was discussing this, the president of the Gale Guild and the president of the War Guild also stood up, exclaiming loudly, we refuse to accept this. Why should these teams from the civilian zone be ahead of us? What makes them so impressive? The other leaders of small and medium-sized guilds followed suit, shouting, we refuse to accept this too. In the center of the square, Merlinphone watched this scene with a sigh. He didn't want to admit it. However, the achievements of these civilian teams were indeed remarkable, leaving him no choice but to acknowledge them. After a brief pause, Merlinphone spoke loudly, I know you all refuse to accept this, but these scores are based on KDA. If anyone has doubts, just look at the KDA displayed above. Soon, the central screen flickered and displayed more content. Expert Zone, Rank 11, Iron Chicken Team, 8/0/24, Expert Zone, Rank 12, Rooster Team, 8/0/18, Expert Zone, Rank 15, Dream Chaser Team, 8/8/8, Expert Zone, Rank 16, Overlord Team, 8/8/0, Expert Zone, Rank 17, Proud World Team, 0/8/5, Expert Zone, Rank 18, Gale Team, 0/8/1. Seeing this, the civilian players began to laugh, saying, this KDA is just a slap in the face, we have to accept it. I'm dying of laughter, and the last few with 0 out of 8 still refuse to accept it. Exactly, if you're bad, just practice more, if you can't take a loss, don't play. However, the leaders of the small and medium-sized guilds still looked defiant, saying, this is unfair. These civilian teams are maliciously teaming up, repeatedly exploiting bugs, their behavior is extremely bad, and should not be counted in the rankings. And that Li Chen, the instigator of this malicious teaming, should be severely punished. After Gan Hong finished speaking, he paused for a moment and continued, I propose to strip Li Chen of his pet and hand it over to our Dream Chaser Guild, a professional summoner guild. The surrounding civilian players looked on with disdain. God! This Dream Chaser Guild is so shameless. They're being so obvious about their intentions. Yeah. And they claim to be a summoner guild, but their understanding of summoners is extremely low. They're completely crushed by Li Chen. Indeed. Especially that Shenjia, his gameplay is simply laughable. By the way, I heard Shenjia lost a bet to Li Chen, right? In the center of the square, Merlinphone looked quite displeased. At this scene, this ranking was very objective and reasonable, yet these small and medium-sized guilds were so shameless. This made even the usually gentle him feel anger. He wanted to see what kind of outrageous ranking these small and medium-sized guilds could come up with. After adjusting his emotions, he said, so how do you want to rank it? Hearing this, the leaders of the small and medium-sized guilds looked pleased. It seemed there was a way to negotiate. Soon, the representative of the Dream Chaser Guild, Gan Hong, was the first to speak. It's simple, kick Li Chen and the civilian players he brought out of the rankings. That way, our Dream Chaser Guild would be fourth. Immediately, the Gale Guild
chimed in, that makes perfect sense. Next would be the Overlord Guild in 5th place, and we Gale Guild in 6th. 7th is our War Guild. Quickly, the leaders of the small and medium-sized guilds began to list a ranking like a game of idiom relay. Surprisingly, in this ranking, they all ranked high, with even some 0 out of 8 guilds making it into the top 10. Merlin Foam was almost laughing in anger. Just as he was about to refute, someone jumped in first. The previously silent vice president of the Overlord Guild, Wang Zhengdi, suddenly slammed the table and said loudly, "What's there to re-rank? These civilian teams have all performed excellently, this ranking is perfectly fine. Instead, you guild leaders are all so petty, it's really funny." Before everyone could react, Lu Hai, the president of the Aosher Guild, slammed the table and stood up. "Yeah. What's wrong with these civilian players? Performing well and ranking a bit higher? Now, who dares to question the rankings of the major guilds? That means questioning us. Lord Merlin Foam, please hurry and announce the top 10 teams, let them come up to receive their awards." At this moment, all the guild leaders were left dumbfounded, wondering what was wrong with these two. Shouldn't Wang Zhengdi and Lu Hai be on the same side as them? Now they were actually praising the civilian teams? However, despite their displeasure, they had to sit down and remain silent due to the strength of the Ba Wang Guild and the Aosher Guild. Although the Ba Wang Guild and the Aosher Guild did not perform well in this team competition, their overall strength was among the top of the medium-sized guilds. They were even referred to as the gatekeepers of the large guilds. No one dared to offend them, so they had to let the matter go. The surrounding civilian players were all in shock, whispering to each other. The Ba Wang Guild and the Aosher Guild actually spoke up for the civilian teams. Oh my! I didn't expect them to be such good people, no wonder their guilds are so strong. Indeed, with such a mindset, they could basically become large guilds in the future. Wang Zhengdi and Lu Hai stood for a while, and upon noticing that the other guild leaders had no objections, they slowly sat down, cursing the guild leaders in their hearts. So many issues. They even started ranking themselves. Do they know the consequences of delaying Lord Bear's plans? The 3 soldiers in front also looked satisfied, nodding in agreement. Yan Lang said, "It's rumored that the Ba Wang Guild and the Aosher Guild are extremely overbearing, but it seems that's false." Kwang Dao, however, looked puzzled. "No way. I've dealt with them before. They aren't like this. Could it be that after this team competition, they've changed their ways?" Just as the two were discussing, the general suddenly said, "Kwang Dao, when the top 10 teams receive their awards and take photos, let Chen Jia from the Dream Chaser Guild fulfill the bet. And then have Chen Jia apologize on the spot." Initially, the general wasn't so eager about this. He thought the Dream Chaser Guild would correct their attitude. However, the earlier scene made the general realize that dealing with the Dream Chaser Guild could no longer be lenient. They should be made to lose face in public. Otherwise, they would only become more arrogant. Upon hearing this, Kwang Dao suddenly reacted, exclaiming, "Damn! I almost forgot about this. Don't worry, General, leave it to me later, my voice will definitely be heard by everyone in the square." After this little interlude, the guild leaders became much more obedient. Soon, Merlin Foam announced the top 10 teams. First, Solaris' strongest team. Second, Major Guild team. Third, God of War team. No one had any objections to this, and soon the 10 small teams were invited to the center of the grand square. Once Merlin Foam saw everyone gathered, he loudly announced, "Next, it's time for the players to share their thoughts. First, let's welcome Li Chan." Upon hearing this, everyone was extremely excited. What inspiring words would this hero, who had slain lizardmen, say? Li Chan, feeling helpless, stepped forward. If he could, he wouldn't want to say anything. So he simply said, "At this point in the team competition, I don't have much to say. Everyone should just keep grinding dungeons, and I wish you all good luck in getting gold." After saying this, he stepped down and left the scene under the guidance of the staff. The audience looked at this scene with strange expressions. In their impression, during the sharing segment, wasn't everyone praising themselves to the heavens? Where was there someone like Li Chen? Who wrapped it up so hastily? Oh my! Is Li Chen done? That was too quick. Yeah. It's the first time I've seen something like this. I thought we would hear an inspiring story about Li Chen's journey. Some high-ranking members of the guild showed disdain. Li Chen really lacks vision. It seems his achievements won't be very high. Indeed. This is a great opportunity to rally support and boost his popularity, yet Li Chen actually gave it up. That's hilarious. No matter how strong he is, what's the use? In a guild, what matters is influence, and with this attitude, Li Chen will always be a bottom-tier professional. However, the 3 soldiers at the front of the audience had anticipated this. Crazy Blade chuckled, "Brother Li Chen, you're too low-key. Isn't it okay for him to brag a little?" Flame Wolf chimed in, "Exactly.
Every time he disregards his own safety, single-handedly. Suppressing the abyss, and then he doesn't even mention it. He's really too indifferent to fame and fortune. No way. We absolutely have to promote Li Chen's achievements. At that moment, the general suddenly said, no. If the abyss learns of Li Chen's strength, they will definitely take action against him in secret. Although Li Chen is strong, it's hard to guard against hidden arrows. Seeing Li Chen leave, Merlin Wind could only say, next up, Wang Disha. Wang Disha excitedly walked up, ready to recount his years of hardships. He wouldn't leave without at least an hour of talking. Everyone, do you believe in miracles? I am a miracle. I participated in team competitions 8 times, always coming in last, but I still refuse to give up. The first time I. Meanwhile, in the Grand Guild's secret vault. Under the guidance of the staff, Li Chen wound his way through and soon arrived. Here. Looking up, he saw 2 teleportation portals ahead. Just as he was puzzled, the staff suddenly stopped and smiled. Li Chen, you are the first. You can choose 3 items from the equipment vault and have 1 chance to ask a question. Would you like to receive the equipment first or ask a question? Without hesitation, Li Chen replied, let's ask a question. First. The staff smiled, please go to the left for your question. You can ask 1 question, and then you can also inquire about related details. Li Chen nodded and quickly walked into the left teleportation portal. After a brief moment of dizziness, a gigantic machine appeared before him. Before Li Chen could express his confusion, the machine spoke, welcome. Professional. I am the intelligent AI developed by the Grand Guild, named Duan now, and I have recorded all the knowledge of the Grand Guild. As per our agreement, you may ask 1 question. Li Chen examined the machine. He had to admit that the guild's mechanics were indeed highly skilled. They were able to create such an intelligent AI, making it very convenient for professionals to ask questions without having to sift through numerous books for answers. After a brief moment of thought, Li Chen directly said, I want to know how to lift the abyss curse on me. After a brief silence, the machine provided an answer. There are 3 methods to lift the abyss curse. 1 is to join the abyss, and the curse will turn into a blessing. The second is to take the sky potion, which can remove the negative effects of the abyss curse. The third is to kill the caster of the abyss curse. The sky potion can be dropped by the boss Sky Knight on the 30th floor of the Sky Tower. The Sky Knight is a level 30 boss. Your level is a bit low, so it's best to level up before challenging it. Upon hearing this, Li Chen fell into deep thought. He immediately ruled out the option of joining the abyss. As for killing the caster of the abyss curse, he had already missed the best opportunity, so it was no longer possible. Next, he would have to challenge the Sky Tower. But what a coincidence, just yesterday Li Chen was discussing the Sky Tower with the general and others. At that time, he thought it was too early. After all, a practitioner only has 1 chance in a lifetime to challenge the Sky Tower, and it's best to do so at level 60. Then he could obtain breakthrough materials and directly surpass the level 60 barrier, becoming a top-tier practitioner. It seems that this plan has now fallen through. He wanted to level up before attempting the tower, but without going to the tower, he couldn't level up. After a sigh, Li Chen muttered to himself, to challenge the Sky Tower, I need a ticket, so it looks like I have to participate in that strengthening plan. Having figured out his next goal, Li Chen no longer hesitated. After inquiring about some details, he left the scene. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation portal, the staff smiled and said, Li Chen, did you finish asking so soon? Since I've asked, let's go to the right side and pick up 3 pieces of legendary equipment. Li Chen nodded and walked into the right side teleportation portal. After a brief moment of dizziness, Li Chen found himself in a treasure vault filled with an array of legendary equipment. Seeing the countless pieces of teleportation level gear, even Li Chen, a wealthy man with 400 legendary treasure chests, was secretly astonished. No wonder the major guild has core members each equipped with a set of legendary gear. After a moment of shock, Li Chen fell into a dilemma. There were thousands of pieces of equipment here, and he simply couldn't take it all in. After thinking for a while, Li Chen decided to summon the greedy mouse. Mouse, bring me the 3 rarest items here. The greedy mouse squeaked twice and vanished from sight, while Li Chen sat down on the ground. There were too many pieces of equipment, the greedy mouse would need some time. Meanwhile, in the major guild square, Wang Dashan was tearfully recounting his experiences. The people present were all taken aback, whispering among themselves. I didn't expect Wang Dashan to have such experiences. 8 team competitions, 8 times at the bottom. If it were me, I would have definitely given up. It's truly inspiring. Wang Dashan's tenacious spirit might just make him a tactician in the future. Just as the crowd was moved, a security guard from the major guild rushed in a fluster, shouting, Leaders! This is bad. The sudden outburst interrupted everyone's thoughts, and soon someone expressed their displeasure. Where did this security guard come from? Doesn't he know this? is a crucial moment for the ranking ceremony? How dare he interrupt our contestants' speeches? Get out of here. Seeing this, Merlin Fong waved his hand and said, let him speak. The security guard looked terrified but managed to say as smoothly as he could, just now. The nearby level 10 dungeons have basically all become abyssal. The people around him looked relaxed, laughing as they said, what a big deal. It's just a level 10 dungeon. Just send a cleanup team to handle it. It's all sorted, I've already called the military. The security guard sighed in relief. He was just an ordinary practitioner and couldn't handle the abyssal transformation of dungeons. Now that the cleanup team was on it, he felt reassured. Merlin Fong smiled and said, it's just a small matter. Wang Dashan, continue your speech. However, before Wang Dashan could speak, another person rushed in from the entrance of the square, loudly declaring, this is bad, the dungeon has undergone abyssal transformation. The crowd's faces turned sour as they looked at the newcomer, who was dressed in military uniform but had no stripes on his shoulder, clearly a member of the cleanup team. The dungeon has become abyssal, so why don't you go suppress it? Do you really need to notify us about such things? Yeah, you're wasting our time watching the ranking ceremony. However, Yan Lang at the front of the audience recognized the newcomer and stepped forward to ask, Xiao Jie, what's going on? The soldier, seeing Yan Lang, excitedly replied, Captain, there are too many level 30 dungeons undergoing abyssal transformation nearby. We can't handle it. Upon hearing this, Yan Lang was taken aback. Level 30 dungeons were undergoing abyssal transformation. At this level, it was no longer something that a Tier 3 clearing team could suppress. A Tier 2 team needed to be dispatched. Thinking of this, Yan Lang continued, then hurry up and notify the Tier 2 team to come and handle it. The soldier sighed and said, I've already called them. But there are too many abyssal dungeons. They can't manage. There are still 3 dungeons without anyone to suppress them. Just as the scene fell into an awkward silence, Guangdao in the audience stood up with a serious expression, looking at the general. General, the Guangdao team requests to engage. The general nodded and said, proceed with caution and resolve it quickly. Guangdao turned back and said, leave it to me. He then stood up and walked towards the soldier, loudly stating, I wonder if the Tier 1 team can hold up. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Guangdao, and when they saw his military insignia of 2 stripes and a flower, they all gasped. Oh my! 2 stripes and a flower, he's the captain of the Tier 1 team. The Tier 1 team is said to consist of rare class players above level 50, and the captain is required to be of legendary rank. Their strength is almost on par with some weaker medium-sized guilds. Indeed, when it comes to strength, the military is still the strongest. The soldier was very excited upon seeing Guangdao. His achievements in the military were well known. Senior Guangdao, if it's you taking action, then it's definitely secure. The locations of the abyssal dungeons have already been sent to your terminal. Guangdao nodded, opened his terminal, and after a careful review, shouted into the communicator, Guangdao team, respond. Assemble in the dungeon and prepare to suppress the abyss. After saying this, he quickly left the scene without any hesitation. The surrounding audience looked on in shock. What incredible speed! What swift execution! Is this what a Tier 1 team is like? At this rate, it should be resolved quickly. It's all good now. Seeing this, Merlin Fong also smiled and said, continue the music, continue the dance. Wang Dashan, continue your speech. Upon hearing this, everyone relaxed, and Wang Dashan loudly said, that year, I failed for the 4th time. But I didn't give up, I still persisted in clearing dungeons every day. However, just as Wang Dashan was getting excited, a loud voice came from the entrance of the square, not good. The dungeons have undergone abyssal transformation. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned. What now? Could it be that even the Tier 1 team couldn't handle it? What the hell? Is this never ending? Yeah. It's really affecting our mood. Who is it? Can't we even watch the ranking ceremony? However, when everyone saw that it was Guangdao who had returned, their expressions froze. Guangdao was back? Could it be that even they couldn't handle it? Guangdao ignored the crowd and strode towards the general, urgently saying, General, it's bad. Just now, 4 level 60 dungeons underwent abyssal transformation. We urgently need reinforcements. Moreover, the speed of the dungeons undergoing transformation is very fast. They will be completely abyssal in less than an hour. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people were all shocked, and after a long while, they said in confusion, what? 4 level 60 dungeons are undergoing transformation at the same time. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Don't we only have 4 level 60 dungeons in Beihai City? And they're all scattered in 4 directions, just going back and forth takes half an hour. This is bad. Once the level 60 dungeons are completely abyssal, the monsters inside could bring devastation to Beihai City. Upon hearing this, the level 80 players present immediately rushed to the general. They all had extensive experience, so if this matter was not handled properly, their interests would suffer greatly. Suddenly, 3 level 80 professionals appeared beside the general: Merlin Wind, the president of the War God Guild, Jiang Yan, and the president of the Deep Space Guild, Ouyangzhen. Along with some presidents of medium-sized guilds, all at level 60, who could also play a significant role. The president of the War God Guild, Jiang Yan, spoke first. Let's have the 4 of us level 80 professionals each lead a team to suppress the abyss. Ouyangzhen shook his head and said, that won't work. The survival and output pressure in a level 60 abyss dungeon is extremely high. A single level 80 professional leading a team could easily lead to disaster. Jiang Yan, the president of the War God Guild, impatiently replied, then what do you suggest? We only have 4 level 80 professionals, 1 per route is the optimal solution. Ouyangzhen continued, if we die, then it's not the optimal solution. Just as the two were arguing, the general suddenly said, I will send out the storm team too. They happen to be in the east and can suppress the eastern dungeon. That leaves us with 3 dungeons. Merlin Wind and Jiang Yan can pair up, with 1 mage and 1 shield warrior being the best combination. Then Ouyangzhen and I will team up. 2 warriors supporting each other is also a good match. Hearing this, Jiang Yan looked puzzled and said, that doesn't make sense. Who will lead the remaining dungeon? The general smiled and looked in one direction, saying, the strongest professional of Solaris, Su Feng. In the distance, in the observation hall, Su Feng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance, a battle intent appearing on his face, his long white hair flowing in the wind. Behind him sat the 8 major supervisors. Su Feng did not turn around but said calmly, you all take care of the safety of the ranking ceremony. The 8 supervisors quickly replied, leave it to us. President, you just focus on fighting. As soon as they finished speaking, they looked up and found that Su Feng had already left. The strongest professional of Solaris is indeed terrifying. As a swordsman, Su Feng was incredibly fast, and in an instant, he arrived beside several level 80 professionals. Upon appearing, he said, no need for more nonsense. I'll solo 1 route. The 4 level 80 professionals nodded, briefly discussed tactics, and then headed towards their respective targets. Just as they disappeared from sight, everyone reacted, exclaiming, level 80 professionals are indeed terrifying. They left the scene in just a breath. The general is so calm. In just an instant, he devised such a perfect strategy. Su Feng is ridiculously strong, directly leading a team solo. This should be stable now. After a while, the temporary host stepped up and said, Wang Dashan, continue your performance. The audience regained their excitement, eagerly saying, Wang Dashan, hurry up and continue. You just got to the 4th defeat, and there are still 4 defeats left to discuss. Yeah. This is so exhilarating. Among the audience, some scoffed. What's so interesting about this? Just wrap it up. Yeah. I want to see Ize's speech. He's so handsome. Chu Tian is handsome, okay. Muscle men are forever the gods, and he's a top shield warrior, definitely can protect me well, my sense of security is off the charts. Humph. Not as good as Ize's sword. In the center of the square, the geniuses from the 3 major guilds saw that Wang Dashan still hadn't finished and couldn't help but shout, Wang Dashan, are you done yet? You've been talking for almost half an hour, and you're still not finished. Yeah. I can't wait to talk about my last binding technique. In an instant, the scene became lively again. Just then, a burst of laughter suddenly echoed from the sky. Oi, things are getting more and more interesting. As the crowd heard this, they were all taken aback, curiously looking up at the sky. There stood a man with 2 horns on his head, exuding an unsettling aura in the void. Before anyone could react, Ball had already locked onto the 3 top talents of the major guilds, launching an abyss revelation right away. The 19 legendary level professionals all became dazed. Seeing that the talents from the 3 major guilds had fallen for his trap, Ball finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he acted swiftly. These talents hadn't had the chance to scatter before he had them all under control with a single abyss revelation. Otherwise, capturing them one by one would have left his skills on cooldown. Next, he just needed to wait for 10 minutes to fully control them. After doing all this, the people around still had no idea what was happening, all wearing puzzled expressions. What is that horned cosplay doing? How did he jump to the center of the square? Yeah. Don't we know we're watching the ranking ceremony? Wait a minute. Why do the talents from the 3 major guilds all look so dazed? Just as the crowd was confused, someone in the crowd finally noticed something was off and shouted, it's Ball, the 8th seat of the Abyss cult. This shout was like a bomb, instantly igniting the scene, and everyone began to check Ball's attributes. 8th seat of the Abyss cult, Ball rank, legendary level boss, cannot be contracted level, 60 strength, 500 constitution, 800 agility, 500 spirit, 1000 skills. Talent, What? The 8th seat of the Abyss cult. This is not something we can handle. Damn. Now that the big shots above level 60 have gone to suppress the Abyss, who can stop him? Everyone, don't panic. Although we're low level, we have numbers. We can wear him down. Easier said than done. If you're so brave, you go. I'm out of here. I'm a high-ranking member of the guild, I can't die here like a coward. Yeah. A level 60 legendary boss. One skill from him could wipe us all out. You go ahead. At this, everyone began to flee, some hesitant. Professionals were even pushed down and trampled over, plunging the scene into chaos. The civilian professionals in the center of the square also looked terrified, and just as they were about to run, Ball blocked their way. Since you're all here, why not take a hit from me first? With that, he spread his arms and shouted, "Death curse." In an instant, the abyssal aura exploded in the center of the square, and the civilian professionals all fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Damn! This hurts so much. I just want to smash my head against a wall and die. Please, just kill me. Soon, some people, enduring the excruciating pain, began to check their status. Death curse, abyssal curse, extreme pain, will die in 30 minutes. Upon seeing this, everyone was filled with despair, wailing, "No way. I've been infected with the abyssal curse. I'm done for. What? I'll die in 30 minutes. I'm not willing to accept this. I still have dreams to fulfill. I'm already in the top 10 of the team competition, the future is bright." Ball looked at the writhing crowd on the ground, a wicked smile spreading across his face. His favorite thing was to slowly torment these weaklings to death. Watching them die in agony brought him a sense of pleasure. After enjoying the sound of their wails, Ball turned to the 24 days talents and chuckled, "Next, we just wait for 10 minutes, then go find Li Chan and give him a taste too." Ball was feeling quite pleased with himself. Fortunately, his skills were superior. With a little trick, he had drawn away those professionals above level 60, and they wouldn't be back for at least an hour. Not even Su Feng could make it. The time ahead was more than enough for Ball to control Li Chan and the geniuses of the 3 major guilds, after which he could leave with ease. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and Ball laughed heartily. "I, Ball, am indeed a genius." Just as he was feeling immensely proud, a voice echoed from the sky, "Bold abyssal cult. Since you have come, leave your lives behind." Before the words had faded, several arrows shot through the air, instantly piercing Ball's head and causing him to lose 1/5 of his health. Ball was startled, looking up to see 8 figures slowly descending, all legendary level professionals at level 60, each one powerful. The leading high officer raised his bow again, and several more arrows flew through the air, piercing Ball. At this moment, Ball's face was filled with anger, and he retaliated with a death curse. However, 2 shield guards appeared behind the high officer, easily blocking Ball's attack with their shields. Meanwhile, the mages in the back took the opportunity to continuously unleash spells on Ball. Ball rolled around in a panic, quickly being forced out of the center of the square. Seeing this, a high officer hurriedly looked back at the 2 priests and said, "Quickly go check on the children's situation." The 2 priests nodded and swiftly approached the crowd, briefly tending to them before reporting, "They have been afflicted by a death curse, a particularly vicious abyssal curse. We can only try to alleviate their suffering. Breaking the curse requires killing the caster. As for the geniuses of the 3 major guilds, their condition is very strange. They haven't been infected by the abyssal curse, but they look completely dazed. They must have been hit by a mental control skill. Killing the caster might be able to break it." After this exchange, the 8 high officers became clear in their thoughts. They just needed to eliminate the 8th seat of the abyssal cult in front of them. Soon, the high officer said, "Shield guards, move forward and restrict the target's actions. Mages, watch for the right moment. When the target is controlled, focus. Fire." Quickly, the 2 shield guards raised their shields and approached the nearly dead Ball. At the same time, 3 mages began to channel powerful spells, preparing to concentrate their fire on the target. The high officer, seeing this, was just about to step forward and shoot Ball when 2 voices came from behind. "Vice President Wang Jingdi of the Overlord Guild has come to assist. President Lu Hai of the Proud World Guild is here as well." Everyone turned around to see Wang Jingdi and Lu Hai approaching with weapons in hand, ready to fight together. However, strangely, as melee fighters, they stood in the back row, showing no intention of attacking. The high officer thought little of it, assuming they wanted to protect the rear. Taking a deep breath, he followed the 2 shield guards, continuously shooting arrows to cover them. At this moment, Ball was feeling utterly miserable. He hadn't expected the major guild to leave 8 high officers here to guard. With his current strength, he simply couldn't compete. If the shield guards touched him, it would lead to a series of controls. Following that would be the concentrated fire from the mages and archers. In such a case, he would undoubtedly die. Just as Ball was filled with despair, he caught a glimpse of Wang Jingdi and Lu Hai already positioned among the three mages, and his heart leaped with joy. He flashed a wicked smile at the high officer behind him. Your back row is gone. The high officer was taken aback, a terrible thought emerging. Wang Jingdi and Lu Hai, as melee fighters, had not moved forward to pursue Ball but instead were hiding in the back row. Was it possible that they had already defected to the abyss? At this moment, the three mages in the back were unguarded, and the two warriors could instantly cut down the rear. Realizing this, the high officer turned around sharply, only to witness a scene of despair. Wang Zhengdi was spinning a bone blade greatsword in the midst of the three mages. The three mages, caught completely off guard, fell to the ground in an instant, unaware of their fate. Seeing this, the high supervisor was extremely angry and shouted, Wang Zhengdi, Lu Hai, you two actually sided with the abyss. Do you know what you are doing? After dealing with the three mages, the two walked towards the high supervisor with smiles. High supervisor. Hi. Supervisor, shouldn't you be worried about yourself now? We're coming to cut you down. After saying that, they each charged towards the high supervisor. The two shield guards pursuing Ball noticed the situation of the high supervisor and quickly said, High supervisor, we're coming to save you. However, the high supervisor urgently replied, No, you must hold Ball back. You can't let him have any space to attack. Leave these two traitors to me. The two were shocked and exclaimed, Are you going to use that move? No. If you use that move, you'll go blind. That's right. If you, an archer, go blind, your future will be over. There must be another way. The high supervisor forced a smile. Given the current situation, there was no other way but to use that move. Eagle Eye mode greatly increases vision, and the next attack will be significantly enhanced, but will result in blindness. Taking a deep breath, the high supervisor shouted, Eagle Eye mode. Suddenly, his eyes shone with golden light, and everything around him seemed to move in slow motion. After adapting to his vision, the high supervisor took out 3 arrows, knocked them, briefly aimed, and released. The 3 arrows shot towards their targets of Ball, Wang Zhengdi, and Lu Hai with eerie speed. Wang Zhengdi and Lu Hai didn't even have time to react before they were shot in the head, collapsing on the spot, barely alive. Ball rolled to narrowly avoid a fatal hit, but the arrow still pierced through his feet, rendering him unable to move for a moment. After shooting 1 arrow, although he was already blind, the high supervisor had memorized Ball's position and knocked another arrow, aiming at Ball. The 2 shield guards raised their shields to protect the high supervisor. However, just as the high supervisor was charging for a powerful shot, a voice rang out, Go! Mountain Ape! Go collect some heads! The 2 shield guards quickly looked in the direction of the voice and saw a summoner from the Dream Chaser Guild standing with hands on hips in the distance, a 5-meter-tall mountain ape rapidly approaching. The severely injured Ball, seeing this, the 2 quickly warned, Be careful, the Abyss Church has many hidden cards. Don't approach recklessly. Quick, retreat. You're just a level 30 summoner, you'll be taken out in an instant. The high supervisor was still in the charging position and couldn't speak, but the veins popping on his forehead indicated his dissatisfaction. However, Chen Jie sneered. If he didn't act now, when would he? The 8th seat of the Abyss Church was clearly on the verge of death, with less than 1/10 of his health remaining. With the output of his mountain ape, a single crushing blow would be enough to finish him off. Although Chen Jia was aware that the Abyss Church had many tricks up their sleeves and could likely counterattack, the thought of the rewards for killing the opponent made him unable to wait any longer. As long as he could kill the opponent, the military would definitely reward him handsomely. Perhaps a golden badge would be directly arranged for him. It should be noted that holders of the golden badge have privileges and can refuse all unreasonable demands. At that time, he could directly refuse to fulfill the bet with Li Chen, and perhaps even turn the tables on Li Chen, forcing him to hand over his pets. The more he thought about it, the more excited Chen Jie became, and the mountain ape's speed increased. However, Ball, who had appeared to be on the verge of death, suddenly sat up straight and cast several curses. At this moment, Chen Jie was still lost in his fantasies, and with his poor awareness, he completely failed to micromanage the mountain ape. The mountain ape could have easily dodged the attack, but under Chen Jie's relentless commands, it had no choice but to charge forward recklessly. When the curse sank into the mountain ape's body, Ball's eyes gleamed. He never expected that the summoner of this mountain ape would be so incompetent, unable to evade his attack. Perhaps he could take control of the mountain ape in return, but seeing its speed, Ball sighed. At this distance, the mountain ape could crush him in just 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Chen Jie, who was filled with excitement, suddenly felt a wave of discomfort in his body. He quickly checked his status bar, minor Puppet curse, abyss curse. The curse will deepen after 10 seconds, and you will be controlled. You can break the contract with the mountain ape to avoid it. Damn! It's the abyss backlash. Chen Jie immediately understood. Li Chen had told him before, after a pet and its summoner sign a contract, they become heart-linked, and any curse the pet suffers will directly transfer to the summoner. This phenomenon is known as abyss backlash. The last time Li Chen saved him was because the pet was cursed by the abyss, leading to the backlash that infected him with the abyss curse. That fool Li Chen maintained the contract even in such a situation, but I, Chen Jie, will not. Thinking of this, Chen Jie decisively abandoned the contract, leaving the mountain ape dazed and standing still due to the contract's dissolution. It only needed to raise a hand to turn the 8th seat of the abyss cult before it into mush, and the abyss curse could be stopped immediately. However, due to Chen Jie's cowardice, he missed this opportunity. Ball was almost laughing out loud. He truly was the chosen one. Even in such dire straits, heaven would arrange for a fool to deliver him a pet. Just thinking about how this mountain ape once dominated in the hands of that genius made Ball unable to contain his laughter. He never expected that one day he, Ball, could possess a legendary pet. With this thought, Ball did not hesitate, quickly clasping his hands and grinning wickedly. Puppet curse. Activate. In an instant, the unclaimed mountain ape was swiftly controlled by the puppet curse. Seeing this, the two shield guards anxiously exclaimed, "It's over. The mountain ape is under the puppet curse. What is that summoner doing?" The mountain ape is a legendary pet, under Ball's control as a level 60 expert. We are bound to lose. Just as the two were in despair, the blind supervisor shouted loudly, "It's not over yet. Watch me unleash my final charged heavy arrow." The two shield guards, seeing the supervisor preparing in the back, showed excitement on their faces and shouted, "Supervisor, use the charged heavy arrow on him." The supervisor took a deep breath, released the bowstring, and an arrow radiating a destructive aura shot out instantly. In just a breath, the arrow had already reached the center, needing only one more breath to pierce Ball. However, Ball let out a wicked laugh as the mountain ape, moving with uncanny speed, wrapped around him and leaped high into the air. It easily dodged the supervisor's charged heavy arrow, which then missed and crashed heavily into the distant audience, sending a pile of chairs flying. Although the supervisor was blind, his ears remained sharp. When he heard the explosion, he frowned slightly and shouted, "What happened? What's going on?" At this moment, the two shield guards were left dumbfounded. They never expected the mountain ape's speed to be so outrageous, managing to take Ball away from the charged heavy arrow in just a breath. Both of them wore blank expressions, muttering, "It actually missed the big shot. Why?" After a brief whisper, both of them understood the situation. They had lost, and there was no way to turn it around. Ball lay on the back of the mountain ape, a wicked smile on his face. He hadn't expected the mountain ape to be so powerful. With just a slight maneuver, it easily dodged the charged heavy arrow. It should be noted that his recent maneuver was merely at a basic level, and his precision was far less than that of the genius. Even so, he had already cut through the 8 major supervisors. This was just too exhilarating. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and Ball shouted, "Awesome!" Before his voice had faded, the mountain ape had quickly approached the two shield guards. Before their pupils could even focus, it grabbed one in each hand. Then, with its hands wide open, it slammed them together, causing the two shield guards' heads to collide directly, and they fell straight down. The high supervisor was already sweating profusely, but his eyes were blinded, unable to lock onto the opponent's position, and he could only keep shouting, "What on earth is happening?" As he shouted, a sharp pain struck his head, and he fainted. At this moment, Chen Jie's face had turned pale. He never expected that one wrong move would lead to the complete annihilation of their previously significant advantage. This isn't my fault. I want to win too. It's definitely not my fault." Just as Chen Jie fell into despair, the members of the Dream Chaser team approached him. When they saw the mountain ape had been taken by Ball, their faces showed shock. "Chen Jie, what's going on? Where's your mountain ape? Why is it in the hands of that abyssal church's 8th seat? Speak up." "Oh my god. Except for the 2 priests, all 8 supervisors have fallen. This is disastrous." Wang Shui was also furious, pointing at Chen Jie and shouting, "Chen Jie, what are you doing? Why did you go for the kill? Your reckless play has led everyone to total defeat. Do you realize that?" At this moment, Chen Jie's head was buzzing, and he could only hold his head and shout, "This isn't my fault. I want to fight against the abyss too. Is this all my fault? There must be some mistake." However, Ball had already controlled the mountain ape to stand before everyone, grinning wickedly. "Thank you, genius summoner of the Dream Chaser Guild. To repay you, let me grant you a painful death." After saying this, Ball suddenly brightened, staring directly at Wang Shui. Oh, you're actually a legendary summoner. I didn't expect another genius to be hiding. After saying that, he snapped his fingers, and Wang Shui fell into confusion. Immediately after, Ball cast several curses that accurately hit the remaining others, and the other members of the Dream Chaser Guild quickly fell to the ground. At that moment, Wang Zhang and Lu Hai slowly crawled over, smiling as they said, "Congratulations, Lord Ball, on acquiring the Mountain Ape. We performed quite well, right? Quickly reward us." Ball looked at the two in their disheveled state and grinned wickedly. "You two did well, you've made a great contribution. I, Ball, will reward you with the power of the abyss." After saying this, two streams of abyssal energy flowed into their bodies, causing their forms to twist and contort before returning to normal, except now they both had a horn on their heads. They slowly rose, looking at the power bursting forth from their bodies, their faces filled with ecstasy as they knelt down. "Thank you, Abyss. Thank you for the blessing, Lord Ball." However, at this moment, a hint of fatigue appeared on Ball's face. Although he had ultimately defeated the 8 supervisors, he was severely injured and urgently needed a place to recover. But the thought of not having captured Li Chen yet made him somewhat displeased. Fortunately, less than 20 minutes had passed. Those old players shouldn't return so quickly, allowing him to continue his operations. After thinking for a moment, Ball looked at the two kneeling before him and said in a magnetic voice, "Now, I have a task for you. Go and tie up everyone present, then bring them to the center of the square. I want to interrogate them one by one." Upon hearing this, the two replied in unison, "Leave it to us." Meanwhile, Li Chen had been sitting in the treasury for quite a while when a greedy mouse suddenly jumped over, holding 3 small items in its mouth. Seeing this, Li Chen's heart brightened. Surprisingly, what the greedy mouse brought was not legendary level equipment, but 3 fragments. Real Sky Tower Key Fragment, collecting 5 fragments can synthesize the Real Sky Tower Key, which can unlock a hidden dungeon on the 100th floor of the Sky Tower. Another hidden dungeon. After a brief moment of excitement, Li Chen let out a bitter laugh. The intelligent AI of the Big Rooster had once said, the current highest record for humans climbing the tower was set by Zhang Yuan, who reached the 90th floor. Zhang Yuan was a legendary figure, said to have almost eradicated the Abyss and had fought his way to the main city of the Abyss, but unfortunately, he still died in battle. Although Li Chen had a creation-level pet, he didn't dare to say he was stronger than Zhang Yuan, capable of breaking through the 90th floor and reaching the 100th. After all, his level was too low to unleash the full power of his creation-level pet. If he could challenge the Sky Tower at level 60 like Zhang Yuan, there would be a slight chance. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, and Li Chen sighed, "I'll think about these things later, for now, I should head out." He picked up the 3 items, scanned them with the treasury's identification system, and then left the treasury. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw a smiling face from the staff. The staff member approached Li Chen, rubbing his hands together and said, "Li Chen, you finally finished. Can you do me a favor?" Li Chen looked at the staff member in confusion and asked, "What do you need help with?" The staff member quickly replied, "It's like this. I don't know why, but none of the top 10 team members, except for you, have come to claim their rewards. I called the receptionist, Xiao Jia, but he didn't answer. That little rascal must be slacking off somewhere. Li Chen, can you go to the center of the square and call those top 10 team members over to claim their rewards, and also check where Xiao Jia has gone? Tell him to stop slacking off. I'm responsible for the treasury and can't leave my post." Li Chen nodded upon hearing this. There were 2 staff members between the square and the treasury. One was the staff member in front of him, and the other was the one named Xiao Jia. It seemed that Xiao Jia had gone off to slack, which was why the top 10 team members had not come to claim their rewards. After understanding the situation, Li Chen smiled and said, "Leave it to me." The staff member thanked him repeatedly, and Li Chen turned to head towards the square. Meanwhile, in the center of the square, everyone had been tied up and thrown in the center, with the 8 supervisors being the most eye-catching, as they were bound in such a way that only their heads were visible. At this moment, they were all afflicted by a death curse, suffering greatly. "It hurts so much. Please, just kill me. It's over." How could even the 8 supervisors be defeated? This is really the end. With 2 priest supervisors controlled, the pain on the commoners could no longer be suppressed, and they all began to wail. The 8 supervisors were also under the death curse, but their strong willpower prevented them from uttering a sound. Wang Zhengdi and Lu Hai saw that the 8 were so uncooperative and picked up their whips to lash out. "Quickly tell us. Where is the treasury located? Where is that brat Li Chen hiding? Hurry up. Why aren't you speaking?" After being beaten, the 8 still did not yield, and the leading high supervisor shouted, "Wang Zhengdi, Lu Hai, you 2 traitors of humanity. You won't die a good death. When President Su Feng returns, none of you will escape. Wang Zhengdi and Lu Hai showed disdain on their faces and said sharply, Supervisor Gao, we don't know
whether we will live or die, but we will wait until Lord Ball has had his fun.
You will definitely die a miserable death. Be sensible. And quickly tell us the location of the treasury. Supervisor Gao and the others replied, the treasury is in hell, you can go there. Just as both sides were at a stalemate, Ball walked over and said with a smile, Supervisor Gao. There is an ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom, those who know the times are wise. Given the current situation, you might as well give up resistance, join the abyss, and work with us. Wouldn't that be delightful? After saying this, he stared intently at the 8 people. If it weren't for the fact that these 8 had levels not lower than his and their will was very firm, his abyss revelation would have been ineffective. Moreover, due to their actions, all the staff present had fled, leaving only these 8 who knew the location of the treasury, otherwise, there would be no need for so much nonsense. However, this also revealed the limitations of the abyss revelation. Fortunately, these talented individuals were only around level 40, even with their strong will, they could not resist his abyss revelation. Yet, under the temptation, the supervisors still looked disdainful, showing no signs of softening. Revealing the location of the treasury would mean handing over the guild's years of savings. How could he possibly agree to that? Plus, with Li Chen, the genius who ranked first in the team competition, present, if he were controlled by the enemy, it would be an even greater loss. Therefore, they absolutely could not yield and would never betray humanity. However, before them, Ball sneered and then grabbed a nearby genius, saying with a smile, in that case, I'll just kill this genius. Let's see how long you can keep your bravado. The genius's eyes were dazed, still recovering from the recent brainwashing. Seeing this, the supervisors hurriedly said, you dare. She is one of the geniuses of the 3 major guilds. And didn't you already control her? Why kill her? Ball's claws traced a bloody line across the person's neck, and he smiled, saying, she still has a chance to recover. But if I strike her down, she will have no chance. So, what will it be? Choose. Supervisor Gao gritted his teeth and lowered his head. He absolutely could not reveal the location of the treasury, as it was the foundation of the guild, and it was absolutely not allowed. Seeing that Supervisor Gao was slow to respond, Ball showed no mercy and directly slit the throat of the genius, who twitched once before losing all breath. Immediately after, Ball grabbed another genius, smiling as he said, Supervisor Gao, you wouldn't want this genius to fall, would you? Supervisor Gao gritted his teeth and remained silent. Seeing this, Ball chuckled, although it was indeed a pity to kill some geniuses, the sacrifice was worth it to capture Li Chen and plunder the guild's treasury. Just as Ball was about to act, he was suddenly pierced through the back by a sword. Ball was shocked and quickly looked back, only to see Yizhe covering his head with one hand and holding a sword to stab him again. Upon seeing this, Ball was dumbfounded. Yizhe was actually able to break free from his abyss revelation. What was going on? Wasn't his self-created abyss revelation invincible? Why could someone escape from it? Why? However, Yizhe ignored Ball's confusion and raised his sword to strike again, but due to just being freed, his mind was unclear, and the sword strike was weak and powerless. Wang Zhengdi saw this and immediately pounced, quickly subduing Yizhe and tying him up tightly. Only then did Ball awaken from his shock. Looking at the tightly bound Yizhe, he suddenly felt a surge of ruthlessness and grabbed Yizhe's head, saying fiercely, Supervisor Gao, this Yizhe must be your guild's treasure. What would happen if I killed him? Hearing this, the high supervisor's face turned pale. Yizhe was not like other geniuses, he was a once-in-a-thousand-years talent. His battle strength enhancing talent was classified as special grade, theoretically capable of increasing combat power by 10 times. Other geniuses could at most enhance their abilities by 1 or 2 times, making them incomparable to Yizhe. In the future, Yizhe could rival the president, he absolutely could not fall here. However, the high supervisor was in a dilemma again, the treasury was equally important. How should he choose? When Ball saw that the high supervisor still said nothing, he increased the pressure in his grip, and soon Yizhe let out a soft grunt. Listening to Yizhe's groans, the high supervisor's mental defenses crumbled again and again. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer, but just as he was about to speak, a voice came from afar. What are you doing over there? The staff is calling you to come collect your prize. Everyone was startled. And, despite the excruciating pain, turned to look in the direction of the voice, only to see Li Chen standing in the distance with his hands in his pockets. Oh my god. It's Brother Yen. He's come to save us. I can't be dreaming, right? It really is Brother Yen, he actually came to rescue us. But given the current situation, has Brother Yen fought against them? Even the 8 supervisors have been defeated. The members of the Dream Pursuit Guild sneered. Li Chen? Just him? I might as well wait to die. This is hilarious, even the 8 supervisors can't defeat Ball, and Li Chen is going to charge in headfirst. He's just here to deliver his own death. If he leaks the location of the Grand Guild's treasury, he'll be a traitor to humanity. The supervisors turned pale. They were well aware that Ball had a vicious move to control low-level professionals. Those below level 40 simply couldn't break free, and Li Chen would likely be instantly controlled. Thinking of this, the supervisors, enduring their pain, shouted, Li Chen, run! The 8th seat of the Abyss Church has a strange technique. You will be controlled. That's right. Although your output is high, once you're controlled, it's all over. Hurry and escape. Don't worry about us. Just hide. You only need to wait for the president to return, and you'll be safe. Hearing the shouts from those around him, the blind high supervisor also shouted, Li Chen? Where is Li Chen? What on earth is happening? In front, Ball saw Li Chen's arrival and felt a surge of joy. He released his grip on Yizei's head and excitedly said, Li Chen! Li Chen! You finally came. Since that's the case, I won't waste words. Join the Abyss. You are the innate Abyss Saint body, destined to embrace the Abyss. Come on. Li Chen! Join our ranks. However, Li Chen walked straight over and said calmly, so it was you who wouldn't let the top 10 teams collect their prizes. The staff has been waiting anxiously in the treasury, don't you know? Everyone was taken aback. What was Li Chen doing? At such a time, he was still saying irrelevant things. Was it still time to collect prizes? This was a matter of life and death. The person in front was Ball, the 8th seat of the Abyss Church. Before anyone could respond, Ball had already acted. He began to don numerous magical shields. It couldn't be blamed on him for being too timid. He was genuinely scared of being instantly defeated by Li Chen. If it weren't for the blessing of the Abyss King last time, he would have almost been taken out by Li Chen. After making sufficient preparations, Ball stepped forward and said, Li Chen, I have to say, you really have caught my attention. It seems that without some means, you won't join the Abyss. Since that's the case. With that, Ball raised his right hand, quietly waiting for Li Chen to approach. However, Li Chen showed no signs of defense and continued to walk forward, already thinking about tactics. Unexpectedly, Ball actually had 1,000 mental power, completely on par with him, and Ball was too sneaky, immediately stacking a bunch of shields. With that, Li Chen no longer had the confidence to take Ball down in one hit, and with many other professionals around Ball, using lasers might accidentally harm them. However, judging by Ball's stance, it was clear he had a non-curse type control skill. Control skills are divided into 2 types: physical control and mental control. The former can be perfectly countered by the Abyssal Battle Boots, while the latter can be countered by the Abyssal Robe. This means that no matter what type of control skill the opponent uses, Li Chen would be immune. It would be better to feign being caught than wait for Ball to drop his shields before striking with thunder. With his physique around 800, Ball would definitely not withstand a round of small explosions from the slime. After figuring out the tactic, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Li Chen's mouth as he strode forward. Seeing Li Chen step into the attack range revealed by the Abyss, Ball was overjoyed. Although he didn't know what Li Chen was thinking, his current position was very safe, and the surroundings were spacious, making it impossible for a wild boar to ambush him. Moreover, he was confident that the Abyssal Revelation could control the opponent. After all, Li Chen was only level 11, and no matter how strong-willed he was, he absolutely couldn't resist. By then, even if Li Chen had many tricks up his sleeve, they would all be rendered useless. Thinking of this, Ball revealed a victorious smile and lightly snapped his fingers. Abyssal Revelation. In an instant, Li Chen's eyes suddenly became dazed, clearly already under control. Seeing this scene, everyone was in despair, crying out, It's over. Even Brother Yen fell for this move. This move is too shameless. How are we supposed to fight this abyss? Brother Yen. Why? Did you come to save us? You are the hope of humanity. You can't fall. The members of the dream-chasing guild beside them also looked desperate. Although they mocked Li Chen verbally, they still hoped he could deal a heavy blow to Ball, as that might give them a chance to escape. But unexpectedly, Li Chen charged forward like a fool, even more reckless than Chen Jia. The more they thought about it, the angrier the members of the dream-chasing guild became, cursing, Li Chen is so brainless. He just charges in. Yeah. He's simply an idiot. Coming here to hand over his head, right? Oh, if I had the pet on him, I could break through. All the supervisors lost their luster. Lowering their heads and sighing, Li Chen is too reckless. He thinks he can charge in just because his output is high. So stupid. The 8th seat of the Abyssal Cult, Ball, is not comparable to the last Lizard Man. Indeed, Li Chen can handle low IQ enemies, but Against a cunning enemy like Ball, he has too many flaws. What a waste of talent, pets, and equipment, it's really too foolish. Hearing this, the blind high supervisor's face turned pale, shouting, "What happened? What exactly happened?" However, no one responded, as it was no longer necessary. Li Chen was under control, and Ball would soon know the location of the treasure vault, and they would quickly be silenced. By then, once Ball obtained the equipment from the vault and equipped the soldiers of the Abyss. Plus, with talents like Yi Zhe, Li Chen, Su Yuan, and others joining the Abyss, once they grew stronger, they would pose a significant threat to humanity. Wang Zhengdi and Lu Hai, seeing that Li Chen had also fallen for the trap, couldn't help but rejoice, quickly saying respectfully, "Congratulations, Lord Ball, for capturing Li Chen. With this, the location of the treasure vault will have nowhere to hide." Ball smiled, glanced at the time. It had already been 20 minutes, enough for him to operate. Moreover, with Li Chen's extremely low level, only level 11, he didn't even need to wait 10 minutes, he could brainwash Li Chen right now. Thinking of this, Ball removed the shield. After all, the only threat had been eliminated, and there was no need to waste mana here. He then looked at Li Chen and said, "The power of the Abyss feels great. Doesn't it, Li Chen?" However, Li Chen suddenly had a clear look in his eyes and smiled as he replied, "Not really." The crowd was shocked, all turning to look at Li Chen. There he stood, hands in his pockets, looking at Ball with a mocking expression. Could it be? Had Li Chen broken free from Ball's control? Just like Yi Zhe? But Yi Zhe was level 50, and with his strong willpower, he managed to escape Ball's control. Yet Li Chen was only level 11. Could it be that Li Chen's willpower was dozens of times stronger than Yi Zhe's? That was terrifying. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became, and their eyes sparkled with hope. Upon hearing Li Chen's taunt, Ball's face turned pale with fear. He knew it. This Li Chen was cunning to the core. He never expected that even after being hit by the Abyss revelation, he could recover. Was his will made of steel? Or had he used some strange method to become immune to control? But now was not the time to think about that. The priority was to stack a shield on himself first. He was already scared stiff by Li Chen. However, seeing the distance between them, Ball let out a sigh of relief. With a relaxed expression, he said, "Li Chen, I didn't expect you to break my Abyss revelation. But so what? We're still 20 meters apart. At this distance, can you kill me? As long as you can't, just wait to be beaten up." With that, he prepared to raise his hands to cast a shield on himself. However, Li Chen coldly laughed, "At this distance, I wouldn't even need 0.01 seconds. With that, he blinked and appeared behind Ball, delivering a heavy magic punch to the back of Ball's head. Ball's head instantly felt like mush, and at the same time, his mana was inexplicably drained. Plus, since Li Chen struck Ball from behind, the damage was increased by 1.5 times. Ball was instantly thrown into a state of great stiffness, and Li Chen seized the opportunity, with the slime unleashing its full firepower right in his face. After a series of spine-tingling sounds of flesh bursting, Ball's body was already a bloody mess. Bang! With a final loud crash, half of Ball's body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground not far away, clearly doomed. As Ball was taken down, those talented individuals who had been under the Abyss revelation began to awaken from their control. Seeing Ball being instantly defeated, their admiration for the Abyss vanished completely, and the Abyss revelation was naturally lifted. However, due to the rapid contrast, all the talented individuals fainted, collapsing to the ground. The supervisors, witnessing Li Chen's thunderous strike, were all in shock, exclaiming, "What? What just happened? Ball was taken down? I can't see anything, this is absurd." Exactly. Just a moment ago, he was still 20 meters away. How did he suddenly get so close? The blind high supervisor, hearing the other supervisor's shouts, looked bewildered and asked, "What on earth happened? Who took down Ball? Can you all clarify?" Soon, the screams of the surrounding civilian professionals answered the high supervisor's confusion. "Great! Brother Yen took down Ball. Oh my God! I didn't even react. What just happened? The moves were too fast. I couldn't see anything." The members of the Dream Chasing Guild were also excited, and although they had conflicts with Li Chen, surviving was ultimately a good thing. "Li Chen, your performance was barely acceptable. No wonder you were once a member of our Dream Chasing Guild. Seeing what happened today, if you hand over your pet to the Dream Chasing Guild, we'll let you go. Yes, yes. We'll plead for you in front of the president." Sure enough, as soon as these few people finished speaking, the crowd of civilian professionals retorted, laughing to death. "You guys were taken out in an instant, and you still dare to say that Brother Yan's skills are barely acceptable? Exactly. Can you even see Brother Yan's moves? Ha, you guys from the Dream Chasing Guild, do you even deserve to have our Brother Yan? In an instant, the atmosphere became lively, no longer stifled. At this moment, Ball, with only half of his body remaining, spread his arms wide, quietly gazing at the sky, his eyes gradually losing their luster. He learned ordinary level curses at the age of 3, mastered elite level curses by 8, and at 20 was half a step into legend. Now at 50, he had reached level 60, creating the legendary level. Spell Abyss Revelation, becoming a master of curses. Tactically, he was flawless, using a slight trick to toy with those level 80 veterans, while also defeating the 8 major supervisors. Moreover, he had control over about 20 human prodigies and a mountain treader ape, making his future seem bright. Yet, he still couldn't compare to that Li Chen. He was still taken out in an instant. Just as Ball's vision began to blur, he saw the smiling face of the Abyss Prince. We agreed to create a world where the Abyss coexists with humanity. Before that, Ball, you must not kill humans indiscriminately. But thinking of that day, the scene of the Abyss Prince dying tragically in the castle ignited a flame in his heart. I can't die. I can't die yet. I still have unfinished business. A mission yet to complete. I want to resurrect the Abyss Prince, I want to bring back that loving Abyss Prince. At the last moment of his life, Ball awakened, he comprehended the Abyss and entered the second stage. Suddenly, Ball's flesh and blood began to grow continuously, and then he roared, Mountain Treader Ape. The 5-meter-tall Mountain Treader Ape suddenly appeared, grabbing Ball's remaining body and assembling it onto its shoulder. Ball's flesh and blood fused with the Mountain Treader Ape, and eventually, the Mountain Treader Ape transformed into a 2-headed Mountain Treader Ape. One head was Ball's, and the other was that of the ape. Instantly, the surrounding aura of the Abyss expanded. And the lethal curses on the surrounding professionals activated again, causing everyone to groan in pain. Damn! Why is it starting again? Weren't we not feeling pain just now? Why is it back? The supervisors, experienced as they were, quickly understood the situation and shouted, not good. It's the Abyss curse reflux situation. Just now, Ball did not completely die, the lethal curses on us have not been eliminated. Damn it! Why is Ball so hard to kill? Just as everyone was in despair, Li Chen remained calm, focusing on Ball, who had fused with the Mountain Treader Ape, checking his attributes. Ball and Mountain Treader Ape description. Ball comprehended the Abyss, grasped the ultimate meaning of life, and fused with the Mountain Treader Ape. Rank, legendary level. Boss, cannot be contracted level, 61 strength, 1500 agility, 1500 constitution, 1500 spirit, 2000 skills? Talent? Status, reborn, urgently needs. The nourishment of the Abyss, if not supplied within 30 seconds in the Abyss dungeon, will die. The supervisors also discovered the attributes of the opponent, all with shocked expressions. Oh my god! Ball and the Mountain Treader Ape's attributes have fused. And they've increased significantly. These attributes are so much stronger than before. It feels like even without being ambushed by Wang Zhengdi and Lu Hai, we still can't win. Most importantly, we can't let him go to the Abyss dungeon for supplies. Otherwise, his attributes will further increase. But in the current situation, who can stop Ball? Just when everyone felt hopeless, Li Chen stepped forward and calmly said, I'll stop him. Seeing Li Chen's recklessness, the supervisors quickly advised, Li Chen, don't act rashly. Step back. That Ball is in a very strange situation, he might have some hidden moves. Quick, while he's transitioning, let's escape. As far as we can. However, Li Chen ignored everyone and stepped closer to Ball. Ball had just completed his fusion with the Mountain Ape and was at his weakest. Now was the best time to strike. Moreover, with Ball's physique at 1500, Li Chen truly had no reason to be afraid, especially since his spirit was at 1000, and his killing line was around 4000 in physique. Ball couldn't even withstand half of that. Just as Ball was about to enter Li Chen's shooting range, Wang Zhengdi and Lu Hai suddenly blocked the way. Li Chen, we will never let you interfere with Lord Ball's breakthrough. If you want to kill Lord Ball, you'll have to step over our corpses. Li Chen looked at the two, puzzled. He didn't expect them to be so devoted to Ball. Logically, the Abyss Revelation technique was supposed to control others by making them worship the Abyss. He had swiftly killed Ball in the first phase with a thunderous strike, so that worship should have vanished by now. Upon seeing the horns on their heads, Li Chen understood. It seemed they no longer belonged to humanity but were half-abyssal beings. With that realization, he felt no burden in killing them. Once he figured it out, a purple light flashed in Li Chen's eyes, and the two momentarily froze. The slime seized the opportunity to shoot several slime bullets at their heads, accurately exploding them. Their heads burst open, and the headless corpses slowly fell. Seeing this, the flicker of battle intent in Ball's heart vanished completely. Li Chen's output was simply too high, he had no confidence in defeating him. Moreover, it seemed Li Chen was immune to various control skills, and he couldn't take the initiative at all. Most importantly, he couldn't engage. In a prolonged battle, he urgently needed to replenish supplies from a nearby abyss dungeon. With that thought, Ball used the mountain apes' speed to leap high and escape the scene. Li Chen sighed at this and looked at the two headless corpses. One had to admit, the timely appearance of Wang Jingdi and Lu Hai was crucial. Even though Li Chen had swiftly killed the two in a second, that critical second had already allowed Ball to escape. Now it was too late to pursue. With that in mind, Li Chen approached the others to check on their injuries. As he walked in, he heard the wails of the crowd. It hurts so much. It feels even more painful than before. I just want to die. It's too painful. Fortunately, I can be free in less than 10 minutes. Seeing the suffering expressions of the crowd, Li Chen remained calm on the outside, though he felt somewhat uncomfortable inside. The supervisors, seeing Li Chen return safely, endured their pain and said, Li Chen, it's good that you're back safely. Now let's wait here. That Ball is in terrible condition and shouldn't come back to kill again. Once Su Feng and the others return, Ball won't be able to escape. Li Chen, upon hearing this, calmly asked, how long until Su Feng gets back? The supervisors fell into a brief daze at his question. After a moment, the senior supervisor spoke first. Su Feng went to suppress the level 60 abyss dungeon in the northeast. Normally, a round trip takes an hour, but Su Feng is fast, he should be able to return in half an hour. Adding the time to suppress the dungeon, it should take about 35 minutes. It's already been 20 minutes, so we just need to wait another 15 minutes. Li Chen fell silent upon hearing this, simply taking out his phone, opening the Digeo map app, and checking the nearest dungeons around. The supervisors looked on in confusion, not understanding what Li Chen was doing. Why was he checking the map? What was he planning? When he saw that the death curse on the surrounding civilian practitioners would activate in less than 10 minutes, the minds of the supervisors went blank in an instant. They were all meticulous thinkers and quickly realized Li Chen's plan. Thinking of this, the supervisors hurriedly said, Li Chen, are you really going to chase after Ball? Don't do anything foolish. That's right. By the time you get there, Ball will have already completed his supplies. You won't be able to defeat him. Moreover, you are in the light while he is in the dark. You will be ambushed. Listen to us, quickly hide and wait for Su Feng and the others to return. The surrounding civilian professionals soon noticed something was off and, enduring their pain, said, Brother Yen, don't worry about us, just let us die. Brother Yen, we are weak, if we die, but you are different. You are the first in the team competition, with an infinitely bright future. You absolutely cannot fall here. The members of the Dream Chasing Guild fell silent. Despite their estrangement from Li Chen, the current situation made them glance at him with concern. However, after a round of persuasion, Li Chen remained silent, his fingers continuously swiping on his phone. Seeing this scene, everyone fell into a brief silence, their eyes gradually becoming moist. Even the usually composed supervisor Minggao noticed something was wrong and quickly said, what's going on? What happened to Li Chen? Is he going to chase after Ball? Yet no one around responded, their hearts were filled with deep sorrow. Li Chen was actually willing to take risks for everyone to survive. Such noble spirit deserves respect from any professional. Not to mention from Li Chen, the first in the team competition, with an infinitely glorious future. Just as Li Chen was checking the map, Wang Dashan panted and said, Brother Yen, don't waste your energy for us. You don't need to chase after Ball and put yourself in danger. Consider this my last plea to you, don't worry about us. Those geniuses from the three major guilds are the future of Longwei, as long as they are fine now, that's enough. We civilians are numerous, losing a few dozen won't affect Longwei. After hearing Wang Dashan's words, Li Chen frowned slightly and said, what are you talking about? What do you mean the lives of a few dozen civilian professionals aren't important? Even if it's just one civilian professional, I won't give up. You are the hope of Longwei. The future belongs to you. Just wait here, after I finish, get ready to claim your rewards. The staff are already getting impatient. After saying this, he continued to swipe his fingers to check the map. Upon hearing this, everyone was once again shocked, tears streaming down their faces. Even the 8 supervisors, who were usually very calm, silently shed tears at this moment. Li Chen ignored the weeping of the crowd and continued to swipe his fingers, checking the map. Soon, his eyes lit up, and he smiled, saying, Mist Mountain Manor, interesting. After saying this, he summoned the diamond wild boar, jumped onto its back, and dashed away from the scene. As everyone watched Li Chen's gradually fading figure, their eyes turned red, murmuring, Li Chen, you are a true hero. Li Chen, you must come back alive. You must win, Li Chen. Meanwhile, in the 60-level dungeon north of Beihai City, chaos descends.
At this moment, the abyssal transformation of the dungeon had been halted, and 8 figures emerged from the dungeon's portal. Leading them were General Qinglong Jilong and the president of the Deep Space Guild, Ouyangzhen. Ouyangzhen looked relaxed, smiling as he said, as expected of the general, to have a skill like Gale Charge for traveling. The people around him echoed, "It really is outrageous. Gale Charge is truly a divine skill. It can actually increase speed by 500%. Originally, a half-hour journey was instantly shortened to 10 minutes. Plus, it took 10 minutes to suppress the dungeon, and now only 20 minutes have passed. This is really too fast. Before we set off, I thought it would be a tough battle. I didn't expect the general to break through alone. How exhilarating." After everyone finished speaking, Ouyangzhen looked at the general and said, "General, there's no need for you to use wind sprint on the way back. We can take it slow and still suppress the dungeon along the way." The general nodded and said in a deep voice, "That works." Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with excitement, cheering loudly, with the general and Ouyangzhen, both level 80 professionals, in charge. What dungeon couldn't they tackle? They might even drop 1 or 2 pieces of rare equipment, and if luck was on their side, they could even get legendary gear. Thinking of this, everyone was filled with fighting spirit. "Let's do it! I can't wait any longer. Damn!" The hero suppressing the abyss is actually me. Just as everyone was about to act, the general suddenly looked shocked and said seriously, "This large-scale dungeon transformation into the abyss was deliberately orchestrated by someone." Ouyangzhen, upon hearing this, said angrily, "It must be those cultists who have allied with the abyss. Always thinking about how to cause destruction. Now they've done something so crazy. Fortunately, we have the general stationed in Beihai City. Otherwise, those cultists would have succeeded." The general shook his head and said, "I suspect that the large-scale transformation of the dungeon into the abyss is just a smokescreen. Their true goal is something else." Upon hearing this, the people around looked confused and questioned, "No way? Could there really be a disgusting conspiracy behind a large-scale dungeon transformation into the abyss?" "Yeah. General, are you overthinking this? These cultists don't have that high of a tactical mind. Indeed. They are all bottom-tier professionals, just thinking about making a leap. How could they have received systematic tactical training?" Just as everyone was filled with doubt, the general slowly said, "I'll start with a hypothetical analysis. Assuming they intentionally want us high-level professionals to go suppress the abyss dungeon, then what exactly is their goal?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked puzzled and said, "Hypothetical analysis? That's a very advanced tactical analysis method. If they really have a goal, what could it be? It's just to create chaos, letting the monsters in the abyss dungeon break out and wreak havoc on the world." "Bro, I think so too. What a coincidence, me too." Seeing that the discussion was reaching a conclusion, Ouyangzhen stepped forward and said, "General, everyone thinks these cultists aim to cause disaster. What do you think?" The general shook his head and said, "No. They know very well that during the ranking ceremony, we level 80 professionals will be stationed in Beihai City. Triggering a large-scale dungeon transformation into the abyss at this time would also be quickly suppressed by us. Their goal is to draw us away, then strike at the geniuses of the 3 major guilds. At the same time, they can loot the treasury of the major guild." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, and after thinking it through, they became increasingly fearful. "Damn! If that's the case, then we're finished. We've already spent 20 minutes and have no idea what's happening on the major guild side. Quickly contact the major guild." Soon, someone dialed the major guild's number, but after waiting for a long time, there was still no response from the other side. At this moment, everyone was frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Su Feng is so strong, he should have returned by now. Maybe the situation isn't that bad. Although Su Feng is the strongest professional in Solaris, he leads a single team. The speed is bound to be a bit slower. He might just have finished suppressing the abyss dungeon. And if he isn't as sharp as the general, he wouldn't even know the situation and might slowly make his way back. Just when everyone was at a loss, the general said solemnly, "I have to fully activate the Gale Dash. I might not be able to take everyone with me." The general had a secret technique called Refining Excellence. Refining Excellence converts a group skill into a single target skill, but doubles the effect. After using this skill to enhance Gale Dash, it could increase his speed by 1000%, allowing him to reach the Grand Guild Square in just 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They didn't expect the general to have a backup plan, and it wasn't even his maximum speed. Just how fast is he? However, after the brief shock, everyone realized a major issue. Would it be too dangerous for the general to go back alone? After all, they had no idea what the situation was like at the Grand Guild.
It was somewhat reckless for the general to charge in like that. Thinking of this, everyone quickly advised, "There's no need for you to do this, General. We have no idea what's happening at the Grand Guild Square." Charging in recklessly like that, you might be ambushed. Although you're very strong, after all, two fists can't fight four hands. The general, however, paid no heed to their concerns and calmly said, "I can't worry about that anymore." After saying this, he surrounded himself with the gale and dashed off, flying over 100 meters away. Meanwhile, at the Misty Villa dungeon. At this moment, the dungeon was undergoing abyssal transformation, and a team of cleaners was on guard outside the dungeon. After the level 15 dungeon completed its abyssal transformation, there were no additional penalties, so the cleaning team generally wouldn't venture deep inside the dungeon to suppress it. Instead, they would complete the suppression outside the dungeon, as going deeper into the abyssal transformation terrain was not only disadvantageous but also very likely to infect them with the abyssal curse, significantly reducing their combat power. This would greatly increase the chances of failing the suppression, leading to meaningless casualties. Only in special circumstances, such as when important figures were trapped in the abyssal dungeon, would the cleaning team venture inside to rescue them. At this moment, the cleaning team leader saw that the time was right and shouted, "All members, focus on the dungeon entrance, prepare for battle." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned serious as they fixed their gaze on the dungeon entrance. Just then, a 5-meter tall figure descended from the sky, and the shockwave created upon landing instantly knocked everyone present unconscious. Some of the warriors positioned at the front were even directly turned into a mist of blood. The surviving members of the cleaning team were all on the brink of collapse, desperately shouting in their hearts, "What just happened? How did we get wiped out so suddenly?" After wiping out the cleaning team, Ball charged straight into the Misty Villa dungeon without any hesitation. Once inside the dungeon, a look of delight appeared on Ball's face as he felt the abyssal aura nourishing his body with a tingling sensation, and he let out a comfortable hum. "This feels amazing. I feel ridiculously strong right now. Ha, I'm hiding in this level 15 Misty Villa, those old-timers can't get in even if they come back. Once I've absorbed all the abyssal aura, I'll use my secret technique to return to the abyssal main city. Everything is under my control." Ball was now very certain that he was the chosen one. Despite facing such dire straits, he not only survived but grew stronger. Isn't this what it means to be the protagonist? Now, even if Li Chen came after him, he could easily subdue him and bring him back to the abyssal main city. As long as they had Li Chen, the innate abyssal saint body, their abyssal cult could resurrect the abyssal prince. This way, his wish would be fulfilled. Thinking of this, Ball became even more excited, found a rock, and comfortably lay down. Just as Ball had been in the Misty Villa dungeon for less than 2 minutes, Li Chen arrived on the scene riding a wild boar. Seeing the fallen members of the cleanup team scattered across the ground, Li Chen was already certain that Ball had entered the dungeon. After jumping off the wild boar, Li Chen took a step forward, intending to enter the Misty Manor dungeon. At that moment, a nearby, barely conscious member of the cleanup team anxiously shouted, "Be careful! Get out of here quickly! An unknown creature just entered the dungeon. You're just an 11-level professional, not a match for that creature's team. Run!" "Yeah, run! That thing is beyond our capability. It wiped out our entire cleanup team with just one encounter." Hearing this, Li Chen chuckled and said, "I came here to kill that creature." With that, he stepped forward and vanished into the portal. The members of the cleanup team were left in shock at this scene. "Oh my god! He went in. Is he crazy? He just walked in like that? I can't be dreaming. Did he just say he's here to kill that creature? Is he out of his mind? He's definitely dead. He's only level 11 and couldn't even handle the boss, the bloodthirsty Wolf King, let alone kill that mysterious creature." Meanwhile, inside the Misty Manor dungeon, Ball was lounging leisurely when a werewolf approached him. The bloodthirsty Wolf King was furious. He was the boss of this dungeon, and now another boss had arrived. Where was he supposed to save face? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he unleashed an endless binding attack towards Ball, who seemed completely unprepared. However, just as the bloodthirsty Wolf King got close, Ball simply whistled, and the wolf dissolved into a mist of blood. At the same time, all the wild monsters within a 30-meter radius also turned into blood mist. Seeing this, Ball smiled and muttered to himself, "This new toy isn't bad. If Li Chen dares to ambush me again, I can make him kneel on the spot." On the other hand, Li Chen had already entered the Misty Manor dungeon. Upon entering, he summoned the Gale Greedy Mouse to assess the situation. However, the Greedy Mouse suddenly screamed, leaving Li Chen bewildered. After some questioning, he learned that all the wild monsters within a 30-meter radius of Ball had been wiped out. Upon realizing this, Li Chen's right eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. It seemed Ball had mastered a super wide area killing move.
The killing range was within 30 meters, even larger than the dragon flash range of the peak sword saint at that time. Moreover, after being nourished by the abyss, Ball's attributes must have significantly increased, and Li Chen needed to unleash a full combo to have a chance of killing him. To deal full damage, he had to close the distance. The optimal attack range for slimes was around 20 meters, and being too far would prevent him from achieving headshots, drastically reducing damage. Therefore, Li Chen had to step into Ball's killing range, but he wasn't sure he could withstand Ball's killing move. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen's eyes lit up. I can stack a shield first before entering, then use the magic fist to drain his mana so he can't cast skills. There were still plenty of wild monsters in the Misty Manor, and he could utilize the effects of the 6-piece Abyss set. 6-piece set, damage dealt by pets is converted into shield stat. This way, he wouldn't be instantly killed and would have a chance to get close to Ball. After figuring out the strategy, Li Chen began harvesting in the Misty Manor under the guidance of the greedy mouse, stacking up shields as he went. At this moment, in the Grand Guild Square, everyone was silent. Although Li Chen's earlier remarks had excited them, as professionals, those present were very rational. Li Chen's reckless pursuit was highly likely to end in failure. This world was not one where you could just charge in with passion and kill indiscriminately. It was very realistic. If you couldn't win, then you couldn't win. It's not as simple as shouting loudly to instantly boost your combat power and defeat your opponent. Such things only exist in passionate manga. After realizing this, the members of the Dream Chasing Guild spoke up first. Li Chen is just a past gift. I can't figure out how he can win. How can he win? Yeah. He wins by throwing himself at them. Or he can just wait for Su Feng to come back and kill them. Indeed. After all, we still have over 20 minutes before the death curse activates. With Su Feng's strength, that's more than enough time. The ones who will die are just those lowly commoners, right? After all, they will succumb to the death curse in less than 10 minutes. Oh no. I mean 5 minutes. However, facing the sarcastic remarks from the Dream Chasing Guild, the commoner professionals did not rebut. Their faces were already filled with despair. Yes, although they believed in Li Chen, the reality was harsh. The words of the Dream Chasing Guild were sharp, but they were indeed facts. They had no strength to argue back. Seeing this, the members of the Dream Chasing Guild became even more smug and continued, in my opinion, you might as well wait to die. There's no hope. This is hilarious. Li Chen might have already been killed by Ball. And he still talks about chasing Ball. Does he even deserve it? Right. What a waste of pets and equipment. If I had Li Chen set up, I would have subdued Ball long ago. Li Chen is just a clown, a failure. A useless person who can't be protected by anyone. Hearing the increasingly outrageous comments from the Dream Chasing Guild, the 8 supervisors could no longer tolerate it, and one of them scolded, "What's wrong with your Dream Chasing Guild? How can you belittle the heroes fighting against the abyss? Even if Li Chen's tactics are wrong, we shouldn't demean his character." Exactly. At a time like this, you're still chattering away. After the reprimand from the 8 supervisors, the members of the Dream Chasing Guild lowered their heads in silence. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the crowd. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. It was the general. They were saved. It's the general. It's really the general. Great. We're saved. With the general's intervention, Ball will be turned to ashes in an instant. However, the general ignored the crowd and turned to the 8 supervisors, speaking sternly. What happened? The 8 supervisors, not daring to be negligent, spoke over each other. Oh, General, it's like this. While our high-level combatants went to suppress the Abyss dungeon, the 8th seat of the Abyss Church, Ball, came to raid us. He actually wanted to control the geniuses of the 3 major guilds, cutting off our young generation of talents. Fortunately, Su Feng had anticipated this and had us 8 supervisors on standby. Originally, the 8 of us could have defeated Ball, but unexpectedly, the traitors, Lu Hai from the Proud World Guild and Wang Zhengdi from the Overlord Guild, stabbed us in the back at a critical moment. That's how we ended up losing. Upon hearing this, the general nodded, confirming his suspicions. The enemy had come to raid, but he hadn't expected it to be such a big fish as the 8th seat of the Abyss Church. What angered him the most were the traitors, Wang Zhengdi and Lu Hai. The general then looked around, his brow slightly furrowed, a question arising in his mind. So where is Ball now? And where are Wang Zhengdi and Lu Hai? Before the general could speak, the 8 supervisors answered eagerly. We were already doomed, but unexpectedly. At the critical moment, Li Chen stepped in. Hearing this, the general was once again shocked. It was him. Li Chen. He stood up at a crucial time again. But after looking around, he found no sign of Li Chen, and the general's eyes lost their luster. Could it be that
This time he couldn't hold on? Did he die in battle? After all, this time the opponent was the incredibly cunning 8th seat of the abyssal cult. Li Chen wouldn't have been defeated and killed by him, would he? Just then, the 8 supervisors pondered for a long time but couldn't describe how Li Chen had instantaneously taken down Ball, and could only vaguely say, "We didn't see how Li Chen made his move. Anyway, he just took down Ball in an instant." Upon hearing the last sentence from the 8 supervisors, the general's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Took him down? Li Chen took down Ball?" After a brief moment of excitement, the general composed himself and continued, "And then? Where's Ball's body? Where is Li Chen now?" Upon hearing this, the 8 supervisors sighed and slowly said, "Well, Ball, just before he died, broke through. He unlocked the second stage and fused with the Mountain Ape, becoming terrifyingly powerful." After hearing the last sentence, the general's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "What did you say? Mountain Ape? What on earth happened? Did Ball take the Mountain Ape?" Immediately after, the general turned to Qin Jie, who was trembling in the corner, and said sternly, "Speak. What exactly happened? Why does Ball have the Mountain Ape?" At this moment, the general was extremely furious. The Mountain Ape was the captain's relic. If it had died in battle, the general wouldn't be this angry. But to have it taken by the enemy was simply intolerable. That was the only pet left by the captain, meant for the strongest summoner of the Dragon Kingdom. How could it be handed over to the abyss? Just then, 2 of the shield guards among the 8 supervisors quickly said, "General, you don't know the whole story. Originally, we had a chance to defeat Ball when Wang Jingdi and Lu Hai ambushed him. But unexpectedly, at a critical moment, Qin Jie summoned the Mountain Ape to try to steal the kill, only to be counter-controlled by Ball. And that's how we ended up losing." Upon hearing this, the general's face turned extremely grim. He never expected Qin Jie's operation to be so disastrous. He actually got so excited upon seeing low health. It was simply too frustrating. In an instant, everyone's gaze shifted to the corner where Qin Jie was. At that moment, Qin Jie wished he could just burrow into the ground. It was truly too embarrassing. However, what Qin Jie didn't expect was that the general quickly turned to the 8 supervisors and said sternly, "Now, where did Ball go? Where is Li Chen?" The general was very angry at this moment, but time was of the essence. He didn't want to waste time on Qin Jie. The urgent matter was to deal with Ball first. Upon hearing this, several of the more astute supervisors quickly said, "Here's the thing. After Ball entered the second stage, he needed to go to the Abyss Dungeon for supplies. Or he would die." Li Chen intended to intercept him, but at a critical moment, Wang Zhengdi and Lu Hai blocked Li Chen. After Li Chen dealt with the 2 of them, Ball had already escaped amidst the chaos. In the end, Li Chen predicted that Ball would go to the nearest dungeon, the Misty Manor, for supplies. And then he went to pursue Ball. The 8 supervisors spoke clearly, and the general understood the sequence of events after listening for a bit. However, after understanding the situation, the general frowned slightly. He couldn't comprehend. Li Chen's actions were correct up to that point, but at the last step, Li Chen could have waited for the experts to return before pursuing Ball. Why did he have to act immediately? Did he have some kind of strategy? Thinking of this, the general's eyes lit up, and he excitedly said, "Li Chen went to pursue Ball so quickly, could it be that he has some kind of strategy?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence, and just as the atmosphere was about to become awkward, the surrounding civilian professionals endured the excruciating pain and said, "Brother Yen is taking risks to save us. We've been hit by a deadly curse. It will take effect in less than 10 minutes. Li Chen decided to pursue the enemy to ensure our survival." The members of the Dream Chasing Guild seized the opportunity to chime in. "What tactics does he have? He just rushed in without thinking. Yeah. It's already been 5 minutes. Li Chen might have been killed by Ball. It's simply a death wish. How foolish." However, after the remarks from the Dream Chasing Guild, the general chose to ignore them. He was utterly disappointed with the Dream Chasing Guild. First, there was Qin Jie's poor performance that led to the loss of the Mountain Monkey, and now these members were turning around to criticize Li Chen. They were completely confused, spouting nonsense. So he turned to the civilian professionals and patiently asked, "Did Li Chen say anything in the end?" The general still believed that Li Chen wouldn't engage in a battle he wasn't confident about and must have already devised a strategy. However, the next words from the civilian professionals left the general in shock. They stammered, "Li Chen said he wouldn't give up on any of us. He would ensure that each of us survives and then go collect the rewards, and then he would pursue Ball." After hearing these few short sentences, the general fell into a daze, his heart churning with tumultuous emotions. Not giving up on anyone. What a noble spirit. It was so similar to the captain back then, fighting to protect everyone, ensuring that the members of the Flame Squad survived. After a brief moment of distraction, the moisture at the corner of the general's eyes brought him back to reality. He shook his head, pushing away the sadness. This wasn't the time for such thoughts. He had to speed up.
With that in mind, the general took out his tablet and located the Misty Villa on the military map. Without saying a word, he left the scene. Meanwhile, at the Misty Villa dungeon, Li Chen spent 2 minutes clearing the nearby wild monsters, stacking up a wave of shields. He was now slowly walking towards Ball, who was lounging leisurely on a rock. Ball straightened up and smiled. Li Chen. You've come. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Li Chen didn't respond and continued to approach, while the diamond wild boar hidden in the mist was ready. He also assessed Ball's attributes. Ball and mountain monkey description. Ball has comprehended the abyss, grasping the ultimate essence of life, merging with the mountain monkey. Class, legendary level boss, cannot be contracted level, 61. Strength, 4000 agility, 4000 constitution, 4000 spirit, 6000 skills. Talent. Status, supplies completed, attributes significantly increased. A constitution of 4000 isn't too high, a full combo could take him down. Realizing this, Li Chen continued to approach Ball. He needed to get closer to land a full combo. After a brief silence, Ball spoke again. Li Chen, I don't intend to be your enemy. We could become teammates. Before Li Chen could respond, Ball continued, you might find it absurd, but your joining could promote the joint development of humanity and the abyss. Upon hearing this, Li Chen remained unfazed and let out a cold laugh. Hey, you can't be serious. At the same time, the diamond wild boar, under his precise control, slowly approached Ball from his blind spot. The tiger sword god had also positioned himself perfectly, ready to teleport into the fray at any moment. Ball suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Li Chen. You are the innate abyssal holy body. You are the final vessel of the abyssal prince. All you need to do is surrender your body to him. We, the Abyss Prince, have long advocated for the joint development of humanity and the abyss. As long as he can be resurrected, he will surely fulfill his previous promises. At that time, humanity and the abyss will develop together. How wonderful that would be! The world will be at peace. You will become a hero for both humanity and the abyss. Everyone will remember your contributions. So hurry up and put down your weapons, and come back to the abyss with me. After Ball finished speaking, he looked excited, his eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at Li Chen. However, Li Chen suddenly scoffed. Joint development between the abyss and humanity? The abyss first invaded the Dragon Kingdom's territory, then killed many people, and now they talk about peaceful coexistence? Peaceful coexistence? It's simply impossible. In this situation, it's either you die or I die. After a brief moment of mockery, Li Chen disdainfully said, joint development? Peace? Why go through all this trouble? If I wipe out the abyss completely, wouldn't that be peace? Upon hearing this, Bale's face turned angry. He realized that Li Chen did not regard the noble ideals of the Abyss Prince at all. He had no vision whatsoever. After coming to this realization, Ball said sternly, how dare you? Li Chen! You actually look down on the ideals of the Abyss Prince. The ideals of the Abyss Prince are something you can disdain? He then took a deep breath, his tone sharpening further. Today, even if I have to chop off your hands and feet, I will take you back. Li Chen! After saying this, Ball let out a loud roar. Blood descends. A blood-red shockwave erupted around him, spreading outward with unstoppable speed. Facing this hellish scene, Li Chen simply put his hands in his pockets, a slight smirk on his lips, allowing the shockwave to hit him. Soon, the blood-red shockwave swept through, covering a radius of 30 meters in a killing range, and in an instant, smoke filled the air. Ball looked at the smoke before him and sighed, had I known it would come to this, why did I bother in the first place? Li Chen. In my current state, you are no match for me. However, in the next moment, Ball was completely shocked to see Li Chen's figure still standing firm amidst the mist. How is this possible? How could you withstand this move? You are just an 11th level summoner, how could you be so resilient? At this point, Bale's scalp was tingling, he couldn't figure out a reason even after tearing at his own scalp. Could it be that Li Chen was immune to magical damage? Is he really an 11th level practitioner? To be immune to curses, mental attacks, and now even magical damage? How is that possible? In the mist, Li Chen's figure slowly emerged, still with his hands in his pockets, not even a wrinkle in his collar. Ball stared intently at Li Chen, and only when he saw that there was just a sliver of a white shield left above Li Chen's health bar did he suddenly realize Li Chen had actually put on a shield. However, to withstand his ultimate move, Blood Descends, the shield must have been provided by a talent, and it was likely a high-capacity stacking shield talent. Suddenly, Ball fell into shock again. Did Li Chen wipe out all the wild monsters in the mist manor before coming to find him? Otherwise, his shield couldn't possibly stack so dramatically. This meant that Li Chen had known about his killing move from the very beginning. How did Li Chen know? Logically, he was level
61. While Li Chen was only level 11, he shouldn't be able to see his skills. Moreover, even if Li Chen had a special way to see his skills, by that time, they had already met, and Li Chen wouldn't have had time to stack shields. This meant that Li Chen had predicted his ultimate move. The more he thought about it, the more shocked Ball became, and he hurriedly said, "How did you know about my ultimate move? You predicted my ultimate move?" However, Li Chen did not answer, merely flicking his finger. The Tiger Sword God, who had long been hiding in the mist, instantly stepped into the scene, executing a dual-wielding attack on Ball. Immediately, the Diamond Wild Boar charged in from a strange direction. Seeing this familiar setup, despair washed over Ball's face as he was briefly stunned by the Tiger Sword God. However, this brief moment of paralysis was enough for him to be unable to evade, even with his 4,000 agility. Soon, the Diamond Wild Boar was right in front of Ball, its head butting him, and Ball's towering 5-meter frame, fused with the mountain ape, fell to the ground in a spectacular manner. Ball's head was now exposed directly in front of Li Chen. Li Chen wasted no time, the slime aimed for Ball's head and unleashed a classic combo. In an instant, Ball's head was a bloody mess. Yet, after this flurry of attacks, Ball's head was still intact. Ball's head shouted excitedly, "Li Chen! You think you're the only one who can use tactics, huh? Didn't expect this. I have Bloodlock." Ha ha ha! At this moment, Ball's face was manic, with a hint of luck shining through his madness. He hadn't anticipated that with his breakthrough, the Abyss King's blessing on him would reactivate, saving his life once again. Now, as soon as the stun wore off, with his 4,000 strength and agility, he could instantly dismember Li Chen. Thinking of this, a smirk crept on the Ball's lips as he wickedly said, "Li Chen. Didn't expect it, did you? I'm not dead yet. Once the control time is over, do you think you can dodge my ultimate from this distance? You can use your head to block it." A brief look of surprise appeared on Li Chen's face. He hadn't expected that Ball had a Bloodlock skill. He just didn't know how long it could last. However, judging by Ball's arrogant expression, it was clearly for quite a while. Li Chen sighed inwardly, "It's all because my level is too low, I can't see Ball's specific skills, which led to this huge loss." After a moment of thought, Li Chen noticed that the surrounding mist was gradually closing in, and his eyes brightened. If he hid in the mist, it would be very difficult for Ball to lock onto him. Even with his impressive 4,000 agility, without a target, he wouldn't be able to kill him instantly. Plus, with his greedy mouse, he could sense Ball's position at all times, allowing him to adjust their distance. Ball would find it impossible to reach him. This way, he could wear down Ball's Bloodlock time. Of course, this was predicated on the fact that Ball could only use basic attacks and not release skills. Otherwise, if he continued to unleash that large-scale killing skill, even hiding in the mist wouldn't provide an escape. Since that was the case, he would drain Ball's mana, preventing him from using skills. Having figured out the strategy, Li Chen approached Ball quickly without hesitation. Seeing Li Chen advance rather than retreat, Ball's smile widened. If he wasn't mistaken, Li Chen had misjudged his Bloodlock mechanism. It wasn't immunity to 1 or 2 fatal blows, but immunity for a full minute. Li Chen's pursuit was utterly useless. Soon, Li Chen was close to Ball, his right hand glowing blue as he activated the magic energy fist. A heavy punch landed squarely on Ball's face, and Ball instantly felt drained. Once he regained his senses, he realized he had no mana left. Shocked, Ball thought, "What? How do I have no mana? With my 6,000 spirit power, how could I be out of mana?" Ball's face turned grim. This was the first time he had run out of mana in battle, which genuinely startled him. He quickly calmed down. The stun time was about to end, and he had to strike like lightning to take Li Chen down on the spot. Since he had no mana left to unleash Blood Descend, he could just use basic attacks. With 4,000 strength and agility, how could he lose? How could he lose? After coming to this conclusion, Ball relaxed his face again and wickedly smiled. "Li Chen, I must say, your methods truly surprise me. You actually managed to drain my mana. But, so what? With my current speed in this distance, it won't take me 0.01 seconds to subdue you." After this declaration, Ball's dizziness had already worn off, and he immediately spread his arms wide, lunging towards Li Chen. However, Li Chen remained unfazed, and his figure instantly vanished. Ball grasped at nothing, staring at his empty hands, a slight tremor passing over his face. Where is he? Where did Li Chen go? How could he still show off at a time like this? Why? Then Ball looked up and scanned the surroundings. But the fog had thickened, making it impossible to see Li Chen within a 20-meter radius. After staring for a long time with no results, Ball's head heated up, and he began to charge around wildly. "Li Chen! Where are you hiding? Come out now." However, after a while of charging, there was still no result. It was as if Li Chen had vanished from this world. As time ticked by, cold sweat began to bead on Ball's forehead. He sensed that the time for his bloodlock was running out. Given the situation, Ball understood clearly that Li Chen must be hiding in his blind spot, waiting for him to expose a flaw. Suddenly, Ball's eyes lit up. Since Li Chen was unaware of how long his bloodlock would last, he would feign a flaw and wait for Li Chen to strike. So, Ball lay back, pretending to be incapacitated. In the fog, Li Chen observed this and remained expressionless. He didn't care how long the opponent's bloodlock lasted, he just needed to wait for his skills to cool down. Then he could go back and deliver a full combo. If the opponent was still in a bloodlock, he would hide again, wait for his skills to cool down, and strike once more. Until the opponent was dead. Now, 30 seconds had passed, and the skill blink provided by the Abyssal Belt had cooled down. It was time for another combo. Li Chen slowly stepped out of the fog, and before Ball could make a move, Li Chen had already struck. It was the same familiar routine. Abyssal Gaze to start, then the Tiger Sword. God delivered a piercing blow, followed by the Diamond Wild Boar for control, and finally, a classic combo from the slime. After finishing the combo, he blinked away to create distance, disappearing back into the fog. Ball was completely dumbfounded at this scene. Li Chen had actually used the same trick again. What was worse, he hadn't given Ball a single opportunity throughout the entire encounter. From the moment they met until now, Ball had been under control, with no chance to retaliate, only able to endure the beating. Seeing that his bloodlock time was now under 30 seconds, despair was evident on Ball's face. Soon, time passed second by second, and 30 seconds had gone by. Ball's bloodlock time had ended, and he was left with only a sliver of health. If Li Chen so much as touched him, he would die instantly. As expected, Li Chen appeared behind him, still with his hands in his pockets. At the end of his life, Ball remained eerily calm and whispered, "Can you let me go? Since you don't wish to become the vessel of the Abyssal Prince, I won't force you. I can continue searching for other innate Abyssal sacred bodies and resurrect the Abyssal Prince. When the Abyssal Prince is revived, he will surely rally the Abyss and coexist peacefully with you humans." However, before he could finish, Li Chen had already struck, executing the familiar combo. This time, Ball's bloodlock did not trigger, and his entire head was blown apart, leaving no trace of life. Thus, Ball, the 8th seat of the Abyssal Cult, was defeated. Ding! Killed Ball, the 8th seat of the Abyssal Cult, experience +0, obtained Abyssal Treasure Chest *2. Hearing the system's voice, Li Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and cancelled the blink he had been holding. He had finally killed Ball. It was truly difficult. Just as Li Chen was feeling a mix of emotions, the mountain ape suddenly got up, looking completely bewildered. Immediately after, it let out a roar and jumped towards Li Chen. However, what Li Chen did not expect was that the mountain ape ran directly in front of him, kneeling on the ground with its head bowed low. It was clearly trying to express a desire to join Li Chen. Li Chen was slightly surprised and took a moment to assess the mountain ape. Mountain ape rank, legendary level, 60 strength, 600 agility, 600 constitution, 600 spirit, 600. Skill, Mount High Pressure. Talent, Rapid. Wow! It's actually a legendary level pet. At this moment, Li Chen's face showed some shock. As a summoner, he naturally knew how difficult it was to contract pets of rare rank and above, and legendary level pets were even harder to come by. Only with the use of infinite gilding could Li Chen possess a legendary level pet. An ordinary summoner would never have a legendary pet in their lifetime. It was said that legendary level pets could only spawn in level 60 dungeons, and the difficulty had to be hell level, with an extremely low probability of appearing. Moreover, even if one did spawn, it didn't mean it could be contracted. Legendary level pets were all unruly, and there was only a tiny chance of successfully contracting one. And now, right in front of him, there was a legendary level pet seeking to be contracted. Li Chen sighed. If it had been earlier, he would have undoubtedly contracted it without hesitation. But now, his 5 pet battle slots were already full, and he could no longer contract any more pets. Furthermore, Li Chen was not someone who liked to abandon pets. All 5 of his pets had accompanied him along the way, and he couldn't just replace them on a whim. The mountain ape, clearly showing a bit of humanity, lost its luster in its eyes when it saw that Li Chen was hesitating to contract it. However, it did not leave but silently stood by Li Chen's side. Seeing that the other party had no ill intentions, Li Chen paid it no further mind and began to check the rewards for defeating Ball. Would you like to open Abyss Treasure Chest *2? Yes. Obtained. Red. Site, Dry Ice Magazine. Li Chen looked at the names of the dropped equipment with curiosity. He checked them one by one. Red. Site. Rank, Legendary Type, Gun Weapon Component Equipped Skill, Accuracy increased by 100%, Dry Ice Magazine. Rank, Legendary Type, Gun Weapon. Component equipped skill. Hitting the target reduces their movement speed by 50%. After seeing the attributes of both, Li Chen took a deep breath. They were actually weapon components. This was a special type of equipment that could be equipped on specific weapons to enhance their power. Such equipment generally had an extremely low drop rate and was very rare. He never expected to obtain them. It seemed that Ball's drop rate was indeed quite good, being able to yield such equipment. Thinking of this, Li Chen wasted no time and directly equipped these two components onto the slimes. Slime machine gun. Weapon components could be disassembled at any time, so there was no risk of using them incorrectly. When he encountered better equipment, he could simply take the components off and switch them to the new gear. After equipping, the attributes of the slime machine gun changed slightly. Slime machine gun rank, legendary position, weapon for slime use only, spirit plus 50 equipped skill, split bullets. When launching a slime attack, an additional slime will be fired. Components, red dot sight, dry ice magazine. After equipping the components, the slime couldn't put down its brand new toy, constantly aiming the gun around. Seeing this, Li Chen paid it no mind. It was normal for a child to be happy when encountering a new toy. However, with the red dot sight, the theoretical range of the slime could be doubled. Originally, the optimal range was around 20 meters, so doubling it would make it 40 meters. In this way, if he continued to face Ball in the second phase, he wouldn't even need to enter the opponent's killing range. He could output damage from over 40 meters away, and with the slowing effect of the dry ice magazine, Ball's speed was greatly reduced, providing a larger margin for error. There was no need to engage in a battle of wits and courage like today. After a brief moment of thought, Li Chen sighed. How to counter the opponent's equipment always seems to pop up after defeating them. After simply tidying up the spoils, Li Chen still felt a bit dissatisfied. He didn't get an awakening stone like last time. It should be noted that the last awakened talent, his destined pet, had been quite exhilarating for him. It had directly made his physical body comparable to that of a shield warrior and his speed comparable to that of an assassin, which was an incredible boost. However, unexpectedly, this time there was no awakening stone. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen realized that a Deep Abyss cult executor could only drop one awakening stone. Since the last time he had repelled Ball, an awakening stone had already dropped. It was reasonable that there was none this time. Understanding this, excitement filled Li Chen's eyes as he muttered to himself, I can't wait for the next Deep Abyss cult executor to come and stir things up. After collecting the spoils, just as Li Chen was about to leave the dungeon, the greedy mouse on his shoulder suddenly squeaked and jumped onto Ball's remains to rummage through them. After a while, the greedy mouse raised its paw, revealing a strange key. Ding! The greedy mouse's greed ring has triggered its passive ability, obtaining a special item from Ball's secret garden key. The opening conditions have been met. Would you like to open it? Li Chen took the key but did not choose to open it immediately. Instead, he examined the key. Ball's garden key special item can be used to open a special dungeon in Misty Manor, Ball's Garden. It turned out to be a special dungeon. Special dungeons are different from hidden dungeons. The former is generally safe and serves as a reward level, while the latter comes with significant risks but usually offers rich rewards. Confirming this, Li Chen did not hesitate and chose to enter on the spot. Opening the special dungeon. As Li Chen focused his thoughts, he was suddenly teleported away, leaving the mountain monkey standing there in confusion. Meanwhile, outside the Misty Manor dungeon, a sudden gust of wind blew, and the general arrived at the dungeon entrance, riding the wind. Seeing the fallen cleanup team around, the general frowned. It seemed Ball had already engaged with the cleanup team. The members of the cleanup team, upon seeing the newcomer, all showed expressions of joy and exclaimed loudly, "Is it the general? It really is the general. Great! We're saved. As long as the general takes action, everything will be fine." Before the crowd could finish speaking, the general said loudly, "Report the situation." Hearing this, the crowd did not dare to delay and spoke one after another. "It's like this. We were ordered to suppress the abyss here. Unexpectedly, a huge figure suddenly appeared, instantly taking us out, and then directly entered the dungeon." The general nodded upon hearing this. Just as Li Chen had anticipated, Ball had indeed chosen Misty Manor nearby. But it was understandable. Ball's situation at that time was extremely urgent, and he had no time for tricks. Entering Misty Manor was his only choice. Then, the crowd continued. Then another level 11 summoner riding a pig jumped out. When we noticed, we tried to persuade him for a long time, but that kid wouldn't listen at all and just went in. Yeah, that kid was too reckless. We couldn't stop him. He must have died in battle by now. The general, upon hearing this, was certain that this person was undoubtedly Li Chen. It seemed he had already fought his way in. After learning the situation, the general no longer hesitated and stepped forward, attempting to enter the dungeon.
At that moment, the general discovered a serious problem. The Misty Mountain Villa was a level 15 dungeon with a level restriction of 30. However, the general was already level 80 and could not enter at all. Realizing this, the general stamped his foot in frustration, thinking he had been too hasty and had forgotten this limitation. Just then, a voice called out, "General! So you're here too?" The general turned around to see Yanlang and Quangdao walking side by side, followed by dozens of members from the clearing team. Both of them had a rosy glow on their faces, clearly having had a good battle. As soon as Quangdao approached, he laughed and said, "General, I didn't expect you to be so fast, you're already back." Yanlang, standing beside him, also looked surprised and exclaimed, "That's true. If it were me, it would take at least an hour to go back and forth." The general nodded, not wasting words, and briefly explained the situation. "Everyone, we've been raided by the Abyss Church's 8th seat, Ball." Fortunately, at a critical moment, Li Chen intervened and severely injured Ball. Now Ball has escaped into the Misty Mountain Villa dungeon, and Li Chen has gone to pursue him. Upon hearing this, everyone looked shocked and exclaimed, "What? The 8th seat of the Abyss Church, Ball, is already inside the dungeon. So it's an enemy of that level, no wonder they could kill us in an instant." That makes me feel a lot better. The most outrageous part is that Li Chen, he actually went in to chase Ball directly. Isn't he risking his life? Indeed. It feels like Li Chen is in grave danger now. Just as the scene fell into chaos, the general continued, "Li Chen urgently needs support, my level is too high to intervene, only those below level 30 can enter." Upon hearing this, the scene fell silent and everyone was quiet, not wanting to take the risk of entering to provide support. Normally, they might have rushed in without hesitation to help. But now, there was an 8th seat of the Abyss Church inside. If they accidentally alerted him, it would be a certain death situation. The general looked at everyone, seeing no intention to enter, and sighed. It seemed he had set his expectations too high for these clearing team members. A level 3 team, to put it bluntly, was just a bunch of rookies. It was normal to retreat in the face of a strong enemy. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, Yanlang suddenly said, "General, leave it to me. Li Chen has helped me, this task is mine alone." The general, upon hearing this, patted Yanlang on the shoulder and said seriously, "Yanlang, be careful." After nodding, Yanlang resolutely stepped into the teleportation portal. Meanwhile, at the Grand Guild Square, Wang Dashan was groggily slapped awake from his stupor. "Brother Wang! Wake up! Get up quickly! The death curse on us is finally gone." After a while, Wang Dashan came to his senses, looking around in confusion, only to see everyone's faces beaming with joy. After a brief moment of confusion, Wang Dashan suddenly realized he felt no pain anymore and exclaimed, "Damn! I'm not in pain anymore." The surrounding civilian players, seeing Wang Dashan awake, laughed and said, "Yes, it doesn't hurt anymore. Everyone has recovered. It's definitely Brother Yen. He has created a miracle once again. So strong. With Brother Yen around, death always comes a step slower." Just as the civilian players cheered, the members of the Dream Pursuit Guild scoffed, saying, "It might not necessarily be Li Chen's doing. Stop giving him all the credit." Yeah. The general also went over, it must have been the general who took Ball down. As for Li Chen, TSK, he's probably already dead. Laughing to death. Do they really think Li Chen is invincible? That's the 8th seat of the Abyssal Cult, Li Chen is going to hit his head against it. Soon, a civilian practitioner retorted, "If Brother Yen can't handle it, can you? Guys?" Exactly. Brother Yen took down Ball in the first phase, and you say he can't handle it? If it weren't for Ball suddenly activating his cheat, Brother Yen would have taken him down right away. Just as both sides were about to clash, the 8 supervisors spoke sternly, "What's wrong with you all? Why are you arguing again?" "Yeah. What's there to argue about? Just go check the Misty Manor dungeon. And you'll know. Let's go." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, there's no point in talking, seeing is believing. So, they left the scene in small groups. The 2 priest supervisors stayed behind to watch over the geniuses of the 3 major guilds. Soon, everyone arrived at the Misty Manor dungeon, and as soon as they got there, they saw the general standing in front of the dungeon. Seeing this scene, the members of the Dream Pursuit Guild looked unsurprised, mocking the civilian practitioners as they said, "See? Still arguing with us? Right. A warrior as big as the general is standing there. Clearly, he just took down Ball." A civilian practitioner was about to retort, but after looking around and not finding Li Chen, he fell silent, and everyone became quiet. The 8 supervisors ignored the crowd and approached the general, respectfully saying, "General, the death curse on us has been lifted, and the 8th seat of the Abyssal Cult, Ball, should have been slain. It must have been your doing.
The general shook his head, looking apologetic as he said, I'm too high a level to enter the dungeon, so I don't know the situation inside. The flame wolf just went in, he should be out soon. Upon hearing this, the civilian practitioners became confident and looked at the members of the Dream Pursuit Guild, saying, now you have nothing to say, right? The Misty Manor is a level 15 dungeon, with a level cap of 30, so the general can't even enter. Exactly. Although the general is brave, in the current situation, only Brother Yen can solo ball inside the dungeon. The facts are right in front of you, still. Think you're tough? The members of the Dream Pursuit Guild turned a bit red in the face and could only feign calmness as they said, not necessarily. We have no idea what the situation is inside the dungeon. Right. Until the flame wolf comes out, anything is possible. So everyone waited for a long time, and finally, the dungeon portal shimmered, clearly indicating someone was about to come out. Seeing this scene, everyone looked tense. Who would it be? Li Chen, or the flame wolf, or perhaps Ball? Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, two figures appeared at the portal, a 5-meter-tall mountain ape and the flame wolf. Everyone was stunned at the sight. Why was there a mountain ape too? Where did this ape come from? Quickly, a clever cleanup team exclaimed, it's that figure. It's the one that wiped our team out. Be careful. Everyone, get ready to defend. The 8 supervisors also exclaimed upon seeing the mountain ape. General, be careful. Ball is residing within the mountain ape. Yes. We saw with our own eyes that Ball has merged with the mountain ape. General, we will join forces with you, we can definitely take down Ball. In an instant, the warriors drew their weapons, and the mages began to gather their spells, ready to unleash their firepower at the general's command. Just as the atmosphere was tense, the general calmly said, wait. Hearing this, everyone looked anxious and turned to the general, saying, General, if we don't act now, when will we? Exactly, we have the numbers, we can definitely take down Ball. This isn't the time to be soft-hearted. The general looked at the mountain ape before him, a smile appearing on his face. After being in contact with the mountain ape for so long, he could naturally see the other party's condition. At a glance, those dull eyes and that tense, uneasy standing posture were unmistakable. However, before the general could explain, Yen Lang spoke first. Everyone, wait. This mountain ape is the only surviving creature I found in the instance. I saw it had no ill intent, so I brought it out. The scene was a mess, there must have been a great battle. I also found the remains of Ball, he must have been slain. Upon hearing this, everyone on site cheered. Great! Ball has finally been slain. We have resolved this crisis. The hero who killed Ball must be Li Chen without a doubt. Yes, yes, yes. It can only be him. He has created another miracle. The commoner adventurers, upon hearing this, finally regained their confidence and shouted at the members of the Dream Pursuit Guild, come on! Speak up! Still talking nonsense? The members of the Dream Pursuit Guild were shouted at, their faces flushed, and could only stubbornly retort, Li Chen was not found on site, how can you say it was him? Right. Maybe a passing expert intervened. A thunderous strike killed Ball, and then they left gracefully. Indeed, Li Chen was not seen in the instance. The outcome was that he was taken out by Ball in an instant. He was just there to deliver the kill, utterly foolish. The commoner adventurers scoffed, did you not hear what the cleansing team said? At that time, only Li Chen entered the instance. It must have been Brother Yen who killed Ball. Laughing to death. Passing experts, how strong could they be? Only Brother Yen within level 30 had a chance to slay Ball. Just as both sides were arguing, Chen Jia, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, do you think there's a possibility that the mountain ape turned against its master and killed Ball at a critical moment? Upon hearing this, the members of the Dream Pursuit Guild's eyes lit up, and they all agreed, damn. How did I not think of that? There's actually such a possibility. So that's how it is, it makes sense now. Li Chen killing Ball? Not even a fool would believe that. Shocking. Everything is under Chen Jie's control. It seems sending the mountain ape was actually aimed at Ball's life. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. I apologize for my previous words. Chen Jie, if the military doesn't award you a golden badge this time, it would be too much. Upon hearing this, the commoner adventurers fell silent. Seeing this, Chen Jie's lips curled up once again. Look. Look. This is the child of destiny, an unintentional act that turned out to be a sharp dagger aimed at the opponent. In the midst of laughter, he silently killed Ball. There was no need for flashy operations like Li Chen, resulting in 0 damage and instead handing over a kill. The more he thought about it, the more confident he became. Chen Jie could no longer suppress his smile and laughed, yes. Just as everyone said, everything is under my control.
For a moment, rumors spread, and soon many people agreed with this statement, saying, I thought about it carefully.
And it does seem reasonable.
I think so too. After all, Li Chen, an 11-level adventurer, trying to kill Ball is a bit unrealistic.
Indeed. I feel it's about right. Which strategist proposed this tactic? It's truly brilliant. It seems to be a summoner from the Dream Pursuit Guild named Chen Jie.
Soon, the comments from those around reached the general's ears, causing him to frown slightly.
What absurd claim is this? Chen Jie has become a hero?
Just then, a member of the cleansing team finished repairing the information board and, upon seeing the information displayed, screamed, Everyone, look!
The number of survivors on the information board. Hearing this, everyone
felt a surge of joy in their hearts and turned to look at the information board behind them, where it clearly stated, number of survivors.
0. At that moment, everyone displayed expressions of as expected.
With the number of survivors at 0, this means Li Chen has died in battle.
So the one who killed Ball cannot be him.
Indeed, Li Chen must have gone up to fight Ball and was defeated, killed by the opponent. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the mountain ape turned against him and killed Ball.
Awesome. Brother. This explanation is basically spot on.
In this case, it's still Chen Jie's tactics that are stronger.
Li Chen's role can almost be disregarded. The commoner professionals
watching this scene had lost their luster, falling into silence.
They could not accept this reality. How could the incredibly powerful Brother Yen have died in battle?
All this way, Brother Yen was supposed to have an endless future. How could he die so hastily here?
It's unfair, so unfair.
This world is truly too unfair. Why did someone like Chen Jie, who is a complete loser, end up as a hero?
While Li Chen, the one who stood up at a critical moment, became an inconsequential minor character? Seeing everyone siding with
him, Chen Jie's smile grew even brighter as he pretended to be profound and said, Actually, everyone should have a good idea of the outcome. It's me, Chen Jie, who controlled the whole situation and casually killed Ball.
You all might still have some
hope, thinking Li Chen would create a miracle, but the truth won't joke with you. Li Chen is just a waste, someone to be disregarded. The members of the dream-chasing guild around also chimed in, yeah. Everything is under Brother Jie's control.
Li Chen is just a clown, he can only deal with lizardmen and such. The real battle of experts still relies on Brother Jie. In an
instant, everyone present thought the same, looking towards Chen Jie with favor. Even a few supervisors began to doubt themselves,
constantly questioning in their hearts. Could it really be like this? Could it be that Chen Jie is really talented? Did Chen Jie calculate everything from the start?
Just as everyone on site began to believe Chen Jie's words, the general remained unconvinced. The last time at the Sword Saint's tomb, it was a similar situation. Li Chen mysteriously disappeared, leading them to think Chen
Jie was the hero.
This time, the general would not easily believe that Li Chen had perished. He needed to find a way to verify
it.
After coming to this realization, the general fell into deep thought, and Kwang Dao smiled at this scene.
As long as the general
was thinking, it was basically stable. Yes, he also did not believe Chen Jie's words. The hero who killed Ball was definitely
Li Chen.
After a brief silence, the general awoke from his contemplation, and Kwang Dao quickly said, General,
I thought of a brilliant strategy.
The general shook his head and sighed, My level is too low, I can't think of any other verification methods. Upon hearing this, Kwang Dao's eyes gradually lost their sparkle.
Could it be that there really was no way? Just as the two fell into confusion, the mountain ape began
to dance and gesture towards the general, clearly wanting to say something. Seeing this, Kwang Dao's face lit up. Within the dungeon, the mountain ape undoubtedly
knew the situation best.
If they could understand what the mountain ape meant, they would know who exactly killed Ball.
With this thought, Kwang Dao looked at
the general with shining eyes, excitedly saying, General, you've been with this mountain ape for a long time, you should be able to understand what it means.
The translation is up to you.
Upon hearing this, the general nodded. Given the current situation, this was indeed the only method left. He then stood in front of
the mountain ape, trying to gauge its meaning. Everyone present became interested, whispering among themselves. No way? Is the general translating the mountain ape's meaning?
This is difficult, right? It must take a professional who has studied monkey language to understand it. That's what they say, but the general
seems to really understand.
The commoners present exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. They couldn't believe that Li Chen would die in the instance. Li Chen's disappearance in the instance must mean something they didn't know had happened.
The mountain monkey was present the whole time and must know exactly what occurred.
Soon, after listening for a long time, the general shook his head and said, The mountain monkey's description is too vague. It said the bad guy was killed by the good guy, and then the good guy suddenly disappeared. Upon hearing this, everyone looked confused, and when they saw the mountain monkey's dazed
Eyes, they understood. This mountain monkey had too low an IQ and could only express simple ideas. It couldn't describe many details at all. And the key was that these details were crucial. After a brief silence, the commoners spoke up first, then it settled. The good guy is Li Chen, the bad guy is Ball. Li Chen killed Ball, and then for some unknown reason, he disappeared. But it cannot be denied that Li Chen killed Ball. The members of the Dream Chasing Guild quickly retorted. You're not the mountain monkey, how do you know who it meant by good guy and bad guy? Exactly. Maybe the mountain monkey defined Li Chen as the bad guy. Then, the result would be that Li Chen was killed. That's true. Here, the good guy refers to the mastermind Qinjie. The mountain monkey must have realized this. In an instant, the scene fell into an awkward silence, and no one had a clear idea. Just then, a mage supervisor stepped forward, took a deep breath, and said, My talent, past vision, can simulate the images in the opponent's mind and project them. However, it might take 5 hours to complete the simulation. Upon hearing this, the crowd showed signs of joy, and soon someone knowledgeable said, It's actually an intelligence-type talent. This is a very practical talent. Indeed. Such a talent can be rated A-level in the hands of tactical professionals, which is already quite excellent. But 5 hours for simulation, isn't that too long? It doesn't matter, it's better than just sitting around. The general looked at the mage supervisor in front of him and said seriously, It's up to you. The mage supervisor nodded, walked in front of the mountain monkey, and began to meditate with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the special instance of Ball's herb garden, Li Chen was staring in shock at a bright red flower. In front of him, red flame flower category, herb rank, legendary time to maturity, 8 hours maturity cycle, 100 years. It was actually an herb. And a legendary one at that. Although Li Chen was not an alchemist and didn't understand the effects of herbs, he knew their value. The growth cycle of herbs was incredibly long, with ordinary herbs typically starting at 10 years. The legendary herb in front of him had a growth cycle of 100 years, making it extremely precious. Whether it was given to an alchemist to make into a supplement, taken by himself, or fed to the slime, its effects would be significant. Thus, upon seeing the colorful flower for the first time, Li Chen decided to stay and wait for the herb to mature. Looking at the vibrant flower, Li Chen chuckled wryly, 8 hours, that's quite a wait. Forget it, I'll look at the formula book for a while. At this moment, outside the instance, the scene fell into an eerie silence as everyone quietly waited for the mage supervisor to complete the simulation. Soon, as time passed, 5 hours went by. The mage supervisor let out a sigh of relief and said, The images have been simulated, I will now begin the projection. After saying this, he began to chant the projection spell loudly. Seeing this, everyone showed excitement on their faces. This layer of mist could finally be understood by them. The commoners among the adventurers exclaimed excitedly, I can't wait to see Brother Yan wreaking havoc everywhere. Me too. It's definitely going to be a battle that rivals the one against the lizardmen. Just as everyone was filled with excitement, the members of the Dream Chaser Guild scoffed and said, To be honest, there's nothing to see, it's just the mountain ape turning against them and killing Ball. Indeed, it's all a foregone conclusion, not worth looking forward to at all. Exactly, if Li Chen were really that brave, why would he hide? He'd definitely be taken out by Ball the moment he stepped in. Well, it's good to show these commoners the truth, lest they get bitten by a dog later. Faced with the provocations from the Dream Chaser Guild, the commoners remained silent, quietly watching the mage's actions. Although they believed that Ball was killed by Li Chen, the whole situation was still too suspicious for them. Li Chen's sudden disappearance was too strange, they dared not jump to conclusions. At that moment, the experts who went to suppress the abyss also rushed over, and upon seeing the water curtain projection about to play, they all looked puzzled. After a back-and-forth explanation among the crowd, they were all shocked, exclaiming, What the hell? What did you say? Ball entered the Misty Mountain Villa. What the hell? Ball was slain. What? It was Qinjie using a ploy, sacrificing the mountain ape, and casually killing Ball. What? Li Chen went into the instance and got taken out. Oh my god. It seems Li Chen can't handle high-level matches, he can only deal with lizardmen like this, facing Ball is basically a death sentence. Which guild is Qinjie from? He's a true talent. He must be awarded a golden badge. In an instant, everyone stood by Qinjie's side, as they were all quite rational. Although Li Chen performed excellently in team matches, it only indicated that he dealt high damage. Against lizardmen, it was manageable, but facing Ball, he would be taken out instantly. Qinjie's strength might be lacking, but his tactics were top-notch, giving him a high chance of winning. As the first scene of the projection played, everyone reaffirmed their views. What the hell? Ball's ultimate move is too outrageous. It's a killing move within 30 meters. Indeed. Li Chen can't handle it at all. That's right, such a killing move can't be avoided by conventional means. Only someone like Qinjie, using unconventional tactics, can win. just as everyone on site was citing. With Qin Jia, a few more rational adventurers countered, not necessarily. Li Chen's tactical skills are quite good. He might really be able to defend against Ball's move. Indeed, I'm still analyzing Li Chen's tactics. From the last team match against the Lizardmen. It was so clever. Exactly. Our guild's top tactical master can only briefly explain the first phase of tactics, the second phase is completely incomprehensible. However, in the next scene, those supporting Li Chen also fell silent. They saw Li Chen boldly emerge from the mist, hands in his pockets, walking towards Ball. Without any defense. Upon witnessing this, the adventurers standing with Chen Jia remarked, "Sai, I told you. Why argue with us? Look at Li Chen, he has no tactics. At all, just charging in." Indeed. Even a novice adventurer wouldn't be so foolish as to choose a frontal assault. At this distance, how can Li Chen dodge balls? Wide area killing move. Is he going to use his head to dodge? Quang Dao looked at Li Chen's actions with confusion and turned to the general, asking, "General, what is this?" However, the general remained silent, his brow furrowed, his right hand constantly stroking his chin. As the Azure Dragon general, he had fought many battles and had never seen a fighting style like Li Chen's. He actually just went in hard. This kind of situation is only occasionally seen with the new recruits in Tier 3 teams. What on earth is Li Chen thinking? Before the general could speak, the supervisors began to sigh and lament. We can't blame Li Chen for being so reckless. His level is only 11, and he can't possibly gauge the opponent's skills. His confidence in choosing to engage head-on clearly shows he thinks his output is high enough to take down Ball in one hit. But he didn't consider that Ball could take him down just as easily. And with a larger area of effect and faster speed. After a round of objective analysis, the supervisors no longer held any hope for Li Chen and expressed their opinions. As expected of the supervisors from a major guild, their analysis is quite reasonable. Sigh. Sure enough, Li Chen was hit by the shockwave attack. He should be dead by now. Well, this confirms our earlier speculation. Li Chen went in and was taken out by Ball, and then Ball was countered by the Mountain Ape. It's solid proof. Chen Jia is the real hero. Li Chen is just a hot-headed pawn. Listening to the occasional praises from those around him, Chen Jia couldn't suppress the smile creeping onto his face. He could almost see the future, envisioning Li Chen being taken out by Ball, and then Ball being countered by the Mountain Ape. Then, the general and others would regret their decisions, asking for his forgiveness and even offering him a golden badge. However, in the next moment, everyone was petrified. As the smoke cleared, Li Chen stood there with his hands in his pockets, completely unaffected. After a brief silence, a few professionals exclaimed, "Impossible. Other than phasing, I can't think of any way to dodge that move." Phasing? That's a level 60 mage's awakening skill. Li Chen is only level 11, what phasing could he possibly have? Yeah. How did Li Chen manage to dodge that hit? Just as the people on site were in a daze, the supervisors in front wore shocked expressions and slowly said, "Li Chen, he didn't dodge. He took that hit head-on." This voice ignited the crowd like a spark, and everyone looked on in disbelief, exclaiming, This is too exaggerated. Li Chen actually withstood that hit. Could it be that Ball's move is just a paper tiger? The damage isn't actually that high. Are you stupid? Look at the trees in the projection, they were all uprooted in an instant. That move could definitely one-shot a level 60 professional. Just as the crowd fell into confusion again, the general in front took a deep breath and slowly said, Li Chen has a very thick shield stacked on him. That's what allowed him to block that move. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into shock once more, and after a long pause, they voiced their doubts again. But how could Li Chen, an 11-level summoner, have such an impressive shield skill? Right. I'm a summoner from the Dream Chaser Guild. I'm more familiar with summoner skills than anyone else, and there's absolutely no such shield skill at level 11. Could it be some legendary equipment? That's impossible. I've seen the equipment catalog published by major guilds, and there's no equipment that can provide such a thick shield. Exactly. If there really was, it would be invincible. Just then, Sufone, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up in a hoarse voice. It's a shield stacking talent. Interesting. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into confusion. Most of them had qualifications below legendary level and had naturally never encountered talents, so they were unaware of the intricacies involved. Soon, someone knowledgeable stepped forward to explain to those present, legendary level professionals basically all have talents, only a very few underperforming legendary level professionals lack talents. These talents are classified by combat power into S, A, B, and C levels. C-grade talent can double combat power, B-grade talent can triple it, and A-grade talent can increase it sixfold. And S-grade talent can enhance combat power by 10 times or more. Among them, shield stacking talents belong to A-grade, but under the condition of stacking a large number of shields, they can rival S-grade talents.
In extreme cases, it can increase a professional's combat power tenfold.
Upon hearing this, everyone took a deep breath and sighed. I didn't expect it. There are still gaps among legendary professionals. Indeed, I used to think legendary professionals were invincible, but I didn't expect the gap in talent to be even greater than the difference between ordinary and legendary levels. Damn.
I suddenly feel like my rare level talent is so trash.
You're overthinking it.
Brother, legendary professionals are basically 1 in 10,000, A-grade talents are 1 in 10 million, and currently, only Su Feng has S-grade
talent. Your rare level qualifications are already quite excellent. After a brief shock, everyone looked at Li Chen with even more envy, saying, I didn't expect Li Chen actually has a shield stacking talent, I'm really envious. With this, Li Chen actually has a chance to defeat Ball.
No wonder his team performance is so good. If it were me, I'd be slaughtering everyone. Just as everyone was immersed in envy, the members of the Dream Chasing Guild looked completely bewildered. They knew that Li Chen's legendary level was among the worst, with no talent, just higher attributes. But now, how did he suddenly have a talent, and one with such a high ceiling like shield stacking?
What on earth happened? For a moment,
the scene fell into chaos, with everyone displaying various expressions, discussing their interpretations. At that moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed, Damn!
Li Chen has made a move. Everyone turned to look at the projection. Oh my god. Li Chen really made a move.
Sigh at this distance, after Li Chen finishes his combo, he will definitely die.
That's true, Li Chen's position is not good.
Just when the professionals on site thought Li Chen was about to die, the
supervisors in front suddenly exclaimed, Damn! Li Chen took down Ball in one hit. This shout was like a bomb, exploding instantly.
Everyone on site was left in a daze, their mouths agape and unable to close.
After a while, someone finally exclaimed, What just happened? Oh my god. What on earth happened? How did Li Chen's pet deal such high damage? Yeah. What's up with Li Chen's slime? How is the damage so high? Damn. So summoners are that powerful? In an instant, everyone
turned to the members of the Dream Chasing Guild. After all, they were summoners and must know a thing or two.
However, the summoners from the Dream Chasing Guild looked just as dazed, clearly having no clue. But before everyone could fully process their confusion, the next scene made everyone gasp. Although Ball's health bar was empty, it was locked at 1 drop of blood, clearly a blood-locking skill.
Now, everyone looked incredulous, saying, Oh my god.
Oh my god. Ball still has a blood lock. What good is that? I get it. Li Chen's defeat was because of Ball's blood-locking skill.
Wait, Ball will definitely counter and take down Li Chen, and then the Mountain Ape will just retaliate slightly and kill Ball.
So, that's it. Now the thought process is clear. With this, both Li Chen and Chen Jie played important roles in taking down Ball. But Chen Jie deserves a bit more credit since he actually killed Ball. Just as everyone was feeling enlightened,
Su Feng, leaning against a big tree not far away, looked completely unfazed. He had fought the Abyss Cult multiple times and had even severely injured the third seat of the Abyss Cult, but the opponent managed to escape with a bloodlocking skill. However, what he didn't expect was that the 8th seat of the Abyss Cult, Ball, also had a bloodlocking skill. It seemed that most of the 8 executive members of the Abyss Cult likely possessed bloodlocking skills.
As for that practitioner named Li Chen, he actually didn't hold high hopes for him.
Although Li Chen's shield stacking talent was decent, in his view, it was merely decent.
At the current distance, Ball could basically attack Li Chen in an instant. Even if Li Chen stacked shields at the start, so what? Withstanding Ball's opening move had already left Li Chen with very little shield left. In the next move, Li Chen was bound to lose.
Just as Su Feng confidently predicted the next situation on the
battlefield. The crowd ahead gasped again, What? Li Chen charged up. Holy crap. Li Chen actually punched Ball in the face. What is Li Chen doing? Why is a summoner attacking with his fists? I don't understand. I can't comprehend Li Chen's thought process at all. It must be that Li Chen saw Ball still had a bloodlocking move left, and got stunned, his brain short-circuited, so he attacked with his fists. But that's normal, after preparing for so long. If something unexpected happens at the last step, any normal person would lose their composure and start flailing. Soon, after a few words from the various experts, everyone's thoughts gradually became clearer, as if they could predict the future. However, the next scene left everyone once again in a state of shock. Li Chen had vanished. He had simply disappeared. After a moment of confusion, someone quickly spoke up, What on earth happened? Where did Li Chen go? Can any expert explain this? Yet, the scene remained silent, and the few experts who had previously stepped up to analyze the situation had yet to appear. After waiting for 30 seconds, just as the atmosphere was about to become awkward, a practitioner in the front row exclaimed, Again, holy crap! Li Chen reappeared. Holy crap! It's that familiar combo again. Everyone looked back at the projection, and after a brief shock, their faces turned incredulous once more. What? It's been 30 seconds. How is Ball's bloodlocking? Time's still not over. Yeah. This is too shameless. How is Li Chen supposed to fight like this? But I have to say, Li Chen's strength and tactical level are quite impressive. He can hold his ground against Ball for so long. Indeed. This footage can already be classified as a classic tactical case. However, in the end, it still comes down to Chen Jie's feigned injury tactic. Yet, in the next scene, everyone fell into shock again as Li Chen disappeared once more. After waiting for 30 seconds, Li Chen reappeared again, executing that familiar combo. This time, Ball finally fell. His body, which had been clinging to the mountain monkey, was completely shattered by Li Chen. The scene fell into a strange silence, with everyone gaping, unable to close their mouths. Even not far away, the presidents and vice presidents of the three major guilds leaning against a large tree were also in a daze. It must be said that Li Chen's maneuvers repeatedly refreshed their understanding. In every seemingly fatal situation, Li Chen seemed to have a set of countermeasures to deal with it. Moreover, each time proved to be quite effective, leading them to momentarily believe that the man in the projection was a top-level tactician. After a brief shock, a few of them looked at Mei Linfeng and asked, Mei Linfeng, could it be that Li Chen is a top-level tactician? Yeah. His adaptability has already reached the threshold of top level. I feel like it's pretty close. At the very least, Li Chen is a first-level tactician. Mei Linfeng was currently scrolling through information on his tablet. In fact, as early as when Li Chen first disappeared, Merlin Feng had already pulled out his tablet to check. The qualification assessment for tactical masters can only be issued by major guilds and the military. As the vice president of a major guild, Merlin Feng naturally had the authority to view the list of all tactical masters. However, after flipping through it for a long time and filtering it again and again, he still did not see Li Chen's name. Finally, Merlin Feng sighed and said slowly, the list of special tactical masters does not include Li Chen. Moreover, there is no Li Chen's name on the lists of first, second, or even third-level tactical masters. At this point, everyone present understood. Li Chen wasn't even a tactical master. He had not participated in the tactical master assessment. For a professional with such high tactical skills to not even be a tactical master was hard for the senior members of the three major guilds to believe. Just as a few of them fell into silence, the crowd ahead erupted in exclamations. Damn! Li Chen has disappeared again. The presidents and vice presidents of the three major guilds looked towards the projection, only to see that Li Chen's figure had vanished. This left them once again in a state of confusion, and after a brief moment of bewilderment, a few of them questioned, what's going on? Li Chen has disappeared again? Isn't it unnecessary? Ball has already died, why is Li Chen still dragging this out? However, looking around, the experts present all wore confused expressions, clearly not understanding Li Chen's actions. At that moment, Su Feng's hoarse voice came through, Li Chen has entered a subinstance. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. A subinstance can be seen as a sublevel within an instance. It is usually a hidden instance or a special instance, with the former being very dangerous and the latter being a reward instance. After a brief shock, they sorted out their thoughts and said, no wonder Li Chen disappeared. In the instance, it turns out he entered a subinstance, which makes sense. Indeed, but we still don't know whether Li Chen entered a hidden instance or a special instance. Since there was no teleportation portal, Li Chen must have entered a special instance to claim rewards. While they were pondering, the general ahead also noticed this, coupled with Kwang Dao's loud voice. The people on site quickly understood the situation, the professionals who had originally sided with Chen Jie turned their guns around. Li Chen actually entered a sub-instance, no wonder we couldn't find him in the instance. In that case, Ball must have been directly killed by Li Chen, and there was no subsequent interference from the mountain monkey. This is a bit awkward. It turns out Chen Jie's ploy was completely useless. Exactly, who was the one leading the charge, spouting such nonsense? It seems to be those summoners from the Dream Chasing Guild. In an instant, everyone looked towards the few from the Dream Chasing Guild, who in turn looked at Chen Jie. Feeling the countless gazes, Chen Jie's face was already burning hot. So embarrassing. If I had known, I wouldn't have stood up to show off. I want to find a hole to crawl into, this is too awkward. I want to go back. However, just as Chen Jie was about to make a run for it, Kwang Dao's penetrating voice came through. Chen Jie, where do you think you're going? You're not trying to back out of the bet, are you? After saying that, Kwang Dao had already pulled out a tablet and loudly played the electronic betting information from the instance detection machine. Ding! Chen Jie lost the bet. Chen Jie must hand over all his equipment and pets to Li Chen. At this moment, the electronic voice was very clear, making it easy for everyone present to understand. Soon, someone said, no way. Chen Jie lost the bet. It seems that during the Sword Saint's Tomb, Li Chen and Chen Jie made a bet on who could kill the Hell-level boss. Since Li Chen has already soloed ball, doesn't that mean the bet is a sure win? How dare Chen Jie? I don't know what Chen Jie is thinking, but he just needs to hand over all his pets and equipment. This is going to be fun to watch. At this point, everyone from the Dream Chasing Guild began to distance themselves from Chen Jie, leaving him standing awkwardly in place. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed, Chen Jie, hurry up and take out your pets and equipment. Yeah. We don't want you to try to escape again. Just hand over your equipment and pets to the military for temporary management and then pass them on to Li Chen. Soon. Several soldiers in military uniforms approached Chen Jie to prevent him from running away. After a bit of tugging, the 4 pets and 8 pieces of equipment on Chen Jie were taken away. At that moment, Chen Jie lay on the ground, his eyes devoid of light, a look of despair on his face. The members of the Dream Chasing Guild quickly took Chen Jie away, it was just too embarrassing otherwise. Before long, the guild members escaped the scene amidst laughter and chatter. After this little episode, everyone felt relaxed and found a comfortable spot nearby to wait. Time flew by, and soon 3 hours had passed, making everyone grow impatient. Why hasn't Li Chen come out yet? Even if the rewards for the special dungeon are generous, it shouldn't take this long. Oh come on, I'm outta here, I still need to grind dungeons. This is boring, I'm leaving. In no time, more than half of the people present had left, and Su Feng gave a brief reminder before departing. Only a few guild leaders remained, waiting with a single goal, to invite Li Chen to join their guild once he emerged. Meanwhile, the much-anticipated Li Chen was examining a red flower in the Ball Pharmacy Garden, caught in a dilemma. How should he handle this herb? If he consumed it directly, the medicinal effect might be greatly diminished, and he was unsure of the herb's properties. Blindly consuming it was too risky. Handing it over to an alchemist felt unsafe as well. What if they swapped the herb? That would be disastrous for him. Just as Li Chen was at a loss, the slime on his shoulder became unusually excited, constantly rubbing against his face. Seeing this, Li Chen's eyes lit up. The slime's ability to devour could also apply to herbs. Moreover, since the slime was his primary pet, its attribute boost would also enhance Li Chen's attributes. Realizing this, Li Chen decisively tossed the herb into the slime's body. After a crunching sound, the herb was consumed, and the slime's body showed a hint of red stripes. Slime devoured the red variegated flower, spirit increased by 50 points, slime gained buff, Crimson Power. Crimson Power, attack inflicts burn effect, lasting for 1 hour, dealing minor damage per second while slowing by 20%. Wow! A red buff. After seeing the system's final prompt, Li Chen felt a surge of excitement. This Crimson Power was indeed quite useful, it could synergize with dry ice clips, achieving a 70% slow effect. This would allow Li Chen to better kite enemies. Plus, the burn effect was very practical against enemies like Ball, who locked health. As soon as the health lock ended, they would be instantly scorched to death. After dealing with the red variegated flower, a greedy mouse suddenly appeared, clutching several herbs. Li Chen took a quick look, 3 ordinary grade herbs. He chuckled and tossed them to the slime. Slime devoured the herbs, gaining 3 strength. I should head back now. I'm starting to feel a bit hungry. After saying that, Li Chen left the dungeon. As soon as he exited, he was surrounded by a crowd. Several guild leaders spoke up first. Li Chen, are you interested in the Radiant Guild? Li Chen, would you like to learn more about the War Guild? Do you want to be a boy like the wind? If so, join the Gale Guild. At that moment, the faces of the guild leaders were filled with anticipation, hoping that Li Chen would agree to them immediately. They all understood very well that Li Chen's joining would greatly enhance the entire guild. Li Chen had high output, could lead teams to tackle high-difficulty dungeons, and had decent tactical skills. Whether as a tactician explaining tactical knowledge to lower-level members or commanding during dungeon runs, he was quite impressive. Although it could be said that with Li Chen's level, joining these small to medium-sized guilds was somewhat beneath him. They couldn't help but want to improve so much. However, under everyone's gaze, Li Chen calmly said, "Sorry, I don't plan to join a guild for now." Upon hearing this, the faces of the guild leaders showed disappointment, and some of the more unstable leaders even stood up and shouted, Why? Why won't you join our Radiant Guild? Our guild can provide 3 pieces of elite-level equipment every year. You will regret it. Our Gale Guild is thriving now. If you join now, the future is bright." After saying this, they blocked Li Chen's path, not allowing him to move an inch. Li Chen showed some displeasure and continued, "Step aside, I'm very hungry." However, the guild leaders still did not give up and continued to shout, "Li Chen! Are you stupid? Why won't you join the Radiant Guild? The elite-level equipment we offer is position-specific. It's position-specific. Li Chen! Think about your family. If you don't join us, it's equivalent to failure." Just as the leaders became more and more agitated, a commanding voice rang out, "Everyone, be quiet."
Upon hearing this, the crowd calmed down a bit and looked towards the source of the voice, where Mei Linfeng, Zhang Yan, and Ou Yangjin, the three experts representing the three major guilds, approached. Since Li Chen doesn't want to join your guild, how can you keep forcing him? Exactly. Why not go back and think about what your guild's core advantages are? Where are the shortcomings? Upon hearing this, the crowd looked dejected and disdainfully said, "TCH. Boring, boring. I'm out of here." After saying this, they left the scene without looking back, and the area fell silent. After a brief silence, Mei Linfeng stepped forward first, took out a card, and handed it to Li Chen, saying, "Li Chen, this is my business card. If you want to collaborate with a major guild or join one, just call me." Seeing this, Zhang Yan and Ou Yangjin also followed suit, handing Li Chen their cards. "Li Chen, if you're interested in giving a lecture at our War God Guild, you can call me, and I'll arrange it right away. Li Chen, the Deep Space Guild needs a supervisor. If you're interested, you can call me." After they finished speaking, they left directly, not wanting to disturb Li Chen further. Li Chen looked at the three cards in his hand and couldn't help but admire the three of them. When other guild representatives approached, they usually demanded to join, and out of consideration, they generally wouldn't agree directly but would refuse. However, the representatives of the three major guilds were different. They provided cards and gave the other party ample time to consider, which was a very clear approach. After accepting the cards, Li Chen was joined by Jun, along with Yan Lang and Quang Dao. Quang Dao spoke first. "Brother Li Chen, you performed well today. That operation just now was truly a feast for our eyes. How about we go to the Dongfang No. 1 hotel, eat, and talk?" After Quang Dao finished speaking, Yan Lang had already opened his phone and said, "I've booked a private room, we can eat as soon as we get there." The general also looked at Li Chen with anticipation. Seeing this, Li Chen thought for a moment and agreed. It would be a good opportunity to discuss the strengthening foundation plan with the general. Besides, he did feel a bit hungry. So the four of them hailed a Didi and headed to Dongfang No. 1 hotel. After a hearty meal, Li Chen said directly, "General, I want to join the strengthening foundation plan." Upon hearing this, the general's face broke into a smile as he replied, "Li Chen, I've been waiting for you to say that." He then turned to Quang Dao and said, "Quang Dao, you take care of the arrangements." Quang Dao, upon hearing this, quickly took out a tablet and handed it to Li Chen, saying, "Li Chen, here's the roster for this session of the strengthening foundation plan, pick one." Li Chen took the tablet and swiftly scrolled through the team information. Iron Egg Team, 4 level 30 Rare Warriors, 3 level 30 Elite Mages. Iron Bone Team, Yulong Battle Team, 1 level 20 Rare Mage, 3 level 8 Elite Assassins. Looking at the screen full of team names, Li Chen found himself in a dilemma, completely unsure of which to choose. Seeing this, Quang Dao quickly said, Li Chen, if you had come a day earlier, there would have been a few better teams. Today is already the last day for instructor registration, and the good teams have all been snatched up. But I recommend the Iron Egg Team and the Iron Bone Team. Both teams have decent configurations." However, Li Chen shook his head. The reason was simple, the names didn't sound appealing. In the end, Li Chen looked at the Yulong Battle Team and said, "I'll go with the Yulong Battle Team. The name sounds pretty good." Upon hearing this, Quang Dao anxiously said, "Li Chen, I don't recommend you choose the Yulong Battle Team." Before Li Chen could express his confusion, Quang Dao continued, "The configuration of the Yulong Battle Team is too low, it doesn't even meet the requirements for a level 3 team. I'm afraid you won't be able to carry them." Li Chen chuckled, "What's there to carry?" In an instant, the three soldiers present fell silent. In fact, Li Chen's words had been echoed by many. Ever since Zhang Yuan died in battle, the Yulong Battle Team had been in decline. Many experts had stepped up, determined to revive the team. However, the outcomes were always tragic, with each attempt ending in total annihilation. From then on, the Yulong Battle Team gradually became a trash team that didn't even qualify as a level 3 team, relegated to logistical support. The only reason it still had a roster was that Zhang Yuan had once shone too brightly, and due to regulations, the military had to keep giving this team opportunities. However, in reality, it was just a name, no one paid any attention to it. At this moment, Li Chen's choice made them feel uneasy, yet there was also a glimmer of hope. Li Chen had created miracles time and again, perhaps he could indeed help the Yulong Battle Team rise again. Thinking of this, the general's eyes brightened as he said seriously, "Li Chen, the Yulong Battle Team is very weak and hard to uplift. 50 instructors have led this team before, but the outcome was always total annihilation. Now they can basically only engage in logistical work. Do you really want to lead the Yulong Battle Team?" A brief silence fell in the private room, and the three military personnel looked at Li Chen with complex expressions. They both hoped Li Chen would refuse outright and also wished he would agree. Under everyone's gaze, Li Chen took a sip of fish soup and said lightly, "If I lead, then I will." Upon hearing this, the three no longer said anything, since Li Chen had made up his mind, further persuasion seemed pointless. Soon, Guangdao took out a badge and a manual and handed them to Li Chen, saying, Li Chen, this is the instructor badge. And the instructor guide, keep them safe. The strengthening program training base is located in the Cold Iron Castle in the northeast of Manhwa, which is a bit far from here. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I will take a helicopter to pick you up. Upon hearing this, Li Chen nodded, accepted the instructor badge and guide, and after a brief exchange, prepared to leave. Just then, Guangdao suddenly said, Li Chen, wait a moment.
Do you know that you won the bet with Chen Jie last time?
Before Li Chen could respond, Guangdao snapped his fingers, and soon several soldiers in military uniforms appeared, throwing a pile of equipment on the ground, along with 4 pets.
The general also released the mountain summoning ape. In an instant, the originally spacious private room became crowded.
After examining the equipment, disappointment appeared on Li Chen's face. The gear was too shabby, and he had no interest in it at all. The best among them were just a few pieces
of legendary level equipment, while Li Chen had 400 legendary level blind boxes. Moreover, the special legendary level equipment that Li Chen was pursuing made these items even less appealing.
They were purely a waste of inventory space.
As for
the 5 pets, to be honest, Li Chen was also not interested. 2 were rare level, 2 were elite level, and 1 was legendary level. Only the legendary level mountain summoning ape was decent, but his pet team was already well formed.
No
matter which pet he replaced, his combat power would not increase, in fact, it would decrease.
So he said, let these pets and equipment be left for the frontline warriors.
They face the abyss directly and need these even more.
Upon hearing
this, Guangdao quickly said, you have to take this mountain summoning ape.
This is a legendary level pet. It's a pet that every summoner dreams of. With your understanding of pets, Li Chen, you can definitely unleash its maximum potential.
Li Chen continued, although the mountain summoning ape is good, all my pets are carefully configured by me, and switching might even lower my damage. Besides, I can see that this mountain summoning ape already has some spirit. It would
be just right for the general.
Unlike summoners, other professions also have a pet slot. However, the pet must agree to enter, and without a contract, micromanaging is not possible, so the pet's power cannot be fully utilized. However, this mountain summoning ape clearly has a good relationship with the general and can exhibit decent combat power, making it just right for him.
The 3 of them showed admiration on their faces.
Generally, a summoner would directly abandon their original pet upon seeing a mountain summoning ape and choose it instead. Yet Li Chen did not abandon his pets, even keeping the starting slime by his side. No wonder all of Li Chen's pets were so powerful.
After realizing this, Guangdao looked at
the general and said, General, since Li Chen has said so, let's go with what he said. Moreover, the mountain summoning ape is a relic of the captain, you should keep it by your side. The general was not one to be coy and immediately said, in that case, let's go with what Li Chen said. I will take care of the mountain summoning ape, and if you change your mind, Li Chen, you can come find me anytime.
As for the other equipment and pets, let them be given to the frontline
warriors.
And it must be noted that the donor is Li Chen.
Upon hearing this, everyone was very satisfied with the general's decision and said loudly, we guarantee to complete it. After chatting for a while longer, Li Chen left the scene. Meanwhile, in the office of the special tactical master of the Grand Guild. Brother, I was bullied just a few days ago during the debate. That civilian expert actually made me kneel and called me an idiot. And that Li Fan was also extremely arrogant, constantly suppressing me. At this moment, Chen Bei, seated in the main position, listened to his brother Chen Bao's complaints, and dissatisfaction gradually appeared on his face. Once Chen Bao finished speaking, Chen Bei slammed the table heavily and said angrily, what are you doing? Hearing this, Chen Bao's face turned pale, and he hurriedly replied, you can't blame me for this. The voices of those so-called experts from the common folk are just too shrill. I just wanted to deal with that kid, but I didn't expect he actually knew a bit of tactics. That's why we lost the bet. Before Chen Bao could finish, Chen Bei interrupted, I mean, how could you kneel and say such things? This is outrageous, daring to insult the tactical skills of the Chen family. Our Chen family from Beihai has commanded several battles against the Abyss. These common folk experts are all just paper tigers. Of no help in fighting the Abyss, simply the scum of society. How dare they criticize our Beihai Chen family? Someone find out who this so-called expert is, and send him a lawyer's letter. I want to personally judge him. Just 10 minutes later, a subordinate approached with a report in hand and respectfully said, Master Chen Bei, we have investigated the surveillance from that time. We found that this so-called expert is actually Li Chen, the first place in this year's team competition. Upon hearing this, Chen Bao's face showed terror, and he trembled as he said, I didn't expect it to be Li Chen. Let's forget about this. He is now a focal point, with limitless potential for the future. If we can't defeat him 100%, we will definitely face his revenge in the future.
After thinking for a moment, Chen Bei sneered and said, "So what if he is the first in the team competition? Over the years, how many first-place teams have there been? Haven't they all obediently listened to us? Li Chen? Just one of them, it makes no difference. Hold off on sending the lawyer's letter for now, gather information on Li Chen. First. As long as there's a flaw, I can magnify it infinitely and make him lose thoroughly. Also, gather information on that. Li Fan, we will judge them together." The subordinate quickly replied, "Yes." After saying that, he swiftly left the scene. Seeing this, Jinbao's face lit up with joy. It seemed his brother was starting to take this seriously. Even if Li Chen had some strength, the outcome would still be a complete defeat. He could finally teach that Li Chen a good lesson. The next morning, Li Chen had a simple meal of rice rolls before boarding the Crazy Blade helicopter, flying towards the Cold Iron Castle. On the helicopter, Crazy Blade focused on operating the aircraft and did not speak to Li Chen. Li Chen was glad for this and began checking his attribute panel. Remaining pet upgrade chances, 11, the third Genesis level pet was finally about to appear. Do you want to spend 8 chances to upgrade the Gale Greedy Mouse? Yes. Gale Greedy Mouse, orange, Heavenly Thief Mouse, red, Heavenly Thief Mouse, rank, Genesis level 11, strength, 176, constitution, 176, agility, 402, spirit, 352, skills, Gale. Aura, enhanced treasure hunt, plunder, talent, greed. It seems there isn't much change. The treasure hunting skill has been enhanced? After noticing the change, Li Chen quickly checked the enhanced treasure hunting skill. Enhanced treasure hunt, the Heavenly Thief Mouse will know the situation within the dungeon. If the Heavenly Thief Mouse is outside, it will be aware of the situation within 1000 meters, and the contractor will not be subject to level suppression, allowing direct access to the opponents. Information. It can actually allow the treasure hunting feature to be used in the real world, effectively increasing coverage, and most importantly, Li Chen will not be subject to level suppression and can directly view the opponent's information. Unlike the bravery of other slimes and the Tiger Sword God, the Heavenly Thief Mouse is more adept at analyzing battlefield situations and the opponent's information. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. The last time Li Chen encountered Ball, he suffered a great loss because he couldn't see the opponent's passive skills. Now, with the enhanced treasure hunting, such situations are unlikely to occur again. Nodding to himself, Li Chen shifted his gaze to the new skill, Plunder. Plunder, steal one skill from the opponent. It disappears after being used once, and the opponent cannot use that skill before then. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Plunder? Another non-offensive skill. After a brief contemplation, Li Chen understood the value of this skill. When dealing with some particularly tricky skills, Li Chen could directly plunder them for his own use. At the same time, he could also restrict the opponent. Soon, the helicopter arrived at its destination, Cold Iron Castle. Li Chen focused his eyes and saw a majestic castle standing in the distance, its walls already covered in white snow. Mad Blade reminded from behind, "Brother Li Chen, this is Cold Iron Castle. You can enter by showing your instructor badge. If there's anything you can't handle, just call me." Li Chen nodded and said, "Got it." After that, he summoned the Diamond Wild Boar, jumped onto its back, and charged towards Cold Iron Castle. Before long, Li Chen arrived at the castle gate, where he saw about 20 soldiers checking the identities of a group of visitors. This is Cold Iron Castle, a military stronghold. 3 guests, please show your identities. The 3 guests stood disdainfully in place, and just as the situation was about to escalate, one of the more clever visitors said, "This is my instructor badge." The leading level 60 legendary warrior took the badge, examined it closely, and soon exclaimed, "You are actually the level 1 tactical master of the Beihaichen family, Chen Mo." The surrounding soldiers showed shock on their faces, exclaiming, "Damn, a level 1 tactical master is here to be an instructor. Which team is so lucky? I remember the last time the Strengthening Foundation plan only sent a level 2 tactical master as an instructor. What happened this year? It seems this year's Strengthening Foundation plan is quite spectacular." Hearing their words, Chen Mo slightly raised the corner of his mouth and continued, "Surprised, right? But I'm not the strongest here. I'm the weakest among the 3. This is my older brother Chen Shi, and my second brother Chen Wen. We are all here to be instructors. Hurry up and make way." The surrounding soldiers looked displeased and said, "Just saying names won't do. You must show us the instructor badge for verification." "Yeah. No matter how different your identities are, you still need to verify." However, the 3 from the Chun family remained indifferent, still looking down on everyone. Soon, Chen Mo spoke again, "Sorry. My older brother and second brother usually don't like to carry their instructor badges." Hearing this, the soldiers' faces turned angry, and they drew their weapons, ready to suppress them. Just as the atmosphere became tense, the leading soldier whispered, "Put down your weapons. Let them in. The soldiers were puzzled and asked Captain Ice Wolf. Why? This is the rule. Entering Cold Iron Castle requires identity checks, no one is exempt. After a moment of coldness in Captain Ice Wolf's voice, he continued, let them in. Seeing their usually calm captain say this, the soldiers had no choice but to relent and clear the way. The three then walked in with an air of indifference, entering Cold Iron Castle. Once their figures disappeared from view, a nearby soldier asked in confusion, Captain Ice Wolf. What are the identities of those three? Yeah. Aren't they a bit too arrogant? The Ice Wolf team leader took a deep breath and said softly, the Chen family of Beihai, the strongest family in Beihai City. They have trained tactical masters who are spread throughout the upper echelons of the three major guilds, with the clan leader Chen Bei serving in the Grand Guild as a top-tier tactical master. Hearing this, the surrounding underlings were all shocked, exclaiming, what? The Beihai Chen family actually has such immense power. Occupying the upper echelons of the three major guilds, that basically means they have eyes and ears everywhere. And the leader is actually a top-tier tactical master. Oh my! After a brief moment to digest the information, one of the underlings voiced his confusion. Ice Wolf team leader, what exactly are the identities of those three? Even you feel pressure from them? Ice Wolf lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a smoke ring before slowly saying, Chen Mo, a level 60 rare class professional, a level 1 tactical master, is a core member of the Beihai Chen family. Chen 1, a level 60 legendary class professional, a level 1 tactical master, is one of the three supervisors of the Beihai Chen family and also a holder of the bronze badge. At this point, the underlings around Ice Wolf were already in disbelief, whispering among themselves, a level 60 professional. And their ranks are impressive. Oh my! They are both level 1 tactical masters. Truly well-rounded. And that Chen Wen is actually a holder of the bronze badge, that's incredibly valuable. This is serious. Good thing we didn't stop them earlier. If the first two are this strong, then how powerful is that Chen Shi? Under the watchful eyes of many, a hint of fear appeared in Ice Wolf's eyes as he said quietly that Chen Shi is no simple character. He is the head of the three supervisors of the Beihai Chen family, and it is said that his strength is second only to Chen Bei. A level 60 legendary class professional, and reportedly has an A-grade talent, with extremely strong individual combat power. His tactical level is that of a level 1 tactical master, but I've heard that his tactical skills are already infinitely close to that of a top-tier tactical master. Most importantly, he is a holder of the silver badge. After Ice Wolf's brief explanation, the underlings on site were left in a daze. A level 60 legendary class professional, A-grade talent. Tactical skills infinitely close to that of a top-tier tactical master. A holder of the silver badge. Each of these pieces of information, taken alone, would already make someone stand out among the crowd. And now, all three pieces of information were concentrated on Chen Shi. Just how strong is he? After a long while, everyone finally processed the information and returned to their senses, but they still looked dazed, clearly not having recovered from the shock. Soon, a few people asked again. Ice Wolf team leader. Which three teams are those three coming to lead? The Beihai Chen family should have no shortage of resources, right? I have no idea why they are participating in the Strengthening Foundation plan. It seems that the top 3 spots in this year's Strengthening Foundation plan are basically reserved. Ice Wolf took out a tablet and began to browse, and after a long time, he slowly said, it should be these 3 teams. The Dashin team, the Little War God team, and the Deep Space Newbie team. These 3 teams represent the 3 major guilds, and their members are basically all talented newbies from the 3 major guilds, TSK. The team configurations were already absurdly high, and now with those 3 as instructors, it seems other teams don't even need to compete. Hearing this, the surrounding underlings were all incredulous, exclaiming, wow! It's actually those 3 teams, and it's said that every member inside has legendary level qualifications. It's simply terrifying. Yeah. It's indeed outrageous. These geniuses definitely have a bright future ahead. This is so unbalanced. What on earth are those 3 aiming for? After a brief contemplation, the Ice Wolf said seriously, if I'm not mistaken, their target is the reward for the first place in the Strong Foundation program, an opportunity to challenge the Sky Tower. I can see that Chen Shi's momentum has reached its peak, he's clearly about to awaken. They must be aiming to go to the Sky Tower to obtain awakening materials. Although according to intelligence, this year the Beihai Chen family has already secured 2 slots for the Sky Tower opportunity. But no one would pass up the chance to have more opportunities. The more chances to challenge the tower, the higher the probability of obtaining awakening materials. Just right, this time the first place in the Strong Foundation program is as easy for them as drinking water. They certainly won't let this opportunity slip by. The surrounding lackeys looked at each other in disbelief. No way. The Beihai Chen family is too greedy. Isn't 2 chances enough? Yeah. I remember there are only 7 opportunities for the Sky Tower in a year. 2 slots aren't enough for them? Sigh no. Wonder the lower tier professionals hit a limit at level 60. The only way to obtain awakening materials is controlled by these top tier forces. Just as a few lackeys were about to ask more questions, the Ice Wolf suddenly said, "Wait a minute, someone is coming." Everyone was startled and turned to look into the distance, where a figure was approaching through the white flying snow. Seeing this scene, everyone showed confusion and whispered, "Who is the newcomer? Is it an instructor or a team member? Are you stupid? It's already the 3rd day. It can't be a team member. What team member arrives this late? Then it must be an instructor, but even so, it's pretty late. I remember today is the final deadline." Indeed, normally instructors would have arrived on the first day to customize the training plan. Only the 3 from the Beihai Chen family are strong enough to arrive late. If other instructors arrived at this time, their teams would have fallen behind significantly. Could it be another strategist from the Beihai Chen family? Soon, Li Chen arrived in front of the soldiers. After sizing him up for a moment, everyone frowned. Not an instructor, but a team member? Level 11? That level hasn't even left the novice village, right? How did he come to participate in the strong foundation program? Yeah. At least level 20 should be the requirement. And as a team member, why arrive so late? The progress has already fallen too far behind. Unbelievable, it must be some young master from a small family here to gild his resume. After a brief discussion, the Ice Wolf stepped forward first. Although the other's level already indicated his identity, out of caution, the Ice Wolf still asked routinely, "Who are you?" Seeing this, Li Chen simply replied, "I am Li Chen, an instructor." The people around him looked at him with disbelief. And impatience said, "Kid, don't fool us. How can there be an instructor at level 11? Can you even teach anyone?" "Right. And an instructor must at least be a level 2 strategist, are you? You must be a new recruit here for the Strong Foundation program. Being late is one thing, but there's no need to make wild claims." Yeah. Quickly tell us your team name, then hurry up and go train." The Ice Wolf also looked skeptical and said sternly, "Kid, which team are you from?" Li Chen replied earnestly, "The Yulong battle team." Upon hearing this, everyone paused for a moment before realizing, "Oh, so you're the new logistics." If that's the case, level 11 makes sense, but I didn't expect someone would voluntarily come to be logistics. I remember the magician from the day before yesterday also came to be logistics, right? Is logistics becoming popular recently? Not sure, I can't see any future in it. The Ice Wolf ahead thought the same way. The other party must have come to apply for logistics, but it was unclear for which specific position. With this in mind, the Ice Wolf asked, "Are you here to cook? Or to deliver food?" "We no longer need food delivery, there are too many people doing that. The Yulong team already has 3 assassins." Li Chen's mouth twitched. He didn't expect the Yulong team to be so underwhelming. It really was a logistics team. However, he didn't mind and directly said, "I am the instructor of the Yulong team, here is my instructor badge." He then took out the instructor badge and handed it to the Ice Wolf. After examining it closely for a moment, the Ice Wolf exclaimed, "Holy crap! You really are the instructor of the Yulong team." The people around looked stunned, and after a while, they murmured, "No way. Does the logistics team also need an instructor? Is he here to teach cooking? This is too surreal, too surreal. Is there something wrong here? Can the logistics team also participate in the Strong Foundation program?" For a moment, everyone looked incredulous. Seeing this, Li Chen said seriously, "Since the Yulong team appears on the list of the Strong Foundation program, it means they can participate." Just as everyone was in a daze, the Ice Wolf at the forefront was shaken. As an 8-year veteran, he naturally knew how glorious the Yulong team once was. Under the leadership of the war god Zhang Yuan, it was not an exaggeration to call it the first team. However, since Zhang Yuan died in battle, the Yulong team had been in decline. Many tactical experts had come to lead the team during this time, but all ended in failure. Could this person before him be another tactical expert trying to revive the Yulong team? After all this time, was there still someone who hadn't given up? With this thought, the Ice Wolf's voice trembled as he asked, "Instructor Li Chen, what level of tactical master are you?" He then looked at Li Chen with anticipation, hoping to receive a satisfactory answer. However, Li Chen replied, "I am not a tactical master." After hearing the response, the Ice Wolf's eyes lost their luster. It seemed the other party was just a young master from a big family. Coming to be an instructor was merely to add a layer of gold to his resume. But thinking about it, a genuinely capable instructor would never choose the Yulong team. With a sigh, the Ice Wolf said no more. Since the other party had an instructor badge and the paperwork was legitimate, he could let him in. Go in. After entering the city gate, turn left for the electronic map. You can activate it with your instructor badge. The surrounding lackeys, hearing their captain speak, said nothing and cleared the way. Li Chen nodded, not hesitating, and quickly walked into the cold iron castle. After walking a short distance, Li Chen entered the cold iron castle and turned left to see the electronic map on the wall. He stepped into the map, took out his instructor badge, and pressed it against the map, which quickly became clear. It detailed every aspect of the castle. Seeing this, Li Chen hurriedly took a photo with his phone and then checked the assembly point of the Yulong team. Soon, he found the assembly point of the Yulong team in an inconspicuous corner of the castle, Kitchen 21. Without hesitation, Li Chen walked directly into Kitchen 21. As soon as he entered, he heard the continuous clattering of pots and pans, clearly indicating that someone was cooking. Li Chen focused his gaze and saw a large table ahead, resembling those found in street food stalls. The sounds of cooking came from the back kitchen. At that moment, a level 40 elite warrior in the back kitchen was stir-frying fried rice, while a level 20 rare mage was assisting him. Suddenly, the warrior shouted, "Newcomer! Soy sauce! Cumin powder!" The mage, hearing this, mechanically picked up the soy sauce and cumin powder and handed them to the warrior. After receiving the condiments, the warrior said discontentedly, "What use is a rare level mage like you? You can't even cook. I'm better off as a warrior, at least I have strength and energy when cooking." The mage's eyes lost their luster, and he could only respond numbly. You're right. Lin Yusher had been here for 2 days, and just before, her father had repeatedly advised her, "Yusher, if you can join the Yulong battle team, then join the Yulong battle team. This team was once the #1 team in the Dragon Kingdom, even if it has declined now, it won't be too bad." So, she cheerfully chose the Yulong battle team and was then assigned to be a cook here. However, due to her clumsiness, she was looked down upon by the head chef, Zhang Ming. This was completely different from her previous expectations. As a rare level mage, shouldn't she be receiving combat training and then participating in the strengthening program? Why was she assigned to logistics? Seeing that Lin Yusher was so easy to bully, Zhang Ming's lips curled slightly as he continued, "This is our blessing, do you know? As part of the Yulong battle team, you have to do the work of other logistics teams too. Only then will others respect you. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yusher said nothing, merely burying her head in sorting the ingredients, a tear inadvertently rolling down her cheek. Here, she opened her eyes at 4 a.m. and worked tirelessly until midnight, only resting for 4 hours in between. She missed home. She had had enough of this place. But in the military, there are no empty words. Since she came to participate in the strengthening program, she couldn't back out. Even if she couldn't stand it, she had to endure. Suddenly, she thought of that figure, Li Chen. Would Li Chen appear suddenly like last time? Zhang Ming noticed Lin Yusher's silence and his face showed displeasure, just as he was about to explode. A voice came, "This is the assembly point for the Yulong battle team, right?" Zhang Ming was interrupted, his anger growing as he looked toward the source of the voice, only to see an 11th level summoner standing in front. Upon seeing this, a look of disdain appeared on Zhang Ming's face. An 11th level summoner was probably just another newcomer. Clearly, they couldn't get into other teams and had chosen the Yulong battle team instead. After labeling the newcomer, Zhang Ming's lips curled slightly. These newcomers must all be fantasizing about soaring to great heights after joining the Yulong battle team. However, in reality, after working under him for just 1 day, they would deeply understand what reality is. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming disdainfully said, "You're here to join the Yulong battle team, right? Go sit over there. When the other rookies come back, I'll explain our Yulong battle team's rules." Li Chen smiled upon hearing this and found a corner to wait. Before leading this team, he would first observe the members of the Yulong battle team. Time passed second by second, and the sounds of pots and pans clashing in the kitchen ceased. Several boys and girls walked out from the back kitchen and sat around a large table. They stared blankly, and upon seeing Li Chen sitting there, they showed no reaction. Soon, Zhang Ming came out, took out 8 lunchboxes, and threw them to everyone. The group said nothing and began to dig into their lunch boxes. Zhang Ming's lips curled slightly as he loudly announced, "Today, our Yulong battle team has added a new member." After saying this, he looked at Li Chen and said, "Newcomer, I'm the captain, Zhang Ming. I now order you to introduce yourself. What dishes can you cook? If you can't cook, we won't welcome you." After a brief silence, Li Chen did not answer the question but calmly said, "Has the Yulong battle team always been doing this?" Zhang Ming, upon hearing this, said unhappily, "Newcomer, I'm the captain. If you don't follow the arrangements, it will make things very difficult for me. Quickly answer my question." After saying this, he picked up an iron spoon and walked up to Li Chen, staring at him aggressively. However, Li Chen just smiled and still did not answer the question. If I remember correctly, isn't it training time for the strengthening program right now? Why? Is the Yulong team not going to train but instead cooking here? Li Chen's voice echoed in the room, and the members of the Yulong team suddenly looked a bit clearer, putting down their lunchboxes. They looked in Li Chen's direction, puzzled, and said, "Is this the new recruit? How dare he challenge Jiang Ming? Sai, I was just like him when I first arrived, and then I got beaten up. Jiang Ming is a level 40 elite warrior, he can handle us like little chicks. That said, I feel so unwilling. I'm a rare level warrior. Why do I have to do this logistical work? Just give it up." Without an instructor to lead, Jiang Ming is the sky for the Yulong team. That kid will soon get a good beating from Jiang Ming. After a look of fear spread across everyone's faces, they turned to the two arguing parties. Sure enough, Jiang Ming had already swung the iron spoon towards Li Chen's head, cursing non-stop, "You little brat. I'm not letting you get special treatment." However, under everyone's gaze, Li Chen did not get hit as they expected. Instead, he raised one hand, snatched the iron spoon away, and then used a shoulder charge to push Jiang Ming back a distance. With 520 strength and 720 agility, even unarmed, Li Chen was quite powerful. Jiang Ming, being only a level 30 elite warrior, had strength and agility around 100 at most, making it too easy for Li Chen to handle him. After Li Chen's maneuver, Jiang Ming stood there in a daze, still confused. The surrounding members of the Yulong team noticed this and their eyes sparkled as they whispered, "This new recruit has some skills. He can actually overpower Jiang Ming. But he seems to be just an 11-level summoner. How can he overpower Jiang Ming without releasing his pet? Could he be a young master from a big family? Here to gain some experience? He must have a few rare-level equipment on him." While everyone was discussing, Lin Yusher kept rubbing her eyes. However, after rubbing for a long time, the person in front of her was still very clear. After a brief moment of daze, Lin Yusher's face lit up with joy. "It's him! It's Li Chen! I didn't expect him to join the strengthening program too." As everyone's expressions varied, Jiang Ming, who had been pushed back, sneered, "You ask why the Yulong team isn't training? Is there any need for that? The Yulong team is just trash. Every member inside is useless. It's already a big favor for me to come and lead. Letting them do this logistical work is already a blessing." After this statement, the faces of the Yulong team members turned very ugly. Although their strength was average, being called useless truly displeased them. Soon, a rare level warrior stood up to refute. "Jiang Ming, you keep saying we are useless. Have you ever taken us to fight? Without training, how can we grow? I've had enough of doing these menial tasks every day." A few members in the back, hearing this, also got heated and echoed, "Yeah, we do these menial tasks every day, how can we improve? And we do it non-stop all day long. Jiang Ming, you let the Yulong team monopolize all the logistical work. Have you considered whether we can handle it or not?" "Exactly. Those people outside look at us like we're fools." In an instant, everyone began to express their dissatisfaction, each one filled with emotion, clearly having endured for too long. Jiang Ming had now calmed down, looking at everyone with disdain before sneering, "What? You don't accept it? Since you've joined the Yulong battle team, you have to follow my arrangements. If anyone disagrees, I'll hand them over to the supervision team. Let them deal with you." He then turned to Li Chen, pointing at him and cursing, "And you! How dare you openly attack the captain? Just wait. If I can't manage you, then I'll let the supervision team take care of you." With that, he dialed a number to call the supervision squad. Upon hearing this, everyone turned pale, and a few magic users even trembled, collapsing to the ground. The supervision team didn't care who was right or wrong, anyone who violated military orders would be punished. As the captain, Jiang Ming was the only voice in the team in the absence of an instructor. If they dared to refute him, it would be considered a violation of military orders, warranting punishment. It was said that someone had previously defied the captain and was subsequently beaten by the supervision team, ending up on the blacklist. Once blacklisted, they couldn't participate in dungeons or join guilds, effectively ruining their future. At this moment, although they were suffering, it was just for a year. After a year of service, they could still choose to leave. But if they were blacklisted, everything would be over. Realizing this, everyone began to plead, "Captain Jiang, please let us off this time. We were wrong. We won't dare again. From now on, we'll be obedient." Seeing everyone so sensible, Jiang Ming stopped calling and looked at them disdainfully, saying, "Very good, your actions are quite wise. But there's still a rat droppings, spoiling our whole pot of porridge." With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Li Chen, who was quietly sitting to the side. Jiang Ming's meaning was already very clear. He wanted the newcomer in front of him to admit his mistake as well. The members
of the Yulong battle team saw this and someone immediately stepped forward, earnestly saying, "Buddy, just admit your mistake to Captain
Jiang. Yeah. We were just talking, but you actually made a move.
If the supervision team comes over, you will definitely be punished." Hearing everyone on his side, Jiang Ming regained his confidence and looked at Li Chen, shouting, "Newbie, hurry up and kneel, then bow 3 times, and I'll forgive you. Otherwise, when the supervision team arrives, it won't be something I can control." In an instant, everyone turned to Li Chen, hoping he would kneel and apologize immediately. Under everyone's gaze, Li Chen calmly looked at Jiang Ming without saying a word.
Seeing this, everyone showed
anxious expressions, and soon a few people stepped forward to advise, "Brother,
although kneeling and bowing is indeed a bit excessive, there's no
other way.
Right. Once the supervision team arrives, you won't have a chance to regret it.
You will be punished
and blacklisted, unable to join any guild from then on.
And if it's serious, they might not even let you participate in dungeons. This is not the time to act on impulse.
If you can't participate in dungeons or join a guild, your future will be ruined."
At this moment, everyone held nothing back, expressing the seriousness of the situation.
Jiang Ming seized the opportunity, saying, "Newbie, I'll give you one last chance. Hurry up and admit your mistake. Kneel and bow 3 times. Otherwise, I'll call the supervision team over."
However, under such aggressive pressure, Li Chen crossed his legs and looked at Jiang Ming with disdain. At this point, Li Chen was already certain that the tumor of the Yulong battle team lay here. Jiang Ming, as the captain, actually didn't take the team members to participate in dungeons to level up. Instead, he took over the work of other logistics teams, trapping the members of the Yulong battle team
in endless logistical tasks.
Since this Jiang Ming is so arrogant, he doesn't mind making a big deal out of it. With this thought, Li Chen said lightly,
"Go ahead and call."
Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him in disbelief, their hearts already in turmoil.
What is this newcomer doing? Doesn't he realize the seriousness of the situation?
Why, after everything that has been said, is he still unaware of how serious it is? Jiang Ming, seeing this, was furious. He dialed a number and pointed at Li Chen, saying sternly, "All right, you've got guts. Don't you dare leave."
"Hello? Brother Wang. A team member isn't listening to me. I'm in the kitchen, number 21.
After briefly reporting the situation, Jiang Ming raised the corner of his mouth slightly and pointed at Li Chen, saying, "I've already called someone. Just wait to be punished." After he finished speaking, the scene fell into an extreme silence. Only the heavy breathing of the members of the Yulong team could be heard. Under everyone's gaze, Li Chen remained silent, still crossing his legs and
waiting. A few minutes later, a noisy commotion came from outside, and the door was kicked open with a bang.
A group of level 30 elite professionals surged into the room, and the leading level 50 professional shouted, Who dares to disobey the captain's orders?" Everyone was startled and quickly looked over, falling silent. The captain of the supervision team, Wang Jinxin, saw the dazed members of the Yulong team in front of him and his face showed displeasure. He pointed at a few people and said sternly, "It's you. And you." At that moment, Jiang Ming rubbed his hands and stepped forward. Looking eager to please as he said, "Captain Wang, it's like this.
This new recruit is disobedient."
After saying this, he turned around and viciously
pointed at Li Chen.
Upon hearing this, Wang Jinxin walked up to Li Chen and began to size him up.
Seeing that the person in front of him was just an 11-level summoner, Wang Jinxin's heart was already clear, the other party was just a rookie. Behind him, Jiang Ming continued to rub his hands and added, "Captain Wang, this new recruit has an extremely bad attitude.
I asked him to introduce himself, but he didn't answer and instead asked some irrelevant questions. Seeing this, I wanted to teach him a lesson, but unexpectedly, this guy actually fought back."
After listening to Jiang Ming's account, Wang
Jinxin nodded and said word by word, "Newcomer, you have violated military regulation number 355. As a team member, you have contradicted the captain. Originally, you would only need to be punished by not being allowed to join the guild for a year, but your behavior is extremely serious.
You actually dared to attack the captain.
Therefore, the punishment is increased. You will not be allowed to join the guild or participate in dungeons for 3 years, and you will also receive 3 lashes." After hearing the words of the supervision team, the members of the Yulong team all sighed, saying,
"Sigh, this young man is too young, daring to contradict the captain. What a pity, his combat power is quite good, he could overpower Jiang Ming, but with this punishment, it's equivalent to 0 improvement for 3 years.
Indeed, no matter how talented he is, being held back for 3 years means he will have basically no competitiveness in the future? Let's not talk about that, the upcoming 3 lashes will be despairing."
Just as everyone
was sighing, Lin Yushir became anxious and quickly said, "He was just acting in self-defense, he didn't actively confront Captain Jiang."
There's no need for such a heavy punishment. Instead, it's Captain Jiang who was abusing his power, punishing team members at will. After her words, the scene fell into silence, and the members of the Yulong team looked at Lin Yusher in disbelief. After a long time, they began to whisper, "Has she gone mad? How could she say this at this time? She's really brainless. She's putting herself on the line for a stranger." Exactly, there's absolutely no need for that. Wang Jinxin and Jiang Ming turned around, looking at Lin Yusher with confusion. After a brief silence, Jiang Ming looked at everyone and said, "Is this true? Did you see it? Now that you mention it, I seem to have forgotten that someone had confronted me before." The members of the Yulong team turned pale at these words, fully aware in their hearts they had indeed stood up to confront him earlier, and if Jiang Ming used this as a reason, they would all face punishment together. It was truly foolish to sacrifice themselves for a stranger. With this thought, everyone lowered their heads and fell silent. Seeing this, Jiang Ming's lips curled slightly, feeling quite satisfied. These little brats were indeed aware of the situation, especially this Lin Yusher. He had to make an example of them, otherwise, if one or two people kept standing up to confront him, what kind of captain would he be? With this in mind, Jiang Ming said loudly, "Since this matter doesn't exist at all, does that mean I can consider you slandering me?" After a pause, Jiang Ming looked at Wang Jinxie and continued with a smile, "Captain Wang, you see. In this situation, shouldn't there be a punishment?" Wang Jinxie nodded and said, "Word by word, slandering the captain is even more serious than confronting the captain. They are banned from joining the guild and participating in dungeons for 2 years. Upon hearing this, Lin Yusher's face turned pale. She hadn't expected that just saying one sentence would land her such a huge accusation. Seeing Lin Yusher frozen in place, Jiang Ming's face showed disdain. A mere newbie who had just reached level 20 dared to compare with him, a 5-year veteran? With just a little trick, he could toy with the other party at will. "Captain Wang, since the matter is clear, please take these two away for punishment." Wang Jinxie nodded and said word by word, "Arrest them." In an instant, several level 30 professionals rushed forward, trying to capture the two. Just as Lin Yusher was filled with despair, Li Chen suddenly said, "Article 203 of the military regulations. If the captain's actions are incorrect, the team members have the right to correct them. If the captain remains stubborn, the captaincy will be revoked." She was merely stating a fact. How can that be slander? Upon hearing this, everyone looked confused, glancing at Li Chen, not understanding his meaning. Is this guy trying to continue rebutting Jiang Ming? But there is indeed this rule: if the captain is wrong, as long as 6 team members stand up to accuse, the captain can be revoked. Great. If that's the case, then let's all stand up together, right? I've never liked Jiang Ming. I'll go first. Soon, a level 20 rare class warrior stood up and shouted, "I am Chang Ming, and I testify that Jiang Ming does not allow us to participate in training. Even if we don't have an instructor, we still have the right to train and participate in the strong foundation competition." Following that, another assassin stepped forward, "I am Lin Shang. Ever since our brothers came here, we've been delivering meals. And we've been doing it from morning till night. Not a moment of rest. Our workload is more than 4 times that of other logistics team members. Jiang Ming's arrangements are too unreasonable." The 2 assassins behind also nodded in agreement, saying, "What the big brother said is right." In an instant, 5 members of the Yulong team expressed their dissatisfaction. With Jiang Ming, they just needed one more person to stand up. Jiang Ming's captaincy would be revoked, and without an instructor, a new captain would lead them. Soon, the remaining 3 chefs of the Yulong team were eager to join in. They were exhausted and had long been displeased with Jiang Ming. However, at that moment, Jiang Ming suddenly smiled ominously. "You all better think carefully. Even if you revoke my captaincy, so what? You don't think a proper captain will come to lead your Yulong team, do you? Unless an instructor takes over you, otherwise the next new captain will still be me. And I will intensify your training. You wouldn't want it to be like this, would you? Kneel down and admit your mistakes immediately. I can pretend this never happened." After this outburst, the members of the Yulong battle team turned pale, their lips trembling uncontrollably. Given the current situation, they had no choice but to admit their mistakes, and admit their mistakes again. Just as a few were about to kneel, a faint voice came from behind, "There's no need for that, I can be the instructor." Although Li Chen's voice was not loud, everyone present heard it clearly. The members of the Yulong battle team were momentarily stunned, Li Chen's words echoing in their minds. After a brief silence, a few team members began to whisper among themselves. "Did I hear that right? That guy wants to be our instructor? Is he crazy? He's just an 11 level newbie. He's even lower level than I am. Could it be that he's gone insane out of desperation?
Jiang Ming and Wang Jinxie also snapped out of their shock.
They had to admit.
That line from the kid had indeed caught them off guard. But after thinking it over, they felt relieved. What level and situation was the Yulong battle?
Team in to even have an instructor?
Once anyone learned about the Yulong battle team's situation, how could there possibly be an instructor willing to
lead them?
It was simply impossible. This rookie must have gotten carried away and said something foolish. With that thought, Jiang Ming pointed at Li
Chen and said sternly, You, an 11-level waste, want to be an instructor? Do you even know how high the requirements for an instructor are?
How
strict? Go outside and take a look. Which of those instructors isn't above level 40 and at least a level 3 tactician? Do you have any of that? You're just an 11-level waste. Don't even think about being a level 3 tactician.
The surrounding members of the supervisory team burst into laughter.
I'm dying of laughter. What's this kid doing?
I can't, my stomach hurts from laughing. This kid is too funny.
Exactly. An instructor? It's just a fantasy. Before execution.
In an instant, the room was filled with an atmosphere of mockery. However, Li Chen still wore a smile, quietly observing everyone. He wanted to test this Yulong battle team to see which members were worth something. As long as someone had the courage to stand up, they could be led. Otherwise, even if Li Chen equipped them with legendary gear, if they remained timid, it would be useless, merely wasting his equipment.
While Li Chen was
deep in thought, Wang Jinxie began to scrutinize him closely. He certainly didn't believe the other party was an instructor. What he was worried about was whether the other party's tactical level reached level 3.
Then he could self-recommend as a temporary instructor.
Although the other party was only level 11, making it highly probable that their tactical level was 0. What if there was a situation where the other party was a genius, already a level
3 tactician? In the absence of a captain, they could self-recommend as a temporary instructor.
This temporary instructor level was between captain and instructor. Although not as good as a real instructor, it was still higher than a captain. So, it was essential to determine the other party's tactical
level before making a decision.
With that thought, Wang Jinxie stared at Li Chen and asked word by word, Are you a level 3 tactician?
The people present were initially confused, not understanding Wang Jinxie's intent. How could this newcomer possibly be a tactician? He looked like a hot-headed kid who just blurted something out. How could he be a tactician?
Soon after, a few clever members of the Yulong battle team suddenly realized and exclaimed, I get
it. So that's how it is. Indeed, if he is a level 3 tactician, he can self-recommend as a temporary instructor. Then lead us. If that's the case. If we kick Jiang Ming out, we can have this guy lead us.
In an instant, the members of the Yulong battle team all had a glimmer in their eyes.
Damn. So that's how it is. That means it's a sure thing. What about those chef brothers just now? Weren't you going to say something? Hurry up and perform. Just as the remaining chefs were eager to try, an assassin suddenly spoke up. But is he really a level 3 tactical master? A level 3 tactical master with only level 11. Do you think the odds are high?
Upon hearing this, the hope that had just risen was extinguished. They all knew how high the threshold was for becoming a tactical master. The probability of the person in front of them being a tactical master was simply too low.
Realizing
this, everyone regained their composure, calming down to continue observing the situation. The chefs who had just been eager to try also shrank back,
waiting quietly.
At this moment, everyone hoped that Li Chen would say the words, I am a tactical master.
Then they could all stand up together and kick Jiang Ming out of the team.
Others also understood this point, and their gazes were now focused on Li Chen. Li Chen, still crossing his legs, said, I am not a tactical master. Upon hearing this, everyone had different expressions on their faces, and the members of the Yulong battle team looked
utterly despairing. What the hell?
Turns out he's not a tactical master, so why did he say he'd be the instructor?
Sai, just admit your mistake honestly.
Once you join the Yulong battle team, you can only accept your fate.
But I really can't accept this. I want to go train in dungeons like the other teams. The members of the supervisory battle team burst into laughter. This is hilarious. Not a tactical master, what are you pretending to be? Yeah. Still claiming to be an instructor? What a joke.
After all these years, this is the first time I've seen such a clownish newbie.
This is
just a rookie mistake. After taking 3 lashes, he'll be honest.
Ha ha ha.
At this moment, Jiang Ming also laughed heartily, and after calming down a bit, he said with a smile, Newbie, since you're not a tactical master, what are you pretending to be?
Looks like you're itching for a beating. Captain Wang, this person is sowing discord, his crime is even worse.
I propose we give him 10 lashes first to make him behave.
Wang Jinxie nodded, and just As he was about to give the order, Lin Yushir stepped forward again and said, "Everyone, the urgent matter is to kick Jiang Ming out of the captaincy. As for what happens next, we can plan later. I believe there will definitely be a way. We already have 5 people standing up, we just need one more." However, the members of the Yulong battle team remained silent, their heads bowed, and no one stood up. They naturally had the same thoughts as Lin Yushir, but they despairingly realized, no matter what method they tried, even if Jiang Ming was kicked out as captain, he would return in a few days, and then things would only get worse. Without an instructor, how could they contend with Jiang Ming? Thinking of this, a few of them slightly bent their knees, wanting to kneel and beg for mercy. Jiang Ming and Wang Jinxie looked disdainfully at everyone, seeing that they still chose to compromise. Their disdain deepened. Just then, Li Chen suddenly said from the back, "Are you still daydreaming? Still fantasizing that if you kneel and beg for mercy, the other side will back off? Or hoping that a hero will stand up and help you regain your dignity? If in an oppressive environment, no one stands up for a long time, there's only one possibility. You are the ones who must stand up. What are you waiting for? Give up the fantasy and stand up." Time seemed to stop at the scene, with only Li Chen's voice echoing around. Everyone present looked shocked, whether it was the members of the Yulong battle team or Jiang Ming and the members of the supervisory battle team. They had never seen someone believe in the Yulong battle team so much. The dragon team has always been a useless squad, only capable of handling some logistical work. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Ming and Wang Jinxie regained their composure, their faces now radiating disdain. Could the dragon team, these spineless individuals, really stand up? Realizing this, Jiang Ming contemptuously looked at Li Chen and shouted, "What are you losing your mind over? This trash team, the dragon team, thinks it can stand up? Just stay on your knees. I see you haven't been beaten down by society yet." The surrounding members of the supervision team echoed, "Exactly. Ever since I came here 3 years ago, this dragon team has always been garbage. Don't say you've been here for 3 years, I've been a veteran for 5 years and feel the same. This dragon team is just trash. It's truly laughable. They still foolishly think they're doing great. The most they can do in logistics is be useless. And others see them as clowns." Wang Jinxie also wore a face of disdain, just as he was about to order the capture of the young punk in front of him. Suddenly, the members of the dragon team all stood up, loudly declaring, "Enough. I've had enough. Today, I'm going all out. Bro. We'll make a scene with you today." Soon, the previously hesitant chef stepped forward and shouted, "I'm Su Yun. I report that Jiang Ming's work distribution is unreasonable. I've been cooking for 20 hours a day. My hands are numb, and I haven't had a moment to rest." The remaining few also chimed in, "Me too. Me too." As the last member of the dragon team finished speaking, all members reported Jiang Ming. The surrounding members of the supervision team looked on in shock. Oh my god. Oh my god. Have these dragon team members gone mad? Right. Even if they kick Jiang Ming out as captain, after a while, he'll still come back as captain. That's true, unless they have an instructor, otherwise, it's all in vain. Once Jiang Ming calmed down, his face was filled with anger. He hated it most when someone dared to oppose him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, pointing at everyone and shouting, "Do you know what you're doing? Do you know the consequences of opposing me? Alright. You all better wait for me. When I come back, I will definitely make you pay double." Wang Jinxie, standing nearby, also wore a sinister expression, threatening coldly, "Are you sure you want to do this? Once you take this step, there's no turning back. You still have 4 hours of rest time. But if you offend Jiang Ming, who knows what will happen?" However, facing the threats, the members of the dragon team no longer felt fear, loudly stating, "No pain, no gain. If we don't stand up, we'll just keep doing logistical work." Exactly. The cage of the dragon team for so many years will be broken by us. Although we know the outcome will be grim. But it's really cool. Hearing this, everyone looked on in disbelief. Crazy. They're definitely crazy. Damn. I want to join them too. Are you stupid? These people are just caught up in their emotions. The outcome will show them what's real. They're going to suffer. At this moment, Jiang Ming was so angry he was laughing, pointing at everyone and sternly saying, Alright. You all are so impressive. When I come back, you better still be this impressive. It won't be long, I'll be back soon." Wang Jinxie took out a tablet and started scrolling. "Since that's the case, Jiang Ming, you've been kicked out as captain of the dragon team." After a pause, Wang Jinxie continued, None of the available captains are willing to take over the dragon team. So, Jiang Ming, you will continue to manage the dragon team." The members of the Yulong battle team turned pale at these words, falling into a heavy silence. This isn't how it's supposed to go. They had just kicked Jiang Ming, and now this. Were all their previous efforts in vain? Not even a moment's grace was given to them not even half a day to let them complete a mission. The members of the supervising team burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, look at this Yulong battle team, they're just pathetic. Exactly. They're practically a team of clowns. I said it long ago. The outcome will show them what reality is. At this moment, Jiang Ming was overjoyed. He knew it would be soon, but he didn't expect it to be this quick. He had to teach these little brats a good lesson. So, Jiang Ming smugly looked at everyone, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Very well. Since I'm back, let me outline my plan. Don't say anything, let's just go for a day and night of work first. And after today, there's tomorrow, and after tomorrow, there's the day after. Upon hearing this, the members of the Yulong battle team looked utterly despondent. Just then, Li Chen from the back suddenly spoke up. Did I agree to your return? Jiang Ming. Everyone was taken aback, and soon a member of the supervising team shouted, Holy crap! He's back! He's back! Is this newbie out of his mind? Why is he still rambling? God! If you didn't know better, you'd think he was an instructor. Captain Jiang, you better discipline your team member. Jiang Ming turned around, looking at Li Chen with disdain. This newbie had crossed him multiple times, and he had long wanted to punish him severely. Perfect, he could use him as an example to scare the others, otherwise he'd always have some pesky rats bothering him. With that thought, Jiang Ming glared at Li Chen and shouted, You little brat. Feeling cocky, huh? I want to be the captain. Do I need your approval? What's your status? What's my status? Who do you think you are to voice your opinions in front of me? He then turned to Wang Jinshe and said, Captain Wang. This rookie refuses to follow orders. I propose we give him 10 lashes first. The members of the Yulong battle team were shocked, quickly saying, Dude, you better admit your mistake. 10 lashes are unbearable. Yeah. There was a guild genius who refused to follow orders before, and after 3 lashes, he was begging for mercy. Exactly. If 3 lashes were like that, I can't imagine how you'd handle 10. Admit your mistake quickly. Without an instructor, we can't compete with Jiang Ming. Everyone looked at Li Chen, waiting for him to kneel and beg for mercy. Jiang Ming, however, was unfazed. He had already made up his mind that even if the other party begged, he wouldn't let him off. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Li Chen let out a cold laugh, took out the instructor badge, and slapped it on the table, saying calmly, Compete with Jiang Ming? I wonder if that's even possible. The crowd was stunned, and when they looked at the instructor badge on the table, their shock deepened. Wang Jinshe was the first to react. He leaned in to examine the badge, and after a thorough inspection, he exclaimed, It's really true. After Wang Jinshe confirmed it, the members of the supervising team began to panic, stammering, Could it be? He really is an instructor. God! Why would an instructor take an interest in the Yulong battle team? Is there some mistake? It's indeed strange. I've never seen an 11th level instructor, could it be fake? Upon hearing the discussions, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up as if he had regained his confidence, and he said sternly, An 11th level instructor? Only a fool would believe that. Captain Wang. This person definitely obtained the instructor badge through improper means. I request immediate punishment for this person. Let's start with 20 lashes. However, Wang Jinshe ignored Jiang Ming and turned to Li Chen with a nod and a bow, saying, Brother Yan. It's all my fault for not recognizing the greatness of Taishan. It's all Jiang Ming's fault for misleading me all along. That's what led me to make a mistake. Just wait, I will definitely go back and punish Jiang Ming properly. At this moment, Wang Jinshe wished he could just beat Jiang Ming up. Although he and Jiang Ming were both completing the master's task and needed to cooperate, the situation was different now. He had just used a detection device to identify the instructor's badge and received the information, Instructor. Badge holder, Li Chen leading battle team, Yulong battle team designated person, Jilong. The Li Chen in front of him was an instructor, and moreover, one directly appointed by a general. His status was not ordinary. This was definitely an instructor's badge obtained through formal means. If that was the case, and he continued to play along with Jiang Ming, the outcome would be that both of them would expose their identities. That would mean the master's task would fail. Thinking of this, Wang Jinshe looked at Jiang Ming, and when he saw that the other still didn't understand, he became even more anxious. He grabbed Jiang Ming's hand and loudly said to the members of the supervision team, Let's go. After saying that, he led the supervision team away from the scene. For a moment, the scene fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, the bolder rare-level warrior Changming stammered, You really are an instructor? Upon hearing this, Li Chen replied, Absolutely. True. I am your instructor, Li Chen. After receiving the answer, everyone's faces lit up with joy, and they exclaimed, I'm not dreaming, am I? We finally have an instructor. I pinched myself. It hurts. We're not dreaming. Great. We have an instructor. Jiangming can't come back now. We can finally go train for real. After a brief cheer, Li Chen said loudly, now. Report your situations. Upon hearing this, everyone was startled, then filled with joy. Reporting to Instructor Yen. I am Chang Ming, a level 12 rare level warrior, previously a civilian profession. I excel in combat. I am Lin Shan, an 8 level elite assassin, also previously a civilian profession, good at delivering food. I am Lin Zhong. I am Lin Xia. I am Su Yun, a level 5 elite chef. I've been here for 2 years. I'm not good at combat, just good at cooking. I am Lin Yusher, a level 20 rare level mage. I just awakened less than 2.5 months ago. I excel in output. Everyone was shocked upon hearing Lin Yusher's introduction. Wow, you reached level 20 in less than 2.5 months. How did you level up so fast? I took 1.5 years to clear all the novice dungeons, and I just reached level 12. You must be from some big family. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to level up so quickly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yusher quickly said, it's not really a big family, just a small one. While everyone was discussing, Li Chen was quickly tapping on his phone, rapidly recording the information of the Yulong battle team members. Soon, he had quickly noted the situation of the Yulong battle team. 2 rare level professionals, 1 warrior and 1 mage. The warrior seemed rather reckless, while the mage lacked combat experience. 3 elite assassins, all of whom were not strong in direct combat and could only perform sneak attacks. The other 3 were elite chefs, not combat professionals, with very low combat power, only able to provide support from the back, effectively reducing the team by 3 in a group battle. After recording everything, Li Chen took a deep breath and silently thought, I have to say, the configuration of the Yulong battle team is indeed too low. Generally, a mid to lower tier team has at least 4 rare class professionals and 4 elite class professionals. In contrast, teams like the prominent Dashin team consist of 8 legendary class professionals. The configuration of the Yulong team is indeed too low. No wonder Jiang Ming was certain that no instructor would come to lead them. He was convinced that the Yulong team was just trash. However, Li Chen was unfazed. As long as their levels and equipment were up, even non-combat professionals could become extraordinary. In terms of equipment, Li Chen had 400 legendary class treasure chests, which could outfit everyone with top-tier gear. They only needed to consider the level issue. After coming to this realization, Li Chen did not hesitate and said directly, let's skip the nonsense. Let's go straight to the dungeon. Upon hearing this, everyone was delighted, and soon several frequently outgoing assassins said, Instructor Yen, we used to gather information about the training dungeons. This training dungeon is not simple. It is divided into 4 levels based on difficulty, level 3, level 2, level 1, and special level. The recommended levels are 10, 20, 30, and 40 respectively. Among them, level 1 and special level dungeons cannot be challenged directly, you must clear the previous level first. Our levels are relatively low, and since it's our first time in a dungeon, I suggest we start with level 3. Then, once we are familiar, we can tackle level 2, that would be more stable. The other team members, upon hearing this, felt as if they had opened a new world and exclaimed, wow! I didn't expect there to be such a classification for training dungeons. They even have levels, that's too detailed. Yeah. I thought we could just go in and start practicing, I didn't know there was this kind of distinction. That's indeed great, and we also have 3 non-combat professionals, so we should definitely start with the simplest. After everyone finished speaking, they all looked at Li Chen with anticipation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Chen shook his head and slowly said, no. Leveling up this way is too slow, we should tackle dungeons that are about 10 levels higher than us to maximize experience gain. What I mean is we should go directly for level 2 dungeons. Everyone was taken aback, their faces showing hesitation. They naturally knew that when the dungeon level was more than 10 levels higher, the extra experience gain could be maximized. However, they also had to act within their means. Only a team with an average of rare class professionals could manage that. Currently, they only had 2 rare class professionals and 3 non-combat professionals. Tackling a dungeon that was 10 levels higher would be quite challenging. Seeing the reactions of the others, Li Chen understood their thoughts, but with so many people around, he couldn't reveal his plan. With this in mind, Li Chen had no choice but to order, members of the Yulong team, listen up. Advance to level 2 dungeon. Upon hearing Li Chen's command, the Yulong team did not say anything further. As he was their instructor, this decision must have been well thought out. They just needed to follow his lead. Soon, Li Chen took out his phone, took a screenshot to confirm the location of the training hall, and led everyone away from the scene. At that moment, in a dark corner, Captain Wang, what are you doing? Why are you letting the Yulong team go train? Have you forgotten the master's orders? We need to suppress the Yulong team fiercely. We can't give them any room to grow. Otherwise, if another Zhang Yuan comes along, it will be very difficult for us. Once he confirmed that no one was around, Jiang Ming questioned Wang Jinxin. Wang Jinxin pushed Jiang Ming away and said unhappily, "Of course, I haven't forgotten the master's orders. But that Li Chen is an instructor. Moreover, he was directly appointed by General Qinglong. His status is not ordinary. If you recklessly confront him, the outcome will be identity exposure, and then you'll be killed. I won't take responsibility for you then." After Wang Jinxia's words, Jiang Ming finally calmed down. "So what are you going to do? If the Yulong team really rises under Li Chen's leadership, at that time, we won't be able to suppress them." Wang Jinxia suddenly sneered, "Impossible, the configuration of the Yulong team is right there. I don't believe it. Can Li Chen really take them to the sky? When the strong foundation competition is at the bottom, will this instructor still have the face to lead the Yulong team? Then we can just take over." Jiang Ming, upon hearing this, hesitated to reply, feeling an ominous premonition, and after a long time, he whispered, "Is it stable?" Seeing this, Wang Jinxia comforted him, "Our plan is correct. Absolutely stable." On the other side, in the training hall of the Han Tai Castle, it is divided into 4 rooms, in order: Level 3, Level 2, Level 1, and Special Level. At this moment, in the Level 2 room, it was already 8 p.m., and all the teams were still lingering in the room, waiting for today's dungeon ranking, eager to show off. So exciting! Our Glory team broke the record today. We reached 15 waves of monsters. What the hell? Didn't you only reach 13 waves yesterday? That's quite an improvement. Of course. Our instructor is an 8-year Level 3 tactician. His strategy is rock solid. So envious. So envious. We don't have an instructor leading us. We barely reached 8 waves. Honestly, 15 waves is still weak. Our wind instructor used a little trick, and our spirit team has already reached 20 waves. What the hell? Soon, a large screen in the room flashed, and lines of data appeared before everyone. First place, Spirit Team, 20th wave. Second place, Glory Team, 15th wave, 20th place. Iron Egg Team, 5th wave. Upon seeing the rankings, everyone was exceptionally excited, chattering loudly, "Oh wow, we're first again. Can we get some real competition? What the hell? The Spirit Team is too strong. How did they do it? We can't even handle the 11th wave of small monsters, and they reached 20 waves. This performance should qualify them for the Level 1 area. Not even close. Not even close, they have an old instructor leading them, supposedly from the Gale Guild. Their level is too high. No wonder they're so strong. Our Glory Team's instructor is from a small guild. The Radiant Guild, their strength is still a bit lacking, but we're satisfied. Of course. At this rate, we can go to the Level 1 area to grind dungeons the day after tomorrow." The dungeon manager looked at the rankings on the screen and nodded. This ranking was expected. However, out of caution, he still spoke up, "In 30 minutes, today's ranking will end. Which teams haven't completed their dungeons yet? There are 2 chances to run dungeons in a day. Don't forget. This ranking is related to the usual scores of the Strong Foundation plan." Upon hearing this, everyone began to whisper. At this point, there can't be any teams that haven't run their dungeons yet. Right. 2 chances a day, each taking 2 hours. We finished by noon at 12 p.m. and have been discussing strategies. Until now. You're just not hitting enough waves. After reaching the 8th wave, the monsters get tougher. We reached 10 waves, but it took us 5 hours. Indeed, our team only reached 7 waves. The difficulty hasn't increased significantly yet. Just then, a member of the Glory Team smugly said, "Spending 5 hours to reach 10 waves means you're weak. We reached 15 waves in just 4 hours. In an instant, everyone began to discuss loudly, comparing with each other. At that moment, the door to the second level room was pushed open, and Li Chen led the members of the Yulong team over. This scene was quickly noticed by others, and everyone was filled with confusion. Is this the Yulong team? No way. I can't be seeing this wrong. What are they here for? Are they going to clean the second room? That must be it. After all, that's what they're best at. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Chen brought everyone to the front of the instance manager and said calmly, "We want to run a dungeon." The instance manager, upon hearing this, showed an incredulous expression and asked, "You want to run a dungeon?" "Yes." "You really want to run a dungeon?" "Yes." In an instant, everyone present was in shock, exclaiming, "I can't be hearing this wrong. The Yulong team wants to run a dungeon. Holy crap! Haven't they been doing logistics work from morning till night? Why are they suddenly interested in running a dungeon today? Hey, the one leading them isn't Jiang Ming. It's a level 11 newbie. What? Are they really coming to run a dungeon without their captain leading them?" The instance manager naturally noticed something was off. The one leading them wasn't Jiang Ming. If it weren't for the fact that the Yulong team was such a joke, he wouldn't even know who Jiang Ming was. However, He didn't expect that Jiang Ming had such a tight grip on the Yulong team. How could they come to run a dungeon on their own? Could it be that they violated military regulations? Thinking of this, the instance manager said sternly, Yulong team, what are you doing? You don't have Captain Jiang Ming leading you. You cannot enter the training dungeon. After the manager's words, the scene fell into chaos. Holy crap! The Yulong team is so bold. They actually came to run a dungeon on their own. You can't blame them, they've been doing logistics work all this time, wanting to run a dungeon is normal. What's the point? To run a dungeon, they violated military regulations, that's not appropriate. Just then, Li Chen suddenly said, without a captain, the instructor can lead instead. After saying this, Li Chen took out the instructor badge and said again, I am the instructor of the Yulong team, Li Chen. The instance manager took the instructor badge, inspected it repeatedly, and couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap! You really are an instructor. This statement instantly ignited the scene, and everyone exclaimed, holy crap! That Li Chen is actually an instructor. Oh my god! Oh my god! An instructor is actually going to lead the Yulong team. Why not come lead our Iron Egg team? We can do it too. After a brief shock, everyone calmed down, but this instructor seems to be of low level. Only level 11. With that level, it feels like he's not even as good as my first-class warrior. Could it be that he's a tactical genius? Unusually promoted to instructor. Hey, your reasoning might be right. But with the Yulong team's configuration, even a tactical genius wouldn't be able to lead them. Exactly. The Yulong team's configuration can barely handle 2 waves. No, it should be 1 wave. After returning the instructor badge, the instance manager respectfully said, Instructor Yen, please. Although the other party's level was low, as long as they had the instructor badge, he couldn't afford to underestimate them. In the second level room, only 2 teams had instructors, and each of them was ranked highly. The other party had an instructor badge, so they must have some exceptional qualities. Li Chen nodded slightly and waved, saying, Yulong team, follow me to run the dungeon. The members of the Yulong team were extremely excited at this moment, they could finally run a dungeon. They no longer had to do those logistics tasks. Yes. A group of people then entered the dungeon's teleportation portal. Upon seeing this, everyone was exceptionally excited, and some teams that wanted to leave hurriedly returned to watch. Wow! This is interesting. Let's not go back just yet. Let's take a look too. Let's see if the dragon team is a clown or a dark horse. It must be a clown. At most 2 waves, do you believe it? Meanwhile, inside the level 2 training dungeon, Li Chen and his group appeared in a grassy area, with a terminal in the middle and dark forests surrounding them. At the same time, the system's prompt kept notifying, Dragon Team, please get ready. The first wave of monsters will arrive in 5 minutes. The training dungeon is different from other dungeons, it has 100 waves of monsters, but after defeating 20 waves, they can advance to a higher level dungeon. The challenge team will defend against monsters attacking from all directions in an open area. If the team is wiped out or the terminal is destroyed, it will result in failure. Moreover, with the use of virtual reality technology, dying in the dungeon does not mean real death, which is more beneficial for the team members' extreme combat. At this moment, everyone in the dragon team was sweating profusely, nervously looking at Li Chen and asking, Instructor Yen, do you have any tactics for the next step? The level 20 monsters, I feel a bit overwhelmed. Indeed. If we just attack randomly, we might not even survive 1 wave. Facing everyone's doubts, Li Chen calmly said, at the beginning, just attack randomly. After saying that, he summoned the illusory light butterfly and the tiger sword god, who stood beside Li Chen like guardians. At the same time, Li Chen operated the terminal and skipped the waiting time, which meant the monsters would attack immediately. Soon, the roars of beasts echoed from the dark forest. And one by one, monsters emerged from the woods. The members of the dragon team naturally realized that Li Chen had skipped the waiting time and anxiously said, Instructor Yen, isn't this a bit reckless? Yeah. At least devise a set of tactics. If we start like this, we'll be wiped out. Oh well, it doesn't matter, we have 2 chances a day, let's just give this one up. Li Chen sat down on the ground and said, casually, go for it. You've all been strengthened. Upon hearing this, the members of the dragon team looked confused, but I'm just a level 10 rare class warrior. I can't take it. At least I'm still a warrior, we few assassins don't even know how to enter. Our chefs are the worst off, we can only go AFK. For a moment, the dragon team was hesitant, while Lin Yusha appeared confident. She knew that Li Chen's support abilities were extremely strong. During the previous team competition, he led a group of commoners to slaughter a bunch of geniuses. Now that Li Chen said they had been strengthened, it must be fine.
Thinking of this, Lin Yusher, a mage, directly walked up to the monsters and cast Fireball at point-blank range. She couldn't be blamed for attacking so close, her aim was too poor, and she could only ensure a hit by getting right in front of the monsters. With a bang, the fireball exploded among the monsters, instantly clearing his space. The members of the dragon team were shocked, exclaiming, "Wow! Is the mage's damage really that high? Even though it's the same level, one fireball cleared out a whole area. This is too exaggerated." Suddenly, warriors feel so underwhelming. Didn't they say warriors are the answer to the current version? The chefs are already dumbfounded. Just then, Li Chen, lying on the ground, said lightly, "You can go too." Upon hearing this, everyone looked confused and still hesitated. "Should we go? Isn't that bad? We might get one shot. And we probably can't even hit them." Suddenly, the warrior Cheng Ming shouted, "Forget it. I'm going in." After saying that, he drew out his giant sword and charged towards the beast horde, delivering a heavy lion slash. After a cloud of smoke cleared, the monster within a meter radius lay lifeless on the ground, its eyes vacant, clearly dead. The members of the Yulong team were once again taken aback, screaming, "Damn! The warrior really is the answer to the version. One lion slash cleared out a whole area. Yeah! And there was even a small boss, the green wolf, in there. This damage is insane." The most ridiculous part is that Cheng Ming is only level 10. If he levels up, he'll really take off. The chefs are feeling numb. Just as everyone was in disbelief, Li Chen calmly said again, "You can do it too." It was the same words, but at that moment, everyone's mindset had changed. Could it be that they could really do it too? Clear out a whole area with one move? With a mix of anxiety, 3 assassins stepped forward, saying word by word, "In that case, let's give it a try." "Alright. Let's just try it. Let's see what happens." After saying that, the 3 assassins split into 3 directions and charged towards the beast horde. The 3 of them simultaneously launched shuriken attacks, and in an instant, the monsters fell like wheat. Seeing this scene, the 3 were once again shocked. "Damn! We really can do it. Is the damage from these shurikens really that high? Could it be that assassins are also the answer to the version?" After saying that, they threw their shurikens with even more effort. Meanwhile, the chefs were already in shock, thinking that everyone else was the answer to the version, while they, the chefs, could only stand by. Just then, Li Chen's voice came. "Again, why aren't you guys going yet?" Hearing the familiar words, the 3 chefs were startled. This phrase again. Could it be that they could really do it too? The 3 of them cautiously took out their iron spoons, nervously walked up to the monsters, and swung their spoons to strike. After a few spoonfuls, several small boss white wolves instantly fell straight down. Seeing this scene, the 3 chefs were in shock, exclaiming, "I killed a monster! I killed a monster! Oh my god! I didn't expect that I, a chef, could also kill monsters." After saying that, they swung their iron spoons even harder to farm the monsters. In the distance, Li Chen watched the busy figures of the 3 chefs, lost in thought. Life profession practitioners are different from combat profession practitioners. Their combat power is extremely low, making it impossible to defeat monsters. This leads to their levels not being able to rise, and they can only level up through logistical work. However, this method results in a very slow leveling speed, with the highest level chefs only around level 10. In fact, no one knows what a high-level chef is like. Thinking of this, Li Chen couldn't help but murmur meaningfully, "Interesting. I wonder what kind of dishes a level 60 chef can make." Meanwhile, outside the level 2 dungeon, everyone did not leave. Instead, they bought some barbecue and found comfortable spots to eat and chat. The Yulong team hasn't come out yet. Can they really hide that well? Indeed. It's a bit unexpected. They weren't wiped out on their first encounter. Our team was wiped out by the first wave of monsters on our first entry. It must be that Li Chen provided reasonable tactics, otherwise, the Yulong team would have been wiped out long ago. But they can probably only last through the first wave, they won't be able to handle the second wave. That's still pretty good. Being able to reach the second wave on the first try is already a solid foundation. While everyone was chatting and laughing, the members of the glory team in the front row were unimpressed. This is pretty good? Isn't it just about having hands for the first 5 waves? The first wave could be beaten with eyes closed. Yeah. We randomly fought and reached the 8th wave. I really can't see any difficulty. Instructor Zhao, what do you think of the Yulong team? As Zhao, the instructor, was eating skewers nearby, he suddenly stopped, a look of disdain on his face. The bottom level 2 waves can't be more. The members of the glory team around him showed interest upon hearing this. If even Instructor Zhao says so, then it must be true. The Yulong team should just wash up and sleep, they're not cut out for this. At that moment, a clever team member asked, "Instructor Zhao, how do you evaluate this Li Chen?"
Zhao wiped his mouth, took a sip of ice-cold cola, and disdainfully replied. Li Chen? Never heard of him. An 11th level professional becoming an instructor must have come in through tactical special recruitment. But I've been in the tactical field for so long, and I've never heard of this character. It feels like he must have become an instructor through connections, just here to gain experience. That's why he brought the weakest Yulong team. Other teams can't handle such chaotic leadership. Upon hearing this, the members of the Glory team scoffed, so, this Li Chen is indeed a clown. Calculating the time, they should be coming out soon. Boring, let's eat 10 more skewers and then leave. The discussions among the Yulong team were clearly heard by everyone present. After a brief moment of thought, everyone nodded in agreement, as expected of Instructor Zhao. His analysis is so rational. I thought this Li Chen was some big shot, turns out he's even worse than me. At least I'm level 15 now, for levels higher than him. Indeed, I feel like I could easily crush him in actual combat. 10 minutes passed, and some rational professionals began to feel something was off, uncertainly saying, "Don't you think it's taking a bit too long for the Yulong team to hold out with their configuration?" Yeah. It's already been 10 minutes, at the normal monster spawn rate, they should have finished the third wave by now. With this configuration, it feels a bit dreamy for the Yulong team to finish the third wave. These voices quickly made the scene noisy. Damn. I didn't even notice. 10 minutes have passed without me realizing it. Time really flies when you're eating skewers. Is the Yulong team hiding their strength? Are they actually not that bad? Are you stupid? If they really had strength, they would have come to fight on the first day. Why drag it out for 3 days? Is it because they can't handle it normally? Exactly. With this foundation, they should definitely secure a spot in the top 10 early on. You know, the top 10 can earn regular points every day. That accounts for 50% of the total score. The members of the Glory team also looked puzzled and turned to Instructor Zhao, asking, "Instructor Zhao, what do you think?" At this moment, Instructor Zhao also looked bewildered, having thought for a long time without any clues. Logically speaking, by this time, the Yulong team should have been wiped out. Moreover, even if they weren't wiped out, the monsters would have destroyed the terminal. It was impossible for them to hold out for so long. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, and Zhao could only say with a profound expression, "So that's how it is." Interesting. Everyone was left bewildered, wondering what he meant. Soon, several members of the Glory team inquired, "Instructor Zhao, what do you mean?" Yeah. Just how interesting is it? Share it with us so we can have a laugh." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Instructor Zhao was already thinking of cursing, but out of respect, he maintained a profound demeanor and said, "Li Chen must be using that tactic. But to use that tactic shows his level isn't high. There's quite a gap between my tactical level and his. It's only about 1% of my strength. But even 1% is enough for the Yulong team." Upon hearing this, everyone was once again taken aback, unsure of what to say. The members of the Glory team were secretly confident, exclaiming, as expected, of our instructor. If Li Chen's tactical level is 1, then our instructor's tactical level is 100. So strong. He can guess the tactics used by Li Chen without even entering the arena. It's simply prophetic. It's settled. Our Glory team is solid. After a while, some more rational professionals asked again, "So what exactly is that tactic? It's so clever that even a team like the Dragon team can hold on for so long." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Instructor Zhao with eager anticipation. However, after a long time, no one answered, and Instructor Zhao had already begun to meditate on the spot. The crowd was instantly bewildered, wondering what was going on. Was he deliberately creating suspense? Or did Instructor Zhao really know nothing at all? Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a voice came through, "The seduction tactic is just a trick for children." Everyone was shocked and turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw Instructor Feng of the Spirit team half leaning against the wall, his eyes shining with wisdom, clearly having seen through everything. The crowd exclaimed, "It's Instructor Feng. Instructor Feng has spoken. Damn. If Instructor Feng speaks, then we'll know everything. Instructor Feng, what is the seduction tactic you just mentioned?" Under the gaze of the crowd, Instructor Feng lightly coughed a few times and said, "The seduction tactic is something that some tacticians with weak foundations love to use. Tacticians with a solid foundation disdain to use it. In simple terms, it's a tactic that sacrifices a small part to draw the enemy away. This tactic can indeed prolong the battle time, but that's all it does. It exists solely to survive, not worth mentioning. If I'm not mistaken, the Dragon team hasn't even cleared the first wave of monsters. Instead, they've been using the seduction tactic to stall for time. It's a complete waste of time. This shows that Li Chen's tactical level is not high. He's just doing it for face
After Instructor Feng's words, everyone's eyes lit up, and they suddenly realized, so that's how it is. If that's the case, it makes sense. In that case, Li Chen is a bit of a clown. Using such a slow death tactic is simply a waste of time. As expected of Instructor Feng, he saw through Li Chen at a glance. Only a top-tier Gale Guild could cultivate someone like that. So strong, Instructor Feng. The members of the spirit team were feeling quite pleased, loudly saying, "Isn't this just normal operation? Why are you so excited?" Yeah. If you see Instructor Feng's tactics in the dungeon, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Boring. Let's just go back to sleep. After saying that, they packed up the barbecue, preparing to eat again when they got back, and others followed suit. Just then, a sharp-eyed archer suddenly exclaimed, "What? Look at the leaderboard on the screen. The ranking has changed." In an instant, everyone froze, their gazes quickly shifting to the leaderboard on the screen. First place, Spirit Team, 20th wave. Second place, Glory Team, 15th wave. 10th place, Dragon Team, 8th wave. After a brief silence, someone immediately shouted, "Damn! How did the Dragon Team get past the 8th wave? That's impossible. The boss of the 8th wave, the Bullhead Chief, can't be withstood without level 20. Right, the Yulong team had an average level of less than 10, and there were 3 chefs among them, which meant they were effectively down 3 players in a fight. What kind of configuration is this, hitting with their heads? The most ridiculous part is that it's only been 10 minutes. What kind of monster respawn speed is this? The members of the Glory team were also dumbfounded, and after thinking for a long time, they had no clue but to look at Instructor Zhao, who was meditating. Instructor Zhao, what do you think? What kind of trick did the Yulong team use? Yeah. Our Glory team has top-tier configuration, and it took us an hour to finish the 8th wave, but the Yulong team finished it in just 10 minutes. It feels a bit fake. Instructor Zhao? Instructor Zhao? Others also looked towards Instructor Zhao, trying to get a satisfactory answer from him. However, Instructor Zhao still had his eyes tightly closed, seemingly asleep. At this moment, Instructor Zhao was already cursing in his heart. Can you not ask any more? If I knew, I would have been the first to stand up. He was now glad that he had entered meditation mode from the start, otherwise, it would have been very awkward at this moment. After waiting for a long time with no results, everyone could only sigh and look towards the direction of the spirit team. At this time, Instructor Feng was frowning, his mind constantly pondering. What tactics did Li Chen use? No. With the Yulong team's configuration, no tactic would work. Could it be that Li Chen's individual combat power was so strong that he directly carried the whole team? That doesn't make sense. Li Chen is only level 11, how could he carry the whole team? Then there's only one answer. Li Chen provided the team members with a large number of precious items. Only by using these items could they quickly clear the monsters, otherwise, it would be impossible. After realizing this, Captain Feng grinned and said, "So that's it. I have to say, Li Chen is indeed quite generous, using precious items to quickly clear monsters. But is it really worth it for just one ranking?" After hearing Instructor Feng's words, everyone's minds became clear, so that's how it is. As expected of Instructor Feng, he saw through everything at a glance. But Li Chen really is unscrupulous, using precious items to clear monsters. If I remember correctly, those things aren't cheap. Indeed, the last time I saw the most useless item, the explosive grenade, the price for 10 was already equivalent to an elite-level equipment. For the Yulong team to clear to the 8th wave, they must have used at least 500. TSK. Li Chen really can't afford to lose. Just as everyone was discussing, the dungeon portal suddenly shimmered, and Li Chen led the Yulong team out. Seeing this scene, everyone showed an expression of as expected. Just as Instructor Feng predicted, Li Chen used special items to reach the 8th wave. Indeed. Now that the special items are used up, they naturally got eliminated. I'm dying of laughter. This Yulong team is just pathetic. At this moment, the members of the Yulong team were feeling very defeated. Under Li Chen's leadership, they had been cutting through the monsters like chopping vegetables, and even the boss of the 8th wave was taken down in just a few hits. However, the number of monsters in the 9th wave was too many. Even if they took one down at a time, there were still some that slipped through the cracks. And with their low levels, they were soon wiped out. Perhaps their performance was too lackluster, and Li Chen chose not to continue fighting but instead opted to exit the dungeon. The more they thought about it, the guiltier they felt, and the members of the Yulong team stammered, "Instructor Yan, it's all our fault, we only know how to charge in mindlessly. We've let down Instructor Yan's expectations. My damage is high, I can clear the monsters, but I'm too reckless. Me too. I just mindlessly throw items, not realizing that monsters are already coming from behind. It's all my fault. As a mage, I can never aim right, always missing the target. I
really don't deserve to team up with Instructor Yen.
Hearing the words of the members of the Yulong team, everyone had mindlessly accepted Instructor Feng's judgment. Li Chen had definitely provided the team with special items. However, the Yulong team was too low in quality, throwing items haphazardly, which led to their inventory being emptied and ultimately resulted in their wipe. Thinking of this, everyone looked at them with disdain, saying, they really did manage to use items to get to Wave 8. How pathetic. If we had those items, we could easily reach Wave 10.
In an instant, the gazes directed at the Yulong team were filled with contempt. However, Li Chen appeared indifferent, waving his hand and saying, you all did very well.
Upon hearing this, the Yulong team felt even more self-reproach and lowered their heads. Li Chen didn't pay them any mind. In fact, their performance had been quite good. The reason they stopped at Wave 9 was that the monster's damage was too high, and their equipment was poor, with low armor. If they could have legendary level equipment and level up, it would be much easier.
As for why Li Chen didn't join the battle,
it was because it wasn't necessary. His main goal was to train the Yulong team.
If he participated, the Yulong team wouldn't be able to farm monsters, and their levels wouldn't increase. So it was better to step back, regroup, and then charge in again. The dungeon manager glanced at the time and reminded Li Chen, Instructor Yen, there are 20 minutes left until today's ranking settlement.
A team has 2 chances to challenge the tower each day. You can still start another round.
Try to improve your ranking a bit. The top 10 will receive regular points.
Regular points account for 50% of the total score, which is very important. The specific scores can be seen on the big screen over there. Although the dungeon manager didn't have high hopes for Li Chen, out of professional courtesy, he still detailed the specifics. Li Chen nodded and looked at the distant big screen, where the rankings were displayed, with a small box in the lower right corner. First place, regular points plus 10, second place, regular points plus 5, third place, regular points plus 3. 10th place, regular points plus 1. Aside from the top 3, the following ranks only received 1 regular point. The first place among the top 3 had a significant lead over the second place. Soon, Li Chen understood, to win first place in the strengthening plan, they had to secure first place daily. Otherwise, even if they performed excellently in the final competition, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Having realized this, Li Chen no longer hesitated and commanded, Yulong team, continue the dungeon. Strive to secure first place. After saying this, he directly walked into the dungeon, with the Yulong team following closely behind. Soon, the few of them disappeared into the portal, leaving the others speechless. After a brief silence, a few people loudly exclaimed, what the hell? What is Li Chen thinking? With the Yulong team set up, they think they can get first place today? How dare they? Do they really think finishing Wave 8 is something impressive? Exactly, the difficulty only skyrockets starting from Wave 8, and the Yulong team is leading the charge. Plus, they used items to finish Wave 8 before. Now that the items are gone, they must be showing their true colors. The members of the Spirit team also looked disdainful, setting up their barbecue again, continuing to eat and chat. Interesting. I want to see just how pathetic this Yulong team is. Anyway, they should be out soon. Let's watch a bit longer before we leave. Everyone followed suit, setting up their barbecue again, skewering meat while waiting to see Li Chen and the others make fools of themselves. At this moment in the dungeon, the system kept prompting, the enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 5 minutes. Please prepare, adventurers. The members of the Yulong team were all anxious, waiting for Li Chen to skip the waiting time. However, Li Chen did not skip the waiting time but instead asked, everyone, report your progress. Upon hearing this, everyone looked puzzled but quickly began to report. Warrior Changming, I just leveled up 2.5 levels, now I'm at level 14, and I've learned the skill Whirlwind Slash. Lin Shang, Lin Zhong, Lin Xia, we leveled up 2 levels, now we're at level 12, and we've learned the skill Shadow Escape. Su Yun and others, we leveled up 2 levels, now we're at level 7, and we've learned the skill Quick Cooking. Lin Yushir hasn't leveled up. After patiently listening to the reports, Li Chen nodded. Before reaching level 20, the experience gained from the level 2 training dungeon was still quite substantial. Based on the experience from 8 waves, if they played 4 or 5 more rounds, it was highly likely that the team members could level up by about 10 levels. However, in Li Chen's view, this was simply too slow. His goal was for the entire team to reach level 20 in the level 2 dungeon today, then tomorrow, level 30 in the level 1 dungeon, the day after tomorrow, level 40 in the special dungeon, and then the day after that, directly participate in the foundational plan and secure first place. The pace was very fast, requiring them to level up 1 dungeon tier each day, which meant they had to reach the 20th wave every day. After setting the goal, Li Chen stopped wasting words and directly said, this time, we aim to reach 20 waves. Then we'll advance to the level 1 dungeon tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the members of the Yulong team fell into a daze.
Reach 20 waves? Wasn't that a bit too exaggerated? It felt like they had just learned the basic operations and were now directly facing the final boss. Soon, a few people expressed their confusion. Instructor Yen, isn't this 20 waves a bit unreasonable? Yeah, although our damage is acceptable, we're all too fragile right now, and we could easily be taken out. Indeed, we can't rush this. I've calculated that we can only withstand it once we reach level 20. At this rate of improvement, we might be able to clear 20 waves the day after tomorrow. After everyone finished speaking, Li Chen shook his finger and said lightly, "This pace is too slow." After saying that, he threw out 8 legendary treasure chests in front of the confused gazes of the crowd. In an instant, golden light filled the surroundings, and the originally dark dungeon suddenly looked like paradise. Upon seeing the treasure chests on the ground, everyone's eyes widened. Before anyone could voice their confusion, Li Chen spoke first. "There are 8 legendary treasure chests here, one for each of you. Go ahead and open them. You'll have a better chance of getting equipment for your respective classes if you open them yourselves." After a brief silence, everyone stammered, "Instructor Yen, what is this for?" "Yeah. Legendary treasure chests are too precious. We can't accept them." "Exactly. We don't deserve this equipment at all." Seeing this, Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. They were so excited over 8 legendary treasure chests. If they knew he had 400 legendary treasure chests, he wondered what their reaction would be. But then again, it was understandable. After all, the value of legendary equipment was evident, and their refusal was normal. However, this was not the time to be coy. Having legendary equipment would allow them to clear dungeons more effectively. Thinking of this, Li Chen picked up the treasure chests, handed one to each person, and ordered, "Yulong team, listen up. Equip them." Seeing this, everyone fell silent. As adventurers, they naturally understood the value of legendary equipment. Only the guild's geniuses had the chance to possess them. These common adventurers would hardly ever come into contact with such things in their lifetime. Li Chen took out 8 legendary treasure chests in one breath, which must have been all his savings over the years. Looking at the golden treasure chests in his hands, everyone felt both excited and guilty. After a brief silence, Chang Ming was the first to speak. "Thank you, Instructor Yen. I, Chang Ming, will follow you for the rest of my life." Immediately after, he suddenly closed his eyes and said ceremoniously, "The first legendary treasure chest in my life. Open." After saying that, he opened the treasure chest under everyone's gaze, and after a flash of golden light, Chang Ming exclaimed excitedly, "It's here! It's here!" Everyone focused their eyes and saw Chang Ming holding a dazzling golden great sword. Whirlwind Greatsword class, Warrior Strength plus 25 equipment. Skill, Infinite Whirlwind, Whirlwind Slash has no cooldown and does not consume mana. Seeing this, everyone took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Wow! This equipment skill is invincible." "Yeah. A Whirlwind Slash with no cooldown, it's just like a harvester. The enemies can't even get close. This is amazing." Chang Ming immediately equipped the Whirlwind Greatsword, looking excitedly at Li Chen and said, "Thank you, Instructor Yen, for the sword. I will definitely perform well." After Li Chen nodded, he looked at the others and said, "You guys can open yours too." Soon, 3 assassins also closed their eyes and said, "Word by word, give me something good." After saying that, they opened the legendary treasure chests under everyone's astonished gaze. A flash of golden light passed, and the few of them excitedly looked at the equipment in their hands. "Wow! Legendary weapon, Harvest Dagger, kills enemies to refresh skill cooldown. This is something else. Taunt Cloak, taunts surrounding monsters when crouching. Is it a bit funny for me as an assassin to have this kind of equipment? Teleportation Gloves, can teleport items in hand to teammates." Following that, the 3 chefs also looked excited. They never expected that chefs could also have legendary equipment. Perhaps they were the only 3 in the entire chef community. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became, and the 3 of them said in unison, "Legendary treasure chest. Activate." After saying that, they opened the treasure chest under everyone's astonished gaze, and a flash of golden light passed as they excitedly looked at the equipment. It feels average. 5 Spice Pot, can make the dishes cooked incredibly delicious, and gain attribute bonuses after eating. Me too, Gale Chef's Knife, cutting speed increased by 1000%. Feels useless. As for me, Ingredient Collection Basket, can collect the monsters killed by the team as ingredients. Feels a bit useless. After hearing the reports from the 3 chefs, Li Chen had a strange expression. He didn't expect the chef's exclusive equipment would still be focused on enhancing cooking. But then again, when would a chef go out to kill enemies? After thinking for a moment, Li Chen became slightly interested in the 5 Spice Pot. Just how significant could the random attribute bonuses be? With this in mind, Li Chen said, "Can we set up a simple kitchen here? Then others can kill enemies while you cook here for buffs. Let's see how the benefits are." The 3
Chef's eyes lit up upon hearing this. They were worried about not being able to produce combat weapons to help the team. Now, being able to assist everyone through their specialties made them very excited. So they quickly set up large pots beside the terminal. Finally, only Lin Yushi remained, holding a legendary treasure chest with a dazed expression. She had initially wanted to give Li Chen a rare level equipment as a thank you, but now Li Chen casually gave her a legendary treasure chest. This left her somewhat stunned. Although the Lin family still had a few pieces of legendary equipment, which were brought back by Lin Tian when he joined the army, those were all warrior equipment and not suitable for mages. Therefore, Lin Yushi currently had no legendary equipment on her, only a full set of rare level equipment. Li Chen casually handed her a legendary treasure chest, and this kindness was truly overwhelming. Soon, the members of the Yulong team looked at Lin Yushi with puzzled expressions and asked, "What are you waiting for? It's already this time, and you're still hesitating?" "Yeah. If you want to thank Instructor Yen, then open the treasure chest and show off a bit. Besides, you're a mage, the equipment you get won't be too bad." So, under everyone's gaze, Lin Yushi opened the legendary treasure chest. A flash of golden light passed, and a magic wand appeared in Lin Yushi's hand. Enchanted Wand Class. Mage Spirit plus 25 Equipment Skill, Infinite Enchantment, reduces mana consumption by 100%, cooldown reduced by 100% upon seeing the attributes of the enchanted wand. Everyone displayed strange expressions. It's actually an enchanted equipment, that's a bit unexpected. Enchantment seems to be the sewer branch among mages. But it doesn't matter, at least the panel of this legendary equipment is there. It can still be used. Lin Yushi also showed a look of disappointment. Her mentor had said that mages should mindlessly choose the Archmage branch. Never choose the enchantment branch, that's the sewer branch. Just as everyone felt regret, Li Chen's gaze was deep. Mages and warriors, as strong classes, in this version, differ from other classes in that they have multiple branches. For example, warriors can be divided into the Great Collapse style and the Whirlwind style. Mages have the Archmage style and the Enchantment style. Each branch has decent strength, but there is one exception, the Enchantment branch. Choosing the Enchantment branch significantly reduces a mage's damage output. This leads to enchantment mages leveling up slowly, thus becoming the sewer. However, Li Chen always believed that every class and every branch has its own unique way to play. There is no such thing as a sewer class or a sewer branch. Enchantment mages might truly have a future, it's just that humanity hasn't developed it yet. After calming down, Lin Yushi looked at Li Chen. Her father had said that Li Chen had a far-reaching vision, and perhaps he could give her some advice. Others also noticed this and turned to Li Chen, saying, "Instructor Yen, what do you think? Does this enchantment mage really have a future? But it's such a pity, the skill of this equipment is very strong. If only the enchantment branch could be changed to another branch, it would take off directly." Under everyone's attention, Li Chen said calmly, "The lower limit of the enchantment branch is extremely low, this is beyond doubt. But the upper limit is unknown. Whether it's a ceiling or a sewer, I'm not sure. The infinite enchantment effect of this wand can help you level up faster and quickly reach the upper limit of an enchanter. If I were you, I would definitely take the gamble, after all, this world is not short of archmages." After this statement, everyone looked excited and said, "That's true. With this wand, the enchantment efficiency will greatly increase. Leveling up will naturally be faster. The drawback of slow enchantment leveling is solved. You've got me a bit tempted, becoming the first enchantment master in human history, just thinking about it is thrilling. I also think it's worth a shot." At this moment, Lin Yushi excitedly held the wand. After hearing Li Chen's words, she suddenly felt hopeful. Becoming an enchanter might really have a future. With this thought, she equipped the wand and immediately chose the enchantment branch. After a brief silence, Li Chen looked around. Everyone had already equipped their gear and was filled with fighting spirit. Chang Ming held the whirlwind greatsword, already in position, ready to start spinning at any moment. Lin Shang held an ancient dagger, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, clearly prepared for battle. Although the equipment drawn by Lin Zhong and Lin Shan was average, they were both wearing excited expressions. The three chefs had already started heating oil in the pan, ready to cook at any moment. Lin Yushi was also holding her staff, prepared to deal damage. Seeing this, Li Chen no longer hesitated and shouted, "Positions." After saying that, he operated the terminal to skip the waiting time, while summoning the illusory butterfly and the tiger sword god to stand on either side. Soon, the sounds of beasts roaring echoed through the forest. Chang Ming was the first to strike, wielding the whirlwind greatsword as he spun into the crowd of monsters. With the high damage output of the whirlwind greatsword, combined with the coordinated attacks from the tiger sword god, Chang Ming was like a meat grinder, whirling through the horde of monsters. The cries of the creatures filled the air.
the three assassins did not lag behind and joined the battlefield as well. Among them, Lin Shan's ferocity was on par with Chang Ming thanks to his new equipment, the Reaping Dagger. With each enemy he killed, his skill cooldown would refresh, allowing him to continuously throw shurikens. Monsters that had just spawned from the forest were instantly killed. For a moment, no one else had anything to do. The basket of ingredients kept filling up with processed materials. The three chefs began heating oil in the pans, continuously cooking dish after dish. Soon, plates of secret recipe roasted meat were freshly prepared. Seeing this, Li Chen's eyes lit up as he began to assess the situation. Secret recipe roasted meat satiation value plus 100 eating effect, all attributes plus 2, lasts for 10 minutes. It could actually increase all attributes by 2 points. Although it had a duration, if stacked, it would still be a decent boost. Watching the speed of the three chefs, they were basically cooking a dish every 30 seconds. In 10 minutes, they could prepare 20 dishes, which would total a 40-point attribute boost. For Li Chen, 40 points might not mean much, but for a rare level player around level 20, that was a significant enhancement. It's important to note that a level 20 rare level player has around 80 in their 4 primary attributes, so 40 points would effectively double their stats. Moreover, the three chefs were currently at a low level, only level 7. If their levels increased, their cooking efficiency would improve even more. At that point, it wouldn't just be a simple 40 attribute points. Due to Chang Ming and Lin Shan monopolizing the monsters, Lin Yushi, Lin Zhong, and Lin Shan had no monsters to fight and had to come over. Upon seeing the roasted meat on the table, they were astonished and exclaimed, "Is this what the 5-spice pot produces? It can actually increase all attributes by 2 points. That's interesting. Forget it, I'll show off first." After saying that, they picked up the roasted meat and began to savor it, with Li Chen also taking a plate to eat. The roasted meat was extremely delicious, enhanced by the 5-spice pot, making it incredibly tasty. After eating the roasted meat, Li Chen's 4 primary attributes increased by 2 points. The others noticed this as well, all excitedly exclaiming, "Wow! It really can boost attributes. That's amazing. If we eat a meal before the fight, wouldn't that make us invincible?" While everyone was excitedly fantasizing, Lin Yushi shook her head, "But I feel full after just one serving, I can't eat anymore. At most, it only boosts 2 points." The group then realized this and sighed, "Indeed, it's a bit underwhelming. I feel like I can only eat about 5 servings, which would only boost 10 points, that's really not high." The three chefs stopped their actions, all looking disappointed, sighing, "It seems being a chef really is a dead-end profession." "Indeed. I thought I could be of help, but it turns out to be so useless. What use is this iron pot to me?" In an instant, the atmosphere turned to one of disappointment. Li Chen finished his barbecue, wiped his mouth, and fell into deep thought. To enhance attributes by continuously consuming dishes, the challenge lies in the satiety value. If the satiety value of the dishes could be reduced, and preferably made into candies that are easy to consume, it would solve this problem. With this in mind, Li Chen looked at the three chefs and said, "I've discovered that the power to enhance attributes comes from the essence within the dishes. Is it possible to concentrate this essence, ideally into a size similar to candy, making it convenient to eat?" Upon hearing this, the crowd showed excitement, exclaiming, "Wow! Why didn't I think of that? If the dishes were made the size of candies, I could eat 10 in one bite. That's brilliant. This not only solves the satiety issue but also addresses the problem of lengthy meal times. In that case, we could eat while fighting." Hearing this, the three chefs quickly got to work, heating oil and continuously trying to concentrate the nutrients from the dishes into a single point. After a long while, the sounds of clashing utensils finally ceased, and everyone looked at the three chefs with anticipation. "So, can you make this kind of dish? I can't wait to enjoy the deliciousness." However, the three chefs lowered their heads and sighed, "It's too difficult. We can't do it. We've tried many methods, but due to the rich nutrients in the ingredients, even when concentrated, they quickly disperse. We tried wrapping these essences with materials like bean curd skin, but it was still ineffective, the nutrients still dispersed quickly. So it's simply impossible. We chefs are indeed a profession in the gutter." Upon hearing this, everyone looked disappointed and said, "It seems this idea can't be realized. In that case, these dishes are somewhat useless." "Indeed. Not only do they require a lot of time to eat, but you also can't eat too much." Soon, the atmosphere fell back into disappointment. However, Li Chen remained unfazed, still pondering a solution. The dispersion of concentrated essence is a very normal phenomenon. The three chefs' approach of wrapping these nutrient essences with materials like bean curd skin was indeed correct. But since these nutrients had already been enhanced by the 5-spice pot, they were no longer ordinary essences, and materials like bean curd skin naturally couldn't contain them. If that's the case, then use magic to deal with magic. With this thought, Li Chen's eyes lit up and he suddenly said, "What if we operate like this? Just before the nutrient essence is about to disperse, use enchantment to fix them." After this statement, everyone looked bewildered. Li Chen's words had exceeded their understanding. Shouldn't enchantment only be for equipment? Can even dishes be enchanted? How is that possible? And if we eat such a dish, will it really be safe? However, with a mindset of giving it a try, everyone looked at Lin Yusher and said, "How about we give it a shot?" But I feel the success rate is low. After all, I've never heard of enchanting dishes before. Forget it, let's try. We have plenty of ingredients anyway. Lin Yusher nodded and said firmly, "Let's give it a try." So the three chefs heated the oil again, while Lin Yusher moved nearby, ready at any moment. Soon, head chef Suyun shouted, "Hurry! The nutrient essence is about to disperse. Quick, use enchantment on them." Lin Yusher was quick and nimble, casting an enchantment spell that landed on the nutrient essence. About to disperse. Instantly, the mass of nutrient essence was wrapped in a force, firmly trapped inside. Seeing this, head chef Suyun was overjoyed, exclaiming, "It worked! It worked!" Everyone was filled with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow! Can it really be done? Is this how enchanters play?" Soon, Chef Suyun brought the special dish to the table under everyone's gaze. The crowd examined the dish closely. Satiation +1 after consumption, all attributes increase by 2 points, lasting for 10 minutes time until enchantment expires. 5 seconds. Seeing the first few pieces of information, everyone was filled with excitement. Wow! The satiation only increases by 1, which means I can show off with 500 of these. That's amazing, and the attribute boost remains unchanged, still increasing all attributes by 2 points. This is brilliant. A chef working with an enchanter, is this the answer to the version? Wait. The enchantment is about to expire. Quickly, everyone noticed something was off. There were less than 5 seconds until the enchantment expired. Just as they were commenting on the dish, the enchantment had already worn off. In an instant, the outer layer broke apart, and the nutritional essence inside dissipated. Seeing this, everyone fell into disappointment once again, and 3 chefs even put down their utensils, their eyes losing their luster. Sigh. Did we fail again? Less than 5 seconds, and the enchantment expired. That's just too fast. Exactly. In 5 seconds, you basically have to stand by the pot, eat right after it's cooked. This means you can't eat while fighting. I wanted to stash a few hundred of these for real combat. Eating while fighting, looks like that's not going to work. But it's still not bad. At least it solves the satiation issue. For a moment, everyone slowly accepted it, but Li Chen frowned slightly. 10 minutes. To be honest, the coverage is a bit low. And it requires the chef to cook up close, putting the 3 chefs at the front lines. The risk is too great. They aren't combat classes, and against powerful enemies, they would be cut down in seconds. So, in real combat, it's hard to guarantee that attributes can stack up, making it somewhat impractical. Seeing Li Chen still frowning, the others couldn't help but approach him. "Instructor Yen, being able to do this is already impressive. Yeah, our chefs were completely useless before. Now at least they can provide some attribute boosts. We're already very satisfied." As a few of them approached, Li Chen's gaze inadvertently caught sight of Lin Xia's exquisite gloves, teleportation gloves. Teleportation gloves equipment skill, can teleport items in hand to teammates. Li Chen's eyes instantly lit up. He thought of a brilliant idea. If Lin Xia could also stand in front of Su Yun, after the dish was finished, he could use the teleportation gloves to send the dish to the frontline fighters. Then the frontline fighters could eat directly. No need to run back and forth. Wouldn't that solve the short enchantment time issue? Thinking of this, Li Chen immediately said, "Lin Xia, try to see if your teleportation gloves can send the dish." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned, then erupted in joy. "Wow! How did I not think of that? Turns out my teleportation gloves are a divine artifact. That's brilliant. If that's the case, we can eat right after cooking. 5 seconds is enough. Quick, let's try it. I feel like we're about to develop a new gameplay style." Soon, everyone began experimenting, and after repeated tests, they reached a conclusion: feasible. Now, everyone was filled with excitement, cheering, "Great! Our chefs are finally standing up. This strategy, I feel like it has potential. I can't wait to try it out in real combat." Just as everyone was cheering, Chang Ming and Lin Shang had already defeated the 5th wave boss, and there was now 1 minute of rest time. Seeing everyone so excited, the two approached curiously and asked, "What's going on? Why are you all so happy? Did you discover some new fun?" Upon hearing this, a few people quickly stepped forward and said, "It's like this." After patiently listening, the two showed shock on their faces and exclaimed, "Wow! No wonder it's Instructor Yen. He actually developed this kind of strategy. It's really amazing. So what are we waiting for? I can't wait any longer." Let's get started. Li Chen nodded and said, how about this? Lin Zhong, when you engage in battle, lie on the ground and lure the enemies over. Then Chang Ming and Lin Shang, you two will be responsible for harvesting from the side. The chef team will cook from the back. Lin Yusher and Lin Xiao will assist on the side. The dishes made will be alternately given to Lin Shang and Chang Ming. After a few simple sentences, a strategy unique to the Yulong team was established. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed, cheering, this tactic. It's really detailed. Every link is tightly connected. So clever. Indeed. So many details. I can't wait any longer. Let's get started. With that, everyone got ready one by one. Seeing this, Li Chen chuckled and began operating the terminal, skipping the waiting time. The sixth wave of monsters soon appeared slowly from the forest, and as soon as they appeared, they fixed their gaze on Lin Zhong, who was lying on the ground. Without hesitation, they charged over, causing the monsters to crowd together, creating a phenomenon of monsters piling up. Chang Ming, seeing this, swung his whirlwind greatsword, spinning among the monster group. Since the monsters were very dense at this moment, Chang Ming felt very comfortable spinning around. With one spin, he took out a bunch, achieving high efficiency. Some isolated monsters were taken out by Lin Shang, who threw shurikens from the back. The defeated monsters were quickly collected and processed by the ingredient baskets, ensuring the ingredients were non-toxic, healthy, and clean. The three chefs were nimble, heating oil in the pot, while Lin Yusher and Lin Xia stood on either side of Su Yun. Head chef Su Yun was highly skilled, quickly concentrating the nutritional essence. Lin Yusher, who had been waiting for a long time, reinforced the nutritional essence with an enchantment. Su Yun quickly took the dishes out of the pot, and Lin Xia, with quick reflexes and the assassin's high agility, grabbed the dishes and delivered them one by one to the front line, to Chang Ming and Lin Shang. Chang Ming and Lin Shang enjoyed the dishes as if they were chewing on jelly beans, while simultaneously harvesting monsters. The entire process formed a closed loop, connecting the chain. Amidst the laughter and joy, monsters fell one after another, like products on an assembly line. After being spawned, they were killed, then turned into dishes, and sent to the front line. At this moment, in the level 2 training dungeon, wave after wave of monsters rushed in to deliver their heads. 6 waves. 8 waves. 10 waves. As the Yulong team members' levels and proficiency increased, the monster spawning efficiency became faster and faster. The 3 chefs had already reached level 10, improving their cooking efficiency a bit more. They had gone from 30 seconds to 20 seconds per dish. In just 10 minutes, the previous attribute stacking of around 40 had now increased to about 60. Meanwhile, outside the level 2 training dungeon. Wow! The Yulong team actually broke through the 8th wave. Oh my god! Didn't they say they ran out of items? How are they still breaking through? Oh my god! The difficulty starting from the 8th wave will skyrocket. The toughness and density have increased several times. How could the Yulong team possibly withstand it? Watching the Yulong team's waves rise from the 8th to the 10th, everyone looked shocked. The members of the Glory team also looked at Instructor Zhao in confusion. Instructor Zhao, what is going on? How could the Yulong team possibly withstand this? Right, I remember the 10th wave. Boss, the Guardian Tree, which was known as the killer of experts. How many teams were wiped out by it? It's indeed exaggerated. I remember the first time we fought it, my 100 Constitution Shield Warrior couldn't withstand 3 heavy strikes. At this moment, Instructor Zhao had finished meditating. Looking at the performance of the Yulong team, he was also in a daze. You have to know that their Glory team only made it to the 5th wave on the first day of dungeon runs. The stronger Spirit team managed to reach the 8th wave. But now, the Yulong team, whom they usually looked down upon, had also reached the 10th wave on their first day, which left him feeling somewhat frustrated. However, after thinking it over, Instructor Zhao felt relieved. Given the configuration of the Yulong team, reaching the 10th wave was definitely reliant on an endless supply of items. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Li Chen must be trying to quickly raise the entire team's level through items to speed up their progress. If Li Chen had come a few days earlier, he might have felt a bit anxious. But he arrived too late, having missed 3 days of training. The Yulong team's progress was already lagging behind the Glory team. With this thought, a confident expression appeared on Zhao's face as he casually said, "Isn't it just the number of waves cleared with items? What's so impressive about that?" Li Chen must be trying to quickly improve the team's level with items, attempting to accelerate the pace. But so what? Items are ultimately not something that can stand on their own. The monsters starting from the 10th wave are immune to item damage. The Yulong team can at most reach the 10th wave, they won't affect our Glory team at all. Upon hearing this, the members of the Glory team's eyes lit up, and they all relaxed. That's true, after all, our Glory team made it to the 15th wave, and tomorrow we're aiming for the 18th wave. The Yulong team can only manage 10 waves at most, they're just playing in low-tier matches. Indeed, they won't see high-tier matches beyond 10 waves. The words of the Glory team quickly spread around, and as everyone understood, their expressions varied. I didn't expect it. Li Chen actually has items, he's really wealthy. Indeed. No wonder he could become an instructor at level 11, his family must be quite rich. But these items can only help in low-tier matches, they're not impressive. Haha, as if your team can play in high-tier matches. I remember you only made it to the 6th wave, right? Forget about them, let's eat skewers. Soon, everyone was holding skewers in one hand and ice cola in the other, eating and chatting animatedly. After a while, an archer noticed a change in the screen data, glanced at it, and jumped up in surprise, shouting, "Holy crap! Holy crap! It changed again." The captain beside him was startled and said with dissatisfaction, "What's wrong? Xiao Tai? What changed?" The archer stammered. "The Yulong team has broken through again." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the big screen, only to see, first place Spirit Team, 20th wave 2nd place, Yulong Team, 15th wave 3rd place, Glory Team, 15th wave. Seeing the results, everyone's brains suddenly short-circuited, standing there in a daze. Some didn't even notice when they spilled their ice cola beside them. After a brief silence, everyone erupted in exclamations. "Holy crap! 15 waves! I didn't see it wrong, did I? The Yulong team is cheating." And they pushed the Glory team out of 2nd place, which means they took less time. I remember. It's been less than 15 minutes since the Yulong team entered the dungeon, right? That means the Yulong team only took 15 minutes to reach the 15th wave. How is that possible? I remember the Glory team took 4 hours to reach the 15th wave. This is just surreal. At this moment, everyone in the Glory team looked bewildered, turning to Instructor Zhao and asking, "Instructor Zhao, didn't you just say that the Yulong team could only last 10 waves at most?" "Yeah. How did they surpass us? This is impossible. Could it be that Instructor Zhao misjudged? The Yulong team is actually very strong." Instructor Zhao was equally perplexed, racking his brain but unable to come up with an explanation. With the Yulong team's configuration of 2 rare level and 3 elite level members, plus 3 non-combat profession members in a weak lineup, how could they reach 15 waves in just 15 minutes? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, and he could only respond perfunctorily, "Maybe it's like that." However, everyone around him looked at Instructor Zhao with puzzled expressions. At this moment, Instructor Zhao regretted his decision to end his meditation so quickly. Now, it was awkward enough to make him want to hide in a 5-room apartment. Everyone had seen through Instructor Zhao's level, and they all looked disdainful, whispering, "Here we go again with the half-hearted response. It seems Instructor Zhao is not as good as Li Chen. Yeah. So boring, so boring. I wonder what Instructor Feng can figure out." After saying this, everyone eagerly looked towards Instructor Feng in the distance, hoping to get an answer from him. At this moment, Instructor Feng furrowed his brows, his face filled with disbelief. He had already realized that his previous judgment was wrong. The Yulong team definitely did not reach those waves just by using items. Items could only be used for the first 10 waves, after that, the monsters would become immune to item damage. The only answer was that Li Chen equipped the team, and each person had at least 4 pieces of rare level equipment. Although he also equipped his team with 4 pieces of rare level equipment each, that was based on the premise that their mental team was worth cultivating. Li Chen was truly generous, actually giving equipment to such a useless team as the Yulong team. Was he not afraid of losing everything? After realizing this, Instructor Feng scoffed. Li Chen must be unable to afford to lose. He actually equipped such a trash team as the Yulong team with rare level gear, and at least 4 pieces of rare level equipment for each person. This is simply a waste of resources. After Instructor Feng finished speaking, everyone suddenly understood. Oh, so that's how it is. The first time Li Chen provided items, the Yulong team reached the 8th wave. The second time the items ran out, Li Chen panicked and directly equipped the whole team. Damn! Li Chen is indeed wealthy. He actually equipped the whole team. And it's for a trash team like the Yulong team. Sigh, if we were given the same treatment, we could also slaughter them easily. With that, the Yulong team reaching 15 waves isn't a big deal. Hearing this, Instructor Zhao's eyes lit up. It must be so. Li Chen definitely couldn't afford to lose, equipping the whole team with at least 4 pieces of rare level gear. Their Glory team only had 1 piece of rare level equipment per person, which was why they couldn't beat the Yulong team. Thinking of this, Instructor Zhao confidently said, "The Yulong team is really pathetic. Our Glory team only has 1 piece of rare level equipment per person, and we've still reached 15 waves. If we had the Yulong team's equipment, we would definitely perform better than them. But The Yulong team is too weak, even with rare level equipment, they could only reach 15 waves at most. Tomorrow, I'll give each member of the Glory team another piece of rare level equipment. And we'll surpass them. Hearing this, everyone in the Glory team showed excitement on their faces and exclaimed, damn. As expected of Instructor Zhao. Generous with his resources. By then, with 2 pieces of rare level equipment each, I don't even know how we could lose. The Yulong team is ultimately just a stepping stone. As everyone heard this, envy appeared on their faces, and they said sourly, I'm so envious. No wonder they can handle so many waves. Turns out their equipment is that good. Exactly. I'm stuck with all this ordinary gear, it's no wonder we can't compete with them. Isn't that right? If we had their equipment, we wouldn't be any worse. Especially the equipment of the Yulong team, if we had that, we could definitely reach over 16 waves. At this moment, inside the level 2 dungeon, the wails of monsters and the crisp sounds of kitchen utensils clashing echoed continuously. Dish after dish was being prepared, and then, through Lin Xia's hands, they reached the front line, filling Cheng Ming and Lin Shang's stomachs. The 3 chefs had already leveled up to level 14, achieving a speed of 1 pot every 15 seconds. In 10 minutes, they could prepare 40 dishes, each dish boosting all attributes by 2 points. The maximum boost could stack up to 80 points. This was a terrifying enhancement for them. Cheng Ming and Lin Shang on the front line were also rapidly leveling up, now reaching level 18. With the boost from the dishes, Cheng Ming's 4-dimensional attributes had reached 152, Lin Shang's 4-dimensional attributes had reached 116, equivalent to their attributes at level 36, plus the bonuses from legendary equipment. Their combat power was actually slightly superior to that of legendary level professionals of the same level. If they added the aura provided by Li Chen, the enhancement would be even greater. Soon, the Yulong team was cutting through enemies like chopping vegetables, and the waves kept increasing. 18 waves. 19 waves. 20 waves. They continued to kill the small monsters, as if they were chopping vegetables. Finally, a tree spirit, large enough for 3 people to embrace, emerged from the forest. Quickly, everyone noticed the tree spirit and turned to look. Twisted Tree Spirit. Rank, Legendary Boss, cannot be contracted. Level, 20 Strength, 200 Agility, 200 Constitution, 200 Spirit, 200 Skill. Vine Whip. As soon as the Twisted Tree Spirit appeared, it swung a whip towards Chang Ming. However, at this moment, Chang Ming had been continuously eating, and his constitution had already reached 150 points. Coupled with Chang Ming maintaining his whirlwind slash throughout, part of the Twisted Tree Spirit's attack was blocked, resulting in it not being able to take him down in one hit. Once Chang Ming reacted, he let out a loud roar, and the big windmill moved towards the tree spirit. Just as the Twisted Tree Spirit was about to attack again, Lin Shang suddenly threw a dart, catching the Twisted Tree Spirit off guard and interrupting its casting. After a moment of anger, just as the Twisted Tree Spirit was about to strike again, Chang Ming's big windmill was already in front of it. With no time to dodge, the Twisted Tree Spirit took the full brunt of the attack and died on the spot. Ding! The Yulong team has killed the Twisted Tree Spirit in past 20 waves. With the death of the Twisted Tree Spirit, the level 2 dungeon was cleared. Chang Ming and Lin Shang were somewhat fatigued, collapsing onto the ground in a sprawled position. Although they had the assistance of legendary equipment and reduced skill consumption, continuously using skills still made their hands sore. The 3 chefs also put down their utensils. After such high-intensity cooking in just a few minutes, their hands were starting to feel sore, but they didn't show any signs of fatigue. Instead, they were unusually excited. Soon, the members of the Yulong team gathered in front of Li Chen, excitedly saying, "Instructor Yen, we did it! We cleared the level 2 dungeon. Finally, one day, we can stand tall too. I feel ridiculously strong right now." Li Chen nodded and said, "Now, report on your progress." Upon hearing this, everyone showed excitement and stepped forward to report their situation. Chang Ming, I've leveled up to 20. I've learned the Great Whirlwind. I can take down a boss of the same level in one hit. Lin Shang, I'm already level 19. I learned the high damage, long cooldown skill, Rain of Daggers. Now I can clear monsters really fast. Lin Zhong and Lin Xia scratched their heads awkwardly and said, "We can't hit any monsters, so we haven't made much progress. We're still at level 12. The 3 chefs chimed in, "I never expected that using these monsters to cook would speed up our leveling so much. We're already at level 16, and in the best case scenario, we can cook a pot in 10 seconds. Lin, you sure? I'm still level 20. After hearing everyone's reports, Li Chen was very satisfied. The speed of leveling up was like riding a train. However, this was quite normal. Teams like the Spirit Team and Glory Team all had members at level 20. What often limited them were tactical distribution and equipment. So, the improvement of the Yulong team was quite reasonable. It was just a bit tricky that Lin Zhong and Lin Xia couldn't level up. Lin Yu sure couldn't level up either because the enchanted ingredients were from level 20 monsters. This issue could be resolved by advancing to a level 1 dungeon. Just as Li Chen was pondering, the members of the Yulong team were excitedly discussing, Instructor Yen. Thanks to you customizing our tactics, we managed to clear all 20 floors. This set of tactics will be our signature strategy from now on. Indeed. As long as the tactics are right, even chefs can become gods. Please, Instructor Yen, give this set of tactics a name. Upon hearing this, Li Chen nodded, thought for a moment, and said, let's call it Delivery Flow. At this moment, outside the level 2 dungeon, the scene fell into an eerie silence. All the professionals present were staring intently at the big screen. First place, Yulong Team 20 waves. Second place, Spirit Team 20 waves. Third place, Glory Team 15 waves. After a long while, the crowd erupted in screams. Holy crap! I can't be seeing this wrong. The Yulong Team topped the charts. They actually surpassed the Spirit Team. Their completion time is faster. Oh my god. This is too surreal. Didn't they say the Yulong Team was a trash team? Is this still trash? What does that make us? Even the Little War God Team and Deep Space Newbies only reached 18 waves on their first try. Only the Dashin Team could hit 20 waves on their first attempt. Exactly. But they have a full team of legendary level top configurations. Plus, they all have rare level equipment, that's why they're so impressive. But the Yulong Team has such a trash configuration, with only 2 rare level professionals, the rest are elite level, and there are even 3 non-combat professions. How is that possible? Can any expert come out and explain this? For a moment, the professionals on site all looked skeptical, expressing their disbelief. The members of the Glory Team were also confused, looking towards Instructor Zhao's position. However, Instructor Zhao had already vanished without a trace. Holy crap! Where's Instructor Zhao? Instructor Zhao just said he drank too much iced cola and needed to pee, and then he never came back. After a moment of silence, everyone realized they couldn't rely on Instructor Zhao anymore and had to look towards the Spirit Team. At this time, the members of the Spirit Team were all silent, their faces filled with embarrassment. They were all rare level professionals, each equipped with 4 pieces of rare level gear. Yet, such a top configuration was defeated by the Yulong Team's seemingly inferior setup. This made them feel very awkward. Instructor Feng furrowed his brows tightly. Even with years of tactical experience, he couldn't figure it out. How did the Yulong Team manage to do this? Could it be that Li Chen was wealthy enough to equip everyone with a set of rare level gear? But how could that be possible, without the support of a medium-sized guild? How could Li Chen possibly produce 64 pieces of rare level equipment? Rare level equipment isn't something you can just find everywhere. It's something that has a price but no market. Just because a family is wealthy doesn't mean they can buy it in bulk. Rare level equipment requires constant dungeon runs. Only medium-sized guilds have the strength and energy for that. But he knows the medium-sized guilds in Beihai City like the back of his hand. There's simply no character like Li Chen among them. Just as Instructor Feng was pondering this, the dungeon portal shimmered. Li Chen led the members of the Yulong Team out. As soon as they emerged, the crowd erupted with a tsunami of voices. Yulong Team. They're out. Damn. Their levels have risen too fast. It's like they're on a train. TSK. This means they really made it to wave 20. Oh my god. In an instant, the scene was incredibly noisy. The dungeon manager glanced at the time. The calculation period had ended. After looking at the rankings again, although the dungeon manager was skeptical, the data was there. And even if he didn't believe it, he had to. After careful consideration, the dungeon manager bit his lip and said loudly, "Everyone quiet. I'm going to announce today's rankings." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. And the atmosphere turned quiet. Instructor Feng also stopped thinking. He had figured it out. No matter how the Yulong Team performed, as long as it didn't disrupt the rhythm of their Spirit Team, that was fine. As long as it didn't affect their advance into the first level dungeon tomorrow. Once everyone settled down, the dungeon manager spoke up. "I announced that the first place is the Yulong Team. The second place is the Spirit Team. Due to feedback from higher-ups, it was reported that a large number of miscellaneous teams are advancing into the first level dungeon, disrupting the training of professional teams. Therefore, the quota for advancing into the first level dungeon has been reduced to 1. This means that today only the Yulong Team has advanced into the first level dungeon." After the dungeon manager finished speaking, everyone looked astonished, whispering to each other, "Damn. I didn't expect the quota to be reduced. I remember it was 20 layers to advance into the first level dungeon before. Yeah. Now there's only 1 quota a day. This is really dragging the pace. We're fine, but the Spirit Team is going to have a tough time. Their plan seems to be to advance into the first level dungeon tomorrow. Indeed. I wonder what Instructor Feng's attitude will be. Sure enough, just as everyone looked towards Instructor Feng, he had already stood up, his face filled with anger. Why limit the advancement quota? Don't you know this? Disrupts the rhythm of our spirit team. Our spirit team is already all level 20, continuing in the second level dungeon can no longer improve us. Are we supposed to waste a day for nothing? What's the reason for that? What kind of professional teams are those? How can they be so arrogant? At this moment, the dungeon manager looked guilty. He was just following orders, and he didn't know the higher-ups' arrangements. Realizing this, he could only respond, "This is the arrangement from above. I have no way to change it." It was suggested by the instructors of the three ace teams, Dashing Team, Little War God Team, and Deep Space Newbie Team. Those three instructors are top tactical masters from the Chun family in Beihai, so our superiors had no choice but to arrange it this way. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces showed shock and fear. It's actually tactical masters from the Chen family in Beihai. This is too exaggerated. Moreover, the teams they lead are all top-tier teams. They were already invincible, and now with the professional tactical masters from the Chun family guiding them, they are unbeatable. Exactly. The top 3 spots are basically all theirs. Not just the top 3, the top 10 will have to act according to their wishes. Otherwise, if they target us, our usual points will drop drastically. At this moment, Instructor Feng calmed down. As a tactician, he naturally knew that the Chun family from Beihai was not to be trifled with. Their influence extended throughout the 3 major guilds and the military, essentially having eyes and ears everywhere. As for the 3 instructors, Feng was well aware that they were Chen Shi Chenwen and Chen Mo, none of whom he could afford to offend. With this in mind, Feng naturally turned his ire towards the Yulong battle team. He had never even heard of Li Chen's name. If he offended him, so be it. With this thought, he suddenly glared angrily in Li Chen's direction and shouted, "Our spirit team and the Yulong battle team have both fought through 20 waves. Why does the Yulong battle team have the right to enter the level 1 dungeon? Although the Yulong battle team clears dungeons quickly, we completed our 20 waves before they did. How did we end up in second place?" The dungeon manager was at a loss. Although Instructor Feng's background was not as strong as the Chen family from Beihai, he was still not someone he could afford to offend. Thus, the dungeon manager could only stammer, "How about you guys give it a try?" The dungeon manager then added, "Or how about a 9v9 match?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked confused, whispering to each other, "What's that? A 9v9 match? What is that?" "I don't know, I've been training here for 3 days and have never heard of it. Is there anyone who understands to explain?" However, everyone present looked bewildered, and no one responded. Seeing this, the dungeon manager could only patiently explain, "Our military has long considered that there would be friction between teams. So we designed this match in the 0-level room." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with realization. "Oh wow. So that's what the 0-level room is for. The doors and windows are sealed. I thought it was an undeveloped room." Exactly. It's so mysterious. Now I can't wait. While everyone was discussing, the dungeon manager continued, "The match takes place in the Occupation Canyon dungeon. Each map has 3 lanes, top lane, mid lane, and bottom lane. In each lane, both sides have 3 defensive towers, namely the frontline tower, the core tower, and the high ground tower. If you destroy all the towers in one lane, you can attack the opponent's crystal, and destroying the opponent's crystal means victory. Each side has 9 participants, and the instructors will be sealed at the beginning. Both sides' junglers need to collect souls in the wild area to break the instructor's seals. Of course, you can also choose not to unseal. As long as you destroy the opponent's crystal, that's enough." After hearing the rules, the surrounding practitioners were all excited, exclaiming, "Wow! This sounds so interesting. This match will definitely be thrilling." Exactly. It really tests both sides' tactical arrangements. It's not just about having high combat power to win. Oh my god. I can't wait. I need to buy some barbecue and ice cola. Eating while watching is the best. At this moment, Li Chen was also deep in thought, quickly understanding the gameplay of the match. There are 2 strategies for the match. 1 is a fast attack style, which means not unsealing the instructors and directly engaging the opponent. This strategy requires quickly taking down the opponent's defensive towers. If the opponent holds their ground, it will be very passive. The other is a steady approach, where the jungler farms the wild area like crazy and then uses soul power to unseal the instructors, with the instructors joining in. Unless the opponent also unseals their instructor, it will become a one-sided situation, essentially equivalent to victory. Both strategies have their merits and should be arranged according to the battle situation. Just as Li Chen was pondering, the members of the Yulong battle team were all tense, nervously saying, "I'm so nervous. I'm afraid of messing up. Me too. This normal match, I wonder if our delivery flow strategy will work. Indeed, in team battles, we are effectively down by 5 people. After a moment of pause, the dungeon manager looked at the Yulong team and the spirit team and said seriously, "Do you understand? If you understand, then let's start." Hearing this, Instructor Feng ended his contemplation. As a tactician, he quickly grasped the rules of the competition. Fast attack and steady play. Their spirit team's configuration was so much higher than the Yulong team's, so using a fast attack strategy was the best tactic. It wouldn't even be possible to defeat them. How could the trash configuration of the Yulong team compete with them? The more he thought about it, the more confident he became, and Instructor Feng said loudly, "We understand. We can start." Li Chen also nodded and said calmly, "We understand too." Seeing this, the dungeon manager said loudly, "Then follow me. Other teams can come over to watch too." Upon hearing this, everyone showed ecstatic expressions and excitedly said, "Great. We can finally watch this competition. I feel like I'll be so excited I won't sleep all night." Exactly. After watching this match, we'll need a long time to digest it. TSK. As long as we learn a bit of Instructor Feng's tactics, it will be enough to double our team's combat power. Soon, everyone, led by the dungeon manager, arrived at room 0. At this time, the teams in other rooms had basically gone back to sleep, and their actions did not attract anyone's attention. When the door to the 0 dungeon was pushed open, everyone rushed in. At a glance, they saw a white teleportation portal standing in the center of the room. Surrounding the room were many tables and chairs, making it convenient for everyone to watch. Seeing this, everyone looked excited and chose a comfortable spot to sit down. The dungeon manager then brought the Yulong team and the spirit team to the front of the dungeon door, curiously observing, "What a big teleportation portal. Does this mean we can start fighting as soon as we enter?" Everyone looked at the teleportation portal with curiosity, voicing their doubts. This teleportation portal is really big. It's at least twice the size of the one in room 2. It is indeed large, but why is there no screen or anything? Isn't that a bit dull? Yeah. If we can't see anything, we won't know the details of the competition. That would be boring. Just as everyone was puzzled, a deep voice came, "Are you here to compete?" "Oh, it's Xiao Zhang. What a rare guest." Everyone was startled and turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw a white-haired young man slowly walking over, wearing a badge on his chest. Senior Dungeon Manager Xiao Zhang, the dungeon manager, was shocked to see the newcomer and quickly stepped forward, saying, "So room 0 is managed by Senior Xie." At this moment, Xiao Zhang was very excited. Senior Xie was the chief mechanic of the army. He was a level 60 legendary mechanic, a man who had truly mastered a non-combat profession. It was said that his technical skills were on par with the guild's Mo, and the two were jointly known as the Hidden Dragons and Phoenix Chicks among mechanics. Senior Dungeon Manager Xie Lin nodded and asked again, "Xiao Zhang, which 2 teams are competing?" Xiao Zhang did not dare to be negligent and quickly replied, "It's the Yulong team and the Spirit team. They have both reached 20 waves in the level 2 dungeon and want to advance to the level 1 dungeon. But there is only one spot available, so they have to decide through a competition." Xia Lin looked at the 2 teams with interest and said, "Oh. They have both reached 20 waves, so their strength is quite good. The configuration of the Spirit team is impressive, with 8 rare class professionals and a level 50 rare class instructor." When he saw the configuration of the Yulong team, Xia Lin's face showed a momentary daze. He had devoted his life to technology and naturally had no idea about the situation of the Yulong team. However, after seeing the Spirit team's configuration, he assumed the Yulong team was similar. To his surprise, the Yulong team was so lacking that they didn't even have an instructor or a captain. Thinking of this, he said unhappily, "What's going on with this Yulong team? Why is it just a bunch of newbies?" The Deputy Dungeon Manager, Xia Lin, paused for a moment before continuing, "How come your Yulong team doesn't even have an instructor or a captain? What are you all doing?" Seeing this, the Deputy Dungeon Manager, Xiao Zhang, quickly said, "Senior Xia, it's like this. The situation of the Yulong team is quite special. The instructor is only level 11. After saying this, he pointed to Li Chen. Upon hearing this, Xia Lin looked at Li Chen with a face full of skepticism, questioning, "You are the instructor of the Yulong team?" Li Chen nodded and said, "Yes." After that, he took out the instructor badge and handed it to Xia Lin. Xia Lin took the badge, examined it carefully, and exclaimed, "You really are an instructor? An instructor at level 11? After a brief shock, Xia Lin adjusted his emotions, returned the badge to Li Chen, and said seriously, "Since you are the instructor, then the Yulong team meets the requirements to participate in the competition. Now listen to my commands."
After saying this, Xia Lin took out a tablet and quickly input a few commands.
Soon, the entire room 0 suddenly brightened,
and screens appeared all around.
In an instant, the whole room became filled with a high-tech atmosphere. Everyone was taken aback, looking
around, as the screens projected the entire situation inside the dungeon clearly. They could see the battle situation inside the dungeon very clearly. After a brief moment of astonishment, everyone excitedly said, "This surround screen is amazing.
Watching the match like this will definitely be thrilling."
Absolutely. Eating barbecue while watching the match is one of the happiest things in the world.
It seems like we've entered the pre-match banter phase.
Hearing this, everyone curiously looked towards the two competing teams. At this moment, the two teams stood in a row on either side, looking at each other. Seeing this, Xia Lin said loudly, "Now it's the pre-match banter phase for both sides. Please let the spirit team speak first." Instructor Feng, hearing this, confidently stepped forward and said loudly, "Li Chen. Although I don't know what method you used to lead the Yulong team to survive 20 waves,
but in the upcoming competition, I will let you know what despair is.
Just wait for the Yulong team to be taken down like dogs. Then you'll be out." The people around, upon hearing this, were all excited and shouted, as expected of the spirit team, "The pressure is immense. Indeed. I feel like the Yulong team is already starting to get scared. It must be, the Yulong team's record is not inferior to the spirit team's. Instructor Feng is just talking big. How could the
Yulong team be afraid?
As a tactician, Instructor Feng must know this. He definitely has a backup plan. Sure enough, after Instructor Feng finished speaking, he spread his hands, and 32 pieces of rare class equipment appeared around him in an instant. Then, with a confident expression, he said, "Li Chen, I know you gave the Yulong team rare class equipment. Otherwise, it would be impossible to survive 20 waves like us. However, if each member of the spirit team has a complete set of rare class equipment, how are you going to win? Members of the spirit team, listen up. Each of you gets 4 pieces of rare level equipment." Upon hearing this, the members of the spirit team were all excited, rushing over to the pile of equipment to pick their gear. "Wow! This armor has a compatibility of 100% with my great collapse style. I'm invincible. With this staff, my output will double. Oh my god. Once I put on these boots, how can they even kill me?" For a moment, everyone on site was in a daze, with some even dropping their skewers without noticing. A full set of rare level equipment was something only top members of a medium-sized guild could possess. Yet now, these level 20 newbies from the spirit team each had a complete set.
The impact on everyone was simply overwhelming. After a brief
silence, they slowly began to recover, continuously expressing their amazement. "I'm so envious. If I just had 1 piece of rare level equipment, I could be happy for a whole year. They actually have a complete set. Can't compare. Some things others have at their fingertips, while we might never own them in a lifetime. TSK. With this configuration, the spirit team can basically crush the dragon team. This competition is getting a bit boring." Just as everyone was still immersed in their thoughts, Instructor Feng in the front grinned widely. "Li Chen, if you think this is my limit, you are gravely mistaken. Today, let me show you the foundation of the Gale Guild. Diamond Greatsword." After saying this, Instructor Feng pulled out a diamond greatsword and thrust it heavily into the ground, then shouted, "Spirit Team Squad Leader Lin Beicheng, step forward. Come and take the sword." Soon, a tall man from the spirit team stepped out, excitedly jogging to the diamond greatsword, respectfully saying, "Thank you, Instructor Feng, for bestowing the sword. With this sword, I will lead the spirit team to slaughter the dragon team." Upon witnessing this scene, everyone felt their brains go numb, all eyes turning to the diamond greatsword.
Diamond Greatsword rank, Legendary Strength plus 25 Equipment Skill, Mountain Collapse /
Damage increased by 200%, range increased by 75%. After seeing the incredible attributes of the Diamond Greatsword, everyone gasped in shock. "Wow! This Diamond Greatsword is invincible." Exactly. Lin Beicheng uses the Mountain Collapse style. This Diamond Greatsword is a perfect match for him. TSK. I can't even imagine who from the Dragon team could withstand Lin Beicheng's Mountain Collapse. While everyone was discussing, Lin Beicheng had already equipped the Diamond Greatsword, confidently looking at Li Chen and saying, "Li Chen, I'm really strong now. Is there anyone from your dragon team who can withstand my Mountain Collapse / I bet even you, Instructor, couldn't handle it." Looking at the silent Li Chen, Instructor Feng showed a look of disdain. This was the effect he wanted. Before the battle even started, he wanted to thoroughly demoralize the dragon team. Naturally, they would fall into disarray and get caught in the rhythm of the spirit team.
The more he thought about it, the more confident he became, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he envisioned the Spirit Team slaughtering the Dragon Team. Fight against him? Li Chen, a nobody, what could he possibly use to fight back? The Gale Guild had invested heavily, even taking out one of the guild's 10 divine artifacts, all to cultivate a trump card team, and then perform spectacularly in the next team battle. Did Li Chen know? He was facing the full foundation of the Gale Guild. With this thought, Instructor Feng pressed on. So, Li Chen, how will your Dragon Team counter our Spirit Team? Will you choose to obediently be harvested? Or will you kneel and beg for mercy? After saying this, everyone from the Spirit Team turned to look at Li Chen. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Chen remained calm, smiling as he replied, how to counter? Just blow you up, that's all. In an instant, everyone present fell into a daze. What was Li Chen thinking? Did he not know the current configuration of the Spirit Team? That was a set of rare-level equipment for each person. Moreover, the leader, Lin Beichang, was wielding a legendary grade greatsword, the Diamond Greatsword. With such a configuration, how could the Yulong team even compete? At this moment, Instructor Feng was so angry he was laughing, and he said sternly, very well. Next, the Spirit Team will let you know what cruelty is. The Chief Dungeon Manager, Xia Lin, saw that the atmosphere was just right and shouted, now, listen to my command. Please, Spirit Team, enter the portal. Upon hearing this, the members of the Spirit Team marched into the portal with a disregard for kinship. After seeing all the members of the Spirit Team enter, Xia Lin tapped his tablet again and loudly declared, please, Yulong Team, enter the portal. Li Chen was the first to step into the portal, followed closely by the rest of the Yulong Team. Once both sides entered the dungeon, the screen in the center of the room suddenly flickered, displaying the player's KDA in real time. Everyone was excited and exclaimed, wow, this big screen is amazing. Indeed, I feel like the Yulong team is going to go 0-8 in this match. 0 of 8 is a bit conservative, right? With Lin Beicheng's Diamond Greatsword, he can basically wipe out a whole group with one ultimate. Meanwhile, in the professional arena, Li Chen and the Yulong team appeared in a white space. It was tactical time, and the contestants had 5 minutes to devise a simple strategy. Chang Ming was the first to step forward and asked, how should we fight? Lin Shang shook his head, looking troubled. It's tough, they all have rare level equipment, and Lin Beicheng is wielding a legendary weapon. Roughly calculating, each piece of rare level equipment provides 10 points of attributes, so 8 pieces give 80 points. If we spread it out, that means a 20-point increase in all 4 dimensions, equivalent to them all having 100 in their stats. Our delivery build, even at its peak, the strongest Chang Ming would only have around 200, making it quite difficult. Upon hearing this, Chang Ming shouted, but that's still higher than them. I can directly solo them. Lin Shang continued, but they have 8. You're the only one who can match them. That means you have to deal with 2 or 3 people at the same time, and in that case, your 200 attributes might not be enough. For a moment, the scene fell into an awkward silence. Just then, Li Chen said lightly, then let's stack the attributes to 300. Everyone was dumbfounded. 300 attributes could indeed wreak havoc on the Spirit Team. But they couldn't stack that high. In extreme cases, they could only reach around 200. Li Chen ignored the crowd and casually flicked his wrist, causing 8 shiny legendary grade treasure chests to appear on the ground. Legendary treasure chests, 1 for each person. Upon seeing the chests, everyone was left in shock. Li Chen actually had legendary treasure chests. How did he manage that? Seeing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, Li Chen felt quite helpless. There was nothing lower than legendary treasure chests in his hands. Moreover, with the Spirit Team's enhanced configuration, the Yulong team was becoming harder to fight. After all, the delivery build was still in the development stage and hadn't unleashed its full potential yet. So they could only make up for it with equipment. Seeing that everyone was still hesitant, Li Chen shouted, Yulong team, listen up, come and claim your treasure chests. Hearing this, the members of the Yulong team knew it was not the time to be coy and each picked up a treasure chest. After a moment of brewing, Chang Ming was the first to say, legendary treasure chest. Activate. As soon as he finished speaking, the legendary treasure chest opened, revealing a set of ancient battle armor in Chang Ming's hands. Everyone was taken aback and began to examine the battle armor. Gourmet battle armor rank, legendary set constitution plus 50 equipment skill, impatience. When activated, it reduces hunger by 1 point per second, increases movement speed by 200%, and grants immunity to control effects. If there is no hunger, the benefits will stop. Gourmet said upon seeing the attributes of the battle armor. Everyone gasped in shock, exclaiming, wow! A legendary set. This panel is double that of ordinary legendary equipment. Chang Ming, you're so lucky. And
This equipment skill allows our delivery build to fully benefit from it. At this moment, Changming was visibly excited and immediately put on the gourmet battle armor. He then approached Li Chen and respectfully said, "Thank you, Instructor Yen, for the armor. Please let me charge forward." Li Chen nodded and said, very spirited. The three assassins rubbed their hands together, brewed for a moment, and then shouted, "Legendary treasure chest! Activate!" 3 beams of golden light flashed, and the three exclaimed loudly, "Wow! We hit the jackpot!" Harvesting gloves, damage increased by 10 times when attacking small monsters. I'm taking off. Taunt hood. Enemies taunted and killed grant experience to the user, seems somewhat useful. Fierce ring, gain experience when assisting teammates. Upon hearing the reports from the three, Li Chen's eyes lit up, and his thoughts began to clarify. With the harvesting dagger and harvesting gloves, Lin Shan was basically a small monster killer, making him the best choice for handling small monsters. The appearance of the taunt hood and fierce ring completely resolved the issue of Lin Zhong and Lin Xia not being able to participate in kills and gain experience. Satisfied, Li Chen turned his attention to the 3 chefs. The chefs were the core of the Yulong team. What equipment would they produce? Soon, the 3 chefs brewed for a moment and opened the treasure chest amidst shouts of "Activate!" The 3 looked at their new equipment and exclaimed, "We hit the jackpot!" Human iron spoon. Dishes made can slowly restore the opponent's health. Quick cut gloves, cutting speed increased by 500%. Wow! Fruit basket can collect surrounding fruits. Seeing the equipment produced by the 3 chefs, Li Chen nodded. Head chef Su Yin held a 5-spice pot in one hand and a cumin iron spoon in the other. The dishes made not only enhance teammates' attributes but also provided some recovery ability. The other 2 chefs also became more proficient in their respective fields. Finally, only Lin Yushi was left, and she felt a bit embarrassed. She originally intended to repay Li Chen, but now it was Li Chen who had been helping her. After much hesitation, she also opened the treasure chest, and a flash of golden light appeared. Lin Yushi was holding a magic book. Everyone looked over in surprise. Enchanter's Codex rank, Legendary Set Spirit plus 50 equipment skill. Magic enchantment, enchanting can additionally enhance attributes, increasing by 1% per level. Enchanter's set. Everyone was once again shocked. Wow! Another legendary set. The drop rate of this treasure chest is too high. Yeah. This Enchanter's set looks really strong. Now we can mindlessly choose to be enchanters. Li Chen looked at the Enchanter's Codex in Lin Yushi's hands with great interest. The Enchanter's Codex can enhance additional attributes based on level. At Lin Yushi's current level of 20, it can provide a 20% attribute boost, meaning a dish can enhance attributes by 2.4. The increase isn't large, but let's not forget. With the Enchanter's staff, Lin Yushi's leveling speed would definitely be very fast. After reaching level 60, it would provide a 60% attribute boost, meaning a dish could enhance all attributes by 3.2. That's a 50% increase. With the improvement in the chef team's serving speed, the stacked attributes can be further enhanced. Just how much can the ultimate stacked attributes reach? How powerful will the delivery flow be once it's formed? After acquiring the second piece of legendary equipment, the members of the Yulong team were filled with confidence. After a while, Lin Shan looked at Li Chen and curiously asked, "Instructor Yen, what should we do next?" Upon hearing this, the members of the Yulong team also turned to Li Chen. Li Chen thought for a moment and replied calmly, "Let's farm the jungle first. Once we've stacked our attributes, we can go for ganks." The members of the Yulong team nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes." After discussing some details, everyone waited for the tactical time to end. Meanwhile, on the side of the spirit team, Lin Beicheng, you do this first, then this. Once we have both red and blue buffs, let's go for a gank in the mid lane. The others should follow the 232 formation in all 3 lanes, and make sure to dominate the Yulong team on the lanes. At this moment, Instructor Feng was passionately analyzing the tactics. The members of the spirit team occasionally nodded in agreement. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. With this mid-jungle synergy, the Yulong team will be like a bunch of clay chickens and tile dogs. This tactic is so powerful. We can definitely finish the battle within 20 minutes. At this time, in room 0, everyone was excitedly looking around, trying to spot the 2 teams on the screen. After a while, a clever archer suddenly shouted, "Both teams have entered the arena." Everyone was startled and looked towards the positions of both crystals, only to see both teams appearing at their respawn points. The spirit team was at the top of the map as the blue team, the Yulong team was at the bottom as the red team. Just then, someone exclaimed again, "Wow! The spirit team's strategy is so clear." They started moving as soon as they entered. It seems they have devised a perfect tactic. So solid. Looks like the match will end soon. Everyone was excited, turning their attention to the spirit team. As soon as they entered the professional summoners canyon, they nodded at each other and took their positions. 3 mages headed to the mid lane, 2 warriors went to the top lane, while the shield bearer and archer went to the bottom lane. The main damage dealer, Lin Beichang, charged into the jungle wielding the diamond greatsword. Seeing this, everyone nodded in approval, praising, "This tactic is just perfect, undoubtedly the work of Instructor Foam." Exactly. It's a pity our tactical level isn't high enough to grasp the intricacies. It would be great if there was a tactician explaining it beside us. Just then, Instructor Zhao appeared behind everyone, looking serious as he said, "Looks like I'm not late." Upon hearing this, everyone was excited. Great. It's Instructor Zhao. With Instructor Zhao analyzing, we won't be lost anymore. Instructor Zhao, please analyze it for us. Instructor Zhao nodded and said earnestly, "The spirit team's approach is correct. The top lane is hard to support, so choosing a warrior with both durability and damage is the best choice. Choosing a mage for the mid lane allows for quicker wave clearing than coordinating with the jungler for ganks. As for the bottom lane, there's nothing much to say, the classic combination of shield bearer and archer. Everyone who has used it says it's good. The main focus of this match is on the jungler Lin Beichang, he will set the pace." Upon hearing this, everyone excitedly looked at Lin Beichang's camera. Sure enough, the first thing they saw was Lin Beichang wielding the diamond greatsword, using a mountain breaker slash to take down 1/3 of the health of the jungle elite monster, the Crimson Statue. Wow! This jungle farming speed is invincible. Indeed, it looks like about 2 mountain breaker slashes will be enough to kill the Crimson Statue. Just as everyone was marveling at Lin Beichang's moves, someone in the crowd curiously asked, "Why are there still people from the Yulong team at the resurrection point?" This question instantly piqued the curiosity of those present, and they all turned to the camera focused on the Yulong team. They saw 5 members of the Yulong team idling at the resurrection point, but a cloud of smoke obscured what they were doing. Only 1 warrior and 2 assassins were farming monsters in the jungle. Seeing this, everyone looked confused and voiced their doubts. What is the Yulong team doing? Why are so many people still at the resurrection point? And where did that smoke come from? Not sure, but they must be idling, right? I don't get it. It's one thing for 3 chefs to be idling, but why are the mage and assassins doing it too? Especially that rare level mage, why isn't he in the mid lane? Could it be that there are internal conflicts in the Yulong team? So they just decided to idle? I don't know, but it feels like they're definitely going to lose. In the back, Instructor Zhao looked disdainful and mocked. It seems that Instructor Feng's suppression tactics have succeeded. The Yulong team is falling apart without even attacking. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized, damn. As expected of Instructor Foam, they haven't even started and are already using tactics. So strong, they've practically won the match without shedding blood. The outcome is already determined. In a competition where every second counts, the Yulong team's 5 idling has severely affected the rhythm. Meanwhile, on the red team side in the professional arena, Li Chen opened his eyes and saw the white light screens around him. Looking down, he saw the red team's crystal and the 5 people idling at the resurrection point. At this moment, the chef team had already started cooking, constantly stirring the pot, while Lin Yushir and Lin Xia were standing by to assist. It seemed they had begun preparing dishes to enhance their teammates' attributes. Li Chen nodded and looked into the distance, where a fog obscured his view, but he could vaguely see Chang Ming, Lin Shan, and Lin Zhong struggling to kill monsters in the jungle. It seems I am currently in a sealed state. I can see the situation of my teammates, but I can't communicate. I can only hope for the Yulong team. After a brief moment of reflection, Li Chen focused his gaze on the 3 people farming monsters in the jungle. At this moment, on the blue side, 2 warriors in the top lane were hiding in a dense thicket, quietly waiting for their prey to take the bait. However, they had been waiting for 5 minutes, watching the minions from both sides exchanging blows. One warrior, growing impatient, said, "What is the Yulong team doing? Why haven't they made a move? Are they giving up on the top lane?" The other warrior shook his head and said, "I don't know. Should we send someone out to test the waters?" After quickly drafting a plan, one warrior stepped out from the bushes. As soon as he emerged, he shouted, "Yulong team cowards, come and fight." He then rushed in front of the enemy minions, brandishing his great sword. Before long, the red side's minions were cleared out. The warrior remained vigilant, unsure whether the Yulong team had chosen to give up or were hiding nearby. After exchanging glances with another partner in the bushes, he decided to continue probing. So, this warrior led the minions toward the enemy's frontline tower. At the same time, he shouted, "If you don't come out, I'm going to smash your tower." However, the surroundings remained eerily quiet, as if no one was there at all. Seeing
No signs of movement, the warrior's guard lowered slightly. Still, he remained cautious, only using basic attacks on the tower while holding onto his skills tightly. He wanted to wait until the Yulong team came out to unleash a whirlwind slash and send them packing. However, after battling with himself for a minute, there was still no one around. This made the warrior increasingly impatient. Is the Yulong team that tolerant? Watching the enemy tower lose 1/10 of its health, the warrior grew more restless. If he used his skills now, he could at least take away 1/3 of its health. If his teammates joined in, they could take away 2/3 of its health. Just then, he caught sight of a health pack next to the tower. Health pack restores 50% health. Lasts for 20 seconds. Suddenly, the warrior's eyes lit up, and he laughed. You can endure, huh? What if I eat your health pack? Can you still endure that? Thinking it, he acted quickly, rushing to the health pack, grabbing it, and then consuming it. Instantly, a warm current exploded within his body, making the warrior let out a comfortable hum. After finishing, he continued to strike exaggerated poses to taunt. Yet, despite this display, the surroundings remained eerily quiet. Seeing this, the warrior was certain that the Yulong team had given up on the top lane. But it made sense, the Yulong team had 3 chefs idling. Their overall combat power was low, so they must be huddling together desperately farming the jungle, then unsealing Li Chan. At this moment, Lin Beicheng, who was farming the Azure Stone statue, also noticed this through the mini-map. Glancing at the time, he saw that 9 minutes had already passed, and in another minute he would head to the mid lane for support. After a brief contemplation, he picked up the team intercom, which was distributed during the competition for communication and better tactical execution. Top lane warriors, you two should just push the tower. After I finish with the blue buff, I'll head straight to mid for support, and we can take down their 2 frontline towers. The bottom lane should continue to wait. The archers are quite fragile, so we'll attack once they show up. Hearing this, the 2 warriors in the top lane felt quite confident. They rushed towards the defensive tower, unleashing various whirlwind slashes. Watching the tower's health drop to just 1/3 in an instant, both of them wore confident expressions and said, "Our damage output is just that high. This tower is down to only 1/3 health. What can we do? I've been very careful, but with our rare grade equipment, it's easy to hit hard without realizing it." Just as the 2 were feeling smug, a whirlwind suddenly appeared in the jungle. They were startled and turned towards the sound, only to see Chang Ming coming over with a whirlwind slash. Damn! The Yulong team is attacking. We're done for. We just used our skills and can't fight back now. Don't panic. Let's pull back a bit. Our gear is better than theirs. They can't catch us. After a brief discussion, the 2 warriors began to retreat. However, just as they felt confident, Chang Ming's speed surged from behind. He couldn't wait to engage. With a bizarre speed, he crushed the 2 fleeing warriors. At this moment, Chang Ming's 4-dimensional attributes had stacked up to 300. The 2 warriors had around 160 in constitution, and with the minions being taken down by Chang Ming, they took a few hits from the tower. This left them vulnerable, and after taking a full set of whirlwind slashes, they fell right there. Chang Ming from the Yulong team achieved a double kill. At this moment, Lin Beicheng, who was heading to the mid lane, was incredulous upon hearing the system's announcement. After repeatedly glancing at the 2 teammates who were respawning, Chang Ming finally realized their top lane had been taken down. And it was a quick kill. After a brief panic, Lin Beicheng calmed down. The 2 warriors in the top lane were rare-grade warriors, equipped with rare-grade gear. How could they possibly be killed by someone named Chang Ming? They must have attempted to tower dive and kill Chang Ming, but ended up making a mistake and were killed by him. However, this is not important, just a few minor mistakes. Once the 2 revive in a minute, they can just fight back. The urgent task is to cooperate with the 3 mages to take down the mid-lane frontline tower. Then, they can coordinate in the jungle and go to the bottom lane for support. If they can kill the main damage dealers on the opposing side, they can push for a win. With the plan set, Lin Beicheng's lips curled into a slight smile as he picked up the diamond greatsword and joined the 3 mages. At this moment, in room 0, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's faces were blank, mouths agape. From their god's eye view, they could see everything clearly. Chang Ming from the Yulong team wandered around the jungle before charging towards the top lane. He swiftly killed 2 warriors from the spirit team. After a while, someone finally exclaimed, "What the hell? What kind of expert is Chang Ming from the Yulong team? He actually killed 2 fully equipped warriors in no time." That Chang Ming seems to be a rare-level warrior, previously responsible for transporting ingredients in the Yulong team. Could it be that he is actually a talent? It seems so. The reason the Yulong team could survive through 20 waves must be because of him. What a pity. Such talent is actually in the Yulong team, and his teammates are all AFK. No matter how hard he tries, he can't carry them. Just as everyone was marveling at Chang Ming's bravery, Instructor Zhao behind them scoffed. The reason Chang Ming was able to kill those 2 warriors from the spirit team is entirely due to luck. They just happened to use their skills and took a few hits from the tower, which allowed Chang Ming to exploit the opening. If it were a real battle, Chang Ming would definitely be killed quickly. Upon hearing this, everyone finally reacted. It does seem so. The warriors from the spirit team indeed took a few hits from the tower. Yeah, I saw it clearly, the spirit team warriors were indeed careless. But this is quite dragging the pace. It takes them a minute to revive, which is enough for Chang Ming to push the top lane. The advantage is now on the Yulong team side. Just as everyone thought the Yulong team had a significant advantage, Instructor Zhao in the back sneered, just a little sweet taste before the failure. Pay attention to Lin Beiqing's position. He already has both red and blue buffs, and with the 3 mages in the mid lane. If the Yulong team can't quickly deal with the minions in the mid lane, their mid lane tower will definitely fall. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Beiqing's camera and nodded in praise, as expected of Lin Beiqing. This play deserves full marks. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. And it seems the Yulong team only sent 2 assassins to defend the mid lane tower. That's just too ridiculous. Indeed, I don't even know how they plan to clear the minion wave. Although everyone had little hope for the Yulong team, they still focused their attention on the 2 assassins coming to support. Meanwhile, in the professional summoners canyon, Lin Shang and Lin Zhong made their way through the dense bushes and arrived at the mid-lane frontline tower. Upon arrival, they saw Lin Beiqing leading 3 mages, charging fiercely towards the tower. When Lin Beiqing noticed that only 2 elite assassins were coming to defend, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Is there no one left in the Yulong team? They actually sent 2 weaklings to defend? The 3 mages behind him also wore expressions of disdain, echoing, exactly. Our brother Lin now has both red and blue buffs, plus the diamond greatsword. Why don't you try to stop us? This is hilarious. We don't even need brother Lin to make a move, the 3 of us can easily handle it. Be smart and quickly revive or go AFK, otherwise, you'll lose terribly. The 2 assassins retorted loudly, stop talking so much. Why don't you try attacking? Yeah. With us here, the tower is safe. Lin Beiqing's face once again showed disdain. He originally wanted to resolve the battle easily. But since these 2 weaklings wanted to resist, he didn't mind letting them feel what despair truly meant. With his current output, he only needed the minions to reach the tower. A single mountain collapse slash would be enough to take down both of them. After realizing this, Lin Beiqing grinned wickedly. Since that's the case, then let you know what despair is. Minions, charge. As soon as he finished speaking, the minions in the back began to bang their shields and rush forward. They were merely mechanical creations, with only one goal, to destroy the enemy's defense tower. Seeing this, Lin Shang whispered, Lin Zhong, go and taunt the minions over here. Got it. Lin Zhong replied, then jogged a short distance before lying down on the ground. Lin Beiqing and the 3 mages looked on with mocking expressions. What are you doing, assassin? Yeah. As an assassin, you're not dealing damage but just lying on the ground. Are you trying to surrender? Ha ha ha, I think this assassin is just pathetic. The crowd outside the instance had their eyes focused on the mid lane, and they could clearly see Lin Zhong's actions. Soon, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, who is this assassin? Is he here to make us laugh? Seems like an elite assassin named Lin Zhong, who was previously responsible for delivering meals in the Yulong team, and another named Lin Shang, who is the same, with a great enemy before him. How can he be sleeping? Even if he can't win, he should at least fight. This play is indeed amateur, but with Chang Ming as a precedent, maybe Lin Zhong really has some tricks up his sleeve. Are you stupid? What kind of assassin plays like this? Assassins either throw various hidden weapons or engage in close combat to slit throats. Those are the only 2 methods. Just as everyone was curious about Lin Zhong's actions, Instructor Zhao in the back scoffed. This assassin is simply a clown. He's still playing around. I see. They don't understand what it means when the mid lane front tower explodes. The Yulong team's jungle will be directly exposed to the spirit team. In this way, their plan to collect souls in the jungle and unseal Li Chen will become extremely difficult. Moreover, the bottom lane will be caught in a pincer. After hearing Instructor Zhao's analysis, the previously hopeful professionals all stood with the spirit team. Damn! I didn't expect the consequences of the mid lane front tower exploding to be so severe. Indeed, once the mid lane front tower explodes, the spirit team can directly Enter the Yulong team's jungle. Then through the jungle, they can reach the bottom lane, making it easy to encircle the bottom lane. That's brilliant. The Spirit team's rhythm this time is truly deadly. Just as everyone was pessimistic about the Yulong team, a bowman suddenly shouted, "Wait! The advance route of the Spirit team's minions seems off. Why are they attacking Lin Zhong? Even the ranged minions are not attacking from a distance." Everyone was startled and turned to the camera. They saw the minions seemingly taunted by Lin Zhong, desperately charging towards him. What's going on here? Is it a taunt skill? But that's a shield guard skill. Does Lin Zhong, an assassin, have a taunt skill? But as an assassin, what good is a taunt skill? However, after seeing the next scene, everyone's faces showed a look of confusion. Lin Shan grabbed a handful of throwing darts and threw them into the sky, instantly causing a rain of darts to fall over the minions. After killing the backline minions, Lin Shan repeated the trick, unleashing another rain of darts. In an instant, all the attacking minions were wiped out. After a brief silence, a few people finally exclaimed, "Hiss! Lin Shang's output is so high. This must be the assassin's skill, Dart Rain. Is the damage really that high? And the cooldown is so short. Right. The damage can't be that high, can it? Did we make a mistake somewhere? Instructor Zhao, could you please analyze this?" Everyone turned to Instructor Zhao, who felt the weight of their gazes and wore an awkward expression. If he had known, he wouldn't have come out to analyze. This Yulong team always pulled off some unusual maneuvers. It led to his constant misjudgments, making him lose face. After a brief moment of embarrassment, Instructor Zhao couldn't take it anymore and replied perfunctorily, "Maybe there are some items on Lin?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was about to nod in agreement when the dungeon manager, Xiao Lin, spoke up unhappily, "Items cannot be used in the Challenger's Canyon." The crowd was taken aback and quickly looked back at Instructor Zhao, puzzled. "Instructor Zhao, that's not right. Items can't be used in the competition." "Yeah. Instructor Zhao, you must have misanalyzed. Instructor Zhao, please analyze again." At this moment, Instructor Zhao's face turned red, and he was at a loss for words. What was there to analyze? An 18-level elite assassin with such high damage, and the skills weren't even on cooldown. This was beyond his comprehension. Even rare-grade equipment wouldn't have such gameplay-altering skills. Only legendary-grade equipment could possibly have such gameplay-altering skills. Immediately, Instructor Zhao shook his head. If the Yulong team had legendary-grade equipment, then he was a complete fool. Legendary-grade equipment was incredibly rare. Only the 3 major guilds could provide a full set to their core members, while medium-sized guilds might have 1 or 2 pieces for their leaders. And their Yaoi guild had none at all. Li Chen could at most have a few pieces of rare-grade equipment, nothing more. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, and he could only respond again, "It should be like that." After saying this, he grabbed a cold cola from the edge of the table and took a few sips before leaving the scene. The crowd was left in a daze, stammering, "It should be like that? What exactly is it? And why did Instructor Zhao take my cola? No way. No way. Instructor Zhao can't really be unable to analyze this." After Instructor Zhao left, the scene became lively again. Instructor Zhao probably lacks tactical skills and couldn't analyze it anymore. Yeah, that must be it. Otherwise, why would he leave? There's really no need for that. If you don't know, just say you don't know, why make it all mysterious? After a brief discussion, everyone's attention shifted back to the mid lane. They saw Lin Beicheng and 3 mages standing with their hands on their hips, just outside the attack range of the defense tower. Meanwhile, Lin, who had dealt damage earlier, had stopped attacking. Seeing this, the crowd began to speculate. Again, it looks like Lin Beicheng is waiting for the next wave of minions. Then he'll attack again. Yeah, that must be it. Lin caught them off guard before and cleared the minions. This time, the spirit team is prepared, so there must be a plan. But wasn't Lin's damage quite high? Why not take the opportunity to deal some damage? Not sure, could it be that he's conserving mana? Just as everyone was puzzled, both sides in the dungeon were locked in a stalemate. After their first attack failed, the spirit team didn't give up. The 4 of them were quietly discussing tactics. Lin Beicheng whispered, "Can you hit them? While the minions haven't arrived, pressure their health." The 3 mages looked at the 2 assassins hiding under the tower, estimated the distance, and scoffed, "Too far. If the minions enter the tower, we can move in about 5 meters to hit them. These 2 cowards just know how to hide under the tower." "Exactly, if we go head to head, my fireball spell isn't to be taken lightly." Lin Beicheng nodded and confidently said, "All right. For the next wave of minions, we'll dive under the tower. You guys just fireball them in a combo, they'll definitely be flustered. Then I'll quickly close in and take them down with a mountain splitter. The three mages' eyes lit up at the words, excitedly saying, let's do it. As expected of Brother Lin, I give this temporary tactic a full score. With Brother Lin leading, victory is inevitable. After briefly formulating the tactic, the four grew more confident, quietly waiting for the minion wave to arrive. However, at that moment, the system once again sent a kill notification. The Yulong team's Chang Ming has achieved a double kill. Looking at the two top lane warriors who had fallen into a black screen again, Lin Beiqing's face showed displeasure. The two useless warriors in the top lane actually died right after respawning? What are they doing? Trying to mess with his mindset, huh? Thinking this, Lin Beiqing opened the communicator and said unhappily, what are you two doing? Can't you play a bit more cautiously? We're about to dive the tower next wave, can you not mess with our mentality? The two warriors were currently lurking at the respawn point as spirits, and upon hearing the captain's reprimand, they quickly replied, Brother Lin. We were so close. Yeah. After Chang Ming took down the tower, he definitely had no skills left, we could have pressed the attack. But we didn't expect the opponent to get lucky and hide in the bushes to dodge our skills, otherwise, it would have been him dying. Lin Beiqing sighed, you two don't engage anymore, just stay under the tower. Don't mess up the rhythm, just wait for me to carry. Hearing this, the two felt a bit embarrassed, but due to Lin Beiqing's strength, they nodded, alright. Meanwhile, in the top lane, after killing the two, Chang Ming once again pushed towards the tower with the minion wave. The tower was now below 1/3 health, and with a few whirlwind slashes, Chang Ming destroyed it. The Yulong team has taken down the Spirit team's top lane front tower. Hearing the sound of the top tower exploding, Lin Beiqing was not surprised, the two in the top lane had been killed twice, which was enough for the opponent to destroy the tower. However, this was not a big deal, there was still a sturdy tower in the top lane. As long as the two warriors in the top lane didn't throw themselves away, they could basically keep the opponent at bay. On the other hand, once they took down the opponent's mid lane front tower, they could invade the jungle. Then, they would join forces with the bottom lane and directly blow it up. If Chang Ming didn't come back to defend, they could go straight for the high ground. With a clear plan in mind, Lin Beiqing felt a surge of joy, everything is under my control. At this moment, outside the dungeon, the atmosphere was chaotic. With instructor Zhao gone, the professionals present were expressing their opinions freely. In my opinion, Chang Ming's blow-up of the top lane tower basically means victory. The two top lane warriors from the Spirit team are too weak, they got counter-killed in a 2-on-1. Indeed, if the Spirit team doesn't deal with Chang Ming, won't the top lane just be a straight pass? Just then, several grassroots experts jumped in to analyze, not necessarily. Lin Beiqing must have thought of this, but they haven't taken action, which only means they have already formulated a strategy. The two warriors from the Spirit team are just hiding under the tower, Chang Ming can't deal with them. But the Spirit team is different, in the next wave, the Yulong team's mid lane tower will definitely explode. Then Lin Beiqing will go crazy with the rhythm. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, the mid lane minion wave arrived. The three mages from the Spirit team, under the cover of the minions, forced Lin Shang and Lin Zhong back with several fireballs. Coupled with the pressure from Lin Beiqing, the two assassins chose to hide in the jungle. Seeing this scene, the crowd's hopes for the Yulong team were shattered significantly. What the heck? I thought these two assassins would pull off something, but they just ran away. Isn't that normal? In that situation, who could stop Lin Beiqing? Exactly, with Lin Beiqing's mountain crushing strike, they won't just be dead, they'll be severely injured. Plus, with Lin Beiqing's red and blue double buffs, those two can't escape. So, it's better to abandon the tower and flee, at least they can stay alive. Not necessarily. Maybe Lin Shang and Lin Zhong are just retreating tactically, and if they clear the minions, they might still hold on. Soon, Lin Beiqing teamed up with three mages, and after a burst of damage, the front tower of the Yulong team in the mid lane exploded. The destruction of the mid lane front tower meant that the match had fallen into the rhythm of the Spirit team. Seeing this scene, everyone's hopes for the Yulong team were completely shattered. It wasn't long before a professional player shouted loudly, "The Yulong team is finished." Indeed, I thought the Yulong team had some tactics left. But it turns out this is all they have. So funny, hiding in the grass for so long, they must have cramped legs. Watching the Yulong team is just too boring, might as well just watch Lin Beiqing. Everyone then focused their attention on Lin Beiqing's camera. As expected, Lin Beiqing, accompanied by three mages, crossed the jungle and directly ambushed the lower lane front tower with the shield bearer and marksman. With 6 people working together, the damage was extremely high, especially since so many from the Yulong team were idling. Soon, the lower lane front tower was destroyed, and Lin Beiqing led the Spirit team straight in. Everyone cheered at this scene, as expected of Lin Beiqing, he's simply a master of rhythm. Indeed, this combo is just too lethal. Laughing to death, there are still a bunch of people from the Yulong team idling at the respawn point. It would be strange if they didn't lose. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, "Holy crap! Chang Ming is going to dive the tower." This shout instantly detonated the entire venue like a bomb. Everyone present looked bewildered and turned to Chang Ming's camera. They saw that at the Spirit Team's upper lane stronghold tower, two warriors were using their skills to clear minions. Just at the moment when the two warrior skills were on cooldown, Chang Ming, hiding in the grass, suddenly burst forth, approaching the two at an incredible speed. At that moment, the two warriors had just finished using their skills, and with Chang Ming's speed being too fast, in the blink of an eye, both were hit by the full damage of the whirlwind slash and died on the spot. Meanwhile, Chang Ming escaped with barely any health left. Seeing this scene, everyone showed shock on their faces, exclaiming, "Holy crap! Chang Ming is so brave. He actually dove the tower to secure a kill." Indeed. Now I'm sure, the Yulong team relies entirely on Chang Ming. But Chang Ming's play was a bit of a gamble. He almost failed the tower dive. That's true, it was too reckless, but getting a kill is still good play. However, upon seeing the next scene, everyone's faces showed shock again. They saw that after circling back through the jungle, Chang Ming had already recovered more than half of his health. At this moment, he was wielding a giant sword, happily demolishing the tower under the cover of minions. What? Chang Ming can recover health that quickly? He regained half his health in no time. Chang Ming is just too strong. High damage and high tankiness. Indeed, with such combat power, it feels like Chang Ming is a bit underutilized in the Yulong team. Just as everyone was praising Chang Ming, in the professional players' canyon, Chang Ming from the Yulong team achieves a double kill. The Yulong team takes down the Spirit team's upper lane stronghold tower. Listening to the system's notification, Lin Beicheng and the others felt their moods fluctuate. Upon seeing the two warriors black screened again, everyone finally couldn't hold back and opened their communicators. "What are you two warriors doing? Why are you always feeding? We're about to take down the enemy's lower lane stronghold tower. Can you stop messing with our mentality? Can you stop feeding?" The two warriors were currently in spirit form, crouching at the respawn point, listening to their teammates scolding. The two could only stammer, "We didn't feed, we were just hiding under the tower. It was Chang Ming who directly crossed the tower and killed us." Yeah. Chang Ming just got lucky, he ran away with a sliver of health. However, the members of the Spirit team completely ignored the two and continued to scold them. "You two just wait to be punished by Instructor Phone. I will tell Instructor Phone that you've been feeding." Right. You two are fully equipped with rare gear, and you still got killed under the tower? Clearly, you just saw a kill and went for it. Lin Ji's hard-earned momentum is about to be ruined by you two. Listening to their teammates' incessant scolding, the two warriors finally couldn't hold back and retorted loudly, "If you're so amazing, why don't you come and defend?" Yeah. You haven't faced Chang Ming, you don't know how much pressure there is. Chang Ming is like a mad dog, high damage, fast movement speed. And he doesn't stop with the whirlwind slash. How are we supposed to defend against that? Upon hearing the warriors' words, the members of the Spirit team were about to retort, when Lin Beicheng waved his hand impatiently and said, "Stop arguing. This isn't the time to fight. And Instructor Feng definitely doesn't want to see us so divided. The urgent matter is to deal with Chang Ming first. And it would be best to take him down." The members of the Spirit team, upon hearing this, spoke up. "How about this? The three of us mages will go back to defend while you continue the attack. That way, we can attack and defend simultaneously. Wouldn't that be great?" I think that works. Lin Beicheng pondered for a moment and nodded. "Then it's up to you. Your firepower is strong, plus Chang Ming is low on health, you should be able to take him down easily." Yes. The three mages nodded and turned to head towards the top lane. Lin Beicheng continued to push forward with the shield guard and the archer. Meanwhile, Instructor Foam, far above the resurrection point, wore an angry expression. From his vantage point, he could clearly see the situation across the map. He could see the two warriors being killed by Chang Ming 3 times, and he was well aware of it. If he weren't sealed and unable to speak, he would have scolded those two. What the hell are these two warriors doing? How can they be killed 3 times? What a waste of their rare gear. But who exactly is Chang Ming? He's so fierce. After a brief silence, an idea formed in Instructor Feng's mind. He wanted to invite Chang Ming to join the Spirit team, and as for the two warriors, he could just kick out the one he didn't like. He believed Chang Ming would definitely accept such an opportunity without hesitation. However, they still needed to take down Chang Ming first, otherwise, it would be difficult. Just as Instructor Feng furrowed his brows, he saw Lin Beicheng sending 3 mages to support the top lane. Seeing this, he couldn't help but nod. Lin Beicheng was indeed the talent he had recognized. He quickly devised a remedial strategy. The more he looked, the more pleased he became, and Instructor Feng smiled to himself, this child is teachable. On the other side, Lin Beicheng led everyone to the core tower of the Yulong team's bottom lane. Upon arrival, they saw Lin Shang and Lin Zhong, who had been waiting for a long time. When Lin Shang and Lin Zhong saw that the three mages were missing, they immediately understood the situation. They quickly opened their communicators to inform Chang Ming, the three mages from the spirit team are coming to catch you. The members of the spirit team, seeing the two's actions, scoffed, it's you two losers again. Hurry and get out of here. Exactly, my arrows are not to be trifled with. Lin Beicheng snorted coldly and sneered, humph. Attack. As the words fell, the minions had already begun their charge, with the shield guards and archers following suit, continuously applying pressure. Lin Shang and Lin Zhong found themselves at a loss, with the shield guards blocking their way, their skills were largely negated. Moreover, the opposing archers were lurking menacingly in the back, and Lin Beicheng was quickly approaching the two with his giant sword. The two had no choice but to clear away some minions before hastily retreating. Seeing the two leave, Lin Beicheng and the others did not pursue but instead began to hammer away at the defensive tower. Watching the tower's health bar drop at a visible rate, the members of the spirit team felt a sense of satisfaction. Although they had lost the mage and their output was somewhat lower, it was still manageable. However, the situation for the dragon team was dire, as their only hope, Chang Ming, was being surrounded and killed. Meanwhile, the spirit team was steadily dismantling the opponent's hopes, step by step. Watching failure unfold before their eyes was what truly brought despair to the dragon team. Yet, just as the spirit team was reveling in their success, the system issued another notification. Chang Ming of the dragon team has achieved a triple kill. What? How did Chang Ming get another kill? Is there some mistake? Looking at the three black-screened mage teammates, the spirit team members finally realized. The three mages who had gone to support had been triple killed by Chang Ming. Upon this realization, the spirit team members quickly activated their communicators, demanding accountability. What were you three mages doing? Why did three of you go to surround a low-health enemy and still get triple killed? At that moment, the three mages were in spirit form, squatting at the resurrection point, blankly staring at the warrior who was also squatting. Listening to the scolding from their teammates, the three were utterly confused. They only remembered passing through a patch of grass, then suddenly blacking out, and now they were here. They had no idea what had happened. Once they regained their senses, they all exclaimed, huh? We died? That can't be right. Did a bug occur? Why did I black out when I passed through a patch of grass? This is too frustrating. The two warriors, seeing the three mages still being stubborn, mocked them, you idiots. You got instant killed by Chang Ming when you entered the grass. You were the ones saying we were feeding. Now you understand the pressure Chang Ming brings, right? Exactly. We at least had the tower's help to almost kill Chang Ming, while you didn't even get a hit in. After being berated by the warriors, the communicators once again echoed with scolding voices. What are you doing? Did you three squishy ones just face-check the grass? Are you idiots? Even if you face-checked, why did you all go together? If you don't die, who will? Oh no, this is bad, Chang Ming is pushing the tower too fast. Listening to the scolding through the communicator, the three mages could only explain in a low voice, but who would have thought Chang Ming would be so sneaky? Hiding in the grass. Right. As a warrior, he should fight openly, yet he hides in the grass. Cyan, with so much grass, we can't be cautious all the time, or else how would we support? The two warriors, hearing this, continued to laugh. Ha, you're just bad, and you have a bunch of excuses. Weren't you three the loudest in scolding before? Now you know how hard it is for us. Enough talking, we're about to respawn, and we'll have to go feed again. After saying this, they charged out, and before long, the system notification sounded. Chang Ming of the dragon team has achieved a double kill. However, the members of the spirit team on the front lines were no longer listening to their rebuttals. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Beicheng took a deep breath and said, let's fall back. Everyone, return to defend together. The shield guards and archers, hearing this, expressed their confusion. Isn't that a bad idea? If we push a little harder, we can take down the opponent's mid-lane tower. Yeah. Lin Gu. Don't give up the attack. This is our hope for victory. Lin Beicheng's face showed impatience. As he roared, we've lost our home, what the hell are we attacking for? But Chang Ming's tower pushing speed is too fast. We must kill him. The shield guard and archer, upon hearing this, finally realized the seriousness of the situation. They hurriedly walked with Lin Beicheng to the top lane for support. At this moment, far away at the resurrection point, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. If he guessed correctly, Chang Ming had already maxed out his bonuses. 10 seconds for one dish, each dish increasing attributes. by 2.4. When fully stacked, that's 144 attribute points, plus his original 80 attribute points and the boost from his equipment. His strength attribute was nearing 250, and his constitution reached around 270. With the enhancement of the Whirlwind Greatsword, it was like having unlimited firepower, the whirlwind spinning round and round. Coupled with the speed boost from the gluttonous battle armor, the combat was extremely agile, and enemies targeted had little chance of escape. Sure enough, with Changming unleashing his full firepower, the health bar of the Spirit Team's high ground tower dropped like it had been hit in a major artery. Meanwhile, above the resurrection point, Instructor Fong watched the Spirit Team members play terribly. He wished he could rush out and carry the whole match. However, the seal was very strong and could only be broken by collecting soul power. Moreover, if he forcibly broke the seal, it would violate the rules, equivalent to an outright failure. So, Instructor Fong held back, cursing incessantly, "These trash. The Spirit Team is just a bunch of garbage. Not spirited at all. What a waste of my training, a waste of all this rare equipment." Yet, despite his cursing, it changed nothing. At that moment, Changming's giant sword kept spinning, and in no time, he blew up the high ground tower. Outside the instance, the crowd had become numb. After a long while, someone questioned, "Am I dreaming? Changming is too fierce. Why is the output getting higher and higher? That defense tower looks like it's been hit in a major artery. Is there a bug? How could the damage be so high?" However, when everyone looked up, the glaring KDA on the main screen left no room for doubt. Changming 11/0/0. After coming to their senses, the crowd sighed. Changming is the savior of the Dragon Team. Such talent, yet he is stuck in the Dragon Team. What a pity. With Changming on the team, they can mindlessly charge into the level 1 instance. Just as everyone was lamenting, a sharp-eyed archer exclaimed, "Wait. Those AFK players from the Dragon Team actually have assists." The crowd was startled and began to scrutinize the overall leaderboard, only to discover something was off. Lin Yushir 0/0/11, Lin Xia 0/0/11, Suyun 0/0/11. Seeing this scene, the crowd could no longer maintain their composure, all screaming, "What the hell? AFK players can get assists. What's going on? Could it be that there's a problem with the overall leaderboard? Otherwise, how is this possible? Yeah. If AFK at the resurrection point counts as assists, that's just ridiculous. We need to notify the instance manager right away." Before the crowd could continue, the chief instance manager, Xia Lin, said with displeasure, "The system is very stable, there's no bug with the overall leaderboard." After his words, although the crowd was reluctant to accept it, they had no choice but to comply. After all, he was the chief mechanic, and since he said there was no problem, there must be no problem. However, this only made everyone more curious about how those AFK members of the Dragon Team managed to get assists. Just as the atmosphere on site fell into confusion, the previous archer discovered a blind spot again, stammering, "Those mists, they aren't from the professionals' canyon, so it turns out it's the smoke from cooking. The people from the Yulong team who are idling, they are cooking." Upon hearing this, everyone rubbed their eyes and stared at the few members of the Yulong team who were idling for a long time. Only then did they realize that although the figures were blurry and the specific details were unclear, judging by their frequency of movement, they were indeed cooking. After learning this information, someone exclaimed, They really are cooking. They actually started cooking during the competition." Even more people knocked over their iced cola, oblivious, murmuring, Could it be that they aren't idling? They are assisting their teammates by cooking." Soon, this person's speculation was immediately rebutted on the spot. "How is that possible? I've never heard of a chef being able to assist teammates. They can only make the food delicious, that's all." "Yeah. And even if the dishes they make could assist their teammates, the teammates would have to go over to eat them. Look, Changming hasn't gone back at all, how could he have the chance to eat the dishes?" With the corrections from a few grassroots experts, everyone shattered their fantasies. Although the actions of the few members of the Yulong team were indeed very strange, idling was still idling. There was nothing more to say. It was all Changming's doing. After realizing this, everyone sighed. I think the few idling members of the Yulong team are just standing there until their feet went numb. How embarrassing. Cooking is just a way to kill time. I think so too. But this Yulong team really doesn't deserve a fierce general like Changming. Exactly. Changming is bravely fighting on the front lines, while those few are idling at the resurrection point. It's really too despicable. After criticizing the few idling members of the Yulong team, everyone turned their attention to their instructor, Li Chen. It must be Instructor Li Chen's mismanagement. That's why he raised a bunch of lazy members. That's true. Brother Li's level is really poor. If Cheng Ming came to our team, we could also dominate. Just as everyone was criticizing Li Chan, the previous archer discovered a blind spot again, exclaiming, "Hey! Lin Beicheng is leading the whole team to catch Cheng Ming. It seems Cheng Ming has no intention of retreating. Does he want to go for it?" Everyone was startled and quickly looked at the cameras of Lin Beicheng and Cheng Ming. Sure enough, they saw Lin Beicheng holding the diamond greatsword, leading a luxurious lineup of a shield guard and an archer, swiftly approaching Cheng Ming through one bush after another. And Cheng Ming showed no signs of retreating. After taking down the opponent's high ground tower, he aimed straight for the opponent's crystal. Seeing the scene, everyone was excited, the showdown between the two top combat powers in this match. How spectacular would it be? Both performed excellently in this match. Cheng Ming, with 11 kills, was the kill king of this match. For solo kills on the 2 warriors in the top lane, and a triple kill on the 3 mages in the mid lane. Lin Beicheng, the rhythm master of the spirit team, led the team to take down the mid lane first tower and the bottom lane first tower. A man with perfect commanding ability. And at this moment, the two were about to decide the winner. This made the professionals on site feel their blood boiling. Wow! Here it comes. Here it comes. The big one is coming. Wow! Lin Beicheng's momentum is completely on par with Cheng Ming. Isn't that right? That diamond greatsword, anyone who sees it would be dazzled. Wow! Cheng Ming is starting to hit the crystal. And at this moment, within the professionals' canyon, Cheng Ming, holding the whirlwind greatsword, spun around the spirit team's crystal. Seeing this, Lin Beicheng led his team closer and shouted loudly, "Cheng Ming, do you dare to fight me?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Ming remained silent, continuously spinning around. Watching the crystal's health steadily decrease, Lin Beicheng grew anxious and charged towards Cheng Ming with his team. After chasing for a long time, Lin Beicheng gradually discovered something quite disgusting. Cheng Ming had been circling the crystal, playing around them like a king circling a pillar. Moreover, Cheng Ming's speed would occasionally burst forth, making it impossible for them to catch up. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Beicheng quickly said, "You two flank from the left, I'll attack from the right. Let's see where he can run." The shield guard and the archer nodded at his words, forming up and advancing to the left. Lin Beicheng, wielding the diamond greatsword, flanked from the right. He was now at full speed. Although Cheng Ming's output was high, he was a whirlwind-style warrior, whose advantage lay in sustained damage. In contrast, he was a mountain-crushing warrior, pursuing extreme bursts of damage, and with the diamond greatsword in hand, he was confident he could take Cheng Ming down with a single mountain crush. Just as Lin Beicheng was filled with confidence, the system's voice rang out, "Cheng Ming of the Dragon Team has achieved a double kill." Looking at his two teammates with black screens, Lin Beicheng was utterly bewildered. What on earth happened? How could the classic combination of the shield guard and the archer be taken down by Cheng Ming? The shield guard had high defense and decent protection capabilities. How could Cheng Ming cut in like this? Before Lin Beicheng could ponder further, the communicator blared with the archer's wails, "Shield guard, what are you doing? Why didn't you protect me? Why didn't you control Cheng Ming? I could have taken him down in one combo." The shield guard then stammered, "I tried to control him, but I couldn't hold him. Plus, the opponent's speed is too fast, I couldn't stop him." Following that, the communicator erupted with even louder voices. The two warriors exclaimed, "I told you long ago, Cheng Ming is like a mad dog, impossible to stop." "Yeah. You all didn't believe us and said it was our problem." The 3 mages chimed in, "So it's reasonable for us to get taken down. If the archer can be cut down even under the shield guard's protection, isn't it normal for us 3 fragile mages to be taken out?" "Exactly. This is totally not our fault." Listening to the mutual blame among his teammates over the communicator, Lin Beicheng's expression darkened significantly. Watching the crystal's health nearing its end, he was already quite anxious. Hearing his teammates blame each other in his ear, he completely lost his temper. With a roar, Lin Beicheng unleashed a mountain crush into an open space. Damn it! In an instant, a shockwave spread out, cracking the ground around him. Lin Beicheng was now in despair. They couldn't win, absolutely couldn't win. With these teammates around, they could never win. His strategy was clearly correct, executed according to Captain Feng's tactics. There was absolutely no problem. It was definitely not his fault. The members of the spirit team saw their squad leader Lin Beicheng recklessly casting skills and understood Lin Beicheng had completely lost his composure and didn't want to fight anymore. Seeing the scene, a few of them felt quite guilty, and just then, a whirlwind rushed in at high speed. The spirit team members exclaimed, "Lin Beicheng, watch out!" However, before the words were finished, Chang Ming had already rushed past, leaving only the cold, mechanical voice of the system. Spirit team, total annihilation. With Lin Beiqing's death, the spirit team completely lost hope. The entire team squatted at the resurrection point in the form of spirits, their heads bowed low. Lin Beiqing, however, was filled with rage. He had been outsmarted by Chang Ming, he had actually died. He refused to accept it. He couldn't accept it. His configuration was clearly not inferior to Chang Ming's, it should have been his victory. Everything was the fault of his teammates. However, despite Lin Beiqing's dissatisfaction, the facts are facts. He could only quietly wait for the match to end, watching alongside the entire spirit team as their crystal was shattered. Soon, after a few more spins, the spirit team's crystal completely exploded. Yulong Battle Team, victory. At this moment, everyone outside the instance was in a daze. The intense showdown they had anticipated did not happen. Lin Beiqing, at the end, actually lost his composure and started using skills haphazardly. Then, he was ruthlessly killed by Chang Ming with a single whirlwind slash, utterly powerless. After a brief silence, a few people sighed for Lin Beiqing. Alas, what a pity, Lin Beiqing could have fought back. If only the crumbling mountain slash could have hit Chang Ming, they would have won. Yeah, with the enhancement of the diamond greatsword, I don't believe Chang Ming could withstand it. As soon as the words fell, a few others retorted, did you really watch carefully? If Lin Beiqing hadn't used his skills, Chang Ming could have kept circling around him. The death of the shield warrior and archer in the spirit team's bottom lane already signaled their defeat. Indeed, the reason Chang Ming was able to kill Lin Beiqing in the end was entirely because he saw the opponent use their skills. After a brief exchange of understanding, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, I can't believe it. I can't believe the entire spirit team with rare level equipment lost to the Yulong Battle Team. Indeed, Chang Ming from the Yulong Battle Team is too strong. The spirit team didn't target him early on. They let him rampage. I think so too. The spirit team's strategy in the early game was completely wrong. It should have been like this, then like that. Just as everyone was discussing, the portal suddenly shimmered. The participating professionals stepped out, and the faces of the Yulong Battle Team were filled with joy. In contrast, the members of the spirit team looked grim, especially Instructor Phone, whose expression was particularly dark. As soon as he emerged, he pointed at the members of the spirit team and scolded, what on earth are you doing? Why did you play like a pile of dung? Especially the two warriors in the top lane, you were solo killed 4 times. 4 times? What were you doing? You're all equipped with rare level gear, how could you keep getting solo killed? The surrounding members of the spirit team saw that only the 2 warriors were being scolded and couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. However, at that moment, Instructor Phone seemed to see through their thoughts, turned to them, and said sternly, don't laugh. You're not much better off. 3 squishy mages, actually poking your faces into the bushes. How dare you? Do you really think you're invincible? And the shield warrior and archer in the bottom lane, what happened in that last wave? You played like a pile of dung. Now, the members of the spirit team all lowered their heads, quietly listening to Instructor Fang's scolding. Seeing Instructor Fang's performance, the professionals present looked at each other oddly and whispered, I don't think the spirit team has a problem. It's completely because Chang Ming is too strong. Instructor Fang really didn't need to belittle the spirit team like this. Yeah. It feels like Instructor Phone can't take a loss. Just as everyone was discussing, the chief instance manager, Xia Lin, cleared his throat and said loudly, I announce that today's confrontation match is won by the Yulong Battle Team. Chang Ming takes the MVP of this match. Please welcome Chang Ming to give his remarks on the competition. Hearing this, the members of the Yulong Battle Team patted Chang Ming on the shoulder, encouraging him, Chang Ming, go for it. You're the MVP of this match, go up and boast. Your performance was the most dazzling. It's completely reasonable to praise yourself. At this moment, Chang Ming hesitated. He knew that his strength was entirely due to the support of his teammates. Without the delicious dishes prepared by the chef team. Without Lin Yusher's enchantments. Without Lin Xia personally delivering the dishes to him. He doesn't have such a high panel, how could he be invincible? When the enemy was encircling him, it was Lin Shang who continuously provided him with advice from the back, which allowed him to operate effectively. Otherwise, let alone the final wave, he wouldn't have been able to handle the encirclement of the 3 mages in the middle. Most importantly, it was Instructor Yen. Without his guidance, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to sit at the table. After wiping the tears from his eyes, Chang Ming excitedly looked in Li Chen's direction. He saw Li Chen with his hands in his pockets, nodding slightly, and, go ahead. Seeing this, Chang Ming nodded heavily and stepped forward. The surrounding professionals exclaimed loudly as they saw Chang Ming walk up, damn. This is the fierce warrior who slaughtered the spirit team, Chang Ming. He truly is a figure like a war god, just standing there makes you feel his overwhelming strength. TSK, with a dazzling KDA of 14/0/0, and he even wiped out the entire spirit team in the end. Such a record is simply too brilliant. Brother Chang Ming, quickly tell us why you're so amazing. Let us learn something. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chang Ming, with snot and tears, said, I'm not amazing, the amazing ones are Instructor Yen and my teammates. Who would have thought that just a day ago, we were the worst team? It was Instructor Yen. He led us and discovered our strengths. He didn't despise us, patiently pointed out our shortcomings, and uncovered our advantages. He customized a strategy that belongs to our Yulong team. During the competition, the reason I was so strong was entirely because of my teammates behind me. It was them. After hearing Chang Ming's account, the professionals present fell silent. Who would have thought that the Yulong team had such a difficult journey? After a brief silence, someone sighed, I'm teary-eyed. I didn't expect the Yulong team to have such a hard time. Indeed. I didn't expect the war god Chang Ming to have such tough moments. Looking at it this way, it seems the other members of the Yulong team also play a significant role. Soon, a few people retorted, teammates. Supporting from behind? Do you really believe that? Yeah. The reason Chang Ming said that is entirely because they won the match. He's just casually praising his teammates. Actually, the Yulong team is completely relying on Chang Ming to fight. The others could win just by being idle, they only need to provide emotional support. Indeed, and that Instructor Yen is a bit exaggerated. Did he really customize a strategy? Are we sure it's not an idle strategy? For a moment, the people present held different opinions about the Yulong team. Just as Chang Ming was about to say something more, Instructor Feng's voice came, Chang Ming, are you interested in joining the spirit team? Chang Ming, with your strength, you shouldn't stay in the Yulong team, they are just a bunch of bloodsuckers. When you go out to kill enemies, they will only be idling in the back. The Yulong team doesn't deserve you, the spirit team is your true home. After saying this, Instructor Feng's eyes were fixed on Chang Ming. The people around were surprised, and soon someone exclaimed, oh my god. Instructor Feng actually personally invited Chang Ming to join the spirit team. What is Chang Ming waiting for? The benefits of the spirit team are much better than those of the Yulong team. He should definitely join. After this person spoke, several others quickly retorted, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Although Li Chen's teaching level is indeed average, he was the one who helped Chang Ming rise during critical moments. Indeed, if Chang Ming is a 1,000-mile horse, then Li Chen can be considered a little Bolu. To just abandon the Yulong team like this seems a bit too ungrateful. Seeing that Chang Ming was still hesitant, Instructor Feng continued, Chang Ming, didn't you ask me before to join the spirit team? Now that you have this opportunity, why are you hesitating? Once this chance is gone, it won't come back. Just a final reminder, joining the spirit team comes with a complete set of rare level equipment. This diamond greatsword can be yours too. The members of the spirit team behind were also brightened by the prospect. With Chang Ming's addition, their Yulong team would surely reach new heights. Thinking of this, several mages shouted in agreement, Chang Ming, what are you waiting for? Hurry and join us. That's right. We recognize your strength. The three warriors remained silent, knowing that Chang Ming's joining would definitely mean one of them would be kicked out. Among them, Lin Beichang was particularly unwilling, there was absolutely no way he would give up the diamond greatsword. With that thought, they could only hope that Chang Ming would refuse immediately. The people around also learned from Instructor Feng's words that Chang Ming had previously wanted to join the spirit team. Soon, a few stepped forward to persuade him, Chang Ming, since you had the intention to join the spirit team before, why not go ahead and join? Exactly. Instructor Feng didn't agree before. Simply because he didn't know your situation. And they're offering rare level equipment, not to mention that legendary level weapon, the diamond greatsword. Thus, everyone present turned to Chang Ming, eagerly awaiting his response. The deputy instance manager, Xia Lin, also watched this scene with great interest. Under everyone's gaze, Chang Ming shook his head. Leave the Yulong team to join the spirit team? Only a fool would join the spirit team. The Yulong team had 2 legendary level pieces of equipment per person, their benefits were far superior to those of the spirit team. Moreover, it was Instructor Yen who had pulled him up during his moment of despair, his life belonged to Instructor Yen. How could he easily leave the Yulong team? With that thought, Chang Ming spoke clearly, no. Our Yulong team just defeated the spirit team, we need to go back and celebrate. Upon hearing this, the faces of the spirit team members flushed. Chang Ming's words reminded them once again of the scene where they had been defeated. Especially the 2 warriors, who had been killed 4 times in a row, felt utterly humiliated. With that thought, the 2 warriors shouted, Chang Ming, don't be ungrateful. Don't think that just because you defeated us this time, You're invincible. Once we level up, we'll definitely be stronger than you. We're the talents who will join the Gale Guild in the future. The warrior's words instantly stirred the crowd, and everyone began to discuss animatedly. Oh my! The future of the Spirit team members is so bright. They can directly join the Gale Guild. The Gale Guild. That's a medium-sized guild. So envious, so envious. Listening to the crowd, Instructor Feng's lips curled slightly. He didn't believe that under such generous conditions, Cheng Ming could remain steadfast. A set of rare-level equipment, a legendary-level greatsword, or the chance to join the Gale Guild in the future. Which of these wasn't incredibly tempting? What could Cheng Ming use to resist? With that thought, Instructor Feng smirked and said, Cheng Ming, I'm giving you another chance to reorganize your words. You wouldn't want to sulk over your future, would you? Once the strong foundation competition is over, your instructor Yan will also leave, and then where will you go? Are you going to continue doing endless logistical work with the Yulong team? Instructor Feng's words struck the hearts of the Yulong team members present, and they all began to feel downcast. Yes. Instructor Yan was only here to take them to participate in this strong foundation competition. Once the competition was over, Instructor Yan would leave. Everything that happened during the strong foundation competition would feel like a dream. Their Yulong team would continue to be led by Jiang Ming, and then they would return to endless logistical work. With that thought, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the Yulong team. The surrounding professionals also noticed this and quickly spoke up. That's right. Once the strong foundation competition is over, everything will return to the beginning. Cheng Ming, your strength shouldn't be buried. Hurry and join the Spirit team. Not necessarily. Joining our Glory team wouldn't be a bad idea either. In an instant, various teams on site began inviting Cheng Ming to join them. Some teams even set their sights on the other members of the Yulong team. Lin Shang, your ability to clear minions is impressive. How about joining our Glory Guild? The future is a direct entry into the Yaoi Guild, and the prospects are bright. Lin Zhong, Lin Xia, join our Iron Egg team. Although we can't guarantee a bright future, at least you won't have to do those logistical tasks. Lin Yusher, as a rare level mage, joining the Yulong team is a loss for you. Why not join our Glory team instead? Yeah. You three have potential, don't stay in the Yulong team any longer. The Yulong team only needs to keep 3 chefs. Let them idle as much as they want. In no time, the teams on site were throwing out olive branches, trying to directly disassemble the Yulong team. The members of the Yulong team were also caught in confusion at this moment. Although following Instructor Yan during this time had made them very happy, allowing them to experience the solid feeling of their strength continuously improving, the reality was harsh. Once Instructor Yan left, they would ultimately reveal their true selves. Unless they could secure a top 3 finish in the strong foundation competition and become an excellent team. But how could that be possible? With those 3 legendary teams around, they would never be able to do it. Seeing the Yulong team members fall into a slump, everyone pressed on. Yulong team, don't hesitate any longer. You ultimately have no future. Hurry and join us. No way, no way. You can't be thinking of taking a top 3 finish in the strong foundation competition, right? With those 3 teams around, you still want to take a top 3? Moreover, this time, it's said that they have 3 top instructors leading them, so you have even less hope. Just as the scene was filled with mockery, a calm voice came from behind. Coincidentally, our Yulong team is aiming for the top 3. Li Chen's voice wasn't loud, but all the professionals present heard it clearly. Everyone was dumbfounded, slow to respond. The Yulong team is going to take on those 3 teams? Come on. Li Chen, what kind of international joke are you making? Do you know what level those 3 teams are? Once they realized, everyone burst into laughter. God! The instructor of the Yulong team can't be an idiot, right? He actually thinks he can defeat those 3 teams. Crazy. Insane, absolutely insane. Those 3 teams cleared the level 2 dungeon without instructors. And they did it within 2 days, with the Dashin team being even more outrageous, clearing the level 2 dungeon on the first day. The most outrageous part is that today, 3 tacticians from the Beihaichen family came, directly guiding these 3 teams hands-on. However, in the face of everyone's ridicule, Li Chan remained unfazed. Instructor Feng also laughed at this, as he had already seen through Li Chan's background. He didn't even know what level those 3 teams were, and he hadn't even heard of the Beihaichen family. It seemed that Li Chen had come from a small place, otherwise, any professional living in Beihai City would know about the Beihaichen family. Thinking of this, Instructor Feng looked disdainful and mocked. Li Chen, I see you really don't understand anything. Have you heard of the 3 major guilds? Have you heard of the Beihaichen family? You actually dare to dream of defeating them? The surrounding members of the spirit team echoed, exactly. I think this Li Chen is just pathetic.
As an instructor, he doesn't understand
anything.
Indeed. Let the dragon team go and defeat those 3 teams. I wonder what he's thinking.
Li Chen, do you know the composition of those 3 teams?
They are all legendary level professionals, and they are equipped with at least 3 pieces of
legendary level gear. With that, you still want to defeat them? Dream on.
I think the dragon team defeating our spirit team was
more luck than skill.
If we had another chance, our spirit team would definitely win. The members of the dragon team also looked at Li Chen, although they had great faith in his abilities.
But the strength of those 3 teams was truly terrifying. Instructor Yen, I know. You want to give us hope.
But those 3 teams are just too strong. They are the elite of the elite, and winning against them
is like climbing to the sky. Under everyone's gaze, Li Chen smiled and said lightly, the elite of the elite? Perfect, our dragon team specializes in taking on elites.
After Li Chen finished speaking, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Soon, a few people burst into
laughter, saying, oh my, we made it so clear. Why is this instructor Yen still here? Yeah, he was talking nonsense before because he was inexperienced and didn't understand anything.
Now that he knows the strength of the opponent, he still acts this way. It can only be said that this instructor Yen is just foolish.
After a brief silence, a few more people stood up and said, but why do I feel so fired up, knowing that the opponent is a top-tier team, yet still charging forward?
Just to prove that the dragon team won't lose to them, to make the dragon team stand tall. For a moment, the scene became polarized, with some people never believing in the dragon team, while others changed their views. Even the manager of the major dungeon, Xia Lin, was momentarily dazed. The person before him gave him a peculiar feeling. It was simply too exhilarating. Instructor Feng scoffed and said disdainfully, members of the dragon
team,
you all saw it, your instructor Yen is just an idiot.
Following him, you are absolutely doomed. You might as well join other teams.
He then looked at Chang Ming and said word by word, Chang Ming, hurry up and make your stance.
My time is limited. The members
of the dragon team were now in a daze. Li Chen's words reminded them of the past. Yes, they had been through so much along the way.
Whether it was the mindless oppression from Jiang Ming and Wang Jinxia at the front,
or the anxiety of their first dungeon run,
then
developing a unique tactic for the dragon team, the delivery strategy,
finally defeating the spirit team. Each time was about creating miracles, so why not create another miracle and aim for the top 3?
With this thought, the eyes of the dragon team suddenly shone brightly, and they all raised their heads to look at everyone. Chang Ming was the first to speak. No, the spirit team is not spirited at all, let's forget it.
Lin Shan, Lin Zhong, Lin Xia,
joining you may have a bright future, but fighting alongside the dragon team until
the last moment is just too exhilarating.
In an instant, the members of the dragon team all expressed their stance, and seeing this,
Li Chen smiled, in that case, let's go back and rest. Tomorrow we will be advancing to the first level dungeon. The training intensity will be very high.
After saying that, he led the members of the dragon team away from the scene.
Upon seeing this, everyone stood
in place, their expressions varied.
After a brief silence, someone finally spoke, this dragon team is really mindless. They actually follow that Li Chen.
Yeah, I think that Li Chen is just a lunatic, and these dragon team members are all big fools.
It's a good thing they
didn't join us, otherwise, with such idiots, it would definitely affect the whole team. Very soon, a few people excitedly said, but there
will definitely be a good show tomorrow.
The Yulong team will surely clash with those 3 teams.
Maybe we can watch a competition again. Damn. This is indeed exciting.
We can see the operations of those 3 teams, which will greatly enhance our skills.
Immediately after, a few people looked disdainful and sneered, come on guys, do you still think the Yulong team can make any waves?
Yeah. I'm afraid by the end of the strengthening plan, the Yulong team won't even be able to catch up with the exhaust of those 3
teams.
Forget about exhaust, with the Yulong team's distorted playstyle, they might not even pass the first wave of the level
1 dungeon.
They don't even qualify to sit at the table. Exactly, as long as Chang Ming has a problem, the Yulong team is just a pile
of trash.
Just as everyone was discussing, Instructor Feng had a stern expression.
He remembered today's humiliation. However, the
day after tomorrow, their spirit team would be able to advance into the level 1 dungeon. At that time, they would crush the Yulong team thoroughly, wouldn't they? He didn't believe that with his perfect tactical level, he couldn't outperform the Yulong team's distorted playstyle. Thinking of this, Instructor Feng sneered, Li Chen, just wait to be overtaken by our spirit team.
The next day, at 8 a.m., Li Chen woke up in the instructor's dormitory, which was a single room with excellent soundproofing. After checking that there was nothing
Unusual around, he immediately looked at his attribute panel. Pet promotion chances, 8, a day had passed, and he had gained 5 more chances to promote his pets. With 8 chances, he could just promote the Diamond Wild Boar and the colorful Illusion Butterfly to legendary level. However, Li Chen did not plan to do so. He would first promote one pet and save the remaining chances. Tomorrow, he would directly have a 4th Genesis level pet. He couldn't be blamed for being so biased. Genesis level pets were just too appealing. Let's promote the Diamond Wild Boar first. As soon as he thought of it, Li Chen directly focused on the Diamond Wild Boar. Do you want to spend 4 chances to promote the Diamond Wild Boar? Yes. Diamond Wild Boar, purple, or shipbreaker, orange, or shipbreaker, rank. Legendary, level 11, strength 176, constitution 352, agility 88, spirit 88, skills, charge, diamond, talent, destroyer, A. Flash of diamond light passed, and the wild boar in the pet space instantly grew several sizes. At the same time, its skin gleamed with a metallic luster, and its tusks shone with a menacing glint. It looked quite sturdy. With a constitution of 352, combined with the 50% damage reduction from the diamond skill, it was equivalent to 800 constitution. In the legendary rank, that was considered decent tankiness. After nodding in satisfaction, Li Chen turned his attention to the new talent of the Boar Shipbreaker. Destroyer, the Diamond Wild Boars. Attacks will deal extremely high damage to mechanical creations. Special attack against mechanical creations? Li Chen pondered, as mechanical creations generally referred to lifeless constructs. For example, mechanical soldiers created by engineers. After a brief thought, Li Chen sighed. That's a bit underwhelming. In actual combat, there are rarely enemies that use mechanical creations to fight. Shaking his head, Li Chen decided not to dwell on it. After all, the legendary quality and talent were indeed average. He would just wait until it was promoted to Genesis level. After handling everything, Li Chen went to kitchen number 21. At this time, the members of the Yulong team had already gathered, and the 3 chefs had prepared breakfast. When the members of the Yulong team saw Li Chen, they all greeted him enthusiastically. Instructor Yen. You're here. Instructor Yen, have you eaten? If not, let's eat together. Li Chen nodded, and after having breakfast with the members of the Yulong battle team and briefly discussing some matters, he led everyone to the level 1 dungeon. At this moment, the level 1 room was quite noisy. Unlike the level 2 room, the professionals here spoke with great reasoning. I think we must kite during the 4th wave. Otherwise, our tanking won't hold up. I agree, the damage from the monsters in the 4th wave is too high. Our rare level shield warriors simply can't withstand it. I think that's wrong. It should be like this. At this time, the members of the battle team who had recently advanced to the level 1 dungeon were engaged in a heated debate. However, after a round of discussion, there was still no unified answer. The official instructor of the battle team saw that the brainstorming session was about over. With a smile, he stepped forward and said, "What everyone said makes sense, but let's first get through the 3rd wave before we talk. We should focus on leveling up. Let's try to get the whole team to level up today." Meanwhile, 3 groups of people were gathered together, led by Chen Wen, Chen Mo, and Chen Shi from the Chen family of Beihai. At this moment, Chen Mo looked disdainfully at the battle team and said, "This battle team is too weak. They've been fighting all day and have only made it through the 2nd wave. The team we lead has all reached level 30. Today we're aiming to push through to the 20th wave." Upon hearing this, Chen Wen crossed his arms and sneered, "Even if they're weak, they're still incredibly noisy, which really affects our tactical planning." Chen Mo echoed, "That's true. Luckily, we reported to the higher-ups yesterday. They limited the advancement quota, otherwise, with too many teams, it would be way too noisy." After a brief silence, Chen Shi's voice came through. "However, even so, there are still some noisy voices. You all handle it. I don't want it to be this loud when I finish my dungeon run." After saying that, he led the Dashin team into the dungeon portal. After a moment of thought, Chen Wen said, "Chen Mo, go and ask those trash teams to leave. Let them come back tonight to run the dungeon. Anyway, they're so useless, there's enough time left for them." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. He had long been impatient with those teams. So, he hurriedly walked towards the debating battle team. "Let's do it this way, then that way, this will form a circle." Instructor Fong was currently explaining the tactics in detail, while the other team members occasionally gasped in amazement. Just then, a sharp voice rang out, "Everyone, look at me." The members of the battle team were startled and quickly turned to the source of the voice, where they saw Li Mo slowly walking over. Upon seeing the newcomer, Instructor Fong instantly became alert. As a tactician of the War Guild, he naturally understood the identity of the person before him. The Chen family of Beihai, a family with immense power. Not someone he could afford to offend. After a brief moment of contemplation, Instructor Fong put on a smiling face and said, "Oh, it's brother
M.O. I wonder what Brother M.O. has to instruct.
The surrounding members of the battle team saw how respectful Instructor Fong was, and even if they didn't know the identity of the newcomer, they all fell silent.
In an instant, everyone's attention in the battle team was focused on Chun M.O. After a brief pause, Chun M.O. loudly declared, "Now, I have an announcement. Today during the day, this level 1 room is booked by us. Everyone else, leave quickly. Come back at 6 p.m. to run the dungeon." Upon hearing
Shenmo's words, the members of the battle team were taken aback and quickly said, "But if we come back at 6 p.m. to run the dungeon, there will only be 2 hours of time.
Isn't that a bit rushed?"
Yeah. Plus, coming back to train at night will disrupt our rhythm.
Isn't this a bit too overbearing?
For a moment, the members of the combat team expressed their dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Chen Mo turned to Instructor Fong, his voice growing colder as he said, "I say, Instructor Fong from the War Guild, don't your men have a bit too much to say? How about after the match, you come to the Chen family in Beihai for some tea?" Before he finished speaking, Instructor Fong's face turned pale, and cold sweat began to trickle down his back. Even if he had 8 lives, he wouldn't dare offend the Chen family of Beihai.
If things went wrong, the War Guild could be uprooted. Without a doubt.
Realizing this, Instructor Fong quickly put on a smiling face and said, "I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
My men spoke recklessly, and
I will definitely punish them properly.
Please, Brother M.O., let them off this time, they are still just kids." After saying this, he shot a glare at the members of the combat team, who understood the seriousness of the situation and quickly fell silent.
Chen Mo disdainfully nodded. "Get lost."
Hearing this, Instructor Fong finally breathed a sigh of relief and led the members of the combat team out of the room.
Once they exited the first level room, the members of the combat team all wore expressions of disappointment.
Having them come over at 6 p.m. to fight the
dungeon was undoubtedly making them stagnate for the entire day. They were wasting a whole day for nothing.
Seeing the dejected looks on the faces
of the combat team, Instructor Fong fell into self-reproach.
As an instructor, he had failed to secure benefits for the combat team.
This made him feel very uncomfortable. After a moment, he sighed again. There was nothing to be done. After all, the other party was the Chen family of Beihai, the all-powerful Chen family. After a brief silence, Instructor Fong looked at everyone and said softly, "Those 3 teams were already unbeatable. Everyone, don't be disheartened, you have all done very well. Once the competition is over, you can join the War Guild, and your future will be bright."
Upon hearing this, the members of the combat team regained their sparkle and excitedly said, "Thank you, Instructor
Fong. We will work hard. Instructor Fong, we will definitely come to find you in the War Guild in the future. We will not let you down."
Watching the combat team regain their spirits, Instructor Fong felt a bit more at ease. Just then, the door to the first level room opened, and the dungeon manager, Old Lu, walked out with a bitter smile. Seeing this, everyone was puzzled, as the dungeon manager, Old Lu, should have been inside maintaining the dungeon.
Yet, he had also come out of the room. Soon, Instructor Fong voiced his question. "Old Lu, why did you come out too?"
Old Lu shook his head and said helplessly, "That Chen Mo asked me to come out and guard the door.
I was afraid things would escalate, so I had to comply." Upon hearing this, everyone looked helpless. After all, the other party was the Chen family of Beihai. They were just ordinary professionals and could not compete with them.
After a brief silence, Instructor Fong sighed. It's good to be out, staying with them was just too oppressive. The two talked for another 2 hours. Just then, someone from the combat team curiously said, "Over there. It seems like a team is coming to clear the dungeon." Upon hearing this, everyone showed curiosity and looked in the direction of the speaker. They saw several figures slowly approaching through the heavy snow.
Soon, one person voiced their confusion. Looking at their direction, they must be here to clear the dungeon. Which team could it be? Then, someone speculated, it should be the spirit team.
Their strength is only slightly weaker than ours.
Yeah.
It should be them. According to the spirit team's schedule, they were supposed to come over to clear the first level dungeon today.
But I remember the spirit team usually comes very early, right? Why are they coming so late today? It is indeed strange, don't they usually have to do an hour of spirit dance? Just as everyone was discussing, the figures gradually became clearer.
The leader walked in with his hands in his pockets, treading through the snow.
Behind him followed 3 chefs and an assassin, along with a mage and a warrior. Upon seeing this bizarre lineup, someone immediately exclaimed, "Holy crap! It's the dragon team! It's actually the dragon team! Oh my god! Am I seeing things? What is the dragon team doing here? Could it be they're here to clean up the dungeon? But isn't that not their responsibility?" A few professionals who understood the inside scoop
pondered, it must be that the dragon team's captain, Jiang Ming, has taken over the work of other logistics teams.
TSK. I heard they've taken on all the cooking tasks, and now they're even coming to clean? The dragon team is really pitiful. They're stuck doing logistics work all day long.
While everyone was discussing, Li Chen had already led the dragon team closer.
The dungeon manager, Old Lu, looked at Li Chen and said sternly, "Dragon team, you're here to clean way too early. Please come back to clean in the late night. This is training time for the team. Didn't Jiang Ming mention this when he assigned you tasks?"
Hearing this, Li Chen smiled wryly. It seemed there was a misunderstanding. Realizing this, he directly took out his instructor badge and said calmly, "I am the instructor of the dragon team, Li Chen. Today, I'm here to train the team members in the
dungeon."
The surrounding team members looked at him in disbelief, questioning, "Dude, are you serious?
You're the instructor? No way, you're only level 11, how could you be an instructor? This instructor badge looks pretty realistic though." At this moment, Old Lu was in shock. The dragon team actually had an instructor? In his impression, the dragon team was quite underwhelming and wouldn't have an instructor leading them. What on earth was happening today?
So, Old Lu curiously took the instructor badge and examined it closely.
After a brief silence, Old Lu exclaimed, It's really true."
Now, the surrounding team members were all in shock.
What? No way. It really is an instructor. Oh my god. The dragon team actually has an instructor. Now.
After calming down, Old Lu said again, "But this is a level 1 dungeon. If you dragon team want to enter and train inside, you need to follow the proper
procedures.
You must clear the level 2 dungeon first." The surrounding team members also reacted, saying, "Yeah, you're taking too big of a step. This could lead to trouble. You should start from the level 3 dungeon, and once you're familiar with the rhythm, then try to challenge the level 2 dungeon. Indeed, training should
be gradual, otherwise, it's just a waste, why bother?
And besides, this is a level 1 dungeon, I advise you not to think about it, it's not something you should be
dealing with." Under everyone's gaze, Li Chen remained unfazed and continued, "We've cleared it."
After this statement, everyone's faces showed shock, and many began to
exclaim, "What? You cleared it? You cleared the level 2 dungeon? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
The day before yesterday, we were also in the level 2 dungeon and
didn't see your dragon team at all."
"Yeah. Don't tell us you cleared the level 2 dungeon in just one day."
Seeing this, Li Chen continued, "We really cleared it." Seeing Li Chen's determination, Instructor Fawn looked at Old Lu and said, "Old Lu, check the information."
Old Lu had already taken out his tablet, his fingers flying across the screen. Soon, he found the information on the dragon team, instructor, Li Chen, regular score, 10, promotion, level 1 dungeon, instructor. Fawn and Old Lu jumped up as if they had seen a ghost after seeing the information on the tablet.
Damn! Old Lu even threw the tablet away. For a moment, the tablet
fell to the ground, and the members of the combat team looked on with curiosity, gathering around to take a look.
Immediately, everyone jumped up, exclaiming, "Damn! They really made it through." In an instant, the scene fell into an eerie silence.
Li Chen ignored them, directly stepping over the crowd and approaching the door, twisting
the doorknob.
Seeing this, Instructor Fong quickly said, "Be careful.
You can't open that door."
Before Li Chen could express his confusion, the surrounding members of the combat team chimed in. "The 3 instructors from the Beihaichen family have already taken over the first level room. If you go in, you'll offend them."
"That's right. We were just kicked out. If they see someone else disturbing them, they will definitely explode. It's best to wait until 6 p.m. to come back and train."
However, after a round of persuasion, Li Chen did not turn back. "There's no need for that." After saying this, he turned the doorknob, and the door opened instantly, with Li Chen stepping inside. The members of the Yulong team followed him without a hint of hesitation.
Looking at the open door, the faces of the people around fell into a daze. After a long while, someone stammered, "That Li Chen, he went in? He took the Yulong team in? Do they really not fear the Beihaichen family? This is too crazy. At this rate, they're basically saying goodbye to their careers as professionals." After a brief shock, curiosity rose again in everyone's hearts. What kind of punishment would the Yulong team face next? The more they thought about it, the more restless they became, especially with the open door in front of them, constantly tempting them. Finally, a few people couldn't hold back any longer, tiptoeing to the door and cautiously peering inside. Upon seeing, they exclaimed, "Damn!" The others, now confused, were driven by curiosity and also came near the door, looking in from a strange angle. Inside the first level room, Li Chen led the Yulong team boldly towards the dungeon's teleportation portal. The members of the Deep Space Newbie team looked over in confusion. "Ha? Another team has come? Didn't Instructor Mo take over the entire room? There's actually a team that isn't afraid of Instructor Mo?" At this moment, Chen Mo also stopped his tactical explanation, casting an unfriendly glance at the newcomers. After sizing up the opposing team's configuration for a while, Chen Mo's expression turned even more unfriendly. 2 rare-level professionals and 6 elite-level professionals made for a rather weak team. And the funniest part was that there were actually 3 chefs among them. Such a bizarre team being able to come here could only mean that the dungeon manager wasn't keeping a close watch on the door. Thinking of this, Chen Mo sharply said, "Old Lu, how did you let such a trashy team enter the first-level room?" Old Lu, who was looking over, trembled at Chen Mo's voice and quickly jogged forward, smiling as he said, "Well, they from the Yulong team do meet the conditions to challenge the first-level dungeon." Chen Mo's voice turned 3 degrees colder. "Even so, have you forgotten what I said before? This first-level room is ours. Today, other teams can come back at 6 p.m. to clear the dungeon. Now, leave quickly. I'll pretend nothing happened." Old Lu's eyes lit up, and he quickly looked at Li Chen, saying, "Instructor Yan, why don't you come back later? The situation is a bit complicated right now. It's not possible to clear the dungeon." However, Li Chen merely smiled faintly. The influence of the Beihaichen family was indeed significant, but they were merely a paper tiger. They posed a real threat to professionals below level 60 who had no backing. The Yulong team only needed to secure a top 3 finish to become an elite team. At that time, they would receive significant attention from the military. With the military backing them, they wouldn't dare to act. As for himself, there was even less to fear. He now had 3 Genesis-level pets and a full set of legendary gear. Once he solved the problem of the abyssal curse later on, his level would no longer be restricted, allowing him to fully unleash the abilities of his Genesis-level pets. In that case, he alone could form an army. What was the Chen family of Beihai worth? If they dared to trouble him, he would simply retaliate. With that thought, Li Chen said calmly, "Why can't our Yulong team just run the dungeon normally?" Chen Mo? Old Lu? The members of the Deep Space Newbie team? For a moment, the scene fell into an eerie silence. After a long while, Old Lu anxiously said, "Oh no, Instructor Yen, you really shouldn't be so reckless. If you want to get yourself killed, that's one thing, but the members of the Yulong team will suffer along with you. Once this foundational competition is over, the Yulong team will still have to go back to being a logistics team. In that case, the Chen family of Beihai making things difficult for a small logistics team is just a joke. Hurry up and apologize to Instructor Mo, then leave quickly." However, Chen Mo sneered and shook his head, saying, "No, no, no. It can't end so simply. I want you to kneel and apologize, especially that Instructor Yen, you need to bow 3 times. Otherwise, this matter won't be over." Yet, as his words fell, Li Chen remained standing quietly, completely ignoring what the other party had said. The members of the Yulong team, though very fearful, stood silently with Li Chen in front. Seeing this, the members of the Deep Space Newbie team urged, "You should kneel and apologize quickly. Our instructor always means what he says. Yeah. This isn't the time to worry about face." However, Li Chen's tone did not change as he continued, "We need to run the dungeon." Seeing this, Old Lu looked anxious and urged again, "Oh no, at this point, you still want to run the dungeon? Hurry up and kneel to apologize. Chen Shi and Shen Wen have already gone in to run the dungeon. When they come out and see you here, that would be disastrous." Chen Mo also coldly laughed from the side, saying, "That's true, my older brother and second brother are different from me. The first one doesn't like to talk, if he can act, he will. And he won't waste words." The members of the Deep Space Newbie team echoed, "Exactly. Our Instructor Mo is quite easy to talk to. He has already given your Yulong team multiple chances. Hurry up and kneel to apologize, then come back at 6 p.m. to run the dungeon, or you can just not come at all. After all, your Yulong team can't even handle a bit of this configuration. Indeed, that combat team is considered the best among you. They only made it to the second wave, and you guys are even worse, barely handling the first wave." After hearing everyone's words, the members of the Yulong team felt very dissatisfied. They had managed to reach the 20th wave in a single day, which was already quite impressive. Moreover, they had defeated the formidable Spirit team, so they couldn't be considered weak. However, upon seeing the configuration of the team in front of them, everyone fell silent. With 8 legendary-level professionals in the lineup, they indeed looked pathetic. In an instant, the members of the Yulong team lowered their heads. Just as everyone was feeling down, Li Chen's voice rang out again, "Yulong team, why can't we run the dungeon? Today, we are going to clear this level dungeon." After Li Chen finished speaking, he ignored everyone and headed straight for the dungeon's teleportation portal. The members of the Yulong team followed closely behind. The people around them looked bewildered. What was this new instructor of the Yulong team talking about? Clearing a level dungeon in a day?
Even the Dashin team couldn't do it. They were all legendary level professionals, each equipped with 3 pieces of legendary gear. With such top-tier configuration, they had been stuck in the first level dungeon for 4 days. What was the instructor of the Yulong team thinking? After a brief silence, a few people began to mock. Is this instructor Yen out of his mind? How could he say such nonsense? I feel like he's gotten a bit carried away, thinking he's invincible just because he cleared the second level dungeon, not realizing how difficult the first level dungeon is. The first wave is already twice as hard as the 20 waves of the second level dungeon. It must be, it's just a waste of time, and he's offended Instructor Mo. What's the point? At this moment, old Lu no longer stopped Li Chen. He had seen clearly that Li Chen was just a fool who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. He wasn't worth saving. Let them face the Chen family from Beihai directly. As for whether they lived or died afterward, he couldn't be bothered. Every year, talented professionals were secretly dealt with by the Chen family from Beihai. Not to mention the Yulong team, who weren't even considered elites. If they died, so be it. Thinking this, he quietly retreated to the back, waiting at the door. Chen Mo was already laughing in anger, pointing at Li Chen and sternly saying, "Fine, you all go ahead and fight, just wait for my older brother and second brother to come out. You can just wait to face his wrath." Li Chen and the others ignored him and walked straight into the first level dungeon, while the Yulong team slowly disappeared into the portal. The enemy will arrive in 3 minutes, please prepare. After a brief dizziness, Li Chen smelled a strong scent of blood. As he opened his eyes, he saw everyone appearing in a dungeon. In the midst of the crowd was the familiar terminal, and in the darkness ahead, 3 iron doors could be vaguely seen, presumably the monster's attack route. Just as Li Chen was observing the environment, the members of the Yulong team began to voice their dissatisfaction. What the hell? What is that smell? This blood scent is way too strong. I feel a bit uncomfortable in my stomach, and I'm feeling a bit weak. Wait a minute, it seems like we have a debuff on us. Everyone was startled and quickly checked their status bar. Bloodthirsty Frenzy, attributes reduced by 50%. What the hell? A 50% reduction in attributes? That's disgusting. How are we supposed to fight like this? A 50% reduction is way too much. At this moment, Li Chen also opened his attribute panel and felt a headache upon seeing this debuff. A 50% reduction in attributes was too exaggerated. The main force of the Yulong team, Chang Ming, could theoretically reach around 300 attributes when fully buffed. With this debuff, it dropped directly to about 150. However, it seemed that the source of this debuff was the blood scent. But the monsters from the first few waves should be manageable. It would be a good test. Thinking this, Li Chen shouted, "Yulong team, prepare for meal delivery." Upon hearing this, the members of the Yulong team quickly took their positions. The chef team had already started heating oil. With Lin Yushir and Lin Xia standing on either side of the head chef, Su Yun, Chang Ming, Lin Shine, and Lin Xia were positioned at the front, ready for battle at any moment. Seeing this, Li Chen summoned the Tiger Sword God and the colorful illusion butterfly. Although the Yulong team's current strength was decent, it was still necessary to use a little cheat. After making sufficient preparations, Li Chen operated the terminal and skipped the waiting time. Soon, roars echoed from the depths of the dungeon, and adorable scarlet rabbits appeared in everyone's sight. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the portal shimmered, and Shenwen stepped out from it. Upon seeing this, Shen-Mo quickly asked, "Brother One, did you clear the 20 waves?" Shenwen shook his head and sighed, "Not quite, the last boss is a mechanism monster. It can instantly kill targets with bloody frenzy. We were completely wiped out." Shen-Mo sighed at this moment. This debuff is just too disgusting. How are we supposed to fight like this? I thought we could just crush them with our stats. Shenwen looked around but didn't see Chen Shi's figure, and his eyes brightened. Chen Shi had entered earlier than him, and with the configuration of the Dashin team, they would definitely clear it faster. Their progress must be ahead of theirs. Since their little war god team had already reached wave 20, that meant Chen Shi might have already cleared it. Thinking of this, Shenwen said excitedly, "Chen Shi hasn't come out yet? Maybe he has already cleared it. He must have found a way to deal with the Crimson Frenzy." Upon hearing this, Shen-Mo was also extremely excited. "That's great, which means we just need to copy his homework. Dealing with the Crimson Frenzy debuff will be much simpler." The surrounding team members, hearing the discussion between the two instructors, were also exceptionally excited. That's awesome. As expected of Instructor Shi, he must have found a solution. He should have, otherwise they would have come out long ago. I've been disgusted by this Crimson Frenzy for a long time. It makes it impossible for me to unleash my full power. It's so frustrating. Shenmo's expression suddenly changed, and he said unkindly, "Wengu, you don't know something. Just now, a group of people went in to clear the dungeon. I think they called themselves the Yulong team.
Shen Wen's expression also changed, and he said unhappily, "What's going on? Didn't we say this before? Today during the day, no other teams are allowed to come in for dungeon training, yet some trash comes to annoy us." Chen Mo quickly replied, I've already threatened them several times. But they didn't listen at all. They don't take our Beihaichen family seriously." Shen Wen sneered, "Oh, they don't even take our Beihaichen family seriously? The Yulong team, huh? After the strengthening competition ends, we'll deal with them secretly." "And who is their leader? Let's invite him to our Beihaichen family for a chat, then we'll flay him alive." The surrounding team members felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing Chen Wen's words. Is this the method of the Beihaichen family? It's too ruthless. Chen Mo quickly said, "It's a kid named Li Chen. Just an 11-level summoner, he must have become an instructor through tactical special recruitment. Tactical specialists with names and surnames have always cooperated with our Beihaichen family. I've never heard of this character." Chen Wen nodded and disdainfully said, "He must just be a small tactical specialist from some minor guild. In a casual conversation, he could be wiped out." Just as the two were discussing, the portal shimmered, and Shen Shi walked out with the Dashin team. At this moment, several of them were beaming, and some members of the Dashin team even shouted directly, "We cleared it! We cleared it!" Seeing this scene, both Chen Wen and Chen Mo showed excitement and quickly walked forward. "Brother Shi, did you clear it? Brother Shi, how did you handle the last wave?" Shen Shi, now glowing with excitement, smiled and said, "It was very simple. I discovered a little characteristic. Then I utilized it and cleared it." The people around, upon hearing this, showed shock on their faces and whispered, "There are actually characteristics? How come we didn't discover them? Is this the strength of Instructor Shi? An analytical ability almost on par with a special tactical specialist. I can't wait. What characteristic is it?" Shen Shi lightly coughed and said casually, "First, the 8th wave will spawn crimson wild wolves. And their fur is very useful. We need to collect at least 4 sets of fur here. Then, normally, when we casually reach wave 20, let the front row don the pelts we've just collected. Can you guess what the next step is?" At this point, Shen Shi paused, his eyes shining with wisdom. The people around him wore serious expressions. But upon hearing the last sentence, they all looked bewildered. Asking them to speculate on Instructor Shi's thought process was nothing short of a challenge. Who was Instructor Shi that they could casually guess his intentions? Just as everyone was in a daze, Shen Mo spoke up first. "Could it be that if we were the Scarlet Wolf pelts, the final boss won't attack us? Because it sees the one wearing the pelt as one of its own?" After hearing Chen Mo's words, those present suddenly realized. And someone exclaimed, "Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder it's Instructor Mo. He could think of this. Very meticulous. But isn't that a bit too detailed? Who would have thought the 8th wave of Scarlet Wolves had such a use? Indeed, an ordinary person wouldn't come up with this at all." However, Shen Shi shook his head, feeling secretly pleased. Letting others continuously guess his high-level tactics, only for them to be wrong. This sense of satisfaction, this tactical domination, was irresistible. Seeing Chen Shi shake his head, everyone looked incredulous. What the hell? Is that not right? Oh my god. Such a reasonable guess and it's still wrong? So what exactly is the next step? After a brief moment of enjoyment, Chen Shi turned to Chen Wen and said in a magnetic voice, "One, share your thoughts." Chen Wen nodded, pondering for a moment before saying, "I'll analyze it using critical theory. Brother Shi, you emphasized the pelts, so they must be the key to breaking the situation. And we know that the boss of Wave 20, the Scarlet Moon, has a particularly tricky point, which is its execution mechanism. It can execute targets with Scarlet Frenzy. In other words, wearing the pelts is a prerequisite for dealing with Scarlet Frenzy. And since the pelts are flammable, I think Brother Shi is going to use that to our advantage. As for the specific details, I'm not sure. Please enlighten us, Brother Shi." Upon hearing this, Chen Shi nodded, not refuting. After this exchange, everyone present felt as if they had opened a new world. Critical theory analysis. This was too professional. Starting directly from the properties of the pelts to deduce the next step. Soon after, everyone began to wonder, but how do we ignite the pelts? Do we use a lighter? Isn't that basically self-immolation? The Scarlet Wolf isn't an ordinary animal. Its fur definitely won't ignite from a regular lighter. We can only use magic against magic. Hiss, are you suggesting we have a mage cast a fireball to attack the teammate wearing the pelt? That's a bit much. No way, the mage's damage is already high. And with the teammate wearing the pelt, it would trigger a burning reaction and increase the damage further. In that case, even a shield warrior would be left with low health. If that's the case, can we even kill that Scarlet Moon boss? I remember that guy has pretty high damage. There must be a bunch of details. involved. Shenshi was feeling quite satisfied, so he found a small stool, sat down, and said, 1. You made some good points, the direction is basically correct. But there are some details you didn't mention, and those details are crucial. First, we need to remove the mage's equipment to avoid excessive damage, which would leave the teammates' health in a bad state. Also, the 4 in the front row must secure their positions immediately, otherwise, the Scarlet Moon will attack the back row. If the priest gets killed, we're basically done for. And be aware that the Scarlet Moon will jump attack when it reaches 30% health, make sure to control the shield warrior properly. Otherwise, jumping to the back row would mean total annihilation. After a lengthy discussion, everyone was now dizzy, overwhelmed by the sheer number of details. Moreover, each detail was crucial. If one point was mishandled, it would lead to total annihilation. Wow, this is so convoluted, I feel like I should just obediently follow the commander. Indeed, after all this, I'm completely bewildered. Tacticians are truly not easy to deal with. It's so brain-burning. Just as everyone was lamenting, Chen Mo had already taken out his tablet, his fingers flying across the screen as he continuously recorded tactical details. Shenwen wore a smile on his face, clearly having mastered everything. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, is this the tactician from the Chen family of Beihai? Facing such a brain-burning tactic, he can still record it without changing his expression. So strong. So strong. We just need to follow the command. While everyone was expressing their admiration, the captain of the little war god team, Shui, remained unconvinced. He had basically understood Chen Shi's tactical analysis and didn't even need to take notes to remember it perfectly. This meant that his tactical level was already on par with Instructor Mo. Conservatively estimating, he had the level of a first-tier tactician. However, he was different from ordinary geniuses, he was a well-rounded talent, destined to be on a different level from everyone else. Thinking of this, a slight smile crept onto Shui's lips. Shenwen also noticed the smile at the corner of Shui's mouth and nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with Shui's performance. He had extremely strong individual combat power and a high tactical talent. In the future, he could have him change his surname to Chen and join the Chen family of Beihai. Once Shui grew up, his status in the Chen family of Beihai would also rise. Watching Chen Mo still frowning as he sorted through the details, Chen Shi felt increasingly pleased. After a light chuckle, he said casually, Mo, if you don't understand anything, just come and ask me. We have plenty of time. He then turned to look at the leaderboard, admiring his own achievements. However, upon seeing an unfamiliar team name, Chen Shi frowned and said unhappily, where did this Yulong team come from? This can't be a new team, right? They won't cause a ruckus when they come out. Chun Shi's displeased voice echoed around, and those nearby also turned to look at the leaderboard. First place, Daxing Team, 20 waves. Second place, Little War God Team, 19 waves. Third place, Deep Space Newbie Team, 18 waves. Fourth place, Combat Team, 2 waves. Fifth place, Yulong Team, 0 waves. Upon seeing the new team, those who knew the situation began to speak, oh, it's that Yulong team. They just barged in to train. Instructor Mo has already given them a chance, but they still insisted on going in to train. But they really are weak, only managing to get to 1 wave. Chen Mo and Chen Wen walked up to Chen Shi and briefly summarized the situation. After listening, Chen Shi's face showed displeasure. Oh, this Li Chen is so arrogant, he doesn't even put our Chen family of Beihai in his eyes. When they come out, make them kneel and apologize with 30 kowtows. I don't believe that with me, Chen Shi here, this Li Chen can continue to be so arrogant. Hearing this, Chen Mo quickly said, with Brother Shi here, I bet that Li Chen wouldn't even dare to let out a fart. With their trash team composition, they definitely won't last past 2 waves, they should be coming out soon. So the few of them waited outside, anticipating the arrival of that arrogant young brat. Meanwhile, inside the first-tier dungeon, the Yulong team was fighting bravely. However, due to the influence of the Crimson Frenzy, Chang Ming and Lin Shan's attributes had become very low. Without the enhancement of dishes, Chang Ming only had 40 in his attributes, which was quite disappointing. Lin Shan was left with a pitiful 20 points, basically getting knocked out by a monster with just 1 hit. Even the small monsters in the level 1 dungeon had close to 30 in attributes, while elite monsters boasted 60. This made it very difficult for Chang Ming and Lin Shan to fight, resulting in extremely low efficiency in clearing the dungeon. Li Chen, however, was not the least bit anxious. He quietly watched Su Yun stir-frying the dishes. Soon, a fragrant aroma spread around, and after Li Chen took a whiff, he instantly felt much lighter. The members of the Yulong battle team around them noticed the disappearance of the Crimson Frenzy and couldn't help but exclaim, wow! Why do I feel more energetic? While cooking, the Crimson Frenzy actually disappeared? Oh my god. It really did. Could it be that only by moving around does the Crimson Frenzy disappear? At this moment, Lin Xia shook his head and said, "No, look at the two fighting ahead, they haven't become any easier." Everyone turned to look at the two in the distance, only to see them still moving slowly, clearly still under the effects of the crimson frenzy. It really is. Their physical exertion is much greater than ours, yet they haven't shaken off the crimson frenzy. It shouldn't be that simple, otherwise, this level 1 dungeon wouldn't be stuck with so many expert teams. For a moment, the members of the Yulong battle team fell into confusion, failing to grasp the key issue. Just then, Li Chen's deep voice came through. "It's the aroma of the dishes that masks the bloody scent. As long as we can't smell the blood, the crimson frenzy will disappear." Li Chen's voice was not loud, but the meaning was very clear. Everyone present suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Aroma? It does seem so, I can only smell the fragrance of the dishes now." So, that's it, the crimson frenzy spreads through scent. Now that we smell the aroma of the food, we've naturally resolved the crimson frenzy. In that case, if we spray some perfume around, won't that solve the crimson frenzy? Thinking of this, Lin Xia and Lin Yusher quickly began to take action. The two went to a distance and soon caught a whiff of the bloody scent, immediately falling under the crimson frenzy. Lin Yusher took out perfume and poured it around, and the scent of the perfume instantly spread. In an instant, the crimson frenzy on both of them disappeared. However, before they could celebrate for a moment, the bloody scent returned, and the crimson frenzy took effect on them again. Seeing this, both showed disappointment. It works, but the duration is way too short. It seems like it didn't even last 0.1 seconds. I remember this perfume scent can last a long time, how could it dissipate so quickly? Just as the two were puzzled, Li Chen spoke again. The purity of the perfume isn't enough to effectively suppress that bloody scent. Only the aroma released when cooking with 5-spice hot pot and cumin iron spoon can effectively dispel the bloody smell. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, and the three chefs proudly lifted their heads. Who says chefs can't do it? It's just that you don't know how to play. After a while, Lin Xia raised another question, but we need to let the two fighting ahead smell the aroma of the dishes. But it's so far away, the scent can't possibly reach them. The three chefs immediately said, "That's simple. When you teleport the dishes over, they will naturally smell the aroma when they eat, and that will solve the problem." Right. Our delivery service is unbeatable. It's just about ready. Lin Xia, Lin Yusher, hurry over here. Soon, the two came to Su Yun's side and assisted. After a series of operations, a dish the size of a candy, emitting a fragrant aroma, was caught in Lin Xia's hand. The dishes instantly arrived in Chang Ming's hands. After taking a whiff, Chang Ming downed it in one gulp. Everyone was watching Chang Ming's condition closely, but only at the moment the dish appeared did Chang Ming show a brief spark of vitality. After that, he returned to his sluggish state. Seeing this, everyone looked disappointed inside. It seems it still doesn't work? This crimson frenzy is too tricky. Do we have to go cook ourselves? That's not possible. We don't have Chang Ming's physique. If we get cut, we'll definitely die, and when Chang Ming fights, his wide swings can easily cause collateral damage. Just as everyone was pondering strategies, Chang Ming felt increasingly uneasy ahead. His stomach was churning violently, and sharp pains made it impossible for him to fight. He quickly realized that there was a problem with the dish he just consumed. It seemed he had food poisoning. Thinking of this, he hurriedly opened his status bar to check. Crimson heat, consumed food with a crimson aura. Crimson frenzy worsens to crimson heat, attributes reduced by 99%, lasts for 10 seconds. Damn! Attributes reduced by 99%, how am I supposed to fight now? The moment he saw the status bar, Chang Ming cursed inwardly. In an instant, he exposed a flaw, and several crimson rabbits charged at him. Lin Shan, seeing this scene, quickly shouted, "Watch out! Chang Ming! Don't stop, keep moving!" At this moment, Chang Ming's attributes were drastically reduced, and he was killed in an instant, turning into a spirit beside the terminal. The few people cooking near the terminal quickly noticed Chang Ming's situation, all looking astonished. "Chang Ming, where did you go?" "Yeah. Even though there's the crimson frenzy debuff, it shouldn't have disappeared this quickly. What on earth happened?" Chang Ming, with a pained expression, gritted his teeth and said, I think I have food poisoning. I just got hit with a debuff, crimson heat, all attributes reduced by 99%. The three chefs were dumbfounded, but we didn't poison anything? And 99%, that's just ridiculous. Li Chen, seeing this, said seriously, "Quick, make a dish, let me take a look." The three chefs nodded, and soon a dish the size of a candy was served on the table. Everyone immediately began to observe it. Candy dish satiation +1 after consumption, all attributes increase by 2.4 points, lasts for 10 minutes time until enchantment. Expires 5 seconds. Seeing this, everyone was once again bewildered, muttering softly, "This doesn't seem to have a problem, right? Isn't it still the same taste?"
Yeah, logically speaking, if the dish had an issue, the system should give a prompt. It's indeed suspicious, but this dish seems a bit red. Just when everyone was at a loss, Li Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Hidden information: crimson corruption. The ingredients possess crimson essence. Consuming them will infect you with crimson heat. All attributes reduced by 99%. Requires redisinfection of the ingredients. With the support of the thieving rat, he could actually see hidden information. After a moment of reflection, Li Chen revealed the hidden information. The ingredients possess crimson power. Consuming them will infect you with crimson heat. We need to disinfect the ingredients. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized, and Wang Bing, the chopping expert, was the first to speak. It does seem like there's a problem with the ingredients. I felt something off while chopping. Sumu Wan, the ingredient collector, looked puzzled and said, but the ingredient collection basket should be able to process the ingredients. Logically, there shouldn't be a problem. The collected ingredients should be non-toxic, clean, and healthy. Just as everyone was discussing, Li Chen approached the ingredient basket and began to examine the ingredients. Processed crimson rabbit. Hidden information: incomplete cleaning, contains a minimal amount of crimson toxin. Will not cause discomfort. Not causing discomfort means the toxicity is acceptable. But why does it increase when made into a dish? After a moment of thought, Li Chen's furrowed brow relaxed. It must be that Su Yun concentrated the toxicity during the essence extraction step, leading to an increase in toxicity. So there are two solutions. One is to abandon the method of concentrating the dish, but that would result in a very high satiety value. It would be easy to fill up after just 1 or 2 dishes, preventing the attributes from stacking. The second is to address the root cause by redisinfecting the ingredients to completely eliminate the crimson toxin. While Li Chen was pondering, a cry of despair came from Lin Shang and Lin Zhong ahead, who were surrounded and beaten by several crimson rabbits, collapsing on the spot. Instantly, they transformed into 2 spirit forms, looking bewildered as they squatted beside the terminal. The others also noticed that the 3 fierce warriors in front had all fallen, their faces filled with despair. Sigh, it's over. Even Lin Shang and Lin Zhong have gone down. It seems we didn't even get past the first wave. This is a bit embarrassing. There's nothing we can do. We were targeted. The delivery flow can't stack. Our attributes are too low. We can easily be taken out. Just as everyone was in despair, Li Chen smiled and said, "It's fine, we've gathered enough information." After saying that, he operated the terminal and exited the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, the situation was extremely tense. The 3 members of the Beihai-Chen family looked disdainful, occasionally revealing a hint of ferocity. As they quietly waited, the surrounding professionals began to whisper, "Hey, how many waves do you think the Yulong team can get through? They should at least make it to the 5th wave. Didn't we get to the 10th wave when we first arrived? It's not unreasonable for them to reach the 5th wave. You're thinking too much. What status do we have? We're all legendary level professionals. What can that trash Yulong team compare to us?" "Exactly, look at that battle team, they're the best among them, and they can only get through 2 waves. I think the Yulong team will be lucky to get through 1 wave." Just as everyone was discussing, the portal shimmered, and Li Chen and the others gradually appeared. Everyone's faces lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Hey! They're out! They're out! Let me see! Oh, they didn't even get past the 1st wave. That's too pathetic. What the hell? What kind of trash is this? They couldn't even get past the 1st wave. I could do it with my eyes closed. Oomph, just a clown, waiting to face our instructor's punishment." The 3 instructors from the Beihai-Chen family also noticed the situation of the Yulong team, their disdain growing even stronger. Chen Mo immediately shouted, "They couldn't even get past the 1st wave. What kind of garbage team is the Yulong team? Especially that instructor named Li Chen, he's the trash of all trash. But even if he's trash, he still affects our training. What punishment should he face? Now, I command you to kneel. Bow 10 times, and then apologize." In an instant, everyone turned to look at Li Chen, just as they thought he was about to kneel. Li Chen, however, wore a look of disdain and said lightly, "How does our Yulong team's normal dungeon running affect you? If that's the case, then aren't you affecting us as well? Moreover, you deliberately make things difficult for other teams, disrupting their rhythm. You should apologize." Is this the quality of the tactical masters cultivated by the Chen family of Beihai? Li Chen understood in his heart that if he wanted to lead the Yulong team to become number 1, he would definitely offend the Chen family of Beihai. Since that was the case, there was no need to say anything more. He could just be sharp and direct. Li Chen's words spread out around him, and everyone present heard them clearly. At that moment, their minds fell into a daze. How dare Li Chen? He was directly confronting the Chen family of Beihai. Did he not care about his future? For
A moment, everyone could only mutter in a daze, crazy, this Li Chen must be crazy. He's anxious. He's definitely anxious, otherwise, how could he speak like this? He actually wants the Chen family of Beihai to apologize. He actually says the Chen family has low quality. This Li Chen, this Yulong team is completely finished. The 3 members of the Chen family of Beihai also looked incredulous. After reacting, Chen Mo shouted sharply, "You dare, Li Chen! The Chen family of Beihai is absolute and eternal. Is this something you can comment on? You trash, do you even have the right to talk about quality with us? The premise of talking about quality is that you have qualified strength, but do you have it? You Yulong team can't even handle a single wave. Do you have the qualifications?" Chen Mo's sharp voice echoed in the room, and everyone looked at Li Chen and the others with mocking expressions. They didn't believe it. Since Chen Mo said so, could Li Chen continue to hold on? He should kneel down and apologize immediately. Shouldn't he? However, Li Chen just smiled and said lightly, "Just right, talking about quality with you is actually unnecessary. It seems I need to knock you down, then you'll be able to." Shut up. Chen Mo? Chen 1? Chen Shi? The surrounding team members? For a moment, everyone on the scene was dumbfounded. How could Li Chen become more and more vigorous in his speech? He actually wanted to knock them down? Did he know what their strength was? All legendary level professionals, and each had at least 3 pieces of legendary level equipment. With such top-tier configuration, could they be knocked down? With the trash pairing of the Yulong team, could they knock them down? Everyone present burst into laughter, and after laughing for a while, Chen Mo said with a smile, "You guys can knock us down? What kind of international joke are you making? Can you take a piss and look in the mirror to see how trash you are?" Chen Shi also wore a smile, looking at Chen Wen and said, "Wen, give them a show. I want this Yulong team to kneel down and apologize on the spot, especially that Li Chen, he must be thoroughly humiliated." Upon hearing this, Chen Wen nodded and began to think. This was the military's territory, so they naturally couldn't act directly. However, acting behind the scenes was possible. But doing so would not allow them to humiliate Li Chen and the others on the spot. This would make him very unhappy, and Chen Shi wouldn't want to see that either. In this case, they could only use that trick. After a brief thought, Chen Wen stepped forward and blocked Chen Mo, who was about to lash out. "Hey, Mo, don't waste your breath on people like this, it makes us seem low-minded." The people around also noticed Chen Wen's actions, and all eyes were on him, hoping he would come up with an interesting method. Then, Chen Wen looked at Li Chen and said decisively, "How about this, since you think you're capable, why don't we have a competition?" Li Chen replied flatly, "Oh, how do you want to compete?" Chen Wen's lips curled slightly as he smiled and said, "Very simple. Let's compare who can hit a higher wave count." After a pause, Chen Wen continued, "But considering your lackluster strength, we'll send out the weakest deep space newbie team to compete with you." Upon hearing this, the surrounding people looked puzzled. Huh? Competing with us in wave count? Doesn't that mean we win for sure? Exactly. Even the weakest deep space newbie team is aiming for 20 waves. And that Yulong team can't even get past 1 wave, what are they even competing for? Li Chen will definitely refuse. Yeah, as long as he's not an idiot, he will absolutely refuse. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Chen remained calm and said lightly, "Before we proceed, let's discuss the stakes, otherwise, it won't be interesting. And without a notary present, who knows if you might go back on your word." After saying this, he quietly opened his phone and started recording, just to be safe. Chen Wen, hearing this, looked confident and continued, "Alright. Just so happens we have a betting robot here, Lao Lu, bring it over." Hearing this from afar, Lao Lu quickly pushed the betting robot over. He then introduced, "This is a betting robot installed by the military in the room, aimed at enhancing the fun of each team's competition. This betting robot makes fair judgments and can definitely serve as a notary." Chen Wen nodded and continued, "Li Chen, with this, you have nothing to say, right? The losing side's instructor must kneel and apologize, and they cannot participate in training. The number of competition entries will be allocated to the winning side. Is this wager acceptable?" Li Chen nodded. Not participating in training meant the Deep Space newbie team would be directly eliminated. Eliminating a competitor while gaining extra training opportunities was quite good. Thinking of this, Li Chen said, "Alright." Hearing this, Lao Lu quickly operated the betting robot, but at that moment, Chen Mo interrupted him. Chen Mo, looking quite smug, loudly declared, "How about this? We're in a hurry, let's have the Yulong team and the battle team compete together. You can add your wave counts together. As long as it's greater than or equal to ours, you win. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll lose too embarrassingly." Lao Lu looked bewildered. This Chen Wen and Chen Shi frowned, they naturally understood Chen Mo's intentions. Chen Mo wanted to kill two birds with one stone by kicking
both the Yulong team and the battle team out at once. While this was easier, it would slightly increase the failure rate. As a top strategist, he didn't want to see his side's winning chances decrease. Without waiting for the two to persuade him, Chen Mo waved his hand confidently and said, "You two just relax. I've already grasped Brother Shi's tactics, this time I will definitely succeed." I refuse to believe that the battle team and the Yulong team combined can reach 20 waves. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi and Chen Wen nodded. Yes, they were still being overly cautious, the Yulong team was simply not worthy of being their opponent. It was just a bit of fun during training, and there was no need to be overly careful. They could easily defeat him while chatting and laughing. The two then casually said, "Approved. Just be careful not to go overboard." The three from the Beihai-Chen family all agreed, and Lao Lu no longer hesitated, operating the betting robot, and soon mechanical sounds were heard. Bet established. Bet content, wave count competition. The wave counts of the Yulong team and the battle team combined must be greater than or equal to the opponents to win. Betting parties, Yulong team and battle team, Deep Space Newbie team. The losing side's instructor will kneel and apologize, and cannot participate in training, while the training entries will be given to the winning side. After confirming the bet was correct, someone brought the members of the battle team over. At this time, the members of the battle team still looked bewildered. They had been peeking outside and hadn't clearly heard what was happening inside. What's wrong? Didn't we say to come here at 6 p.m. to run the dungeon? Could it be that kid Li Chen has a silver tongue and convinced the Chun family from Beihai? Just then, old Lu stepped forward and said, "It's like this. After some discussion, we've decided to have a little competition. You and the Yulong team will challenge the Deep Space Newbies team together. You can check the details on the betting robot screen." Upon hearing this, Instructor Fong immediately went to the betting robot screen to take a look. After seeing the content of the bet, despair washed over his face, and the members of the combat team gathered around, equally dismayed. What the hell? Are you kidding me? We're up against the Deep Space Newbies team? We're doomed. Our limit is just to push through the third wave, and that's it. And our teammate, the Yulong team, is a total disaster. They can't even get past the first wave. After a brief wail of despair, someone from the combat team immediately said, "We need to withdraw from this bet. Yeah, it's way too unfair." At this moment, Chen Wen cleared his throat and said unhappily, "This is a bet I proposed. Are you not satisfied? If that's the case, then you're going against our Chen family from Beihai." Upon hearing this, the faces of the team members turned pale, and they quickly shut their mouths. They all understood that losing the training opportunity and offending the Chen family from Beihai was far more serious. Instructor Fong sighed and said, "Sai, we can only tough it out. Let's see what the Yulong team plans to do." The members of the combat team immediately headed towards the Yulong team's direction. At this time, the Yulong team, led by Li Chen, found a quiet corner and began discussing. Chang Ming said, "Instructor Yen, I have a bit of a stomachache. I need to go to the bathroom." Li Chen nodded and said, "Go ahead." After Chang Ming left, Li Chen looked at the three chefs and asked, "You three chefs, how do you usually disinfect food?" The three looked puzzled but still answered seriously, "Generally, heating the food should disinfect it. Or using a disinfection machine is also an option." Li Chen nodded and said, You should try disinfecting the recently acquired scarlet rabbit meat. I want to see which methods are feasible." The three chefs' faces lit up, performing a second disinfection on the ingredients could solve the issue of scarlet toxin, right? Thinking of this, the three chefs quickly pulled out various tools from their backpacks. Ultraviolet sterilizers, heaters. Just then, the members of the combat team walked over and, seeing the Yulong team's actions, twitched their mouths. The combat team members were already in despair. Huh? What is this Yulong team doing? Why are they pulling out a bunch of pots and pans? And all sorts of sterilization machines? Are they cooking? Unbelievable, even at a time like this, they're still cooking. Shouldn't we be discussing the dungeon strategy now? Instructor Fong's mouth twitched at this moment. Is this really their teammate? This is just too much. However, adhering to his professional demeanor, Instructor Fong still walked up to Li Chen and asked in confusion, "Instructor Yen, what are you doing?" Li Chen replied, "Oh, we're developing a new type of disinfection method. One of our team members just ate some unclean food, so he went to the bathroom." Upon hearing this, Instructor Fong was once again speechless, wanting to just walk away. But they still wanted to give it a shot. After all, admitting defeat like this was not their team's style. No matter how strong the opponent was, they had to fight. With this in mind, Instructor Fong continued to ask, "Instructor Yen, do you have any strategies? The Deep Space Newbie team is incredibly strong. If we don't employ some tactics, we won't stand a chance. You all seem so calm. You must have a plan, right?" Li Chen nodded and continued, Yes.
You can just mess around for now, we'll take over later. Upon hearing this, the members of the battle team were all left dumbfounded. Once they processed it, they began to question. Is that for real? Can you really take over?
But your Yulong team hasn't even made it past the first wave, can you really take over? Instructor Yen, at this point, please don't joke around.
This isn't funny at all. Instructor Fong also looked bewildered but still asked quietly, could you explain in detail?
Li Chen, hearing this, felt a bit impatient. He didn't want to say too much, because no matter how much he explained, they wouldn't believe him. However, since they asked, he had no choice but to say, it's like this, the ingredients we collected in the level 1 dungeon are a bit toxic.
So we're trying to disinfect them so that they
won't cause stomach aches when we eat.
After this explanation, the battle team members lost all hope, their eyes dimming. Could this be something a serious teammate would say? They actually wanted to cook in a level 1 dungeon? With a team of 9, including the instructor, each one a core member, how could they let someone cook? Wasn't that the same as idling? Instructor Fong shook his head.
At this moment, he had overestimated the Yulong team. It seemed they would have to take the lead.
Thinking of this, Instructor
Fong painfully took out 8 rare-level treasure chests and looked at the team members, saying, you all should open these chests.
Try to get through a few more waves.
Seeing this, the battle team members cried out, Instructor Fong, why do you have to do this? We already have 5 pieces of rare-level equipment, that's quite luxurious.
Yeah, these chests must have come from your own pocket, right?
There's no need for this. Instructor Fong, you don't have to spend so much just for us to train.
At this moment, Instructor Fong let out a bitter laugh.
In fact, the War Guild had only equipped one person from the entire team with 3 pieces of
rare-level equipment. The remaining rare-level equipment was indeed all from his own pocket. However, he felt no reluctance, ever.
Since his brother died in the novice dungeon, these rare-level treasure chests he had prepared had become useless.
Since that's the case, why not give them to these young people and let them take a shot? Open them, and then go fight. Hearing Instructor Fong's unquestionable voice, the battle team members wiped their tears and opened the treasure chests, donning their brand new equipment. Instructor Fong, please lead us into battle. This time, we will fight until the last moment.
Instructor Fong nodded and said loudly, all members of the battle team, listen up.
Follow me into the dungeon.
With that, he resolutely led the battle team toward the teleportation portal.
The onlookers scoffed, saying, this battle team must have drunk some toxic chicken soup. They're so spirited. Haha, reality will teach them how to be human. It's not just about spirit to succeed.
Indeed, we've never
done it that way. If we can win, we win, and if we can't, we analyze the situation instead of charging in mindlessly. Just then, someone wondered, the battle team has already gone in, why hasn't the Yulong team made a move yet?
Are they still discussing
tactics?
Upon hearing this, everyone quickly looked toward the Yulong team, only to see 3 chefs frantically fiddling with
their cooking utensils. Seeing this, everyone couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. This is hilarious, the Yulong team is actually cooking over there?
I feel like they're just scared and want to stall for time so they won't get instantly slapped
in the face. But what's the use of this?
Whether you die early or late, you still have to die.
If I were them, I would just end it quickly and go back to sleep.
At this moment, Shenwen also wore a disdainful expression and looked at Chen Mo, saying,
Mo, make your move. Quick battle, quick resolution, don't give them any hope. Chen Mo nodded and smiled, saying, that's exactly what I intend.
Then he shouted, Deep Space Newbie Team, listen up. We've cleared 20 waves, let them know what a top-tier team is. Soon, Chen Mo led the Deep Space Newbie Team, charging into the teleportation portal.
The scene fell into a brief silence as
Chen Wen and Chen Shi glanced in Li Chen's direction. Seeing the members of the Yulong team still dawdling, they couldn't help but
feel displeased. Chen Wen looked at Old Lu and said unhappily, Old Lu, if Li Chen keeps dragging this out, what does it matter? If they stay holed up there for a lifetime, won't we never be able to compete?
Old Lu quickly replied, no need to worry, the bet
has been set, they can't drag it out.
Once the battle team finishes, they have to go up whether they want to or not, otherwise
they'll have to admit defeat.
Chen Wen still looked displeased, let them continue to be arrogant for a while.
The surrounding
team members also wore disdainful expressions and began to discuss loudly.
Li Chen is definitely thinking about how to escape later. Laughable, if that's the case, why agree to the bet in the first place? So boring. Probably got too cocky. Just looking at
Li Chen, he's clearly a simple-minded professional, bound to be exposed by Instructor 1.
In an instant, everyone chimed in, and the entire first-level room gradually became noisy.
Meanwhile, on the Yulong team's side, the 3 chefs were constantly
experimenting with various disinfection methods. Ultraviolet disinfection, heating. However, under Li Chen's observation, the scarlet
rabbit meat still had residual scarlet essence. As time passed, the Yulong team grew increasingly impatient, compounded by the disdainful voices from other teams around them. While adding ingredients, one of the chefs accidentally burned his hand. Seeing this, Li Chen stood up and shouted at the other teams, "Can you keep it down? If you don't study, we still have to study." In an instant, the scene fell silent, and both Chen Wen and Chen Xi's group showed disdain on their faces. What is Li Chen saying? Again? They are still studying? Studying? Studying how to cook? Laughable, I see they're just stalling for time. So arrogant. I really want to hit them. Immediately after, Li Chen continued to shout, "Isn't the Beihaichen family able to take a loss? You're affecting our studies, not letting us progress, right?" The members of the Daxing team and the Little War God team were just about to continue mocking when Chen Wen sneered, "Quiet, let's give them a chance. Let them lose convincingly. Everyone, sit down and simulate the details of the previous battle." Upon hearing this, the surrounding people all closed their mouths and sat down on the ground. Since even Instructor Wen said so, they had nothing more to say. Soon, the entire room quieted down, and Li Chen nodded in satisfaction, looking at the three chefs. The three were now crushing garlic and evenly spreading it on the scarlet rabbit meat. Then looking expectantly at Li Chen. Li Chen stepped forward, examining it closely, and with the passive ability of the thieving mouse, he quickly discovered hidden information. Incomplete cleaning, possessing a minimal amount of scarlet power, will not cause discomfort. Seeing this, Li Chen frowned. It still wasn't right. Logically speaking, normal ingredients should be completely cleaned after being washed in the ingredient collection basket and undergoing a series of secondary disinfections. But why was it still not working? Then Li Chen recalled a principle: to defeat magic, one must use magic. Since this scarlet toxin is so special, I wonder if using enchanted garlic would work. With this thought, Li Chen quickly said, "Lin Yusher, try enchanting the garlic." Lin Yusher's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly cast an enchantment on the garlic. Enchanted garlic crushed for disinfection enchantment. Disinfection ability greatly enhanced, loses effect after 5 seconds. Just as Wang Bing was about to take the garlic, he swiftly chopped it into a paste. Then, with nimble hands, he spread it on the scarlet rabbit meat while deftly slicing the rabbit with a cleaver. The combination of the swift cleaver and quick-cut gloves provided a 1000% increase in chopping speed, making Wang Bing's movements appear like a phantom. After this series of actions, it took only 3 seconds. Li Chen carefully examined the processed rabbit meat. Processed scarlet rabbit meat, non-toxic, healthy, clean. Hidden information, contains allicin, eliminates scarlet toxin, safe to eat. Excessive consumption may lead to increased flatulence. Seeing the information about the rabbit meat, Li Chen's eyes brightened, and he quickly said, "It worked. The disinfection is complete." Upon hearing this, everyone looked excited and exclaimed, "Amazing! Is this what an enchanter does? Unbelievable, they can actually solve the toxin in the ingredients this way. Su Yun, hurry up and stir fry. Let's see how the dish turns out." Su Yun nodded, took the processed rabbit meat, and began to stir fry. Soon, the aroma of the dish wafted through the air, causing the surrounding professionals to furrow their brows slightly. Damn! Who's cooking gourmet food in here? It smells incredible. Before long, everyone opened their eyes and stood up to search. Even Chen Wen and Chen Xi opened their eyes and began looking around. Soon, someone spotted the situation with the Yulong team and exclaimed, It's the Yulong team. They suddenly started cooking. Everyone turned to look, and they saw a chef from the Yulong team stir-frying. At that moment, the area was shrouded in mist, with aromas wafting out continuously. Is the Yulong team crazy? Why are they suddenly making gourmet food? And it smells so good. Damn, I was already a bit hungry by noon, and now I'm even hungrier. Should we go over and ask for a portion, just to satisfy our cravings? Chen Wen and Chen Xi swallowed hard. They had to admit they were a bit hungry too. However, they couldn't bring themselves to ask the Yulong team for food. With this in mind, Chen Wen said seriously, "Xiao Zhang and Xiao Chun, go to the cafeteria and bring back some food. Make sure to get extra portions." Yes. The two responded and excitedly jogged out. Just as the two left, Su Yun finished reducing the sauce over high heat, and Lin Yusher seized the moment to cast another enchantment. Candy dish completed. At that moment, Cheng Ming happened to walk over. How's the battle going? Before Cheng Ming could finish, Lin Yusher quickly stuffed the dish into his mouth. The food melted in his mouth and was quickly absorbed.
Chang Ming couldn't help but say, so delicious, but the garlic flavor is a bit strong.
When he noticed his attributes had increased by 2 points, Chang Ming exclaimed, damn.
You guys fed me that again? I just got out of the bathroom. And now this.
However, after a long while, Chang Ming still felt no discomfort. After repeatedly checking his status
bar, Chang Ming's eyes lit up and he happily said, I'm fine. I'm actually fine. The members of the Yulong team breathed a sigh of relief at this scene. It seemed they had finally succeeded. Great. We did it. We developed it. Now, eating the candy dish won't cause stomach pain anymore. Well, finally solved this difficult problem, our delivery flow tactic has matured a bit more.
The changes on the Yulong team were clear to Chen Shi and Chen Wen, who looked on with disdain. This Yulong team must be a bunch
of fools. Why are they so happy just making a dish? Right. If someone didn't know better, they'd think they cleared a level 1 dungeon. Laughing to death, it's just a fantasy before failure. The combat team should be out any moment now. Everyone then turned to the leaderboard, and upon seeing the combat team's record, they couldn't help but be secretly amazed. This combat team is quite interesting. They actually made it to the 4th wave. Oh, they had a little burst of power, but the boss of the 5th wave has a passive kill refresh skill cooldown. They won't be able to withstand it, they'll be slaughtered. Indeed, they need at least 200 constitution to hold up. The combat team's shield guards only have about 120 constitution, they can't withstand it at all. Well, just wait, in at most 10 minutes, they'll be wiped out. Chen Wen and Chen Shi were confident at this moment, even if that combat team had a burst and got past the 5th wave. But so what? Chen Mo had a counter tactic, they could definitely clear 20 waves. This meant the Yulong team had to clear 15 waves to win against them. But how could that be possible? The Yulong team's configuration was much lower than the combat team's. Just getting past the first wave would be a miracle. Even so, that would only make 6 waves. Combined, they would undoubtedly win. Thinking of this, the corners of their mouths curled up as they contemplated how to humiliate Li Chen next. At this moment, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. As long as he resolved the food poisoning issue, there would only be one last problem left. That was the aroma of the food didn't spread far enough, which Li Chen had already budgeted for. He planned to use wind to blow the aroma of the food towards the few people fighting on the front lines. After witnessing it multiple times, Li Chen had noticed that when Suyin cooked with the 5-spice pot and cumin iron spoon, the oil smoke was particularly thick. And the aroma was especially strong. Using wind to disperse and dilute it should be sufficient. With this in mind, Li Chen looked at the 3 assassins and said seriously, you 3 are fast assassins, go buy 3 fans nearby, make sure the wind power is strong. And buy some more garlic, we'll need a lot of it later. Upon hearing this, the members of the Yulong team thought for a moment and understood Li Chen's intention. They all gave a thumbs up and said, brilliant. Using wind can spread the aroma further. In this way, the obstacles to the delivery flow have all been resolved. The 3 assassins acted quickly and soon disappeared from sight, while everyone waited in place. Soon, 10 minutes passed. The portal suddenly shimmered, and Instructor Fong led the entire combat team out. Seeing this, Chen Shi and Chen Wen perked up. Just as I expected, 10 minutes, and the combat team is out. We are geniuses, we definitely guessed right. They must have been taken out by the boss of the 5th wave. Wait a minute. They actually got past the 5th wave. They even killed the final boss. Chen Wen noticed this too, but he didn't panic. Everything was within control, no need to worry. Meanwhile, the members of the combat team were also very excited, exclaiming, Instructor Fong, we broke through. I cleared the 5th wave. Instructor Fong's positioning in that last wave was amazing. He literally kite that boss to death. Isn't that right? Although Instructor Fong is level 50, his level is suppressed to 20 when doing a level 1 dungeon, but he's still very impressive. Hearing the words of the combat team, the surrounding people suddenly realized, oh, so the instructor directly took action. That makes it less interesting. Indeed, when the instructor takes action, there's no growth for the team members at all. This battle team simply can't afford to lose. They actually let the instructor fight for them. However, the instructor's level suppression is too exaggerated, it's destined they can't fight at a higher level. They can only rely on battle experience in the early stages, but as the monster stats increase later on, they won't be able to keep up. That's true, but the instructor of the Yulong team, Li Chen, is an exception. After all, he's only level 11 and can't suppress anyone, haha. Just as everyone was discussing, Chen Wen shouted, hey, Instructor Fong, since your battle team is done, hurry up and let your teammates from the Yulong team take the stage. Don't let them dawdle. If they're going to lose, let it be a clean loss.
Upon hearing this, Instructor Fong nodded. He had guessed that the Yulong team would hesitate. After all, their opponent was the Deep Space Newbie team, and Li Chen would definitely feel intimidated. Moreover, if they lost, they would lose their training opportunity, which was equivalent to being eliminated directly. Thinking of this, Instructor Fong couldn't help but smile wryly. There was no doubt they had already lost. The battle team had given their all, even to the point where he personally stepped in to fight at the last moment. However, the instructor's level suppression was too extreme. His level 50 strength was suppressed till level 20. Although he performed impressively at the last moment, with all his teammates dead, he couldn't shine. They ultimately fell at the sixth wave of small monsters. Shaking his head, Instructor Fong stopped pondering these things. A loss was a loss, and at least they had tried their best. Thus, he led the battle team to the Yulong team and inquired, "Instructor Yen, how are you all prepared? It's your turn to take the stage." After saying this, the battle team members began to scan the area and quickly spotted Li Chen. They saw Li Chen at that moment banging on 3 fans, constantly flipping switches to test the wind power. Seeing this, Instructor Fong was quite displeased. If Li Chen lost because he was inexperienced, he wouldn't have much to say. But Li Chen was not only inexperienced but also lazy and lacked fighting spirit, which made him very unhappy. As a professional, one should be out there grinding in dungeons. How could he be slacking off here? The faces of the battle team members were also filled with anger as they exclaimed, "Instructor Yen, as the instructor of the Yulong team, why aren't you discussing tactics? Still messing with those fans? We are professionals. We fear neither cold nor heat. It's completely unnecessary." Exactly. Do you know how hard we're fighting in the dungeon? And you're just. Soon, everyone regained their composure, and Instructor Fong sighed, "Sigh, let's just lose. The outcome is still a loss anyway. Instructor Yen, we're like brothers in hardship now. After we finish the dungeon, let's go to the cafeteria together." Upon hearing this, Li Chen stopped his actions and said lightly, "That's fine, but right now, let's win the bet first, then our meal will taste better." At this, everyone was taken aback, and before they could express their confusion, Li Chen continued, "Just leave the next part to us, we'll carry you." Chen Shi and Shan Wen also noticed the situation on Li Chen's side. Seeing him so oblivious, everyone burst into laughter. "Oh man, here comes Li Chen again. Does he really think the Yulong team can carry anyone? They think they can win? This is hilarious. It feels like Li Chen's tactical level is even worse than mine, and he's still an instructor. Indeed, he's just a pure clown. If he doesn't hurry up and boast a bit, he won't have the chance later." Just as everyone was discussing, Li Chen had already led the Yulong team toward the teleportation portal. Among them, Chang Ming was holding a half-person-sized bag of urea filled with garlic, constantly emitting a strong garlic smell. 3 assassins were each pulling a mechanical fan, making them quite conspicuous. Li Chen had no choice. The 3 mechanical fans were too large, and the garlic he was carrying was a bit too heavy, plus they didn't belong to the category of professional items. So he couldn't put them in his inventory and had to carry them manually into the dungeon. The people around also saw this scene, all wearing strange expressions. Hey, the Yulong team is going to raid a dungeon. They finally can't hold back anymore, right? Wait a minute, why are they carrying 3 mechanical fans? What are they planning to do? And what's with that strong smell of garlic? Are they crazy? Do you need to bring fans to raid a dungeon? Garlic too? If I didn't know better, I'd think they were going on vacation. Soon, Li Chen and the others dragged their bags and walked into the portal, their figures slowly disappearing under the gaze of the crowd. The members of the combat team were still immersed in Li Chen's words, "Next, it's up to us." Only when they saw Li Chen and the others back Spanish did they suddenly wake up. Li Chen, could it be that he really can carry us through? Otherwise, how could he be so confident? Hiss, their performance does seem to have some merit, but I just don't understand why they brought those fans and garlic inside. Just then, someone suddenly realized and exclaimed, "Could it be that these items are crucial for dealing with the Crimson Frenzy?" However, someone quickly rebutted on the spot, "No way, the Crimson Frenzy can't even be dispelled by a priest's purification skill. These insignificant little items can't possibly be useful." Yeah, if the Crimson Frenzy were that easy to deal with, this method would have spread long ago. Indeed, if Li Chen thought of it, other tacticians would naturally think of it too, yet this method hasn't spread, which shows it doesn't work. In an instant, everyone began to express their opinions, but regardless of their attitudes, they all waited with anticipation. Although the members of the Daxin team and the Shoujan team didn't have high hopes for Li Chen, as geniuses, they were willing to accept everything. At this moment, they all looked at the 2 instructors and curiously asked, "Instructors, what do you think of Li Chen's actions?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shi closed his eyes. Such a simple question was beneath his notice.
Chen Wen sneered dismissively. In his view, Li Chen was just trying to attract attention with exaggerated behavior, thinking he had a chance. However, years of experience as a tactician told him Li Chen would undoubtedly fail. Only professionals could face dungeons and the abyss. All the various guns and rockets in the mortal realm were useless against them. This was no secret, any professional above level 30 would gradually realize this. Thinking of this, Jinwen slowly said, Li Chen must lack experience to think he can use these trivial items from the mortal realm. These items are useless against dungeons. Only professionals can solve everything within a dungeon. After this speech, everyone suddenly understood, they were all the pride of the profession, so they grasped it immediately. Soon, someone made an analogy and said loudly, I get it. No wonder we don't see most armies raiding the Abyss dungeon carrying various firearms and artillery, it turns out they don't work well. I read in a teacher's notes that the Abyss and dungeons are essentially the same in nature. The Abyss has mutated due to abnormal frequencies. Exactly, otherwise, why would we need to cultivate professionals? Just drop a nuclear bomb, and there wouldn't be any Abyss creatures left. Moreover, dungeons and Abyss curses are the same, any debuff that appears in the status bar can't be treated by ordinary means. After making these connections, all the geniuses understood how ignorant Li Chen and the others' actions were. The members of the combat team also came to understand through Instructor Fang's analysis. At this moment, everyone had no hope for Li Chen. The talented individuals remarked, as an instructor, Li Chen doesn't even have this basic knowledge. His level is just too low. But looking at his level of only 11, it's clear he has very limited experience and must know nothing. I really don't know how Li Chen managed to become an instructor. The members of the combat team looked dejected, sighing repeatedly. It seems I was the one who underestimated things, thinking Li Chen could lead us to victory. Didn't I tell you earlier? My cousin is a level 30 professional, and he told me all this. It seems that only professionals can face dungeons, other minor tools just can't hold their ground. Outside, people were discussing fervently, while inside the dungeon, the members of the Yulong battle team were already prepared. 3 chefs had started heating oil, each holding their cooking utensils at the ready. Lin Yusher and Wang Xia stood to the side, with a large bag of garlic nearby, ready to assist at any moment. Behind the kitchen team, 3 large fans were set up, aimed at the 3 frontline combat teammates, ready to carry the aroma of the dishes to the front lines. In the front line, there were 3 people, 1 lying flat on the ground, and 2 standing on either side like war gods. Seeing that the Yulong battle team was ready, Li Chen operated the terminal and skipped the waiting time. At the same time, he summoned the Tiger Sword God and the Illusion Butterfly to the back of the team, activating a small buff. After completing this series of actions, the roar of beasts echoed from deep within the dungeon. Soon, dozens of crimson rabbits came bounding in. Chang Ming wasted no time. The strength of the first wave of monsters wasn't very high, and even without stacking attributes, they could be easily slaughtered. After a few rounds, dozens of crimson rabbits were brought to the kitchen. Wang Bing grabbed one of the crimson rabbits and swiftly chopped it with a knife. Before long, the crimson rabbit was cut into evenly sized pieces of rabbit meat. At this moment, Wang Bing extended his hand and shouted, seasoning. Hearing this, Lin Yusher took a clove of garlic from the bag and activated the enchantment. An enchanted clove of garlic was placed in Wang Bing's hand, who smashed it a few times and evenly spread it over the rabbit meat. Soon, the enchanted garlic began to take effect, rapidly killing the crimson essence. After checking everything, Li Chen shouted, pass it over. Suyin took the rabbit meat, stir-frying it over high heat, and finally, after reducing the sauce, a candy-sized stir-fried meat dish made from concentrated rabbit meat was ready. Finally, Lin Yusher and Wang Xia worked together to deliver the stir-fried meat to Cheng Ming's mouth. In an instant, a surge of power filled Cheng Ming's body, granting him plus 2.4 to all attributes. After the entire process, Li Chen silently calculated the time. Roughly estimating, each dish took about 10 seconds to prepare. There was no significant difference from before, the new operations mainly focused on Wang Bing's part. However, Wang Bing's speed was extremely fast, and most of the previous time had been idle. Now, he was just a bit busier. Li Chen was quite satisfied with this effect. 10 seconds per dish meant 60 dishes in 10 minutes. Each dish could provide 2.4 to the 4-dimensional attributes, so 60 dishes would yield a total of 144 in 4-dimensional attributes. With this 144 attribute boost, Chang Ming's current level 24-dimensional attributes would exceed 220. Among them, the warrior's main attributes of strength and constitution would reach 250. This attribute level could rival that of a level 30 legendary warrior. However, this was under the condition of not having the Crimson Frenzy. Upon seeing the thick smoke ahead, Li Chen shouted, turn on the fans. Soon, the 3 fans started up, their blades slicing through
the air, sending gusts of wind that carried the aroma of the dishes towards the three combatants on the front line. The three quickly felt their limbs lighten, and when they saw the Crimson Frenzy debuff had been cleared, their faces lit up with joy as they exclaimed, "Great! The Crimson Frenzy is gone. I can't smell the blood anymore, only the aroma of the dishes. Fight! Awesome!" The three soon fought even harder, with Chang Ming wielding his whirlwind greatsword like a giant windmill. Lin Shang continuously threw hidden weapons with both hands, harvesting the small monsters. Lin Zhong, meanwhile, lay flat on the ground, constantly taunting the monsters. The monsters came rushing in like products on an assembly line, sending themselves to their doom. They were then turned into one delicious dish after another. As the waves increased, the levels of the members of the Yulong team kept rising. Chang Ming, the main force, had consumed about 60% of the experience, leveling up rapidly to 25, with the range and damage of his whirlwind slash increasing once again. Lin Shang lagged behind, having only gained 40% of the experience, reaching level 24. Lin Zhong gained experience from the taunting hood, which provided extra experience without stealing from Chang Ming and Lin Shang, and he also reached level 20. With the taunting hood and taunting cloak, Lin Zhong, under Li Chen's suggestion, chose the intimidation route. This was a type of assassin specialization, somewhat lackluster, providing no output but only applying various debuffs to enemies. However, this was exactly what the Yulong team needed. The output could be left to Cheng Ming and Lin Shang, while he just needed to play a supportive role. Lin Xiao was also continuously sending dishes to the frontline team members, assisting them. With the enhancement of the Fierce Ring, his level also reached 20, and his movements became even more nimble. The three chefs in the kitchen, due to the increase in ingredient levels, were also leveling up continuously, all reaching level 23, becoming more proficient in their culinary skills. Lin Yusher, under the enhancement of her enchanted staff, kept enchanting the dishes, reaching level 25, and becoming more skilled in enchanting. At this, Li Chen was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected the enchanter's level to rise so quickly without cooldowns, rivaling Chang Ming. At this rate, she should reach level 30 soon, and he wondered what new skills she would comprehend then. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, it was nearing noon, the time for lunch. Chen Shi and Shen Wen's groups were still waiting in place, as the earlier Xiao Zhang and Xiao Chen had already packed a bunch of lunchboxes. Seeing this, everyone picked up their lunchboxes and started digging in. However, upon catching a whiff of the delicious aroma from the Yulong team chefs, these usually tasty meals no longer seemed appealing. Reflecting on this, everyone began to lament. Honestly, although the Yulong team isn't strong, their cooking is really good. Indeed, I used to be able to eat 3 boxes of this linen pig trotter rice, but now I can't finish even one. Yeah, just smelling the dishes made by the Yulong team from afar makes me feel it's delicious. Sigh, I hope the Yulong team loses quickly. Then they can just focus on cooking instead of raiding. Just then, some who understood better whispered, "No, the food made by the Yulong team used to be quite ordinary, nothing like it is now." It seems that after Li Chen came to be their instructor, the dishes made by the Yulong team started to taste good. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed again. I say, Li Chen must have come to teach the Yulong team how to cook. Exactly, just teach them how to cook properly, why come to raid and train? The combat team members were starting to feel a bit hungry, especially seeing others eating, which made them even hungrier. Soon, a team member suggested, "Instructor Fong, it's lunchtime, let's go eat." Yeah, if we wait a bit longer, the pig's trotter rice from linen will be gone. Since we've already lost, we might as well eat something to calm our nerves. Instructor Fong rubbed his stomach, feeling the hunger. They had just engaged in some intense exercise, and it was indeed time to refuel. At the same time, he wanted to shift his focus. The thought of the Yulong team being taken out in an instant made him feel a deep sense of loss. With that in mind, Instructor Fong smiled and said, "Then let's go eat. When we come back, the Yulong team should be out too. They must be hungry as well. Let's help them get their meals ready, and we can all eat together. After all, we're in the same boat for a moment." Thus, Instructor Fong led the combat team out of the room. 10 minutes after the combat team left, curiosity began to grow among the others. Is the Yulong team really that resilient? They haven't been wiped out yet? It's so strange, it's already been 10 minutes. Not to mention Instructor MO, they must have spent at least 2 hours on the 20 waves. But the Yulong team couldn't even handle the first wave, there's no way they could last 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, the little battle god team's captain, Shui Yi, raised the corner of his mouth. He knew his tactical skills were decent and began to analyze the situation. Li Chen must be using the smell of garlic to lure the scarlet rabbit away, and with 3 fans, the scent can be spread further. The scarlet rabbit has a low IQ, so it will definitely be toyed with. This way, the Yulong team can continuously find opportunities to take down the straggling scarlet rabbits. This strategy is indeed feasible, but it's too slow, and it stops at the first wave. The second wave of Scarlet Foxes has a higher IQ and won't fall for it. In my opinion, the Yulong team can at most handle the first wave, they can't do more than that. The people around nodded in agreement, all showing expressions of approval. Yeah, I think so too. Li Chen must be using the lure tactic, a little trick to buy time. I remember instructor when saying that. The lure tactic has very low value. Looking at this, Li Chen's skills are indeed lacking. Of course. Have you ever seen an instructor who's only level 11? That's definitely trash. Just wait. When the leaderboard refreshes, the Yulong team will definitely still be on the first wave. In an instant, everyone present shared this belief, all pessimistic about Li Chen's performance. Even those who had previously held a hint of hesitation were now swayed by their teammates' explanations and no longer looked favorably upon Li Chen. While they were discussing the little battle, God team had already finished their meal, all looking radiant, clearly in excellent spirits. Seeing this, Zhenwen nodded in satisfaction and said loudly, "Little battle God team, listen up. Mealtime is over. Now, let's not discuss the Yulong team anymore, they can only be considered a source of amusement while we eat. Don't accidentally get drawn into their tactics, we are the elite. Among elites, aiming for the high-end match of 20 waves. Let's start a brief discussion on tactics. Shui, you have the highest output, you will be responsible for the left side." Then, after a brief discussion on tactics, the little battle god team members all had bright eyes, clearly having grasped every detail of the first-level dungeon. Chanwen stopped wasting words and led the little battle god team into the teleportation portal. The surrounding Dashin team nodded secretly. Instructor Wen's thinking is very clear, this time we should be able to clear 20 waves. Indeed, the configuration of the little battle god team is no less than ours. That Shui is a B-level talent professional, with his strength increased by 4 times, very powerful. My goodness. B-level talent. I'm only a C-level talent, and I already feel invincible. Isn't that right? Although we all have C-level talents, we are highly compatible, and in team battles, we will definitely overpower them. The members of the Dashin team were no longer discussing the Yulong team at this point. After all, how could they be compared to an opponent that didn't even have talent? Talent was the reason they were considered geniuses. Without talent, they were destined not to compete at a high level. At this moment, they all felt a sense of satisfaction, a wave of superiority rising within them. Just then, the door to the level 1 room was pushed open, and 2 members of the combat team cautiously walked in. They had been waiting in the cafeteria for 10 minutes. And Instructor Fong predicted that Li Chen should be coming out soon, so he sent them to assist. The two were Lu Yin and Zhang Gun, and after scanning the room, they wore puzzled expressions. They did not see the Yulong team. In this situation, there were only 2 possibilities. The first was that Li Chen and the Yulong team were still fighting inside the instance and had not yet come out. The second was that Li Chen and the Yulong team had been carried out early and had already left. After a brief moment of thought, the two began to discuss. It's been 10 minutes. Could the Yulong team still be in the instance? That's unlikely, the Yulong team's configuration is right there, they can't hold out that long. I think so too. If that's the case, the Yulong team should have been eliminated early and left by now. Seriously, they didn't even say they were eliminated. Doesn't Instructor Fong know they're waiting for them in the cafeteria? Why don't we ask the Dashin team members? They've been there, they should know the situation. The two nodded and walked over to the Dashin team. They cautiously inquired, sorry to interrupt. Did we lose? Upon hearing this, the Dashin team members looked disdainful but still spoke the truth. The Yulong team is still dragging it out in the instance. You haven't lost yet, but it should be soon. If you're going to wait, hurry and retreat to the corner, don't disrupt our tactical discussion. The two brightened at this but shivered at the last remark. They quickly moved to a corner of the room and began to observe carefully. At the same time, they took out their phones, not daring to make a call. They kept sending messages in the combat team group chat. Oh my god. The Yulong team is still fighting in the instance. Instructor Fong? Other team members? Soon after, Instructor Fong sent a message, is that true? The two immediately replied. Absolutely true. A member of the Dashin team told us in person. After a moment of silence, Instructor Fong sent another message. They must have had a burst of energy, but it should be over soon. You two just stay in the room and wait. The two replied, yes. Just as they turned off their phone screens, a noisy commotion arose from the Dashin team. Look! The leaderboard is about to refresh. Finally, we've been waiting for this moment. Holy crap! Am I seeing this right? The Yulong team actually. The two exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with curiosity about how far the Yulong team had progressed. So, they once again steeled themselves and approached. However, the expected scolding did not come. The Dashin team members were all intently staring at the leaderboard, completely ignoring them. They quickly saw the content on the big screen. First place, Dashing Team 20 waves, second place, Little War God Team 19 waves, third place, Deep Space Newbie Team 18 waves, fourth place, Yulong Team 8 waves, fifth place, Combat Team 5 waves. After seeing the information, both were shocked, exclaiming, "Holy crap! The Yulong Battle Team has reached the 8th wave. Oh my god! Are they cheating? They're even stronger than us." The exclamations of the two did not provoke any dissatisfaction from the members of the Dashing Team ahead. At that moment, they too were caught in surprise. Although reaching the 8th wave was nothing for them, the sudden turn of events still left them somewhat unprepared. The Yulong Battle Team actually made it to the 8th wave, while the Combat Team has only reached the 5th wave. If that's the case, they want to push it to 13 waves. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Immediately, someone relaxed and said, "Hey, you're overthinking it." Instructor Mo came prepared this time. They're aiming for 20 waves, and at the very least, they can get past 19 waves, that's for sure. For the Yulong Battle Team to win, they need to get through 6 more waves, which means surpassing the 14th wave. But is that even possible? The boss of the 10th wave, the Crimson Bull Chief, they definitely won't get past it. This boss is purely a mechanics monster. The war roar at the start stuns the entire team for 10 seconds, and 10 seconds is enough for the Yulong Battle Team to be wiped out. Exactly. We were wiped out multiple times before, and it was only under the instructor's guidance that we discovered this boss's weakness, needing to use the priest's silence skill to break the war roar. That distorted team of the Yulong Battle Team has no priests at all. It's a sure loss. Thus, the members of the Dashing Team analyzed and concluded the Yulong Battle Team would stop at the 10th wave, and the Deep Space Newbie Team would win for sure. After a sigh of relief, the members of the Dashing Team immediately noticed Luin and Zhang Gun behind them. They couldn't help but look displeased and shouted, "Didn't we tell you to wait in the corner? Why did you come back on your own? Hurry back. We'll notify you when the Yulong Battle Team comes out." The two were startled by the words. They had actually been greedy. They had only intended to take a quick glance at the rankings and then leave. However, upon seeing the rankings, they were involuntarily shocked and were held captive by the sight. Once they regained their composure, the two repeatedly apologized. Sorry. We got carried away. We won't make the same mistake next time." After saying that, they quickly returned to the corner. However, this time, they couldn't calm down for a long time. After a brief silence, the two took out their phones and sent a message. "Big news is coming. Big news is coming. Do you know how many waves the Yulong Battle Team has reached?" After a moment of silence, a member of the Combat Team quickly replied, "Isn't it just past the first wave? What's the big deal?" Exactly, our Combat Team's configuration could only get past 1 wave when we first arrived. The performance of the Yulong Battle Team shows that Li Chen is indeed a qualified instructor. Seeing the teammates' responses, the corners of their mouths curled up slightly as they continued to send messages. No. Keep guessing." The teammates' nonsensical guesses quickly appeared on the screen. Could it be that they passed the 2nd wave? Nope. Guess again. The 3rd wave? Nope. The 4th? Guess again. At this point, the members of the Combat Team in the cafeteria were already in a daze. This isn't right. That isn't right. Could it be that the Yulong Battle Team has passed the 5th wave? Their record is the same as theirs? Instructor Fong was the first to react, picking up his phone to type. Could it be that the Yulong Battle Team has passed 5 waves? The two on the screen sent another message. Still not right. Guess again. Seeing the information that appeared on the screen, everyone was once again taken aback. Immediately, a team member voiced in surprise, "The Yulong Battle Team actually surpassed us. How is that possible?" "Yeah. Their configuration is so weak, how could they possibly surpass us?" After a brief moment of shock, the members of the battle team suddenly had a gleam in their eyes. Could it be that the Yulong team had been hiding their strength all along? If that were the case, they might really win. Once they realized this, everyone began tapping on their phones again, sending messages. "Hey, can you stop keeping us in suspense? Don't make us guess anymore." "Yeah, do you know how torturous this is?" Luin and Zhang Gun raised the corners of their mouths slightly. They had enjoyed themselves enough, and it was time to reveal the answer. The Yulong team has reached the 8th wave. So, what do you think? Surprised? However, after sending this message, no one replied for a long time. At this moment, the members of the battle team stared blankly at the number 8 on the screen. The Yulong team reached the 8th wave? They had thought the Yulong team would perform well, but they never expected it to be this good. After the shock, hope ignited in their eyes again, and their minds began to wander infinitely. Was there a possibility that Li Chen wasn't bragging before, and the Yulong team could really carry them to victory? Great! The Yulong team has now reached the 8th wave. They just need to get through a few more waves, and maybe we can win. Indeed, we have hope.
We can continue training tomorrow. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and pack some food, let's go to the first level room. So, everyone started to pack up, wanting to go to the first level room to eat while waiting for the results. However, Instructor Fong quietly stopped them. Put it down. Leave the food here and eat right here. Before the battle team members could process this, Instructor Fong continued, I have to admit that the Yulong team's performance is indeed impressive. They reached 8 waves on the first day of tackling the first level dungeon. He then sighed, alas, it's a pity that the opponent is the Deep Space Rookie team. With their current training level, plus the experience of clearing the dungeon from the Dashin team, they will definitely push for 20 waves, at the very least, they can reach 19 waves. Our battle team has only cleared 5 waves, and the Yulong team needs to clear 14 waves for us to have a chance of winning. But 14 waves, do you think that's possible? Even a strong team like Dashin was stuck at 14 waves for a long time, only breaking through to 20 waves. After Chen Shi arrived. After hearing Instructor Fong's words, everyone put down their actions and sat back down, continuing to pick at their food. Yes, they were still too naive, just seeing a glimmer of hope made them think they could win. However, after a rational analysis, they quickly realized that victory was impossible. Instructor Fong sighed, picked up his phone, and began typing. I understand. You two continue to wait. Contact me if anything happens. Seeing Instructor Fong's reply, the two waiting in the first level room also lost interest. Zhang Gun, hey, why is the reaction so muted? Shouldn't it be bigger? The more rational Luing thought for a long time, his eyes losing their shine, his shoulders drooping. Alas, I think I understand what Instructor Fong means. Although the sudden outburst of the Yulong team is indeed exhilarating. But the reality is cruel, the opponent is the Deep Space Rookie team, who just reached 18 waves, and now they might be able to hit 19 waves. The Yulong team still needs to clear 6 more waves. After hearing his teammates' words, Zhang Gan also understood the harshness of the situation, put down his phone, and stared blankly ahead. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the wails of monsters echoed continuously. After overcoming the 2 challenges of Crimson Frenzy and food poisoning, the delivery team was finally no longer restricted. At this moment, Cheng Ming stood like a war god, just standing there made the monsters feel fear. However, despite their fear, they still inexplicably charged forward to their doom. Chang Ming did not hold back, with the enhancement of the dishes and, most importantly, the effect of the unparalleled halo, he transformed into a harvesting machine. With Lin Shang's fire support, Cheng Ming directly blocked the monster spawn point, killing one monster after another. Thus, the efficiency of the Yulong team in monster farming was exceptionally high, and before they knew it, they had taken down 10 waves of bosses in a flash. With the death of the 10 waves of bosses, the Yulong team cleared the waves and entered a 5-minute halftime break. Li Chen did not waste this brief moment, scanning the situation of everyone in the Yulong team. Yulong team, report your progress. Li Chen said sternly. Upon hearing this, the members of the Yulong team quickly stood up straight and began to report their status. Chang Ming, I'm already level 30. I'm ridiculously strong now. Lin Shang, level 28, a bit of output. Lin Zhong, Lin Xia, level 23, I'm currently lying on the ground, and the surrounding enemies will fear me, taking 23% more damage. I'm also level 23, but I haven't improved much. 2 chefs, level 25, we can fry dishes like crazy. Now, we can keep frying. Lin Yusher, level 25, feeling a bit of improvement. After listening to everyone's reports, Li Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the Yulong team to level up so quickly. Especially Chang Ming reaching level 30 directly. It's worth noting that the combat team had already come a day early to farm the level 1 dungeon. Even then, everyone was only around level 22. After a brief moment of thought, his furrowed brows gradually relaxed. The experience distribution method of the Yulong team was different from other teams. Other teams split the monster experience evenly among 8 members, while in the Yulong team, it was Cheng Ming and Lin Shang who absorbed the experience. The other members gained experience through other means and did not compete for combat experience. This led to the Yulong team accumulating total experience several times that of other teams. Consequently, this was why the Yulong team's levels rose so rapidly. Just as Li Chen was pondering, the members of the Yulong team spoke up. Su Yu, it's your turn to report. What's wrong? Why are you frozen in place? The people around quickly noticed something was off with Su Yun and turned to look, with Li Chen also curiously glancing over. Su Yun, with a face full of joy, exclaimed, I'm actually level 30. I'm actually level 30. He had been highly focused on frying dishes and hadn't realized that his level had quietly reached 30. Now, he was undoubtedly the strongest chef in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Most importantly, at level 30, he had comprehended the skill of multiple frying. Multiple frying, when dishes are finished, 2 dishes will be produced. After reaching level 30, for every additional 10 levels, 1 more dish will be added. After a brief moment of joy, Suyun excitedly said, Instructor Yen, I've comprehended multiple frying. This is a divine skill. He then showcased the description of multiple frying. Upon seeing this, joy spread across everyone's faces. Wow! Suyun! You've really taken off. Yeah. This multiple frying perfectly fits our delivery strategy. You've taken off. Li Chen's eyes lit up as well. He hadn't expected a level 30 chef to be like this. Now that Suyun was level 30, he could simultaneously produce 2 dishes. That meant double the output. The buffs provided would also be doubled. With the current 10-second cooking speed of the chef team, one pot with 2 dishes would yield 12 dishes in a minute. In 10 minutes, that would be 120 dishes, each increasing the 4-dimensional attributes by about 2.5. Cumulatively, stacking it all would directly increase the 4-dimensional attributes by 300. That was equivalent to the base attributes of a level 40 legendary class. Professional. With Cheng Ming currently at level 30 and base attributes around 120, adding this 300 attribute boost along with equipment bonuses would reach a terrifying 450 in total 4-dimensional attributes. This panel, at level 30, can be said to be quite exaggerated. You must know that for legendary level professionals of the same level, their 4 attributes are only around 240, and with equipment, it's about 300. Among professionals, there is an unwritten rule: without talents, when your attributes exceed by about 50%, you can take on 5 opponents. When your attributes exceed by 100%, you can take on 10 directly. This means that right now, Cheng Ming, in a state of extreme anger, can take on 5 legendary level professionals without talents. However, legendary level professionals generally have various talents, which would significantly reduce that capability. Taking on 2.5 should still be possible. Plus, with the auras of the Tiger Sword God and the illusory light disc, it could be even more, as long as he isn't taken out in one hit. Taking on 8 should be manageable. After a rough calculation, Li Chen gained a simple understanding of Cheng Ming's combat power. Although it was impressive, it still wasn't enough. He needed to defeat strong teams like the DXIN team. They were all legendary level professionals on average, and the Yulong team was currently facing them head-on, which was quite difficult. However, under the current circumstances, in this level 1 dungeon, the Yulong team was still unafraid of them. The reason was simple: the Yulong team had overcome the debuff of Crimson Frenzy and could fight at full strength. Other teams had to fight while enduring the debuff, which greatly reduced their power. Moreover, whenever he was unhappy, he would give his teammates legendary level equipment. For others, legendary level equipment was like a treasure, but for Li Chen, he had plenty of it. After a brief silence, Li Chen nodded slightly. Suyun, you are excellent. He then continued, now, to inspire everyone. When you reach level 30, come over to me to receive another legendary level treasure chest. After saying that, Li Chen took out 2 legendary level treasure chests and shouted, Cheng Ming, Suyun, come over to claim your treasure chests. Looking at the 2 shining golden treasure chests on the ground, the members of the Yulong team around them wore blank expressions. They were currently overwhelmed with shock. Instructor Yen actually had legendary level treasure chests. Just how many legendary level treasure chests does Instructor Yen have? What exactly is Instructor Yan's identity? Immediately, Cheng Ming and Suyun shook their heads repeatedly, refusing. No, Instructor Yen, this is too precious. We don't deserve it. Yeah. You've already given us 2 pieces of legendary level equipment. We are very grateful. Just as everyone was about to say something else, Li Chen waved his hand and said, legendary level equipment is meant to be used to unleash its power. With these pieces of equipment, you can clear dungeons better. In this way, everyone's training will improve faster, and the chances of winning the championship will be higher. Upon hearing this, Cheng Ming and Suyun felt a mix of emotions. Instructor Yen had sacrificed so much to help their Yulong team stand up. Time and again, he had reached into his own pocket to provide them with equipment and customize strategies for them. This kindness was something they could not repay. They could only repay it by winning the championship. Understanding this, Cheng Ming's face turned resolute as he walked up to the treasure chests. After a moment of silence, he shouted, let's see what we get. A flash of golden light passed, and Cheng Ming held an ancient-looking glove in his hand. Gluttonous gloves rank, legendary set position, gloves strength plus 50 equipment skill, can't stop, automatically consumes dishes. Gluttonous set 2-piece set, devour magic, can devour incoming magic every 30 seconds and add the magic power to the next skill. After seeing the attributes of the gloves, everyone around wore expressions of disbelief. Wow! Cheng Ming, you're so lucky. You got another piece of a legendary set. This is outrageous, and it's all part of the gluttonous set. Now I'm invincible. With this 2-piece set effect, I'm taking off. Li Chen's eyes lit up at this sight, not expecting Cheng Ming to be so lucky. It's worth noting that at that time, Li Chen had opened over 100 legendary treasure chests just to gather pet equipment.
Most of those were obtained from abyss chests. Yet Cheng Ming managed to pull 2 single
draws and got 2 fully compatible sets.
Compared to that, Li Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. He was just too unlucky.
But it didn't matter. If one chest didn't yield results, then he would open 10, and if 10 didn't work, then 100.
The more chests he opened, the more likely he would get high compatibility equipment.
However, in Li Chen's current situation, legendary equipment no longer attracted him. What he wanted was the creation level equipment that existed in the formula book. Coincidentally, the talent of the thief mouse was greed, significantly
increases the probability of obtaining legendary and epic equipment, while also having a very low chance of obtaining creation level equipment.
There was a very low chance of obtaining creation level equipment, though he didn't know the exact probability. But since there was a chance, he could stack it through quantity, it would eventually drop.
Just thinking about having a piece of creation level equipment excited him.
After a moment
of reflection, Li Chen silently said to himself, "It seems that after purifying the abyss curse, I need to farm some dungeons.
But for now,
I should focus on training the dragon team so they can win the championship. That opportunity to challenge the Sky Tower is very important." Once he figured this out, Li Chen looked at Su Yun and said, "Su Yun, you should open yours quickly. After that, we need to continue farming
dungeons."
Su Yun nodded, wiped the grease off his hands, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Legendary treasure chest.
Activate." After a flash
of golden light, a shiny golden wrench appeared in his hand.
Golden wrench, for use by mechanics, equipment skill, screw tightening is more
precise. Looking at the golden wrench in his hand, Su Yun was speechless. The people around him saw this and comforted him. "Su Yun, this is the
normal drop rate.
Yeah, there's no need to feel down. The 5 spice pot and cumin iron spoon you got before are already more than enough." After feeling a bit down, Su Yun looked at Li Chen with an apologetic expression and said, "Instructor Yen, I'm sorry, I didn't seize the opportunity. I wasted a legendary treasure chest for you." Li Chen, hearing this, felt helpless. It was just a legendary treasure chest. Was it really that serious? If they knew that he had opened over 100 legendary treasure chests just to get one usable piece of equipment, he wondered what their expressions would be.
After a brief moment of reflection, Li Chen said lightly, "It's just a legendary treasure chest. If it's gone, it's gone.
Everyone, get ready, we need to farm dungeons. We can't afford to wait too long, our delivery team can't stop."
Upon hearing
this, Su Yun no longer felt down and immediately returned to the large pot, one hand on the 5 spice pot and the other on the cumin iron spoon, standing at the ready. The other team members also took their positions, all wearing excited expressions. The reason was simple: once they reached level 30, they would have a chance to open a legendary treasure chest. With this reward, everyone was filled with fighting spirit, especially Cheng Ming, whose whirlwind greatsword was already eager for action. With the 2-piece Tao Tai set, he was particularly energized. Seeing this, Li Chen didn't waste any time and directly skipped the waiting period. Soon, the deep dungeon echoed with the low growls of beasts. One by one, crimson jackals emerged from the darkness, their strength 3 times greater than the previous monsters.
However, facing Cheng
Ming with the Tao Tai 2-piece set and Su Yun, who mastered multiple cooking techniques, being 3 times stronger was still not enough. Before long, as time passed, the wails of the monsters in the dungeon became increasingly frequent.
Cheng Ming's attributes once again reached their limit, and with the enhancement from the gluttonous gloves, his strength soared to a terrifying 500.
Any monster that merely brushed against the spinning greatsword would die on the spot. Cheng Ming pressed the attack, once again blocking the monster's respawn point, his greatsword dancing with impenetrable precision. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the members of the Dashin team wore relaxed expressions. However, as time ticked by, they still had not seen any signs of the teleportation portal activating. This made them feel uneasy, and they began to whisper among themselves.
"Hey, another 10 minutes have passed, hasn't the Yulong team come out yet? My goodness! Could it be that the Yulong team has broken through again? Have they reached wave 10? Impossible. We didn't have such exaggeration back then. Who reaches wave 10 on the first day?
Just wait, they should be coming out soon. I boldly predict that the Yulong team will stop at wave 10. As soon as he finished speaking, the teleportation portal shimmered.
Seeing this, everyone wore expressions of "I knew it," and said
casually, "I told you.
They must be coming out soon."
However, I have to say, the Yulong team is indeed a bit interesting, but that's about it. Of course, compared to us geniuses, they
definitely fall short.
However, as the figures of several people appeared from the teleportation portal, everyone was left dumbfounded.
Chen Mo led the Deep Space newbie team into view, and at that
moment, they all looked charred, clearly having been scorched by fire.
Chen Mo stepped forward and sighed, "Alas brother Shi, we made a mistake, stopping at wave 20. That last wave, I didn't Expect that Scarlet Moon could attack from that angle, it was too sneaky. Our priest was taken out on the spot, and we ended up being worn down. We could have won. Alas, we should have had a warrior defend in the middle.
Seeing this, Chen-Shi remained unmoved. The Deep Space newbie team stopping at Wave 20 did not surprise him. He only mentioned the general battle strategy. As for the specific details, he naturally couldn't cover everything. This is a measure of a tactician's overall strength, and Chen Mo had just stepped into the rank of a level 1 tactician, so he naturally lacked a bit of intuition. However, this was normal, not everyone has tactical talent like him, Chen-Shi. His goal was to match Chen Bei, so naturally, he was not someone others could compare to. After feeling a bit pleased, Chen-Shi slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly, let's consider it experience. But Wave 19 should be enough. Defeating the Yulong team and the combat team should suffice. Upon hearing the names of the Yulong team and the combat team, Chen Mo scoffed. What a joke, the Yulong team. The combat team? They were even worthy of being compared to them? They were merely insignificant ants that could be dealt with easily. Thinking of this, Chen Mo glanced around, and still, he did not see Li Chen and the others, while two members of the combat team were hiding in a corner. After a brief moment of thought, Chen Mo understood, Li Chen must have run away early. As for Li Chen still fighting inside the dungeon, how could that be possible? With this in mind, Chen Mo looked at the dungeon manager, Old Lu, and said sternly, Old Lu, what's going on? How did you let that kid Li Chen escape? The outcome is already decided, hurry and let them fulfill their bet. Especially that Li Chen, he must be humiliated thoroughly. The dungeon manager, Old Lu, turned pale and quickly said, Instructor Mo. You don't know. Although you reached Wave 19 and the outcome is decided, the Yulong team is still inside the dungeon. The betting hasn't ended yet. Chen-Shi also said from the side, Mo. Don't be anxious, your performance is quite good. Li Chen absolutely cannot win. Hearing this, Chen Mo stopped saying anything. Since Chen-Shi had said so, he would just quietly wait for the victory. Chen Mo also stopped looking at the big screen, as it seemed very unconfident. Instead, he turned his attention to the members of the Deep Space newbie team and began to call them out for criticism. Xiao Lu. What's wrong with you as a priest? Didn't I tell you to stay back? Why did you take 2 steps forward? Do you know that those 2 steps directly determined the outcome? Xiao Lu, who was called out, turned pale and hurriedly said, I wanted to heal someone, Instructor Mo. Didn't you tell me to pay attention to the health of the front row? But the distance was too far at that time, I could only move a bit closer. Chen Mo looked displeased and said sternly, can't you be more flexible? Didn't I tell you half an hour ago about the 80 attack methods of the Crimson Moon boss? It's been an hour. As a member of the Deep Space newbie team, you should know them like the back of your hand. Xiao Lu fell silent, he really couldn't help it, the time was too short, and he only remembered 20 attack methods. Then, Chen Mo looked at another warrior and said unhappily, and you, Xiao Wang, can't you pay attention to the back row? As a warrior? As long as you move back a bit and block the opponent, we would have won. However, this time, the warrior didn't respond, just staring in shock at the big screen ahead. Seeing this, Chen Mo's face showed displeasure as he shouted, didn't you hear me speaking? As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he was the only one shouting, looking quite ridiculous. The people around were all staring in surprise at the big screen, their mouths agape. Even Chen-Shi opened his tightly closed eyes, his brows slightly furrowed. Seeing this, Chen Mo quickly turned to look at the big screen, and several lines of clear information appeared before his eyes. First place, De Xian Team, 20 waves. Second place, Xiao Zhanshan Team, 19 waves. Third place, Deep Space Newbie Team, 19 waves. Fourth place, Yulong Team, 14 waves. Fifth place, Battle Team, 5 waves. The moment he saw the rankings, Chen Mo's mind exploded with a loud bang. Although the third place was still the Deep Space newbie team he led, it seemed he had lost the bet. The Yulong team had now completed 14 waves, and when added to the 5 waves of the battle team, it was exactly 19 waves. According to the terms of the bet, if the opponent's total waves were greater than or equal to his, then he had lost. But, how could this be possible? How could Chen Mo lose? Absolutely impossible. However, the facts were right in front of him, and the people around had already begun to exclaim, what the hell? The Yulong team actually reached 14 waves. How is that possible? The 10th wave with the Crimson Bull Chief, how did they handle it? Absolutely impossible. Yeah, the Bull Chief releases a war roar as soon as he appears, they definitely wouldn't know that the first time they fought, they would suffer a loss. The 2 members of the battle team in the corner also noticed the commotion ahead and cautiously walked over. When they saw the top 3 lines on the big screen, they sighed inwardly, sigh we lost. The Deep Space newbie team indeed reached 19 waves, although they didn't clear it, it directly determined the outcome, however. Upon seeing the next line, the 2 suddenly jumped up, no longer cautious, and exclaimed, what the hell? The Yulong team reached 14 waves.
They quickly calculated and couldn't help but feel ecstatic. 14 plus 5 equals 19 waves. The total waves we wanted are greater than or equal to the Deep Space Newbie team. We won. Great. This way, we can continue training. Hurry up and inform Instructor Fong about this. After saying that, they took out their phones and sent a message. The big one is coming. The big one is coming. Stop eating and hurry over to room 1. Instructor Fong on the other side of the screen frowned slightly upon seeing the message. So it has finally come. Li Chen and the others should have finished the dungeon by now. They must have lost. Right. However, it was unexpected that Chen Mo was so eager to make them look bad. Still, out of caution, he replied, "Did we lose?" The teammates around him nervously stared at their phone screens. Although their chances of winning were extremely low, what if a miracle happened? However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no response from the other side. Meanwhile, in room 1, just as the two members of the battle team were about to reply with "We won," Chen Mo suddenly appeared in front of them. He snatched the phone and slammed it heavily on the ground. The power of a professional was immense, and the phone shattered instantly. While the two were still in a daze, Chen Mo pointed at them and shouted loudly, "What were you barking about just now? What do you mean you won? You won nothing. How could I, Chen Mo, possibly lose? How could I kneel down and apologize?" The thought of the humiliation after losing the bet made Chen Mo lose control. He was a core member of the Chun family from Beihai. How could he kneel down and apologize to that waste, Li Chen? Absolutely not. Chen Mo's voice was piercing, and everyone present heard him clearly. Soon, the members of the Deep Space Newbie team also realized the seriousness of the situation. They were a team composed of the chosen ones. How could they be defeated by two ragtag teams? Their victory was not legitimate and didn't count at all. Thus, the entire Deep Space Newbie team united in protest, shouting, "I request to modify the bet. We should compete against the Yulong team alone." Exactly. Instructor Mo was just joking to stir the atmosphere. It shouldn't be taken as a bet. Right. A bet must be fair and just. How can it be 1 against 2? Chun. Mo shouted back, "Old Lu, hurry up and change the content of this bet. We won't do 1 against 2, let the Yulong team compete against us alone. But we are not unreasonable people, let's give the Yulong team a small advantage. As long as their score is equal to or greater than ours, we'll consider them the winners. How about that? This is fair, right?" Hearing this, Old Lu, the dungeon manager, looked very displeased. He never expected that Chun Mo would go back on his word and even go so far as to modify the bet's content. However, with the Beihai Chen family backing him, he couldn't afford to offend them. He was just an ordinary mechanic, merely a lowly worker. Still, he held on to hope. Although Chen Mo was going back on his word, his boss, Chen Shi, might be a reasonable person. Perhaps he would come out and say a few words, so he wouldn't have to violate professional ethics. With this thought, Old Lu cautiously looked at Chen Shi and whispered, "Instructor Shi, what do you think about this bet?" However, Chen Shi had his eyes tightly closed, sitting cross-legged, and had already begun meditating. Clearly, he had tacitly approved of Chen Mo's actions. Seeing this, Old Lu understood and helplessly said, "Li Chen, don't blame me. I had no choice." After silently apologizing in his heart, Old Lu operated the betting robot. Soon, under his authority as a manager, he successfully modified the bet's content. The betting robot then emitted a cold mechanical voice. Betting changes. Betting content, score betting. In the case of equal scores, the Yulong team wins. Betting parties, Yulong team, Deep Space Newbie team, wager, the losing side must have their instructor kneel and admit fault, and the team cannot come for training. The number of training sessions will be handled by the winner. After hearing the voice of the betting robot, Chen Mo finally relaxed a bit and said casually, "Very good, I think this bet is fair and just, don't you all agree?" After saying this, he looked at everyone one by one, then his gaze lingered on the two members of the combat team. The surrounding talented players nodded in agreement and exclaimed, "Absolutely right. A bet should be one-on-one to be interesting. How can it be a case of many against few?" Exactly, I remember this year's team competition had some teams maliciously teaming up, right? I couldn't even watch it, it was too shameless. Oh, you watched this year's team competition? I haven't seen it in ages. It must be our big guild in first place again. Nothing interesting. Indeed, for geniuses like us, watching those things is just a waste of time. It's better to run a few more dungeons. Those common profession players are the ones who watch all day. As the talented ones were discussing, the two combat team members felt immense pressure under Chen Mo's gaze and could only whisper, "No. No objections. Instructor Mo's decision is very rational." After saying this, they sighed inwardly. They couldn't be blamed for being so cowardly. Facing the Chen family of Beihai, these reserve members of medium-sized guilds simply couldn't compete. The other side controlled
The high-level strategists of the three major guilds, it would be too easy for them to crush them. Hearing the two's concession, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Chenmo's mouth. This wasn't being unreasonable. This was also a tactic, using one's background to adjust the content of the bet according to needs, thereby increasing one's own winning chances. Isn't this the strongest tactic? Thinking of this, Chen Mo no longer felt ashamed and looked at the two with disdain, saying, "Alright, since both parties of the bet have changed, you can rest assured now. Just in time, you still have one more training session, come over tonight." Upon hearing this, the two nodded repeatedly and exited the first level room. Once the two figures left, Chen Shi suddenly looked at Old Lu and said in a magnetic voice, "Old Lu, help others to the end, delete the betting robot's historical records. Once this matter is settled, our Chen family of Beihai will reward you handsomely." At this moment, in the cafeteria, Instructor Fong and the others had almost finished eating, and seeing that there was still no reply on their phones, they couldn't help but look puzzled. Soon, a team member put down his chopsticks and said unhappily, "What are Luin and Zhang Gun doing? Why haven't they messaged back?" Then, another person stood up and said, "Luin is meticulous, he shouldn't just not reply. Could it be that something happened to them?" Upon hearing this, the faces of the combat team were filled with worry as they said, "No way, although the Chen family of Beihai has a lot of influence, this is a military stronghold, they should be cautious. Sai, even if they might be cautious on the surface, they are all strategists, it's too easy for them to play tricks on us behind the scenes. Instructor Fong, why don't we go check it out? We're almost done eating anyway. Yeah, let's just forget about the dinner with the Yulong battle." Team. After thinking for a moment, Instructor Fong nodded. Although he couldn't compete with the Chen family of Beihai, he could still protect his team members. Just as he was about to go over in person, two familiar voices came from a distance. Instructor Fong, something happened. Instructor Fong, there's been a change." As the voices came, the two rushed in front of everyone, panting heavily. Seeing the familiar faces of the two, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Instructor Fong also relaxed. As long as his team members were safe, that was good. Once he calmed down, Instructor Fong patted the shoulders of the two and patiently asked, "Luin, Zhang Gun, what happened?" After the two caught their breath for a moment, Zhang Gun spoke first. "Not good, no, it's too good, wait, it's not too good." Upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows, wondering whether it was good or bad. Fortunately, the more rational Luin organized his thoughts and clearly said, "There's a good piece of news and a not so bad piece of news. Which one do you want to hear first?" At this, everyone looked curious, and Instructor Fong also appeared puzzled, casually saying, "Then let's hear the good news first." Luin nodded and suddenly said, "The good news, we won." At the last moment, the Yulong team created a miracle and surpassed 14 waves. After just a few simple sentences, the team members present fell into shock. What? The Yulong team surpassed 14 waves? Were they dreaming? However, looking at Lu Yin's determined face, everyone, after a brief hesitation, erupted in joy. "Wow! We won, we can continue training. I apologize for looking down on the Yulong team before, they are amazing. Incredible, Instructor Yen wasn't deceiving us, the Yulong team really carried us." After praising the Yulong team a few times, everyone looked relaxed and joked, "Oh, why didn't you tell us this good news earlier? You told us not to eat on our phones, how are we supposed to know?" Yeah, a notification on the phone would have sufficed. No need for all this mystery. However, the two could only smile wryly, and Zhang Gun said, "Our phones were smashed by Chen Mo." Upon hearing this, everyone looked confused again, and Instructor Fong turned to Luin. He had already begun to feel something was off. Chen Mo was making things difficult for the two, and it seemed he was up to something. Thinking this, he patiently said, "Now, tell us about that not so good news." Luin nodded and clearly stated, "It's like this." Chen Mo, unable to accept defeat, temporarily modified the terms of the bet. Upon hearing this, incredulity appeared on everyone's faces, and they exclaimed, "What? Chen Mo is so shameless, this was their proposed bet, and now they're changing it. Damn, being able to change the bet, what's the point of even playing? Winning or losing is entirely up to them. Indeed, this bet is not fair at all. Where's the dungeon administrator, Old Lu? Why isn't he stepping in?" Sai, if I'm not mistaken, Old Lu is also in a tough spot. The Chen family from Beihai is quite formidable, and it would be too easy for them to deal with him. After a brief pause, Luing continued, "They changed the betting parties to the Yulong team and the Deep Space Newbies team. We withdrew from the bet. Chen Mo said that this one-on-one setup is a fair bet." After Luing finished speaking, the combat team members fell into a daze. Soon, someone voiced their dissatisfaction. "Goodness, Chen Mo really can't take the heat. And he dares to call it fair." Exactly. The bet was proposed by them, and now that they lost, they have a whole bunch of excuses. One-on-one fair? The Yulong team just came to train today, while the Deep Space Newbies team has been training for several days already.
Is that called fair?
Immediately after, someone in the crowd quietly said, but this doesn't seem too bad for us, does it? Everything has returned to square one. We still have a chance to train, we just need to go train at night, which is a bit tight on time.
Indeed, it's still somewhat acceptable.
But the Yulong team is in a tough spot. They need to fight through 19 waves to win, which is basically a guaranteed loss.
After a few analyses,
the combat team members all understood the situation.
They looked at Instructor Fong and asked, Instructor Fong, should we just leave the Yulong team alone? We can come back to train in the evening.
Indeed, after all, we are just teammates with the Yulong battle team during the gamble.
However, that said, we are still teammates. Abandoning them like this is not the style of the battle team. Exactly. If we don't stand up for the Yulong battle team now, will we just abandon our own teammates next time? We are the battle team. We are supposed to fight until the very last moment. Instructor Fong, let's go and speak up for the Yulong battle team. In an instant, two voices emerged within the team, and Instructor Fong was at a loss.
Rationality told him not to get involved. Now that Chen Mo had given them a chance, they should retreat. However, a spark was burning in his heart as he thought of his brother. That day, when he was trapped in the abyssal dungeon, he must have hoped someone would come to save him. Just like the Yulong battle team now, they needed someone to step up and rescue them. But then, Instructor Fong let out a bitter smile. If he sacrificed the entire battle team for his personal reasons, then he wouldn't deserve to be called an instructor. Thinking of this, he said loudly, everyone in the battle team, listen up. Do not get involved in this matter. The whole team will return to discuss tactics now, and we will use the remaining training opportunity tonight. After saying this, he looked at Luin and said earnestly, Luin, as the team leader, you will command the team members. I will now explain some of the battle team's training plans and the direction for each member. Luin nodded in response, listening seriously. However, the more he listened, the more something felt off. Instructor Fong's descriptions, were they a bit too detailed? At this level of detail, he was already starting to take out paper and pen to record. After a while, Instructor Fong finished explaining some details, and Luin looked bewildered. Instructor Fong's summary had exceeded expectations, and he found it hard to understand. Before he could ponder, Instructor Fong sent over a 10G tactical document. Then he continued earnestly, Luin, for the specific explanations here, if you don't understand anything, just look it up. I have high hopes for you, you will definitely become a tactician in the future. After saying this, he turned to leave, waved his hand, and whispered, well then, see you again if fate allows. With that, Instructor Fong left the scene. Seeing this, some of the more astute team members asked. In confusion, Instructor Fong, why did he say see you again if fate allows? Aren't we going to see him again tonight? I don't know, maybe this way of saying goodbye is cooler. Yeah, it should be so. Instructor Fong must be going back to the instructor's dorm to think about future strategic directions. Let's get going. We should head back too. However, Luin was looking at his phone and waved his hand, saying, you all go back. First, I have something to do. The members of the battle team shivered at the sight of the dense tactical terms on Lu Yin's phone screen. Soon, they exchanged a few simple words and left the scene, leaving Luin sitting there. Luin looked at the detailed tactical document, his face filled with shock. This was Instructor Fong's tactical notes, the culmination of his life's tactical achievements. Recalling Instructor Fong's parting words, he was once again taken aback. Instructor Fong was essentially taking him as a disciple. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and Luin quickly got up and headed to the instructor's dorm. He wanted to discuss it with Instructor Fong. Meanwhile, in the first level room, everyone had once again relaxed, chatting and laughing with each other. Although the means were a bit, well, as long as we can win, nothing else matters. Indeed, as geniuses, we should have everything go our way. How can we let this dragon team dampen our spirits? But this dragon team should have reached their limit, right? They won't break through again. We can't handle that. What are you thinking? The dragon team can't stir up any waves. The two members of the Beihaichen family were quietly discussing among themselves. Chen Mo felt a bit guilty and looked at Chen Shi, saying, Brother Shi, will what I'm doing affect the image of our Beihaichen family? Upon hearing this, Chen Shi's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, the impact is inevitable, but it doesn't matter. As long as we crush our way into the top 3, as for Li Chen and the others, if they're unhappy, we can deal with them secretly, they're insignificant. Now, you should think about how to insult Li Chen next. After hearing Chen Shi's words, Chen Mo finally calmed down like he had taken a reassuring pill. Yes. With Chen Shi backing him up, what was there to be afraid of? Now, he could Just enjoy the pleasure before the victory of the bet. As expected of Brother Shi, with your words, it's much easier for me to get things done. Just. As everyone was chatting and laughing, the door to the first level room swung open, and Instructor Fong, along with 2 military professionals in uniforms, stormed in. They walked straight up to Chen Mo, and Instructor Fong said loudly, "Chen Mo, I heard you modified the bet? That's not good." Upon hearing this, everyone present turned to look, seeing Instructor Fong standing in front of Chen Mo with 2 level 60 professionals. Behind them were about 10 military staff members, all looking at Chen Mo. Upon seeing the 2 military personnel, Chen Shi couldn't help but smile. "So it's the Grand Commander and the Chief Mechanic. What brings you here today?" Hearing this, the Grand Commander, Zhang Jun, who was tall and rugged, replied coldly, "I didn't want to interfere in your team's matters. After all, friction can promote growth. But I heard from Instructor Fong that you casually modified the bet? That's not acceptable." In response, Chen Shi maintained a respectful expression. The man before him was one of the top 10 commanders in the military, and his strength was on par with his own. However, he wasn't afraid. The betting robot's historical records had been deleted, and the evidence was destroyed. Thinking of this, he confidently said, "Commander Zhong, if you have questions, you can check the betting robot's historical records." After saying this, he respectfully stepped aside, and Commander Zhong didn't waste any words, signaling to Xia Lin beside him before standing straight. Xia Lin stepped forward, and after a series of operations, he whispered, "There's no record of the bet being modified in the historical records, but some data in the core area is clearly abnormal. It has obviously been forcefully cleared. It's just that we don't know if this data was from the previous unmodified bet." After saying this, Xia Lin looked up, his eyes fixed on Old Lu beside him. "Old Lu, are you sure you didn't modify the data before?" Upon hearing this, Old Lu felt a storm of emotions. He hadn't expected Xia Lin's mechanical skills to be so high. He could actually find traces of his actions. Perhaps it was better to just tell the truth. He felt he couldn't hide it from Xia Lin. After hesitating for a moment, Old Lu was about to speak when Chen Mo suddenly interjected, "Old Lu, you didn't modify the bet, did you? If I remember correctly, that would lead to dismissal. But it's okay, you can come work for our Beihaichen family as a technician later, the treatment won't be bad." Upon hearing this, Old Lu was taken aback. Yes, he had just been shocked by Xia Lin and forgot this detail. Moreover, from Chen Mo's tone, if he dared to tell the truth today, he would definitely reap good rewards in the future. Thinking of this, Old Lu adjusted his mindset. Logically, he had cleaned everything up very well, and even if Xia Lin's skills were superb, he could only harbor doubts. So, he forced himself to remain calm and said, "Really, there isn't." Upon hearing this, Xia Lin no longer made eye contact with Old Lu. After tapping the keyboard, he said, "In that case, let's go with this for the bet." After he finished speaking, the betting robot emitted an electronic voice. "Bet content, wave number bet, in the case of equal wave numbers, the Yulong team wins. Betting parties, Yulong team, Deep Space Newbie team, wager, the losing side must bow and admit fault, and the team cannot come for training. The number of training sessions will be handled by the winner." Current battle situation, 1419, however, Instructor Fong was unconvinced and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I clearly saw it before. Our combat team fought alongside the Yulong team against the Deep Space Newbie team. This bet has definitely been modified." After his words, the scene fell silent again. After a long while, Captain Zhong looked at Xia Lin and said seriously, "Xia Lin, how many teams are present?" Upon hearing this, Xia Li took out his tablet and quickly operated it, saying, "Report, Captain, there are 5 teams. After speaking, he handed the tablet to Captain Zhong. "Here is the information on the 5 teams." Captain Zhong took the tablet and began to examine it closely. He occasionally relaxed his brow and sometimes frowned. After a while, Instructor Zhong said lightly, "How about this, since some believe the bet hasn't been modified, while others think it has? But unfortunately, neither side has evidence. Coincidentally, there are 5 instructors present, so let's vote, the majority will prevail." Upon hearing this, everyone present had different expressions. Chen Mo's lips curled slightly, while Chen Shi relaxed and sat back down. Instructor Fong, however, became anxious. The 3 members of the Beihaichen family were united and would definitely stand on the same front. And with him and Li Chen combined, there were only 2. In terms of voting, they would definitely lose. Since the outcome was a loss anyway, should they just withdraw? He then shook his head. Once the bow is drawn, the arrow cannot be returned. Since he chose to trust Li Chen, there would be no last-minute betrayal. Moreover, the 3 from the Beihaichen family would certainly not let it go easily. They could only push through. With this in mind, he said honestly, "The bet has definitely been modified." After The three instructors expressed their views. Captain Zhong nodded and looked towards the dungeon portal, whispering, "In that case, let's wait for
Instructor Wen and Instructor Yen, who are fighting inside the dungeon. Before that, if anyone can find direct evidence, then there will be no need to vote." Upon hearing this, Instructor Fawn's eyes lit up. Was there a possibility that Li Chen had direct evidence? After all, he led the Yulong team to 14 waves, clearly not an ordinary person, but a tactician with extremely high tactical skills. Perhaps he was even on par with Chen Shi's tactical level. Maybe he had already considered the possibility of the other side going back on their word. With this thought, Instructor Fawn found a clean spot and sat down quietly to wait. The others present also found good spots to sit down, chatting while they waited. Captain Zhong and Xia Lin also became quite interested, discussing quietly beside each other. "Xia Lin, what's the situation with these two teams?" Xia Lin took out his tablet and quickly flipped through it, soon saying, "Chenwen leads the Little War God team, and Li Chen leads the Yulong team." "Wait, the Yulong team?" Seeing that familiar team name, Xia Lin was slightly shocked. If he remembered correctly, the Yulong team had just defeated the Spirit team last night and advanced to the first level area. But to have such a strong atmosphere of competition right away against the veteran team in the first level area? In that case, was there even a need to compete? The Yulong team would definitely lose. After all, the Deep Space newbie team had been training in the first level area for some time, and their strength was certainly stronger than that of the Yulong team. Before he could continue to be shocked, Captain Zhong asked curiously, "Oh? Is it really the Yulong battle team? Things are getting interesting. That Li Chen can actually lead the Yulong battle team to the first level area, that's quite something. So you mean you've encountered the Yulong battle team before? I never expected someone like you, who studies technology, would remember them." Xia Lin rubbed his forehead and smiled wryly. "I can't help but remember. Yesterday, they had a match against the Spirit team, which I hosted. That match was quite unexpected." Upon hearing this, Captain Zhong's eyes lit up. "Oh, tell me more." So, Xia Lin briefly reported what happened yesterday, and the more Captain Zhong listened, the more shocked he became. After Xia Lin finished, he finally reacted, clapping his hands and saying, "Interesting. For double kills against the enemy's top lane warrior, one triple kill against the mid lane mage. In the end, they wiped out the Spirit team all by themselves. This Chang Ming is quite interesting. If that Li Chen can't manage the Yulong battle team, I'll have Chang Ming work under me. Such talent must not be wasted." After a moment of reflection, he continued, "Is there anything else?" Xia Lin hesitated for a moment before saying, "Li Chen mentioned that the Yulong battle team aims for the top 3, they aim for the elite." Hearing this, Captain Zhong shook his head helplessly. This Li Chen is too young, thinking that knowing a few tactics makes him invincible. Little does he know the gap between a team of genius professionals and ordinary professionals. It seems, this bet has no suspense. However, after Captain Zhong finished speaking, Xia Lin shook his head. "I don't think so. I just checked the leaderboard, the Yulong battle team has reached wave 14. You have to know this is their first day here to grind." Upon hearing this, Captain Zhong was taken aback. "What? 14 waves on the first day? That's impossible. I remember that the Daxing team, a top-tier team, only reached 12 waves on their first day in a first-level dungeon." However, after seeing the clear data on the leaderboard, Captain Zhong calmed down. 14 to 19 is quite interesting. Meanwhile, inside the first-level dungeon, Chang Ming, with attributes soaring to 450, swung his whirlwind greatsword like a war god. Any monster that made even the slightest contact would immediately perish. Only the bosses could withstand a bit, but these bosses were quite templated, starting off with a control skill. However, after acquiring the Taotai 2-piece set, this spell was absorbed by Chang Ming and then added to his attack, unleashing an even heavier whirlwind slash. In the midst of laughter, Chang Ming executed another fiery whirlwind slash, killing the boss. Ding, Wave 19 Boss Crimson. Two-headed wolf has been slain, preparing for Wave 20. There are 5 minutes until Wave 20 monsters arrive, please prepare, professionals. Hearing the terminal's prompt, Chef Suyun put down his stirring action, and the others also stopped what they were doing, gathering at the terminal. Soon, the members of the Yulong battle team lined up neatly, standing straight in front of Li Chen. Li Chen took a quick look at everyone's situation and was very satisfied. The entire Yulong battle team was at level 30. However, following the procedure, Li Chen still shouted, "Yulong battle team, report your status." Upon hearing this, Chang Ming was the first to shout, "I'm already level 30. Ready to tackle wave 20. The 3 assassins were all level 30 now, and were really fast. The 3 chefs were all level 30, and our cooking speed has reached the limit of 10 seconds, 1 pot, 2 dishes. Lin Yusher, I'm also level 30, and I just comprehended equipment enchantment. One person can enchant one piece of equipment. After listening to the team members' reports, Li Chen nodded. The delivery strategy was basically formed, and all that was left was the numbers. However, Lin Yusher's equipment enchantment piqued Li Chen's curiosity. Before Li Chen could speak, the members of the Yulong team were already asking with interest, "Oh, you can actually enchant equipment? I wonder what can be done with my 5-spice pot. I'm quite curious too." Soon, with Li Chen's consent, the members of the Yulong team took out their favorite equipment, ready to enchant. Chang Ming, holding the Whirlwind Greatsword, stepped forward first. "Lin Yusher, please enchant this Whirlwind Greatsword for me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yusher didn't waste any time and cast the enchantment. Whirlwind Greatsword. Enchantment effect, damage increase 1% plus 30% after seeing the enchantment attributes. Chang Ming's eyes lit up. A 31% increase in damage was no small feat. Wow! This is amazing, it actually provides a 31% attribute boost. Isn't the enchanter a powerful role? The people around him looked on with anticipation, but Lin Yusher scratched her head and said, "Well, if there's no enchantment master codex, it's only a 1% increase. 1% really isn't that strong." Upon hearing this, the people around understood and began to speak. 1%, that's way too low. It is indeed low, but thankfully Lin Yusher has the enchantment master codex, otherwise this enchanter would just be a subpar mage. Forget it, just enchant my 5-spice pot first." So, everyone handed over their equipment one by one, while Li Chen pondered on the side. The enchanter's equipment enchantment was surprisingly underwhelming. It seemed that the gameplay wasn't quite right. Just as Li Chen was deep in thought, Lin Yusher had already completed the enchantment. At this moment, she looked at Li Chen, feeling very excited. She could finally do something for Li Chen. Thinking of this, she quietly said, "Instructor Yen, would you like to enchant something?" Li Chen stopped his contemplation. A 30% damage increase was average in his eyes. After all, the illusory light butterfly could increase damage by 50%, and the thieving rat was even more exaggerated, directly inflicting 200% vulnerability, which was an independent multiplier. Quite outrageous. However, even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat. Sometimes, it's just that little bit of damage that makes a difference. So, he summoned the slime, snatching the slime machine gun from its aggrieved gaze, and handed it to Lin Yusher. Li Chen's output core was the slime, so naturally, its weapon was the first choice. Lin Yusher was taken aback by the slime machine gun in her hands. Li Chen's pet actually wields legendary level equipment. And what is this accessory? The boost is way too significant. This is the first time I've seen something like this. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yusher stopped overthinking and activated the enchantment spell. Slime machine gun enchantment effect, damage increased 31% after a simple thank you. Li Chen handed the brand new slime machine gun to the slime. The slime looked very pleased to receive the enchanted slime machine gun. After everything was done, Li Chen looked at everyone and said loudly, "Great, you all have reached level 30. As agreed, each of you gets a legendary treasure chest." With that, he flicked his hand, and 6 glittering golden treasure chests appeared in front of them. The members of the Yulong team didn't waste any time and stepped forward, taking a deep breath before opening the chests. After a flash of golden light, the 6 of them had different expressions. Lin Shang received an assassination hood, which could enhance vision and ignore fog. It was somewhat useful but not much. Lin Zhong got a taunt belt, which allowed him to taunt without needing to crouch. Lin Xiao received a functional piece of equipment, the illusory dagger, which could transform into a living tool based on the user's intent. This meant they no longer needed to prepare a large fan. Through Lin Xiao's illusory dagger, they could conjure a large fan. This weapon was indeed quite useful. The 2 chefs were quite unusual, pulling out 2 longbows, both of which were of little use. Immediately after, Li Chen turned his gaze to Lin Yusher, who was holding an ancient necklace. Enchanter Master's mental support class, legendary set position, necklace spirit plus 50 equipment skill, enchant a teammate's skill, increasing their damage by 30%, scaling with level, cooldown, 30 seconds. Enchanter Master 2-piece set, enchanting aura, enchants non-professional items around oneself. Seeing the equipment in Lin Yusher's hands, the people around were all stunned and exclaimed, "Wow! Another lucky one! Oh my god!" A level 1 legendary set dropped again, and it's the Enchanter Master set. This is amazing. The Yulong team is really taking off now. Just as everyone was excited, Li Chen's eyes lit up. It turned out to be the same equipment skill as his Abyss Prince skull. Both enhanced the next skill, but the former had a smaller boost and could be given to teammates. The latter had a massive increase and changed the skill form, only providing benefits to oneself and pets. Moreover, the Enchanter Master 2-piece set effect enchanted the surrounding non-professional items. It seemed to have Some significance. Thinking of this, Li Chen immediately said, Lin Yusher, put on the necklace. Let's test the Enchanter Master two-piece set effect. Upon hearing this, Lin Yusher wasted no time and directly equipped the necklace, activating the Enchanter Master two-piece set. Non-professional items around began to be enchanted. The members of the Yulong team looked at the changes around them, puzzled. It doesn't seem like there's much change. There is a bit of change. That bag of garlic has become a little shiny. Just as everyone was confused, Li Chen looked at the nearby mechanical fan. Mechanical fan enchanting effect, wind power greatly increased. Seeing that the system could recognize the fan, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. It is well known that with the awakening of the system that comes with being a professional, it can only affect professional items. However, the mechanical fan, as a non-professional item, could achieve a sort of pseudo-professional item after being enchanted. Of course, the enhancement wasn't significant, but it was a ticket that could allow them to combat the world of professionals. It's important to know that dungeon monsters related to professionals, like the Abyss, cannot be influenced by non-professional items. Previously, the mechanical fan was able to disperse the Crimson Frenzy aura solely by utilizing the aroma emitted while cooking with the 5-spice pot. As a professional item, the 5-spice pot could naturally counter the Crimson Frenzy. The mechanical fan merely carried the gas from the 5-spice pot over, thus dispersing the Crimson Frenzy. And now, the enchanted mechanical fan could directly blow away the Crimson Frenzy aura. Then, Li Chen shook his head secretly, thinking, the priority is still to clear the 20 waves first, so they can go to the special dungeon tomorrow. Let's talk about the experiment later. At that moment, the three chefs looked at each other, suddenly realizing, I get it. With this Enchanter Master two-piece set, we can skip the step of enchanting the garlic. It reduces our workload a bit. Indeed, but it feels a bit useless. Li Chen didn't waste any words and directly said, let's clean up. Prepare for the 20 waves. Hearing this, the members of the Yulong team stopped chatting and returned to their respective positions. Seeing that they were almost ready, Li Chen operated the terminal and skipped the waiting time. Ding! 20 waves of monsters are about to arrive, please prepare, professionals. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the ranking refresh time, which occurs every 10 minutes, was finally approaching, and everyone present looked expectantly at the leaderboard. Hey, how many waves do you think the dragon team has reached? They can't have created another miracle, can they? No way, it should be around 15 waves. I don't believe they can go any further. Indeed, after 12 waves, the number of monsters increases. It should take at least 20 minutes to clear. The dragon team should be on wave 15 now. But they should be at their limit. Just wait and see. Soon, the refresh time arrived, and the big screen suddenly flashed, revealing a brand new ranking. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they all looked over. First place, Dashing Team, 20 waves. Second place, Dragon Team, 19 waves. Third place, Little War God Team, 19 waves. Fourth place, Deep Space Newbie Team, 19 waves. Seeing the Dragon Team suddenly jump to second place, everyone's pupils constricted, and they all jumped up. Even the usually composed Chen Shi couldn't hold his seat and fell off the bench. Chen Mo stared blankly at the ranking, his eyes lost their luster, and he mechanically mumbled, impossible, impossible. The people around him also reacted, gasping, what the hell? Did I see that right? The Dragon Team has broken through again. Oh my god. How did they do it? With their trash configuration, how on earth did they manage? It's shocking, and they did it in 30 minutes to 19 waves. This monster spawn speed seems a bit unreal. Yeah. How is that even possible? Unless they can block at the monster spawn point, killing one at a time, otherwise it can't be that fast. Just as everyone was in shock, Captain Zhong said incredulously, this dungeon clearing speed is just too fast. Could it be that Chang Ming is powerful to such an extent? I remember the level 1 dungeon has the debuff Crimson Frenzy, right? After being nerfed once, Chang Ming is still invincible? Xia Lin shook his head and said, although Chang Ming's strength is formidable, it's based on being among rare level professionals. Facing a legendary level genius, he can only be considered average. He can't possibly be invincible. Under the influence of Crimson Frenzy. Hearing this, Captain Zhong was once again shocked. You mean to say the Dragon Team has already overcome Crimson Frenzy? Xia Lin nodded and continued, well, and according to the data, to reach 19 waves, the entire team must have 8 legendary level professionals. Under the influence of Crimson Frenzy, let's say 4 for now. And among the Dragon Team, only Chang Ming is capable. Upon hearing Xia Li's fragmented explanation, Captain Zhong immediately grasped the key point. Are you saying that Chang Ming's combat power is equivalent to 4 legendary level professionals? Xia Li nodded, yes, and this is a conservative estimate. Based on the Dragon Team's dungeon clearing speed. the situation might be even more exaggerated.
Captain Zhong sighed with Cheng Ming, they are half a step away from winning the championship. Just as the two were discussing, the members of the Deep Space Newbie team reacted. If the Dragon team had surpassed 19 waves,
didn't that mean they lost the bet?
According to the wager, the Dragon team only needed to equal or exceed their wave count to win. This meant that Chun Mo would have to kneel and apologize publicly, and they wouldn't be able to train anymore.
Thinking of this, everyone looked at Chun Mo, who appeared flustered, glancing around anxiously, mumbling, what to do? I really want to change the bet. At this moment, Chun Mo regretted it deeply. Why did he give Li Chen a chance? As long as the Dragon team's wave count was greater than or equal to the Deep Space Newbie team, they would win. It should have been changed to equal only. No. It should have been changed to must be greater. After experiencing cheating once, Chun Mo wanted to modify the bet again. However, seeing the two people standing straight next to the betting robot, Chun Mo fell into silence once more. He regretted why he hadn't been more decisive. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his face turned increasingly red. Captain Zhong noticed Chen Mo's puzzled expression and, upon seeing his flushed face, became even more confused. Instructor Mo? Why is your face so red? With this one question, everyone present turned their heads, all eyes now fixed on Chen Mo. All right. Instructor Mo's face is so red. What happened? I don't know. Could he be contemplating the tactics used by the Yulong team? TSK. Tactics are so brain-burning. At this point, everyone on site was puzzled. How did Li Chen manage to do it? Even the
members of the Deep Space Newbie team, who had already lost the bet, looked confused. Soon, a member of the Deep Space Newbie
team stood up and said, does anyone know how Li Chen did it?
Please share so we can accept our loss. Quickly, a few more rational geniuses analyzed. The Yulong team brought 3 large fans and a bag of garlic into the instance.
Could there be an explanation for this? I also think so.
Who would have thought that Li Chen's seemingly extravagant actions were actually effective?
But we still don't know how Li Chen operated.
Immediately, a member of the Daxin team stood up. Their team had already cleared the instance, so they were naturally experienced.
I get it. According to the key principle, the focus is on the garlic.
And we know that the Crimson Frenzy is a major difficulty in the level 1 instance.
Li Chen must have used the smell of garlic to mask the crimson aura, thus avoiding the Crimson Frenzy.
And the fans spread the garlic smell throughout the battlefield,
ensuring coverage.
After this explanation, it was logical and well-founded, and the members of the Deep Space Newbie team applauded repeatedly. As expected of the Daxin team's guys, their experience is rich.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that the plain garlic would be the key to breaking the situation?
Amazing.
Who would have thought our failure was just due to a bag of garlic? How funny.
Instructor Mo, there are still some details here. Can you explain?
So the members of the Deep Space Newbie team looked towards Instructor Mo, seeking clarification. However, Instructor Mo had retreated to a corner, silent, clearly
feeling defeated. Seeing this, everyone sighed.
Instructor Mo's heart must be shattered. He probably won't clarify for us anymore. Indeed, a single misstep in strategy, and to be defeated by a bag of garlic from Li Chen, I would also lose my composure. Looks like we have to ask Instructor Shi. His level can definitely analyze Li Chen's every move, no problem.
But I wonder, will he speak up?
Thus, the members of the Deep Space Newbie team looked towards Instructor Shi and the Daxin team.
Members, influenced by them, also looked at Instructor Shi, their faces filled with anticipation.
Immediately, the Daxin team member,
who had analyzed earlier, asked in confusion, Instructor Shi, was I right just now? It should be correct, right? However, under
everyone's gaze, Chen Shi shook his head in displeasure, remaining silent. The crowd was taken aback. Those who understood the situation knew that Chen Shi would not repeat himself on the same matter. But the analysis from the earlier Daxin team member clearly
had a beginning and an end. Could it have been wrong? And had Chen Shi already pointed out the mistakes? The more they thought about it,
the more confused they became, wanting to ask but not daring to, and for a moment, the scene fell into awkwardness.
Just then, the captain of the Daxin team, Gu Xing, stood up and smiled, saying, this guy's analysis just missed a point. An instructor. She has already mentioned it.
Garlic and fans do not belong to the items of professionals and cannot affect the Crimson Frenzy. Upon hearing this, the talented individuals present all wore puzzled expressions, and only after casually noticing Chen Shi's
slightly raised corner of his mouth did they suddenly realize.
The member of the newly analyzed Daxin team immediately slapped his
forehead inside. Oh my. I was too eager to show off and forgot this important setting. He then looked confused again and asked, but if that's the case, how do we explain the performance of the Yulong team? The surrounding geniuses fell silent. Once more, and after a long while, a few of them began to speak one after another. Could it be that Li Chen also discovered that igniting the crimson wolf fur can avoid the crimson frenzy? No way. Li Chen just came here for the first day to grind, even if he is a top-tier tactician, he couldn't have discovered this method at a glance. Exactly. Our instructor Shi, with half a step to the top-tier strength, only realized it after a day of fighting. Does Li Chen have instructor Shi's strength? He probably doesn't even have 1/10 of it. Then, someone proposed a new viewpoint. Could it be that the Yulong team never actually lifted the Crimson Frenzy? Did they just brute force their way through? That seems a bit exaggerated. With our configuration, we could withstand the Crimson Frenzy and get through 19 waves. Does the Yulong team's configuration surpass ours? Right. This is the least likely scenario. They must have taken some shortcuts. Thus, the geniuses present eliminated several impossible guesses, and the core of the problem fell back on that bag of garlic and the 3 fans. The key point should still be that bag of garlic and the 3 fans. But how did Li Chen manage to do it? What can these things even combine into? Forget it. Forget it. If we can't figure it out, we'll just ask him when he comes out. While everyone was discussing, Chen Shi's brain was racing. He thought through all kinds of possibilities and hypotheses. However, the final result still could not perfectly deduce how Li Chen accomplished it. How on earth did that guy do it? Isn't he just a tactician from a small place? His actions should seem childlike to me, something I could see through at a glance. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. The Yulong team had been inexplicably cooking before. Could it be related to this? Could it be that they used garlic as a seasoning, and the dishes they made could resist the Crimson Frenzy? But garlic is ultimately a non-professional item. It must be ineffective. The key lies in the ingredients. Could the ingredients be the monsters within the dungeon? The Yulong team has gone mad. They actually used those monsters as food. How could they dare to use such questionable ingredients? After rapidly processing this in his mind, Chen Shi arrived at a bold guess. The Yulong team used monsters from the dungeon as food, supplemented with garlic as an ingredient, and the dishes they created should have the effect of resisting the Crimson Frenzy. As for the fans, he couldn't figure that part out for the moment. However, even though he arrived at the optimal guess, Chen Shi still did not make a hasty decision. He needed to wait and see. If the Yulong team couldn't get through 20 waves, there might be another explanation. But if they did get through 20 waves, then they would have to resolve the issue of the Crimson Frenzy. Otherwise, the final boss, the Crimson Moon, would ignore everything and could one-shot anyone with the Crimson Frenzy. In that case, his guess would likely be correct. Thus, he forgot about the bet and began to feel hopeful. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Wave 20, Cheng Ming was still unleashing his dual-wielding skills, slicing through enemies with ease, without a hint of difficulty. Finally, as the last small monster fell, a chilling roar echoed from the depths of the dungeon. Soon, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness, and a 3-meter tall giant wolf stood upright in front of everyone. Crimson Moon class, legendary boss level, 30 strength, 300 agility, 300 constitution, 1000 spirit, 250 skills, jump slash, instant step, crimson dance talent, crimson sovereign, instantly kill units with crimson frenzy and crimson heat. As soon as the Crimson Moon appeared, it wasted no time, raising its blood-red long knife like a full moon and charging towards Cheng Ming at the front. Lin Shang saw this and quickly shouted, "Cheng Ming, watch your defense." Hearing this, Cheng Ming raised his whirlwind greatsword to block. Ding! A not-so-loud crisp sound came from Cheng Ming's great sword. Li Chen nodded slightly. Just now, Cheng Ming had chosen to block. However, due to the timing not being perfect, he did not execute a perfect parry. Otherwise, that strike from the Crimson Moon would have resulted in a significant stagger, determining the outcome. Nevertheless, it still mitigated a large amount of damage, and with Cheng Ming's nearly 500 constitution, he easily withstood the blow. Sure enough, Cheng Ming saw that he had only lost 1/8 of his health, and it instantly recovered. Seeing this, Cheng Ming became confident and scoffed, "Is that all?" After saying that, under Lin Shang's distraction, he unleashed a full set of whirlwind slashes. However, the Crimson Moon had over 1,000 constitution, and this combo only took away 1/3 of its health. The Crimson Moon let out a low growl and turned to look at the back row of the chef team, a strange smile appearing on its wolf face. With a push of its legs, it activated Jump Slash, raising its blood-red long knife to strike. The members of the chef team in the back row turned pale. They were all fragile. If the Crimson Moon landed that blow, it would surely knock over their large pot and kill a few of them. Thinking of this, the back row exclaimed in terror, "What do we do? What do we do? We're going to get sliced. No way. We should retreat." At that moment, Lin Xia shouted, "Don't stop cooking! Without the aroma of the dishes, how can we counter the crimson frenzy? If that happens, even if Chang Ming and Lin Shan come to support, they will just be instantly killed. I'll go draw the aggro, you all keep cooking." After saying that, he used the illusion dagger to transform, and a speaker appeared in his hand. This was the equipment skill of the illusion dagger, which could transform into a non-professional living tool. And the speaker was undoubtedly the best tool at that moment. Although the Crimson Moon had some intelligence, it was ultimately not very high. Using sound should be able to lure it. Li Chen saw Lin Xia stepping up and slowly sat down. If the back kitchen team mishandled the situation, they would definitely be sliced. And without the aroma of cooking, everyone present would be affected by the crimson frenzy. At that time, even Li Chen would be taken out in an instant. However, with the slime's range, he could take out the Crimson Moon as it approached. But there was still some risk, so Li Chen decided to hold back. However, after seeing Lin Xia's actions, he paused again. Forget it, let's see how far Lin Xia can go. Anyway, even if things reach an irreversible point, I will naturally step in. Having made up his mind, Li Chen summoned the slime to aim at the Crimson Moon, ready to snipe it if the situation went awry. Lin Xia turned on the speaker, and a captivating BGM from Chun Ting Shui began to play. He held the speaker and began to dance around the Crimson Moon. The Crimson Moon was drawn in by the BGM, its knife aimed at Lin Xia, and it swung down. However, Lin Xia was, after all, an assassin, and with quick reflexes, he rolled to evade the attack. Just as the Crimson Moon was about to strike again, its back was suddenly filled with various hidden weapons, causing it to momentarily lose focus and fail to land the follow-up strike. Before it could pursue, Chang Ming had already reached the opponent's close range, unleashing another powerful whirlwind. The Crimson Moon instantly lost a third of its health. It let out a roar, and its 3-meter-tall figure bizarrely accelerated, creating distance to avoid further damage. At the same time, it raised its blood-red long knife, spinning its body to activate the Crimson Dance. After a brief lead-up, the Crimson Moon leaped into the air, and a wave of blood-red blade light swept toward Chang Ming. Startled, he tried to dodge, but it was too late. The blood-red blade light instantly pierced into his body. Just then, the two-piece Tao Tai set on Chang Ming activated, absorbing the spell and adding it to his next attack. Chang Ming's whirlwind greatsword was instantly enveloped in a mass of blood-red energy. Lin Yushir seized the opportunity to cast a mental blessing, causing the blood-red glow around Chang Ming's whirlwind greatsword to intensify once more. Lin Shan also timed his attack perfectly, unleashing a flurry of hidden weapons that knocked the Crimson Moon to the ground. This was the perfect moment to strike. Seeing this, the members of the Yulong team shouted, "Go for it, Chang Ming! With everyone's belief, take it down! Charge! Use your proudest whirlwind slash to end the match! Let this beast know that the delivery flow is invincible!" Hearing this, Chang Ming grinned, "It's time to go." With that, he raised the whirlwind greatsword and began to spin at the landing point of the Crimson Moon. Under various enhancements, it resembled a blood-red black hole, and the Crimson Moon, suspended in mid-air, could not evade. In the end, it could only show a look of despair, engulfed in the blood-red whirlwind. The final boss, the Crimson Moon, has been defeated. The Yulong team has cleared the first-level dungeon. After hearing the terminal's notification sound, Chang Ming finally stopped his spinning body. The members of the Yulong team also put down their actions. After a brief silence, they let out a long sigh of relief. "We did it. We finally did it. We didn't embarrass Instructor Yen. We're not worse than those geniuses." At this moment, outside the dungeon, people were eagerly watching the teleportation portal. Suddenly, the portal shimmered, and Li Chan and others walked out. Upon seeing this, everyone had different expressions and began to whisper among themselves. "Hey, they're out. Let me check the rankings. No way. This ranking must be fake." After a gasp, everyone present turned to the big screen. First place, Yulong Teams 20 Waves. Second place, Dashin Team 20 Waves. Third place, Little War God Team 19 Waves. Fourth place, Deep Space Newbie Team 19 Waves. Upon seeing the rankings, everyone was shocked. Even the members of the Dashin team looked incredulous. This can't be real. How did the Yulong team clear 20 waves? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How did they handle the 20-wave boss, the Crimson Moon? Once you get hit by the Crimson Frenzy, it's basically one hit, one kill. Exactly. We barely defeated the Crimson Moon using the fur burning method, which is self-harm. Soon after, a few clever ones seemed to realize something and whispered, could it be they really solved the Crimson Frenzy? Using those 3 fans and a bag of garlic. After this was said, the geniuses present fell silent, realizing how Li Chen had solved the problem with such simple means.
They had resorted to self-harm methods, and in comparison, they felt utterly foolish. The stark contrast made these geniuses feel quite uncomfortable. After a brief silence, a round of applause broke out, and Li Chen looked over. He saw a tall man walking over with a smile, while a white-haired middle-aged man pushed a betting robot beside him. Li Chen remembered this person. He was the deputy manager of the large instance in room 0, Xiaolin. This meant that the tall man was clearly the manager of this castle, Captain Zhong. Before Li Chen could speak, Captain Zhong took the lead and said, "Nice to meet you, Instructor Yin of the Yulong team. I am the manager of this castle. Zhong Jun, but you can call me Captain Zhong. This person beside me is my capable aide, Xiaolin, a mechanical expert. I believe you have already interacted with him." After a brief introduction of their identities, Captain Zhong continued, "Congratulations to the Yulong team for winning the bet. According to the bet, the Deep Space Newbies team will no longer train and will hand over tomorrow's 2 training sessions to the Yulong team for distribution. Xiaolin, make the arrangements." Xiaolin nodded and quickly tapped on his tablet. Captain Zhong then looked towards Instructor Mo in the corner and said loudly, "Chen Mo, according to the bet, you need to apologize to Instructor Yin." Although Captain Zhong didn't know why the two sides had made such a bet, since it was said, it had to be done. Under the pressure, Chen Mo had no choice but to compromise, reluctantly walking up to Li Chen and disdainfully saying, "Li Chen, today I've hit a wall, consider me unlucky. For the sake of the Beihai Chen family, let's skip the apology." "You wouldn't want to completely offend the Beihai Chen family, would you?" The onlookers all had expressions that suggested this was to be expected. Since Instructor Mo has said so, then Li Chen should back off now. That's right, only a fool would offend the Beihai Chen family. In the entire tactical world, the Beihai Chen family is like the heavens. Only those key figures from top forces and those level 80 big shots can afford to disregard the Beihai Chen family. Indeed, Li Chen is neither, so he will definitely back off now. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Chen merely smiled. If the roles were reversed today, the other party would definitely make him kneel and apologize without mercy. Moreover, judging by the methods of the 3 from the Beihai Chen family, it was clear they wouldn't let it go easily. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. With that thought, Li Chen said lightly, "You set the bet yourselves, and now you're going back on your word? Is everyone from the Beihai Chen family like this, talking as if it's just hot air? It's simply a disgrace to tacticians." As soon as he finished speaking, the onlooking staff were all dumbfounded, their tone bewildered. Is he crazy? This Li Chen completely disregards the Beihai Chen family. But he pointed out the tactician's flaw. If a tactician doesn't keep their word, it's indeed something to be mocked. Indeed. Although it seems reckless, he has grasped the other party's weakness. With Captain Zhong here, the Beihai Chen family will naturally have to behave. Now, I think Chen Shi should take action. Sure enough, as soon as the staff member finished speaking, Chen Shi suddenly stood up and shouted, "Mo! Hurry and apologize. The tacticians of the Beihai Chen family can lose, but they cannot go back on their word." Hearing this, Chen Mo felt very wronged, but he also understood the seriousness of the situation. With that thought, he fell to his knees with a thud and said loudly, "I was wrong, I shouldn't have bet against you." Li Chen frowned and continued, "Aren't you wrong for occupying the level 1 room and not allowing other teams to train?" Upon hearing this, Captain Zhong immediately understood what had happened. It seemed the 3 from the Beihai Chen family had occupied the level 1 room, preventing other teams from training. At a critical moment, Li Chen stood up to resist, and the Beihai Chen family couldn't directly take action, so they made a bet they were sure to win, trying to insult Li Chen with it. With this in mind, Captain Zhong couldn't help but secretly lament, the Beihai Chen family is truly lawless. Well, that's fine. Today, I'll let Li Chen teach them a lesson. With that, he quietly watched from the side. At this moment, Chen Mo felt an urge to dig a hole and hide, but when he turned to see Chen Shi's fierce gaze, he became afraid again. Compared to defying Chen Shi, losing a bit of face was nothing. With this thought, Chen Mo continued, "Yes, I was wrong. It was I, Chen Mo, who acted unilaterally and didn't allow other teams to come train. Everything was my personal action." Chen Mo's words echoed in the room, and everyone present listened clearly, all with incredulous expressions. Chen Shi secretly nodded, relieved that in the end, Chen Mo took all the blame, otherwise, he would have had to step in. Once everyone processed the situation, they all looked astonished. Chen Mo has apologized, Li Chen should be satisfied now. Exactly. To make a core member of the Beihai Chen family kneel and apologize, that's something to brag about for a lifetime. TSK, TSK, TSK. But the Beihai Chen family might not let this go easily. That's beyond our control, but this time Li Chen definitely got what he wanted, he should let it go now. However, Li Chen in front of them said lightly, let's have them kneel and apologize to the combat team as well."
Upon hearing this, the onlookers were all in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? Isn't that enough? And why apologize to the combat team? According to the bet, Chen Mo only needs to apologize to Li Chen." Hiss. Could it be that, as Instructor Fong said, Chen Mo modified the bet? Now that you mention it, it does seem possible. I see those geniuses are all silent. Their instructor must have told them in advance not to speak up. After all, too much talk leads to mistakes. The staff present were all trusted aides of Captain Zhong, so they had sharp eyes and quickly noticed the clues. As the leader, Captain Zhong naturally sensed this as well and looked at Chen Mo, asking, "Chen Mo, did you modify the bet?" Chen Mo looked at Captain Zhong's suddenly close face and felt a jolt in his heart. The person in front of him was one of the top 10 captains, so he naturally wasn't afraid of the Beihaichen family. He couldn't let them know he modified the bet, otherwise, the Beihaichen family would lose all face. With this thought, Chen Mo stood up and calmly said, "How could that be? Our Beihaichen family keeps our word, how could we go back on it?" Captain Zhong stopped pressing for answers and turned to Li Chen, saying seriously, "Instructor Yen, the current content of the bet is as follows. Although Xiaolin found that there were deletions made to the betting robot, we cannot trace it back to a specific time or data. So we will use a vote from the instructors to verify the authenticity of the bet. Now, Chen Shi and Chen Mo state that the bet has not been modified, while Instructor Fong believes it has been modified. You are also an instructor, you should vote as well. If there is direct evidence, you can present it." Upon hearing this, Li Chen quickly processed the information and secretly laughed. The Beihaichen family had indeed gone back on their word. They must have seen the Yulong team lose the bet after 14 waves, so they made a last-minute modification. However, the final result was still a loss, and with Captain Zhong's arrival, they found themselves in a difficult position. They had no choice but to sacrifice Chen Mo as a scapegoat. Thanks to Instructor Fong bringing in Captain Zhong as an absolute witness, otherwise, the Beihaichen family might have concocted some scheme. With this in mind, Li Chen looked at Instructor Fong and said earnestly, "Instructor Fong, you are also a participant in the bet, let's split the training opportunity for the Deep Space Newbies team." Hearing Li Chen's words, Instructor Fong shook his head repeatedly, saying, "No need. You Yulong team defeated the Deep Space Newbies head-on, these two opportunities should belong to you. I just can't stand the behavior of the Chen family from Beihai, so I came out to stop it." He then added, "But since your Yulong team was able to win even after the bet was modified, let's just leave it at that. Admit that the Beihaichen family did not modify the bet." Instructor Fong's goal was for the Yulong team to win the bet, and that goal has now been achieved. There was no need to offend the Beihaichen family further, and if word got out about the arbitrary modification of the bet, the credibility of the Beihaichen family would significantly decrease. At that point, they would surely retaliate by any means necessary. That would be counterproductive. Chen Shi, seeing Instructor Fong's attitude, breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the other party could stop here. Thinking of this, Chen Shi loudly declared, "We, the Beihaichen family, testify here. As long as this matter ends here, we, the Beihaichen family, will not pursue responsibility." The staff behind also began to speak up. "Instructor Yen, let's just let this go. Yeah. Offending the Beihaichen family might not mean much to us, but for you, it's over." Captain Zhong also cast a glance, hoping that this matter could just end. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Chen shook his head and said, "Since a mistake has been made, then one must accept the punishment. No exceptions for anyone." After this statement, everyone present looked bewildered, and once they realized, they gasped in shock. Even the geniuses from the Dashin team and the Deep Space Newbie team, who had been warned to keep quiet, shouted, "What? Li Chen has gone mad. Is he really being so aggressive?" Right. Even geniuses like us have certain privileges. The Beihaichen family is autocratic and can make mistakes as they please. What's the problem with that? Li Chen probably hasn't experienced a beating before, to actually use the rules for commoners to restrain the Beihaichen family. The staff in the back wiped the sweat from their foreheads and sighed. Sigh at this point, the Beihaichen family will not rest until one of them is dead. So, Young, thinking that knowing a bit of tactics makes them invincible, the Beihaichen family controls the professional court and has plenty of ways to deal with such tough opponents. Oh no, here comes the big one. Chen Shi is standing up. In an instant, everyone turned to Chen Shi's position, where he slowly stood up. The aura of a level 60 professional radiated from him as he looked at Li Chen and shouted, "Li Chen, you really are a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. Alright, today I'll let you know what the gap is." After saying that, he slowly took out a badge and held it to his chest, disdainfully saying, "Do you know what this is?" The moment they saw the badge, the geniuses present were all dumbfounded. Immediately, a staff member spoke gravely, "It's a silver badge, the highest award given by the military to those heroes who have made contributions in the fight against the abyss. It is said that in the entire Dragon Country, there are only about 30 holders. The silver badge requires a top achievement of solo killing an abyss boss, and it must be in a dungeon above level 30. After hearing the staff member's description, the little geniuses finally reacted and gasped, God! Facing the abyss directly. Solo killing an abyss boss. Isn't that the hero among heroes? And it must be in a dungeon above level 30, that's such a high requirement. My cousin is also a genius, usually like a war god, but even so, he died in a level 15 abyss dungeon back then. Indeed, abyss dungeons are not meant for us, only the geniuses among geniuses with A-level talents have a chance to clear them. But, what does Instructor She want to do by taking out the badge? Before everyone could ponder, the staff member continued to explain. Those who hold the silver badge have extremely high honor. Those who slander them must endure extremely harsh punishment. Even if he survives, his reputation will be ruined. Unable to grind for resources, unable to join a guild, unable to join the military, he can only hide like a rat crossing the street. If Li Chen ends up without evidence, then Chen Shi can openly punish him. Upon hearing this, everyone present understood the urgency of the situation, all gasping in astonishment. Oh no, letting Li Chen be so aggressive, this is bad, he's done for. But seeing Instructor She's methods, Li Chen is somewhat capable after all. Chen Shi saw that the atmosphere was just right and said sternly, I, as the holder of the silver badge, accuse Li Chen of slandering our Beihai Chen family. After hearing Chen Shi's words, even Captain Zhong became serious. It seemed that Chen Shi was intent on destroying Li Chen. However, Li Chen's side had no evidence and could only decide through voting. The Beihai Chen family had 3 members, while Li Chen's side only had 2, making defeat almost certain. With a sigh, Captain Zhong secretly lamented, as expected of Chen Shi, he's thought everything through. Instructor Fawn, having recovered from his shock, anxiously said, Instructor Yen, why do you have to do this? The Beihai Chen family has 3 members, we only have 2, we will definitely lose the vote. Why don't we just concede? At this moment, Chen Mo regained his spirit and pointed at Li Chen, cursing loudly, still want to concede? Today you must feel what despair is. Once our Shigu makes a move, you're done for, do you know that? He then became smug, so what if you defeat me? I'm the weakest among them. Does that make you lose your mind? Now it's over, your life is ruined. It's all over for you. In an instant, everyone present focused on Li Chen, speculating about his next move. Li Chen should kneel and apologize. In this situation, face no longer matters. Exactly. Acting recklessly comes with a price. Some people in this world are untouchable. Still too young, thinking that knowing a bit of strategy makes you invincible, the world of tactics is too deep. Under everyone's gaze, Li Chen chuckled lightly and said, Lin Xia, get a speaker out, make it loud. Hearing this, Lin Xia, though confused, took out a transforming dagger, and after some gestures, a large speaker appeared next to Li Chen. Amidst the puzzled looks, Li Chen took out his phone, connected it to the speaker, and uploaded the previously recorded audio. Turning the volume to the maximum, he played it. The sound, like crashing waves, filled the entire room, even reaching outside clearly. Chen Wen's voice, just so happens there's a betting robot here, so you'll be convinced. Old Lu's voice, this betting robot works fairly, it can definitely serve as a notary. Chen Mo's voice, you guys from the Yulong team and the combat team can go together. As long as your combined score is greater than or equal to ours, you win. Then came the electronic voice of the betting robot, bet established. Bet content, score competition, the combined score of the Yulong team and the combat team must be greater than or equal to the opponents to win. Betting parties, Yulong team and combat team, Deep Space Newbies team. At this moment, everyone around was in shock, even Chen Mo and Chen Shi stumbled a bit. It was noon, and some team members who had just finished eating outside were curious upon hearing the sounds from the first level room. Is the first level room having a DJ? It's so lively. Could it be that they've cleared a dungeon? It shouldn't be, it seems like someone is betting. Betting? We can't miss this. And I remember that during betting, bystanders can watch. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, let's go. In an instant, many onlookers appeared in the first level room, most of them at level 10, wandering among the third and second level areas in ragtag teams. Seeing more and more people gathering, Chen Shi inwardly cursed, realizing that today's events would surely spread. At this moment, Chen Mo's face also turned pale as he collapsed to the ground. After checking things over, Xia Lin stepped forward and said, the video hasn't been tampered with. After nodding, Captain Zhong signaled Li Chen to turn off the sound system. Seeing this, Li Chen quickly turned off the sound, and the scene fell silent instantly. The surrounding onlookers began to discuss loudly. What on earth happened? Why isn't it being broadcast anymore? I haven't finished listening. I recognize that voice, it seems to be from the Chun family of Beihai.
They must have made a bet with someone, wanting to squeeze them for all they're worth.
Damn! Who's so bold as to offend the Chen family of Beihai? Before everyone could ponder, Captain Zhong spoke loudly. Instructor Shi, do you have anything to say? If not, I will announce that the Chen family of Beihai has unilaterally modified the terms of the bet.
According to military regulations, modifying the terms of a bet will result in a punishment of 1 day's suspension from training. With Captain Zhong's words,
the onlookers quickly became clear-headed. Hey, that tall man must be Captain Zhong. It does seem to be him, but did he really say the Chen family of Beihai modified the bet? Is that true? That betting robot is right there, we can just take a look to find out.
Soon, a few clever individuals quietly approached, looking at it from a strange angle.
Betting
parties, Yulong team, Deep Space Newbies team. Upon seeing this information, they immediately spread it around.
It's true, the Chen family of Beihai modified the bet. The parties in the audio clearly stated that it was the Deep Space Newbies team against the Yulong team. Now it's changed. The Chen family of Beihai can't afford to lose. They actually modified the bet without permission.
But the Yulong team is too impressive. They completely crushed the Deep Space Newbies team. Once they realized this, everyone was shocked again. The teams in the third level area were one thing, but they hadn't expected the logistics team to defeat a top-tier team.
However, the players from the second level area were different. They had just watched the Yulong team's match yesterday and were still savoring it. What? It's the Yulong team. How did they get into a fight? Oh my god.
They just advanced to the first level area yesterday, and now they've completely taken down a top-tier team like the Deep Space Newbies team.
Are you talking about that logistics team, the Yulong team? Shouldn't they be in the kitchen?
Your intel is too late. The Yulong team broke through the second level area last night.
Damn, that's amazing. Tell me more. Just as everyone was discussing, a
few archers with sharp eyes looked at the big screen, the clear rankings coming into view. First place, Yulong team, 20 waves. Upon seeing the first line, they exclaimed, damn.
The Yulong team has broken through the first level area. Oh my god.
They completely suppressed those lofty top-tier teams.
Is this still the Yulong team I know? In an instant, everyone
present understood what had happened, and soon a grassroots expert jumped out and said, I get it. It must be that the Chen family of Beihai couldn't stand the Yulong team and the
combat team,
so they wanted to humiliate them severely through a betting match. As a result, the Yulong team reached 14 waves, and the Chen family of Beihai couldn't take it anymore,
temporarily modifying the bet, thinking that would lead to victory.
But they didn't expect the Yulong team to clear the first level dungeon directly, completely crushing them. In the end, Captain Zhong appeared and caught the Chen family of Beihai cheating. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar.
No, I have to quickly pass this news to my brother. It's too explosive. I feel the same way. I never expected
to hear such gossip this year. Hearing the voices of those around him, Chen Shi inwardly cursed, quickly raising his voice, everyone, quiet down, I have an announcement. With that, everyone present stopped their actions and turned to
Chen Shi. Upon seeing his identity, the crowd became expectant.
Before anyone could voice their confusion, Chen Shi looked at Chen Mo and said decisively, Chen Mo, what on earth are you doing?
You actually took advantage of our absence to privately alter the bet. You've wasted my trust in you. Luckily, this instructor Yen recorded it, otherwise, you would have gotten away with it. Hurry up and apologize to everyone.
From now on, you are expelled from the Beihai Chen family.
Our Beihai Chen family cannot have someone like you, who goes back on their word.
In an instant, the onlookers quickly turned their attention to Chen Mo, who was now pale and sitting on the ground. He wanted to refute, but when he saw Chen Shi's undeniable gaze, he fell silent. At that moment, Chen Shi moved closer to Chen Mo and said loudly, Chen Mo, quickly kneel and apologize.
Give everyone an explanation.
After saying that, he leaned in closer and whispered, if you want to win, then
just cooperate with me. I'll find a way for you. Upon hearing the last sentence, color returned to Chen Mo's face.
It seemed Chen Shi wanted him to apologize to avoid external gossip about the Beihai Chen family. Once the storm passed, wouldn't
he still be a core member of the Beihai Chen family? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smirk. Wasn't it just being a fool for a moment? Those who achieve great things do not get bogged down by trivialities. How could such humiliation defeat him, Chen Mo?
He must make Li Chen pay the price, let him suffer the most painful punishment in this world, and then use the excuse of colluding with the abyss to ensure he is despised even after death. The more he thought, the more confident he became, and suddenly, Chen Mo fell to his knees with a thud.
Chen Mo, was wrong. I shouldn't have altered the bet privately. I'm just a fool.
The surrounding crowd was filled with excitement, pulling out their phones to record the
scene and upload it to various social media platforms.
After everything was over, the onlookers left one by one to resume their training. The two members of the Beihai-chan family and the other geniuses no longer occupied the first-level room. And now they were whispering in a corner of the room. The members of the combat team also gathered, chatting with the Yulong team in another corner. In the middle stood three people, Old Lu, Captain Zhong, and Xia Lin. At that moment, Old Lu looked like a student who had made a mistake, his head bowed deeply. Captain Zhong sighed and said, "Old Lu, you can leave now. As the instance manager, being unfair is unnecessary. Xia Lin, you will oversee the first-level room during this time, make sure to ensure fairness." He then looked at a few staff members nearby. "You three come over to assist Xia Lin." After arranging everything, Captain Zhong hurriedly left. In the corner, Instructor Fong looked at Li Chen and smiled, praising him. "Instructor Yen, you really have great skills. I had never heard of your name before, I must have been quite ignorant. You must be a reclusive expert. Given your level, you should be a first-level tactician." Li Chen smiled upon hearing this. "I'm not a tactical master." At this, everyone present was taken aback, even the members of the Yulong battle team, who had already heard this once before, glanced over in surprise. They had been in close contact with Li Chen and naturally knew that his gaze was sharp, able to see through the crux of the problem at a glance. Such insight should at least be at the level of a first-tier tactical master. In their minds, Li Chen's level had long since reached that of a special tactical master. It was just that he was relatively indifferent to fame and fortune, which was why he hadn't taken the special tactical master exam. Upon hearing this, Instructor Fong sighed. "Instructor Yan's skills have already reached the peak, why not participate in the tactical exam? With the identity of a tactical master, things would be much easier to handle. If you had the identity of a special tactical master today, the Chen family in Beihai would naturally treat you with great respect." Li Chen continued, "I've been quite busy lately, let's talk about it when I have time." After discussing for a while longer, Instructor Fong took out his business card and respectfully said, "Instructor Yen, this is my business card. I have some standing in the War Guild, so if you need anything in the future, just give me a call." Li Chen nodded and accepted the card. It might come in handy later, so carrying it wouldn't be a bad idea. Just as the two fell silent, the squad leader of the combat team, Luin, curiously asked, "Instructor Fong, what exactly happened? Didn't we come here to train at night?" Upon hearing this, Instructor Fong briefly recounted the events. After listening, the members of the combat team were all astonished. "Wow! Brothers from the Yulong battle team, you guys are amazing. You actually cleared a first-tier dungeon in one day, completely overpowering that Dashin team. So strong, so strong. Do you have some secret?" Hearing this, the members of the Yulong battle team puffed out their chests, growing more confident. At that moment, they no longer felt inferior for being part of the Yulong battle team. Instead, they took pride in it. Chang Ming stood up first. Although the journey had been fraught with difficulties, he still put on a nonchalant expression and waved his hand, saying, "Oh, it's very simple. Just a set of whirlwind slashes and it's done, nothing too intense." Upon hearing this, the combat team members were shocked and quickly pressed for details. "No way, is that true? How did you handle the fifth wave boss, the Crimson Porcupine?" "Yeah. That porcupine's charge damage is too high, and after being killed, it can still charge. It's really hard to deal with. If it weren't for Instructor Fong's crazy positioning at the end, we would have been stuck right there." Chang Ming continued, "It's all the same, just a set of whirlwind slashes and it's done." The members of the combat team quickly asked, "Can you share the tactics? We have one more chance and want to push for a higher wave." Hearing this, Chang Ming mysteriously said, "A bag of garlic, 3 fans, and you win." After hearing Chang Ming's words, the members of the combat team were all left dumbfounded, completely unable to understand. Seeing this, Li Chen also shared his thoughts. "It's like this. Crimson frenzy spreads through scent, so you just need to cover it with other smells. But be careful, you need to use magical items as the source." After hearing Li Chen's brief yet detailed explanation, everyone present suddenly understood. Unlike the riddles of tactical masters, Li Chen's words were clear and down to earth, making it easy for them to grasp. Soon, the members of the combat team excitedly exclaimed, "I see. So the principle of Crimson Frenzy is that simple. Magical items? Generally, that refers to things that drop in the dungeon, right? Is it these equipment? Not just that, you can obtain the monster's corpse within a minute after it's killed, but usually, it's not very useful. But what's the purpose of the Yulong battle team bringing garlic and fans?" Just as everyone was discussing, Instructor Fong had a very clear idea. "I understand, Instructor Yen must be letting the 3 chefs of the Yulong team use the monsters in the dungeon as ingredients. Then they will use garlic to disinfect the ingredients, followed by a special stir-frying method to spread the aroma, and finally use a fan to disperse the fragrance." Upon hearing this, Li Chen nodded, acknowledging that while the description was slightly off, it was close enough. With this thought, he didn't say anything further and simply nodded, saying, "That's about right.
After Li Chen confirmed, Instructor Fong opened up the discussion and began strategizing with the combat team. After a while, the combat team finished their tactical discussion and, led by Instructor Fong, conducted their final training session. With some time left before the dungeon ranking was finalized, Li Chen wasn't in a hurry to leave and waited in place with the Yulong team. Half an hour later, the combat team emerged from the dungeon, and as soon as they did, they shouted loudly, "Damn! We broke through again. We made it past the 10th wave. This Crimson Frenzy isn't that big of a deal, is it? As long as you understand the principle. It's too easy." Exactly. Once we level up tomorrow, we can definitely handle around 15 waves. Instructor Yen is truly a tactical master. With just a little push, we took off. While the combat team was discussing, Chen Mo and the others were in shock. A few members of the Dashin team were the first to exclaim, "What? They solved the Crimson Frenzy? Solely. Chen really cracked the Crimson Frenzy? And he figured it out after just one attempt? No way. Even with Instructor Shi's half-step special level strength, it took him a whole day to comprehend it. Could Li Chen be a special level tactician?" At this moment, Chen Shi secretly admired Li Chen for being able to identify the characteristics of the Crimson Frenzy. He was no ordinary person. So, he turned to Chen Mo and asked, "Chen Mo, have you really figured out Li Chen's identity?" Chen Mo, upon hearing this, panicked and replied, I deduced it." Chen Shi's eyes widened in disbelief, and he angrily said, "I told you to understand the enemy before making enemies. Acting thoughtlessly like this will only throw everything off balance. Find out for me." Hearing this, Chen Mo's face turned pale as he stepped back to investigate. The combat team approached Li Chen, expressed their gratitude, and then began discussing the details in a corner. Just then, the dungeon portal shimmered, and Shenwen led the Xiuzhan team out. They were glowing with excitement, clearly having had a good battle. Sure. Enough, someone from the Xiuzhan team immediately shouted joyfully, "We did it! We did it! We cleared it! Our Xiuzhan team cleared it! This fur burning method is truly brilliant. As long as you manage your health, it's so simple. Indeed, we're all geniuses, as long as we solve the Crimson Frenzy, it's just a slaughter." Shenwen frowned as he searched for Chen Shi, finally spotting them in a corner. He quickly approached and smiled, "Brother Shi, we cleared it." After saying this, he felt secretly pleased. Having cleared it meant he could compete with Chen Shi. Although the odds of losing were extremely high, Chen Shi was the top of the 3 supervisors, and if he could defeat him, perhaps he could take his place. Chen Shi nodded in acknowledgement, "Got it." After glancing at the corner where Chen Mo was, Shenwen couldn't help but ask, "Hey Mo, how did your battle go? You must have won the bet. Hurry up and make Li Chen kneel and apologize." "Wait a minute, you guys didn't finish early, did you? You didn't wait for me for such a good show?" However, after Chen Wen finished speaking, everyone present fell silent. Just as the scene fell into an awkward silence, Chen Shi's deep voice came through. "Chen Mo lost." Upon hearing these 4 brief words, Chen Wen fell into a daze, and after a long while, he exclaimed, "What did you say? Chen Mo lost? Lost to the Yulong team and the battle team? How is that possible?" Chen Shi was too lazy to explain, raising his hand to point at the big screen. "Look at the big screen." Chen Wen quickly turned his head, and at first glance, he saw it. First place, Yulong teamed 20 waves. Upon seeing the first line of data, Chen Wen's head exploded with a loud bang, and his entire brain crashed. The Yulong team cleared 20 waves? And they did it quickly. How is that possible? This absolutely cannot be. However, the facts lay before him, forcing him to accept it. After calming down, Chen Shi explained the situation to Chen Wen. After learning everything, Chen Wen angrily stomped his foot. "Damn Li Chen! How could he be so arrogant? He actually dared to publicly attack our Chen family from Beihai. If it weren't for Brother Shi stepping in, this mess of a bet would have fallen on our Chen family from Beihai." Immediately after, he looked at Chen Mo with disappointment and criticized, "Mo, I told you to be steady, but you just wouldn't listen, insisting on giving the other side a chance. Now look, Li Chen is showing off. If you had also cleared 20 waves, with our strength, we could have definitely suppressed Li Chen." At this moment, Chen Mo didn't dare to look at everyone and could only mutter softly, "Sai Mai. Bad." Seeing this, Chen Wen stopped criticizing him and turned to Chen Shi. "Brother Shi, do you have a way to deal with Li Chen? We can't let them be so comfortable." Chen Shi didn't answer. He had no method at the moment and needed to understand the opponent better before making the next move. "Let's hold our position for now." Just then, in the center of the room, Xia Lin was checking information on his tablet. Seeing that the first level teams had completed their training, he no longer waited. Unlike the second and third levels, since the slots for the first level were known, once the teams finished training, the day's rankings could be settled. So, he shouted, All instructors, please lead your teams here to assemble. Now announcing the day's battle results. Upon hearing Xia Lin's call, the instructors present stood up one after another, leading their teams to the center of the room. After counting the teams, Xia Lin said loudly, "No need for more nonsense. There is only one slot for promotion to the special level, and now there are 3 teams that meet the conditions. They are the Dashing team, the Little War God team, and the Yulong team. You 3 come to compete against each other. The detailed rules have been sent to everyone's phones." Xia Lin didn't like to say much and went straight to the point. As a result, everyone present took out their phones to check the details. They were all top professionals and quickly understood the details of the competition. A competition. This is interesting. Indeed, it feels much more engaging than a team match, a fair 9 against 9 duel. Since only 2 teams can participate in a competition and there are 3 teams that meet the conditions, doesn't that mean 3 matches will be played? That seems to be the case. I'm getting a bit excited. I wonder what perfect tactics instructor she can arrange. Indeed, person-to-person competition is what we excel at. The Yulong team only knows how to fight against those AI. We will definitely crush them. After exchanging glances, Chen Shi and Shanwen nodded. With a common enemy ahead, they still needed to unite against the outside, otherwise, if the 2 of them fought against each other, allowing Li Chen to observe their tactics would be counterproductive. With this in mind, Chenwen looked at Xia Lin and said seriously, "Xia Gong, our Little War God team concedes the match against the Dashing team." Upon hearing this, Xia Lin nodded. They were all members of the Chen family from Beihai, and with Li Chen as an outsider present, it was natural for them to unite against him. However, he couldn't be bothered with them anymore. He just wanted to quickly complete Captain Zhong's task and then return to study technology. So, he said loudly, "All right. In that case, we'll have a maximum of 2 matches. First match, the Yulong team versus the Little War God team. Next, everyone follow me to the 0-level room." Thus, Xia Lin led everyone to the 0-level room, and after a series of operations, various large screens appeared around the room. Seeing this familiar room, the Yulong team couldn't help but feel as if they were in a dream. Just yesterday, they were still cooking, and in just 2 short days, they had already been here twice, having cleared both the level 2 and level 1 dungeons. In succession felt like a dream. The 3 competing teams stepped forward and walked to the teleportation portal. The others found a comfortable spot, sitting restlessly as they waited. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Is it true? A team went to that 0-level room. Yeah. I saw it just now when I was in the bathroom, and they are all teams from the level 1 area. Oh, I wonder what's going on. Let's go take a look. So, some little newbies rushed into the room, but upon seeing several staff members standing straight at the entrance, they all shrank back. Seeing this, the staff smiled and said, "Dear newbies, a competition is about to begin here. Anyone can come and watch." A few newbies whispered, "Is it really okay? And are the big shots from the level 1 area competing?" Upon hearing this, the staff answered one by one. "Really? Yes." Thus, the faces of the newbies lit up with joy as they bounced away from the scene. Before long, more little newbies and big newbies were brought in, most of them around level 10, often appearing in the level 3 and level 2 areas. Now they all rushed in, and fortunately, there were plenty of seats in the 0-level room to accommodate them comfortably. Once seated, their little mouths began to chatter non-stop. "Wow! The seats here are actually made of crocodile skin. This is so comfortable. It really is comfortable. And the 3D screens around are so cool. Wait a minute, that teleportation portal is huge." The little newbies then focused their attention on the teleportation portal ahead and the 3 competing teams. Upon seeing the information of the opposing teams, the newbies present gasped in surprise. "Wow! They're all level 30 big shots. Is this what a high-end match looks like? Oh my god! I can't even imagine how exciting the upcoming matches will be." Indeed, but how exactly is it going to be played? I'm completely lost. Wait. I think I just spotted an 11-level newbie. Wow! It really is. How can there still be newbies in this match? However, some informed individuals, upon seeing this person's face and then glancing at the team members beside him, were all shocked, with some even falling off their chairs. "Wow! Instructor Yen? Wow! Chang Ming? Wow! Yulong team?" After a few exclamations, the big newbies from the level 2 area were already in a daze, and once they came to their senses, they erupted into a commotion. Did I see that right? The Yulong team just cleared the level 2 area yesterday, and today they are directly competing against the big new team and the Little War God team? Being able to hold a competition means the Yulong team has met the promotion conditions. They cleared the level 1 area? Wow! How is that possible? I told you long ago, the Yulong team is definitely a sleeping giant, and now they have awakened. Just as the big newbies were exclaiming, a little newbie asked in confusion, "Big shots, what exactly is happening? Yulong team? Why does it have the same team name as that logistics team? Exactly, did we read it wrong?" Soon, several older brothers stood up, excitedly explaining. The Yulong team, ever since they stepped into the second level area last night, I've had high hopes for them. They immersed themselves in the Yulong team's story, and after a passionate recounting, everyone present understood the background. Upon learning the details, the crowd was left in shock, repeatedly praising TSK, TSK, TSK. It's unbelievable, the Yulong team's journey has been nothing short of a miracle. Especially that Instructor Yan, he must be a truly great person. I feel he rivals my idol Zhang Yuan. After expressing their sentiments, the newcomers lamented. It's a pity we don't know how the Yulong team performed in the first level area. Sigh. Indeed, missing the most crucial part feels a bit strange. The seats in front seem to belong to the first level teams. Should we go ask them? Don't be silly, are you looking for a scolding? It's better to let Instructor Zhao analyze it. Thus, everyone turned their gaze towards Instructor Zhao. Feeling the crowd's attention, Instructor Zhao's expression darkened, and he wished to leave immediately. Why is it the Yulong team again? Why is it Li Chen again? They always do the most unbelievable things, making it impossible for him to analyze anything. Maybe he should just slip away. Soon, Instructor Zhao dismissed the thought. This first level match was a significant opportunity for his improvement, and missing it would be a huge loss. Even if it was awkward today, he had to watch the entire match. So, he perfunctorily said, it should be like that. After Zhao finished speaking, the surrounding professionals showed disappointment. Oh no, it seems Instructor Zhao's skills aren't up to par, he can't deduce anything. Indeed, if Instructor Feng were here, it would definitely work with his strength. What a pity, the spirit team should still be training in the dungeon, they probably don't have time to come. Just then, someone spotted the combat team's figures and their eyes lit up. It's the combat team. I'm good friends with their member Zhang Gun, I'll go ask him to come over and talk. So Zhang Gun was invited over, and upon hearing that he was to discuss the Yulong team's achievements, he straightened up. You asked the right person. No one knows the Yulong team better than I do. Speaking of the Yulong team, after a round of talk, everyone's faces showed shock, and they were slow to come to their senses. After a while, someone exclaimed, This is too exciting. Indeed. It's so inspiring. They faced the oppression of the Chen family from Beihai and rose to the challenge. TSK, TSK, TSK. The mindset of the Yulong team members is incredible. In the first wave, they didn't even get past one. Then, under Instructor Yan's objective analysis, they addressed the main issues and took down 20 waves in one go. Suddenly, it feels like we can do it too. Our team has been stuck at 10 waves in the third level dungeon. And now it feels like we can break through. While the audience in the back was discussing, Xia Lin in the front saw that the time was about right. He took out his tablet, setting the dungeon parameters while saying, Instructor Shi, Instructor 1, let's confirm one last time, since you two are together, who do you want to go first? Chen Shi and Chen Wen exchanged glances, and Chen Shi spoke up first. Chen Wen, you go first. I'll observe the opponent's tactics. Make sure to play it safe. Chen Wen nodded. With a formidable enemy ahead, they had to unite to increase their chances of winning. He then stepped forward. I'll go. Xia Lin nodded and announced loudly, Great. The first match will be the Yulong team against the Little War God team. Next is the speaking segment for both sides. Upon hearing Xia Lin's words, the surrounding professionals perked up. Their attention focused on both teams. Some newbie mouths have already started to chatter. Here it comes. The Yulong team versus the Little War God team. The Little War God team is that squad of all legendary level professionals, right? And I heard their instructor is a top strategist from the Chen family in Beihai. Oh my gosh. Can the Yulong team win against a team of this caliber? I don't know, it doesn't matter who wins, just being able to watch this high-level match, we've already won. True, but I still hope the Yulong team can win. That way we can watch 2 matches. Ahead, both sides are already on edge, the atmosphere is extremely tense. At this moment, Chen Wen stands with his hands on his hips and his chin slightly raised. Although Chen Shi repeatedly emphasized that he should be careful and cautious, he pays it no mind. Li Chen's tactical skills are decent, he quickly comprehended the Crimson Frenzy, and he acknowledges that. However, the instructor cannot command on sight. During the competition, and with the unpredictable nature of the battle, Li Chen cannot possibly foresee everything. This means that the competition will come down to the strength of the teams. Their Little War God team has talents like Shui, plus they are better equipped than the Yulong team. How could they possibly lose? The more he thinks about it, the more confident he becomes, and a smirk appears on Chen Wen's face as he steps forward and says, Li Chen, oh Li Chen. I've seen many professionals like you who think they know a bit of tactics. Thinking you know a bit of tactics makes you invincible. But without you, how can the Yulong team win when the instructor can't command during the early stages of the competition? But our little war god team is different, we are brimming with talent. He then looks back at Shui Yi and smiles, Shui, if you can carry this match, I will grant you the Chen surname. Hearing this, Shui Yi's face lights up with joy, and he immediately replies respectfully, thank you, instructor. 1. For your kindness. I will definitely make the Yulong team suffer. The surrounding members of the Little War God team are also eager to prove themselves. With Shui Yi leading, we've won. Exactly. The advantage was already on our side, and now we have a versatile talent like Shui. It's a sure win. I can't wait to torment the Yulong team. Seeing this, Shenwen smiles with satisfaction. The audience in the back feels the strength of the Little War God team as they witness such a display. Soon, a few professionals who understand the inside story begin to speak. The Little War God team, the impact they had on me during the first day of training was just too great. Indeed, I remember it clearly, they reached wave 20 on their first day and almost cleared the level 2 dungeon. Especially their team leader, Shui, known as Little Yi, who is both cultured and martial. His tactical skills are already on par with an average instructor. In response, someone immediately raised a question. What? They almost cleared the level 2 dungeon in one day? Our Iron Fist team also attempted a level 2 dungeon on the first day, but the difficulty was too high, we couldn't even get past one wave, which shattered our morale. And we had to train in the level 3 dungeon, and we've been stuck there ever since. Sayu can't compare, they are all legendary level professionals, one of them can already match 50 of us, and with a tactical genius like Shui, that's equivalent to 100. Enough. But that Shui is actually called Little Yi, that's just too impressive. I remember Yi dragged that lizard man for a full 10 minutes in this year's team competition. It's indeed outrageous. Without Yi's pulling, all the geniuses would have to wait for the rock god to appear, and then everything would be over. However, the people present did not see the team competition's war god, the rock god, as the same person as the rock instructor before them. After all, the generational gap is too vast. Instructors are generally older professionals, mostly in their mid-30s. In contrast, the team competition's war god, the rock god, is just in his early 20s, similar in age to them, so they naturally wouldn't connect the two. Just as the crowd behind was buzzing with discussions, it was the turn of the Yulong team to speak. The members of the Yulong team were still quite nervous. After all, their opponents were the once lofty Zayas Hanshin team. To them, the opponents were like deities. Their current actions felt like mere mortals challenging the divine. Thus, the members of the Yulong team were sweating profusely. So nervous. I'm so afraid of making a mistake. Me too. The other side consists of legendary level professionals, the intensity feels so high. What to do? Seeing the team members so tense, Li Chen stepped forward and said calmly, Yulong team, just play as you do in training. The other side is just a paper tiger, we can break them with one hit. Hearing Li Chen's encouragement, the Yulong team members' eyes lit up, and they regained their fighting spirit. Yes. The other side is just a paper tiger, our delivery style is invincible. Indeed, if the opponent isn't at the level of Zayas Hanshin team, I really wouldn't be interested. Enough talk. My great sword is already itching for action. After hearing the Yulong team's remarks, the audience present was taken aback. This is interesting. The Yulong team actually isn't afraid of the Zayas Hanshin team. That seems a bit far-fetched. That instructor Yen is getting a bit too cocky. Saying the Zayas Hanshin team is a paper tiger? One hit to break? Indeed, the Zayas Hanshin team is not the same as the previous Spirit team. Instructor Yen is underestimating them, and it looks like they will surely lose. In response, Chen Mo showed a look of disdain. He was well aware of Chen Wen and the Zayas Hanshin team's strength. They were not something he could compete with. Li Chen's overconfidence would surely lead to defeat. Forget it, the match should be ending soon. I'll check Li Chen's information and make sure to strip him of everything. With that thought, he continued to pull out his tablet and began searching for information. After hearing Li Chen's ignorant remarks, Chen Wen suddenly laughed. We are paper tigers? Good. Very good. This sentence. I'll send it back to you intact. Chen Shi also chuckled before reminding again, play steady. He then led the Dashin team back to their seats. After both sides finished their speeches, Xia Lin stopped wasting words, and after a round of commands, both teams entered the professionals' canyon. As soon as Li Chen and the others entered, they found themselves in a white space. It was now tactical time. Seeing this, Lin Shang quickly looked at Li Chen and asked, Instructor Yen, how should we play later? Li Chen replied calmly, the other side doesn't know our playstyle. They will definitely play it safe. If you attack head-on, the other side will play very sneakily, looking for opportunities to create a flaw and let them engage in team fights. Also, you need to roam more. After briefly outlining the strategy, Li Chen fell silent, the general direction was set, and the specific details were left for the Yulong team to discuss. After hearing Li Chen's suggestions, the Yulong team opened their minds and began to discuss. Chang Ming was the first to speak. Lure the opponent into a trap? How do we lure them? Lin Shang stroked his chin and began to analyze. Let's set an ambush. Make the opponent think they are sure to win, but in reality, it's not. Then, Lin Zhong frowned. If we're going to ambush, that means Chang Ming has to roam more. But if that's the case, we might not be able to clear the minion waves. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shang's expression also turned grim. It's indeed difficult, we are too slow. Although Chang Ming is fast, he is the main force, and it's best for him to be the ambusher, otherwise, the opponent won't take the bait. If only I and Lin Zhong could speed up, then we could clear all 3 lanes. For a moment, everyone fell into a dilemma, and just then, Lin Xia's eyes lit up. It's simple. Just use vehicles. My transformation dagger can create everyday items. Although a large off-road vehicle might not be possible, a small electric scooter definitely can. Plus, with Lin Yusher's enchantment, the speed of the small electric scooter can be further increased. By then, you two driving the small electric scooter through the forest will definitely clear the 3 lanes. Upon hearing this, Lin Shang's eyes sparkled. And he smiled, you really are a little genius. You thought of this. The opponent has been attacking for a long time without success, so they will definitely get anxious, and then we can create openings for them to exploit. They will surely team up with the jungler to ambush us. At that time, it will be your time to shine, Chang Ming. After finalizing the strategy, the tactical time was almost up, and everyone's eyes lit up as they appeared at the red side's resurrection point. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded, match. Start. The Yulong team didn't waste any time and began to act. Chang Ming charged into the jungle with his great sword, focusing on farming in the early game. Meanwhile, Lin Zhong rode the small electric scooter created by Lin Xia and happily headed to the front line with Lin Shang. The chef trio started heating oil in a pot, idling at the resurrection point with the assistance of Lin Yusher and Lin Xia. At this moment, Li Chen appeared above the crystal, able to survey the entire map, the familiar feeling washing over him. Seeing the Yulong team's division of labor, Li Chen nodded. Since I'm idle, I might as well relax by reading the formula book for a bit. He then closed his eyes, immersing himself in the world of formulas. Meanwhile, at the blue side's resurrection point, Shui Yi briefly outlined the tactical direction. Since we need to play it safe, let's adopt the 222 strategy. I'll take the jungle, and the support will follow me. Everything will revolve around me. Unless I initiate an attack, you all shouldn't go too deep. We can't give the opponent any chance. Upon hearing this, the members of the Little War God team shouted in unison, yes. They then divided their roles, 2 warriors in the top lane, 2 mages in the mid lane, and 1 marksman and 1 shield bearer in the bottom lane. Shui Yi then picked up his longbow and looked at the last priest, saying, I'm the archer, and I'm quite fragile. You need to protect me. After saying this, he dashed towards the jungle without looking back. The priest nodded, applying their buffs, and followed closely behind Shui Yi. With various buffs enhancing his abilities, Shui Yi dealt significant damage, taking away 1/5 of the Crimson Statue's health with a single arrow. Immediately after, he pulled back his bow in the opposite direction and unleashed a 5-shot barrage, effortlessly taking down the 5 ambushing monsters behind him while chatting and laughing, as if he were dancing, which was quite refreshing to watch. Outside the dungeon, the audience was stunned by the Little War God team's impressive performance. Some newcomers had their mouths agape in shock. Wow! Their marching speed is insane. Shui Yi's side is ridiculous. It's like he's dancing among the monsters. So graceful. Indeed. I wonder how the battle is going for the Yulong team. Consequently, everyone began checking the camera at the Yulong team's frontline tower, but it was completely empty. This left everyone puzzled. Hey, the battle has started, but why haven't we seen the Yulong team? Are they giving up on the frontline tower? Hiss, I don't get it. Why are they playing like this? Where did their people go? So everyone started checking the cameras again, eventually spotting 3 figures in the upper and lower jungle areas. At this moment, Chang Ming was slowly farming a Crimson Statue, moving at a very sluggish pace. In the jungle, Lin Zhong was riding the small electric scooter, weaving through the jungle while being chased clumsily by a few elite monsters alongside Lin Shang. Seeing this, the audience looked bewildered and questioned, the Yulong team, what are they doing? Their jungle farming speed isn't great. Shui Yi over there has already finished farming the Crimson Statue, and Chang Ming has barely taken down 1/5 of its health. Moreover, those two are such Clowns, getting chased and beaten by wild monsters? Why does it feel like the Yulong team is underperforming? In response, someone immediately retorted, the Yulong team is at least a level 1 team. They must have their reasons. They must be planning a big move. However, as soon as these voices finished speaking, someone with a disbelieving expression said, but, look, those 5 are just idling at the fountain. In an instant, the audience began to notice the 5 players idling at the resurrection point. However, due to the inexplicably blurry camera at the resurrection point, they couldn't see the players' actions clearly. At this moment, a professional who had watched yesterday's match exclaimed, is it happening again? Is the Yulong team cooking at the resurrection point again? Damn! Are they even trying? Are they really letting Chung Ming go solo again? This is too much. This is too much.
In no time, the people on site began to point fingers at the Yulong team and the clueless newcomers, under their explanation, looked puzzled.
So, are you saying the Yulong team has always played like this? 5 people just idling, letting Chang Ming do all the work?
While the scene was filled with noise, the members of the battle team in front were also looking bewildered.
However, unlike the onlookers, they knew the strength of the Yulong team. In this regard, Luin straightened his body. Is this really the Yulong team's strategy? Instructor Fong nodded. It seems so, although I don't know the specific process. But it's clear that these 5 idling players are indeed one of the cores of the Yulong team. In the distance, Chen Shi smirked, quickly taking notes on his phone, not working in the early game, suspecting they need to warm up. At this moment, Chen Shi's eyes sparkled like stars, his brain calculating rapidly, a team that could withstand 20 waves of monsters certainly wouldn't be chased around by them. The only explanation is that they need some time to warm up. And the way they warm up should be closely related to the 5 idling at the resurrection point. I must find out the logic behind their warm-up. With his thoughts confirmed, Chen Shi's gaze became sharp, fixating on the actions of the few players on the screen. Although shrouded in fog, it didn't affect him at all. Meanwhile, in the Professionals Canyon, the middle lane has the shortest distance, and at this moment, both sides' minions have begun to engage in battle. The 2 mages of the Shaoshan team are positioned 50 meters in front of the defensive tower, continuously casting fireballs to attack the enemy minions. This distance is very secure. Even if the enemy comes to gank, they can quickly retreat and give the enemy no chance. The 2 mages leisurely cast fireball after fireball while reporting the situation. Report, the first wave of minions in the middle lane has been cleared, no enemy sighted. At this moment, Shui, who was in the jungle, had quickly finished clearing the red and blue buffs and was ready to attack at any time. Hearing the report from the middle lane, he looked puzzled. At this point, where were the enemy players? Were they hiding in some bush? Trying to ambush? He then chuckled. He wouldn't give them any opportunity. If the enemy didn't show themselves, he wouldn't attack. With this thought, he contacted the top and bottom lane teammates. What's the situation on your side? Have you seen anyone from the Yulong team? Soon, several clear reports came through the communicator. Report. No sighting in the top lane. Report. Same in the bottom lane. Now, Shui was completely baffled. What was the enemy up to? Even at this point, they still hadn't logged in? For safety's sake, he decided to hold his position, maintain a safe distance, let the minions attack the tower. If the enemy continues to stay offline, 5 waves of minions can take down their defensive tower. We can afford to wait. After saying that, they continued to wander in the wild area, collecting soul fragments. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 8 minutes had passed. A wave of minions lasts about 2 minutes, and now the little war god team had attacked 4 times. They just needed one more wave to push down the first defense tower. At this moment, the 2 in the bottom lane completely relaxed. After clearing the enemy minions, they retreated under the defense tower to chat. What kind of trick is the dragon team playing? Are they really hiding? How long are they going to hide? I don't know, and I can't be bothered to find out. Once we push down the first defense tower, they won't be able to turn the tide. Strange. That last wave of minions should have been able to destroy the defense tower. Why hasn't the system given a prompt yet? I don't know. At this time, while the 2 in the bottom lane were careless, a shadow appeared in the bushes. Suddenly, a flurry of hidden weapons rained down, instantly clearing the minions. Then, the shadow suddenly turned and hurried towards the mid lane. In the wild area, Shui calculated the time and looked puzzled. He opened the communicator to inquire, has the enemy logged in? It's already been 8.5 minutes. They should be about to push down the first defense tower. Immediately after, the voices of the 2 in the bottom lane came through. Report. There's still no one guarding the bottom lane. That's strange, it should have been able to be pushed down. How did that last wave of minions suddenly disappear? Shui immediately stood up straight. It seemed the enemy was starting to act Thinking of this, he quickly said, "Mid lane, top lane, report the situation." After a while, two voices came through, still no one. The minions seem to have evaporated. No, the enemy's mid lane tower only has a sliver of health left. Logically, it should be able to be destroyed. Shui Yi looked bewildered. What happened to that fourth wave of minions? How did they suddenly evaporate? Thinking of this, he said, "All units, listen up, move to within 100 meters in front of the defense tower. Make sure to see how the next wave of minions dies." At this moment, in the zero-level room, the personnel on site sat up straight, watching the little electric scooter speeding through the wild area. Everyone looked shocked. Damn! This little electric scooter is way too fast. It can clear 3 waves of minions. Indeed, I said the dragon team had something up their sleeve. At this rate, the little war god team won't be able to break through at all. Just as everyone was in shock, the combat team began to discuss quietly. After Zhang Gun boasted in front of the newbies he had returned, "Oh, where did the dragon team get this little electric scooter?" Lu Yin, it seems to have come from Lin Xia's side. That dagger is not simple. It should be a legendary level weapon. Instructor Fong, I didn't analyze it wrong, did I? Instructor Fong nodded and said, This kind of weapon that changes gameplay is undoubtedly a legendary level weapon. But it belongs to that kind of legendary level weapon that is somewhat useless. In actual combat, it can't compare to rare level weapons with higher compatibility. Then, Zhang Gun sent another message of confusion. Why is the dragon team only clearing minion waves and not attacking? What's the point of that? Hearing this, Lu Ying tapped Zhang Gun on the head and laughed. Attacking means exposing weaknesses. The enemy is the little war god team. As long as they catch one weakness, it could lead to total defeat. Unless they are absolutely sure, the dragon team probably won't attack. He then added, Instructor Fong, my analysis is pretty good, right? Instructor Fong shook his head and said, the dragon team never considered attacking. They have been dragging out the enemy's offensive. At this moment, Instructor Fong also didn't know what the dragon team was planning. What was the point of dragging it out? The attacking side is always the advantageous one, the proactive side. How many waves can the dragon team hold off? Instructor Fong knew it, and naturally, Shenxi from afar understood it even better. He was now quite certain that the strategy of the Yulong team was definitely a warming up type. However, Shenxi still had one doubt. Why didn't they clear the 3 lanes from the very beginning, instead spending a lot of time farming monsters in the jungle? Were they trying to speed up the process, collect soul fragments, and then unseal Li Chen? But soul fragments couldn't be gathered right at the start. They randomly spawned in the jungle as the match progressed. Without invading the opponent's jungle, it would take 20 minutes to collect them all. This meant that for those 20 minutes, the Yulong team had to endure pressure. Moreover, even if Li Chen was unsealed, the Zayas Hanshin team could also unseal Chen-Wen. Chen-Wen was at least a level 60 legendary class player, and his combat power was naturally much stronger than Li Chen's level 11. In this case, the Yulong team still had no advantage. Why didn't the Yulong team clear the 3 lanes from the start? Why were all 5 of them idling at the resurrection point? What strategy had Li Chen customized for the Yulong team? Let's analyze it using the method of substitution. Taking a deep breath, Shenxi's gaze suddenly became vacant as he began to simulate Li Chen's thought process. At this moment, within the professional player canyon, the 5th wave of minions finally arrived. The Zayas Hanshin team members quickly cleared them, and then closely monitored the situation of the minions. This time, they had to catch the opponent. Shui Yi also stopped farming the jungle. The upcoming intelligence would directly affect their next decisions. Soon, the communicator relayed a teammate's voice. We see them in the bottom lane. There's a shadow hiding in the grass, very sneaky. Immediately after, the mid lane mage reported, 2 assassins from the Yulong team are riding little electric scooters. Before long, the top lane also reported, damn. Their minion clearing is way too fast. They cleared everything with 1 skill. Hearing his teammates' reports, Shui Yi looked puzzled and began to analyze. It seems they are using vehicles to increase their movement speed, combined with an extremely fast minion clearing speed to clear the 3 lanes. Keep tracking those 2's movements, we'll find an opportunity to smash their little scooters. Also, 3-lane team, listen up. When clearing the lanes, everyone clear the last minion at the same time. This way, we can attack all 3 lanes at once. The Yulong team will be exhausted from clearing minions and will definitely make mistakes, revealing vulnerabilities. Thus, the Zayas Hanshin team became invigorated and began to micromanage, ready to ambush the opponent at any moment. Another minute passed, and the Zayas Hanshin team finally seized the opportunity. They discovered that this time, the opponent was riding little scooters to the bottom lane to clear minions, not choosing to pass through their own jungle. Instead, they were heading to the bottom lane via the river. The river was the dividing area between both teams' jungles filled with bushes, making it very suitable for ambushes. The Zayas Hanshin team expressed their opinions on this. The opportunity has come. The Yulong team must be anxious. They want to quickly clear minions through the river. In the end, they revealed their flaws with just a little trick from us. Shui, can we attack now? Our mid and bottom lanes will coordinate to smash their little scooters. Shui was currently clearing monsters in the upper jungle and couldn't join the team fight. Without his presence in the team fight, he naturally felt uncertain, so he said without hesitation, "Don't engage. I can't join from my position." However, his teammates were unconcerned, and someone immediately retorted, "Shui, we're all prodigies, are you still trying to command us?" "Yeah. Suggestions are fine. But to command us? Sorry, we have our own judgment. Shui, just wait for our good news." They were all legendary class players, prodigies in their own right, and naturally didn't like being bossed around. Moreover, they also wanted to prove themselves in front of Officer 1, showing that they were not inferior to Shui and that they could also change their surname to Chen. Thus, the two mages in the upper lane coordinated with the marksman and shield guard in the lower lane to launch an assault towards the river. Of course, they were very cautious, releasing skills to scout every bush they passed to prevent being ambushed by the enemy. Eventually, they followed the tire tracks of the enemy's small electric scooter and found the two of them. At this moment, the two members of the Yulong team looked quite flustered, as the small electric scooter's tire had burst due to thermal expansion and contraction. Seeing this, the two mages from the Xiuzhan team couldn't help but smirk. "Didn't expect this, did you? I scorched your path with fireballs, so when you passed, the tire's temperature must have risen. A blowout was just a matter of time. But I didn't expect you to be so foolish as to choose the water route, now with thermal expansion and contraction, a blowout is inevitable." After saying this, they began to gather electric spells, knowing that using electric spells in the water would increase the damage. The two members of the Xiuzhan team in the lower lane also closed in. Step by step, even though the outcome was already clear, the shield guard still held up his shield, leaving no chance. The archer in the back had his eyes sharp as an eagle, observing the enemy from an awkward angle while knocking an arrow, ready to shoot at any moment. At this point, it seemed that no matter how they operated, Lin Shang and Lin Zhong were bound to lose. The four attackers couldn't help but smirk, feeling very excited. "Just watch. Officer Wen is watching. We are not inferior to Shui." At this moment, in the zero-level room, everyone was enjoying the spectacle, clapping and cheering. "Wow! That was brilliant. No wonder it's the Xiuzhan team. I didn't understand, how did the Yulong team suddenly disappear? Yeah, they were holding their ground so well, why did those two assassin experts choose the water route? Couldn't they have taken the jungle route?" They were all newbies, naturally unable to analyze the details from the footage. They just thought it was impressive but didn't know why it was impressive. For a moment, they all looked towards the back at Officer Zhao. "Officer Zhao, what exactly happened here? Can you analyze it for us?" Officer Zhao confidently nodded. Although the Xiuzhan team's operations had many details, they were not as nonsensical as the Yulong team, so he could still analyze it. Sitting up straight, he supported his chin with his right hand and spoke in a magnetic voice. "No wonder they are a top-tier team, the details are all on point. First, the Xiuzhan team controlled the lanes, clearing the last minion in all three lanes simultaneously. This way, with all three lanes attacking together, the two assassins from the Yulong team would be eager to clear the minions, exposing their flaws. This is the first move, a psychological tactic. Then the mid-lane mage used fireballs to scorch the path the enemy had to take, causing the tire temperature of the small electric scooter to rise rapidly when they passed. Then, as the small electric scooter went through the damp water route, thermal expansion and contraction would likely cause a blowout. This is the second move, a tactical detail. The final step is to close in, with the mid lane and lower lane teaming up to take down the enemy. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Every step is interconnected, and each member of the Xiuzhan team is thinking. After Officer Zhao's analysis, the newbies present had their thoughts clarified and nodded repeatedly. "Wow! I didn't expect there were so many details here. No wonder it's the Xiuzhan team. Indeed, the details. Their strength is completely unmatched by the Yulong team." Exactly. I've said it before, although the Yulong team cleared 20 waves, their awareness is still very immature. They can't compete in high-level matches. In my opinion, the entire strategy of the Yulong team is wrong. This Officer Li Chen is also not up to par. Come on. You haven't even cleared the level 2 dungeon, so there's no need to criticize the Yulong team. They have cleared the level 1 dungeon. For a moment, the newcomers at the scene began to express their opinions, creating a tremendous noise. Chen Mo, who was gathering information ahead, frowned and stood up, shouting, "Can you newbies be a little quieter? Keep it up, and I'll take you down."
The surrounding newcomers immediately fell silent and the scene quieted down. Seeing that the surroundings had calmed
down, Chen Mo sat back down.
However, just as he settled, a newcomer shouted from behind, "Holy crap!
Wait a minute. There's someone in the grass. It's Chungming from the Yulong team." Just as Chen Mo was about to curse, he became very curious upon hearing their exclamations.
So, he turned to look at the river screen, and upon seeing it, he exclaimed, "Holy crap!" At this moment, in the professional arena's river, the 4 members of the Little War God team were closing in step by step, and at that moment, Lin Shang and Lin Zhong suddenly stopped shaking their legs and inexplicably laughed. "Let's go!" The 4 members of the Little War God team were about to mock when suddenly a figure sprang out from the nearby bushes. The 3 who weren't archers were startled and quickly turned to look. They saw the archer with an incredulous expression, as a large sword had pierced him through, leaving him feeling cold all over.
Chang Ming from the Yulong team has secured a kill.
The shield warrior, feeling tense, quickly turned around, but it was already too late. He was hit by a full set of whirlwind slashes and
died on the spot. Chang Ming from the Yulong team has secured a double kill.
After taking care of the bottom lane duo, Chang Ming charged towards the 2 mages in the mid lane. Although the 2 mages were shocked at the moment, they were still
confident.
Their spells had already been completed, and they were not afraid at all.
"Let's try our combo skill. Lightning Whip."
As they spoke, the 2 moved closer together, and a lightning whip appeared between them, striking towards Chang Ming. Seeing that the opponent didn't dodge, the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. They were sure they would win. The lightning whip's damage was already high, and with the damp terrain here, it could trigger an electric shock, increasing the
damage even more.
This time, it would definitely take Chang Ming down. However, when the lightning whip struck Chang Ming, it was as ineffective as a cow sinking into the sea, having no effect at all.
Instead, it caused Chang Ming's large sword to emit
lightning, and its rotation speed increased. Suddenly, Chang Ming bounced forward, quickly closing in on the 2, who were hit by a fully enhanced whirlwind slash and died on the spot.
Chang Ming from the Yulong team has secured a quadra kill.
At this moment, Shui, who was leading the rhythm in the upper jungle area, heard the notification of his teammates' deaths and couldn't help but stop his actions, looking incredulously at his teammates who had fallen into a black
screen. After realizing what had happened, he quickly asked, "What happened? What's going on? Why are you all gone?"
At this time, the 4 who were crouching at the resurrection point exchanged glances, stammering, "We got ambushed.
I didn't expect Chang Ming's damage to be so high. So unfair. We could have countered." After listening to his teammates' complaints, Shui's face showed displeasure, and he said sternly, "Hey, didn't I tell you not to fight? You just wouldn't listen, would you? Are you all brainless?" After hearing Shui's scolding, the 4 were very unconvinced and retorted, "Why can't we fight? We just had 4 against 3. We could win." "Yeah. If it weren't
for you nagging on the communicator, we would have won the team fight already."
"Shui, you may be the team leader, but we have our own pride too." Facing the 4's rebuttal, Shui he angrily said, "Can't you just wait for me for a moment?" Just as Shui was about to say something, the 2 warriors in the top lane advised, "Can you all stop arguing? It's just one team loss. Yeah. We can just look for another opportunity. Seriously, just because of one Chang Ming, you all start arguing, why bother? I'll find a chance to take him down." Hearing this, Shui stopped wasting words and focused on farming the jungle while moving towards the bottom lane. "After you revive, see if you can hold the line." After Chang Ming achieved a quadruple kill, he appeared in front of the enemy's bottom lane tower. With no obstacles, he quickly destroyed the bottom lane tower and then vanished from sight. Seeing this, the bottom lane duo complained after respawning, "Can we even hold anyone? They've already taken down the tower and run. Forget it, let's just push the lane, they should be gone by now." Shui, seeing no opportunity, said, "You 2 play it safe, I'll head to the upper jungle, where the soul fragments have respawned." He had already collected 3 soul fragments and only needed 2 more to have a tactical communication opportunity with Officer 1. Collecting 10 would unlock Officer 1, directly declaring the match over. However, he felt it was unnecessary. After collecting 5, with Officer 1's real-time tactical analysis, victory was assured. There was no need to drag it out. With his plan set, he confidently headed to the upper jungle with the priest's support. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the scene was quiet, with everyone present staring blankly at the KDA on the main screen. Changming 4/0/0. Once they processed this, a tsunami of gasps erupted. "Wow! Changming just got a quadruple kill. Is he really that amazing? I said it before, the Yulong team is making a big play. Damn! This is too exciting." After the gasps, some knowledgeable newbies stepped forward. They had just watched the competition yesterday and naturally knew Chang Ming's strength. "I said it long ago, the Yulong team is completely relying on Chang Ming." "Exactly. Yesterday, it was also Chang Ming who broke through the enemy. Chang Ming is so powerful. It's one thing to slaughter the spirit team, but I didn't expect him to wipe out those geniuses too. It's incredible. Sigh with Chang Ming on the team, getting into the top 3 is no problem. The Yulong team is just too lucky, and that Officer Yen is so fortunate. For a moment, everyone on site praised Chang Ming while lamenting that he wasn't on their team. After a while, the newbies looked at Officer Zhao with curiosity. Officer Zhao, can you analyze this? Officer Zhao wanted to curse. The Yulong team had made such incomprehensible moves that it was impossible to analyze anything. So, he could only vaguely say, there's nothing much to analyze, it's just that, nothing of value. Everyone, don't follow their example. The members of the combat team were also in awe. I didn't expect Chang Ming's strength to be so formidable. Yeah, I thought he was just an ordinary warrior, but he turned out to be the main force of the Yulong team. He can at least take on 2 now. Chang Ming's attributes must be around 350, that's outrageous. After analyzing, the combat team looked at Officer Fong and said, Officer Fong, our analysis is pretty good, right? However, Officer Fong shook his head and said, not detailed enough. Killing the bottom lane duo was a sneak attack, which is acceptable. But the 2 mages from the Little War God team reacted afterward and used their ultimate lightning whip. Logically, Chang Ming should have been severely injured or even dead. But Chang Ming acted like nothing happened. He must have legendary level equipment. And it's elite level legendary equipment. The surrounding combat team members were puzzled and asked, what is elite level legendary equipment? Officer Fong began to explain slowly, there are strengths and weaknesses. Even among legendary level equipment, and the major guilds have classified legendary level equipment into tiers. Next are the ordinary legendary equipment, elite legendary equipment, and rare legendary equipment. Ordinary legendary equipment generally has average skills, purely numerical, like the 3 pieces of legendary equipment worn by the members of the Little War God team, which belong to this category. Elite legendary equipment, on the other hand, has some rule-based skills, such as damage resistance, displacement, and various mechanism-type skills. Chang Ming should have equipment that can resist damage, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand that lightning whip. After saying this, Instructor Fong abruptly stopped, but the teammates around were anxious. What about the rare legendary equipment? Come on, tell us. Zhang Gun couldn't take it anymore and quickly asked, what about the rare legendary equipment? Hearing this, Instructor Fong let out a bitter smile. Rare legendary equipment, also known as legendary sets. Not only does it provide a lot of stats, but the equipment skills are also very powerful. And most importantly, after collecting multiple pieces of the set, you can trigger the set effect, which is extremely powerful.